Chapter 1, transmigrated into a little white tiger, annihilating the Holy Land with a single slap. North Shao Holy Land. It stood atop the highest peak, overlooking all living beings below. The land was enveloped in immortal mist and radiant clouds, with Chilants lying in repose and auspicious birds singing. Ancient herbs thrived everywhere, creating a scene that resembled a celestial paradise at first glance. Yet, just 10,000 miles away, an entirely different scene unfolded. A small city lay in ruins, with severed limbs and corpses strewn everywhere. Scarlet blood flowed between the bricks and tiles, while a sea of fire spread like the hellish apocalypse. Endless screams echoed, and the sight of blood and floating ores was so tragic it could move even the heavens to sorrow. North Shao Holy Land, I will haunt you even as a ghost. Some laughed hysterically, tears streaming down their faces. They were citizens of a city subordinate to the North Shao Holy Land, having worshipped it for generations. Yet today, they faced slaughter all because the North Shao Holy Land coveted a treasure from a demon clan and used the massacre as a pretext to wage war against them. You are unworthy of being called human. The heavens must be blind to let you stand for 10,000 years. If there is reincarnation in the next life, I would curse Beixiao's destruction with my blood. Mom, where are you? Grandpa is bleeding, why isn't he moving? Father, you promised to take me into the cultivation world. Don't die. One tragedy after another unfolds in this city. The night was destined to be restless, with a sparse scattering of stars and dark clouds drifting to obscure the moonlight, casting the land in gloom and stirring a sense of sorrow. In a corner of the street, a little girl crouched against the wall. She wore her hair in pigtails, her eyes shining like black gemstones. At just 3 or 4 years old, she evoked deep pity. In her arms was a small white tiger, no more than a foot long, chubby and round, irresistibly adorable. Don't be afraid, little white. We'll get through this crisis. The little girl hid in the corner of the ruined wall, murmuring softly. From the moment she was old enough to understand, the little white tiger had always been by her side. But a few days ago, it fell into a deep slumber and wouldn't wake up no matter how hard she tried. Another child told her it was dying, yet she firmly believed the little white tiger wouldn't die. Or perhaps, in her heart, the little girl simply refused to accept the reality of the little white tiger's death. As she finished speaking these words, the little girl, exhausted, unknowingly drifted into sleep. Oh, there's actually a little girl here that I almost missed. A burly man in black, his gaze sharp as a sword, looked toward the little girl in the corner, the blade in his hand gleaming coldly. In an instant, the man raised his long blade high and slashed down mercilessly and cold-bloodedly. Suddenly, the little white tiger in his arms opened its eyes, its maw gaping wide. Roar! The tiger's roar shattered heaven and earth, shaking the 8 directions and the cosmos within. That tender little tiger body erupted with a divine might that made skin crawl and bones tremble. The sonic ripples overturned everything, the earth rolling up like a cloth scroll, dark clouds exploding apart. A male voice emerged from the tiger's mouth, not old but rather young, brimming with magnetism. Dare to touch little Nan Nan, and you shall die. At this moment, the stars beyond the domain flickered uncertainly, meteors falling like rain, celestial bodies crashing from beyond the domain, igniting towering flames with boundless divine might. Beixiao City, this tiny town, had a radiant light soaring into the sky, an aura capable of shattering the 3 realms in 6 paths surging forth, domineering and majestic. The sky shattered, revealing a massive chasm that pierced through the cosmos, terrifying all cultivators within 1,000,000 miles. In an instant. Compared to the vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles, the countless inhabitants of the 9 Heavens Holy Land, now so perilously close, paled in horror. They turned their gaze toward North Sky City, where an overwhelming aura had locked onto them, shocking even the supreme figures of the 9 Heavens Holy Land. Even ancient beings emerged from their divine seals, breaking free from their slumber. Divine might surged like a tide, as if a deity had awakened within North Sky City. In a forbidden land of the eastern barren lands, a tall figure stood atop the peak, his hair disheveled, gazing into the distance without uttering a word. Western Desert. A mountain towering into the sky, dotted with countless temples. At its summit, within a grand temple, a sacred ape clad in kasaya sat cross-legged. His tightly shut eyes flickered open as he looked toward the eastern barren lands. At this moment, all the immortal legacies, sacred lands, divine dynasties, ancient temples, and aristocratic families within the 5 great domains felt their ancient foundations tremble. Even those from more distant ancient clans, long in slumber, awoke with joy, their divine senses gazing toward the eastern wasteland. An earth-shattering aura, surpassing that of sages. Someone attempted to unleash an imperial weapon but failed. The world was shaken, and all the powerful were alarmed, filled with awe as they turned their gazes toward the 9 Heavens sacred land in the eastern wasteland. Boundless divine radiance bloomed, turning the night as bright as day, as a colossal hand descended from the heavens, pressing down toward the 9 Heavens Holy Land. This night was destined to be anything but calm. The eastern wasteland trembled, the 5 domains erupted in uproar, and earth-shattering news swept across the northern Dipper. The 9 Heavens Holy Land, a legacy standing unshaken for hundreds of thousands of years, reigning over millions of miles of the eastern wasteland beneath the northern Dipper, was obliterated by a single sky-covering hand, reduced to dust in the annals of history. A night passed. The ruins of Beishao City were strewn with debris, its walls and tiles shattered, countless corpses lying haphazardly with no trace of life, only a lifeless silence. The sole sign of vitality was in one corner. A 3 or 4-year-old girl lay quietly on a broken bed, and beside her was a small white tiger less than a foot long, its deep, piercing eyes shifting with an almost human-like intelligence. "Good thing I arrived in time, or I'd have dismantled you, system." A human-like voice emerged from the tiger's mouth, appearing extremely bizarre. Li Fan looked at the sleeping little girl, a trace of gentleness flickering in his small tiger eyes. Then he walked over to the girl and lay down beside her, quietly waiting for her to wake up. His name was Li Fan, this little white tiger. In truth, he wasn't some kind of demon or a shape-shifting monster. Li Fan had originally been a human, or to be more precise, in his previous life, he had been human. Li Fan had originally lived on a blue planet called Earth, working hard in the corporate world as a novel-loving otaku. But due to an accident, he followed the popular trend in novels and ended up crossing over. The first moment after crossing over, he was speechless because he found himself transformed into a small white tiger, and not just any tiger, but an utterly ordinary one with no special bloodline whatsoever. Yet these successive blows didn't dampen Li Fan's spirits. Born carefree and optimistic, any worry that lasted more than an hour would vanish from his mind completely. One could say he was a man without a care in the world. Chapter 2, Unlocking the Human Divine Vault, Opening the Limiter. Li Fan, a carefree and optimistic soul, didn't react like other novel protagonists who would shout curses at the heavens or vent their frustrations after turning into a tiger. He quickly adapted to becoming a white tiger and, following the protagonist's usual first step in novels, began observing the world. He realized he wasn't actually in such a bad situation, because he had a little owner who treated him extremely well to the point of sharing both joys and sorrows. This little owner was none other than that little girl. In Li Fan's words, she was called Xiao Nan Nan, not a name given by Li Fan, but because the little girl was simply Xiao Nan Nan. This name is probably familiar to even the most seasoned novel enthusiasts. No one would find it unfamiliar. She represents a peerlessly beautiful, renowned through the ages, and extraordinarily talented great emperor from the fantasy novels. The ruthless great emperor. Regarding this, Li Fan firmly believed that little Nan Nan was that ruthless great emperor. Although some details might deviate, Li Fan was utterly convinced, because no one could remain so innocent, so kind, and pure as a blank sheet of paper after enduring so much oppression. Little Nan Nan had a tragic background, an orphan with no one to rely on. The only companion by her side was Li Fan, the transmigrator who had taken the form of a little white tiger. Following the proverb, "Since we are here, we might as well stay and make the best of it," Li Fan lived his days without much hardship. Little Nan Nan didn't mind either. As long as she had the little white tiger by her side, she was content. But 1 year after Li Fan arrived in this world, just a few nights ago, a strange sound echoed in Li Fan's mind. System binding initiated. Activation commencing. Does the host need power? The human body's divine repository can be opened, at the cost of transforming into a small white tiger for 100 years. Upon hearing this, Li Fan was stunned. He had originally thought that his life would be spent by the side of the ruthless emperor, and then, well, when one attains enlightenment, even their pets ascend to heaven, he would grow stronger alongside the ruthless emperor, becoming something akin to the Black Emperor. After the initial shock, Li Fan immediately realized that he might be able to return to his human form. It takes 100 years for the little white tiger to transform back, so does that mean it will revert after 100 years? System, can I turn back into a human? Yes, host. The reason you turned into a little white tiger is solely because you bound with the system. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Li Bai's mind. Li Fan wanted to curse this damn system was actually so deceitful. Upon learning he could turn back into a human, Li Fan was overjoyed. After all, who would want to remain a white tiger if they could be human again? Then, while still elated, Li Fan shifted his attention to the system's initial words. Grant me power. What exactly is the human body's divine treasure? According to Li Fan's knowledge, this world is an extremely vast one, divided into 5 major regions: the Eastern Wasteland, the Western Desert, the Southern Ridge, the Northern Plains, and finally, the Central Continent. At first glance, this world seemed strikingly similar to the setting of a novel from his past life called Jetian. However, Li Fan knew it definitely wasn't the same. Although the cultivation system here closely resembled that of Jetian, he was certain this was a different world. His certainty stemmed from the fact that he had heard of some peculiar phenomena unique to this world. Beyond the 5 regions, there existed boundless oceans where immortal islands were said to reside, places like Panglai and Ningzhou, reminiscent of ancient myths. Most importantly, Li Fan knew of a particularly terrifying city located in the Eastern Wasteland. The city was called Black Dragon City, vast and boundless like a kingdom. It once gave birth to a supreme sovereign who was revered by the world for 3 generations, known as the Black Dragon King. Upon hearing this, Li Fan almost couldn't process it. The Black Dragon King? Wasn't that the great emperor from the world of the domineering Li Qiye? How did he end up in Jetian? But then Li Fan quickly understood, as he heard another term, the Vajra sect. A mysterious sect, rumored to hail from beyond the known world, with its true roots lying in the outer domains, where its name has echoed through the ages. He clearly knew that there was no such major sect in Jitian. Thus, he understood that this world was definitely not Jitian, but rather a very peculiar one, somewhat deviating from his knowledge yet sharing similarities. In the end, this world adhered to the principle that the strong ruled an eternal theme in the realm of fantasy. Since Li Fan had arrived in such a world, despite his carefree, optimistic nature and tendency not to take things too seriously, he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to gain power if it was within his reach. Under Li Fan's inquiry, the system eloquently explained the concept of the human divine vault. After the system's lengthy introduction, Li Fan couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless. To sum it up in one sentence, the human divine vault is like the limiter in One Punch Man. Once opened, you'll become invincible in an extremely short time, with no side effects. A must-have for home and travel. Once the human divine vault is opened, your physical body will become invincible, constantly growing stronger without pause. It can be said to defy the heavens to the extreme. Li Fan couldn't help but feel tempted as he listened to the introduction. 100 years to become a little white tiger, could this time frame be shortened? At this moment, Li Fan began pondering, murmuring softly to himself. The host can shorten the 100-year period of transforming into a little white tiger by completing tasks. As soon as the words fell, the system's voice rang out, making Li Fan's eyes light up. Should have said so earlier. If it can be shortened, then I accept. Li Fan decisively agreed to unlock the divine repository and fell into a deep slumber. What followed was just like before, leaving little Nan Nan worried for several days until he finally woke up last night and witnessed the events that unfolded then. Pitter-patter. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed, causing Li Fan's tiger ears to tremble slightly. He swiftly raised his head to look ahead. At the same moment, a voice rang out. "Senior Sister Linger, come quickly. There's someone here." A young maiden approached from afar, about 15 or 16 years old, with skin as fair as jade, surpassing frost and snow. She had an oval face, arched willow leaf eyebrows, and large, crystal-clear eyes that sparkled with a radiant, spiritual glow. Linger blinked her beautiful eyes as she arrived in this area and caught sight of little Nan Nan. What an adorable little girl. Wow, and there's also a chubby little white tiger. Her eyes gleamed with delight, curving like crescent moons. Ding, mission triggered, conceal your identity. No penalty for failure. Li Fan looked at the girl in the fiery red dress before him, when these words suddenly echoed in his mind. Chapter 3, Linger and Little Nun Xia Yilin. She had fallen asleep. Linger's graceful figure, though only 15 or 16 years old, possessed the alluring curves of a 17 or 18-year-old as she walked over. At the same time, several figures darted swiftly through the surroundings. 7 young men and women approached 5 males and 2 females. All were strikingly handsome or beautiful, brimming with youthful vitality. Without exception, their life force was vast, with a faint glow shimmering across their skin as they moved, their every step resonating with divine energy, exuding an extraordinary aura. Wow, what a beautiful little sister. A young maiden emerged, dressed as a little nun, exuding an ethereal beauty, her fair face adorned with a constant smile. The others also stepped forward. Beishao City was ravaged, with an ultimate master unleashing their power here. She didn't die. This little girl might have some connection to that ultimate master. Take her back to the Budian Pavilion. A man spoke up, his lips red and teeth white, his demeanor as refined as jade. He was a disciple of the Budian Pavilion. All present were disciples of the Budian Pavilion, though not all were pure disciples like this man. Some were wanderers from other factions who had come to the Budian Pavilion. Upon hearing this, a few people present flashed peculiar glints in their eyes. This matter must not be told to others. She's only 3 or 4 years old. Linger frowned slightly, her beautiful face showing displeasure as she spoke softly. The implication was clear, the little girl was only 3 or 4 years old, and if others found out, given the methods of the powerful in this world, she would inevitably face calamity. Rest assured, junior sister Linger, I can guarantee she won't be harmed. The man spoke up, stepping forward first and thumping his chest with a hearty laugh. Huafeng was a disciple of the Sky Mending Pavilion, the strongest among this group, and also a student of Pavilion Elder Muyen. Known for his upright and friendly nature, it was precisely because of this that these extraordinary young men and women chose to accompany him on this journey. Come here, little one, let your sister give you a hug. Seeing this, Linger's expression softened considerably. Then, captivated by the little white tiger's adorable appearance, she couldn't help but feel the urge to tease it. However, the response she received was a lazy glance. The little white tiger lifted its eyelids slightly, glanced at Linger, then lay back down to continue guarding by Xiao Nanan's side. Li Fan was speechless. Combined across 2 lifetimes, he was nearly 30 years old. How could he possibly move after being told that? But Linger? That name seemed. Linger was speechless. It seemed she had been looked down upon. This little beast has no ferocious bloodline, or at best, a negligible trace. If junior sister Linger likes it, I can return to the 10,000 Calamities sect and find her a more adorable ferocious beast cub. The blue-robed young man, Wan Mayu, smiled with a calm expression, as if obtaining a ferocious beast cub was as easy as reaching into a bag. He was the successor of the 10,000 Calamities sect, a major eastern wasteland sect second only to the Holy Lands, with tens of millions of disciples spread across the 5 domains. As for this little beast, I don't think it's worthy of junior sister Yen Linger. Wan Mayu smiled, with a hint of flattery in his tone. Yen Linger is the princess of the Fire Nation in Central Continent, a force comparable to the 4 great imperial dynasties of Central Continent. If not for the lack of an ultimate imperial weapon, they could have easily joined the ranks of the divine dynasties as the 5th great imperial dynasty. However, this doesn't mean the Fire Nation lacks supreme figures. It is said that in ancient times, the founder of the Fire Nation was a being comparable to, or even surpassing, an emperor. At least that's what the Fire Nation's royal family has always believed. However, because the history is too ancient, it can no longer be investigated. That period of time remains a blank in history, as if it had been erased. The Stone Kingdom, Wood Kingdom, and Water Kingdom, which once stood alongside the Fire Kingdom, have also been searching relentlessly, yet the results have always been disappointing. It is precisely because the Central Continent possesses so many ancient imperial dynasties and kingdoms that it stands proudly above the other 5 regions. No need. Yen Linger replied coldly. Wan Mayu's pursuit had become unbearably annoying to her. If not for sharing the same goal, she wouldn't have come. Then she crouched down, her smile blooming like a flower, radiant and captivating. In her slender, pale palm appeared a piece of delicious roasted meat, enticingly offering it. Little one, won't you come with your sister? Yet, the response she received was still the little white tiger's lazy gaze, as if the food held no appeal. This little one may not have pure bloodline, but it certainly has a strong personality. The young nun giggled and moved closer, standing side by side with Yen Linger, clearly showing their close bond. As she spoke, the young nun also took out a small pill, brimming with spiritual energy, its aroma tantalizing to the senses. Clearly, the pill was extraordinary, yet she casually fed it to a small animal. Yilin, you're really extravagant. Yen Linger watched her good friend approach and couldn't help but laugh. Xia Yilin, the princess of the Great Xia dynasty in Zhengzhou, held a status even higher than the current Yen Linger. Originally too lazy to move much, Li Fan couldn't help but look up again upon hearing the names of the 2 girls Yen Linger. Little nun Yilin? Could it really be them? He hadn't misremembered Yen Linger. She was the princess of the Fire Nation in the barren domain of the perfect 8 domains, who later became a peerless female prodigy reaching the heights of the upper realm. A little nun named Yilin inevitably drew Li Fan's attention. In his memories, she was the sister of Xia Yiming, the severely sister-obsessed prince of the Great Xia dynasty from Zhitian. Born with a Buddhist flower, she became a nun, practicing Buddhist esoteric techniques like the palm universe while retaining her hair. Immediately, Li Fan glanced at the 2 of them before lying back down again, appearing rather listless. Ever since unlocking the divine repository within his body a few days ago and waking up last night, Li Fan found himself feeling inexplicably lethargic, as if he had little interest in most things, almost as though the power within him was overflowing. He would rather sit than stand, and rather lie down than sit. Seeing this peculiar little white tiger, the 2 women couldn't help but show curiosity. They had never encountered such a unique little white tiger before, especially one with no trace of noble bloodline yet so remarkably spirited. She's awake. Yen Linger glanced sideways and exclaimed in surprise. The little girl's eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing a pair of pitch-black, lively eyes that caught everyone's attention. Those around her were amazed what clear, bright eyes. At that very moment, Li Fan suddenly stood up, shedding his lazy demeanor, and leaped straight into the little girl's arms. His soft fur made the newly awakened girl giggle with delight. Hello there, little sister, would you like to come with me? Yen Linger looked at the little girl, the light in her bright eyes growing even more intense. The more she looked at her, the more she adored this child. Under the persuasion of Yen Linger and the little nun, the little girl agreed to go with them. Li Fan did not stop them. After unlocking his body's divine potential, his 5 senses had become extraordinarily sharp, allowing him to clearly sense that Yen Linger and Xia Yilin harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared about any system mission. He would have acted long ago. Chapter 4. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well and made you spit blood. Let's go quickly, junior sister. We can't stay long. If we linger and get discovered, our situation will be dire. In a mountainous area, ancient trees stood tall and sturdy, with streams murmuring nearby. Parts of the ground were cracked, as if from an earthquake, and the leaves of the ancient trees had begun to wither. Hua Feng glanced at the distant Beishao city and whispered softly. The Sky Veil Pavilion had recent tasks in this area, and they happened to be nearby yesterday, which is why they were able to reach Beishao city at the earliest opportunity. Now, they have already wasted some time and must leave. The existence of little Nian Nian must not be known to others, as it could bring great disaster if discovered. Yen Linger nodded, holding little Nian Nian's small hand, while Li Fan lazily nestled in little Nian Nian's arms, refusing to move no matter how Yen Linger and Xia Yilin teased him, which only heightened the 2 girls' curiosity. As the saying goes, the unattainable only makes one desire it more, and that was exactly the case now, making Li Fan roll his eyes in exasperation. The others remained silent as well, all walking with their heads down. Occasionally, one of the remaining 5 men would flash a strange glint in their eyes. Apart from the 7 privileged prodigies with influential backgrounds, the group also included 10 disciples from the Veiled Heaven Pavilion. These were orphans adopted by the pavilion from various regions, forming the true core of the Veiled Heaven Pavilion. Let's go. Not far ahead, in the city, there's an outpost of our Veiled Heaven Pavilion. Huafeng spoke up, taking the lead to hurry on their way. Unconsciously, night fell, with stars shining brilliantly and the moon glowing pure white. The group from Zhetian Pavilion had already laid down to sleep on the ground, leaving 2 disciples to keep watch through the night. Ah, so sleepy. It's almost the 3rd watch, and it'll be time to change shifts soon. 2 disciples from the Zhetian Pavilion looked around, chatting idly. Suddenly, one disciple blinked his eyes, then rubbed them again. What's wrong? The anomaly of this disciple immediately caught the attention of another disciple. Strange, was it just my imagination? It felt like something just ran past. The disciple pointed in a direction and whispered softly. The direction was near an ancient pine tree, beneath which lay 3 figures, 2 large and 1 small, sleeping soundly. They were Linger, Xia Yilan, and little Nan Nan. You might be feeling drowsy, how could there possibly be anything here? Another disciple shook his head, then teased. By the end of his words, he glanced around and whispered into the listener's ear. Junior sister Linger and the other 7 all have significant backgrounds. To be honest, our night watch is just a formality. From what I know, their elders are likely guarding nearby. At the very least, they're at the level of Sacred Ground's Grand Elders. Hiss. The disciple gasped in shock upon hearing this, then sighed in admiration at how different major powers were. Stop sighing. Back in the day, when our Veiled Heaven Pavilion was at its peak, we might not have been any worse than them. It's a pity the guardian spirit weakened, otherwise even the ancient sages would have had to bow their heads. As the 2 disciples lamented, they failed to notice the faint, almost imperceptible gazes sweeping across the area. Streaks of divine consciousness flicker in the void. These are the divine thoughts of supreme powerhouses, forming a protective barrier enveloping this region. Would you all care to join me atop the cliff for a discussion? A domineering will resounded through the void, carrying the majesty of one who rules over all. The teachings of the 10,000 calamities sect amount to nothing. You should know the agreement between your faction and our Veiled Heaven Pavilion. Do you dare to make a move? At this moment, an aged voice interjected, echoing from all directions as if emerging from a distant time and space. Though the words seemed feeble and weathered, they caused the ripples of divine sense to tremble. Mu Yan, the Supreme Elder of Veiled Heaven Pavilion, I never expected you to be the one guarding the disciples of Veiled Heaven Pavilion. No wonder. I was puzzled why I couldn't detect any trace of Veiled Heaven Pavilion's protectors. So it was you now, it makes sense. The supreme figure of the Thunder Path, you actually came out to protect a disciple who isn't particularly outstanding. It seems that little fellow named Huafeng is no ordinary person. Countless divine thoughts reverberated through the void, accompanied by faint gusts of cold wind. These were figures of renowned prestige across the 5 domains, engaging in a silent confrontation. Though no physical moves were made, their mere presence chilled the heavens and earth. Their control over divine power reached such perfection that none of the prodigies below could detect even a trace of its fluctuations. Yet, had anyone dared to step between their clashing divine thoughts, they would have discovered that the points where those streams of divine will intersected were so terrifyingly intense that even elder-level figures from major sects would vomit blood upon contact, utterly horrifying. Come to the cliff summit for a talk, I do not intend to stir up trouble. Dao Changkong spoke again. As his words fell, a majestic figure could be seen seated on the cliff not far away. He had short jet-black hair, a solemn and dignified face, and bronze skin. The mountain wind blew, making his robes flutter loudly. Seated there, he resembled a 1,000-year-old pine tree, grand, towering, and awe-inspiring. In an instant, a divine radiance flickered in his gaze as he looked around. Figures emerged silently from the air, some exuding an immortal aura, others cold and ruthless. All without exception were elderly men with aged faces. In contrast, the figure from Yashan appeared much younger. Dao Qingkong, do you have anything to say? A purple-robed elder was the first to speak. As he moved, divine power rippled around him, sending waves of energy that turned passing rocks and debris into dust. Despite his seemingly frail posture, he gave the impression of someone who could effortlessly shatter mountains and part seas. Instant. All eyes turned toward that towering figure. Dao Chengkong, the unparalleled supreme figure of the Wanjie sect, whose birth once stirred auspicious celestial signs and caused golden springs to surge from the earth. His extraordinary growth further proved why his birth was anything but ordinary. In this age of declining dharma, he emerged to dominate all his peers. At merely 50 years old, he ascended to the immortal platform realm, achieving the state of great divine abilities, already standing shoulder to shoulder with the ancient monsters of the great Holy Lands and imperial dynasties. I've gathered everyone here because I believe you all understand the reason. Let's not mince words. That little girl cannot belong solely to the Veiled Heaven Pavilion. She should be brought out to share the information. Dao Cheng Kong rose to his feet like a primordial beast breaking free from its cage, his overwhelming aura sweeping across the heavens, causing the surrounding supreme elders to flicker with uncertainty in their eyes. Are you trying to break the agreement? An elderly man stepped forward. Though he appeared unremarkable, those around him couldn't help but show a trace of wariness whenever their eyes fell upon him. Mu Yan, the patriarch of the Veiled Heaven Pavilion, has mastered thunder-based divine abilities to a miraculous level. It is even rumored that he once seized tribulation lightning liquid from the heavens themselves, capable of contending with the thunderbolts of the nine heavens. Truly formidable. As Mu Yan approached, everyone present showed signs of wariness. Even Dao Chingkong's expression flickered with concealed apprehension. While the others here were roughly on par with him, this old man stood apart. He was above him. Not at all, I merely wished to. Dao Chengkong shook his head, but in an instant, his pupils dilated, his mouth gaped open, and his expression turned as comical as could be. Mu Yan spat blood and was sent flying backward, and not just him, the other 7 peak experts suffered the same fate. What the hell is going on? Even Dao Chengkong, hailed as someone who could achieve sainthood in the era of declining dharma, couldn't remain calm in the face of this scene. At the same time, a childish voice rang out. Damn it, this force is so hard to control. Dao Chengkong turned his head at the sound and saw an adorable little white tiger behind Mu Yan's collapsing figure. The voice was indeed coming from his mouth. As Dao Chengkong's gaze turned towards it, the little white tiger bared its teeth, stood up on its hind legs in a human-like manner, and swayed, putting on a helpless expression. Don't look at me like that. I originally just wanted to knock him out, but I didn't expect to make him spit blood. Chapter 5, The Pitiful Dao Chengkong. At the summit of the cliff. The bright mirror hung high, the night as dark as ink, and the chilly wind howled like flowing water, cold and desolate. Dao Chengkong shivered uncontrollably, involuntarily taking a step back. At this moment, the extraordinarily adorable little white tiger before him appeared in his eyes like a cosmic beast roaming the universe, its might shaking the heavens and earth, unparalleled in dominance. 7 individuals comparable to him, with one even clearly surpassing him, were all sent flying, vomiting blood, and falling unconscious in less than the time it takes to breathe. Who in this world could accomplish such a feat? Even the ancient sages might not have been able to achieve this. Who are you? These 3 words seemed to drain all of Dao Chingkong's strength, uttered with great difficulty from his lips. All of Dao Chingkong's pride and confidence had vanished, replaced only by deep apprehension. The little girl calls me Xiao Bai, a little white tiger. Li Fan grinned, revealing sharp little tiger teeth, jumped down from Mu Yan, and slowly walked over on his 4 little tiger paws. Hearing that slightly immature tiger cub voice, Dao Chengkong stepped back again. The corner of his mouth twitched, believing you would be like believing in ghosts. Don't joke around, senior. If you don't believe me, forget it. Besides, only she can call me Xiao Bai. I prefer others to address me as Li Fan, my name from my past life. Li Fan's expression carried a hint of nostalgia as he spoke softly. Dao Chingkong's pupils contracted sharply. A powerhouse living a second life. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. A past life? Doesn't that mean living a second life? And in the Northern Dipper, the number of powerhouses who could live a second life could be counted on one hand if there were any at all. What it meant to live a second life was something Dao Chengkong, as a supreme elder of a major sect, couldn't possibly not know. Such individuals were formidable enough to become foundational figures of an era. As far as he knew, there was only one person in the present age who had achieved a second life. The guardian spirit of Jitian Pavilion. That supreme being who lived through 2 lifetimes, with a lifespan approaching 10,000 years. It was precisely his existence that allowed the otherwise declining Jitian Pavilion to remain among the pinnacle forces, standing shoulder to shoulder with sacred lands, ancient clans, and divine dynasties. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he single-handedly upheld this pinnacle force. The mere emergence of such an existence could effortlessly stir the winds and clouds of the world. The next moment, another thought occurred to him. You were the one who destroyed the 9 heavens holy land. Dao Chengkong cried out in terror. In an instant, his face turned pale, ashen with fear. Today, he had summoned these guardians for no other reason than Shan Yanyan. He was unwilling to let her go to the Veiled Heaven Pavilion alone, for he also wished to learn from her what had happened that day. I'm afraid it's not just him. All these guardians have similar thoughts, but he was the first to voice them. From the beginning to the end, he only treated little Nan Nan as a tool, without giving it much thought. And the way he intended to extract the details of what happened from her involved some special methods, such as soul searching. Now, at the moment he summoned the 7 guardians, the others were knocked unconscious. This timing speaks volumes. And his guess was correct. Li Fan had indeed come because of this matter. As early as when the representatives of the major sects arrived at the Jitian Pavilion, Li Fan had already detected the 8 guardians hiding in the void. As for how he detected them, Li Fan himself didn't know. It was simply that his eyes saw them, and his ears heard them. No special methods were involved, just that straightforward. Senior, I didn't mean any harm. I had no idea that little girl was connected to you. After realizing the situation, Dao Chengkong felt a chill run down his spine. Being targeted by such a figure made him forget to think, leaving him at a loss for words. Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, with a faint, enigmatic smile. Answer a few questions for me. Hearing Li Fan's disjointed and inexplicable words, Dao Chengkong was momentarily stunned. Then he nodded respectfully and said, Elder, please ask, and I will speak without reservation. At this moment, he had already regarded the little white tiger before him as a great demon that had survived from the previous era. While answering Li Fan's questions, his mind was also pondering who the person before him truly was. Could it be the white tiger demon king from the previous era, who once had an audience with the Green Emperor? Or perhaps the once dominant demon pattern tiger sovereign who ruled over the 5 domains? However, just as he was about to continue his thoughts, Li Fan's question abruptly pulled him back to reality. Li Fan's questions were bizarre and peculiar, covering customs from various regions and the strange backgrounds of major religions, everything imaginable, too numerous to mention individually. Although Dao Chengkong found these questions puzzling, he answered them calmly. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, an hour had gone by. Dao Chengkong gradually calmed down, but as he did, his unease grew, making him feel as if sitting on pins and needles. Because he knew that after answering these questions, he would face death. There have been many recorded great emperors, such as the Green Emperor, the Beginningless Emperor, the Mingren Emperor of the Xian Ancient Sect, the Void Emperor of the Ji family, Emperor Wang Changsheng, Golden Grandmother, and so on. Is there anything else you would like to ask, Senior? Dao Chengkong bowed his head respectfully, his lowered eyes flickering with an inexplicable expression. Boom! Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Golden ancient characters appeared around Dao Chengkong, imprinted in the void, shining brilliantly like miniature suns. In his hand, a small array platform was crushed, a precious teleportation formation pattern capable of traversing thousands of miles, his ultimate trump card. No matter who you are, I will return. I will reclaim the humiliation I suffered today. Dao Chengkong roared as his figure blurred and vanished. He was venting his anger. From birth till now, Dao Chengkong had never experienced such humiliation as today. Like a grandson, his life and death were decided by others. In Dao Chengkong's eyes, this was a great disgrace that needed to be avenged, otherwise, his Dao heart would become unstable. Holy! The next second, a stunned exclamation escaped his lips, his ferocious face frozen in place, looking quite comical. A tiny tiger paw appeared. With a crisp snap, the ancient golden runes swirling around Dao Chengkong shattered like a mirror, crushed by a small swipe of the tiger's paw. That was an imperial-grade formation platform. Even in its damaged state, it was incredibly sturdy, second only to the hardness of immortal metals used to forge imperial weapons, yet it was shattered by mere flesh and blood. Chapter 6 has a major background? Under the silvery glow of the moon, the mountains lay like dragons crouching upon the earth. On one cliff, the figures of 7 elders lay still, while not far away, 2 more figures stood. One large, one small, one human shadow, one small tiger shadow. In Dao Chengkong's eyes, the tiger's paw grew larger, filling his vision. A buzzing filled his ears, and then he knew nothing more. A grotesque bloodflower bloomed beneath the moonlight as Dao Chengkong's head shattered, leaving behind a headless corpse. What is this thing so hard? My hand, no, my claw is even going numb. These were the last words Dao Chengkong heard. Before he could even twitch his lips, his soul and skull shattered, splattering blood and bone. Until his death, he never understood, could never fathom how someone could shatter an emperor's rune formation platform with mere physical strength. What kind of power would that require? After a long while, the first light of dawn emerged. The golden sun rose from the east, casting its light upon the earth, and a golden outline emerged along the edges of the mountain peaks, magnificent and awe-inspiring. Beasts roared in the mountains, and birds sang in the sky. Mu Yan felt a sharp pain in his head, his withered hand clutching the back of his skull as he slowly stood up. His head was dizzy and disoriented. What's going on? Why is my head so dizzy? The fragmented images gradually become clear. Those are scenes from last night. In an instant, Mu Yan, a venerable figure from the Sky Veil Pavilion, widened his eyes. He had been attacked. And the next second, strange noises sounded around him. Mu Yan looked around and saw the guardians of Princess Yen Linger of the Fire Nation, the guardian of the princess of the Great Xia Dynasty, the guardian of the ancient Divine Mountain, and others all rising from the ground. You all! The 7 old men could only stare at each other in bewilderment. As venerable ancestors, how could they not know what had just happened? Soon, their gazes simultaneously turned toward a spot not far away, where a headless corpse lay. Fresh blood pooled around it, shimmering with a radiant glow, supreme treasure blood. Dao Chengkong. Staring at the clothes of the headless corpse, everyone instantly knew who he was. There were no signs of struggle in the surroundings, no traces of chaotic divine power. Dao Chengkong had been killed with a single strike, without any resistance. Mu Yan's turbid old eyes took in the scene before him. True to his reputation as a seasoned veteran, he immediately discerned many details. And in that instant, a chill ran through his entire body. Dao Chengkong, the most outstanding disciple of the 10,000 Calamities sect in tens of thousands of years, was even hailed as the next leader of the sect. At just 50 years old, he had reached the immortal platform realm, ascending to immortality and becoming a revered ancestor. Yet, he was silently slain here. Even Mu Yen felt a chill run down his spine. Although he could confidently defeat Dao Chungkong, killing him without a sound was something he could never achieve. It wasn't just him, everyone else present felt their mouths go dry with shock. Fellow cultivators, what do you think about this matter? Yen Linger's guardian, Hua Gufei, spoke out, his face filled with intense fear. Silently knocking out all 7 of them with blood spurting from their mouths, and killing Dao Chungkong with a single strike, could it be the Saint Slayer? That little girl. A low voice spoke from Mu Yan's lips. His face was filled with solemnity, as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. At Mu Yan's words, the remaining 6 elders trembled in unison. The wind howled against the cliffside, and at that moment, they felt its biting chill, a long-forgotten shiver gripping their hearts. Much later, a heavy utterance escaped Mu Yan's lips, shattering the silence. This is a warning, she is not to be touched. Amidst the mountains and forests, ancient vines entwine the pines, with flowers and plants covering the ground. More than a dozen youthful figures moved about, their feet treading the ground with rustling sounds. The group from Jitian Pavilion was on their way to the nearest city. The atmosphere at this moment was eerily unsettling, utterly silent as we walked without a word, a sense of oppression lingering in the air. Everyone's gaze, whether intentionally or not, drifted toward the little girl being led by Yen Linger, who was cradling a small white tiger in her arms. 7 young men and women from various major factions, all with impressive backgrounds, had peculiar glints in their eyes. Among them, Wan Mayu was the most silent, no longer trying to please Yen Linger, and walked alone with his head down. When they woke up in the morning, the 7 guardians all informed their own people through voice transmission about little Nanan's extraordinariness. Behind her stood a supreme figure, suspected to be the powerhouse who had annihilated the 9 heavens Holy Land with a single palm. Even if not, he is still a figure capable of achieving immortality and becoming a revered ancestor. At the same time, they also learned about what had happened the night before. Upon hearing the news, they were left speechless, their mouths dry with shock. They were well aware of the existence of guardians, but they knew even more about the fearsome reputation of Dao Chungkong. Never did they expect that Dao Chungkong would be killed just like that. Everything was unexpected. As for Dao Chungkong's death, the other guardians naturally informed Wan Mayu, as this matter needed to be made clear to the Wanjie sect. Otherwise, if the Wanjie sect misunderstood and thought they had been tricked into killing him, it would be truly absurd. Sister Yen Linger, Xiao Nan Nan wants more candy. Xiao Nan Nan looked up, her pitch-black eyes sparkling with innocence and purity, brimming with childlike wonder. Her voice, as clear as a nightingale's song, broke the oppressive atmosphere in an instant, lightening the mood and dispelling the silence with a touch of cheerfulness. Okay. Yen Linger looked at the adorable little girl, feeling a strange stirring in her heart. Why was she being so heavy-hearted? Though the terror behind the little girl was indeed frightening, she was still cute and endearing. That was enough. Xia Yilan also took out some sweets from her space and handed them to the little girl. For a moment, the atmosphere became lively again, returning to its usual state. Only Wan Mayu remained silent, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The other young elites from various forces also deliberately tried to ingratiate themselves with little Nan Nan, taking out various small trinkets in an attempt to win her approval. After all, behind her stood a peerless existence. Gaining little Nanan's favor might very well mean gaining that person's recognition. Licheng. A city in the eastern wastelands. Lizhou, exceptionally magnificent, filled with numerous gardens and breathtakingly beautiful landscapes. This city is also quite renowned throughout the eastern wasteland. The city bustled with life, its streets lined with sacred blue trees whose branches spread luxuriantly, as crowds of people came and went in an endless stream, with carriages and horses bustling about. Chapter 7, Little Bai is quite spirited. Candied haws, get your candied haws here. Fresh and steaming donkey meat buns, delicious with generous fillings. The bustling city streets were filled with the constant shouts and calls of vendors. Yen Linger and the others finally arrived at the nearest city, Licheng. The moment they entered the city, Wan Mayu announced his departure from the group, stating he wouldn't return to Jitian Pavilion and intended to go back to the Wanjie sect. To this, everyone nodded in agreement. They all understood Wan Mayu's decision. He likely couldn't bear to continue with them. His fellow disciple from the Wanjie sect, Dao Chungkong, had been killed, and the enemy was among their own ranks. How could he possibly have the face to stay? At this moment, Yen Linger and the others were strolling down the street, stopping now and then to snack on street food. Truth be told, they weren't particularly fond of eating. They were mostly accompanying little Nian Nian, buying whatever she fancied. As for Li Fan, he had never been one for much movement. If they didn't know for certain that the little white tiger was perfectly healthy, his lethargy might have made them suspect he was on death's door. Xiao Bai, aren't you going to eat something? The little girl looked at the small white tiger lazily curled up in her arms and spoke. Hearing the little girl's words, Yen Linger and Xia Yilan exchanged a smile, recalling their own childhoods when they often talked to small animals, always believing they could understand. They didn't think small animals could understand human speech unless they were demon beasts. It was simply impossible. Even then, only those with high bloodlines might be capable of understanding human speech in their infancy. Yet in the next moment, they froze. Because they saw the little white tiger shake its head. Ha! So intelligent. Xia Yilin exclaimed in surprise, completely not expecting the little white tiger to respond. The other prodigies also turned their gazes toward the little white tiger, showing astonishment. It's not surprising that a pet protected by such a person would have some spiritual nature. At that moment, Hua Feng said softly. Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned, then nodded in agreement. They directly concluded that since it could be held by the little girl, it must be something extraordinary, for anything associated with that supreme figure would inevitably become remarkable. Perhaps this was a highly spiritual little white tiger, one of those rare, intelligent creatures. Li Fan noticed the changes in everyone's expressions, but he didn't react. In his view, what others thought didn't matter, it wasn't his concern, and he didn't care about their opinions. This won't do, Xiao Bai. You must eat something. The little girl acted like a grown-up, lecturing Li Fan, which left him both amused and exasperated. Unable to resist the little girl's persistence, Linger and the others also decided to head to a tavern, where they ordered a full table of dishes: meat buns, desserts, chicken, duck, fish, everything one could imagine, all laid out in abundance. This left Li Fan utterly speechless. Sure enough, they were a bunch of rich kids. It was only breakfast, yet the spread could rival some nobles' dinner feasts. Have you heard? The Nine Heavens Holy Land was wiped out overnight. Damn, that's ancient news from centuries ago, and you're acting all surprised about it. Come on, it's not centuries, it was just yesterday. Screw you, you think you're some emperor who can see millennia in a glance? Heh, I was just exaggerating for effect. And let me tell you, this matter has already stirred up all 5 regions. I heard that the divine dynasty from Central Continent, the noble families from Eastern Wasteland, and even the demon clans from Northern Plains have all sent people to Nine Heavens Holy Land to investigate. Even the great monks from Western Desert have descended from their mountains. 2 merchants at the next table were chatting. Hearing this, Linger, Xia Yilin, and the others all shook their heads. This matter is likely to cause a stir for some time. Who knows just how powerful that senior really is? Hua Feng picked up a small steamed bun, stuffed it into his mouth in one bite, and muttered. Although he was a disciple of the Zhetian Pavilion, he was kind-hearted and unaffected in his actions. Just by observing his behavior, one might mistake him for a simple farm boy. That night, we all witnessed the heavens shedding stars like falling rain, and a colossal hand that blotted out the sky so immensely powerful. One couldn't help but wonder if we could ever reach such heights. A disciple from the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion sighed, his eyes flickering with excitement. The spectacle of that night was unforgettable for all who were present. It was as if deities had descended upon the world, their overwhelming divine might enveloping the heavens and the earth. Even the heirs of these great sects and sacred grounds felt a chill rise in their hearts. Unimaginable. At this moment, the young master of the 5 Elements Palace, one of the 7 prodigies, spoke with utmost reverence. Meanwhile, because he couldn't resist the little white tiger who was currently eating a bowl of lean meat porridge, a peculiar glint inadvertently flashed in the little tiger's eyes. Li Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. Looking back, I was filled with nothing but rage at that time, wanting to annihilate the Nine Heavens Holy Land with a single slap. Now that I think about it, how exactly did I manage that? I remember it was just a simple slap. While muttering to himself, Li Fan recalled his actions from the previous night. He hadn't lied to Dao Chenkong about what he said last night. He genuinely intended to knock out Mu Yan and the others with a single strike. However, after delivering the blow, he realized they not only passed out but also started vomiting blood. I remember controlling my strength properly. Could it be that they were just too weak? At that very moment, a bustling gambling house in the eastern part of Licheng welcomed a young man. Young Master Moyu, you've arrived. The gambling house manager, Dong Laishi, stepped forward with a welcoming smile. This young man was none other than the heir of the 10,000 Calamities sect, Wan Moyu. However, Dong Laishi soon froze in place, sensing something amiss. Wan Moyu's expression didn't seem happy at all. In fact, it appeared unusually displeased. The Eastern steward immediately prepares. I wish to speak with the sect leader. Wan Moyu's face darkened as he spoke. Speak with the sect leader? Has young Master Moyu encountered some major issue? Dong Laishi showed a strange expression and asked curiously. Hearing Dong Laishi's question, a look of fear flashed in Wan Moyu's eyes. He took a deep breath and uttered 4 heavy words. Uncle is dead. Uncle is dead? What uncle? Elder Dao Chenkong is dead? Dong Laishi's eyes widened in shock as he let out a horrified scream. His words, completely unconcealed, drew the attention of everyone in the gambling den, instantly making the already lively place even more boisterous. Chapter 8. My son has the potential to become a saint. Are you telling the truth? Ignoring the stares from those around him, Dong Laishi anxiously asked. Yeah. Wan Moyu nodded silently. Whoosh. In an instant, the gambling den of the 10,000 Calamities sect became even more lively, as if the entire place was about to explode with excitement, the buzz of discussion thunderous. At this moment, Dong Laishi's expression also darkened, his smile vanishing. He led Wan Mayu swiftly into the depths of the gambling den. Dao Chengkong is dead. That man was hailed as someone with the potential to achieve sainthood. Could it be that the Zhetian Pavilion killed Dao Chengkong? Wasn't it said that Wan Mayu, the successor of the Wanjie sect, recently entered the Zhetian Pavilion for training? Yesterday, the Joshio Holy Land was annihilated by a single hand, and today, Dao Chengkong was killed. Could it be the work of the same person? Once, the divine seer predicted that this era would be a golden age, with prodigies rising and conflicts raging across the world. It seems this may be the beginning. This era is destined for chaos. As the two approached, the crowd of stone gamblers, many of whom were formidable figures, began to murmur and speculate. This news spread like wildfire, sweeping through Licheng like a storm and soon reaching the nearby oases. In a distant land, amidst a picturesque landscape of mountains and rivers, palaces resembling celestial abodes stood tall, shrouded in mist and glowing with rosy clouds. Springs gurgled, auspicious birds soared, and small creatures roamed, creating a scene akin to a fairyland. Dozens of figures emerged from the peaks scattered across this landscape, riding divine rainbows as they headed toward the central palace. Each figure exuded an immortal aura, appearing as elderly or middle-aged, resembling the legendary immortals of myth, powerful and transcendent, detached from worldly concerns. The elderly immortals were all seated on the thrones within the palace, gazing upward at an old man clad in purple robes. Why has the sect leader summoned us? Chengkong is dead. The purple-robed elder's eyes opened and closed slightly as he parted his lips and slowly uttered a single sentence. In an instant, the palace trembled violently, its divine energy surging like a mountain torrent or a raging sea, shaking the great hall with a deafening hum. He killed my son. I want him dead. A red-robed elder, appearing utterly deranged, with his hair and beard bristling wildly, had lost all semblance of a celestial sage. Only after much persuasion from the other senior elders did the old man finally calm down, though his eyes remained bloodshot, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. Who killed my son? The leader of the Eternal Tribulation sect remained silent upon hearing this, then produced a jade piece and crushed it in his hand. Wan Mayu's figure appeared, revealing the entire truth. In an instant, the palace fell into silence. The red-robed elder Taoist Taming's face showed horror. My son was actually killed by that one from the Nine Heavens Holy Land. What do you all think our 10,000 Calamities sect should do? The sect leader of the 10,000 Calamities sect scanned the room and spoke with authority. As his words fell, everyone fell silent, their eyes flickering with severity and schadenfreude, varying from person to person. Though there were many differences, without exception, their meaning was clear: do not provoke. Such a figure could annihilate the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and naturally could annihilate us. Our 10,000 Calamities sect is still beneath the Nine Heavens Holy Land. The deputy sect leader sighed. Shall my son's vengeance go unavenged? He had the potential to become a sage. Taming roared in fury, his anger rising as he observed everyone's demeanor. Yet all remained silent. No, it's too early to conclude. That sect leader may not necessarily be connected to the Joshio Holy Land. They don't have to be the same person, they could be different individuals. At most, they might just belong to some Holy Land or major sect's hidden reserves. Another deputy sect master suddenly spoke up. Being of the same lineage as Dao Chengkong, he was naturally furious. After all, if Dao Chengkong had become a saint, their lineage's rise would have been inevitable, even allowing them to control the entire Wanjie sect. Hearing this, the others fell into thought or silence. Even if it's not the same person, it's still an existence of that level. Provoking such a figure over a dead man brings no benefit to our Wanjie sect. A rival elder spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, it immediately drew agreement from the opposing side. Are we just going to let the people of our 10,000 Calamities sect be killed like this? By that logic, if you were killed, should we also stand by and do nothing? Taming said in a low voice. Hey, I don't go around provoking people. As soon as he spoke, the man looked at him strangely. For a moment, the palace was in an uproar as two factions argued against each other. Enough! The leader of the Eternal Tribulation sect roared in anger, his gaze sweeping around, his voice firm and powerful. How unbecoming for the esteemed elders and senior members of our great sect to bicker like this. Since Dao Chengkong is dead, this matter must be investigated. Until we determine whether it's the same person, no action shall be taken. That's final. I agree. Many quickly voiced their support, even those from Dao Chengkong's faction. Though filled with rage, they understood the situation was beyond their control. If the perpetrator truly was the same individual who destroyed the Nine Heavens Holy Land, backing down would be inevitable. After all, the Nine Heavens Holy Land was at least as powerful as, if not stronger than, their own 10,000 Tribulation sect. If even they were annihilated, seeking revenge would be tantamount to suicide, a laughable notion, like an egg trying to smash a rock. In that case, proceed as planned. Seeing this, the leader of the 10,000 Calamities sect slammed the table and declared. Noticing the situation, Taming was the first to rise, silently walking toward his main peak with an expression as dark as could be. Sect leader, what if Taming he A trusted aide of the 10,000 Calamities sect's leader spoke up, but was quickly interrupted by the sect leader himself. The 10,000 Calamities sect leader furrowed his white brows, his eyes flashing with severity. No need to worry, let him make his move. We need a stepping stone. Hearing this, the man shuddered involuntarily. He never expected the leader of the Eternal Calamities sect to be so ruthless. As a trusted confidant of a major sect's leader, his intuition was razor sharp. The single sentence made him realize many things instantly. The lineage of the Eternal Calamities sect's leader differed from Dao Qingkong's, and now by sending Dao Ming to test the waters, Dao Ming would die regardless. Once dead, it would reveal whether they were the same person. If so, he could use this to push the entire Dao Ming lineage out. Using the blood of Dao Ming's lineage to quell the wrath of a powerful figure, and if not, Dao Ming would still end up either dead or severely injured. In that case, the Eternal Calamities sect could slay a formidable opponent and gain both fame and profit. Chapter 9, The Little Tiger's Paw Slaps Out a Divine Palace. Time passed, and the night deepened to its third watch. The heavens and earth grew still, darkness shrouded the land, a bright mirror hung high in the sky, and the night was cool as water. 10 miles outside Licheng, a small figure arrived at the foot of a little mountain peak. A chubby little white tiger. There shouldn't be anyone here now. Li Fan looked left and right, murmuring softly to himself. He had come here on a sudden impulse, realizing that ever since unlocking his body's divine potential, he still hadn't properly assessed just how much strength he possessed. And most importantly, he felt the need to practice controlling his strength. The reason for this was still influenced by the previous night. That evening, he had clearly intended to knock them unconscious. How did he end up making them cough up blood instead? This left Li Fan utterly speechless. Ever since unlocking the divine treasures within his body, not only had his physical abilities improved, but all other bodily functions had also been enhanced. For example, his 5 senses had undergone terrifying growth, and if he willed it, he could even see through objects. His sense of balance and perception had also sharpened. He had calculated precisely how much force was needed to knock out someone with that level of physical ability, yet in the end, he still failed to control it properly and ended up making them spit blood. So, he decided to give it a try, at least to get a rough idea of how much force would produce what effect. That way, he could calculate how to apply his strength in the future. Otherwise, if he didn't get it right and accidentally hurt little Nan Nan, he'd feel absolutely terrible. Let's go this way. Li Fan surveyed the terrain and softly murmured while gazing at the valley ahead. Just use a bit of force, let's see how it works. He muttered under his breath, and at the same time, the little tiger's paw slowly rose. With a whooshing sound that pierced the air, a dazzling beam of light coiled around the tiger's paw before it came crashing down. Thud! With a single strike, the mountains and ridges trembled violently, chaos filled the sky, and the force was enough to shatter metal and split stone. The vast and boundless landscape was overturned in an instant. Boulders and earth were flung into the air, the ground cracked apart, and not only did the valleys collapse, but dozens of mountain peaks exploded as well. The distant city of Licheng trembled incessantly, cracks spreading across its walls. The once sturdy fortifications, having withstood the ravages of time, now showed signs of damage under this relentless shaking, while buildings within the city swayed precariously. Damn, what's going on? An earthquake? The quiet night instantly turned chaotic, filled with the clamor of panicked voices. Li Fan, who had done all this, wore an odd expression on his face, looking somewhat stunned. It wasn't his own actions or his own power that had startled him, but something emerging from the bottomless abyss ahead. At the bottom of the abyss stood an enormous bronze hall, incomparably grand. Deeply hidden within the earth's depths, its terrifyingly massive size rivaled that of a small city, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. Its surface was mottled with green rust, appearing ancient yet dignified, evoking an overwhelming sense of desolation. The bronze immortal palace. Li Fan recognized it at a glance. Legend has it that this immortal palace holds the key to ascension. It has appeared multiple times throughout history, yet no one has ever emerged alive. It is an immortal artifact left behind from the chaotic ancient era, even the immortal ancient times. Later, the palace was obtained by the ruthless emperor, who took up residence within it. Mission initiated: acquire the bronze immortal palace. Considering the host's hidden identity mission, which conflicts with this task, a layer of golden mist concealing the identity is granted upon obtaining the bronze immortal palace. At this very moment, the system spoke coldly. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with an unusual brilliance, as dazzling golden mist swirled around him, enveloping his form. In that instant, his body transformed as well. Xiao Hu's body morphed into a human figure. Faintly visible through the golden mist was a tall and majestic figure, with long hair cascading down to the ground. Just what I wanted. A calm male voice came from within the fog. But how do I obtain the bronze immortal hall? I asked the system. However, what answered Li Fan was silence. The system gave no response. Seeing this, Li Fan shook his head. Immediately, he raised his head and gazed at the immortal palace that had risen into the air, as usual, preparing to break through the sky and depart. Bending his legs slightly, the ground beneath his feet instantly turned to dust, forming a terrifying 1,000 zheng deep crater. That was the bronze immortal palace. The legendary Immortal Palace, said to hold the key to ascension, has reappeared. Oh heavens, madness! What exactly has happened these past few days? The Nine Heavens Holy Land has fallen, Dao Cheng Kong has been slain, and now the Immortal Palace has emerged. Is the world heading toward destruction? Powerful figures soared into the sky from Licheng, their expressions filled with indescribable shock. Quickly inform the Grand Elder investigating nearby, hurry. No need to inform them. The Immortal Palace has emerged, its radiance illuminating the cosmos, its immortal light shaking the heavens. The powerful have already taken notice, look over there. People in the city who belong to the Holy Land exclaimed in shock, while others pointed toward the dark horizon. There were divine rainbows, immortal palaces shrouded in celestial mist, and massive golden warships each carrying figures radiating immense divine power, including elders, middle-aged men, and old women. They were the powerful beings investigating the fall of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, the weakest among them possessing cultivation at the half-step great ability realm. This group of formidable figures emerged from all directions, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Amitba, the calamitous immortal palace will once again bring suffering to all living beings. An elderly monk seated on a lotus, hands clasped in prayer, his dignified and solemn appearance resembling a living Buddha, radiating compassion to all beings. The immortal palace, those whose lifespans are dwindling must now fight for their lives. In the eastern sky, the pitch-black night vanished, replaced by a surge of purple mist and radiant auspicious light. Upon that mystical land stood three figures, three white-haired elders riding divine rainbows, towering majestically in the heavens. The ancient Buddha of the Western Desert's Azure Temple. The three mighty figures from the Violet Mansion Holy Land. In an instant, many gasped in shock as they recognized the identities of these individuals. Around the celestial firmament, many stood alongside them, and at a glance, it was clear that these people undoubtedly held status equal to theirs. At the same moment, an aged Taoist exuding an aura of decay emerged from Li City. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, yet his body was withered and emaciated, hunched and bony like an ancient tree in twilight, appearing utterly bizarre. He wasn't dead yet. The dustless old Taoist, who had lived for 5,000 years. The dustless old Taoist, reputed to be a powerful figure comparable to the three heroes of Tianxian from 6,000 years ago. Yet 500 years ago, he was seen being ambushed by enemies during his seclusion, and it was thought he had perished. Who would have imagined he was still alive? Chapter 10, Reducing the Tiger Transformation Time by 5 years. He wants to enter the Immortal Palace. The dustless old Taoist, dragging his decaying body, slowly walked toward the Immortal Palace. His steps seemed slow, yet each stride spanned 1,000 meters, shrinking the earth beneath his feet. This scene drew the gaze of countless onlookers. The ancient Buddha of the Western Desert, the mighty figures from the Purple Mansion Holy Land, and even the ancestral elders of the divine dynasties from the Central Plains all watched intently. How could they not pay attention to the dustless old Taoist, who had lived for 5,000 years without perishing and possessed a realm that rivaled the sages of antiquity? Suddenly, the dustless old Taoist coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying as if struck by a devastating blow. A golden figure erupted from the ground, sending the dust-free old Taoist flying with the impact. Holy! Who is that, so fierce? The cultivators on Licheng shouted, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Who is he? A powerful figure from the Violet Mansion Holy Land spoke up, filled with doubt. Yet no one could answer his question. The others all shook their heads and exchanged glances, clearly indicating they didn't know. This figure was none other than Li Fan. The path taken by the dustless old Taoist happened to intersect with Li Fan's, who had just emerged from a fissure in the ground at that very moment. Li Fan felt apologetic about it, but he didn't say anything after all. Who told the guy to bump into him at such an unfortunate moment? There was no fluctuation of divine power. At this moment, many people were puzzled and suspicious, their brows deeply furrowed as they looked at Li Fan. In that split second, Li Fan had already approached the bronze immortal palace, his fist raised high, the golden mist around him growing even more dazzling, like a miniature sun. Thud! The clouds spanning thousands of miles shattered in an instant, as a sound as deep as a bell's toll reverberated, deafening and earth-shaking. The ground exploded violently, and countless beasts unable to withstand the sonic wave instantly turned into mist of blood. A visible ripple of energy spread outward. Thud! The nearest powerful cultivators coughed up immortal blood, their once vigorous vitality withering abruptly as their divine power fluctuated wildly. Smashing into the immortal hall with his bare body, was he a monster or what? Everyone was stunned. The ancient Buddha of the Western Desert nearly crushed the prayer beads in his hand. This scene was too horrifying. That was the bronze immortal palace. A force comparable to an emperor's weapon. Who in their right mind would dare confront such a thing with their bare body? It was pure suicide. Could he possibly be the great Emperor Wuxia? A cultivator witnessing this scene muttered in disbelief. The earliest recorded instance of someone confronting an emperor's weapon bare-handed was the great Emperor Wuxia. Before even achieving the Tao, he intercepted an ultimate weapon with his bare hands, astonishing the mortal world. The distant horizon glowed brilliantly, as bright as daylight, while the radiance enveloping Li Fan grew increasingly intense, dazzling to the eyes. Slap. The ancient Buddha from the western desert crushed the prayer beads in his hand, staring into the distance as if he had seen a ghost. The golden figure was like a madman, continuously colliding with the immortal palace with his bare body, as if it were not an immortal palace but a punching bag, relentlessly hammering away. Seeming to realize his own overreaction, the ancient Buddha of the western desert clasped his hands together and uttered a Zen phrase. Amitba, this person may be the reincarnation of our Buddhist path's immeasurable Vajra Arhat. Upon hearing this, many mighty beings cast disdainful glances at the ancient Buddha. Fine, it's all your Buddhist family's doing, they muttered silently in their hearts. Meanwhile, the rippling waves of energy obliterated everything. The earth shattered, chaos pierced the sky, countless mountain ranges turned to dust of history, and in the distant forests, beasts trembled in fear. They trembled, the rippling waves of pressure suffocating them, as if they had encountered a primordial demon. In Licheng, the cracks in the city walls were gradually widening. If not for the intervention of a powerful figure, the walls would likely have crumbled into ruins. Thud! Li Fan punched the immortal palace, his blood boiling with fervor. Ever since unlocking the divine treasures within his body, he had been suppressing his true strength. Never before had he felt such exhilaration as he did today. Right after this punch, the immortal palace shimmered with light, its majestic aura piercing through the sky. It unleashed its power. After being struck repeatedly by Li Fan, it seemed the damaged artifact spirit within had awakened. This moment, the eastern wasteland trembled, and the mighty figures hovering in the heavens descended one after another. With the immortal palace unleashing its might, they had no right to remain in the sky. Boom! Li Fan collided with the descending celestial palace. Buzz! Streaks of radiant light soared into the sky, cascading down from the 9 heavens, dazzling and brilliant, as if celestial immortals were descending into the mortal realm. The celestial palace was majestic, resembling an imperial court of the heavens, spanning across the firmament. It erupted with boundless light, crashing toward Li Fan. This was the palace's instinct, brooking no desecration. Li Fan grinned. Add a bit more force. Another punch, his fist erupted with boundless silver radiance. At this moment, the heavens split into 2 hues, leaving only the 2 of them between heaven and earth. Everyone closed their eyes, unable to look directly. A deafening sound erupted, distorting and collapsing the void. Countless mountains and rivers shattered, turning into desolation. Crack! No one saw it, but the immortal palace developed fissures. Those originally broken pits deepened as the cracks widened. The celestial palace trembled, then continuously shrank, transforming into a small bronze hall the size of a palm. With a whoosh, it flew toward Li Fan's hand, spinning and hovering in place. The damaged artifact spirit acknowledged Li Fan, willing to become his tool. He. Seeing this, Li Fan grinned. He actually had no idea how to subdue the immortal palace, but he knew one thing: if it wouldn't submit, he'd just fight, adopting the simplest and most brutal approach, which didn't let him down. Mission accomplished. Subdued the bronze immortal palace, reducing the transformation time by 5 years. The system spoke at the same time. Li Fan's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, the dazzling light in the heavens gradually faded. What happened? Where is the immortal palace? At the first moment, everyone present turned their gaze to the central point. The immortal palace had vanished, leaving only the golden figure still standing. Bathed in golden light, he towered above the 9 heavens like an emperor descending to the mortal world, peerless and unmatched. Gone again. It seems to have flown away once more. Gazing at the vanished immortal palace, an elderly scholar cultivator shook his head with a sigh. As these words were spoken, many nodded in agreement. This was all too common in the recorded history of the immortal palace, which was why its appearance always drew people like bees to honey. If not seized immediately, it might disappear the very next moment. As for the idea that Li Fan could keep the immortal palace, no one had ever considered it. Simply because someone had tried it before. Ancient texts recorded that during one appearance of the immortal palace, several great families in sacred lands wielding supreme divine weapons joined forces in an attempt to seize it. Yet the outcome was disastrous losses, and they still failed to achieve their goal. Chapter 11, Even a mosquito is still neat. In the next moment, everyone gazed at Li Fan with awe-filled eyes. To withstand the immortal palace with mere flesh and blood, this man had already reached the pinnacle of the Northern Dipper. Unless facing forces wielding Emperor's weapons or the 7 Forbidden Lands, he could go anywhere in the world unchallenged. Such was the universal assessment of Li Fan. Unfazed by those gazes, Li Fan turned to leave without a word. Senior. At this moment, an aged voice sounded, accompanied by a whiff of decay that brushed against his face. The dust-covered old Taoist flew to a spot not far from Li Fan, trembling as he spoke. Ha! Originally about to turn and leave, Li Fan paused slightly upon seeing the old Taoist flying toward him from a short distance away. Senior, I truly did not mean to offend you earlier. The dustless Taoist cautiously spoke. He came to find Li Fan not for revenge, nor to pay respects to a master, but purely to clear up misunderstandings. As an ancient monster who had lived for 5,000 years without dying, his eyelashes were hollow. How could he allow himself to provoke a formidable enemy for no reason? Whether Li Fan harbored ill intentions toward him or not, he had to come and explain himself clearly, fearing even the slightest possibility. Task triggered: subdue the dustless Taoist. Reward: reduce the transformation time by 1 day. A cold, mechanical sound suddenly rang out, echoing in Li Fan's mind. Li Fan's lips twitched. This mission was way too cheap. No, wait, it's that old hermit who's not worth a dime. Having only gained him for a day, Li Fan began to think without hesitation. It seemed that the time required to transform into a tiger was determined by the value of the task, or rather, the value of the task's content. The divine hall was a broken divine artifact, so it was worth 5 years, while the old hermit Wu Chen was only worth 1 day. This was utterly ridiculous. But upon closer inspection, it makes sense. Even if the wooting old Taoist is incredibly powerful, compared to a divine artifact, he's nothing but dirt. Does dirt have any value? Immediately, Li Fan turned his gaze toward the dust-free old hermit. In the end, he decided to subdue him. As he put it, even a mosquito is still meat, and a day is just a day. Small things add up over time. Most importantly, his 5 senses were exceptionally sharp. He had already heard from others about the immense power of the dust-free old sage, a 5,000-year-old monster. After all, even the mad immortal king, who had only lived for 6,000 years, was already terrifyingly powerful. Though 5,000 years is 1,000 years less than 6,000, it's still close enough to be considered a master. If the outside world were to learn of Li Fan's current thoughts, there would likely be a group of ancient beings rising from their graves and divine origins to strangle him. What kind of standard is this? Meanwhile, as Li Fan pondered, this period had left Wu Chen Lao Dao feeling a mix of emotions filled with anxiety and fear. Senior predecessor. The dustless old Taoist spoke up, preparing to ask Li Fan for his thoughts. Those in the distance also stared intently at the scene, eager to learn Li Fan's intentions and hoping to discern his true identity through this incident. However, the crowd was soon stunned as golden mist swirled around and a blinding light erupted, instantly engulfing the old hermit in a flash. What's going on? Is he trying to kill the old hermit? The powerful figure from the Purple Palace Sanctuary glared with wide eyes and spoke in a stunned voice. Upon hearing this, the others all shivered in fear. This powerful being wasn't someone with a temper. He wouldn't kill the old Taoist master just because of this matter. Would you be willing to follow me? The dust-covered old Taoist was still trembling from being enveloped in the light, thinking he was about to be killed. Before he could even feel a moment of fear, a voice echoed in his ears. In the next instant, the old Taoist's face lit up as if he had been injected with hormones. Willing, willing, willing. He repeated it 3 times, his old face flushing red. Happiness had come so suddenly. After all, the being before him was a monster capable of standing toe-to-toe with the celestial palace. Though his cultivation might not yet reach the heavens, it was likely not far off. To be by such an existence's side, he might just gain a glimmer of hope for survival. For an old man on the brink of death, nothing could be more thrilling than the prospect of survival. Go to Licheng and wait for me. I will find you when the time comes. Li Fan spoke again, then turned and left. The light also faded from the old Taoist's body, and his figure slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Their conversation was not lengthy, or perhaps it was very brief. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the old Taoist immediately thought of something. As he revealed his form, his face twisted into a bitter expression, resembling someone who had been robbed, and he bowed deeply toward Li Fan as he walked away. Thank you, Senior, for sparing my life. Why does the old Taoist look so bitter? Could it be? He must have paid a certain price to save his life. The strong must not be disgraced. As soon as they saw the bitter expression on the old Taoist's face, whispers began to rise. Everyone speculated that the old Taoist must have used some precious treasure to redeem his life, otherwise how could he look like he had lost his wife and been raped 10,000 times? Go ahead and laugh. The old Taoist master, Wu Chen, lowered his eyelids, and a hint of joy flickered in the depths of his eyes. As a 5,000-year-old veteran, he knew immediately upon hearing Li Fan's words to wait for him in Licheng that this powerful individual likely did not wish to reveal his true identity. After all, various signs indicated that this person was concealing his true identity. Wu Chen, the old Taoist, naturally followed Li Fan's lead, deliberately putting on an act as if he were on the opposing side to Li Fan. No one would ever suspect that he had already sworn allegiance to that powerful figure. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone present, the old Taoist master returned to Licheng with a gloomy expression on his face. The other powerful figures, seeing this, exchanged glances and departed one after another. In a quaint old courtyard within Licheng City, the figure of the dust-covered old Taoist appeared within, resembling a frail old man, trembling slightly as he made his way toward the house. Creak! The door was pushed open by him, and the hunchbacked figure of the dust-covered old man suddenly trembled. A plump little white tiger appeared on the table inside the room, leisurely eating the fruits on it. The dust-free old Taoist's pupils contracted as he stared at the little white tiger that had appeared silently, completely unnoticed by him. Could it be that the elder is testing me? He looked left and right at the little white tiger inside in relief. It might really be that Senior testing him. You're here. A soft, childlike voice rang out. As soon as the sound was heard, the old Taoist's pupils contracted once more. This little white tiger, which he had recognized at a glance as having no trace of bloodline energy, had spoken human words? The heavenly lord of boundless might. The dustless old Taoist couldn't help but curse under his breath. Chapter 12, The Secret Realm of the Ancient Sages. A quiet, rustic courtyard. A full moon hangs high in the sky, casting silver light onto the small pond by the courtyard, where ripples shimmer on the walls, and the shadows of trees dance gently, creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere. The dust-free monk stared in astonishment at Li Fan. Today, he had encountered too many bizarre events. Despite his composure and calmness, one thing after another had left him in disarray. What on earth was happening to this world? Don't you recognize me anymore? Li Fan grinned, revealing his little fangs, and said cheerfully. You're the senior. The quiet courtyard was suddenly pierced by a strange scream. The dust-free old Taoist screamed, completely flustered. Was the elder really a plump little white tiger? At that moment, his worldview was crumbling, and his spiritual core was nearly unstable. This is ridiculous. He desperately tried to overlay the image of the radiant, supreme being he had just seen with the little white tiger in front of him, but his lips trembled, and he couldn't do it. However, he quickly regained his composure. Strong individuals often have peculiar temperaments, and the elder before him was no exception. Or perhaps he had other matters to attend to. After all, even the venerable Wuchan Lao Dao had his own quirks. Don't call me senior. When I'm not around, you can call me Li Fan. Li Fan sat cross-legged in a relaxed manner and waved his small tiger paws. Watching this scene, the old Taoist master Wuchen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, trying to stay calm. Does the senior have any instructions? The old Taoist master said respectfully. From now on, I want you to protect someone. Li Fan's eyes flickered with an inexplicable expression. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist master's body trembled, his back straightening abruptly as he spoke with sullen reverence. Please speak, senior. Just as his words were about to echo, Li Fan's voice rang out. Her name was Xiananan, a little girl of 3 or 4 years old, living in Licheng. The next morning, Licheng was abuzz with excitement, and last night's events were still the talk of the town. Strange, why are so many people leaving the city one after another? What's going on? A simple-minded middle-aged tea farmer entered Licheng and approached a tea shop in the city center to deliver his goods. He noticed that there were many cultivators leaving the city, several times more than usual. The tea shop owner, upon hearing this, wore a bitter smile on his face. Last night, an earth-shaking event occurred. It was said that a divine artifact had been unearthed, causing a huge commotion. In the end, the artifact flew away, but it was said that a secret realm had appeared at the site where it was found, suspected to be the tomb of a powerful being. Everyone had gone to the tomb. The bustling city streets were filled with luxurious carriages leaving the city, and there were also strange beasts and war chariots on the move. Among them, a chariot pulled by 8 exotic beasts stood out the most. Beneath its windows were engraved a sword and a gourd vine, both shrouded in mystical mist, the emblem of the Zhetian Pavilion. What a troubled time! A sigh echoed from inside the carriage. Hua Feng lifted the curtain and looked out at the bustling city gate, then spoke up. Inside the carriage were 8 people, including Hua Feng. They were the prodigies of the Zhetian Pavilion and the 6 major factions, along with a small, adorable figure. They were seated in separate corners. The carriage was large, and despite accommodating 8 people, it did not feel cramped. Every event that had occurred over the past few days was worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. The young master of the 5 Elements Palace spoke up. The 9 Heavens Sacred Land, the Divine Hall emerges, an unparalleled figure challenges the Divine Hall. 3 events unfold within less than 5 days. This great era fills people with both fear and excitement. The Holy Son of the 4 Symbols Sacred Land spoke, his eyes inadvertently glancing toward the little girl sitting between Linger and Xia Yilan. There was one more thing he had not mentioned. The death of Dao Chengkong was connected to the little girl, and if this were to become known to the outside world, it would undoubtedly spark a massive uproar. Linger, where are we going? Xiao Nan hugged an apple with both hands, took a bite, and mumbled. You'll see when you get there. Linger heard this and her pretty face turned red with embarrassment as she spoke vaguely. She didn't want to tell Shan Wan because once they reached that secret realm, Shan Wan definitely wouldn't be able to enter. After all, it was far too dangerous, and at that time, she would have to leave Shan Wan outside under the protection of her guardian. However, after spending a few days together, Linger knew that this would likely break Xiao Nan's heart, and she still hadn't figured out how to explain it to her. Just as the two were talking, Hua Feng and the others began to converse. It was said that the secret realm might be the burial site of an ancient sage or an even more powerful being. This time, with the breaking of the earth by the Divine Hall, the location of the burial site had been exposed. Hua Feng spoke, glancing at a silent, black-robed youth. He had remained quiet the entire time, though he had followed the others out. However, the words he had spoken were few and far between, and he only responded when asked a question. As he spoke, everyone around him turned their gaze toward the black-robed youth. He was the heir to the palace of the underworld. It was rumored that the palace of the underworld had obtained part of the inheritance from an ancient imperial clan, which was why it had risen to power. Its foundations were terrifyingly deep, and their abilities also gave them some understanding of ancient tombs, as their inheritance had been obtained from such tombs. Li Fan had once taken notice of this young man, as the name Palace of the Underworld sounded familiar. After pondering it for some time, Li Fan finally recalled why it sounded so familiar. The Palace of the Underworld, also known as the Palace of the Underworld, is a sacred place whose lineage traces back to the ancient creatures from the 10,000 dragons' nest beneath the sacred land. Its founders possessed the bloodline of these ancient creatures. However, as described in the novel, they were eventually annihilated by a divine king of the Jiang clan 7,000 years ago using an ultimate weapon. However, this is a novel, and the world Li Fan inhabits is somewhat unrelated to it. It is as if the current world is not the same as the one described in the novel, where the ruthless emperor lived 20,000 years ago. According to what Li Fan knows, the Northern Dipper of 200,000 years ago had the feathered divine dynasty, but it was not the empress who was overthrown. Instead, another figure met their end, though the specifics remain unknown. As everyone looked over, the heir of the Mingshan Palace spoke rarely, his voice sounding somewhat inexperienced, as if he had spoken little before. The ancient tomb was discovered by our predecessors from the Palace of the Underworld. It is an underground palace, but it restricts entry to those above the Four Extremes realm. If anyone else enters, it will trigger the restrictions, causing the entire underground palace to self-destruct. That's correct. I also heard this from the intelligence within the hall. Therefore, the secret realm seems to have prompted many factions to decide that it should be contested by our younger generation. Hua Feng nodded. Chapter 13, is the man behind the little girl the old Taoist master Wu Chen? The vehicle was being pulled forward by the 8 strange beasts. Unnoticed, the road became bumpy, and the land gradually turned barren, resembling a scene from the apocalypse, shrouded in dust and mist. Gradually, the carriage arrived at its destination. It was a pitch-black abyss, with a strong stench of decay emanating from within. In its remote corners, there stood numerous magical palaces, which served as temporary residences for the major sacred sites and noble clans. How terrifying! I wonder what kind of immense power it would take to create such a world. Xia Yilin stepped down from the carriage and looked around at her surroundings, startled. Princess. Young palace master. Holy Sun. As soon as the few arrived, several powerful figures immediately came to greet them. They were all powerful beings from a sacred place. They then proceeded to their respective camps, where their elders had matters to discuss with them. In contrast to their busyness, Xiao Nannan was the most relaxed. She was accompanied by 2 middle-aged women dressed as palace maids, who were the attendants of Linger and Xia Yilin. Not far away stood a middle-aged man wearing the attire of the Zhetian Pavilion. In total, 3 powerful individuals were protecting Xiao Nannan from any danger. Xiao Bai, look at that big hole. It could fit so many people. Xiao Nannan walked over obediently. She was told by Linger that she could play by herself for a while, so she curiously walked toward the big hole. At that very moment, runic patterns swirled around Xiao Nannan's body, protecting her from the corrosive gas emanating from the cave. Upon witnessing this scene, the 3 powerful beings were all startled. This little girl is indeed no ordinary child. They had no idea what was protecting the little girl. In their unseen field of vision, there was a faint glow beneath the white tiger cub's neck fur, and a small copper palace was embedded among the hairs. Li Fan yawned and curled up in Xiao Nannan's embrace. The mission has been triggered. Follow the Zhetian Pavilion team into the Demon Dragon Great Sage's tomb and obtain the designated item. HM? Upon hearing this, Li Fan perked up immediately. The task had triggered again. After that, a day passed quickly. The gates of the underground palace at the cemetery were finally about to be opened, and one after another, young figures emerged from the camp. In an instant, the crowd was ablaze with brilliance, and one after another, these peerless prodigies captured everyone's attention. Some were surrounded by lightning, their bodies merging into the thunderous sea, resembling a miniature thunder god, striking fear into all who beheld them. There was also a man with a majestic build, his golden hair flowing freely in the wind. Terrifying ripples coursed through his body, exuding an air of unmatched dominance, as if he were the sole ruler of heaven and earth. In the distance, there was another figure clad in golden armor, his true form hidden, his divine power surging throughout his body. Standing there, he looked like a divine king incarnate. That was Flash Electron. It was said to have been born alongside lightning, naturally attuned to the way of thunder. The grandson of the great demon king Dapeng Wang, who is said to have the potential to attain enlightenment, and who has declared his intention to defeat all the young golden-winged phoenix kings in the world, has also arrived. That is the divine king's physique of the Zheng family. The imperial clan is indeed extraordinary. The future divine king will be able to protect his clan for thousands of years. The Fire Nation's emperor's most beloved princess, Linger, has also arrived. However, there are very few rumors about her, but this only makes her more intriguing. The Fire Nation is an ancient kingdom on par with the Divine Dynasty, and its future empress is destined to be anything but ordinary. Hua Feng, the outstanding disciple of the Jitian Pavilion, has also arrived, likely in search of a way to continue the ritual of sacrificing spirits. As one brilliant prodigy after another appeared, it signaled that the underground palace was about to open. Sister Linger, please take Xiao Nannan with you as well. Xiao Nannan doesn't want to leave. Xiao Nannan heard that Linger and the others were going to have someone send her to the Jitian Pavilion, and she immediately showed signs of reluctance, speaking up. Xiao Nannan, be a good girl. You must listen to them. Go to the Jitian Pavilion first. Your sister will come back to find you in a few days. Linger sighed helplessly, ruffled little Nannan's hair, and spoke softly. I. Xiao Nannan heard this, opened her little mouth to speak, but just then, an old voice appeared. Let Xiao Nannan go in too, it will be good for her. The hunched figure of the dust-free old Taoist appeared. In an instant, 7 powerful figures appeared, none other than the 7 guardians who had once protected the path. Wuchen the old Taoist, you. Mu Yan emerged from the void, his old eyes flickering with an unusual glow. The other guardians were no different, all keeping a watchful eye on the old Taoist master. This old man was absolutely terrifying in the present era, there were few who could match him. However, they remained unfazed, as these few individuals were the cornerstones of their respective factions. There's no need to be nervous. If this old man were to act, you wouldn't even get the chance to show up. The dust-free old Taoist smiled broadly, looking like a kind-hearted old grandfather. However, others wouldn't simply assume he was an old man just because of his smile. Having survived for 5,000 years in the Age of Decline had already proven his terrifying power. At that moment, the commotion here also caught the attention of others. Numerous prodigies all turned their heads to look, and upon seeing the figure of the old hermit Wu Chen, their hearts trembled. This old Taoist was an absolute taboo existence. Even the major sacred lands would have to mobilize their deepest reserves to deal with him, and it might even result in severe losses. No one dared to provoke him, not even the sacred lands themselves. You just said that Xiao Nannan can go in. What do you mean? Mu Yan spoke up, his words filled with intense scrutiny as he stared intently at the old Taoist master. What do you think? The dust-free old Taoist still smiled cheerfully, with kind and benevolent eyes. Sure enough. In an instant, the 7 guardians locked eyes, and in their pupils, one could see the shock, understanding, and various other expressions in the eyes of the others. The old Taoist master Wu Chen was the person behind Xiao Nannan. At this point, the 7 major factions had all confirmed this fact. As for lying? That was impossible. The existence of Xiao Nannan was known only to the 7 major factions and the Wan Jie sect. As for Xiao Nannan's affairs, they would never reveal them. As for the claim that Wuchan the Taoist was sent by the Wan Jie sect, they would never believe it, even if you killed them. Because if Wuchan the Taoist were to speak up, he actually has a grudge against the Wan Jie sect, and it is simply impossible for the two sides to assist each other. What is so special about this little girl? Everyone looked at the little girl's unfamiliar gaze toward the old man and couldn't help but frown. What could possibly drive the old Taoist master to protect Xiao Nannan so fiercely that he would even kill Dao Chengkong? Chapter 14, The Underground Palace Opens a Brilliant Era. Chapter 14, The Underground Palace Opens a Brilliant Era. Senior Wu Chen, do you know what's inside the tomb? Just then, the guardian of the heir to the palace of the underworld spoke up. From Wu Chen's words, he could tell that Wu Chen definitely knew something, otherwise he wouldn't have let Shan Wan go in. He couldn't help but ask. The others also turned their attention toward them. Let the little girl in. It will only benefit you, not harm you. The dust-free old Taoist smiled and spoke, then without another word, he vanished from where he stood. In truth, he had no idea what was inside. His appearance was merely a result of Li Fan seeking him out last night and instructing him to put on this performance. After all, Li Fan wasn't comfortable leaving Xiao Nannan alone outside, which is why the previous scene had unfolded. Of course, Wuchen the Taoist's words were also correct. As he spoke, he casually glanced at Li Fan and muttered to himself, with such a powerful deity protecting you, what harm could come to you? If it weren't for the restrictions of this underground palace, Wuchen Laodao would definitely be following Xiao Nannan around like a puppy. Several guardians exchanged glances, each seeing helplessness in the other's eyes. To them, the old Taoist's words were no different from nonsense. Let her in. Mu Yan spoke up. At that moment, the protectors of Linger and Xia Yilin also spoke up. They had heard yesterday's report this little girl possessed a rare treasure and might truly be of great benefit to them without any drawbacks. In truth, what drives them is that the little girl is definitely a 3 or 4-year-old child, not an old monster. How could a 3 or 4-year-old child possibly harm these prodigies? If that were truly possible, then these prodigies would be so intellectually deficient that they wouldn't even deserve to live. A prodigy killed by a 3 or 4-year-old child isn't worth mourning. The others also furrowed their brows, each with their own plans. Who was that little child, and what was his relationship with the old Taoist master Wuchen? I've seen that little girl before. She was playing at the Zhe Tiangu camp yesterday. She actually has such a background. That's the legendary Wuchen Daoist, an ancient sage of the saintly realm. With his protection, she could walk all over the North Star without fear. I heard that the dustless old Taoist dedicated his entire life to the Tao and had no Tao companion. Could that be false? Is she his great-granddaughter? I knew that little girl was so cute and innocent, she must have a remarkable background. I wasn't wrong after all. Get lost. Can't you at least make up a better story before you brag like that? A gasp of astonishment echoed through the room. Everyone dared not look at Xiao Nannan with confidence, and murmurs of disbelief and admiration filled the air. Xiao Nannan's cuteness was well known to many present. After all, anyone who could appear here, especially at the Zhetian Pavilion, would be hard-pressed to go unnoticed. And over there, on the distant, protruding rock formation, an old man in a red robe glared at Xiao Nannan with bloodshot eyes, his gaze brimming with uncontrollable murderous intent. Wu Chan the Taoist, so it was you who killed my Konger. The low growl came from the old man's mouth. He was none other than Dao Ming, the supreme elder of the Wan Jie sect and the father of Dao Cheng Kong. In the next instant, his body trembled violently, resembling a madman. It was no wonder he was like this. As a powerful figure of the Dao Ming Wan Jie sect, he had finally had a son in his old age, and such an outstanding one at that. He had poured everything into him, yet all he received in return was the heartbreak of burying his own son. How could he not go mad? Even if you were a sage, what could you do? From this moment on, I will make your life a living hell. Dao Ming muttered under his breath. Master, he's a sage. Are we really going to attack him? A middle-aged Taoist monk spoke up beside him. What can a sage do? As long as he is not the one who destroyed the Nine Heavens Holy Land, he can be touched. Dao Ming's body was covered in frost, and Yinjiao spoke a single word. The dustless old sage could indeed roam freely across the 5 realms. Even the current sage would grant him some face, and even the great sects like the 10,000 Calamities sect would remain vigilant. But in the end, he was still just a sage. To obliterate the Nine Heavens Holy Land with a single blow is something that even a sage could never achieve. Such a feat requires even more terrifying cultivation. In the 5 realms, many even believe that the person who attacked the Immortal Palace and the person who destroyed the Nine Heavens Holy Land are one and the same. Because only such individuals could possibly achieve such a feat. The fact that the immortal Taoist Wuchen was struck so hard by such a being that he spat blood speaks volumes about their strength. The difference between them is clear for all to see. They are not even in the same league, let alone on the same level. Prepare yourselves. All the disciples of the Wan Jie sect will go in and kill that little girl. I want her dead. Kong Air, I will avenge you immediately. Wait and see. Dao Ming laughed like a madman. The middle-aged Taoist saw this and shook his head. Dao Ming had already lost his mind. If the murderer who killed Dao Chengkong wasn't killed, he would never come to his senses. Boom! The gates of the underground palace opened, and a howling wind sounded. An even more intense stench of decaying corpses surged forth, accompanied by eerie howls echoing through the abyss, as if millions of vengeful spirits were lurking within the underground palace, sending chills down the spine. Charge! Some cultivators couldn't resist and moved first, and at that moment, all the prodigies sprang into action. They were like a comet, streaking across the sky with brilliant light, shining brightly. At this moment, the world finally witnessed the terrifying might of the celestial prodigy. The golden-winged young Phoenix King truly lives up to his reputation as one of the strongest young demons of his generation. He strides forward with unmatched confidence, leading the way. Following closely behind are the sacred sons of the major sacred lands. The Purple Palace sacred sun resembles a purple sun rising in the east, emanating a vast sea of purple chi, an awe-inspiring sight beyond compare. The divine king of the Zhang clan, wielding a war spear, moved through the void, leaving a trail of blood-soaked cultivators in his wake with every step. Yan Linger and Xia Yilan protect the little girl, forming a striking scene, and charge forward alongside Huafeng of the Zhetian Pavilion and the young palace master of the Wuxing Palace, also among the vanguard. The stars shone brightly, and all manner of beauty competed for attention. This was the dawn of a golden age, its grandeur beginning to emerge in this moment. Li Fan raised his head at that moment, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Having been in this world for a year, he had finally experienced the true nature of the great battles in the realm of cultivators, so brutal and bloody, where the weak were devoured and the strong reigned supreme. However, he merely glanced up before lazily lying back down, closing his eyes to rest. With his divine energy channels activated, he preferred to rest whenever possible, lying down whenever he could, never sitting, and certainly never standing. Chapter 15, White Spirit Mist. Within the underground palace. It was an underground palace complex, with passages leading in all directions, resembling a small city. Gusts of cold wind howl, and occasional screams echo through the air. The creaking sounds of moving bones and the grinding of teeth can be heard, as if someone is devouring flesh and blood. A large number of young cultivators entered, but it was no easy task. They all rushed in haphazardly, entering one palace after another. Beware of the dark spirits. Huafeng shouted loudly, looking ahead at the large number of ghost soldiers and ghost horses charging toward them. Dong dong. The sound of war drums thundered through the underground palace, and countless ghost soldiers and demons surged forth like a black tide, claiming the lives of many cultivators. Xiao Nannan, though frightened, did not scream or panic excessively. This left Linger and Xia Yilan in awe. They could never understand how the little girl, who had been through so much hardship since childhood, had managed to survive, relying solely on Li Fan, and experiencing the harsh realities of life. Though she remained innocent and adorable, her resilience and strength were far beyond that of an ordinary child. Only Li Fan truly understands. In the end, she is the ruthless empress, a genius whose talent astonishes the ages, a woman of unparalleled beauty. Even if her life were different, the outcome would remain the same. She would still become the ruthless empress, the supreme female ruler. Some people are destined to be extraordinary from birth. No matter how you try to change them, they will inevitably reach the destination empress. This is also why, after obtaining his power, Li Fan became even more determined to protect Xiao Nannan. Back then, without power, he couldn't protect her. Now that he has it, he will spare no effort and do whatever it takes to ensure her safety. Anyone or anything that dares to stand in the way of Xiao Nannan will be destroyed by Li Fan, even if it means sacrificing countless innocent lives. 1,000,000 lives are not worth as much to Li Fan as the place Xiao Nannan holds in his heart. With a loud bang, a large group of ghosts were swept away by Hua Feng's sword beam and dissipated into black smoke in the air. There are no ghosts in the palace over there. Head that way. Someone shouted loudly and rushed forward first. The area was too chaotic, with countless cultivators fighting against the ghost soldiers. Compared to the furious battles of others, Linger and her group had it much easier. They swept through everything in their path, crushing everything in their way. If it weren't for the endless stream of shadow soldiers constantly emerging, there would have been no shadow soldiers left around them. Shall we go over there and take a look? Hua Feng pointed to the palace where someone had just shouted, saying, "There are no ghost soldiers or ghosts there. It must have something special about it." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. "You stay here, I'll continue on." A young nobleman frowned and glanced at the little girl before speaking. He was a prodigy from the Dawi Holy Land, though not the Holy Son of the Sanctuary. He was more than a match for the Holy Son, a candidate for the position, and could look down on all others. They had been there for some time, killing soldiers and obtaining useless items. All of this caused him to furrow his brows. After all, the strongest group had already ventured deep into the underground palace, while Linger, Xia Yilan, and Hua Feng had to slow down due to the presence of the little girl. This finally pushed him to his limit, and he decided to break away from the group. "I'll go deeper too." Another woman among the seven was from the Ouyang clan, a family of ancient source technique masters and one of the 4 great source technique clans. Though her cultivation was not strong, she moved with ease in this underground palace. Her source technique mastery is mysterious as the workings of the gods. In the end, after learning that the person behind Xiao Nannan was not the one who had destroyed the 9 Heavens Holy Land, they were no longer as enthusiastic as before. Though they still appeared enthusiastic on the surface, their enthusiasm was not as intense as before. The old Taoist master Wuchen, who had reached the realm of a sage, was indeed powerful. However, these individuals' backgrounds were not necessarily something to fear, especially the Ouyang clan, a family of source technique masters. Even in the 5 domains, those wielding imperial weapons would give them a wide berth. Provoking them could easily lead to a united front against you. Linger heard this and a cold gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes. She naturally understood their intentions. In the end, she too wanted to move forward, but she was even more reluctant to put Xiao Nuan in danger. She adored this adorable little sister with all her heart. If it weren't for her special status, she would have taken her back to the Fire Kingdom long ago. "Alright, we'll split up and meet up at the front later." Hua Feng agreed decisively and nodded. There were now only 6 people left in their group: Hua Feng, Xin Feizhou, the young master of the Wuxing Palace, Ming Shenxi, the heir of the Mingxin sect, Linger, Xia Yilan, and Xiao Nannan. Immediately, the 6 of them turned and entered the palace. As soon as they entered, it was as though they had entered a completely different world. The ground is littered with bones that crumble at every step. These are ancient remains whose origins are lost to time. The palace is drenched in a crimson hue, with rivers of blood flowing through its halls, emitting a foul, putrid stench. In an instant, Xia Yilan's face turned pale. It seemed that the owner of this tomb was no good person. These bones appeared to have been gnawed on. Hua Feng said with a grim expression, "Most of these are human bones." "A great demon." The dark god's son uttered 3 words, his pitch-black eyes fixed on the blood-red river. Deep within his eyes burned a fiery glow. The divine technique he cultivated required various types of blood, and this blood-red river could be considered his greatest treasure in this field. Boom! A dull, grinding roar echoed as the palace doors slammed shut. What's going on? In an instant, the other cultivators within the palace were thrown into chaos. They tried to open the doors but found them all gone, with the surrounding area transformed into a sealed space. Boom! Boom! The grand hall trembled, and the surrounding walls glowed with a faint light. Blood-red patterns danced across the walls, eerie and demonic. At the same time, the sound of howling wind filled the air, wailing like the cries of vengeful spirits. Ah! A disciple of the Holy Land let out a piercing scream as his feet instantly turned into thick liquid. Strange white mist seeped out from the cracks in the wall, dissolving anything it touched. The screams continued to echo, and the eerie atmosphere persisted. That is the white spirit mist. Touch it and you die. Do not touch it. Upon seeing this, Shinfeijo's expression turned grim. White mist kept seeping out from the cracks in the walls, and countless people were screaming, but there was no hope of rescue. The white Ling ghost mist was extremely toxic. Even cultivators at the dragon transformation realm would die if they came into contact with it, unless they were great beings or had special constitutions capable of avoiding it. I have the 5 elements shield, which can protect us from the toxic mist. At the same time, it wasn't just Shinfeijo alone. There were also cultivators with powerful backgrounds among them, each taking out their own treasures to resist the white spirit ghost mist. One by one, these treasures shone with silver light in the thick fog. Among them, Shinfeijo's 5 elements shield was the most striking, with a multicolored glass-like light screen flickering, dazzling, and breathtaking. Chapter 16, This must be a fake tiger. And at this moment, chaos erupted in the grand hall as cultivators went mad, frantically snatching magical treasures from one another. Without any means to protect themselves, they had no choice but to fight for survival. Screams echoed throughout the hall. Linger and her group were initially targeted by others who tried too, but after Huafeng sliced through dozens of enemies with a single sword strike, the others turned and sought targets elsewhere. Their group was too powerful to be matched. Linger's white mist doesn't look scary at all. It looks like cotton candy. Xiaonan stood by the edge of the not very large dome, her watery eyes blinking and sparkling with a gentle glow, speaking in a soft, childlike voice. Her voice, as clear as a silver bell, filled the air with innocence, causing the previously heavy atmosphere to lighten considerably. Linger and the others couldn't help but smile. That's not cotton candy, little one. Remember not to touch it, okay? Linger said with a mix of laughter and tears. However, to be honest, this white spirit ghost mist does resemble cotton candy, and its mist even carries a faint, enticing fragrance, a scent that is impossible to resist. It is precisely this allure that has earned it the name ghost mist. Little one knows. Little Nan Nan nodded obediently upon hearing this. However, little Nan Nan spoke again soon after. She stroked the little white tiger and scolded it like a little adult. Hey! Little white, what are you doing? You can't eat that white mist. Don't lick it. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Linger and the others were startled and instinctively looked toward the little white tiger. Seeing that the little white tiger was unharmed, Linger sighed in relief. Xiaonan, you might have seen it wrong, but make sure you keep an eye on the little white tiger and don't let it. Oh my goodness. The usually refined and elegant Shinfeijo let loose with a string of expletives. He rubbed his eyes, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. The little white tiger was sticking out its head, taking a bite of the white spirit mist as if it were eating cotton candy? The others were all staring blankly, as if they had seen a ghost. Could this not be the white spirit mist? I must have seen it wrong. It must be another kind of poison. Shinfeijo furrowed his brows and murmured softly. He then took a piece of flesh flowing with the bloodline of a demon beast from his ring and tossed it into the white spirit mist. Sizzle. Visible to the naked eye, the flesh of the demon beast, at least at the peak of the Four Extremes realm, had turned into thick liquid. He looked at the ghostly mist, then at the little white tiger eating the white spirit mist like cotton candy, taking one bite after another. He looked at the ghostly mist, which had turned into a thick liquid, and looked back and forth several times, his brows deeply furrowed. He glanced again at the little white tiger devouring the white spirit mist like cotton candy, then looked back at the spirit mist that had turned into thick liquid. After several back and forth glances, his brows furrowed deeply. An illusion? Or is there more than just the white spirit ghost mist here, some kind of illusionary array confusing us? At this moment, Shinfeijo was somewhat overwhelmed. Even as the heir of a great sect, his mind couldn't process the visual impact of this scene. Put. Xia Yilin listened to Shinfeijo's words and couldn't help but laugh irresponsibly. She had practiced Buddhism and Taoism, though she couldn't be called a complete Buddhist. However, her Buddhist and Taoist supernatural abilities were indeed powerful, and her spiritual world was far more developed than that of ordinary people. Xia Yilin was well aware that there was no illusionary array here. This might just be a fake tiger. Shinfeijo looked around, shook his head, and smiled wryly, rarely making a joke. Ha! Huafeng laughed heartily upon hearing this. It was rare to see Shinfeijo act so neurotic. He was so different from the refined gentleman Huafeng had always known. This little white tiger must possess the bloodline of an ancient demon god, hidden by the old Taoist master Wuchen. Linger and Xia Yilin couldn't help but marvel at the sight. If it weren't for the fact that the white spirit ghost mist was truly terrifying, they would have followed the little white tiger's lead and taken a bite. Li Fan paid no attention to the amazement of Linger and the others. He had been observing his surroundings, paying attention to every movement, and even before the white spirit ghost mist appeared, he had already known, because he had detected a peculiar fragrance that had stirred his sense of taste. As the white spirit mist drew nearer, he looked at it curiously. This thing seemed delicious. When Xiao Nan mentioned that it was cotton candy, Li Fan paused for a moment. He had to admit, it really did look like it. Finally, Li Fan twitched his nose and couldn't resist sticking out his tongue to lick it. His instincts told him that this thing was harmless to him. Indeed, this was the case. For cultivators above the Sendai realm, such things were not particularly terrifying. And Li Fan, who could physically confront the Divine Hall, would certainly not fear such a thing. After licking the white spirit mist, Li Fan's eyes lit up. It's actually quite tasty. Since his human divine treasure had been activated, ordinary food rarely appealed to him. Now, with a rare spiritual object to stimulate his appetite, he couldn't resist taking another bite, and before he knew it, he was unable to stop, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. The mission is complete, the disguise is lifted, and the reward is reduced to transforming into a tiger in the mortal world for 9 days. Upon hearing this, Li Fan stopped eating the white spirit ghost mist. Is this hidden task complete? He thought he had failed, but unexpectedly, he had succeeded. However, upon further reflection, he didn't consider it a failure, as he hadn't revealed his identity, and Linger and the others hadn't suspected him of anything more. At most, they might have mistaken him for a mythical beast with the bloodline of an ancient demon god, a misunderstanding that didn't count as revealing his true identity. Woo woo. The wind howled like a ghost, slowly subsiding, and the concentration of the white ghostly mist began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Li Fan secretly had the Divine Hall absorb a large amount of the white spirit mist without anyone noticing. According to Li Fan, it's something that can be eaten as a dessert in the future. But it can't be used to entertain guests, which is a bit of a headache for Li Fan. The poison has dissipated, let's hurry up and leave. Shin Feizhou looked at the pool of thick liquid on the ground, where fewer than a dozen people had survived. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he spoke. You all go. I feel there's something here that's meant for me. The spirit of the underworld suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Be careful, Ming brothers. Huafeng patted Ming Shenzi on the shoulder and agreed. Although his cultivation was not the highest among those present, many decisions were made by him. After all, the fact that this group of prodigies had gathered together was largely due to his influence. Linger's eyes flickered, and she glanced at Ming Shenzi without leaving a trace. She recalled a secret her father had once told her. The direct descendants of the Mingshan palace practiced extremely evil cultivation techniques, which had recently angered the ancient Jiang family, leading to significant conflict between the two sides. After speaking, the small group of 5 led by Huafeng departed from the palace and headed deeper into the palace complex. Chapter 17, Someone Else's Scheme? Within the underground palace. A labyrinthine network of corridors stretched in every direction, with towering, pitch-black halls standing tall. Some had obtained treasures, but many more had met their end. Deep beneath the earth, where no one knows, slabs of stone engraved with intricate patterns lie buried. As more people die, blood and fluid begin to flow along the patterns, gradually converging toward the depths of the underground palace. None of this is known to anyone. Deep within were 3 grand halls, vast and imposing, with black walls made of obsidian, each of immense value. As time passed, more and more people came to the 3 grand halls in the deepest part of the temple. Which side should we enter? Linger and Xia Yilan followed closely behind Xiao Nan. Along the way, they encountered countless dangers. By the time they arrived here, the vast majority of cultivators who had entered earlier had already been decimated, with only a few hundred remaining out of the original tens of thousands. Why do I get the feeling that the master of this great tomb has ulterior motives, as if they intend to kill everyone? Huafeng's face was as cold as ice. Along the way, they had seen many cultivators die, all of them killed in the same manner. Should we still go in? Xia Yilan's 3 innermost palaces, she said with a slight raise of her eyebrows. Go in. We've come this far, there's no way we're giving up now. Linger smiled, then tightened her grip on Xiao Nan's delicate hand with her left hand. If danger arises, I'll take Xiao Nan and leave first. I came here only to train, I don't want the treasure. Upon hearing this, Huafeng and Shin Feizhou nodded in agreement. They naturally understood, but they did not share Linger's thoughts. After all, they were also prodigies, they sought to compete and vie for that unknown opportunity. Most importantly, the Fire Nation is a mysterious and formidable power, one of the few forces in the present era that even those wielding the extreme Dao imperial weapons dare to fear. Linger isn't truly obsessed with the treasure, the prodigies here are more driven by the desire to fight and prove who is the true number one. I'll go with you, Linger. My older brother is ahead of us, having him fight is enough. Xia Yilan smiled and said. Xia Yiming, the prince of the Zhengzhou Daxia Empire, had also arrived here, but he had entered the depths ahead of them. After speaking, they selected a palace and entered it. Clang! Just as they stepped into the palace, an unexpected change occurred. The surroundings transformed into a pitch-black abyss, so dark that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Suddenly, a strand of black light appeared, illuminating the surrounding area. Dozens of young figures emerged from the black light, their breaths icy cold, their eyes cold and ruthless. The 10,000 Calamities sect. Looking at these people, Huafeng's heart skipped a beat, realizing that he and his companions had been outwitted. Yen Linger, my junior sister, we meet again. Wan Moyu smiled at Yen Linger. Standing beside him were three young figures, their blood flowing with vast surges of energy, rolling and surging like a tidal wave. Their eyes shone brightly, and their spirits were sharp and alert. Lan Xian of the Palace of Illusion, Prince Mu Qingfeng of the Wood Kingdom. Shen Feizhou looked at the other three figures, his expression growing solemn. When he saw the last figure, his pupils contracted. The son of the underworld. The last person was clad in black robes, with a cold expression and eyes devoid of emotion, gazing at Yen Linger and her companions as if they were already dead. What do you mean by this, Ming Shenzi? Hua Feng glared at the dark god with a grim expression. After all, they had just been fighting side by side moments ago. Seeing the appearance of the underworld god's son sent shockwaves through Hua Feng's mind. He never imagined that he had been betrayed by two of his own friends. Hua Feng, I respect your character, and I do not wish to be your enemy. If you leave that little girl now, I will let you go. Wan Moyu smiled warmly, as if speaking to a friend, and said softly. You're here for Xiao Nan, aren't you? Yen Linger clenched her teeth, her eyes filled with icy fury, as divine power surged through her body, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. That's right, we're here for that little girl. Her guardian killed the supreme elder of the Wan Jie sect, he must die. Wan Moyu admitted it openly, his words filled with murderous intent. Because of this incident, his status within the Wan Jie sect had been compromised, and the death of Dao Qingkong had also caused significant losses to the sect. After all, he had been a promising candidate for sainthood. The one who killed Dao Qingkong was the old hermit Wu Chen. You should go after him instead of targeting a 3 or 4-year-old child. You are aiding and abetting the wicked. Xia Yilan scolded angrily. Her delicate body trembled, revealing her intense anger. The situation before her was clear. The Wan Jie sect had made thorough preparations to kill Xiao Nan, going so far as to spend a fortune to hire 3 prodigies who were their equals, including the prince of the Mu Kingdom, who had been at odds with the Fire Kingdom in recent years. Act quickly. The commotion here might attract attention, and Xia Yiming is inside. If he intervenes, things will become complicated. Mu Qingfeng glanced at the pitch-black spatial barriers surrounding them and spoke cautiously. The power of the great Xia Prince was such that only Yen Linger could match him and maintain a clear advantage. I'm asking you again. Step aside and let us kill that little girl, and you can leave. Wan Moyu nodded. He knew the stakes well. To ensure the girl was killed properly, Dao Ming had sacrificed a great deal, even entrusting him with a priceless artifact. Though I don't consider myself a good person, watching you prepare to deal with a little girl like this is truly disgraceful. Shen Feizhou shook his head, his words already revealing a great deal. Hua Feng remained silent, but the divine sword in his hand was already emitting flashes of swordlight, its divine power surging like a erupting volcano, rumbling loudly. As for Yen Linger, she held a long whip in her hand, her flowing hair swaying in the breeze. At that moment, she moved as gracefully as a spring breeze caressing flowers, as luminous as moonlight scattered across the sky. Her entire being appeared pure and untouched, ethereal and sacred, like a celestial maiden from the heavens, standing proudly amidst the mortal world. A Buddha's realm in the palm of her hand. Xia Yilan acted unexpectedly, taking the initiative first. Though she was kind and innocent by nature, she had long been angered by the actions of the Wan Jie sect and acted impulsively, without hesitation. Chapter 18, The Demon Dragon Sage. A cold, piercing light suddenly sliced through the sky, shattering the tranquility. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Disciples of the Wan Jie sect form a battle array. Wan Moyu's expression darkened. He turned to look at Mu Qingfeng, Ming Shensi, and Lan Shen. Act now. The other half will be paid to you once the matter is settled. After speaking, Wan Moyu produced a massive hammer from his hand, which soared into the air and charged toward Hua Feng. The hammerhead was heavy and gleaming, slicing through the air with a deafening roar. It was as large as a house, its sound reverberating through the air, sending shivers down the spine. Though Wan Moyu was not particularly tall, he possessed innate superhuman strength, being of half-demon lineage. There was a loud bang. The great hammer in his hand burst into divine light, as if it had flown out of a volcano, wild and domineering. Don't even think about touching the little one. Yen Linger shouted angrily, swinging her long whip with her slender hands, creating a trail of divine flames that blocked the attacks of the disciples of the Wan Jie sect. Whoosh! A long whip erupted in flames, reducing over a dozen cultivators to ashes. You dare! Wan Moyu saw this and his eyes widened in anger. These were all disciples of his Wan Jie sect, yet they were killed by Yen Linger in an instant, killing over a dozen of them. It was beyond imagination. The future ruler of the Fire Nation is indeed extraordinary. Mu Qingfeng was stunned for 3 days. Yen Linger's power surpassed their imagination. Her flame technique was extremely powerful and might have already obtained the Fire Nation's strongest secret technique. Do not underestimate her. Her whip is unique and enhances the effects of her flame technique. Mu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he explained the reason behind the situation. Clang! Boom! These people finally clashed, and in an instant, boundless divine light burst forth, with strands of divine power crushing the void. The battle of the celestial prodigies had begun. In an instant, the battle erupted, with both sides evenly matched. The terror unleashed by Linger left Manhwa and the others completely taken aback. Do you really think you can get what you want? Linger roared angrily, her long hair flying wildly. Holding the little girl in one arm, she stood there in her red skirt, swaying like a female war goddess. As she spoke, a beam of auspicious light surged upward, accompanied by a deafening roar. A necklace floated in the void, emitting the auspicious glow. This is the precious treasure the Fire Emperor bestowed upon Linger. Unlocking different seals unleashes attacks of varying tiers. Did you think I wasn't prepared? Manhwa watched the treasure emerge without panicking, and laughed coldly. A blurry corpse suddenly appeared, sending a chill down everyone's spine. His entire body was shrouded in a powerful aura of blood, and demonic energy surged forth, shaking the void. Standing there, he did not resemble a corpse but rather a ferocious demon, with the putrid stench of blood emanating from his body. His flesh had rotted away, yet he still possessed boundless blood energy, resembling a bloodthirsty demon tearing apart the world, intent on collapsing the void and destroying this world. Within this isolated space, everyone felt a surge of blood rising within them. Black Blood Demon Puppet, you of the 10,000 Calamities sect actually kept such a thing? Don't you fear being despised by all under heaven? As he watched the figure appear, the corpse covered in intricate patterns, Hua Feng glared angrily. The Black Blood Demon Puppet, a corpse resembling the necklace worn by Linger, possessed various combat abilities. In fact, it was even more powerful than the necklace, as it could sustain prolonged combat, whereas the necklace could only deliver a single strike. However, creating such a Black Blood Demon Puppet is extremely cruel and requires the blood of countless people to nourish it. Additionally, a powerful individual must be tortured to death and turned into a corpse, enduring unimaginable suffering until their soul is shattered, before the puppet can be fully formed. The creation of a single Black Blood Demon Puppet is no different from the slaughter of an entire city. So what? No one will know if we kill you. Manhwa smiled wickedly. This item was given to him by Taming and was one of Taming's trump cards. To create it, he had invested a great deal of effort. At its peak, it could unleash the combat power of a Black Blood Demon Puppet at half the level of a great power. The eyes of the Dark God's son flickered with an unusual light, and he narrowed them slightly. A greedy expression appeared on his face. His cultivation technique required blood, and this Black Blood Demon Puppet was also effective against him. Kill them all. The Black Blood Demon Puppet roared, filling the space with boundless blood energy. It screamed in rage, and some weaker disciples couldn't withstand it, exploding on the spot. This thing required a blood sacrifice to activate. This scene sent a chill down Mu Qingfeng's spine. The disciples of the Wan Mo branch of the Wan Jie sect were far too ruthless. Boom! The demon puppet moved, transforming into a black demonic dragon. With each step it took, it shattered the void, pressing down on the distant Linger and the others, causing them to cough up blood. Seeing this, Linger and the others grew solemn. She clung tightly to the unconscious Xiaonan, her eyes flickering with a strange light. To prevent Xiaonan from seeing too much bloodshed and to avoid any accidents, Linger deliberately caused Xiaonan to fall into a deep sleep. Unbind Linger's hand seals. However, at that very moment, she stopped. Not just her, but everyone else froze in their tracks. A chill swept silently through the hearts of the many prodigies. This space felt as though they had entered a frozen ice cave, where the cold penetrated to the very core of their souls. The Black Blood Demon Puppet can replenish the remaining vitality in my body. A sinister laugh that made ears ring and hearts race echoed in everyone's ears. The once mighty Black Blood Demon Puppet was suspended in midair, as if held by an invisible hand grasping a small chicken, unable to break free. The demon's flesh was visibly withering away. At the same time, a golden pill-shaped object appeared, spewing crimson blood mist. The mist condensed and slowly coalesced into a blurry figure. It was an old man. His body was as dry as a skeleton, shriveled and withered, skin and bones fused together, devoid of any life, resembling a desiccated corpse at first glance. The Black Blood Demon Puppet slowly withered away, and strands of blood energy seeped out of its body, drifting into the old man's nostrils. Vaguely, a sickly flush began to appear on the old man's face. Who are you? Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This was definitely an old monster far beyond their capabilities. A Black Blood Demon Puppet capable of unleashing half the power of a great being was being handled like a chicken. Me? You dared to intrude into my slumbering domain. Who do you think I am? The withered old man seemed in a good mood, smiling darkly. Upon hearing this, Linger and the others stepped back, all of them filled with shock. The ruler of the underground palace was estimated to be at least tens of thousands of years old. How could he still be alive? However, they quickly dismissed the idea. It was impossible for him to be alive. More likely, he was an ancient monster sealed within the divine source. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, the withered old man smiled. Oh, I forgot. I was severely injured and near death, and have been sealed away for tens of thousands of years. No one in the world should know my name anymore. Tens of thousands of years ago, others called me the Demon Dragon Great Sage. Chapter 19, This art style is all wrong. The Demon Dragon Sage. As the old man's words fell, everyone's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't because they had heard of this name before, but because of the two characters Great Sage that followed it. The Great Sage is an existence that surpasses the ancient sages by 2 tiers. Breaking through to the next level would allow one to be called an emperor. Such an existence would even make the forces of the extreme Dao Emperor's weapons wary. Elder, we did not mean to offend your dwelling place. Wan Mayu bowed respectfully and said. I didn't mean to offend you, but are you trying to fool an idiot with that line? The Demon Dragon Sage bared his black teeth, clad in a blood-red robe, his eyes already clouded and murky, resembling a 1,000-year-old corpse. No! Wan Mayu's body trembled violently, as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, turning his face bright red. His body began to rise upward, and his legs twitched uncontrollably. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, Wan Mayu's jet-black hair began to turn white, his once rosy cheeks gradually losing all color, and strands of blood seeped from his skin, drifting toward the demonic dragon's nostrils in the vacuum. In the blink of an eye, Wan Mayu turned into a desiccated corpse, his life force completely extinguished. With a loud thud, he crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces, as if he had been reduced to fragile fossils. Fresh blood offerings. How many years had passed in this world that it had produced so many prodigies? The Demon Dragon Sage muttered to himself. Seeing this scene, everyone was filled with dread. Wan Mayu, the heir of the Wan Jie sect, had died so suddenly, unable to put up a fight. His death was truly tragic. This world seems to have become quite interesting. It looks like I need to go out and take a look. The Demon Dragon Sage muttered under his breath, then looked up at the others. His murky eyes held no emotion, as if he were looking at a group of dead people. This is bad. In the blink of an eye, everyone's brows furrowed, as if they had rehearsed it, and they all fled toward the distance in unison. Open the barrier and go. All the prodigies present took out one by one their special magical artifacts. These were among their trump cards, designed to aid their escape. Unseal, open. Unseal, open. Yen Linger acted decisively, casting a seal on the necklace, and without another word, she turned and left with Xia Yilin and the others. A colossal divine power capable of crushing everything surged toward the Demon Dragon Sage. A deafening roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the very heavens and causing everyone's eardrums to ache. However, at that very moment, a blood-red glow erupted from the underground palace hall, with mystical red patterns spreading across the land. The 3 grand halls deep within trembled, as if triggering some sort of array, causing the faces of the prodigies inside to change drastically. What is happening? However, they were unaware of all this, or rather, they had no time to spare. For they are currently trapped within the palace, struggling to save themselves. The overwhelming divine power of the absolute horizontal covered every inch of space, like surging waves crashing against the shore, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, dust swirled everywhere, and a deafening roar filled the air. Under the might of this divine power, all disciples of the 10,000 Calamities sect were annihilated, and even those outside the sect suffered heavy casualties, with only 1 in 10 surviving. Only Yen Linger and her companions, along with Mu Qingfeng and his 2 companions, remained. Is he dead? The son of the underworld rarely spoke, but now his pupils flared with black light as he gazed at the dust particles trembling with divine power. I almost lost control. That's why I hate you privileged brats the most. The voice of the Demon Dragon Sage echoed from the dust, calm and composed, still as gentle as ever, as if he hadn't been harmed at all. The thick fog began to dissipate, revealing the hunchbacked, rugged figure of the Demon Dragon Great Sage. His murky eyes were no longer visible, replaced by a crimson red, resembling a primordial demon, ready to devour its prey. Though I am severely wounded and my cultivation has plummeted, I am still far from being killed by you puny little pests. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from the Demon Dragon Sage, like a vast ocean exploding, causing the earth to shake and the heavens to tremble. Waves of energy engulfed everything in sight, sweeping across every inch of space, leaving everyone's faces pale in an instant. The might of a sage. The realm of a half-sage. Mu Qingfeng's face turned despairing as he was overwhelmed by the oppressive pressure, struggling in vain. Holy! The mere mention of that word transcended the realm of humanity. Even though the Demon Dragon Sage was currently only at the half-saint level, he was not someone ordinary saints could compare to. He was simply beyond their ability to resist. Old man, what is that thing you have? It looks delicious. Just then, a voice with a hint of youth rang out. A white tiger stood deep within the saint's aura, calm and composed, moving slowly as if it were not under the saint's pressure at all. Its small tiger eyes were bright, blinking quietly as it stared at the Demon Dragon Sage's dantian, where a golden could be faintly seen spinning. It was the little girl's pet. Lan Xian, the young master of the Palace of Illusion, looked at the little white tiger that had fallen out of Yen Linger's arms and exclaimed in astonishment. Li Fan strolled over slowly, smacking his lips as he looked at the Demon Dragon Great Sage. No matter how he looked at it, it resembled a hungry little beast staring at its lunch. Even the Demon Dragon Great Sage was startled, his expression filled with astonishment. He knew this little tiger. It showed no signs of any bloodline, just a wild beast. How could it suddenly start speaking? Can Xiaobai speak? Linger wore an expression as if she had seen a ghost, her cute face looking adorable. The others were also stunned. Hua Feng even rubbed his eyes, doubting he had seen correctly, wondering if he had already died and was hallucinating. The demon dragon sage quickly snapped back to reality and watched Li Fan with interest. An interesting little creature. It seems that after tens of thousands of years, the world has changed quite a bit. Boom! The demon dragon great sage spat blood and flew backward like a scarecrow. I asked you what that golden ball was, not to spout this nonsense. Li Fan's little white tiger leaped up under the stunned gazes of the crowd, and its tiny tiger paw directly knocked the demon dragon saint flying. This world is too crazy. Lan Xian, the young master of the Palace of Illusions, witnessed this scene and muttered those words in a daze. The demon dragon great sage was furious. He had never been treated this way before. You're asking for death. I'm going to live today. The next second, he screamed in agony. Stop talking nonsense. What is that thing? The heaven and earth blood symbol is bound together. Give it to me. My patience has its limits. Hurry up and tell me what that thing is. It's tolerable, but not acceptable. A bizarre scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The demon dragon sage was being recognized, being violently struck in the face by a plump white tiger. The tiger delivered one blow after another, each more bizarre than the last. Hearing the agonizing screams, everyone's lips twitched uncontrollably. Shin Feizhou's sword slipped from his hands and fell to the ground, but he was oblivious to it. Meanwhile, the heir of the Mingshan Palace, Mingshan Zi, whose usually cold and indifferent face was now filled with shock and horror, his nose nearly running. What the hell is this monster? Just thinking about how he had just tasted the blood of the little white tiger, Mingshan Zi shuddered. Chapter 20, I'll let you touch my noble little tiger claws. Deep within the underground palace, 3 temples emitted a blood-red glow, eerie and unsettling. Screams continued to echo, and the demon dragon sage could no longer remember how many times he had been struck. His white hair was disheveled, his robe torn, and his body was covered in a mix of purple and dark red. Stop hitting me, old man. I'm not a coward. Ah, stop hitting me. I'm not a coward. At this moment, the demon dragon great sage had lost all his former majesty. His withered face was filled with terror as he stared at Li Fan in fear. No matter what he did or how he resisted, in the end, he was simply struck flying by a single slap. Thank you for sparing me, senior. The demon dragon great sage is like an old man who has been wronged, completely losing his temper. If only he had been like this from the start. Li Fan looked at the demon dragon sage in silence. He didn't have the patience to watch his opponent show off. Yes, senior, what do you wish to ask? I shall speak freely and honestly. The demon dragon sage nodded repeatedly. He had finally figured it out. The little white tiger in front of him was no ordinary beast. It was a great demon that had never been seen before. If someone had told him it was just a small animal at that moment, he would have fought them to the death. At this moment, the demon dragon great sage was deeply frustrated. How could he have encountered such a powerful demon upon emerging into the world? What made him want to cry the most was that this demon was pretending to be young and innocent. At that moment, he felt like dying. What was that golden orb that appeared at the beginning? Li Fan asked. Elder, that is a demon core suspected to contain true dragon blood. I discovered it in the ruins of the Chaos Ancient Era and refined it into a magical artifact. It was precisely because of the golden core that I did not perish. I have been residing within the golden core with my divine soul, which is why I have managed to survive. The demon dragon sage truly spoke without reservation, revealing everything at once. He knew that the person before him was far more terrifying than he had been at the peak of his power. Though his cultivation had declined, his eyesight and experience had not diminished. The person before him undoubtedly belonged to the ranks of the strongest beings in the universe. Golden? The kind of golden from the ancient demon clan? Li Fan stood up, rubbing his chin like a human, looking extremely odd. Put. Linger couldn't help but laugh out loud, having held it in all alone. The scene before her was simply too bizarre. A mighty demon dragon saint, even if he had fallen in rank to the half-saint realm, was now groveling before a tiny white tiger less than a foot tall, acting like a grandson. And Li Fan's actions only made the scene more shocking. Realizing something was amiss, Linger quickly covered her mouth, her eyes blinking innocently, her cute and playful demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier fierce warrior goddess persona. At that moment, she felt no tension at all, for it was clear that they were in no danger. That golden pill must have been delicious, right? Li Fan muttered under his breath, then suddenly blurted out another sentence that made the demon dragon sage's lips and eyelids twitch uncontrollably. The reason he said that was because, upon seeing the golden appear, Li Fan had a feeling that this thing seemed delicious, a powerful tonic, much like encountering the white spirit ghost mist. However, compared to the white spirit ghost mist, this golden was even more tempting. Senior! The demon dragon sage saw Li Fan's expression, as if he were about to devour the golden pill, and was instantly startled. However, before he could finish speaking, Li Fan struck out with a single palm strike, shattering the demon dragon sage's blood mist-like physical form. Dead? Xia Yilan's little mouth formed a no shape as she stared in disbelief at everything unfolding before her. The others felt a chill run down their spines. The mighty demon dragon saint, whose power shook the heavens and earth, was killed with a single swat by a little white tiger, leaving no time for his soul to escape. At that moment, the demon dragon sage vanished, leaving behind a dazzling golden demon core spinning rapidly on the ground. Li Fan immediately picked it up and bit into it. Crunch, crunch. The golden pill shattered in his mouth, and Li Fan nodded repeatedly, smacking his lips. It's indeed delicious, but not sweet enough. Adding some honey might improve the texture. I should make some when I have the chance. After muttering under his breath, Li Fan swallowed the golden pill and let out a small burp. Gulp! As Li Fan swallowed, Mu Qingfeng and the others also swallowed hard. That was a demon core. Mu Qingfeng and the other two roared inwardly. A demon saint's treasure from tens of thousands of years ago. Even if it had weakened over time, it was still a demon saint's treasure. And it was just chewed up and swallowed whole, and it even tasted good? It wasn't just Mu Qingfeng and the others who felt this way. Even Linger and the others felt a pang of pain. Master, spare us, we beg you. Mu Qingfeng looked at Li Fan as he turned to look at him, his whole body trembling, and hurriedly spoke up. Boom! The three were sent flying backward, their bodies shattered, colliding with and shattering one palace after another. Li Fan snapped his fingers, unwilling to waste any words. They dared to lay a finger on Shanwan Nuan, so they had to be prepared to die. If it weren't for the fact that Linger was holding Shanwan Nuan while also tightly embracing Li Fan in her arms, and Li Fan was afraid of using too much force and hurting Linger, he would have acted sooner. Are you really that naive? A voice filled with surprise and doubt rang out. Linger, holding the sleeping Shanannan, walked over with Hua Feng and the others. Upon hearing this, Li Fan turned around and grinned, revealing his small fangs. What do you think? Seeing Li Fan's harmless appearance, Linger and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, although they knew Li Fan was Shanannan's pet, he had little to do with them. Plus, the elder had a peculiar temperament. If he were to kill them with a single slap, they'd truly be left speechless. Young senior, you're too powerful. You killed the demon dragon sage with just one slap. It feels like I'm dreaming. Shen Feizhou's face was filled with excitement, and he looked at Li Fan with admiration. Who in the vast 5 realms of the Beidou could possibly achieve such feats? On the surface, no one could. Upon hearing Hua Feng's words, Li Fan felt quite pleased. Chewing on the remaining fragments of the golden pill in his mouth, he spoke up. There's no need to doubt it, you're not dreaming. I'll even let you touch my noble little tiger claws. It's very real, you're definitely not dreaming. As he spoke, Li Fan raised his little tiger paw, clearly showing the small claws and the 3 little pads of flesh in front of them. Upon hearing this, Shen Feizhou's lips twitched. Touch it? That's not his style at all. Chapter 21, The Divine Chi of the Saint. Boom! The massive underground palace trembled, with rocks continuously falling from the walls and boulders rolling around. The underground palace is about to collapse. Hurry up and get out. This is bad, the large tomb is about to collapse. Panicked cries echoed through the underground palace as the cultivators inside frantically rushed toward the exit. On the surface, the powerful beings of the sacred lands and great sects also sensed the tremors of the earth. An old man seated atop the cliff, resembling an ancient, withered pine tree, suddenly opened his eyes. The underground palace collapses, and the struggle emerges. At the same time, in this pitch-black night, the sky was as bright as white-hot light, with magical treasures competing for brilliance. One after another, figures as majestic as gods emerged from palaces and giant ships. From this moment onward, it will become clear who possesses the qualifications to dominate the Eastern Wastes. In this great era, how many outstanding talents will emerge from the Eastern Wastes, and who will be worthy of competing for the title of the strongest in the 5 realms? The answer will begin to unfold from this moment onward. A mighty and vast voice flows among these powerful beings, like gods and demons whispering, their might overwhelming the heavens. Whoosh! A thunderous roar shattered the tranquility, and the first figure burst forth. He was like a fuse, unleashing a series of breathtakingly elegant and majestic figures. He emerged. As everyone looked at the first figure, all eyes turned toward it. It was a young man whose appearance was as dazzling as the sun and moon together. He wore golden armor and looked full of energy, with dragon energy flowing through his body, making him look dazzling and shining. The crown prince of the great Xia dynasty, Xia Yiming. Where is my sister? Xia Yiming looked around, and behind him were several figures whose physiques were no less impressive than the others. Without exception, they all bore some signs of wear and tear, and some were even injured and bleeding. What's going on? How could the tomb of an ancient sage be so powerful that it left so many prodigies wounded and battered? A powerful being furrowed his brows, his face filled with confusion. After all, this was the gathering place of the prodigies from the Eastern Waste's 4 domains, including prodigies from other major domains. They were all capable of fighting opponents of higher ranks, and the number of trump cards they held could even allow them to escape unscathed even if they encountered some dragon transformation realm cultivators, rather than ending up in such a disheveled state. At this moment, the great saints and disciples of the major sects were all taken away by their elders. They wanted to ask what had happened and how the tomb could possibly be so dangerous. Sister. Xia Yiming's eyes lit up as he saw the 5 figures appear together, and he let out a sigh of relief. The Crown Prince. Just then, an old servant approached. Though he appeared to be an old servant in his attire, he caused many powerful beings to show expressions of caution and surprise, clearly indicating that he was far from being a mere servant. As the old servant approached, Xia Yiming smiled. After confirming that his younger sister was not there, he felt at ease. However, he did not go to find Xia Yilin. Instead, he told the old servant everything that had happened in the underground palace. This was also why the elders from the other sacred lands and ancient clans had immediately come looking for their disciples. Damn it! Damn it! A furious shout echoed through the air, like a thunderclap on a clear day. A figure shrouded in purple mist appeared, rising up in a swirl of purple smoke, resembling divine flames. He stepped forward, as if he were a deity descending from the heavens. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, fixated on the empty underground palace where no one remained. He struck out with a single palm strike. Not only him, but at the moment he acted, other powerful figures followed suit, all striking toward the collapsing underground palace. This was an act of venting. According to those who entered, they quickly realized that this underground palace was nothing more than a trap, and there was definitely a powerful demon inside. Anyone who entered was doomed to die, turning into blood and being sacrificed. It can be said that this time, the major sects and sacred sites suffered significant losses. All the disciples of the Wan Jie sect have been wiped out. Are you telling me that even Wan Mayu is among those who died in the underground palace? An even more enraged figure emerged from the corner. Dao Ming's eyes turned bloodshot as he listened to his senior disciple's report. He went mad. Then he saw Xiao Nannan appear safely, which made him even more enraged. His aura erupted violently, causing the disciples closest to him to cough up blood and fly backward, their faces as pale as paper. Master, please calm down. Calm down? How can I calm down? Dao Ming roared furiously, as if he had gone mad, his hair and beard standing on end. Uncontrollable divine power seeped out, shattering the ground beneath his feet and turning it into countless particles of dust. Hearing these words, everyone looked at each other with strange expressions. Even those who had suffered heavy losses couldn't help but feel a sense of relief in their hearts. That was the nature of human psychology. Numerous malicious glances were cast in his direction, causing Dao Ming's anger to grow even deeper. However, he did not act on his anger. He was not foolish enough to provoke so many people just to vent his frustration, and he also did not seek revenge on the young girl, as he knew he was no match for the powerful old Taoist. As a powerful being, he understood better than anyone else the terrifying nature of a sage. Dao Ming felt the malicious and sympathetic glances directed at him, his old face darkening so much it seemed like it could drip water. At that moment, he calmed down. Let's go back to the Wan Jie sect. He must leave this place and return to the Wan Jie sect to deal with this matter. He still remembers the old Taoist monk Wuchen who was here. You just want to leave like this? Suddenly, a corner of the pitch-black night sky was torn open, and divine light shone through, blindingly bright. A divine presence emerged, transforming into a sea of sacred light that cascaded down like the Milky Way from the heavens. The divine aura was so overwhelming that it felt as though one's very form was about to shatter, as if it were about to explode. Countless weak cultivators scattered across the land collapsed to the ground, while even some stronger ones knelt down in submission. The divine aura of the sage, the dustless old Taoist. Everyone was stunned, watching the dustless old sage suddenly attack. Puff, puff. The region where the Wan Jie sect was located sank downward, the earth cracked open, and the disciples all fell to the ground, spitting blood from their mouths. Wuchen the old Taoist, what do you mean by this? Dao Ming stood before him, but he too was kneeling on one knee, gazing upward at the old Taoist master in the sky. What do you mean? You sent men to ambush Xiao Nannan. What do you mean? The old Taoist, Wuchen, with his hunched figure, paced back and forth in the void, each step causing Dao Ming to spit blood. This was not the old Taoist master acting, but rather the divine aura of a sage could not be insulted. Those who had not attained the level of a sage would never comprehend the terror of a sage. Even the slightest unintended leakage of their divine aura was sufficient to inflict severe injuries. Indeed, I must also ask you what the Wan Jie sect means by surrounding and attacking the palace lord of my Fire Nation. At this very moment, the guardians of the Fire Nation, the Great Xia Dynasty, the Five Elements Palace, and the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion appeared, their chi locking onto Dao Ming. If not now, then when? They knew that this matter must be addressed, and with the appearance of the old Taoist master Wuchen at this moment, their timing to act was even more perfect. Chapter 22. What is your relationship with the old Taoist master Wuchen? No way, the Wan Jie sect must be out of their minds? Going to ambush Wuchen Lao Dao, the guardian of the sage realm? Wow, my goodness, provoking so many people at once? Dao Ming has lost his mind? I might know the reason. Dao Qingkong's death was likely the work of the old hermit Wu Chen. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone was filled with dread. This was a major incident. In this age when sages do not reveal themselves, the emergence of a sage signifies absolute terror. At that moment, Linger and the others stood in the distance, watching everything unfold without blinking. They had long anticipated such a situation. After all, their status demanded it. They could not be disgraced. This was my mistake, and the Wan Jie sect will naturally compensate for it. Dao Ming's face darkened. He hadn't expected to be confronted at this moment. Wu Chen, the old Taoist, there might be a misunderstanding here. I did not ambush him. The struggle for the underground palace is inherently a fierce competition, merely a normal clash between prodigies. Why slander my Wan Jie sect in such a manner? His words were spoken, and many nodded in agreement. Dao Ming's words were not without merit. On the contrary, they were quite reasonable, and many who heard them sided with Dao Ming. After all, this was something that had been anticipated. Of course, their thinking was not wrong, but once their disciples were killed, the situation might be entirely different. You want me to provide evidence? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? The dustless old Taoist's divine might was overwhelming, his eyes blazing with intensity. A deafening roar echoed through the sky as a massive green hand emerged, piercing through the clouds and striking toward Dao Ming. Boom! The heavens shook, the earth trembled, and everything trembled. A violent aura surged, engulfing the territory of the Wan Jie sect. Those near the Wan Jie sect all fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Facing the divine might of the sage, they had no resistance and could only tremble. No! The disciples of the Wan Jie sect stared at the giant hand, their eyes bulging with fury. Dao Ming turned and fled, crushing a talisman in his hand. His body erupted with energy, and his speed was so great that even a powerful cultivator would struggle to keep up. A junior like you dare to scheme in front of me? You don't have the qualifications, and you're not worthy to call me Wu Chen Lao Dao. The cold words echoed through the sky. Puff! A massive blue hand crushed all members of the Wan Jie sect, then swiftly extended once more, dispersing the clouds and tearing open the starry sky, shattering the distant Dao Ming. SSSS. Seeing this scene, everyone present gasped in shock. The formidable presence of the dust-free old master left many trembling in fear. At the slightest provocation, he was ready to strike. At that moment, many fell silent. This was the true face of a powerful individual. What good is it to say you're right? Others can crush you as easily as crushing an ant. In the end, it's the strong who rule, and reason is only in the hands of the powerful. Watching this scene, the prodigies fell silent, their eyes sparkling with deep emotion. That little girl is not to be messed with. Damn it, the supreme elder of the Wan Jie sect just ordered her execution without hesitation. Some people stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had heard. Their expressions froze, their eyes wide open, unable to utter a word. Their hearts pounded so hard it felt like they were about to burst out of their chests. As soon as the words left their mouths, those around them instinctively nodded in agreement. They looked at the little girl sleeping peacefully in Linger's arms with eyes filled with fear. She had made it big. Even the sage of this world protects the way. Even the son of a sage or the heir of a great sect might not receive such treatment. Mu Yan and the others opened their mouths, looked at each other, and saw the bitter smiles in each other's eyes. They had underestimated Xiao Nanan's status within the Wuchan sect. Publicly executing the supreme elder of the Wan Jie sect was a blatant act of defiance, and it was likely to send shockwaves throughout Donghuang tomorrow. After doing all this, Wu Chen Laodao vanished into the void as if nothing had happened. Unnoticed by others, the old Taoist master glanced at the small white tiger peering down from atop Huafeng's head. At that moment, a ray of sunlight appeared in the east. The morning light bathes the earth, casting a golden glow over the ground. The barren desert is shrouded in a thin veil, resembling a scene from a poem or painting. Before you know it, a day and night have passed. Without any delay, the fierce competition among the prodigies of Donghuang was brought to an end by the intervention of the dust-free old master, who annihilated the entire Wan Jie sect. Everyone slowly departed from this region. There are simply too many things in this world that leave one speechless. Huafeng thought of the power of the dustless old Taoist and shook his head in admiration. At that moment, they were seated on a chariot pulled by a strange beast, preparing to set off and return to the Zhetian pavilion. The fact that the Dao Ming of the Wan Jie sect dared to attack Shanwan Nuan suggests that the Wan Jie sect possesses a foundation that is no less formidable than that of the sages. Shin Feizhou picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, "Indeed, this matter is unlikely to be resolved so easily." Linger looked at the sleeping child beside her, a look of worry on her face. However, she soon let out a bitter smile. Her gaze fell on the little white tiger lying close to Shanwan Nuan, resting. What am I worried about? With little Bai here, who in this world could possibly harm Xiao Nannan? Noticing Linger's gaze, everyone else fell silent, their minds unconsciously replaying the scene from the underground palace, their lips twitching slightly. Before leaving the underground palace, Li Fan and Linger had already explained everything to the others. That was that they must not reveal his identity to anyone, and especially not to Xiao Nan. This was not because Li Fan wanted to play the fool to catch the wise, but because he instinctively did not want Xiao Nan to know about him, or rather, he did not want her to know about him as the white tiger. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Linger and the others agreed without hesitation. They knew that some elders had peculiar temperaments, and regarding matters known only to them and not shared with others, they were more than happy to keep it that way, even without Li Fan having to say so. After all, the fewer people who knew Li Fan's true identity, the better it was for them. The only thing that bothered them was that they couldn't confide in their closest confidants about Li Fan's affairs, which left them feeling a bit frustrated. Right, Senior Li Fan, could you tell us what your relationship is with the old Taoist Wu Chen? Why do you always protect the little girl? Linger seemed to think of something and said to Li Fan, who was resting with his eyes half closed. Upon hearing this, everyone else in the carriage trembled. They also turned their gaze toward him, staring intently, their ears perked up, afraid to miss a single word. Upon hearing this, Li Fan lazily lifted his head and glanced at Linger. He is my servant. Chapter 23, seems like I can cultivate to pass the time. Inside the carriage, Li Fan leaned close to Xiao Nan, his eyes half closed, his mind focused on something hidden within the divine hall. These were part of the demon dragon great sage's treasures. In truth, there weren't many of them. Most of the items were similar to the treasures of the divine hall, having all turned into dust. No treasure, unless it was an extreme Dao imperial weapon, could remain intact forever under the passage of time. Mission successful. The time required to transform into a tiger has been reduced by 10 days. The cold, impersonal system voice sounded. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Fan nodded to himself. Another 10 days wasn't too bad. Little by little, it would add up. As he flipped through the pages, Li Fan came across some special cultivation manuals that had been left behind. These were notes left behind by the demon dragon sage, containing his annotations on cultivation, including the cultivation techniques he practiced, as well as a small piece of divine metal the size of a fingernail. Come to think of it, I haven't practiced any cultivation techniques from this world yet. Should I give it a try? Li Fan looked at the annotations on the cultivation techniques and felt a stir in his heart. This one seems decent. It could be a good way to pass the time. Hey, by the way, Senior Li Fan, could you tell us what your relationship is with the old hermit Wu Chen? Why do you always protect the little girl? Just as Li Fan was pondering, a voice as sweet as a nightingale's song drifted into his ears. Listening to Linger's words, Li Fan lazily raised his head and said, "They're servants." After saying this, Li Fan remained silent. It was clear that he did not want to answer Linger's second question. However, at that moment, Linger and the others did not think much of it, standing there motionless. A sage as a servant? Xia Yilan's delicate white hands covered her crimson lips, her bright eyes widened in shock. After all, he was a sage. Even if he were her own father, the emperor of the great Xia dynasty, she would have to address him with the utmost respect as an elder. Yet such an existence was merely a servant? Hua Feng sucked in a sharp breath. The mysteriously senior actually has a sage servant. As he spoke, Hua Feng kept smacking his lips, looking utterly astonished. His expression turned admiring, and he spoke excitedly. When will I be as strong as Senior Li? Then I'll be able to become a guardian of the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion, and even be like the Spirit Sacrifice Lord. Hua Feng murmured softly, filled with longing. In the hearts of disciples who had truly dedicated themselves to the Zhetian Pavilion, the Spirit was the highest authority. In their eyes, the Spirit was powerful, all-knowing, and had stood firm for nearly 10,000 years without faltering. Listening to Hua Feng's words, Linger and the others snapped out of their shock. The shocked expressions in their eyes quickly faded, and they all fell silent. Will they protect the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion in the future? Shen Feizhou opened his mouth, wanting to say something to Hua Feng, but didn't know how to start, his eyes filled with guilt. It wasn't just him. Xia Yilan and Linger were the same. The two women exchanged glances and sighed deeply in their hearts. Was the Zhetian Pavilion still there back then? The next day, the southern region of Donghuan was shaken, and the countless cultivators in this beautiful land were in an uproar. The Wanjie sect, which had stood tall in the eastern wasteland for countless years, was humiliated for the first time. The Wanjie sect, which had stood tall in the eastern wastes for countless years, was humiliated for the first time. All disciples participating in the underground palace battle were killed within its walls, while the accompanying supreme elders were slaughtered in the barren desert. The news spread like wildfire, causing a massive uproar. The prodigy who should have gained fame for emerging from an underground tomb now pales in comparison in the wake of this incident. In the end, it is not that the great geniuses like the Prince of Daxia or the Holy Son of the Sacred Land are not powerful, but rather that they are still too young, and their cultivation is ultimately not strong enough. Compared to the older generation, they still fall short. The powerful beings of the Great Sage Realm, whose existence was once hidden in the secret realm of the Divine Platform, were eradicated in the Gobi Desert, an event that cannot be described as anything less than earth-shattering. As time passed, more and more people became aware of the events, and rumors began to spread across the Eastern Wasteland's northern region, the Eastern region, and the Western region, even reaching the other four major realms. The intervention of a sage shook the mortal world. An unparalleled wave swept across the Eastern Wasteland, with the 10,000 Calamities sect drawing particular attention. Many people are watching to see what the Wanjie sect will do next. However, as time passes, the sect shows no signs of action. They are actively recruiting disciples, as if preparing for battle, yet they seem reluctant to act. It's not about preparing for battle, they are gathering disciples out of fear that the reclusive old master will track them down and eliminate them one by one. Someone revealed this reason, and it was accepted by the majority. I don't think so. The Wanjie sect definitely won't let this go. They might make a big move. Of course, there were also those who countered with such arguments. Among them, something astonishing happened. The Sky-Covering Pavilion, the Fire Nation, the Great Xia Empire, and the Palace of Illusion all had individuals who had joined the 10,000 Calamities sect. Many people were curious about this incident, and soon rumors spread that the Wanjie sect had plotted to kill the guardian of the Wuqian Old Taoist, directly implicating the heirs of the four major factions. This was clearly an act of defiance, and they would come to demand an explanation. Do you know how it ended? This is what everyone is wondering. As the saying goes, the power of the masses is formidable, and before long, someone had already come up with the relevant conclusion. I heard from a friend who went to the Wanjie sect yesterday to look for a friend that he heard someone breaking tea sets in the Wanjie sect leader's palace and also heard the Wanjie sect leader cursing angrily. Hey, it's obvious that the four major factions are taking advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Someone said with schadenfreude. While the Eastern Wastes were focused on the 10,000 Calamities sect, Xiao Nan also caught everyone's attention. This young girl, whose origins were those of an ordinary mortal yet was protected by a sage-level powerhouse, was impossible to ignore. After all, it was because of her that two of the Wanjie sect's supreme elders had already met their ends. However, when others tried to inquire about the little girl, they found it impossible to do so. At that moment, Xiao Nan had already entered the Zhetian Pavilion. Though the Zhetian Pavilion had fallen into decline, it was still no place where one could be easily bullied, let alone inquire about Xiao Nan, whose true nature was the subject of much speculation. Li Fan and Xiao Nan are completely unaware of these matters, and even if they were, they would not give them much thought. As time passed, the Wanjie sect did not make any further moves. The events surrounding the Wanjie sect gradually faded from public attention, or perhaps because another matter had captured everyone's attention. Chapter 24, The Sky-Covering Pavilion. The Sky-Covering Pavilion. Though it is called a pavilion, it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a vast complex of palaces. The mountains are majestic, covered with ancient pines, shrouded in mist and clouds, with ever-changing hues of dawn and dusk. Among the peaks, various small spiritual beasts roam freely. In the distance, there are lakes with crystal-clear waters, where spiritual fish swim gracefully, their scales shimmering with vibrant patterns, causing the lake's surface to sparkle with life. Not far away, a massive stone monument stands tall. Engraved upon it are three large characters, Zhe Tiangu. The brushstrokes were vigorous and powerful, emanating a majestic and awe-inspiring aura, as if a celestial being was overlooking the vast expanse of the universe, gazing down upon all living beings. This mountain range is bustling with activity, with people constantly moving about. Some are disciples of the Sky-Covering Pavilion, while others have come to seek knowledge. Among them, some had eyes that darted around like lightning, dressed in ordinary clothes, as if observing something. At the same time, in the residential area of the Zhetian Pavilion, Xiao Nan sat cross-legged with a serious expression on her face, practicing breathing exercises with great concentration. This was Xiao Nan practicing her cultivation. She had already begun her training. In response, Li Fan adopted a hands-off approach, not intending to interfere too much in Xiao Nan's cultivation. However, during this recent period, Li Fan obtained the Wheel of the Sea volume of the Taoist scriptures from the old Taoist master Wuqian and passed it on to Xiao Nan. Additionally, Li Fan informed Xiao Nan through Linger's words that the cultivation technique itself is not important. Only by creating one's own cultivation technique can one become the strongest, and that technique will truly belong to oneself. Upon hearing this, Linger fell into a daze once more. Telling a 3 or 4-year-old child that the quality of a martial art technique is unimportant, and that the most important thing is to create your own technique. If someone else had said that, Linger would have immediately lashed out with a whip and snapped, "Don't talk to me, you idiot. Every word you say lowers my intelligence." However, after confirming 3 times that she hadn't heard wrong, Linger left and told Xiao Nan what had been said. Xiao Nan nodded in a way that seemed to indicate she understood, though she was still a bit confused. Meanwhile, Li Fan's expression had grown extremely peculiar. What the hell is this? Am I really that useless? After arriving at the Zhetian Pavilion, he began his cultivation practice. As Li Fan himself put it, he needed to find something to occupy himself with, and cultivation seemed like a legitimate endeavor. Before he knew it, he had been at the Zhetian Pavilion for nearly a month. Li Fan spent all his time in so-called cultivation, except for eating and sleeping. It wasn't that he couldn't sense the divine power or open the Will C's secret realm, he simply couldn't, so he referred to himself as a useless body. On the contrary, when Li Fan began his cultivation, others needed several days to sense the existence of qi, but Li Fan achieved it in just 1 second. Yes, 1 second. This was so simple that Li Fan once believed he might have activated the protagonist's aura. This was the beginning of a glorious life. However, the reality turned out to be the opposite. In the days that followed, Li Fan could have done hundreds of rounds of training, so many that he had lost count. After each session, his body began to reject the strain. All the divine power was expelled from his body, as if his body couldn't tolerate it, as if it were repulsive and despicable. This left Li Fan, who knew nothing about cultivation, utterly bewildered. What the hell is going on here? Li Fan had discreetly asked the old Taoist master Wuchen and others, but everyone was stunned. Is there such a constitution in the world? Even the ancient holy physique of this harsh era, though difficult to cultivate, did not reject divine power. This was how the old Taoist master responded. Forget it, I'm not going to practice anymore. Li Fan was speechless as he tossed the scroll of the Taoist scriptures of the Will C's secret realm into the immortal hall. It seems I'll have to practice my soul consciousness instead. After muttering to himself, Li Fan recalled some items he had obtained from the old Taoist master Wuchen. Among them was a scroll containing a rather ordinary cultivation technique for refining spiritual awareness. This was a simple technique specifically designed to strengthen one's spiritual awareness. When Wuchen the old Taoist heard that Li Fan wanted this item, he found it odd, but he didn't hesitate to give it to Li Fan. It was an expanded cultivation technique tucked away within a volume of Taoist scriptures. Regarding the old Taoist's doubts, Li Fan did not say much. After all, he couldn't very well say, you should have cultivated divine consciousness through your cultivation, but I didn't, so I'm trying a different path. Time passed quickly, and night fell. Xiao Nannan skipped in from outside, followed closely by Linger. Xiao Bai, come quickly and eat. I brought some dumplings. Xiao Nannan came to Li Fan's side, took out a bowl of steaming hot wontons, and placed it in front of Li Fan. Upon hearing this, Li Fan stood up abruptly and jumped onto the table. Xiao Bai, this is a bit hot. Let me blow on it for you. Xiao Nannan smiled happily, her little face flushed, wearing a little fairy dress, resembling a little fairy from heaven, charming and playful. What's wrong with Mr. Li? Linger noticed that Li Fan's expression was a bit strange, as if he were very upset, and couldn't help but whisper quietly. Upon hearing Linger's question, Li Fan shook his head. He was extremely frustrated. While he could indeed use his divine consciousness, it didn't disappear like divine power did during cultivation. However, as Li Fan put it, it was still quite frustrating. He discovered that his divine consciousness was extremely difficult to control. While others could wield it as effortlessly as an arm, he felt completely helpless, like a disabled person. In essence, spiritual awareness is simply a form of the soul. In simpler terms, it involves splitting off a strand of one's own soul and using it to begin expansion and control, ultimately achieving the ability to manipulate it as freely as one's own limbs. As Li Fan himself put it, others use soul power like taking a pinch of sand. It requires little effort and can easily be shaped into various forms. But for him, it's like pulling a single strand of steel wire from a block of steel, and then transforming that wire into various shapes. This is just making things difficult for Li Fan, isn't it? No wonder he's upset. Li Fan had tried several times, but it was as difficult as climbing a mountain. What the heck is this? Is there something wrong with my soul? Just as Li Fan was muttering to himself, a silver bell-like voice rang out. Alright, Xiao Bai, stop blowing on it and eat quickly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan let go of his thoughts, as it didn't matter anymore. He had originally intended to use his divine sense merely to transmit a secret message or to perceive and probe the spatial ring. After all, some spatial artifacts couldn't be directly projected into Li Fan's mind like the divine palace could. He had originally intended to use his divine sense merely to transmit sounds secretly, or to perceive and probe the spatial ring. After all, some spatial artifacts couldn't be directly projected into Li Fan's mind like those in the immortal palace. At that moment, Li Fan picked up the bowl in a human-like manner and began to drink the chaos, amusing the little girl, who laughed delightedly. Such things were nothing new to Xiao Nannan, but despite this, she still couldn't help but giggle, watching this heartwarming scene unfold before her. Linger couldn't help but recall the time she had taken Xiao Nannan out to eat dumplings. Whenever there was something delicious, Xiao Nannan would always remember to order an extra portion for Li Fan and bring it back home for him. Perhaps it was precisely because of Xiao Nannan's innocence and kindness, her purity and innocence, that she had attracted someone as extraordinary as Li Fan to protect her. Unconsciously, these words emerged from Linger's heart. Chapter 25, The Dialogue Between the Spirit Master and Li Fan. The next day, night fell. The moon shone brightly, the stars twinkled, and the night sky was cloudless, making it appear exceptionally brilliant. The Zhetian pavilion stands quietly, exuding an air of peace and tranquility. Just then, a white figure moved ghostly and swiftly, heading toward the depths of the Zhetian pavilion. Vaguely, one could make out that the white figure was a cute little white tiger, moving at an astonishing speed, silently and without a sound, leaving one speechless. In no time, Li Fan had entered the depths of the Zhetian Pavilion. This place was vastly different from the outside world, a barren wasteland that seemed to have been severely devastated, with nothing but bare earth stretching as far as the eye could see. Li Fan looked up at the sky. A sliver of silver light shone through the pitch-black night sky, falling onto an old, dilapidated courtyard not far away. That silver light was the starlight filling the sky, and also the glow of the silver moon. "You're here again." An ancient and weathered voice echoed, filled with exhaustion, as if it belonged to an old man on the brink of death. Yet, there was an overwhelming aura that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth, held back yet ready to erupt, like an ancient dragon lurking in the depths of a bottomless abyss. In the small courtyard, a gourd vine emitted a faint glow. The light pouring down from the sky was falling upon it, and everything seemed to be under its control. Some of the gourd vine's roots and stems were withered and yellow, covering the entire ancient courtyard's crumbling walls. "Hee, I see you're all alone, probably feeling lonely, so I came to keep you company and chat." Li Fan grinned, and Xiaohu leaped onto the gourd vine. As he spoke, Li Fan's eyes fixed on a budding seed on the gourd vine, and he swallowed involuntarily. "If you're willing to help me protect the Zhetian Pavilion, it's yours." The spirit spoke, its voice hoarse and weary. Upon hearing these familiar words, Li Fan couldn't help but shake his head. On his first day at the Zhetian Pavilion, he had secretly slipped into this place and struck up a conversation with the spirit. When he saw the seed, he felt a sudden craving and wanted to eat it. He would come here from time to time, and there were two reasons for this. One was indeed to talk to the spirit sacrifice, as it had lived for so long and must know some things, and it was nice to listen occasionally. The other reason, of course, is the spirit seed. Li Fan didn't even bother to hide his intentions, and the spirit noticed immediately. As for Li Fan, the spirit had no guard up against him. Even before Li Fan arrived, it had already sensed his extraordinary nature. Killing the elderly spirit would have been an easy task, as its years of experience had taught it. However, although Li Fan had been observing it, he had made no moves. The spirit knew that Li Fan was the kind of person who had traveled the world and seen much of life. Upon realizing this, the spirit spoke, uttering those words. It could grant what was sought, but only if Li Fan would vow to protect the Zhetian Pavilion. Every time he heard this, Li Fan was speechless. Would he agree? The answer was a definite no. In Li Fan's heart, there was only one person worth protecting, and that was Xiao Nannan. The lives of others meant nothing to him. "I don't have much time left." Suddenly, the spirit spoke up. He seemed to be confiding in a friend, recounting his impending death. Li Fan fell silent, sitting on the gourd vine and gazing at the spirit. After a long while, a calm voice spoke. "To be honest, the people from back then are no longer here. Why are you still so stubborn? I don't quite understand your approach. Zhetian Pavilion, a mysterious figure who founded it. There was once a legend that he came from a mysterious land, possessing cultivation that reached the heavens and penetrated the earth. Some claimed he was a quasi-emperor, so powerful as to inspire fear. However, for some reason, he came to the North Star and founded the Zhetian Pavilion. At that time, he planted a gourd vine and nourished it with imperial blood. That gourd vine is now the sacred spirit of the Zhetian Pavilion, guarding it for countless years. It remained unchanged for 1,000 years, even after the quasi-emperor vanished and all the original inhabitants had passed away. This puzzled Li Fan. Could he himself achieve such a feat? Li Fan didn't know either. Perhaps it was possible, or perhaps it wasn't. Li Fan didn't know either. Perhaps he could, perhaps he couldn't. "This is my home." Jilling quickly answered Li Fan's question, his weathered words seeming to mourn and recall distant memories. The wind swept across the land, and the moon hung high and pure. The leaves of the gourd vine swayed gently, and the hanging gourd seed swayed in the wind, creating ripples that formed patterns. The small courtyard was quiet, and faintly, it seemed to return to its state from thousands of years ago. As the sun sets in the west, an old man tends to the gourd vines day and night, recounting ancient tales. Upon hearing this, Li Fan paused in surprise. "If I give it to you, you must protect the sky-covering pavilion for 100 years. The spirit spoke again, uttering these words. Li Fan smiled bitterly. He simply couldn't understand the spirit's mindset. He was an orphan. He had never known the warmth of a home. Don't overthink it. Perhaps things aren't as bad as you imagine. Let's hope so. The spirit of the deceased could hear Li Fan's words and understand his meaning, without needing further explanation. Thus, Li Fan and the spirit continued their casual conversation. Of course, Li Fan did most of the talking, with the spirit occasionally interjecting a word or two. The small courtyard was quiet, with only Li Fan's voice echoing softly, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. From this, Li Fan learned one thing: the former quasi-emperor seemed truly extraordinary, hailing from a major sect beyond the domain. It seemed that the quasi-emperor had left that sect before attaining sainthood, never to return, and had ultimately passed away in this foreign land. He is gone. As night grew deeper, Li Fan jumped down from the gourd vine, waved goodbye to the spirit, and left with a carefree air. Li Fan stepped out of the courtyard, the words of the spirit still echoing in his ears. If one day I am no longer here and the Jetian Pavilion is destroyed, can you leave behind the last spark of hope for the Jetian Pavilion? Do not stay to protect it. Listening to the voice in my ears, filled with deep exhaustion, even as death approaches, you still think of the Jetian Pavilion. Li Fan's figure vanished from this region. In the area where he had been standing, echoes of sounds lingered. Okay. It's not because of Li Fan's mother, nor because of his friendship with Jilling, but solely because of Jilling's spirit that Li Fan is willing to step in. If necessary, he will act in the end to preserve the last spark of hope for the Jetian Pavilion. The dilapidated old courtyard, with gourd vines swaying in the wind. Listening to the voices outside the courtyard, the once withered gourd vines faintly emitted jade-green glow. The silver light of the sky cascades down, revealing the extraordinary nature of this dilapidated, run-down courtyard. Everything remained as quiet as ever. Chapter 26, Revival, the Ultimate Warriors emerge. Half a month passed quickly. How strange, where did Xiao Hua and the others go? Xiao Nannan puckered her little lips and looked up at Yen Linger, who was peeling an orange. After finishing her daily training, she would often go to the residential area where the disciples of the Jetian Pavilion lived to play. Over time, it had developed into a place resembling a small city, home to many people. However, in recent days, people have been leaving one after another, seemingly setting off on journeys to other places. Xiao Hua and the others have gone to other places, but one day in the future, you will meet again. Yen Linger smiled and ruffled Xiao Nannan's hair. However, deep in her eyes, there was a hint of sadness. In truth, it wasn't just them who had left. The disciples of the major factions staying at the Jetian Pavilion had all departed long ago. Xia Yilin and Xin Feizhou had both been summoned back by their elders. Little Nan, tomorrow I'll take you to my fire country, okay? We'll stay right next to me. I'll take you to see the flower fields every day and stroll through the food street. How about it? Sure, I'd love to. Xiao Nannan's smile was as bright as a flower, like a little angel from heaven, her little face radiating a smile that was sweet enough to melt your heart. The next morning, Yen Linger picked up the still sleeping Xiao Nannan and walked toward a fiery red chariot outside the Jetian Pavilion. It was pulled by a divine bird with the bloodline of a fire phoenix, the chariot of the Fire Kingdom's emperor. Farewell, younger sister Yen Linger. Hua Feng, filled with a sense of loss, watched Yen Linger as she departed into the distance. Paper can't hide fire forever. The oppressive atmosphere at the Jetian Pavilion over the past few days had already caught Hua Feng's attention, and he had learned the reason from his master. He knew that the spirit sacrifice lord was about to ascend to the Tao and that the Jetian Pavilion was about to face a great calamity. He felt a deep sense of loss, blaming himself for his lack of strength and inability to protect the Jetian Pavilion. He did not harbor any resentment toward Yen Linger and the others, as it was because of them that the forces behind them had agreed not to harm the Jetian Pavilion. This was already the greatest assistance they could offer the Jetian Pavilion. Though Hua Feng knew that they would eventually act, the seeds left behind by the Jetian Pavilion's spirit ancestor were coveted by too many, and when the Jetian Pavilion eventually fell, the Fire Nation would inevitably move to seize them. They had only agreed not to attack the Jetian Pavilion, they had not promised not to seize it. Senior brother Hua Feng, you. Yen Linger looked at the dejected Hua Feng and wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how to start. Yen Linger, don't worry. Hua Feng's dejected expression vanished, replaced by one of final farewell. I can only see my junior sister off here. We will meet again in the future. With that said, Hua Feng's figure did not linger for a moment as he turned and walked into the Jetian Pavilion. Will we ever meet again? Yen Linger sighed inwardly. The Jetian Pavilion of the past was now beyond reach. Princess, hurry up and leave. It's about to begin. The driver of the fragrant carriage, a middle-aged palace maid, spoke urgently, her face filled with anxiety. Upon hearing this, Yen Linger's expression grew cold. Originally, she was supposed to leave in the afternoon, but circumstances had changed unexpectedly. Someone couldn't resist taking action, and upon hearing the news, the Fire Nation hurriedly sent Yen Linger back, fearing she might be harmed, which led to the events of that morning. The Fire Nation's chariot departed, heading toward the horizon. Hua Feng glanced at the chariot, then turned and walked into the Jetian Pavilion. Suddenly, his expression froze. Up ahead, there was a stunning figure, the strongest disciple of the Jetian Pavilion, Xiaoyu. It has begun. Xiaoyu's beautiful face was covered in frost as she looked into the distance. Boom! Huge ripples spread out, and vast figures appeared in the sky. Those were the forms of the Dharma, towering and majestic, like colossal beings overlooking all beings. The transformation has finally begun. The earth deep within the Jetian Pavilion split open, revealing countless fissures of unimaginable depth that spread out in all directions toward the horizon. The nearby spirit mountains collapsed, massive boulders rolled down, and dust filled the air. All of this happened so suddenly, without any warning. Couldn't you hold back any longer? From the depths of the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion, an ancient, weathered voice echoed. Boom! The heavens and earth were in turmoil. The light rain hanging above the small courtyard exploded, showering the gourd vine. The overwhelming waves of life swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths like a vast ocean, unparalleled in its grandeur. The spirit is awakening. The ancient factions of Dongwon, Shima, Beiyuan, Nanling, and Zhengzhou all have spies watching this direction. They do not sense what is happening there, but they know that a cataclysmic upheaval is about to unfold, an event so momentous it will be etched into the annals of history. The spirit of the Zhetian Pavilion. Countless cultivators within tens of thousands of miles all looked up toward this direction. Those hiding in the shadows trembled. This was the Zhetian Pavilion's spirit guardian, which had once overlooked the 5 realms, finally awakening at this moment and revealing its divine form. Do you really think you can kill us? You have lived too long. It is time for you to return to the heavens and earth. In the eastern sky, a terrifying figure loomed, as if a celestial ruler had descended to the mortal realm. It stood tall in the void, surrounded by divine light that shrouded the entire sky. Having survived nearly 10,000 years, this was an extraordinary existence. A black figure, resembling an ancient demon peak, spans the heavens. He is marveling, yet the form shrouded in black mist is filled with murderous intent. His eyes, like ghostly lanterns from the underworld, gaze into the depths of the sky-covering pavilion. You dare to invade my Zhetian Pavilion, speaking of life and death with such arrogance, why bother hiding your true form? Deep within the Zhetian Pavilion, there were over a dozen white-haired figures, with an old man at the front roaring hysterically. They emanated a putrid stench and were not particularly powerful, with only a few true powerhouses among them, the rest being mere half-step powerhouses. Those are the supreme elders and the sect master of the Zhetian Pavilion. Is this the true strength of the Zhetian Pavilion today? It is far too inexperienced to match the glory of its past. Another figure appeared, spanning the heavens and earth, so vast it was beyond imagination. That was his divine form. As he spoke, his words were filled with regret. How powerful the Zhetian Pavilion once was, ruling over the 5 realms. Just then, a blood-red figure appeared. His body radiated a murderous intent that shattered the clouds for miles around, causing the heavens to rumble. His face was completely exposed, with tiger-like eyes and sword-like eyebrows. His vital energy was so powerful it seemed to shatter the heavens and split the earth, a sight of unparalleled terror. We are here today to carry out the annihilation of your clan. Why should we hide? The former leader of the Wanjie sect, he is still alive? Seeing this figure, someone exclaimed in shock. That was someone who had died hundreds of years ago, yet now they had appeared, wielding a legendary holy weapon. With the emergence of the previous leader of the Wanjie sect, countless figures gathered behind him. They were disciples of the Wanjie sect. Watching the actions of the Wanjie sect, some people also retreated, causing a series of gasps. Mu Qianxiu, the national teacher of the Water Kingdom who was supposed to have died 1,000 years ago. Who is that? Such ancient attire, it seems to be the robes of the underworld palace from long ago. Chapter 27, I'm not a goody two-shoes. Everyone's here. That's great. Ha, one by one, I will eliminate them all. My Zhetian Pavilion will endure forever. The elders of the Zhetian Pavilion looked at the densely packed figures and knew that the chances of survival today were extremely low. Their divine power fluctuated as they began to desperately unleash forbidden techniques. The elders of the Zhetian Pavilion looked at the densely packed figures and knew that the chances of survival today were extremely slim. Their divine power fluctuated as they began to recklessly unleash forbidden techniques. The few remaining individuals with legendary backgrounds all possessed legendary divine weapons. This world was about to be shattered. Master! Master! The disciples of the sky-covering pavilion saw their faces turn pale. Their elders were about to engage in a life or death battle. Kill them all! A total of 5 supreme factions appeared, their rulers coldly waving their fingers. Thousands of powerful beings unleashed their divine power simultaneously, shaking the surrounding area. Kill! Disciples of the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion rushed out one after another, while others arrived from afar. You scoundrels! I told you to leave! The elders of the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion watched the disciples flying toward them from the distance, tears welling up in their eyes as they shouted loudly. Master, your disciple refuses to live a life of cowardice. Forgive me for disobeying your orders. Cries could be heard as hundreds of disciples from the Sky-Covering Pavilion returned in a mighty procession, charging toward the visitors. At that moment, the Zhetian Pavilion was engulfed by the crowd, scattered, yet they remained unyielding, fighting with their lives, their anger reaching its peak. They cared not for their lives, determined to take down at least 1 or 2 enemies even if it meant their own deaths. Anyone who dares to offend the Zhetian Pavilion will be killed without mercy. Mu Yan roared furiously, his voice shaking the heavens. A bolt of thunder erupted, illuminating the heavens 3 times over, completely engulfing the sky and earth. In an instant, hundreds of figures were reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, numerous hidden factions were all taken aback. Even a lion in its twilight years is not without strength. Some sighed in secret. Boom! A colossal divine might erupted from the depths of the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion, signaling someone's anger. Wudist old Taoist, are you also going to interfere in the affairs of the Zhetian Pavilion? At that moment, a hunched figure appeared deep within the Jetian pavilion, standing in the void with a smile on his face. Mu Qianqiu of the Wood Nation roared. Originally, the 5 major factions each held a legendary holy weapon, preparing to unite and attack, but they were intercepted midway by the old hermit Wu Chen. Sage! Seeing the dustless old Taoist appear, those observing in secret exclaimed in astonishment. On the other side, the former leader of the Wan Jie sect glared at the old Taoist master like a venomous snake, as if he wanted to devour him. It was precisely because of the old Taoist master Wu Chen that the Wan Jie sect's reputation had been tarnished, its authority plummeted, and it had even been extorted by the 4 major factions. His appearance and intervention this time were undoubtedly aimed at restoring the sect's prestige. As the saying goes, take someone's money and eliminate their troubles. I agreed to take on a saint for the Jetian pavilion, not to interfere in your affairs. The old Taoist, Wu Chen, stood with his hands behind his back, smiling broadly as he spoke. At the same time, the people of the Sky-Covering pavilion were overjoyed. They had heard of the old Taoist's power. If he were to intervene, along with the spirit-sacrificing elder, a saint, that would be 2 saints, the crisis would be easily averted. However, before they could even celebrate, everyone in the Jetian pavilion felt a chill run through their bodies. The old Taoist master, Wu Chen, smiled broadly as he looked up at the void. Which one of you dares to be my opponent? Stop hiding and come out. We've already fought this far. Interesting. We've been sealed away for years, and I never thought there would still be someone who could become a saint in this world. A middle-aged figure emerged from the void, dressed in imperial robes and wearing a crown adorned with feathers, resembling an emperor who ruled over billions of lands and dominated the 8 corners of the world. A divine aura surged from his body. He was a living saint. At the moment he appeared, 4 more figures materialized. Without exception, they all emanated a divine aura, gazing coldly toward the direction of the Sky-Covering pavilion. 5 saints. The old man from the Sky-Shrouding pavilion trembled as he gripped his weapon. Hand him over to the Wan Jie sect. A sage with a radiant face spoke, his gaze toward the dust-free old Taoist as sharp as a sword, freezing the void. Upon hearing this, the other sages all nodded in agreement. They had also heard of the enmity between the Wan Jie sect and the Wuchen Taoist, and were not afraid that the Wan Jie sect would not put in much effort, as they would be the ones to benefit in the end. Boom! At that moment, the sages intervened. The spirit was fully revived, the divine vine shot into the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens, engaging in battle with the 4 great sages, and erupting with dazzling light. The old Taoist, Wu Chen, also grew serious. His days were numbered, but he had received a treasured artifact from the Jetian pavilion, which extended his life once more. That was why he had intervened, otherwise he would never have meddled in such matters. A tidal wave of murderous intent engulfed the heavens and earth, with the supreme divine might of the saints flowing both above the sky and upon the ground. Countless people gasped in shock, never expecting things to escalate to this point. Madness. To mobilize a saint sealed away in the divine source for the sake of the Jetian pavilion, is it really worth it? Some people couldn't understand. The spirit of the Jetian pavilion is an ancient being, and its seeds may be capable of giving birth to a similar entity. The major factions of the Northern Dipper all covet it. If handled properly, it could be protected by a living sage for 10,000 years. How could one not put in the effort? An old man shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on the distance. The Jetian pavilion is doomed to decline. Boom! The heavens trembled, mountains and rivers shattered, and the divine might swept across the land. The Sky-Shrouding pavilion erupted in fury, blood spattering the sky. The warriors fought with reckless abandon, each taking at least 1 life with them as they died. Our ancestors would be ashamed of us. The legacy of the Jetian pavilion has been lost in our hands. The elderly members of the Jetian pavilion wept bitterly, attacking those around them without regard for their own lives. Their already wrinkled faces grew even more haggard as they burned with the last remnants of their vitality, sacrificing their lives in the fierce battle. Let Yu and the others go. As long as they are alive, there is still hope. Mu Yan shattered a half-step great power, going mad as he tried to break through the ranks, desperate to let the people of the Jetian pavilion escape. Master, let's break out together. Hua Feng, covered in blood, carried a disciple of the Jetian pavilion on his back and shouted tearfully. You are still young and have a bright future ahead of you. We can't go on anymore. We have spent our entire lives at the Jetian pavilion, and even in death, we will be buried here. Our loyal spirits will forever remain and guard the Jetian pavilion. The dozen or so elderly members of the Jetian pavilion all stepped forward to block the surging crowd. Their cloudy eyes emitted an unusual glow, as if they had returned to their younger selves, each brimming with vitality. Kill! They all sacrificed themselves, truly breaking through a path and leaving the many hidden forces in awe. The Jetian pavilion will not perish. In a distant land, it will bloom anew from the ashes and ruins, achieving a perfect rebirth. The Jetian pavilion will endure forever. Come, let the thunder destroy all worlds. My soul burns through the ages. Mu Yan burns his life, and in that instant, his withering form erupts with brilliant light. Mu Yan, go ahead and scout the underworld. We'll follow shortly. Several elderly members of the Zhetian pavilion shed tears. In the distance, a female cultivator turned her head away. These elders, who should have been enjoying a peaceful retirement, met such a tragic and a pitiful sight in their twilight years. Many fell silent. This was the harsh reality of spiritual cultivation. Linger's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, which trickled down her cheeks as she tightly pressed her lips together. She glanced at the little white tiger lying on the windowsill, opened her red lips several times, but held back each time. She desperately wanted to demand Li Fan to intervene and assist the Zhetian pavilion, but she couldn't bring herself to say those words. Who in the world would be willing to get involved in such a thankless task? Moreover, Li Fan has no connection to the Zhetian pavilion. No one in the world would be so kind as to help a stranger out of the blue. Even though Linger herself desperately wanted to intervene, she is backed by the Fire Nation, a vast and powerful empire. Her involvement would have far-reaching consequences. Hee, little flower, hide well. I'm coming to find you. Little Nanan's mumbling suddenly rang out in the quiet car. Li Fan sighed deeply. His eyes turned to Xiao Nannan, then to the sky-covering pavilion. If one day Xiao Nannan still remembers these memories, will she blame me? Li Fan suddenly spoke up, asking Linger. Hearing Li Fan's voice, Linger's expression froze for a moment, then she looked at Xiao Nannan. No. No? Yeah, how could Xiao Nannan blame me? Li Fan shook his head, as if talking to himself. Then Li Fan stood up and looked at Linger. Can you please watch over Xiao Nannan and make sure she stays safe? Upon hearing this, Linger was startled for a moment, then her beautiful face, though only 13 or 14 years old, already showing signs of future beauty, suddenly lit up with an extraordinary radiance. She thought of something. Nung, Senior Li Fan, you have to step in. Linger trembled, her voice filled with excitement. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Bai's figure had already vanished from the original spot, leaving only his words echoing in the air. I'm not a good person, but I just don't want Xiao Nannan to be sad. Chapter 28 was too intense, overwhelmingly powerful. Deep within the Zhetian pavilion, a towering green vine stood tall, reaching toward the sky. It was a spirit-worshipping vine, no longer resembling a gourd vine but more like a majestic pine tree. The fierce battle rages on. The roar shook the heavens and earth, startling the 6 directions and 8 corners of the universe. In this region where divine might surge like a volcanic eruption in tidal waves, a faint glow appeared silently on the ground beside the spirit, and a vague figure could be discerned within the glow. This glow was not large, only about a foot in diameter, but it shone brightly, extraordinary in every way. Hey, can you stop what you're doing? A sudden voice rang out across the battlefield, startling everyone. It was you. Jilin quickly recognized the voice as Li Fan, who often came to chat with her. The old Taoist, Wuchen, narrowed his eyes. He too recognized the voice. The master has intervened. Without meaning to, the old Taoist master swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. Who are you? Facing this suddenly appearing strange light, everyone's saints frowned and looked wary. The commotion here had already drawn significant attention, and Li Fan's appearance immediately caused many to look up in surprise. What is that? The Holy Spirit? Someone stared wide-eyed at the suddenly appearing light sphere and speculated. Who am I? You can call me Father. A relaxed and casual voice echoed from the light. Did it go out? The sages all looked at each other in confusion and turned their gaze toward the people holding the sacred weapons within their respective factions. They were equally baffled. Yes, I'm done for. Li Fan said with a smile. What do you mean by sending you here? The sage of the water country spoke, his gaze as cold as lightning as he looked at Li Fan. From the moment the spirit had addressed him as you during the ritual, he knew that this man and the spirit were clearly acquainted, hence his inquiry. I will protect the Zhetian pavilion. A light voice once again echoed from the light sphere, its sound carrying far and wide, so that even those in the distance could hear it clearly. Ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. A sage dressed in black robes burst into laughter. His body was shrouded in black smoke, his divine might towering over the heavens, as if he were a god or demon standing tall in the void. He is a sage from the demon emperor's palace, and his power is the strongest among all the sages. Why waste words with him? Today, the Zhetian pavilion must be destroyed, and anyone who stands in our way will die, along with their entire clan. The sage of the Wanjie sect barked coldly, extending his palm to strike out a terrifying mark. The sound of sizzling echoed endlessly as divine power erupted, transforming into a divine sword heading toward them. The sword's glow flickered, swirling with orderly runes, its might overwhelming. Puff! A faint muffled sound echoed. Blood spattered the sky, demonic and seductive. The chest of the saint of the 10,000 calamities sect in the heavens is translucent, revealing the flesh and organs within. I. The sage of the Wanjie sect tried to speak, but blood kept gushing from his mouth. Sigh. It all happened too quickly. By the time they realized what was happening, they had already witnessed the saint of the Wanjie sect being severely wounded. The 4 saints all narrowed their eyes in disbelief, staring at the scene before them. Boom! The ground where the small light ball had been suddenly cracked open and sank inward. Li Fan was too fast. He leaped and stomped on the ground, but his speed was too great, causing the earth to collapse with a thunderous crash. At the same moment, the small light orb in the sky moved again. Snap! A crisp sound echoed. The sage of the Wanjie sect exploded into a cloud of blood, his brilliant, luminous blood spraying across the heavens and earth, piercing the ground yet bringing new life to the earth. This was the blood of a sage. The saint of the demon emperor's palace, who was closest to the saint of the 10,000 calamities sect, was startled by the sight. A saint was turned into a blood mist in the blink of an eye? The other three saints were all watching Li Fan warily. He was too strong, almost beyond belief. Goodness gracious, did I see that correctly? That sage was just blown to pieces? In the distance, a cultivator let out a loud, strange cry. That was a sage. Just like that? I only intended to mediate, but now I have changed my mind and suddenly do not wish to let you off. Li Fan's voice echoed throughout the heavens, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Ha! As soon as he spoke, all the sages felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Attack! In an instant, all the saints acted simultaneously. It wasn't just the three of them, there were also 5 powerful warriors wielding sacred weapons, unleashing the full might of their sacred weapons without regard for their own lives. A deafening roar shook the heavens. The void twisted and shattered, a shower of light filled the sky, runes shot toward the heavens, sword beams gleamed like rainbows, and a massive treasure as heavy as 10,000 June lay before them. Everyone's attacks reached their peak, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble. The combined assault was like a blazing sun, enveloping everything and engulfing Li Fan. This was everyone's all-out, unreserved strike. This strike seemed as though it had been rehearsed, moving with the speed of a cold bolt of lightning. It sliced through the sky, shaking the very foundations of the mountains and rivers. Those fighting in the distance were instantly reduced to a blood mist, with no time to react. Everything was obliterated, and only those who fled farther away managed to escape the residual might of the technique. Impossible! Just then, a cry of fear erupted from the mouth of the holy figure dressed in a dragon robe from the Water Kingdom. Before him, the glowing orb remained completely untouched, not even a single thread of change, as if it had never been targeted at him in the first place, and he was not the intended target of the attack. Put! Fresh blood spattered everywhere, and the space behind the light sphere trembled violently. A powerful gust of wind swept across the heavens and earth. All that the crowd could see was the light sphere behind them erupting violently. Then the light sphere moved forward, approaching the sage of the water country, and another sage turned into a mist of blood. Run! Another sage turned to flee, disregarding his own followers as they scattered in all directions. However, before he had gone far, Li Fan approached once more. No! The sage shouted. Under the horrified stares of the crowd, another cloud of blood mist bloomed in the sky. In just 1 second, the 2 sages turned into a mist of blood and fell in this desolate land. This is too intense. Someone stammered, their voice trembling. From the moment Li Fan appeared until now, not even the time it takes to drink a cup of tea had passed, yet 3 saints had already perished at the hands of that strange light, their strength utterly overwhelmed. It was utterly shocking. Chapter 29, A Soul as Vast as the Ocean. Haunting Dreams. The last sage was enveloped in purple divine flames, resembling the fire god Zhu Rong. The flames shot into the heavens, incinerating the 33 layers of heaven. Suddenly, an invisible wave erupted from the flames, and he roared, shaking the 9 heavens. Soul power rivaling that of a peak-level Holy King? Comparable to the soul power of a peak Holy King? The spirit summoner exclaimed in shock. In an instant, everyone within 10,000 miles knelt prostrate. The soul of a Holy King was powerful and terrifying, capable of effortlessly stirring the heavens and earth, overturning mountains and seas, and causing chaos in the cosmos. Every soul felt a deep sense of dread in the depths of their being. No one could have imagined that a sage would possess such a hidden ability, unleashing a soul-shaking attack at the peak of the Holy King realm. This is a Saint Slayer. The trembling voice, the word Saint Slayer, and the forbidden terms, all of these indicate that one who has attained the realm of a saint is capable of slaying even a Saint King level existence. It is said that only the 3 great assassin clans possess such individuals. Humph. The soul power of the Saint King at the peak of his power pierced through the heavens, forming an invisible spear that stabbed directly into the light sphere, penetrating it without any resistance. The soul power of the peak-level Holy King pierced through the heavens, forming an invisible spear that stabbed toward the light sphere, penetrating it without any resistance. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, not from the light sphere, but from the Slayer Saint himself. The sound lasted less than a second before abruptly stopping, as if someone had pinched its throat. The divine flames it had summoned vanished, revealing its true form, an old man in black robes, gaunt and frail like a piece of kindling. His face was filled with horror, as if he had seen something unimaginable. In an instant, his eyes went blank, as if he had lost his soul, and he fell straight down from the sky. What's going on? Is he dead? The people in the shadows were stunned, their minds unable to process what had just happened. Just a moment ago, they were invincible, but the next moment, they were lying motionless on the ground. His soul was obliterated. The elders of the major factions watching from afar spoke in alarm. He seemed to have seen something terrifying. What was that light sphere that had even a saint killer moved? An elderly man from an ancient clan furrowed his white brows and muttered to himself. No one knew why the saint slayer was so terrified, and no one would ever know what he had seen before his death. He had believed he was about to succeed in killing his opponent, as his spiritual energy had made contact with the others. Yet in the end, he was overcome by fear the first time he had ever truly felt what fear was. He sensed the other's soul, vast as the sea, endless and boundless. The gap between his own soul power and that of the other was like the difference between a small pond and the vast ocean. The saint of killing, with only a pond of water, dared to challenge the vast ocean. This was no different from an egg colliding with a stone. Soon, he was swallowed by the soul force, his soul force unable to return, trapped in the vast ocean, shattered and scattered by the waves of the soul sea, directly merging into the opponent's soul. Boom! Boom! The body of the saint slayer fell straight down, crashing into the mountains below and shattering the peaks. That was the complete body of a saint. Some looked greedily at the corpse of the slain sage, but they dared not act on their desires. The heavens and earth fell into complete silence. Even those attacking the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion had ceased their assault. 5 sages appeared, turned into blood mist, and 1 had their divine soul annihilated. Watching this scene, the dust-free old Taoist's eyes suddenly widened, and his expression became extremely strange. He almost didn't react in time, his gaze fixed intently on the position of the saint of the 10,000 Calamities sect. Wasn't life good enough? Why say such a thing? The old Taoist, Wu Chen, recalled the words of the Wan Jie sect saint, scanning the surroundings. The saint's blood had spilled onto the ground, leaving everyone speechless. If it weren't for the words of the Wan Jie sect saint, perhaps others might not have died. Through his brief interaction with Li Fan, the old Taoist also learned of Li Fan's Achilles heel Xiao Nan Nan. Why did the saint of the Wan Jie sect have to say such things? Why did he have to kill the other party's relatives? That was asking for death. In the end, Li Fan didn't spare a single soul. Meanwhile, Jilin remained silent, as he shared similar thoughts with Wu Chen Laodao. He was stationed at the Zhetian Pavilion, aware of every movement within its walls. He knew the status of Xiao Nan Nan in Li Fan's heart, which was why he had allowed her to come to the Zhetian Pavilion. No other faction would dare to do such a thing. The others can be killed. Li Fan fell from the sky with a loud crash, hitting the ground and creating a large crater. He couldn't fly, so he could only jump into the sky. Without the explosive force to create a vacuum, he naturally fell back down. Upon hearing this, the spirit guardian acted faster than anyone else. Vines spread across the sky, blocking out the sun and piercing through the clouds, resembling dragons tearing apart all who dared to approach. Run! Run fast! Seeing their own saint die, the attackers were thrown into chaos and fled in all directions. Without their sage to hold them back, they offered no resistance at all. Those who had been holding the sacred weapons had already been terrified out of their wits and had fled in shame, caring not a whit for the others. Boom! At that moment, the spirit's majesty seemed to return to the glory of 10,000 years ago. He is vast and boundless, though a vine, his leaves cover the heavens. Divine light erupts, and the sky resounds with thunderous roars. The dawn's first light grows even brighter, and under the interplay of divine light and dawn's glow, the heavens and earth are bathed in a kaleidoscope of colors. Spirit of the ancestors. The people of the sky-covering pavilion wept bitterly. At that moment, the spirit of the ancestors was so powerful, as if he were the ruler of heaven and earth. However, everyone knew that with the spirit priest's revival, there was no turning back. I must go now. An ancient and weathered voice echoed from the depths of the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion. The spirit was in the process of ascending to the Tao, and a shower of divine light rained down. The divine vine dimmed. Once a towering divine vine as vast as the heavens, it gradually turned a withered yellow, all its leaves withering and slowly dissolving into a shower of light. As the light rain fell, the once barren land came back to life. The region of the Sky-Shrouding Pavilion, which had been shattered by the great battle, was also bathed in the light rain, with tender shoots sprouting and a lush green landscape spreading out before the eyes. At that moment, a seed shaped like a gourd appeared, capturing everyone's attention. It was the seed of the spirit. Seeing this scene, everyone's breathing quickened. This thing was the seed of the spirit, essentially a new form of life for the spirit. With it, one could cultivate a spirit similar to the one from the Zhetian Pavilion, or even one stronger. However, upon seeing the direction of the spirit seed, many people halted their actions. The direction of the seeds was precisely the region where Li Fan was located. The spirit priest gave the seed to Li Fan. Chapter 30, The Fall of the Sky-Covering Pavilion. The Zhetian Pavilion cannot protect it, only you are worthy of possessing it. The spirit sacrifice spoke, revealing the reason behind their actions. The current Zhetian Pavilion was in shambles, with no foundation left to protect such a thing. It would be better to simply hand it over to Li Fan, who understood the spirit's intentions. The light sphere enveloping Li Fan flickered slightly, emitting a faint glow. You really don't need to do this. I promised I would protect the last remnant of the Zhetian Pavilion's bloodline, and I will certainly fulfill my promise. Li Fan, whose eyes flickered within the light sphere, watched as the sacrificial spirit dissolved into a shower of light and vanished, letting out a deep sigh. A streak of green light appeared. Everyone from the sky-covering pavilion vanished, absorbed into the green light. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left speechless. In the eyes of the crowd, the green light that had flown out from the light sphere absorbed the people of the Jetian pavilion and then headed toward the outer domain. Go forth, toward the outer realms. Li Fan spoke. Beyond the domain, reborn from the ashes of destruction, a perfect rebirth, the future of the Sky-Shrouding pavilion awaits you on this land. A calm voice emanated from the light, its sound shaking the heavens and earth, causing all hearts to tremble. Thank you. The spirit whispered softly, gazing at the light sphere where Li Fan was located. It grew faint in the shower of light and gradually faded away. Spirit Summoner. Amidst the blue light, the cries of the Jetian pavilion echoed, filled with unbearable grief. In the vague space between heaven and earth, a towering, blurry figure appeared. It was the spirit of the sacrifice, wearing a smile and a hint of relief. The spirit of sacrifice of the Jetian pavilion dedicated its entire life to the Jetian pavilion. In the end, it left behind only a kind and radiant smile. It did not possess the majesty to suppress the heavens of the North Star, nor did it have any air of dominance. All that remained was its face, forever frozen in a smile. As the morning breeze blew and the light rain dispersed, the majestic figure of the spirit guardian vanished completely, merging into the vastness of heaven and earth. From that day forward, the world knew no more of the spirit. On Mount Sumeru in the western desert, a faint sigh echoed through the air. A legendary spirit guardian, whose might had suppressed the Big Dipper for 10,000 years, was originally even more extraordinary and brilliant, shaking the ages and illuminating the world. Yet he willingly spent his entire life never straying from the Jetian pavilion, safeguarding it for 1,000 years, only to reach his end today, leaving people to sigh with regret. This spirit, whose vitality rivaled that of ancient emperors, was not a fleeting phenomenon in the vast expanse of time. It illuminated the world, leaving behind a glorious legacy. Its very existence was a miracle, a testament to the eternal nature of life. Among the onlookers were many peerless beings of immense power, and even some who were nearly saints were hidden among them. They all remained silent, watching the sacrificial spirit dissolve into the void. The sorrowful cries of the Jetian pavilion echoed across the heavens. If it were not in this life, in this age of decline, it might have become an emperor. Becoming an emperor is no simple matter, the path is too arduous. Yet its life was no less remarkable than that of an emperor. Its sacrifices were enough to shake the ages. Did it make a mistake? No. On the path of cultivation, who can claim to be right, who can claim to be wrong? There are only different choices. The path to the throne is long and arduous, even the strongest will eventually fade away. Listening to the echoes of ancient times, heeding the wisdom of the Great Way, my heart is set on the imperial path. Even if I cannot achieve immortality, I will leave my footprints behind. The powerful spirit guardian has perished, and the unseen entity observing from the shadows feels a deep sense of awe and admiration. Dawn. The blue light that was about to break free from the Big Dipper suddenly trembled, and a beam of light also shot out, colliding with the other. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The collision sent the heavens and earth into turmoil, and the entire eastern wasteland fell silent. Ultimate divine weapon. A surge of supreme imperial might erupted, causing everyone's faces to pale with shock. Some individuals wielding the power of the Supreme Emperor's weaponry intervened, attempting to block the members of the Sky-Shrouding pavilion. Boom! As if feeling disrespected, the green light suddenly burst forth with divine might, casting a dazzling glow that stretched for miles, as if a divine king had descended from the heavens. A bronze ancient palace loomed across the sky. The Bronze Divine Hall. Seeing this scene, everyone was utterly horrified. Even the venerable old Taoist was speechless. My goodness. No one had anticipated that the azure light enveloping the Sky-Shrouding pavilion was actually the Bronze Immortal Hall. In the distant realms, numerous beings trembled, lifting their heads in horror to gaze this way. From the 7 forbidden zones, beams of mysterious light surged upward. He was the one who had once challenged the Immortal Palace. In that instant, countless people looked toward the light with fear and awe. Many realized something in that instant: the ancient Bronze Divine Hall, which had been without a master for ages, had chosen its new master. It was now under the control of that light, and who could possibly do such a thing? Everyone immediately thought of one person, the one who had dared to confront the Divine Hall with his bare fists. At this very moment, that unknown supreme imperial weapon, stimulated by the Divine Hall, suddenly erupted, unleashing a colossal imperial might that crashed toward the heavens. However, before it could fully erupt, the supreme divine weapon halted its movement. Don't force me to annihilate your entire clan. A calm voice echoed from the light, filled with indifference and coldness. As Li Fan's words echoed, the divine weapon that had been striking the Divine Hall came to a halt and vanished from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that this was the retreat of the Extreme Path Divine Weapon faction, a sight unseen in 10,000 ages. Through endless ages, from the chaotic ancient times, through the primordial age and the ancient age, to the present age of decline, has there ever been such a situation where the supreme divine weapon faction was driven back with a single word? This is the true power of the strong. A young prodigy trembled all over, his body shaking with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at the glowing orb. Even those who wield the ultimate imperial weapons would step back 3 paces upon encountering such a mysterious and powerful being who controls the bronze immortal hall. Such a being transcends the ordinary world. An old wandering cultivator gazed up at the sky, watching the supreme divine weapon vanish into the horizon, murmuring to himself. The Zhetian Pavilion truly is fortunate. First, it was protected by a spirit guardian, and now it has attracted such a powerful being to aid it. It seems that in the not-too-distant future, the Zhetian Pavilion will once again dominate this land and reclaim everything it has lost. Unfortunately, I wonder if I will still be here by then. Another renowned wandering cultivator spoke up, chuckling maliciously. It seemed he was delighted to see the Imperial weapon faction suffer a setback. And after that, with the disappearance of the extreme Dao Imperial weapon, everything finally came to an end. The original site of the Zhetian Pavilion remained untouched, with no one daring to set foot on this sacred ground. At least for the foreseeable future, no one dares to claim it. In the not-too-distant future, this land will be covered in blooming flowers, shrouded in ethereal mist, nurturing the spirits of the land. When these spirits pass away, they return to nourish the earth once more. Chapter 31, The Ancient Kingdom's Imperial Palace. The Fire Kingdom. Within the Imperial Palace, in a beautiful garden, Xiao Nannan chased a butterfly, running around wildly, her silver bell laughter echoing throughout the garden. A few teenage palace mates played alongside her, while not far away, Linger walked over carrying a tray of pastries. Ah woo. Linger looked at the little white tiger yawning lazily as it lay on the garden rock mountain soaking up the sun. Those beautiful eyes flickered with a stunning glow. A day had passed since they left the Zhetian Pavilion, yet the shock in Linger's eyes had not faded in the slightest. In fact, her astonishment was growing deeper astonishment at this seemingly harmless little white tiger. In the entire world, only a handful of people knew Li Fan's true identity, and one of them was Linger. The pastries are here, little one, come and eat. Okay, I'm coming right over, Linger's sister. The little girl skipped toward the flower pavilion, her fair face glowing with a smile, playing among the flowers like a cute little fairy. Linger watched Xiao Nannan arrive, a sweet smile spreading across her face as she gently ruffled Xiao Nannan's hair. Eat slowly, don't choke. Then she picked up a small plate with some desserts on it. Xiao Nannan, eat this. I'll take this pastry to feed Xiao Xiaohu. Upon hearing Linger's words, Xiao Nannan nodded. Even if Linger hadn't said anything, she would have taken it anyway. Senior Li Fan, these are the osmanthus cakes and cake you mentioned yesterday. I followed your instructions and had the Imperial kitchen prepare them. Linger came to the stone mountain, picked up the plate, and handed it to Li Fan. Li Fan, who had been squinting his eyes and enjoying the sunlight, immediately stood up upon hearing this. This tastes good. It's much better than the food back there. Li Fan picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. The cake, made from various heavenly ingredients, melted in his mouth, sweet and fragrant, leaving him wanting more. Linger saw this and smiled happily, her eyes curved like crescent moons. Dressed in white, she was as beautiful as a celestial being in the mortal world. Senior Li Fan, may I ask you a question? Seeming to have caught on to Li Fan's preferences, Linger took the opportunity to speak with a playful smile. Ask away. Li Fan waved his hand, feeling unusually good. He also remembered how genuinely kind Linger had been. If Linger ever needed help, Li Fan wouldn't hesitate to lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Linger's smile grew even broader. Her watery eyes sparkled with mischief, and at first glance, she resembled a mischievous fairy, stunningly beautiful. Senior Li Fan, has the Bronze Immortal Hall already become your treasure? Hearing Linger's question, Li Fan paused for a moment, then took a bite of osmanthus cake and muttered. That's right. Seeing Li Fan nod in affirmation, Linger's face flashed with shock. She had indeed obtained the Bronze Immortal Hall. Senior Li Fan, how did you manage to subdue the Bronze Immortal Hall? Throughout the ages, many have tried, even deploying multiple Supreme Emperor weapons, yet none succeeded. Senior Li Fan, how did you manage to subdue the Bronze Immortal Hall? Throughout the ages, many have tried, even deploying multiple Supreme Emperor weapons, yet none succeeded. In the blink of an eye, Linger spoke again. This matter is likely not just a matter of curiosity for Linger. The entire Beta 5 domains are likely filled with curiosity. The power of the Bronze Immortal Hall is already well known to many, having been explored by countless predecessors over the ages. The might of the Bronze Immortal Hall is undeniable. It is on par with the might of an extreme Dao Imperial weapon. This is beyond dispute, and no one would dare to deny it. And the Supreme Emperor's weapon is known to all. Obtaining such an item is simply impossible. Only a select few can control the Extreme Path Imperial weapon, the descendants of its creators or those aligned with their faction. The Extreme Dao Imperial weapon possesses a sentient spirit that can clearly discern who is truly capable of controlling it. Throughout history, numerous factions have sought to lay claim to it, yet all their efforts have proven futile. The power of the extreme Dao imperial weapon is such that only an emperor of the supreme realm could hope to obtain it. Even if a faction possesses an extreme path imperial weapon, obtaining another one would only serve to suppress it, not subdue it. Throughout history, such instances are far from rare. Therefore, Li Fan's ability to subdue the bronze immortal Hall, which is akin to an extreme Dao imperial weapon, left Linger deeply curious about how he managed to achieve such a feat. Is it that difficult? Just defeat them in battle. Li Fan gave Linger a strange look and spoke honestly. After all, that's exactly what he did. If Senior Li Fan didn't want to say it, then that was fine. Linger rolled her eyes at Li Fan in disbelief. What did he mean by just beat him into submission? No one would believe that. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't dare speak to Li Fan like that, but Linger dared. First, she was only 15 or 16 years old and wasn't the type of person who was worldly wise. Second, Linger had interacted with Li Fan multiple times and discovered that he was completely harmless. On the contrary, in Linger's eyes, Li Fan was actually easier to talk to than those high and mighty elders. Thirdly, Li Fan's appearance simply did not inspire any sense of awe, especially since Linger was still a young girl in her teens, around 15 or 16 years old. If she didn't know how terrifying Li Fan truly was, she might have wanted to cling to him forever, as he looked so harmless and adorable. Li Fan was speechless. I'm just telling the truth. However, Li Fan also knew that this was hard to explain. He roughly understood Linger's thoughts and didn't plan to elaborate further. After all, this was something that couldn't be explained. The more you tried, the worse it would get. By the way, is Senior Li Fan available lately? Linger rolled her eyes before suddenly remembering something and changing the subject, asking again. Upon hearing this, Li Fan looked at Linger in confusion. Seeing Li Fan's expression, Linger immediately spoke up. Here's the situation, our Fire Nation is actually quite close to the eastern wastes, and our country's control over Central Plains has reached its limit. Therefore, the Emperor has turned his attention to the eastern wastes, with the barren northern region being his top choice. Recently, our father and the Great Xiao dynasty joined forces to secure the mining rights to a primordial ancient mine. However, that region is very close to. As Linger spoke eloquently, Li Fan gradually understood her meaning. Chapter 32, The Terrifying Ancient Land. As Linger recounted the events, Li Fan also came to understand the reason behind it. She wanted Li Fan to accompany her to that unexplored region to take a look. In Linger's view, someone who could subdue the Bronze Immortal Palace should certainly be able to protect themselves in the primordial ancient mine. In that case, please have Li Fan assess the danger level of that region and identify any areas that require special attention. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's mind immediately conjured up information about the primordial ancient mine. This information about the primordial ancient mine had been obtained from the spirit sacrifice, and it differed slightly from the primordial ancient mine in Li Fan's mind. The primordial ancient mine. One of the 7 forbidden zones of Dongguan, it is the strongest forbidden zone, without exception. The reason for this is that the primordial ancient mine has existed since the beginning of time, fundamentally different from the other forbidden zones, which emerged one after another over the ages and have never existed continuously. For example, the primordial forbidden zone did not exist tens of thousands of years ago. It came into existence later, and the exact circumstances of its formation remain unknown. As for the primordial ancient mine, it must be divided into 2 distinct parts. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, the primordial ancient mine is a single entity. However, in the eyes of the immortal lineages, it is not so simple. It must be divided into 2 parts. One is a forbidden zone inhabited by beings, and the other is the most primordial forbidden zone. The restricted zone inhabited by beings is easy to understand. It is a place where beings have settled. According to the most powerful factions of the immortal lineages, such restricted zones are akin to the 6 great restricted zones of the eastern wastes. They have all been the root causes of darkness and chaos throughout the ages. Within lies the true supreme being, the most powerful existence in the world. As for the other part, the most primordial forbidden zone, this name stems from the fact that no one resides there. Not even those from the forbidden zones of the primordial ancient mines have dared to set foot within its boundaries. It holds countless mysteries. Once, a great emperor spoke these words. The forbidden zone of the primordial era, the battlefield before the chaos of ancient times, where blood flowed like water and the graves of immortals lay scattered. This is the prevailing view of the primordial forbidden zone. The most widely told tale is that it was once a forbidden zone, though not the one we know today. It was an even more terrifying forbidden zone, a place so dreadful that even immortals dared not set foot there. It predates the Chaos Era by an immeasurable span of time. It is precisely because of this that it is referred to as the most primordial forbidden zone. In the ancient era, during the time when the ancient emperor ruled supreme, there was an all-powerful ancient emperor who, at the height of his power, ventured into that region. He left half of his body behind there, and within a year of his departure, he passed away and was buried in the stars. Following that event, the world finally realized just how terrifying it truly was. An ancient emperor, at the peak of his reign, entered that region and left half his body behind. One can only imagine how terrifying it must have been. It shook the entire cosmos at the time. Looking for these parts, Li Fan turned to Linger. Is it the truly forbidden zone? Li Fan asked. Yes. Linger immediately understood the true meaning of Li Fan's words and hurriedly nodded, her charming face adorned with a hopeful expression. Well, we could go take a look. Li Fan heard this and his expression turned pensive as he muttered softly. The sound of Li Fan's mutterings echoed in her ears. Linger's face, which had just begun to reveal its breathtaking beauty, radiated the most stunning glow. Her eyes sparkled, and a melodious voice emerged. Has Senior Li Fan agreed? Li Fan listened to Linger's confirmation and nodded slightly. Great, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Linger was overjoyed, jumping to her feet and rushing out, leaving the palace maids around her in astonishment. No one knew how thrilled Linger was at that moment, for that was the true primordial forbidden zone of the Taichu ancient mine. Though dangerous, it also held great opportunities. Once, someone had unearthed a fragment of scripture, which was later identified as an unknown imperial text, sparking a bloody conflict as major factions rushed to claim it. If Li Fan were to intervene, he might uncover something truly extraordinary. Even if he didn't, his mere involvement would ensure the safety of future mining operations in the Fire Nation. How could the inherently kind Linger not be overjoyed? Several days later. In the eastern waste's northern domain lies the ancient mine of Taichu, a place that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear its name. A teleportation array near the city welcomed a woman of extraordinary status. She wore a crimson flowing dress, her eyebrows arched like willow leaves, and her features were as delicate as a painting. Though only 15 or 16 years old, she possessed a graceful figure that would make even an 18-year-old blush with envy. As she moved, her skirt swayed gently, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, graceful and ethereal. In her arms was a small white tiger, yawning lazily, utterly adorable. The two of them together drew the attention of many onlookers. Princess. As soon as the young girl appeared, a middle-aged woman approached to greet her. This young girl was none other than Linger. There was no Xiao Nannan by her side. The reason she hadn't come was because Xiao Nannan was currently in the midst of a breakthrough and couldn't come. Additionally, this place was also dangerous, so Xiao Nannan shouldn't have come. On the Fire Nation side, the old Taoist master Wuchen was secretly protecting them, and on the surface, it was still the Fire Nation's imperial palace. Basically, the environment where the little girl is located is the safest place. Everything is ready. Princess, are you really going to go? The middle-aged woman hesitated, looking at Linger, who was still holding a small animal, feeling bitter in her heart. In her heart, she had already regarded Linger as someone who didn't care and had come out of pure curiosity. If Linger were to be harmed, she wouldn't have enough lives to make amends. No need to say more, my mind is made up. Let's go. Linger looked at the middle-aged woman's bitter expression and knew exactly what was going on. However, she didn't say anything more. Li Fan's existence was something she couldn't reveal, and even if she did, no one would believe her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman, Su Qin, said nothing and led the way toward the ancient mining area. A moment later. Outside the primordial ancient mine, 10,000 miles away from the true primordial ancient mine. Li Fan and Linger arrived in this region, where dozens of figures were already waiting for them outside. Most of these figures were dressed in the attire of the Fire Nation and the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Among them, 3 stood out as particularly unique, wearing robes adorned with the yin-yang bagua symbol. 2 were middle-aged men, and 1 was an elderly man. Princess, let me introduce you. These 3 are the most powerful Source Technique Masters in the Source Technique lineage, second only to the Source Heavenly Masters. They are Zhang Lao and his 2 disciples from the Source King faction. Su Qin smiled as she introduced the 3. Chapter 33, You've taken the wrong path. Zhang Lao is second only to Ouyang Yi in his mastery of Yuan Shu, and is the current master of Yuan Shu among the Yuan Dishur. Su Qin introduced to Linger. She then introduced the 2 disciples of the elder, who were also highly accomplished Source Technique Masters. Among the group, aside from Su Qin, Linger, and others, there was also a half-step great being named Shi Wu sent by the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. The rest were not introduced further, as they were all here to explore the ancient mine for future mining operations. Is the Princess of the Fire Kingdom also going in? Upon hearing Linger's intentions, Shi Wu furrowed his brows. Linger's status was extremely noble, on par with their princes and princesses. Even Shi Wu, who was present, was no match for her. If anything were to happen to Linger, it might end up involving him. Princess Linger, are you really going in? Zhang Lao's eldest disciple also looked peculiar. As a Source Technique Master, his status was quite unique, and in some ways, he was no less than a great sage. His master was even the supreme elder of the great sect, and even the sect master and the Holy Lord of the Holy Land would treat him with respect. Everyone else looked at Linger with puzzled expressions. Her current appearance, holding the little white tiger, made it impossible to connect her with the mission to investigate the primordial ancient mine. She looked like she was out for a leisurely stroll. That's right. Linger nodded in response. Seeing this, the others looked at each other in astonishment. Su Qing couldn't help but smile wryly. She had anticipated this outcome. No problem, Princess Linger can just follow behind us. As long as she doesn't wander off, the areas we're exploring aren't too dangerous. Zhang Lao spoke, his words coming out slowly and softly. He stood with his hands behind his back, his robe spotless and free of dust. According to Li Fan's description, there was indeed a hint of divine aura, giving him a certain air of prestige. According to Li Fan's description, there was indeed a hint of an immortal's aura about him, with a touch of grandeur. The ancient mine was littered with sand, dust, and, with occasional glimpses of various colored minerals. Some were red as blood, as still as tombstones, while others were an eerie blue, shaped like demons. As one enters the ancient mine, this extremely diverse group of skilled individuals began their operation. Zhang Lao and his two companions conducted reconnaissance, while behind them, specialists from both countries mapped out the area, identifying dangerous and safe zones. Their actions were quiet and orderly. Gradually, the group advanced deeper into the area, maintaining complete silence throughout. The primordial ancient mine wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. A powerful figure from the Fire Nation suddenly spoke up, expressing his feelings. "Don't move!" Zhang Lao suddenly shouted angrily at him. Upon hearing this, the man's body trembled, and his movements froze mid-air, unable to take even a single step forward. "Back up! I told you not to move recklessly." At that moment, Zhang Lao's previously calm expression suddenly turned pale. "What's wrong with me?" Startled by the sudden outburst, the powerful figure was completely confused and spoke with a hint of displeasure. "You were almost dead just now." The second disciple, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, pointing at the spot where the person was about to step off course, and tossed a raw stone at him. A bizarre scene unfolded. The raw stone seemed to enter another dimension, vanishing into thin air mid-air. Witnessing this eerie scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The heavens and earth here were in utter chaos, filled with treacherous terrain. Taking just a few more steps could easily cost you your life. Zhang Lao warned solemnly. After that, he said nothing more, continuing to move about, occasionally muttering to himself, with mysterious fluctuations flowing between his fingers. Before anyone realized it, the ears of the crowd were gradually filled with the eerie wails of ghosts. The sound was so pitiful it seemed as though millions of people were being burned alive, and there was a faint sensation of scorching heat flowing through the air, making it dry and unbearably hot. Earth's water and wind, heaven's thunder and fire, the trigrams of Qian, Kuan, Kan, and Zhen. Zhang Lao suddenly recited a line of ancient text. A strong wind arose from the ground, sand and dust swirled into the sky. In the blink of an eye, thin red threads appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this, Zhang Lao's two senior disciples both wore solemn expressions and produced dozens of divine source stones. "Go!" Under the astonished stares of the crowd, they lavishly shattered the divine source, scattering it in different directions, some more, some less, as if following some sort of pattern. The ghostly cries echoing in their ears gradually faded away, and the red thread slowly dissipated. "What is Zhang Lao doing?" Shiwu looked on in astonishment. Just moments ago, this area was filled with a fierce aura. Our master had broken the aura in this region. If he hadn't, although those at the half-step Great Sage realm wouldn't have been injured, anyone below that realm would have certainly perished. Zhang Lao's second disciple spoke up again to answer the question on behalf of his master. Those who accompanied him felt parched. Just moments ago, they might have met a violent end here. At the thought of this, their hearts trembled, and their blood rushed through their veins. "Let's keep going. It's okay now." It seemed like this kind of thing happened often. Zhang Lao's voice was calm, causing those around him to unconsciously relax. From start to finish, Linger stood at the back, her beautiful face calm, showing no signs of emotion. Zhang Lao casually glanced at Linger and couldn't help but admire her in his heart. She was indeed the most beloved daughter of the Fire Nation's emperor and the future empress. Her composure was so remarkable that even he had to look at her with admiration. Facing all this, Linger remained utterly composed. After all, she had Li Fan by her side, of being capable of subduing the bronze immortal hall. How could she possibly fear such a demonic place? It was no match for him. At the same time, Linger was communicating with Li Fan through telepathy. The two dangers they had just encountered were already known to Linger through Li Fan's words before they even arrived at the locations. The danger here was not something Li Fan understood through his knowledge of source techniques or source heaven techniques, but rather something he instinctively sensed. It was as simple as that. For some reason, after glancing at the terrain, Li Fan immediately knew which areas were dangerous and which were safe. And Li Fan's eyes and instincts were indeed correct. He pointed out the two dangerous spots ahead. "Let's go this way." After a short while, old Zhang spoke again. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried to follow him. "Wait!" Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling everyone. "Ha!" Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. The one who had suddenly spoken was none other than Linger, who had been silently following from the very beginning without uttering a single word. What is the matter, Princess Linger? What's wrong with the princess? Shi Wu and Su Qin, as representatives of the two major factions, looked at Linger with confusion. This path is wrong. Linger spoke up. In an instant, the entire group fell silent. Everyone stared at Linger with stunned expressions. Chapter 34, A New Perspective on Linger? Princess Linger, are you saying that I have taken the wrong path? Zhang Lao turned around, his expression looking rather grim. Although he was generally easygoing, he had an obsession with Yuan Shu. He believed in his own Yuan Shu with absolute certainty, a confidence that had led him to his current achievements and his recent association with the Yuan Dishur. However, just as he had carefully chosen his path, he was suddenly interrupted by a young girl holding a small animal, who seemed to be there merely to explore. If it weren't for Linger's special status, he would have scolded her. Yes, it should be the other path. Although it is also dangerous, it is relatively safer. Linger pointed to the other path, her voice as sweet and clear as a nightingale's song. Looking at Linger's clear eyes and composed expression, Zhang Lao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Could she have some abilities I'm unaware of? Is the path I pointed out really problematic? Princess Linger, I wonder what your insights are on choosing between these two paths. Feel free to share your thoughts. Immediately, Zhang Lao's grim expression softened, and he spoke softly. Suddenly, Linger's expression froze. Senior, you said you relied on your senses? While Zhang Lao was questioning him, Linger also asked Li Fan, but all she got was the same vague response, just a matter of feeling. This left Linger speechless. If it weren't for Linger's knowledge of Li Fan's character and abilities, she would have suspected that Li Fan was trying to deceive her. It was just a gut feeling. Linger's delicate face flushed slightly, and she took a deep breath before saying, even though Linger is very confident in Li Fan's abilities, after receiving his answer, she felt a moment of dizziness and couldn't bring herself to speak. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was left speechless. What the heck? You were so confident in your rebuttal just now, and it was all based on intuition? Come on, give us a break. Su Qin was speechless, her face a mix of laughter and tears. She had no idea why the usually sharp and intelligent princess had become so out of character. Nonsense! Princess Linger, do you realize how irresponsible your words are? Mr. Zhang's face turned red. Even someone as composed as him was so angry he couldn't think straight. However, facing Zhang Lao's words, Linger's heart also screamed in agony. Even she was on the verge of losing her mind. She absolutely believed what Li Fan had said, but her intuition, even she couldn't help but complain, and she even wanted to hit Li Fan. What kind of ridiculous excuse was that? In the end, Linger remained steadfast in her belief. For some reason, she was certain that Li Fan was absolutely right. Zhang Lao, my intuition has never failed me. That path is truly dangerous. Linger spoke softly, trying to sound convincing, but the effect was obvious. Everyone looked at her in confusion, their expressions betraying their newfound understanding of her. As soon as she spoke, Zhang Lao's white beard stood on end, clearly enraged. Comparing his intuition to his source technique was an outright insult to him. Since the princess thinks it's more dangerous here, I'll go ahead and show you. After saying that, Zhang Lao swept his sleeves and walked forward. If it weren't for the fact that he had already received the reward and it had been used by Zhang Lao, he would have left immediately. As the most promising source master, he had never endured such humiliation before. Under the gaze of everyone present, Zhang Lao stepped forward alone. Boom! As Zhang Lao carefully surveyed the area step by step, covering nearly 100 meters, everyone believed Zhang Lao was right and began to resent Linger. Just then, a loud explosion rang out. A blinding divine light erupted. The space above was illuminated, as if a celestial sun had appeared, radiating vibrant vitality and brilliance. On the ground, dark light flashes, and a chilling wind howls, echoing with a mournful sound. Two extreme scenes emerged, as if the realm of the immortals and the underworld had appeared simultaneously. In the heavens, the silhouettes of divine soldiers appear, with the cry of phoenixes shaking the heavens. Beneath their feet, malevolent ghosts howl, and black tigers roar into the sky. This is bad. Zhang Lao's expression changed abruptly, and a peculiar energy began to flow from his body. He retreated swiftly while continuously forming hand seals. What seemed like the blink of an eye to everyone else took Zhang Lao nearly half an hour to cover the 100-meter distance. The danger was so intense that everyone's scalps tingled. They saw 10,000 celestial soldiers and millions of, and the battlefield between the two could easily tear apart a half-step great being. Master, are you all right? Finally, Master Zhang retreated from that path. His ethereal demeanor vanished, his neatly tied white hair was disheveled, his clothes were torn, and droplets of blood stained his robe. His two disciples rushed forward to support him. It's nothing. Zhang Lao waved his hand, took out a pill, and tossed it into his mouth, calming the chaotic energy. Unbeknownst to him, this place was actually a rare threefold perilous ground, with one overt peril and two hidden perils lurking within. Upon hearing this, Both disciples were startled. Only they understood the meaning behind their master's words. Open momentum and hidden momentum were terms used to describe a combination where there was open momentum, there was inevitably hidden momentum as well. The open aspect can be described as the terrain used to confuse others, while the hidden aspect is the true danger. Generally speaking, if there is one open aspect, there is also one hidden aspect. It is rare for one open aspect to conceal two hidden aspects, and the danger involved is naturally evident. The obvious terrain in front of them was clearly extremely clever, having deceived Zhang Lao. This was an ancient battlefield, imbued with a peculiar aura that had eluded my senses. Zhang Lao explained to his disciple, as if he were explaining to everyone. Then he looked at Yen Linger. Princess Yen Linger's intuition truly impresses me. This path is indeed more perilous than the other. It was clear that Zhang Lao agreed with Princess Yen Linger's intuition. However, although he said so, it was merely polite talk. After all, it was just a matter of intuition happening to be correct. The real test would come from the source technique. Otherwise, if everyone relied on intuition, no one would be invincible. That statement merely acknowledged that Zhang Lao agreed with Yen Linger's initial intuition, which was correct, and that he had made an error in his own assessment. However, for Zhang Lao to truly acknowledge it was clearly impossible, and this applied to everyone else as well. Zhang Lao was being too harsh. I was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Yen Linger knew exactly what Zhang Lao meant, so she didn't say much and let the matter drop. After that, everyone continued on their way, heading toward another fork in the path. Along the way, they encountered no major dangers, and a safe route gradually emerged, allowing them to create a large map. Look, what's that? Someone pointed toward the distance, where a massive black peak loomed faintly. In the blink of an eye, it resembled a dormant black tortoise, its majestic and imposing presence filling the sky. The terrain of the auspicious beast Xuanwu. Upon seeing this, Zhang Lao's pupils contracted, and he shouted aloud. Chapter 35, Something Strange is Afoot. It was actually the terrain of the auspicious beast Xuanwu. Both of Zhang Lao's disciples revealed excited expressions. For source technique masters, what they yearned for was the opportunity to explore different terrains and unlock their mysteries. This was a unique form of cultivation, much like how others longed to break through their own limits. Master, let's hurry. Master, hurry up. The senior disciple spoke first, but was immediately interrupted by Master Zhang. There was no need for further explanation. Although this terrain was referred to as auspicious, the dangers within were such that even a Source Earth Master would have to take it seriously, and only a Source Heaven Master might be able to control it. Zhang Lao's expression grew solemn, his eyes flickering with a strange light. Clearly, he was deeply moved, but years of professional discipline prevented him from showing his emotions openly. He then turned around, his expression solemn as he looked at Shiwu and Su Qin. Both of you, your factions jointly requested my assistance, so I naturally must see this through to the end. Along the way, the mining areas we explored have numerous sites that can be mined, enough to sustain operations for at least several hundred years. According to the advice of my source artisan, we should stop here. However, given the appearance of this rare sacred site, I have a request. Allow me to continue exploring with my two disciples. Anything we discover will belong to you. His words were clear, this place had already exceeded the original request. As a source mage, he truly desired to explore this place. However, at the end of the day, this place belonged to the Fire Nation and the Great Xia Empire. To explore, they would certainly need the consent of the two major powers. Zhang Lao was a man of his word. He would only explore and not touch or take anything, meaning that he would be offering his services for free. All that was needed was the approval of the two major powers. Upon hearing this, Su Qin and Shiwu exchanged glances, both seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Zhang Lao was right, but who knew if he was telling the truth? If they just accepted it like that, they would truly be naive. They had to consider many things, after all. They weren't just individuals, they represented two major factions. The two couldn't help but exchange whispers, discussing the pros and cons. In truth, they were in agreement, as they had investigated Zhang Lao's character and knew that source technique masters were a group that placed immense value on their reputation. They always kept their word. We of the Fire Nation agreed to Zhang Lao's terms. Just as the two were discussing, Xingling's voice rang out again. Everyone turned to look at Yen Linger upon hearing this. The princess. Su Qin looked startled and suspicious. If anyone holds me accountable for this matter, let them come find me. Yen Linger stared intently at Su Qin without blinking. Additionally, Zhang Lao need not go to such lengths this time. Zhang Lao has taken the initiative to explore this ancient mining site on our behalf. Regardless of the outcome, the Fire Nation will present a generous gift as a token of our gratitude. Hearing Yen Linger's words, Su Qin sighed in relief. Those words were enough. Although she was a half-step great power, she was not truly all-powerful within the Fire Nation and still had to follow the rules. Yen Linger was different, her status was too high to be compared. The words spoken by the fire spirit were also spoken with dignity and composure, displaying the grace of a true master. This made Su Qin nod in approval in her heart. This was the Yen Linger she had come to know. Shi Wu, seeing this, clenched his fists. He suddenly nodded his head, as if he had made up his mind. I can also speak on behalf of the Great Xia Empire to agree to Zhang Lao's decision. Regardless of the outcome, I will report back to the emperor and will not treat Zhang Lao unfairly. Upon hearing this, old Zhang nodded and bowed in gratitude. He immediately began preparing to enter the area. Besides Zhang Lao and his two disciples, Su Qin, Shi Wu, and the final member, Linger, were also going. Additionally, the two major factions each brought 2 subordinates, making a total of 10 people heading there. After half a day of preparations, the group began to enter the terrain of the mythical beast. Goodness gracious, that's the earth spirit's bones, causing the trees and plants to uproot themselves. There's a divine source there. As everyone entered, cries of amazement rang out from their mouths. Various rare treasures were discovered by Zhang Lao, which excited Shi Wu and Su Qin. This was truly a treasure trove. If possible, they might even uncover a fragment of the Imperial. At the thought of this, the two were so excited they trembled. At that time, their status within the organization would see a significant advancement, potentially even securing a position within the innermost core. Woo woo! A black whirlwind appeared on the road ahead. The whirlwind was extremely terrifying, as if it could devour everything in its path. A chilling aura filled the air, and it seemed that the slightest misstep would result in certain death. A 3-way intersection suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Which way should we go, Mr. Zhang? Shi Wu spoke up. However, Zhang Lao did not respond to Shi Wu's words. The 3 master and disciple continued to exchange ideas, and someone even took out an ancient text from a spatial ring, comparing and analyzing it with great seriousness. Walk this way. After a long period of deliberation, they finally determined a path forward. However, just as Zhang Lao pointed to a path, his voice trailed off. For some reason, he found himself glancing at Linger, as if guided by an unseen force. Princess Linger didn't know this path was as safe as your instincts suggested? Zhang Lao spoke up, causing everyone to turn their attention to Princess Linger. Zhang Lao's disciples were all stunned. What was their master doing? Had he lost his mind in his old age? Was he asking others about their intuition after discussing it with them for so long, wondering if the path they had chosen was the correct one? This is the one. Linger's slender white fingers pointed toward a path. This single gesture caused everyone's lips to twitch, and even Zhang Lao's eyelids began to twitch, causing him to doubt himself. The path Linger pointed to was the most dangerous place they knew of, without a doubt. Her gesture made even Zhang Lao begin to blame himself for asking such a foolish question. Her jade-like finger pointed to a calm path. That path was indeed calm, almost devoid of any danger. Compared to the others, it certainly seemed safer. Yet, as the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. This was common knowledge, yet Linger chose it without hesitation. Am I wrong? Zhang Lao looked at Linger with a puzzled expression. Her face didn't flush, and she didn't seem to be joking or teasing him. He muttered to himself. Then, in full view of everyone, Zhang Lao took out 2 exquisitely crafted, small puppet figures. Chapter 36, Zhang Lao questions the meaning of life. Master, what should I do? The second disciple looked at the 2 puppet dolls and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The 2 puppet figures were Zhang Lao's true treasures, mysterious objects that had been bestowed by Zhang Lao's ancestors to the 3rd generation Yuan Tianshi, who had once bestowed a great favor upon him. These puppet figures could be used to explore terrain in place of a real person, but their usage was limited, each use diminished their effectiveness. The senior disciple's face also turned pale. He never expected his master to use such a thing to solve a problem that had already been clearly deduced. This was nothing short of wasting a precious resource. No need to say more, I have my own reasons. Zhang Lao's expression grew solemn as he looked deeply at Linger. Zhang Lao said solemnly, giving Linger a deep look. Throughout my life, I have relied on my intuition to escape danger countless times. My intuition tells me that Princess Linger's intuition might not be wrong. Having said that, under everyone's gaze, the 2 puppet figures moved as if they were real people, showing no signs of stiffness. In fact, their outer forms began to resemble real humans, appearing as though they were simply scaled-down versions of actual people. This was the 3rd generation Yuan Tianshi's research into Yuan Shu magic artifacts. As long as the master infused his divine soul into the 2 puppets, they would function as 2 masters, albeit with differing sizes, with no other changes. The eldest disciple explained. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. What an incredibly powerful item. This was akin to the divine avatars possessed by those with supreme abilities, and even surpassed them, as losing such a form would cause no harm to the original being. At most, it would be a matter of heartache. Yuan Tianshi truly lives up to his reputation as a practitioner of an entirely different cultivation system, truly extraordinary and transcendent. Some people couldn't help but marvel. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, 2 figures gradually taking on the appearance of old Zhang entered separate paths. Clang. On the path chosen by Zhang Lao, the small figure walked a short distance before coming to a halt. The clanging sound of metal echoed, and sparks flew in all directions, as if metal were colliding. A black whirlwind swept in, its wind as sharp as swords, emitting a clanging sound as it swept past the little figure. The little figure leaped into the air, summoning golden runes to defend against the attack. Woo! At this moment, a fierce wind blew, as if someone were pushing it, and the whirlwind grew stronger, making the clanging sound of the collision with the little man even louder. In the end, the whirlwind transformed from sword-like blades into massive hands, as if countless giant hands were slapping the little figures, intent on crushing them. No matter how the little figures tried to dodge, they couldn't escape, only the intensity of the whirlwind varied. In a daze, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Lao's forehead. Only he knew how terrifying that little figure was. The protective symbols on its body could withstand a single strike from a powerful being without being destroyed, and they also had self-repairing capabilities. However, its glow has now dimmed, clearly indicating that the repair process cannot keep up with the destruction. And this is after only a short time. What kind of attack is this? If it continues, what will await us? For a moment, Zhang Lao fell silent. The situation was unimaginable. Even he, if he delved deeper, would likely plunge into an endless abyss. On the other side, however, it was eerily quiet. The little figure that Linger pointed to was walking along the road. Although there was danger, it seemed very small. In front of the miniature dolls, it was like a light drizzle, and the naked eye could easily avoid the danger. As long as one was cautious, one could evade the danger in front of the small Zhang Lao. Collect! The facts were already clear. Zhang Lao immediately recalled the two little figures. Looking at one of them, whose figure was dim and lackluster, his face betrayed a look of pain, but he quickly composed himself. After all, compared to feeling sorry for them, their lives were more important. Zhang Lao's sharp eyes turned to Linger, and he praised her with admiration. I have spent my entire life exploring countless terrains, yet I never imagined that I would make such mistakes in the primordial ancient mine, even twice. To us source artisans, such errors are fatal. I never thought that all my lifetime of learning could not match Princess Linger's intuition. I truly feel ashamed. By the end of his words, Zhang Lao's face turned bitter. The facts were indeed as such. He had always been confident that his source technique was unmatched in the world, with only a few like Ouyang able to rival him. Yet, he never expected that a mere teenager of 15 or 16 could possess such intuitive mastery. Zhang Lao was just joking. It was merely a coincidence. In the end, we still rely on Zhang Lao's guidance. Linger looked at the somewhat dejected elder and couldn't help but feel amused. She hurriedly spoke up to comfort him. It's nothing. I was just expressing my feelings. Zhang Lao knows what Linger meant and waved his hand, saying. Zhang Lao understood Linger's meaning and waved his hand. After that, everyone continued on their way. This time, Zhang Lao gave it his all, not only surveying the terrain but even going so far as to alter it to create a safe area for mining. Every time they moved, Zhang Lao seemed to consult Linger's intuition, and every time, Linger pointed out the safest path, which was exactly what Zhang Lao had in mind. This left the source master, who was renowned throughout the eastern wastes for his proximity to the source, utterly convinced. He sighed and joked that all the source arts he had studied for most of his life, or even his entire life, were no match for the intuition of a young girl. It truly felt like he had spent his entire life learning from a dog. Along the way, Zhang Lao's two disciples seemed rather aimless and unremarkable. The two were feeling down. At first, their master would ask them for their opinions, but now, as soon as he made a judgment, he would ask Linger if she agreed. If she did, they would follow her lead, completely convinced by her. At first, the two had some grievances, but as time went on, they lost their temper. Linger was like a human danger detector. Their role was no longer to detect danger. Instead, it was more about deciphering the terrain. The members of the two major factions, Shiwu and Su Qin, were all stunned by this odd combination. When did the princess develop such keen intuition? Why hadn't anyone heard of this before? Could it be that the emperor had deliberately kept it hidden? Su Qin was puzzled. On the other side, Shiwu felt a wave of shock wash over him. He must return and inform the emperor that this Linger is deeply enigmatic. With such perception, who in the world could possibly harm her? Not long after, everyone had already ventured deep into the terrain of the mystical beast Xuanwu. Li Fan yawned, feeling bored, occasionally lifting his eyelids to glance at the terrain and tell Linger where it was safe. Activate the mission, head to decipher the Xuanwu terrain and proceed to the designated location to obtain the treasure. Suddenly, the system's cold voice echoed as Li Fan glanced at the terrain ahead. Chapter 37, Is this the path? Listening to the system's voice, Li Fan's originally lazy mindset changed. His lazy demeanor vanished, and he became alert and energetic. The system has assigned a task? Doesn't that just mean we can reduce the time spent on tedious tasks? Meanwhile, Linger and the others came to a halt. This is... A startling cry suddenly erupted from the crowd. A massive mine peak loomed ahead, its extraordinary size spanning several miles in all directions. Everyone who laid eyes on it felt a chill run down their spines. Xuanwu! It's Xuanwu! A member of the Great Xia dynasty shouted. Its peak was massive and imposing, resembling a black tortoise in the flesh, rising and falling with the world. Anyone who dared to look upon it felt their spirit shattered, retreating in panic as an overwhelming, boundless pressure engulfed the heavens and earth. The black tortoise stands shoulder to shoulder with the ancient true dragons and the divine phoenixes. Many have speculated that the supreme emperor revered by all the heavens of the primordial age, the immortal emperor, might have been a phoenix in its divine form. One can only imagine how terrifying such an existence would be. It represents those who have attained enlightenment, beings without equal throughout the cosmos. This is the terrain of the realm of the disembodied spirits. In the distant ages, this land may very well give birth to supreme beings. Zhang Lao's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed upon the massive peak resembling a primordial black tortoise, an awe-inspiring mountain that had stood for countless ages. He was utterly shocked, retreating rapidly, his face drained of all color. It was impossible to go any further. Even a sage would perish here. In an instant, old Zhang's skin prickled with fear. This was a place second only to the ancestral dragon vein of Zhengzhou, but what he intended to evolve was not a dragon, it was a Xuanwu. As they listened to Zhang Lao's words, a chill ran down everyone's spines. This terrain was too terrifying, far beyond imagination. Let's go. This terrain can only be deciphered by a true Yuan Tian Shi. Even a Yuan Di Shi would perish here, and even a Yuan Tian Shi must proceed with caution. Zhang Lao shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave without another word. No, we have to go in. I know the safest and quickest way. Yan Linger suddenly spoke up. She remained calm and composed, as if she were not looking at a Xuanwu divine beast but an ordinary mind. Her demeanor was ethereal and exquisite, resembling the nine heavens divine warrior empress who seemed to look down upon the world with disdain. Listening to Yan Linger's words, Zhang Lao widened his eyes. His old face was pale, as if he had seen a ghost, staring at Yan Linger as though she were a monster. Princess Yan Linger, you must think carefully. Though your intuition surpasses my understanding and even rivals that of Shinji Zi from the divine calculation valley of Zhengzhou, this is the true course of heaven and earth. Every path leads to certain death. There are no so-called gates of life or death, only perilous paths. Zhang Lao spoke solemnly, fearing that Yan Linger might be tempted by her own intuition and decide to challenge the situation. If she did, she might catch the attention of the Emperor of the Fire Kingdom, who might then blame him for not stopping his daughter, leading to her death in the Xuanwu region. Upon hearing this, Yan Linger understood his meaning. However, Yan Linger trusted Li Fan's words more. What she had just said were Li Fan's words, she had merely repeated them. Li Fan had said he knew the route, knew how to proceed, and had told her to go in, promising her a chance at an opportunity if she did. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Yan Linger's heart skipped a beat. If anyone else had said that, Yan Linger would have dismissed it with a sneer. However, Li Fan's words were different, especially after hearing Zhang Lao's words. The certainty of the terrifying danger ahead only made Yan Linger more determined to go. Danger often comes hand in hand with opportunity. You all follow behind me and watch. Yan Linger spoke up, explaining to everyone what Li Fan had told her. The massive black peak ahead was ancient and rugged. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a black tortoise lying dormant, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. It seems as though there truly is a black tortoise sleeping and hibernating there, motionless since time immemorial, its body having merged with the heavens and earth to become the mountain peak. With unease in their hearts, the crowd entered that forbidden land and approached the foot of the mountain. Boom! A primordial, ancient aura surged upward, causing the massive peak of the black tortoise to rumble loudly. The earth trembled as the black tortoise's twin eyes opened. A voice as heavy as 10,000 June echoed in everyone's ears, and the slumbering black tortoise awoke, enraged. Roar! The terrain becomes divine, the terrain becomes divine. Zhang Lao's hair stood on end. He immediately looked toward the flaming spirit girl ahead, hoping she would move quickly and lead them to a safe place. However, the next moment, Zhang Lao felt utterly despairing, and regret welled up in his heart. Yan Linger didn't move at all, as if she had been completely startled. Damn it, I'll never trust a little girl again. How could I have believed her? It wasn't just him, the others who followed were just as pale as Zhang Lao. That Xuanwu aura was terrifying, surpassing that of a sage, and this was just the initial aura. Senior Li Fan, please tell me how to proceed. Yan Linger's fair forehead was covered in sweat. She wasn't too scared to move, it was just that Li Fan hadn't told her where to go, so she couldn't move either. How do we go? I don't know. I only know that place is in the east. Li Fan spoke up. In an instant, Yan Linger felt utterly hopeless. She never expected Li Fan's unreliability to strike again. A lifelike black tortoise awoke, its eyelids slowly opening. Everyone knew that when its eyes fully opened, it would awaken and destroy everything. Though this moment lasted less than a second, it felt like an eternity to everyone present. Roar! In the eyes of the crowd, a massive shadow of a black tortoise could be faintly seen, roaring toward the heavens, shattering the sky and earth, and crushing the heavens. Suddenly, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all looked stunned. A more powerful force erupted, and the Xuanwu's roar stopped midway, as if someone had grabbed its neck, causing its voice to deflate. In the next instant, rocks flew through the air, mountains collapsed, and the earth split apart. A cloud of dust engulfed the heavens and the earth. Zhang Lao and the others' hair flew wildly as a powerful gust of wind surged forward. Before their stunned eyes, a large hole appeared in front of Linger, a translucent opening that revealed the scenery beyond the Xuanwu peak. The hole was so large that it occupied more than half of the mountain peak. It looked as though the original Xuanwu had vanished, or perhaps its physical form had disappeared, leaving only its turtle shell behind, its body violently pierced through. Zhang Lao let out a vulgar outburst, his disheveled hair and rumpled clothes making him look like a mad old man, unable to suppress a smile. However, no one laughed at that moment. Everyone else stared at Linger's back as if she were a monster. After a long while, Zhang Lao's eldest disciple spoke up. Is this the path Princess Linger mentioned? Chapter 38, a divine object the size of a human head. Listening to the words of Zhang Lao Da's disciple, everyone's lips twitched uncontrollably. A phrase echoed in their minds. It was something Linger had said earlier. I know the safest and quickest way. Everyone looked at the brightly lit mountain peak ahead and recalled Linger's words, causing their lips to twitch involuntarily. This was indeed the shortest and safest route. Shiwu's eyes widened in shock, and his mind remained unsettled for a long time. What kind of ability was this? A single strike had pierced through the Xuanwu mountain peak, a place even saints would fall. At the same time, Shiwu, as a member of the Great Xia Empire, felt an overwhelming sense of dread toward the Fire Nation. He must return and inform the Emperor that the Fire Nation must not be underestimated. Even without imperial weapons, they undoubtedly possess unimaginable depths of power. The scene before him naturally led Shiwu to believe that Linger had unleashed an unimaginable level of power, causing his fear of the Fire Nation to reach its peak. A phrase revered by the Fire Nation's royal family flashed through his mind. Our ancestors were no inferior to the Great Emperor, and perhaps even stronger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Linger's delicate features were frozen in shock, her small mouth slightly agape, utterly astonished. With her back to the crowd, their line of sight was blocked, and they couldn't see what Linger had done. The only thing they knew was that she had channeled her inner energy to pierce through the terrain. However, only Linger herself knew the truth behind it all. She witnessed the little white tiger in her arms pat the Xuanwu peak, which then exploded. The peak, which was said to be on the verge of ascending to divinity, was pierced through, revealing a massive crater. Senior Li Fan, is this the shortcut you mentioned? Linger said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Li Fan, who was curled up in Linger's arms, nodded and lazily shifted his body before speaking. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. That's the shortcut. Linger fell silent for a moment. Li Fan's words were simple, but they seemed to make sense, and she couldn't refute them. Princess. Su Qin looked at Linger's motionless back and thought something had happened to her. She hurried over to ask, but Linger quickly snapped out of it, said it was nothing, and continued on her way. At that moment, everyone walked with an unusual lightness. With the Xuanwu giant peak reduced to this state, what danger could possibly remain? Under such extreme violence, even the most formidable terrain would be reduced to dust. In no time, everyone stopped in their tracks. They sensed a disturbance emanating from the center of the Xuanwu giant peaks underground. As dust and rocks were swept aside, a divine melody rose up, and divine light shot into the sky. In an instant, everyone was momentarily dazed, catching a glimpse of an exquisitely beautiful woman shedding tears, leaving them deeply moved and sorrowful. Divine tears of green gold. A gasp escaped Shiwu's lips. He looked down at the ground, breathing heavily. A green metal object the size of a human head lay on the ground, catching everyone's attention. It's divine metal. It's divine metal. There was a man who looked like he had gone mad, shouting loudly with such force that his breath seemed to swallow the air. This was due to his excitement. Still such a large piece of divine metal. For a moment, everyone's faces lit up with excitement and joy. How could such a large piece of divine metal not excite them? After all, even a piece of divine metal the size of a fingernail could cause a stir, and the one before them was as large as a human head, enough to shake the heavens. Such a large piece of divine tear green gold was more than enough to forge 2 weapons. Su Qin's delicate body trembled with excitement. The green gold tears of the immortal, each the size of a human head, were divided equally between the 2 major factions. Both the Fire Nation and the Great Xia Empire would receive half, enough to forge a weapon each. If word of this reached the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. This matter must be reported to the Emperor. Please summon the Supreme Elder and have a powerhouse of the founding generation escort the item. Shiwu immediately issued the order, dispatching someone to return by the same route to inform the Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, Su Qin did not hesitate either, and also sent someone back to inform the Emperor of the Fire Kingdom. Zhang Lao and the other 2 stood quietly to the side. Though they were envious, they dared not make a single move. Not only were the people in front of them too powerful for them to handle, but the 2 major factions stationed outside were more than enough to keep them occupied. Xianlei green gold, is this really Xianlei green gold? Li Fan stared in astonishment at the green divine metal the size of a human head, shrouded in ethereal divine aura, mysterious and enchanting. Strange, they've been talking about it being the size of a human head the whole time, don't they know there's more below? With a strange murmur in his heart, Li Fan had already noticed the Xianlei green gold. In his perception, there was a similar aura to the Xianlei green gold in front of him at the very bottom of the earth, though it was far more massive than the one before him. Go and retrieve the green gold from below. Li Fan scratched the back of his neck, and a small bronze palace appeared in his palm. Before anyone noticed, the palace transformed into a small green beam and crashed into the ground. Moments later, the bronze palace reappeared. At that moment, inside the bronze divine hall, there was now an object the size of an ordinary human dwelling made of divine tears and green gold. If anyone were to discover it, they would be utterly astonished. A house-sized piece of Xianlei green gold, even the emperor would drool over it. Even someone as powerful as the emperor might not be able to find such a large piece of divine gold. Upon obtaining the celestial tier green gold, Li Fan kept it to himself and did not tell anyone else. After all, it was he who shattered the mountain, why should he give it to others? Li Fan only kept the Xianlei green gold, which was as large as a human head, for the sake of Linger and Xia Yilan, who had often taken care of the little girl. If it were anyone else, Li Fan wouldn't have given it. Linger saw this and couldn't help but feel overjoyed, whispering softly, "Let's go, let's keep moving forward." "What? Princess, we still have to keep going?" Su Qin was stunned. Despite her middle age, her still graceful face froze once more. The others were no different. The terrain of Xuanwu had already frightened everyone, and instinctively, they assumed it wouldn't continue. "Yes, there's still a bit of a way to go, but it's okay, we'll be there in no time, just half an hour." Linger smiled charmingly. She was in a good mood now, and her face was filled with smiles. Linger smiled charmingly. She was in a good mood now, and her face was filled with smiles. Without waiting for the others to catch up, she walked forward. Moments later, under the stunned expressions of the crowd, they witnessed firsthand what true ferocity and ruthlessness truly meant. What was said to be a half-hour journey was actually completed in less than half an hour. Along the way, everyone witnessed what it meant to sweep away obstacles with overwhelming force. Whenever they encountered any obstruction, the path ahead of Linger would explode, clearing a path forward with unstoppable momentum. Mountains? Rocks? Trees? Buildings? None of them existed anymore, all were completely destroyed. Any terrifying spectacle that might have emerged vanished into nothingness with a deafening roar. "Guliulu, is she really the princess of the Fire Nation?" Shiwu stiffly turned his head to look at Su Qin and asked. At that moment, he doubted whether this person was really Linger. She was completely different from the information he had, like two extremes. He even had another question on the tip of his tongue but didn't ask it. He really wanted to ask Su Qin, "The princess in front of us must be some kind of powerful demon, right? Don't lie to me. I'm not well read." Chapter 39, The Emperor's Terror. "She is Princess Linger of the Fire Nation." Su Qin replied to Shiwu's words, but as she watched the fiery Linger violently push everything aside, she began to waver. 3 true water, blood dragon wood. As Linger, or rather Li Fan, charged forward, numerous mines were destroyed along the way, dropping countless divine treasures, with cries of astonishment echoing constantly. However, what began as shock gradually gave way to numbness on everyone's faces. Once again, it was the divine blood soil and the interference of the energy field. Finally, Shiwu, numb and expressionless, calmly explained the appearance of this divine treasure. There were too many of them. Li Fan violently shattered one mine after another, even provoking several terrifying demonic creatures that sent chills down everyone's spines. Just a single glance was enough to soak their robes with cold sweat. However, before long, under everyone's gaze, the creature was shattered into pieces, and not even a single scream was heard. Meanwhile, in a corner where no one could see, with each swirl of dust, an imperceptibly faint green light appeared, and the shrunken divine hall plunged into the thick fog before returning to Li Fan's side. The crowd was unaware that what they saw was merely a fraction of the divine treasures. Or rather, they didn't even notice the divine treasures, as over 99% of them had been shattered by Li Fan. Meanwhile, without anyone noticing, they had already ventured deep into the most terrifying region of the primordial ancient mine, or perhaps had even entered the very edge of its most dreadful depths. Mission successful, reach the designated location, obtain the designated item, the Chaos Stone, and gain a 10-year reduction in the time required to transform into a tiger in the mortal world. Just as Li Fan gently shattered a golden peak 1,000 feet tall, the system's cold, mechanical voice rang out. It's been 10 years. Li Fan's previously lazy expression became alert. In total, he had reduced the 100 years it would take to transform into a tiger by over 15 years, meaning he was now just one step away from regaining his human form. Without another word, Li Fan signaled to Linger to stop and indicated that they could return. Linger looked ahead reluctantly, smacking her lips. "Senior Li Fan, we're about to leave. Aren't we going any further?" Along the way, Linger had been clinging to Li Fan, gaining a deep understanding of what it meant to be ruthless and domineering. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. He was so powerful, and she had also discovered the dazzling array of items. Among everyone present, her perspective was the clearest she knew of the existence of that green light. However, she didn't care. In her eyes, without Li Fan, their Fire Nation would never have been able to penetrate this terrifying primordial ancient mine. Even if Li Fan didn't leave anything for them, it wouldn't matter. She understood the pros and cons. Though she didn't know the true value of the treasures, she was already satisfied. At least the portion Li Fan had left behind was already beyond imagination, enough to shake the very foundations of the empire. No, I've already obtained what I wanted. No, I've already obtained what I wanted. Li Fan spoke up. Oh. Yen Linger nodded, glanced once more into the depths, and then departed under the stunned gazes of Shiwu and the others. Following this, the terror of Yen Linger and the items unearthed from the primordial ancient mine shook the Fire Nation and the Great Xia Empire to their core, prompting the rulers of both nations to secretly descend upon this region. Looking at the scene of the ancient mine where he stood, with shattered mountains and dust and stones scattered everywhere, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty was deeply shaken. Fire brother, how did your daughter manage to do that? The emperor of Daxia gazed at the Taiyu ancient mine region, the domain of his power, now in such a desolate state. He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. The former grandeur had vanished, replaced by shock and horror. Xia brother, you ask me, but I truly have no answer. The emperor of the Fire Nation looked just as shocked as the emperor of the Great Xia Empire. After hearing the emperor of the Great Xia Empire's words, he smiled bitterly. The emperor of the Great Xia was filled with astonishment and doubt. You don't know? The emperor of the Fire Nation and the emperor of the Great Xia Empire had known each other since their youth. They had gone through hardships together and formed a deep friendship. The emperor of the Great Xia Empire knew his brother's temperament well and could tell at a glance that he wasn't in the mood to talk. I don't know. The Fire Country emperor shook his head, his eyes, as sharp as swords, gleaming with an unimaginable light that was his astonishment toward his own daughter. The emperor of the Great Xia Empire sighed. You have a good daughter. She has probably obtained an extraordinary opportunity without your knowledge. Upon hearing this, the ruler of the Fire Kingdom fell silent. At that moment, various thoughts flashed through his mind, and he even felt a sense of dread, wondering if his daughter had been possessed by the most terrifying entity within the primordial ancient mine. In response, Yen Linger was summoned by the Fire Nation Emperor for a period of time, leaving her both amused and exasperated. However, she couldn't tell her father the truth, so she can only hint that she had indeed obtained a rare opportunity. After the Fire Kingdom's Emperor confirmed repeatedly that Yen Linger was unharmed, he did not pursue the matter further. After all, in the cultivation world, such things were not uncommon. Some individuals might seize an opportunity and rise to greatness overnight. That night, within the palace walls, in a special guesthouse reserved for hosting powerful individuals, a small white tiger darted in from a distant palace, moving slowly and gracefully, drawing the attention of the palace maids and guards. However, they did not react in any unusual way, as they knew it was the princess's pet, a small girl's companion, and it was said to possess a special kind of intelligence. Moreover, many palace guards had grown accustomed to this white tiger. It occasionally wandered around at will, even venturing into the imperial kitchen to eat, much to the frustration of the kitchen staff. Soon, Li Fan arrived at a quiet courtyard. Sir, you've arrived. As Li Fan entered the small courtyard, a hoarse voice echoed through the air. The dust-free old Taoist stood respectfully at the door, as if he had been waiting for Li Fan's arrival from the very beginning. What do you need me for? Li Fan was no stranger to the place. He walked toward the house and the courtyard, heading straight for the table. He knew that the table of the old hermit had always been filled with valuable items, as if they were prepared specifically for him. Seeing this, the old hermit followed humbly behind Li Fan. This scene was extremely bizarre. A cultivator at the pinnacle of the sage realm was following behind a white tiger, looking respectful. If outsiders were to find out, it might cause a massive uproar. Chapter 40, The Immortal Taoist Wadustan selects his disciple. I didn't expect you, sir, to come personally. You're putting your subordinates in a difficult position. The old Taoist, Wuchen, looked at Li Fan, who was eating the rare and exotic foods he had specially procured from the outside world, and spoke respectfully. Upon hearing this, Li Fan muttered under his breath. There's no need to be so polite. Just tell me quickly why you asked Linger to call me. What is it you need to tell me? Upon hearing Li Fan's question, the old Taoist master Wuchen grew even more respectful. Sir, I have an unspoken request. I hope you can help me choose a disciple. Upon hearing this, Li Fan picked up a spirit fruit resembling an orange, halted his movements, and looked at the old Taoist with an odd expression. Choose a disciple? He, who hadn't even opened the sea of suffering yet, was being asked to help choose a disciple? Here's the situation. The old Taoist monk, seeing Li Fan's expression, thought he was confused and hurried to explain. The reason he suddenly mentioned choosing an apprentice was because, ever since Li Fan and Yen Linger returned earlier that day, the old Taoist had obtained a longevity-extending artifact from Li Fan, allowing him to live another 500 years. Overjoyed, he realized that his efforts had indeed not been in vain. After obtaining the 500 years of lifespan, Wu Lao couldn't help but relax the tension he had been holding for so long, and the idea of taking a disciple to pass on his teachings began to take root in his mind. At the end of the day, Wu the old Taoist was a wandering cultivator. His life was quite legendary. He had risen from an ordinary wandering cultivator to his current status. However, he was fully dedicated to the path of cultivation and sought to break through to higher realms, leaving him no time for anything else. However, once he reached the realm of a sage, the cosmic laws became increasingly difficult to overcome, preventing him from breaking through. This led him into a state of spiritual turmoil, where he became obsessed with breaking through, wasting countless years in the process. Now that he has time, his first thought is to choose disciples and pass on all the knowledge he has accumulated throughout his life. As for his method of selecting disciples, it seems to have been influenced by Li Fan's style, which is simple and straightforward. He announces it to the world, stating that he is seeking disciples, with no restrictions on anyone's background or origins. It can be said that he has made up his mind to find a suitable successor. Li Fan's strength is undeniable, and who wouldn't want to teach someone who could become invincible? Li Fan's strength undoubtedly means he has keen insight, which is why the old master Wu Chen decided to ask Li Fan for help. Li Fan's expression was peculiar as he glanced back and forth at the old Taoist, making the old Taoist feel flustered, thinking he had done something wrong. In reality, Li Fan simply didn't know how to refuse. In Li Fan's eyes, this old man was a decent person. At least he was respectful toward Xiao Nannan and toward Li Fan himself, and that was enough. As for how he treated others, Li Fan didn't care. Since he was kind to him, Li Fan found it hard to refuse. The mission has begun. Help the old Taoist master choose an apprentice. For the sake of the mission, the host can transform into the old man's appearance to facilitate its completion. Just as Li Fan hesitated, the system's cold voice sounded at the right moment. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's expression grew even stranger. He glanced at the old Taoist priest, then looked at his own tiger claws. I agreed. In the end, Li Fan decided to complete the task to reduce the time he would spend as a tiger, even though it was unkind. However, Li Fan wanted to become human more than anything else. Still, he wasn't heartless. He had already decided that he would find a way to make amends to the old Taoist master Wu Chen for this matter in the future. After Li Fan agreed to Wu Chen Laodao's request, half a month passed quickly. The imperial capital of the Fire Kingdom was about to host an extraordinary grand event. The immortal sage, the sage of the age, is seeking disciples. Regardless of birth or status, anyone who meets the age requirement may apply. The spread of this news sent shockwaves throughout the world. This is a sage. Whoever becomes his disciple, regardless of future achievements, would have the world at their feet simply by having a sage as their patron. Countless major sects and sacred sites would even send their disciples and holy sons to seek him out. The imperial city was bustling with an endless stream of people, and countless luxurious carriages adorned the streets, all signaling the beginning of this grand gathering. In recognition of this, the Emperor of the Fire Kingdom was also very generous, granting a garden on the eastern side of the imperial city as the location for the old Taoist master to select his disciples, and arranging accommodations for the chosen ones. He did this because he had a vague suspicion that his daughter's destiny might be connected to Shan Nuan or the immortal Wu Chen. Among all the events, the one that stirred the most excitement among the great lords of the Fire Kingdom was this grand gathering. They all sent their offspring to the event, hoping to bind Wu Chen Laodao to the Fire Kingdom's war chariot. The garden was vast beyond description. It was more like a square capable of accommodating thousands of people. Without exception, those who could come here were all exceptionally powerful prodigies. The men had eyes as cold as lightning, noble and arrogant, while the women were more beautiful than flowers, graceful and enchanting. Look there! That is the beloved daughter of the Fire Kingdom's emperor, the most brilliant gem in the current capital of the Fire Kingdom. Is she holding a little girl's hand? At the garden gate, a graceful figure swayed elegantly, her red fairy-like dress flowing in the breeze, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Beside her stood a little girl with dark, sparkling eyes and a face radiant with joy, so charming that one couldn't help but want to cradle her in one's arms. The arrival of Linger and Xiao Nannan immediately caused a stir. Who was that little girl? Had the Fire Nation Emperor had another daughter? But why hadn't anyone heard about it? Ignorant! You don't even know who she is. Her name is Xiao Nannan. She comes from a mysterious and extraordinary background. Because of her, the Wan Jie sect lost two of its supreme elders, along with their successor, Wan Moyu, who also perished. She is now under the protection of Wu Chen Daoren. The disciple of Wu Chen Daoren? The arrival of Linger and the others immediately caused a stir among the crowd. This remains unclear. She could be a disciple, or she might have another identity. As a disciple, her ordinary appearance makes it hard to imagine who would take her as a student. The discussions continued, and Linger heard them but was not surprised. Xiao Nannan's identity could be described as the hottest topic in Donghuang and the Fire Kingdom today, a topic that has remained popular for a long time. Her cuteness has won the hearts of many, while her ordinary talents have left many puzzled and speculating. Wow, look over there! Soon, more shouts echoed through the air. A tall, imposing figure approached, clad in golden robes. Standing there, he resembled a sword drawn from its scabbard, sharp and icy, making it impossible to look directly at him. As soon as he appeared, his origins were immediately revealed. Xiang Yifei, the holy son of the great Yan Holy Land. Chapter 41, another outstanding individual, the pride of the present age. Xiang Yifei has arrived. It is said that he has mastered the supreme martial arts of the Great Transformation Holy Land. Some people were exclaiming in astonishment, praising the extraordinary abilities of the Great Transformation Holy Son. At the same time, cries of astonishment also came from another direction, as another prodigy appeared. He had sharp features and a steady aura like a mountain peak, surrounded by numerous young women like stars gathered around the moon. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Hearing the exclamations, someone looked over in the direction of the sound, their face filled with confusion. As the person was wondering, someone nearby had already shouted out the name of the person surrounded by the beauties. From the distant northern plains, the top prodigy of the Golden Family, the Golden Clan Jin Qishao. The Golden Family claims to possess the ancient Golden bloodline. After deep cultivation, their skin becomes impervious to blades and arrows, and their physical bodies rival those of demonic beings. They are a highly unique clan and a branch of the human race. Numerous prodigies gathered, exchanging knowledge and even engaging in friendly duels, sparking waves of cheers. Meanwhile, in the distance, a tall building stood in the garden. I never imagined that after 1,000 years of seclusion, the message I sent out to recruit disciples would attract so many prodigies from all directions, and even the Holy Son from the Sacred Land has come. The old Taoist master, Wu Chen, stood on the balcony, looking down at the grand spectacle, and sighed with emotion. Senior Wu Chen is being humble. You achieved fame thousands of years ago, and even now, your name is still celebrated throughout the world. A middle-aged man at the Dragon Transformation realm laughed. He was the person in charge sent by the Fire Nation to assist the old Taoist master Wu Chen. Just then, a subordinate dressed in plain clothes quickly climbed the stairs, leaned close to the middle-aged man, and whispered a few words in his ear. Senior Wu Chen, as per your instructions, I have blocked everyone who wishes to see you outside. However, should I also block the supreme elders of the Holy Land, the ancestral elders of the Imperial Dynasty, and the clan elders of the primordial ancient clans? Senior Wu Chen, the middle-aged man said softly. The middle-aged man spoke softly. To be honest, this grand gathering was indeed unexpected, but it was also to be expected. Wu Chen Laodao is one of the few saints in the world today, at least on the surface. His strength is beyond question. In the age of decline, to have lived for 5,000 years without reincarnating into a second life speaks volumes. Most importantly, Wu Chen Laodao's status is that of a pure-hearted wandering cultivator with no ties to any faction. This is precisely what has captivated numerous sacred lands, ancient clans, and imperial dynasties the most. Obtaining the inheritance of the dustless old Taoist would mean gaining his support and introducing a sage into one's own faction. Who wouldn't want that? Moreover, taking a sage as a master brings only benefits and no drawbacks. There is no need to pay attention to them. Their calculations are merely to offer me benefits, have me take their disciples as my own, and bind them to their war chariot. The old Taoist waved his hand dismissively, his face showing indifference. If it weren't for his desire to select the best disciple, he would have preferred not to interact with these factions. Just then, another loud cry rang out. Wu Chen the old Taoist followed the sound with his gaze, and the middle-aged man did the same. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He actually came. A tall, slender figure approached, radiating divine light as if he were a sun god descending to earth. His appearance was unmatched, standing alone with an air of arrogance, looking down on the world below. Behind him were several men and women, all of them exceptionally handsome and beautiful. The Holy Land of Yao Guang, the Holy Son of Yao Guang. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. That tall, slender figure was none other than the Shaking Light Holy Son, and standing behind him was a colossal entity, the Shaking Light Holy Land. When it came to the Yao Guang Holy Land, everyone within the 5 domains would pale with fear. This Holy Land was either too powerful or too vibrant in color. It was originally classified as an ordinary Holy Land of the first rank. However, on a fateful night countless years ago, thunderbolts split the heavens, and torrential rain poured down. On that day, the Shaoguang Holy Land erupted with boundless divine light, visible for millions of miles, and an aura that shook the heavens and earth surged up to the 33rd heaven. The dragon-patterned golden cauldron they had worshipped day and night transformed into an imperial artifact. From that day forward, the Yao Guang Holy Land overshadowed the entire world. The Supreme Emperor's weapon has always been the weapon of the Emperor, and only the Emperor has the ability to forge it. It is a divine weapon capable of suppressing the ages. However, the Shaking Light Holy Land defied the taboo. After countless years of worship and the inscriptions of countless sages, the Supreme Emperor's weapon was born in a rain-soaked night, undergoing a transformative evolution and establishing an immortal imperial lineage. The Yao Guang Holy Son is an enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery. No one knows the circumstances of his birth, and since his emergence, he has never achieved significant feats. Yet, he strikes fear into the hearts of countless prodigies. Powerful and enigmatic are the epithets that define him. This little guy is no ordinary talent. The dust-free old Taoist's eyes sparkled with light, and mystical symbols swirled around them, clearly indicating that he had detected something. At the same time, the shaking light holy sun seemed to sense something and looked up in this direction. Another prodigy, a prodigy of this generation. The dustless old Taoist praised. It's about time. Is Senior Wuchen about to begin the selection process? The middle-aged man spoke up at this moment. Let's begin. I'll go fetch an elder. The dustless old Taoist nodded and turned to leave. Ha! The middle-aged man froze. What the heck, sir? Who is the dustless old sage? He's a sage, a great man? What kind of existence is that? In an instant, the middle-aged man's mind couldn't process it. Could such an existence exist in this world? However, by the time he came to his senses, the figure of the dust-free old man had already vanished. Dawn! The melodious chimes rang out. All the prodigies in the garden turned their heads, their eyes sparkling with admiration, their breath colliding in the air, none willing to concede defeat. One by one, they proceeded toward the palace in order. The middle-aged man spoke, leading everyone to a palace at the edge of the garden. The palace wasn't very large, consisting of only a single main hall, with nothing else around it. This main hall had been newly constructed specifically for this recruitment event. When the middle-aged man first received the design plans, he was utterly baffled, unable to fathom why Wuchen Laodao had chosen such an unconventional approach. Everyone who saw the palace was left speechless. Inside the palace, there was nothing but a cushion and a small table with some tea on it. The dust-free old Taoist stood behind the cushion, a faint smile on his face. In this scene, he resembled a young Taoist disciple. This was. The great Yen Holy Sun looked at this scene in astonishment. Chapter 42, The Master of the Dustless Old Taoist. Something's off. Jin Qishao spoke up, his gaze fixed on the old Taoist master. What are your thoughts on this, brother Yao Guang? A disciple of a great sect asked the Yao Guang saint's son standing beside him with a smile. Upon hearing this, the holy son of Yao Guang shook his head. His expression was gentle, as if he were easy to talk to, and his faint smile made one want to approach him. I too am unaware Senior Wuchen's methods are profound and mysterious. Perhaps this time's selection of disciples will differ from what is known outside. Listening to the holy son of Yao Guang, many nodded in agreement. Of course, there were also some who secretly rolled their eyes, thinking, isn't that just nonsense? Alright, first, the descendants of the Prince of Shirgua, please enter the hall. A middle-aged man interrupted the heated discussion and took out a register to read aloud. This time, the selection of disciples was really extensive, with at least tens of thousands of people. They had already screened them once before the event began. It could be said that those who made it to the garden were carefully selected. Otherwise, if Wuchen Laodao had to look at each one individually, he would have ended up spitting blood. However, even with such a rigorous selection process, there were still nearly 1,000 people left, including commoners and prodigies from powerful clans. The majority of them were the prodigies from powerful clans, and after all, they were called prodigies for a reason: they were already exceptional. Yes. A young man in blue stepped forward from the crowd and walked into the palace. At that moment, the crowd was filled with astonishment and suspicion. The palace gates remained open, seemingly unopposed to the crowd gathering around, which only served to deepen their confusion and curiosity. In the distance, numerous figures stood tall. At least they were all middle-aged, and these people were the elders who had come to select disciples, among whom were no shortage of renowned masters. Even before it began, it was already causing such astonishment. No wonder he was called the Dustless Taoist. I couldn't wait to see what kind of disciple selection method he would use. Could there be some secret to that meditation cushion? An old master stroked his beard and speculated. Others nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on the palace, hoping that their disciples would catch the attention of Wuchen. They had met the venerable Wuchen before. The blue-clothed young man bowed to the standing Wuchen old Taoist. The old Taoist master nodded slightly, then seemed to sense something. His faint smile vanished, replaced by a look of reverence. He turned toward the palace and bowed, speaking in a low, respectful voice. Master, you have arrived. An elderly man dressed in white appeared. He had snow-white hair and a youthful face, standing tall and straight. At first glance, aside from his ethereal and graceful demeanor, he showed no signs of any spiritual cultivation, resembling a humble old neighbor who rarely smiled. This scene was as if someone had wielded a time-manipulating technique, instantly silencing the once bustling garden, as though someone had pressed a remote control pause button. The next moment, the garden erupted into chaos. The young people were startled, their hearts pounding. Wuchen's master? Are you kidding me? Jin Qixiao's expression turned solemn, and his previously cheerful face changed. Dian Xingzi Xiangifei also froze in place. He had speculated on numerous possibilities, the most likely being that the cushion held some hidden mechanism, perhaps used to test disciples. He never imagined that all his guesses were wrong. The cushion was simply meant for someone to sit on, someone of such immense importance that it was truly awe-inspiring. The smile on the holy son of Yao Guang faded, and even he couldn't help but freeze in place. The master of the dustless old sage? What kind of existence is that? It wasn't just the young people here who were in an uproar, even the calm and composed elders in the distance couldn't remain composed, and they were even more unsettled than the young people. As one grows older, one's eyesight also deteriorates. Brother Zhang, I just saw Wuchen Daoren being extremely respectful to someone. An old man dressed in a Taoist robe shook his head and said to his companion beside him. However, his expression quickly froze. His companion's wrinkled face contorted wildly, and he muttered incoherently, completely oblivious to the old man's words. What the hell? The master of Wuchen Daoren? Could it be that my recent cultivation has gone off the rails and I've fallen into madness? The old man in the Taoist robe saw his old friend's expression and was momentarily dazed. He then looked around and saw that the other renowned elders also had expressions of disbelief. These seasoned elders were not lacking in composure compared to the younger generation. On the contrary, it was precisely because of their vast experience that such a situation had arisen. Who was the immortal Taoist? He had lived for 5,000 years without dying. Who could he be, addressing his master with such reverence? Regardless of his cultivation level, the mere fact that he has survived for so many years is enough to unsettle anyone. Who is it, after all? After a brief moment of unease, all the supreme-level experts fixed their gaze intently on the screen. Could he be putting on a show? At that moment, someone looked at the old man, who appeared as ordinary as any mortal and showed no signs of divine power, and such thoughts crossed their mind. In the palace, the blue-clad youth, after a moment of daze, finally snapped back to reality. He had met the elderly predecessor. He bowed respectfully, his expression so reverent it was almost as if he were paying homage to his ancestors. This white-robed old man was none other than Li Fan. Transformed by the system, and the reason he was referred to as master by Wuchen the Taoist was because Li Fan had instructed Wuchen to address him as such. Li Fan nodded, his expression indifferent, with a hint of leisurely demeanor. It must be said that he bore a striking resemblance to the legendary immortals, sharing the same aura as Li Fan. Sister Linger, who is that old man? He looks familiar. At the same time, the sound of a child's voice rang out from the distant buildings. A little girl, adorably tiptoeing, spoke curiously. This little girl was none other than Xiao Nannan, who had been brought out to play by Yen Linger. They were sitting in the where the old Taoist master had once resided, watching the scene unfold before them. Xiao Nannan tilted her little face. She didn't know why she felt that the white-robed old man in the distance looked familiar, or perhaps felt which made her very curious. Oh, if only little Bai were here. He might know who that old man is. In the end, Xiao Nannan really couldn't remember and muttered innocently. Yen Linger looked at Xiao Nannan in surprise. She was the only one who knew that the old man was actually Li Fan in disguise, and she never expected Xiao Nannan to be able to sense it either, which left her utterly astonished. Hey, playing tricks. I don't think this is really a master at all. Just then, an unusual sound rang out, its content causing everyone to pale. Everyone scanned the surroundings, but could not find the source of the sound. It was clear that someone had intentionally come to cause trouble, using a special artifact to block their senses. Put! A muffled groan echoed, and in the distance, someone's arm exploded into pieces. Chapter 43, The Terrifying Physical Strength. Ah! A scream rang out. An old man clutched his severed arm, his face contorted in pain, and looked toward the palace in horror. At his feet lay a circular disc emitting mysterious fluctuations, clearly the object that had blocked everyone's perception. It was him, Zhanghe, the supreme elder of the Yin-Yang sect. Looking at the old man who had been blown to pieces, someone shouted out his identity. Zhanghe, the supreme elder of the Yin-Yang sect, a powerful figure from the first layer of the secret realm of the divine platform, and a half-step great being. Upon seeing this man, everyone immediately understood everything. Zhanghe's master had been killed by the monk Wuchen Lao Dao in a previous dispute, so it was likely that he had come here to cause trouble in order to avenge his master. Zhanghe's old face turned pale with fear as he looked toward the palace. He took a step back, unable to believe what he was seeing. It was that person who snapped his fingers, shattering Zhanghe's arm. At that moment, a renowned master from Central Plains let out a startled cry. He had witnessed Li Fan raise his palm, flick his fingers, and then heard the sound of Zhanghe's arm shattering. There was no mistake. The legendary figure felt a chill run down his spine. Crushing a half-step great power with a flick of his fingers was not difficult. Any extremely powerful great power could do it. However, what if it was purely relying on muscle power? There was no fluctuation of divine power. Was he relying solely on the strength of his physical body? The silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. This was far too terrifying. With a single flick of his fingers, he caused the air to tremble, shattering the arm of a half-step great power. Whether or not the suddenly appeared figure was the master of Wuchen Lao Dao, his strength was undeniable. Get back! Li Fan spoke, his expression indifferent. In the blink of an eye, he flicked his fingers again, and this time, everyone truly witnessed what it meant to be unmatched in physical prowess. In the instant of the flick, a vacuum appeared at the tip of his finger. A spiral of vacuum air erupted at such a speed that it was impossible to see clearly. The figure of the crane flew backward, spitting blood, and was directly blown out of the garden, a truly pitiful sight. After completing all this, Li Fan's eyes showed no emotion, as if he had done something trivial. He scanned the crowd around him and spoke indifferently. "If anyone else causes trouble, I will kill their entire clan." The casual words came out of his mouth, as if he were recounting a mundane family matter. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This master of the dustless old man was even more domineering than the dustless one himself, surpassing him in every way, giving off a strong sense of being cut from the same cloth. For a moment, everyone present fell silent. The old Taoist master Wuchen was already incredibly powerful, and with this mysterious master by his side, he would surely dominate the North Star. In truth, Li Fan isn't as domineering as he seems, or rather, this is his deliberate strategy. It's a way of compensating the dustless old master, making the world believe he has powerful backing rather than being alone and isolated. "Let's begin." Li Fan spoke, sitting cross-legged on a cushion, while the old Taoist master stood respectfully by his side, further confirming that this was likely not a mere display of mystification. At that moment, Xiang Yifei, Jin Shishao, and the Xingzi of Yao Guang all wore solemn expressions, more serious than ever before. The unexpected events of the day had forced them to revise their opinions of the old Taoist master once again. Soon, the orderly process of selecting disciples began, so simple that it left everyone speechless. When they arrived here, many had imagined various scenarios for the selection process and had even prepared to showcase their skills. Even Xiang Yifei and Jin Shishao had made preparations for a fierce battle. However, the reality was far from what they had imagined. Anyone who enters the palace is simply observed by the venerable master, and afterward, they are allowed to leave. This bears no resemblance to selecting disciples, it is more akin to a talent show. For a moment, the renowned masters from all over the country who had come to attend the event, along with the elders accompanying the young participants, were all speechless. What on earth is going on here? They had prepared many plans to deal with this situation, but now it seems that none of them are useful, leaving them feeling frustrated. Wuchen Daoren is truly unique. Someone spoke, and as they did, their lips twitched slightly. In this orderly manner, the selection process was quickly halfway through. From start to finish, Li Fan did not utter a single word. "The people from the Great Yen Holy Land are preparing. Next, it's your turn to go in." The middle-aged man glanced at the registration form and read it aloud in a low voice. Xiang Yifei was the first to walk in. "The Great Yin Holy Land, Xiang Yifei?" Li Fan looked at the imposing young man in golden robes before him and spoke for the first time. This single utterance immediately sparked a flurry of discussion. After all, Li Fan had not mentioned a single word about the previous person, yet upon Xiao Yifei's arrival, not only did Li Fan speak up, but he also displayed an expression of interest. It was clear that he had some impression of Xiang Yifei, and even more so, there was a possibility that he might take him as a disciple of the Wuchen old Taoist. "Brother Wudao, your Xiang Yifei is truly extraordinary." Even that person took notice of him. The supreme elder of the great sect paid respects to the supreme elder of the Great Yin Holy Land who had come here, but his tone was tinged with envy. After all, when their disciples went there, the other party didn't even bother to say a word. "Ha, my fellow cultivator is too kind. I still have much to learn and am not worthy of such praise." The senior elder of the Great Transformation sect, known as Martial Arts Brother, spoke modestly, but his expression made it seem as if he was showing off. The young people standing before the palace also began to discuss the matter. He must be from the Great Yen Holy Land, which is why that elder took notice of him. A young man muttered under his breath. Little did he know that someone from the Holy Land had also approached earlier, yet they had not caused Li Fan to glance their way. In the unseen realm, the other disciples of the Great Transformation Holy Land stood tall and proud. Chapter 44, Words That Shock or Die. "Master, his name is Xiang Yifei. He has been immersed in precious elixir since childhood, a natural-born sword cultivator. By the age of 10, he had already mastered the supreme arts of the Great Transformation Holy Land, including the Great Transformation Holy Sword." The dust-free old Taoist began to recount Xiang Yifei's identity. No need to say more. Before the old Taoist monk could finish speaking, Li Fan interrupted him. Li Fan glanced at him and said indifferently, "There's something wrong with his character." In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone gaped in disbelief, staring at Li Fan as if they had never seen anything like it before. "My goodness, is there something wrong with his character? Can you tell just by looking at him?" At this moment, Xiang Yifei's mind was in disarray. His composed expression froze. Despite his steadfast resolve, Li Fan's words had left him speechless. Character issues? What the hell was he talking about? Why would the elder say such a thing? Xiang Yifei suppressed his boiling emotions, calmed his racing heart, and spoke as calmly as he could. "You really are a person of questionable character." Li Fan replied calmly to Xiang Yifei's question. Go back, you're not qualified." Without giving Xiang Yifei a chance to speak, Li Fan waved his hand and motioned for Xiang Yifei to step back. "Ha!" Seeing this scene, some outsiders laughed unkindly. This laugh was no big deal, but many who had been holding back their laughter couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Yifun's calm expression had vanished, replaced by a dark, grim face. His entire body trembled, clearly furious at Li Fan. Xiang Yifei's calm expression had vanished, replaced by a dark, sullen face. His entire body trembled, clearly furious with Li Fan. Senior, this junior takes his leave. After saying that, Xiang Yifei walked straight out without looking back. Interesting, interesting. Jin Qishao wore a faint smile on his face. He had never been particularly eager to become the disciple of Wuchen Laodao after all, he had only sought the support of this sage. Yet now, he found himself unexpectedly longing to become his disciple. The people of this lineage were so domineering that they were truly inspiring. Soon, the people from the Great Yin Holy Land all entered the palace with grim expressions, then silently made their way out. Meanwhile, the elderly martial arts master was so enraged that his body trembled. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Li Fan, he would have charged forward to tear him apart. The words spoken by that man had dealt a severe blow to Xiang Yifei and even affected the Great Yin Holy Land. Elder, may I ask why you said that Yifei's character is lacking? Finally, the senior martial arts master couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up to ask. The moment he spoke, everyone turned to look at Li Fan. In truth, everyone else also wanted to know, and some even recalled whether this mysterious figure had some past grudge with the Great Yin Holy Land. I said there's a problem, so there's a problem. Don't waste my time. Li Fan waved his hand. How could he respond to the demands of the Supreme Elder Wu? Was he supposed to tell him that he had read a novel that described the character as having poor moral character? That would be unreasonable. Elders are often a bit eccentric, just bear with it. Just then, the Grand Elder of the great sect who had been speaking with Wu Tai Shang stepped forward to offer comfort. However, a smile flickered in the depths of his eyes. Such matters were precisely what the major factions desired to see. Each faction secretly hoped that the other factions were weak, while their own faction was the strongest. This attempt at persuasion had no effect whatsoever, causing the expression of the Supreme Elder Wu to grow even darker. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to summon Xiang Yifei and the others. There was no point in staying here any longer. If it weren't for Li Fan's recent display of strength and the power of the old Taoist, he would have left with a threat hanging in the air. Your character isn't up to par either, get out. Just as the elder Wu Tai was leading his men out, a cold voice echoed in their ears, causing the elder Wu Tai and Xiang Yifei, who were about to explode with anger, to calm down instantly, as if they had taken a sip of cold drink on a scorching summer day. Immediately, the two of them turned their heads toward the palace. Jin Qixiao's face was as grim as if he had eaten several pounds of excrement. Standing inside the palace, his previously cheerful expression had long since been replaced by one of utter dismay. Chao Nima. At that moment, he really wanted to say those words. Before. Jin Qixiao was about to speak, but upon seeing Li Fan's impatient expression, he remained silent. After bowing, he left the palace with a look on his face as if he had eaten something disgusting. Ha, how amusing, how amusing. The holy son of the Holy Land laughed unrestrainedly. Originally, he was dissatisfied with being eliminated and even began to doubt Li Fan. However, after witnessing the ordeal of Xiang Yifei and Jin Qixiao, he felt relieved instead. In fact, he began to think that Li Fan might actually have some real ability, at least he wasn't a person of questionable character. Meanwhile, Xiang Yifei and Wu Taishang, who had been preparing to leave, exchanged glances. They could see the strangeness in each other's eyes, and their anger subsided. This is human psychology, without comparison, there is no harm. When you are at a disadvantage, you may feel frustrated, but if someone else is in a similar situation, things tend to calm down. Li Fan Sr., he. Yen Linger was giggling on the rooftop, completely lacking the demeanor of a princess. She had never imagined such a situation. Her eyes curved like the moon, and her smile was as radiant as a flower, making the surrounding space even more vibrant. This one is truly unique. The Fire King and the Marquis were speechless in their evaluation. At that moment, all the disciples who hadn't been tested yet grew tense, and even their elders were just as nervous, more so than the young ones, fearing that Li Fan would say, "Your character isn't up to par. Get out." They didn't even want to hear Li Fan speak anymore. This man, who had appeared from the very beginning, had spoken very little, but every time he did, his words were so shocking that they left everyone speechless. Chapter 45, The Delicate Beauty. Chapter 45, The Delicate Beauty. Time passed unnoticed in the blink of an eye. Li Fan sat cross-legged on the cushion, his eyes closed, as still as an old monk in meditation. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man outside the hall continued to mechanically recite names as usual. The son of the warlord of the Stone Kingdom. Xuefeng's sect disciple Xiaoran. One by one, they entered, and within seconds, they all emerged. Each time someone came out, they would breathe a sigh of relief, even subconsciously glancing at Xiang Yifei and Jin Qixiao, causing their expressions to darken further. However, Xiang Yifei was still okay. He had already experienced one shock, which could be considered a balance. The Shaking Light Sanctuary. Just then, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he looked at the name in the registration book. Ha! In an instant, everyone around looked eastward. There stood a man in white, calm and composed, standing there like a sun god, gazing down upon the world with power and sanctity. Listening to the middle-aged man's words, the holy son of Yao Guang remained composed, showing no signs of emotion, even after experiencing the events involving Jin Shishao and Xiang Yifei. You may enter now. The middle-aged man spoke. This holy son was the one he found most enigmatic. Compared to Xiang Yifei, Jin Shishao, and others, he found this young man more relatable. He was simply too profound, so still that it was unsettling. Upon hearing this, the holy son of Yao Guang summoned the other members of the Holy Land and led them into the palace. Suddenly, just as the holy son of Yao Guang was about to step inside, Li Fan's voice rang out once more. His words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Here it comes again. Could it be that Yao Guang has also arrived? Li Fan looked at the crowd from the Yao Guang Holy Land, his expression changing slightly, then glanced at the roster again. Didn't he say his character was lacking? Seeing that Li Fan didn't say the 3 words "you're no good," everyone was surprised, but instead found it quite astonishing. That's right. Soon, Li Fan glanced at the roster, looked up, and quietly said 2 words. In an instant, those present were filled with astonishment, and even an uproar erupted. This doesn't make sense. Why didn't the senior say that phrase? How could he have said that instead? A young person remarked oddly. The others were even more so, all turning their gaze toward the holy son of Yao Guang. This guy was indeed the strongest present, hiding his true strength deeply, and had been recognized instantly by the senior. Master Yao Guang Xingzi, do you acknowledge him? The old Taoist master, seeing fewer and fewer people gathering, felt increasingly frustrated. However, Li Fan was not satisfied with any of them. He wasn't blaming Li Fan for not being able to choose anyone. Instead, he was blaming the people who came for being so mediocre that they didn't even meet Li Fan's standards. Now, when Li Fan uttered 2 words, it was like a desert dweller finally seeing an oasis, giving the previously frustrated Wuchan Laodao a sense of hope and renewal. Do I agree with him? Li Fan heard this and froze for a moment. Seeing Li Fan's expression, the old Taoist master Wu Chen's lips twitched. Even he, who was accustomed to Li Fan's temperament, couldn't withstand such a sudden turn of events. Isn't that so? When did I ever agree with him? Li Fan asked in return. Master, didn't you say he was a good person? The old Taoist master was also taken aback and asked in return. Upon hearing this, Li Fan shook his head, glanced at the dust-free old Taoist, and then looked at the shaking light holy sun. What I said is not referring to him. His character is greatly lacking. What I said wasn't referring to him. His character is utterly lacking. Everyone was speechless. Here we go again. I knew it. How could this happen? Outside, a young man sighed, as if he hadn't heard Li Fan say that someone with poor character is weird, and that it's only normal to say so. Meanwhile, Jin Shishao, Xiang Yifei, and the elders behind them felt as though they had been quenched after a long drought, utterly delighted. There's no comparison, and no harm done. At that moment, the old face of the Supreme Elder Wu was not blackened. Instead, he felt much more at ease. It seemed as though he were saying, see that? The Shaoguang Holy Son's character is lacking. I'll emphasize that. My son, Yifei, is different. Meanwhile, the previously composed expression on the Holy Son of Yao Guang's face also changed, becoming extremely ugly. Even though he was mature and steady, with a temperament rivaling that of some old monsters, he was still young at heart. He shared the same mindset as the dustless old sage, but he had only been in heaven for a short time before Li Fan's single sentence knocked him off his pedestal. Character flaws? Big ones? Then which one are you referring to, master? Compared to others who focused on Li Fan's character issues, Wuchen the Taoist master paused briefly before speaking again. He had heard what Li Fan had said. There was someone among this group whom Li Fan recognized. Horror. Li Fan pointed to a young woman with a delicate and beautiful face, around 16 or 17 years old. Her complexion was as fair as jade, her figure slender and graceful, with a narrow waist and straight legs. She wore a light blue dress that flowed naturally, exuding an otherworldly aura. Among the crowd at the Yaoguan Holy Land, she was not particularly outstanding, yet she possessed a unique charm that made her truly beautiful and distinctive. In the blink of an eye, everyone was snapped back to attention by the words of the dust-free old sage, and they all turned their gaze toward the person Li Fan had mentioned. Wei Wei? The people of the Shaking Light Sanctuary were stunned. They had already condemned Li Fan to death and decided to leave immediately after hearing that the Shaking Light Saint's son was of such poor character. However, they never expected Li Fan to acknowledge Wei Wei. For a moment, everyone's eyes sparkled as they scanned the woman standing at the very back of the crowd gathered at the Shaoguan Holy Land. After Li Fan repeatedly questioned others, this sudden praise of someone else left everyone feeling quite different, as if they had witnessed a divine weapon of the highest order. If Li Fan had started by praising this and that, people might not have reacted much. However, after consistently being harsh and dismissive, his sudden affirmation of someone felt like ordinary people gazing at a deity. Master, are you referring to this woman named Wei Wei? Master, are you referring to this woman named Wei Wei? The old Taoist master, clearly still shaken by Li Fan's previous trick, spoke up again to confirm. Listening to the old Taoist's words, Li Fan nodded, his gaze turning toward Wei Wei. He remembered this young girl. In his memories, Wei Wei was a disciple of a minor sect who later joined the Shaking Light Holy Land, a low-key yet stunningly beautiful young woman. However, no one could have imagined that she would eventually attain the rank of quasi-emperor. It could be said that if the old hermit Wu Chen had taken her as a disciple, it would have been nothing but benefits for him. Li Fan had only come here to complete a task and knew nothing about her potential. However, unexpectedly, Wei Wei actually showed up. This woman left a deep impression on him. She could be called the dark horse of the younger generation. Choosing her as a disciple would be an excellent decision for the old Taoist master. Her character is commendable, and as for her achievements, you will see for yourself in the future. Her voice is unique. Everyone was startled and turned to look at Wei Wei. To be evaluated so harshly by the master of the dustless old Taoist, even a pig would become extraordinary. Chapter 46, Using Killing to Restrain All Beings. Time flies, and spring turns to autumn. Before we knew it, 2 years had passed. It has been 2 years since Wu Chen Laodao took on disciples. During these 2 years, Li Fan and Xiao Nannan have been in the Fire Country and haven't ventured out much. The old Taoist master, after taking on disciples, settled in the Fire Kingdom and did not allow the Yaoguang Holy Land to fulfill their wish of sending them to the Holy Land. Instead, he chose to teach Wei Wei in the Fire Kingdom. However, since Wei Wei remained a disciple of Yaoguang, the Yaoguang Holy Land did not say much about it. Over the past 2 years, the 5 realms were in turmoil, and the dazzling era finally began. Countless extraordinary individuals shine brightly, including the legendary Shaoguang Holy Sun, said to be capable of becoming an emperor, the peerless Nan Yayu Kong, who was born to be worshipped by all beasts, and the young prodigy Wang Tang, who has slain countless celestial geniuses and strikes fear into the hearts of many, earning him the title of the Northern Emperor. Too many prodigies have emerged in any era. Any one of them could suppress all realms and rule over the 10 directions, leaving many of the older generation in awe. In fact, in the past 2 years, many of the older generation have chosen to retire from the public eye. A legendary sage once said that this world is a cycle of 10,000 ages, a great era of brilliance and prosperity, but also a bloody age where the path to enlightenment is arduous and the struggle for imperial power stains the heavens with blood. This era is destined to be extraordinary. The older generation has gradually chosen to retire, and some even predict that within 20 years, this world will be controlled by the new generation, who will surpass the older generation in every way. Li Fan was not surprised by this, and even found it natural. The Golden Age was also a tragic era, destined to see countless lives trampled upon as others climbed the path to imperial power. Within the imperial palace of the Fire Nation, a figure of unparalleled beauty glides gracefully through the halls. Over the past 2 years, Linger had grown even more radiant and enchanting. The moon paled in her presence and retreated, while flowers blushed and wilted at her beauty. Senior Li Fan is still so leisurely. Linger's smile was as radiant as a flower, and her sweet, melodious voice drifted from her crimson lips. At that moment, Li Fan was lying by the window, lazily basking in the sun. As Li Fan put it, occasional sunbathing is good for you. How's Xiao Nannan's practice going? Li Fan raised his head, yawned, and unconsciously fell asleep in the sun. Xiao Nannan said she wanted to ensure a carefree future for herself and Xiao Bai, living a happy life together. She had always been diligent, with few obstacles in her cultivation, and occasionally even had her own unique insights. Linger spoke slowly. After finishing, she seemed to think of something, and her eyes sparkled with a strange light. Senior Li Fan, could you tell Linger how you judge people? Li Fan's ability to judge people is unique, and he has left Linger speechless on more than one occasion. The examples of Xiao Nannan and Wei Wei are the best proof of this. Xiao Nannan is only 5 or 6 years old, yet she already possesses her own independent perspective, a trait that cannot be called weak. If it weren't for her still childlike nature, Linger couldn't help but imagine how even more extraordinary Xiao Nannan might become. As for Wei Wei, this woman with an outstanding appearance but not particularly powerful cultivation once again astonished everyone. She had worked diligently in obscurity, with little fame, yet her excellence was absolutely no less than that of the prodigies of this era. Linger often heard the words of praise for Wei Wei from the old Taoist master Wu Chen, who frequently visited Li Fan. In fact, every time he came, he would express his gratitude to Li Fan for choosing Wei Wei as his disciple, clearly indicating his satisfaction with her. Among these, it is worth mentioning that the Wuchan old Taoist's master is none other than Li Fan. After that appearance, he never showed up again, earning him the reputation of being the most mysterious person in the world, with a level of mystery comparable to that of the being who once challenged the bronze immortal Hall. Both are regarded by the world as the most mysterious beings among the human race of this era. Many even speculate whether they might be from the 7 forbidden zones or visitors from another realm, as their mystery and power bear a striking resemblance to those two entities. However, after they appeared 2 years ago, they have not been seen again, and their popularity has gradually faded, overshadowed by the brilliance of the celestial prodigies. This does not mean that the celestial prodigies are stronger than them. On the contrary, their power is something that the celestial prodigies cannot compare to. Ultimately, it all comes down to their lack of activity, which is why they have fallen into obscurity. Just look with your own eyes. Li Fan gave his answer, but all he got in return was a big, disapproving glance from Linger. So, Senior Li Fan, who do you think is the most likely to become emperor in this world? Linger quickly asked again. Xiao Nan Nan. Li Fan didn't even bother to lift his head, speaking slowly and deliberately, his tone unwavering. Listening to Li Fan's words, Linger paused for a moment before shaking her head. Why was Senior Li Fan so certain? After all, Xiao Nan Nan was still young, and there were so many people ahead of her, all of whom had started decades before her. Those decades were more than enough to create a significant gap. Before Linger could finish expressing her objections, Li Fan interrupted her. Before Linger could finish expressing her opinion, Li Fan interrupted her. Li Fan glanced at Linger, his words still as calm as ever. In this lifetime, there can only be one emperor, and that is Nan Nan. No one can stand in my way. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will be slaughtered, and I will clear all obstacles for Nan Nan, killing until no one in the world dares to claim the throne. His voice was calm and light as a feather, but his words carried the weight of 1,000 tons, striking deeply into Linger's heart and soul. Linger's eyes sparkled, and she remained silent for a long time. Linger, you didn't come here just to ask me about these things, did you? Li Fan suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Linger snapped back to reality, and a smile appeared on her previously frozen face as she said cheerfully. Hee, I knew I couldn't hide it from Senior Li Fan. Seeing this, Li Fan rolled his eyes. It wasn't because he had keen eyesight, it was simply that Linger wouldn't hide any of her expressions around him, so he could read her instantly. Actually, I came to seek out Senior Li Fan this time to ask if he would be willing to gamble on jade. Linger stated her purpose. Gambling on stones? Are you referring to the Master of the Heavens' ability to assess the value of raw stones? Li Fan's expression turned peculiar. Start the mission, head to the Jade gambling house and bet everything on green jade. As soon as Li Fan spoke, a cold voice echoed in his mind. The system has assigned a new task. Over the past 2 years, Li Fan had completed several tasks, and roughly calculating, he had already reduced the time he spent in tiger form by 20 years. Li Fan was highly interested in these tasks. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Fan quickly decided to take on this mission. Can you show me a piece of the raw stone? Chapter 47, The Goddess. The Holy City of the North. The absolute center of the Eastern Waste's northern region, this barren, desolate red land is renowned alongside the primordial ancient mine, and is regarded as a sacred land by countless people in the northern region. No one knows how long this city has stood, ancient and weathered. It is among the finest cities in the Eastern Wastes and even the 5 domains. This city is majestic and imposing, resembling a coiled dragon from the heavens. Its endless walls shimmer with a metallic glow under the blazing flames, showcasing its extraordinary nature. Its overwhelming grandeur exudes an oppressive aura that leaves one breathless. Has Senior Li Fan never been to the Holy City before? Linger sat elegantly inside the luxurious carriage, gazing out the window at Li Fan, unable to speak. First time here. Li Fan nodded, looking at the bustling Holy City, his mind filled with thoughts. Once this jade auction is over, I'll accompany the senior to explore the Holy City. Linger's charming face lit up with excitement as she smiled and said. The reason she had Li Fan come out this time was to gamble on jade, and the purpose of gambling on jade was to provoke a woman of similar age to Linger, Zhao Yanan, the holy maiden of the Wanchu Holy Land. It turned out that in the recent competition among the younger generation, Linger and Zhao Yanan had been locked in a fierce rivalry, neither willing to back down. In the coming days, Zhao Yanan will be staying in the Holy City to host a small-scale gathering. It seems she has deliberately invited Linger, likely with the intention of causing trouble for her. That is precisely why Linger asked Li Fan to come out of seclusion, to go abroad with the sole purpose of making the stone workshop of Wanchu Holy Land lose face in the jade carving competition. Princess, we've arrived. After driving for a while, the carriage finally came to a stop. Linger's exquisite face was filled with excitement. She picked up Li Fan and stepped out of the chariot, leaving Li Fan speechless. Women, indeed, are vengeful creatures. You can't provoke them, you can't provoke them. The stone archway of the sacred site of Wanchu is bustling with people coming and going, yet there is no noise, only tranquility and naturalness, giving one a sense of returning to one's roots. Little Linger has arrived. Her older sister has been missing her dearly. As soon as Linger stepped off the carriage, a woman in a purple dress approached her. She was as beautiful as a flower, with a graceful and elegant figure, a refined and ethereal demeanor, and a smile that was warm and approachable, making everyone feel at ease. Zhao Yanan, the holy maiden of the Wanchu sacred land, was truly deserving of her title. As she walked, people couldn't help but glance at her, their eyes sparkling with admiration, and they couldn't stop marveling at her beauty. Who is the red-clad maiden welcoming at the Wanchu sacred land? She is so beautiful. Those who had come to purchase raw stone materials watched Zhao Yanan's movements and couldn't help but look over in astonishment. Hee hee, how could I not come when my sister invited me? Yan Linger smiled cheerfully, showing no sign of the enmity between her and Zhao Yanan. Seeing this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but think to himself, women are truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanan's eyes flickered with a strange light. She hadn't expected Yan Linger to act this way, and a sense of unease crept into her heart. However, she did not dwell on it and turned to lead Yan Linger inside. The stone workshop was crowded with people, and as soon as Yan Linger and Zhao Yanan entered, they immediately drew the attention of many onlookers. Yan Linger scanned the crowd with her eyes and recognized many people at a glance. The Prince of Daxia and the Princess of Daxia, Xia Yilan, saw Yan Linger looking their way. Xia Yiming nodded, while Xia Yilan playfully winked at Yan Linger, wanting to go over to her. The eldest disciple of the Yin Yang sect, the holy son of the Tao, Li Donglai, and the son of the patriarch of the Illusion Palace, Li Chongtian, among others, were all highly influential figures with renowned reputations in the present era. Just then, Yan Linger's eyes narrowed sharply. In her line of sight, there was a cold and elegant figure. Her slender form was graceful and curvaceous, her jade-like skin glowing with a faint blush. Her moon-shaped eyebrows and star-like eyes exuded a cold beauty. She wore a black glass-like celestial gown, her beauty intertwined with a touch of heroism, emanating a spirit of a heroic woman. The heavenly goddess of the town. Zichui Ning. Yan Linger never expected her to be here as well. Zichui Ning, the heiress of Jintianhai City, the most brilliant divine maiden of this generation, even Yan Linger pales in comparison. While many may not know of the Jintianhai City, mentioning the Black Dragon City would cause more than one person to pale. Indeed, the Jintianhai City was established by the Black Dragon King, the ruler revered by 3 successive emperors. Although it is called Jintianhai City, more people prefer to refer to it as Black Dragon City. The Black Dragon King, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it. Revered by 3 great emperors, he need not be sealed away to survive 3 lifetimes. As one of the 3 great emperors, even the emperors of his era pale in comparison. The Black Dragon King is an absolute, unmatched existence, a colossus of the ages. Some have claimed that his physique surpasses even the holy body and the dominant body. Otherwise, how could he survive 3 eras? Even if he never becomes an emperor, his combat prowess and demeanor would rival that of an emperor. Upon hearing Yan Linger's telepathic message, Li Fan also looked at Zichui Ning with curiosity. However, his curiosity was not directed at Zichui Ning, but at the Black Dragon King, that legendary being whose presence was so overwhelming it left one breathless. All of you have come to Yenran's grand gathering, and Yenran is deeply honored. Zhao Yanan smiled and bowed in greeting, and everyone present nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, her visit this time was to bring a batch of new stone materials for the Wanshu sacred site. Yanan had been entrusted by the elders of her sect and had no choice but to request everyone's presence, hoping to leverage their reputation to generate buzz for the stone workshop at the Wanshu sacred site. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yanan openly stated her purpose. To make this event more enjoyable, everyone can purchase our raw stones at half price. Zhao Yanan unexpectedly said generously. This time, a batch of stone materials had arrived at their sacred site, and to generate buzz, they had spared no expense. Upon hearing this, many prodigies were moved. All the prodigies present had some knowledge of raw stones, but they never expected the Wanshu Holy Land to be so generous, allowing them to purchase raw stones at half price, a clear loss for them. After finishing her words, Zhao Yanyan invited everyone to proceed as they pleased. After speaking, Zhao Yanan then invited everyone to proceed as they pleased. Since we were at the stone workshop, of course we had to try our hand at stone gambling. What else would be the fun in that? I wonder if anyone would like to join me for a bit of excitement? A young man spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Here it comes. Yan Linger's beautiful eyes darted around. She knew that Zhao Yanan's show of force was about to begin. Sure enough, the young man scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Yan Linger. Does the Princess of the Fire Kingdom have the inclination to spar with me? Although this is my first time here, everyone is here for fun and enjoyment, so I'll give it a try and make a fool of myself. Yan Linger smiled and agreed, but Xia Yilan beside her frantically signaled for Yan Linger not to agree. Chapter 48, he looks good, so he's the one. Ha! Yan Linger agreed so quickly, and the smile on her face left Zhao Yanan feeling caught off guard. A sense of unease welled up in her heart. Had she miscalculated this time? However, upon thinking of her backup plan, Zhao Yanan calmed down. Well, ladies first. Princess Yan Linger, please go ahead. The young man hesitated for a moment. He had been assigned by Zhao Yanan and had prepared countless excuses, all aimed at dragging Princess Yan Linger into trouble. However, he realized that all his preparations had been in vain, like punching a pillow. I don't understand either, so I'll just choose this one. Yan Lingerlian moved slowly, holding the little white tiger in her arms, and walked a few steps beside the raw stone before stopping. Pointing to a 300-pound stone, Yan Linger said. Then I'll choose the raw stones from this area as well. Seeing this, the young man nodded in agreement and also chose a stone that looked unremarkable on the surface, about the size of a human head. Ah! There were no shortage of seasoned jade stone gamblers around. An elderly man with white hair watched Yen Linger's actions and knew she was doomed to lose. She seemed to be choosing stones at random, while the young man, who had some expertise, used various methods to inspect the stones, such as tapping and examining them, clearly demonstrating his superior skill. Beside the old man stood a middle-aged man, also shaking his head as he watched Princess Yen Linger. This was a bold move, but Princess Yen Linger was indeed as extraordinary as the rumors suggested. She clearly knew how to handle herself. Clearly, there are those with keen eyes who have sensed something amiss. I'll go first. The young man smiled faintly, confident in his abilities. He immediately began to cut into the raw stone, and in an instant, a deep purple glow erupted. Divine source. Looking at the pea-sized purple crystal stone on the raw stone, someone exclaimed, "Can this divine source be sold to my Wang family?" As soon as the divine source appeared, people immediately offered to buy it. It wasn't just him, many others were also eager to acquire it. However, the young man politely declined each offer, stating that he had no intention of selling. "Princess, it's your turn. I remember now. He's from the Yuan Shu clan, a young member of the Tuoba family. His name is Tuoba Chang. He has mastered the extraordinary Yuan Shu techniques of the Crimson Gold Divine Hand and the Yuan Tian Boluan. Finally, his extraordinary skills caught everyone's attention, and he was quickly recognized as a member of the Tuoba clan, one of the four great Yuan Shu families of Dongwon, with an extraordinary background. Seeing this, Xia Yilan's expression betrayed her frustration. Clearly, she was blaming her best friend for agreeing to this, thinking, "You knew it was a trap, yet you still jumped right in." Yen Linger knew exactly what Xia Yilan was worried about, so she gave her a reassuring glance before stepping forward to cut the stone. It was a lost cause. Watching Yen Linger roughly carve the raw stone as if it were a piece of meat, many people shook their heads. It was clear she was an amateur. Some people shook their heads in disapproval. Although this was a gambling game, those with discerning eyes knew that Yen Linger was likely to face difficulties and end up at a disadvantage. Suddenly, after Yen Linger made a single cut, a dazzling burst of light erupted, brilliant and magnificent, with a faint fragrance lingering in the air. In an instant, beams of light shot toward the sky, accompanied by dazzling divine rays that illuminated the heavens with a crystalline brilliance. Whoosh! At that moment, someone made a move. It was clear that a master had intervened to seal the thing that had emerged from the raw stone. That expert was not a villain, they acted out of goodwill to suppress it. After sealing it, they handed the object over to Yen Linger. "What is that?" Everyone looked on curiously, even Zi Chui Ning raised her head to look with curiosity. Everyone had just witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon, and it was clear that something extraordinary had been cut out. It was an ancient herb. As everyone gazed at the small bud, no larger than the palm of a hand, lying in Yen Linger's palm, gasps of astonishment echoed through the room. The divine herb sealed within the raw stone, whose scent alone brought a sense of ease and joy, was recognized by all as extraordinary. Soon, someone identified its origin. It was an extinct ancient longevity herb. In an instant, Wanshu Stone Workshop was bustling with activity. A group of influential individuals were all vying to purchase the ancient medicine, with even the saint son of Dao, the prince of Daxia, and Zi Chuining joining in to express their interest in buying it. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanan's eyes darkened unconsciously. This was a major loss. The ancient longevity extending medicine had been bought back by Yen Linger, and at half price, leaving her heartbroken. "It seems like I've won." Yen Linger smiled mischievously at Tuoba Chang. "Congratulations, Princess Yen Linger." Tuoba Chang muttered under his breath, "This is unbelievable. She actually found this ancient medicine." Though he thought this to himself, he still offered his congratulations with an unusually friendly smile. He didn't let it get him down. This was clearly just good luck on Yen Linger's part, it wasn't something to take seriously. He spoke up again, proposing another bet. Seeing this, Yen Linger hesitated, but in her heart, she was overjoyed. Senior Li Fan is truly formidable, capable of anything. She witnessed Li Fan personally inspecting a large pile of raw stones in the Imperial Palace of the Fire Kingdom, identifying the good from the bad, and even revealing what was inside each one. This left Yen Linger so astonished that her crimson lips remained parted for a long time, making one unable to resist the urge to kiss her. When she asked Li Fan how he had done it, his unreliable answer once again made Yen Linger roll her eyes. "Can't you tell? It's obvious at a glance." Yen Linger chose to ignore Li Fan's words. This wasn't the first time Li Fan had acted recklessly. Once, while Yen Linger was practicing her sword techniques, Li Fan saw her and immediately demonstrated his own skills, shattering a palace with a single strike, leaving Yen Linger utterly stunned. When asked how he did it, Li Fan's response remained the same. "Difficult? No way, it's very simple. Just like that." As he spoke, Li Fan nearly shattered another palace. Seeing Yen Linger hesitate, Tuoba Chang immediately tried to persuade her, saying that this batch of stone materials were all of good quality and might even be used to obtain some ancient medicine, using such words to tempt Yen Linger. "Alright, let's take another chance." After hesitating for a moment, Yen Linger agreed. "Then let's select from this batch of stone materials." Tuoba Chang didn't hesitate this time. He chose to select alongside Yen Linger, and for this occasion, he didn't hesitate at all, even unleashing his source technique to choose a stone as tall as a person. In contrast to Tuoba Chang's seriousness, Yen Linger was much simpler. She walked a few steps and pointed to a stone. It looks good, so let's take this one. His actions don't seem like he's still considering the raw stone. Seeing this, everyone was speechless. In contrast to Tuoba Chang's serious observation, Yen Linger seemed more like she was playing around. Is this really about selecting raw stones? It feels more like shopping for clothes, with the best looking ones being sold, leaving many people speechless. Chapter 49, Cutting the Stone. Cut it open. Tuoba Chang's face was solemn as he spoke to Yen Linger, then began to cut the stone step by step. His movements were swift, each one seeming to contain the essence of the Tao. What excellent sword technique! Each stroke was precise and did not damage the stone. The Tuoba clan truly lives up to its reputation. An old man who buys stones at the stone workshop gave it an instant thumbs up. Suddenly, the brilliant light illuminated the stone archway, and Tuoba Chang was engulfed in the light emanating from the stone. It appeared the moment his sword fell. Such pure source energy. It's divine source energy again. Young prodigies couldn't help but gasp in awe. The value of the divine source was countless times greater than that of an ordinary source, and the two were fundamentally different, with no comparison possible. The brilliant radiance and dense source energy suggested that the amount of divine source within was likely immense. The crowd grew denser, and before anyone noticed, many people had gathered around. There were numerous divine sources, though their value couldn't compare to the ancient medicine from earlier, their worth was still enough to astonish even renowned experts and powerful individuals. Gazing at the divine essence particles lying within the stone, their dense cluster sends a chill down one's spine. For a moment, many people couldn't help but praise it silently. The Tuoba clan, one of the four great Yuan Shu clans, possessed such discerning skills that only Yuan Shu masters could rival them in stone appraisal. An old man who frequently visits the stone workshops couldn't help but express his admiration. He had visited the stone workshop countless times and had seen divine essence being carved out before, but he had never seen anyone select two pieces in such a manner, both containing divine essence. His skill was evident, and he was undoubtedly a master of his craft. Once it's cut, it's my turn. Yen Linger smiled brightly, her face showing no signs of worry, as if she were confident in her abilities. Click. Zhao Yanan looked at Yen Linger's smile, her heart trembling. She knew her opponent's personality. This person must have come prepared. The next moment, Yen Linger continued her crude stone cutting, causing the old man watching nearby to groan in disapproval. Stop cutting. Finally, some old men couldn't take it anymore. This is a waste of money. What if you break it? Immediately, an elderly gambler who frequently visited various stone carving workshops stepped forward and volunteered to cut the stone for Yen Linger. Upon hearing this, Yen Linger nodded in agreement. At that very moment, as the old man swung his sword down, the stone automatically cracked open, splitting into two halves. A dark red, odd-shaped fruit lay inside, devoid of any luster or extraordinary features. Yet this seemingly ordinary fruit sparked a massive upheaval. I am willing to pay 1,000,000 essence points to purchase this Tianyuan fruit. A voice as cold and crisp as winter plum blossoms echoed through the air, and Zi Chuining stepped forward first. I'll offer 2 million. 3 million. The Daoi Holy Land, the Great Xia Empire, and other top-tier factions all spoke up. Meanwhile, the elderly onlookers were flushed with excitement, shouting out bids at the top of their lungs. The Tianyuan fruit. A fruit capable of extending the lifespan of even great sages and higher-level saints. Its value is no less than that of mysterious ancient medicines. You've lost again. Yen Linger looked at Tuoba Chang, but as she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Zhao Yanan, her smile as bright as a flower. Impossible. A nearly mature Tianyuan fruit? You, the princess of the Fire Nation, have hidden your abilities so well. You also know the source technique. Just as everyone was arguing, Tuoba Chang spoke up. The moment his voice rang out, everyone turned to look at him, and at the same time, everyone fell into deep thought. Could Yen Linger possess the source technique? The first time she randomly selected a stone and carved out an ancient medicine, and the second time she randomly selected a stone and carved out a Tianyuan fruit. Could such a coincidence really happen? This moment, everyone's gaze toward Yen Linger changed. How advanced must her source technique be to achieve such a feat? Princess Yen Linger, I now challenge you to a source technique stone cutting competition. Each of us will select 3 stones, and we will compete to see who can carve out the most valuable items from them. The best will be compared. Tuoba Chang spoke solemnly. A fleeting look of anger flashed in his eyes. He realized he had been tricked, which enraged him. He no longer intended to hide anything and was ready to confront the source technique head-on, even if Yen Linger wasn't the source technique practitioner he had suspected. All right. Yen Linger's expression turned cold. How could she not see Tuoba Chang's true intentions? Just at that moment, she glanced back unintentionally. The Wanshu Stone Pavilion and the Stone Garden were surrounded by a dense crowd of cultivators, all standing quietly and watching. Among them were the supreme elders of major sects, as well as Gbua of the ancient G clan, with her bright eyes and flawless beauty. Even members of the other 4 major source technique clans had come. 2 stone gambling sessions, 2 divine source stones, 1 ancient medicine, and 1 Tianyuan fruit. These events had already caused a stir in the holy city, attracting numerous figures. Among them, the most numerous were the old men who frequented the various stone workshops, all of whom were stone gambling enthusiasts. Let's begin. Linger gave a cold glance before immediately beginning to select stones. In contrast to Duoba Chang's flashy display of source techniques, Linger walked around for a few steps, glanced at a few stones, and then selected the most valuable ones. She casually picked 3, as if she believed that the more expensive the stone, the better it was. Watching this scene, some old men furrowed their brows and whispered to each other in secret. On the other side, Daoi Xingzi, Ji Baiyu, Zi Chuining, and the others watched quietly, their eyes flickering as they stared at Linger, as if trying to see through her and determine whether she truly possessed the source technique. If she did, she would be the most terrifying enemy they had ever faced. Just as Tuoba Chang was selecting the stones, Linger had already made her choice and stood to the side, keeping her eyes on her nose and her mind focused, but in reality, she was secretly passing messages to Li Fan. What valuable items are contained within these 3 stones that Senior Li Fan has chosen? One is similar to ancient medicine, and the other is more valuable than ancient medicine. Li Fan casually replied. He then raised his head and glanced at Tuoba Chang's position. That Zhao Yanan and Tuoba Chang have developed murderous intent toward you. If you want them dead, I can help you out. Listening to Li Fan's words, Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she smiled happily. Thank you, Senior Li Fan. However, Linger still thinks it's unnecessary. In my opinion, they are not worth worrying about. Linger spoke confidently. Upon hearing this, Li Fan replied lightly. Time passed quickly, and finally Tuoba Chang selected 3 stones. The 6 stones were moved to the center of the stone garden, and all eyes were fixed on them. Tuoba Chang was the first to begin cutting the stones. Boom! As the first stone was cut open, a beam of light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens with a dazzling, blinding brilliance. Accompanied by a delicate fragrance, it stirred the soul and awakened the deepest desires within. A small blade of grass emerges, its form resembling a short, sharp sword. Chapter 50, Soul-Capturing Grass. Another ancient herb. Everyone stared at the half-cut blade of grass in the stone and exclaimed in surprise. It wasn't the ancient longevity herb with its soul-capturing fragrance and vibrant green leaves shaped like small swords, it was the soul-capturing grass. The soul-capturing grass is an extinct ancient herb. If combined with the right ingredients and refined, it can be used to create a poisonous pill so potent that even a Dao-level master would flee in fear. Its value is immense. Following this, Tuoba Chang continuously extracted a large quantity of divine essence, whose value was sufficient to purchase the weapons of a great cultivator. In the end, it was still the soul-capturing grass that was the most valuable, though its value was slightly lower than that of the ancient medicine recently extracted by Linger. In the end, it was still the soul-capturing grass that was the most valuable, only slightly less valuable than the ancient medicine that Linger had just sliced out. Seeing this, Tuoba Chang sighed in relief. It's your turn. Linger's expression grew serious as she asked the old man to cut the stone, but in her heart, she was smiling uncontrollably. The first piece contained nothing, it was a worthless stone, completely empty. Seeing this, everyone frowned. Tuoba Chang was no exception, staring at Linger in puzzlement. Could I have been wrong? Is she really just lucky? The thought that it might be Linger's good luck made many old men's beards stand on end. What kind of luck is that, to consecutively cut out 2 types of ancient longevity extending herbs? You should know how long they've been working in various stone workshops, some of them for over 100 years. How come they never had such luck? 2 stones alone are worth more than what they've earned in a century. Continue. A monk urged him on, clearly wanting to see what happened next. Poof. SSS. The old man made cut after cut, and the stone gradually reached the bottom. Could this be another worthless stone? The holy son of the Taoist school exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the stone cracked, splitting into 2 halves on its own after the old man made a single cut. Seeing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. This scene was all too familiar. A silkworm cocoon-like object emerged from the stone. It resembled an insect egg, a metallic cocoon, giving off a simple yet rustic feel. Just then, it trembled slightly. The divine light shot into the sky, piercing through the clouds and dust, standing tall like a pillar of heaven amidst the ancient stone pillars. A vast and majestic divine aura, as vast as the sea, spreads out, striking fear into the hearts of all, causing many to pale and retreat in panic. However, in an instant, the elderly onlookers all acted simultaneously, unleashing their sealing techniques. Soon, the thing stopped trembling and lay quietly in the distance. The light gradually faded, revealing its true form, a small, exquisitely crafted jade pendant. This is not jade, it is metal, the Emperor's exclusive sacred artifact, the feathered azure gold. What I have seen and heard today truly leaves me with no regrets in death. It is indeed the azure transforming lapis lazuli. This is an ancient artifact, a precious jade pendant forged by a divine being of unparalleled power using feathered azure gold. The crowd gasped in awe, and the sacred sons and disciples of the great sects all gazed at it with gleaming eyes. A jade pendant made from divine metal must be extraordinary. At the same moment, the jade cup in Zhao Yanan's hand shattered, and tea water trickled down her fingers. Yet she showed no sign of distress, her face twisted into an expression of utter horror. Regret filled her heart. What was happening? Why was there a divine jade pendant? At this moment, Zhao Yanan was on the verge of losing her mind. This time, she had truly lost both her wife and her army. Tuoba Chang's face instantly fell into despair, as pale as death. The combined value of the 3 items he possessed was likely not as precious as this object. At the same time, his eyes grew dim as he looked at Yen Linger. He had already confirmed that Yen Linger was undoubtedly a master of the source arts, a practitioner far more powerful than many of the elders in his own family. What a beautiful jade pendant! Yen Linger picked up the jade pendant and couldn't put it down. Although she had already known about it, she was still deeply shocked upon seeing it with her own eyes. This object was truly beautiful, as evidenced by the many holy maidens and women from major sects who were eager to purchase it. Keep cutting. Let's see what else is inside. An old man eagerly looked at another stone. Soon another stone was carved out, and a delicate fragrance filled the air, not as intense as roses, nor as subtle as daisies, but it brought a sense of comfort and ease. Looking up, a small sapling was exposed among the stones. Another ancient herb. Someone exclaimed. However, this time the exclamations were not as numerous. After witnessing the value of the items being cut out time and again, the crowd had developed some immunity. While this ancient herb was indeed of great value, it paled in comparison to the jade pendant crafted from the feathered azure gold. At that moment, everyone's gaze toward Yen Linger changed. Princess Yen Linger, you've hidden your true abilities so well. I never expected you to be a master of the source arts. You undoubtedly have a place among the world's most elite practitioners of the stone-gazing source arts. Zhao Yanan's face turned pale as she spoke to Yen Linger. No, Sister Yanan is too kind. This isn't worth mentioning. Yen Linger smiled happily. Listening to Yen Linger's words, many people muttered to themselves, this isn't even worth mentioning. Many of the old men present could have died instantly. It's a waste that they claim to have such powerful stone-reading abilities that they can hold a place in the holy city. Actually, it was mostly because I was lucky. Speaking of which, my sister's offer should still stand, right? A 50% discount. Yen Linger smiled radiantly, her red dress swaying gently, resembling a fairy amidst flowers, so beautiful it made one's heart race, leaving one spellbound and reluctant to leave. However, in Zhao Yanan's eyes, Yen Linger's beauty was utterly despicable, especially when she heard Yen Linger's words. Zhao Yanan struggled to calm herself, forcing a smile that was uglier than any she had ever made before. Of course, I keep my word and one tea go back on my promise. After saying this, Zhao Yanan seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She found an excuse and took her leave, as if she had anticipated what would happen next. Under the gaze of many people, Yen Linger purchased numerous stone slabs and even displayed them in front of everyone. As one precious artifact after another, including divine sources, was unveiled. Afterward, whenever the old man recalled what he had seen and heard that day, he couldn't help but shiver with awe, marveling at the incredible events. Indeed, the most terrifying thing in this world is not bloody battles, but the silent, ruthless struggles between women. It is truly terrifying. On that day, Yen Linger demonstrated her terrifying source technique, completely ransacking the Wanchu sacred land. Not content with that, she even stepped out of the Wanchu sacred land and headed toward the Shifeng faction, which had once had a grudge with the Fire Nation. That day was dubbed the Dark Day by the major stone workshops of the Holy City. A young girl named Yen Linger showed the world what true talent looked like. Without using any tools or methods, she could identify the most valuable raw stones with just a single glance, achieving an accuracy rate of 80%. Some elderly men were so impressed that they knelt down on the spot, begging Yen Linger to take them as disciples. This wasn't just one person, a group of elderly men did the same, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. In the end, Yen Linger couldn't bear it anymore and returned directly to the Fire Kingdom. Night. Inside the palace of the Fire Kingdom. Yen Linger's lips remained curved in a smile as she returned to her chambers. Senior Li Fan, this piece of raw stone is for you. In the inner chamber, Yen Linger took out a stone the size of a human head and handed it to Li Fan. This stone was what Li Fan had requested, saying it was to be used as today's payment. Chapter 51, Moving the Stars, headed to the 9 heavens and 10 earths star domain. What's so special about this stone? Could Senior Li Fan tell me? Yen Linger curiously leaned in closer, her charming face glowing with curiosity. There's nothing special, I just bought it because I was curious about what was inside. Li Fan took the stone, which was about the size of a human head, and spoke softly. Immediately, under Yen Linger's expectant gaze, Li Fan gently tapped the stone. With a crack, the stone shattered. A colorful miniature array platform appeared inside the stone. What is this? Yen Linger looked curiously at the small array platform carved out of the stone, and suddenly a flash of insight crossed her mind. Could this be the kind of array platform that can teleport people to other realms? I've seen it in ancient texts, the 5-colored array platform. There's no way I could be mistaken, though this one seems a bit smaller. Listening to Yen Linger's words, Li Fan nodded. He knew exactly what this was, the 5-colored altar, identical to the description in the novel Jetian. It was just that it seemed much smaller than described, resembling a. Li Fan nodded. He indeed knew that this was the 5-colored altar, exactly as described in the novel, though it seemed much smaller than the description, resembling a. It was precisely because of this that Li Fan had Yen Linger purchase it, intending to study it during his spare time. This thing is indeed the 5-colored altar, but it's different from what I remembered. Li Fan muttered vaguely. Upon hearing this, Yen Linger nodded slightly. She quickly lost interest in it. It was something she couldn't understand at all, nothing but a trinket with no practical use. She excused herself and prepared to tend to her day's findings before heading to Xiaonuan Nuan's seclusion chamber. Suddenly, as Yen Linger stepped out of her bedroom, the room was bathed in a brilliant light, filling the space with a dazzling glow. HM? Yen Linger was startled and quickly turned her head, but the light was too bright. The commotion on this side immediately caused a stir, and dozens of female warriors rushed over together. What happened to the princess? They looked concerned, but upon realizing that Yen Linger was not there, they sighed in relief and asked. The light in the room came quickly and faded just as fast. Within seconds, the glow faded, and the room returned to its original state. The only difference was that there was no sign of life inside. It was an empty room. Yen Linger stared blankly at the scene, forgetting even the questions being asked by the powerful figure behind her. Where is Senior Li Fan? Meanwhile, in a mystical, multicolored passageway, Li Fan stared blankly at his surroundings. Just moments ago, while he was fiddling with the miniature 5-colored altar, he had no idea what he had done. In the blink of an eye, he was enveloped in a beam of light and found himself in this passageway. Looking out at the star-filled expanse beyond the passageway, he saw countless vast and boundless stars. Li Fan instantly realized something. This doesn't feel right. Am I being teleported somewhere else? Heading to the 9 heavens and 10 earths star domain. Just then, an unusual sound reached Li Fan's ears. In an instant, Li Fan was thrown into confusion. The 9 heavens and 10 earths star domain? Not the Big Dipper star domain? This was a cross-star domain teleportation. How could this be possible? Upon realizing this, Li Fan's figure darted like a bolt of lightning, swiftly reaching the edge of the passageway's barrier. His small tiger-like palms forcefully plunged into the barrier, determined to break through it and return to the Big Dipper star domain. Xiaonuan needed his protection. He couldn't leave her behind. That broken altar, next time I see it, I'll smash it to pieces. Li Fan muttered under his breath. Boom! In an instant, the passage trembled, and Li Fan tore open the passage barrier. Threads of chaotic void currents rushed in, howling like the wind, as he let the turbulent currents wash over his body. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have been terrified beyond belief. This is a portal spanning star domains, capable of traversing vast distances at incredible speeds as it traverses another dimension. Its durability rivals that of legendary divine weapons, yet Li Fan simply tore it open with his bare hands? Even more terrifying is that he's letting the chaotic void currents blow against his body. What are void turbulence currents? They are the most terrifying phenomena in spatial travel, sharp as swords and blades. The longer the distance they span, the more terrifying they become, and the channel barriers are designed to defend against such turbulence. The void turbulence in a passage spanning 2 major star domains is unimaginably terrifying. Even a sage would be easily torn apart. However, Li Fan, also known as the White Tiger, was completely unharmed, as if a gentle breeze were blowing. The only thing that moved was his fur, nothing else was affected. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan tore open a hole. Without a second thought, he immediately stepped inside. He didn't think twice about it, knowing that this was a cross-domain teleportation. Who knew how far apart the 2 star domains were or how to navigate the path? These questions could easily leave Li Fan separated from Xiaonuan Nuan forever. Li Fan wouldn't allow that. Boom! As the hole was torn open, the passageway exploded into pieces. Li Fan also entered the void. The lush green mountains stretched endlessly, layered upon one another, towering and majestic, resembling the surging waves of the sea, vast and magnificent. In the early morning, thick fog shrouds the mountain range, like a sheer veil, making the mountains appear and disappear, with the shadows of beasts and trees flickering, like a scene from a fairy tale or a painting. On the peak of a certain mountain ridge, a pitch-black spatial fissure opened. A small white figure fell out of it. Where is this place? Li Fan looked around, scanning his surroundings. Feeling the boundless spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, Li Fan's expression changed. This place was definitely not Beidou. In an instant, Li Fan realized something. The overwhelming spiritual energy in the air was not something the Big Dipper could possess. It was clear that 80% of this place was not part of the Big Dipper star domain. Sure. The thick fog parted, and the wind swept across the 8 corners of the world, while the pleasant chirping echoed throughout the heavens. A golden phoenix bird, several zhang in length, soared through the sky. It was breathtakingly beautiful, with every feather radiating divine light, vibrantly colored in 7 hues. It resembled a celestial phoenix, spreading its wings to pierce the heavens, exuding an air of nobility and splendor that transcended the mortal world. Huh, a little white tiger? Did I sense something wrong just now? I clearly felt a disturbance in the void, but it was all for nothing. Well, never mind. I'll just eat this little tiger cub for breakfast. The phoenix bird muttered to itself, its noble golden eyes fixed on the little white tiger. Its phoenix claws dart forward, the sharp tips flashing with a cold gleam, piercing through gold and shattering stone. Its might is unstoppable. Shut up, I'm really annoyed right now. Suddenly, a soft, impatient voice rang out. Chapter 52, This world is too crazy. In an instant, the phoenix's movements froze mid-air, its golden eyes filled with shock as it looked toward the mountain peak. Before its eyes was a small white tiger. However, at this moment, its expression was filled with human-like frustration, its eyes brimming with irritation. The way it looked at him was as if a fly was buzzing in his ear, filled with disgust. The golden phoenix bird erupted in anger. As a mighty ancient divine beast and the noble phoenix sacred beast of Taming Mountain, possessing a trace of Qinghuan bloodline and a sliver of Xianhuan bloodline, it had actually been looked down upon by a mere little white tiger? In an instant, the overwhelming phoenix might engulfed the sky, its claws reaching toward the mountains, intent on crushing the peak and the little white tiger together. I told you I'm annoyed. Stop nagging me. Boom! Mountains collapsed, rocks flew through the air, and dust covered the sky. At the same moment, the golden phoenix bird seemed to have been struck by a powerful blow. Its body, which had been soaring through the heavens, plummeted from the sky, crashing into one mountain after another, as if it had been struck by a force so powerful it had been sent flying. The mountain peaks were continuously shattered, and it took 10 mountains before it finally came to a halt. At this point, the phoenix bird was gasping for breath, with its golden bird eyes losing their noble glow and instead filled with terror. The little white tiger that had seemed as small as an ant in his eyes moments ago leaped up and was struck down with a single swipe of his paw. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. No, playing the little tiger to catch the phoenix. In an instant, the golden phoenix bird had this thought flash through its mind. At the same time, within this mountain range, fierce beasts raised their heads in alarm, gazing toward the distance. They had sensed the sacred might erupting from afar. Some human cultivators halt their steps, lifting their heads to gaze in that direction. The might of the sacred beasts. There were beings of the sage-level realm engaged in battle. Let's go take a look. This area is adjacent to the ancient city of Tanchang, and there might be a precious treasure hidden in these mountains. In this vast mountain range, dark shadows are gathering and moving toward this direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the golden phoenix bird's eyes, the little white tiger was cursing as it walked toward them from the distance. I told you it's annoying, yet you keep going on and on. Li Fan was clearly annoyed. He had been thinking about how to get back, but this phoenix bird had interrupted him. It served the phoenix bird right to get beaten up. Immediately, Li Fan approached the phoenix bird, glaring at it menacingly and demanding an explanation. Tell me, which star system is this? However, this fierce expression on Li Fan's cute little white tiger's body looked anything but fierce. If a little girl saw it, she would probably run over and hug it tightly, unable to let go. Which star system? The golden phoenix bird can't wrap its head around this. What kind of question is this? It's like someone suddenly kicks you and then asks, tell me, which planet are we on? I don't have the patience. Li Fan saw the sacred phoenix bird standing there dumbfounded and was at a loss for words. How could a sacred beast be so stupid? Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Sir, this is the 9 heavens and 10 earths star domain. The phoenix bird, disregarding its severely wounded and dying body and the constant coughing up of blood, quickly replied, fearing that Li Fan might grow displeased and kill it. At this moment, the phoenix bird had no trace of the dignity of a sacred beast. However, this wasn't because the phoenix bird lacked backbone. Rather, a seemingly harmless little white tiger had suddenly struck a sacred beast with the bloodlines of the Qinghuan and Xianhuan, leaving it half dead. Anyone in its position would have to behave themselves. The 9 heavens and 10 earths? Has it come here as well? Li Fan heard this and paused for a moment. Do you want to die or live? After thinking for a moment, Li Fan looked at the phoenix bird and said softly, I want to live, sir. I want to live. The phoenix hurriedly spoke up. Then answer me a few questions. Immediately, Li Fan let the phoenix bird tend to its own injuries. After taking a pill that made the phoenix bird wince, he began interrogating it. Through their back and forth questions, Li Fan also came to understand that the place he was in was indeed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were identical to the Big Dipper. It is home to countless tribes, even more terrifying than the Big Dipper. Its true existence is that of the ancient primordial tribes, and this place is almost identical to the 9 heavens and 10 earths described in the perfect novels of memory. There are the royal clan of the Eternal Emperor, the Golden Clan led by the Golden Lady, and other human factions, as well as the ancient divine mountains created by the Demon Clan, such as the Demon Emperor Peak and the Heavenly Roar Mountain. There are also the Heavenly God Academy, a faction present among all races, and countless others. At the same time, within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are forbidden zones. However, some of these forbidden zones differ from Li Fan's memories, meaning that this 9 heavens and 10 earths differs from the perfect novel. Li Fan does not mind this, as even the Northern Dipper differs, let alone this place. I've asked all my questions. You may go now. Li Fan waved his hand, signaling to spare the phoenix bird's life. Upon hearing this, the phoenix bird's face lit up with joy. However, his golden eyes quickly shifted, and he spoke cautiously. Sir, you must have come from another realm. Listening to the phoenix's words, Li Fan nodded. Seeing Li Fan nod, the phoenix bird revealed a joyful expression and spoke softly with reverence. Sir, you are new to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, unfamiliar with the land. I can serve as your guide through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I imagine you must have many questions that need answering, and I can assist you. Upon hearing this, Li Fan gave the phoenix bird a strange look, causing the phoenix bird to tremble in fear, worried that Li Fan might slap him again. He was truly terrified. The terror Li Fan had instilled in him was still fresh in his memory. In his memory, there were few beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths who could compare to Li Fan in such a unique way. After learning of Li Bai's origins, the phoenix bird decided to follow Li Fan's lead, attempting to win him over. As he put it, we don't know each other until we fight. All right. Li Fan quickly agreed. He really needed a guide right now. Soon, the phoenix bird shrank its body to the same size as Li Fan, flapped its wings, and followed Li Fan's footsteps as they walked toward the distance. At that moment, many people in the distance stood frozen in place, staring at the scene. They were not very close, on the contrary, they were quite far away. However, they could clearly sense the sacred beast's aura of the phoenix bird. Though they could not hear what was being said, they could see what the two were doing. In their eyes, they saw the harmless little white tiger standing tall and proud, speaking to the phoenix bird, while the sacred phoenix bird acted like a timid grandson, shattering their preconceptions. In the end, they even saw the little white tiger seem to subdue the phoenix bird, and the two simply departed together. Quick, knock me out. I must not be dreaming, right? A burly man stared in disbelief at the scene in the distance. With a loud slap, someone struck him before he could finish speaking, nearly knocking the big man unconscious. Does it hurt? Yes, it hurts. A meaningless conversation continues. This isn't a dream, damn it. The two's conversation quickly caused the crowd to gasp. I have seen that golden phoenix bird before. It is the ruler of the ancient divine mountain, Taming Mountain. This world is too crazy. The ruler of Taming Mountain, isn't that the most powerful sage among the demon clan? Sighs of shock and exclamations echoed through the crowd. Chapter 53, Deciding to Enter the Restricted Zone. Tiancheng Ancient City. A city standing in one of the forbidden zones of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, not far from the ancient burial ground of the heavens. On this day, 2 slender figures appeared at the city gates. Lord Li Fan, I have never heard of the 5-colored altar you were looking for. However, I have sent word to the mountain gate, and they will help you inquire about it. The phoenix bird flapped its wings and followed closely behind Li Fan. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded. Under the guidance of the phoenix bird, who volunteered to be their guide, Li Fan indeed gained a great deal of knowledge about the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, this was not important to him. What he urgently wanted to know was how to return to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The phoenix bird did play a role, as it was one of the strongest branches of the demon clan and the ruler of Taming Mountain, with extensive connections. It could indeed help Li Fan learn more about the 5-colored altar and the methods to reach the North Star. Through his journey so far, Li Fan has also come to know the phoenix bird's name. Golden Phoenix, that was his name. Thank you very much. Li Fan said. You're joking, sir. It's only right. Jin Huang chuckled, acting just like a servant. If any of his enemies or old friends saw the scene, they would be utterly shocked. Is this really the same arrogant Jin Huang who once believed himself to be of the highest and most noble bloodline in the world? Li Fan didn't respond, but instead looked off into the distance. The direction he was looking at was none other than the direction of the ancient burial ground. The ancient corpse ground was one of the most mysterious forbidden zones in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When Li Fan heard this name, he was stunned for a moment. He had indeed heard of it before, but not in a perfect novel. He had come across it in Emperor's Dominion. That ancient land was said to be a forbidden zone, but it was more like an ancient graveyard. The ancient burial ground is filled with countless corpses, having buried the remains of countless generations of the dead. It can be said that whenever one's lifespan nears its end, or even when one is on the brink of death and has no other options, they would come to this ancient land to bury themselves. Over thousands of years, an unimaginable number of people have accumulated here. Among them were unparalleled masters who ruled over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, including those who buried themselves as quasi-emperors, as well as visitors from other realms who traveled from distant star domains, all with the sole purpose of burying themselves in the ancient burial ground of the heavens. The reason why these powerful beings, countless in number, would go to such lengths is because this ancient land holds mysteries that defy comprehension. Legend has it that after one buries their remains in this land, there is a certain chance of nurturing a bit of additional lifespan, and what everyone yearns for most is the possibility of living a second life. Millions of years ago, someone had such an opportunity. However, such an occurrence is extremely rare, so rare that it is akin to finding a legendary divine weapon while walking down the street. To put it another way, simply burying yourself is not enough. You must also choose a feng shui-blessed location and remain buried for millions or even tens of millions of years before there is any chance of cultivating a single year of lifespan. If you manage to cultivate 10 or 8 years of lifespan, that would already be an extraordinary feat. Most importantly, even if you are buried here, it doesn't mean you can stay forever. There is a possibility that a super powerful individual could come along, dig you up, and take your treasures. Or you might be discovered by someone who comes later, sees your prime burial site, digs you up, and buries themselves there instead. Therefore, the idea of resurrection is utterly unimaginable. However, this does not deter people. Many are precisely seeking that possibility of living a second life. In fact, they would be satisfied just to have a longer lifespan. However, the ancient burial ground is not without its drawbacks. Throughout the ages, anyone buried there has never been able to leave unless they were reborn into a second life. In the depths of the unknown, an invisible force holds everyone captive, and no one knows the reason behind it. This is also why many dare not approach this ancient land, otherwise, it would already be overcrowded. Have you heard of the Tian Shur Di, Lord Li Fan? Jin Huang saw that Li Fan had not regained his composure for a long time and couldn't help but speak up. It was also the power of the ancient burial ground that had drawn many outsiders to be buried there. To be honest, one day I might also choose to be buried there, but I don't know if I'll be able to choose a good feng shui spot. If I'm unlucky. If I were to encounter an ancient being who has been buried there for tens of thousands of years and possesses a long lifespan, that would be a cause for great joy. Ha! What did you just say? Li Fan listened to Jin Huang's words, then suddenly turned his head and stared intently at Jin Huang. Jin Huang was startled by Li Fan's actions and nearly fell to the ground, thinking she had accidentally angered him. Repeat what you just said. The words you just spoke? You mean the powerful ancient corpse site where I buried myself and selected an ancient monster that has been alive for tens of thousands of years? That's exactly what you said. Li Fan's eyes lit up. A demon that's been around for tens of thousands of years? Could it be that you, Mr. Li Fan, are planning to enter the ancient tomb at this very moment? Upon hearing Li Bai's words, Jin Huang, who had lived for thousands of years as the master of a primordial divine mountain, whose eyelashes were as empty as the sky, could not possibly fail to discern Li Fan's intentions. What he lacked was knowledge of the five-colored altar. The five-colored altar was so mysterious that even he knew nothing about it. The only ones who could possibly know its true nature were those ancient beings. Asking them might reveal the existence of the five-colored altar. However, this speculation truly terrified Jin Huang to the point of near death. The ancient burial ground was said to be an ancient tomb, but after a detour, it was claimed to be a restricted area. What is a restricted area? It is a forbidden place, a place where touching it means certain death. Generally, the more powerful one is, the more they tremble at the mention of a restricted area. Unless one's lifespan is nearly exhausted, no one would choose to enter it. Exactly, go in and ask. Dig one out and ask. If you can't get an answer, dig another one. Li Fan thought it over and over again, and it made more and more sense to him. Jin Huang was not from the ancient era. Although he had heard of the title Beidou and knew that the star domain was called Zhangdi Star across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, none of them truly knew its coordinates. If one truly wanted to know, one would have to consult records and spend some time doing so. At present, Li Fan was most lacking in time. He desperately wants to return to Beidou. At the end of the day, he is afraid that Xiao Nannan will be bullied and does not want her to be bullied. Though these thoughts are unlikely, after all, Xiao Nannan is in the Fire Nation, and the likelihood of such an occurrence is virtually non-existent. However, Li Fan still feels that only he can go back. That adorable little girl is more important to him than anyone else, and he would even be willing to die for her. Having lived 2 lifetimes as an orphan, Li Fan had always been alone in a chaotic world, with no one to rely on. It was only with Xiao Nannan that he had ever experienced what it meant to have a family. She did not treat him like an animal but as a member of her own family. She shared everything with him, so Li Fan would not allow her to be harmed, not even a single strand of hair. Li Fan was easygoing by nature, but he was stubborn and even extreme in certain matters. No one is perfect, and it was precisely because of this that Li Fan cared so deeply for Xiao Nannan, even risking his own life for her. Chapter 54, The Ancient Land Where Only the Dead Go. Let's go. Li Fan spoke and began to walk toward the ancient burial ground. Lord Li Fan, are you really going to the Tiangu corpse ground? That place is no place for ordinary people to enter. From your vital energy and life force, you clearly belong in your prime. Going in now. Jin Huang shook her head in fear and exclaimed, "You must be out of your mind. The Tian Gushur Di is the domain of ancient monsters. The deeper you go, the more terrifying they become. Every time an ancestor-level figure is buried there, it requires a massive mobilization of forces, and even the foundations of the mountain sect must be sacrificed to gain entry. Now look at Li Fan, he just walks in as if he's deciding where to eat. Oh, that place looks good, let's go in. This isn't a tavern, is it?" Li Fan didn't respond to Jin Huang's words but instead headed toward the ancient corpse site. Jin Huang was speechless. Should he go in or not? Jin Huang was torn. He knew how terrifying Li Fan was, and the interactions along this journey had only deepened his understanding of Li Fan. What kind of person was he, to have no fear at all? The Golden Phoenix has lived for 2,000 years and has seen countless beings. Even the most powerful ancient monsters would tremble at the mere mention of the heavenly ancient corpse ground. Yet Li Fan's pupils did not even flicker, as if this man lacked the very essence of fear. A person born without the sense of fear. I'll take the plunge and go in once to see what it's like. At worst, I'll just waste some stuff and run out. Jin Huang saw that Li Fan had already gone far ahead, so she hurried to follow him, determined to turn back immediately if the situation didn't look right. The ancient burial ground. Vast and boundless, though it is said to be the final resting place of countless souls, its landscape is not one of scattered bones, barren wasteland, or ghostly mists rising to the heavens, nor is it a place of eerie darkness. On the contrary, the land is lush with green mountains and clear waters, its peaks rising and falling in majestic grandeur, resembling a tiger roaring to the heavens or a great dragon lying across the landscape. Mist swirls around, and a brilliant glow envelopes the area. Ancient trees stand tall and sturdy, and a 100-foot waterfall cascades down like a curtain, creating a true paradise. However, when one looks out across this region, the view is enough to send a chill down one's spine. This enchanted land is littered with coffins. On the cliffs, coffins hang from ancient trees, with copper, stone, and gold coffins of all kinds, too numerous to count, sending a chill down one's spine at first glance. Some coffins are placed on the towering peaks of the Tian Shan Mountains, grand and majestic, with each peak bearing a coffin, as if they were being sent directly to the heavens. There are also coffins placed in deep, ancient ponds, silent and still, with insects and snakes occasionally slithering by, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. What are those two little beasts doing? Some cultivators who were hoping to find treasure or snatch up bargains suddenly cried out in surprise and looked in one direction. The sound was so loud that it immediately caught the attention of others. Little tiger and little bird? In plain sight of everyone, a little bird and a white tiger cub were walking into the ancient burial ground. That little white tiger is the young offspring of which demon clan? How dare it come here to seek its own death? Seeing this, some were astonished. Hey, you demon clan friends over there, don't leave. If you keep going forward, you might not even survive. A kind-hearted young man called out. His words caught the attention of the little white tiger and the golden bird. However, they only glanced at him before continuing on their way. These two were none other than Li Fan and Jin Huang. Just then, the two of them walked toward the entrance of a canyon. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew, and from the stone caves and ancient caverns within the canyon, shadows emerged one after another. All of them were the dead, dressed in attire of various styles, coming from all corners of the heavens and earth. As Li Fan and Jin Huang approached, they charged toward them with relentless ferocity. They made no cries or thunderous roars, only silent, ruthless attacks. They wielded sacred weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, while their dark flags and black pillars, shrouded in eerie, malevolent energies, surged forward, engulfing everything in their path. Among them were at least some who could match the elders of certain sects for extremity in zombies, and even those who had transformed into dragons. The cultivators lingering outside were filled with fear. The four extremes realm, in their eyes, were as powerful as ascending to heaven, and those who had transformed into dragons were even higher, like saints in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were already true ancestors, supreme beings, as elusive as a dragon, seen only in glimpses. Li Fan tapped the ground lightly. Boom! A deep, bottomless chasm appeared beneath his feet, the earth surged like ocean waves, massive rocks pierced the sky, and a deafening roar echoed through the air. The terrifying shockwave swept away all enemies in its path, and the earth seemed to come alive, exploding outward. The undead corpses were flung backward, and the divine weapons in their hands, swords, guns, and other divine weapons, shattered in an instant. This strike was utterly overwhelming. The canyon collapsed, and the mountain peaks sank into the ground. The massive crack continued to spread, extending into the distance, with no end in sight. Gurgling. The young man who had kindly reminded him swallowed hard. The others were even worse off, gasping for air. The ground trembled, causing them to collapse onto the ground, frozen in place. Monsters! The ancient city of Tianchang also felt the tremor, like an earthquake. The city walls shook, and people looked up in confusion. Some had already started moving, thinking that something had happened at the Tianshu graveyard, and went to investigate. Which venerable ancestor is being laid to rest? What a grand gesture! Forcing one's way into the ancient burial ground is one intending to bury oneself in the depths of the earth? Someone gazed at the bottomless ravine and spoke aloud. Look! The sky is changing. Just then, someone pointed to the sky. Without warning, a large hole appeared in the clouds, as if someone had pierced the sky. It aligned perfectly with the crack beneath their feet, and the once bright sky began to change. Li Fan and Jin Huang were unaware of any of this. They had already ventured deep into the ancient burial ground of the heavens. Do you know where the Central Plains Princess, the Overlord Lion King, and the Martial God are buried? Li Fan spoke up. Princess of Zhongzhou? The Overlord Lion King, what a domineering name. Could what Lord Li Fan is referring to be people from beyond the borders? Jin Huang listened to Li Fan's questions and instead asked him. Upon hearing Jin Huang's counter-question, Li Fan was slightly startled. No such people? It seemed that this ancient burial ground was also different from his memories. Was the being in the deepest part the one who had once defied the heavens, or was it someone else? The mission began: break through the ancient corpse-filled sky and uncover the feng shui treasures of 10 treasure-level powerhouses. The mission was issued at the appointed time, and a cold voice echoed in Li Fan's mind. Li Fan listened to the system's voice, his mind filled with confusion. Treasure Master level? Earth Zombie, Treasure Master, Earth Immortal. Is this burial ground restricted zone also using the same ranking system as in the novel The Tyrant? Chapter 55, The First Treasure Lord. Chapter 55, The First Treasure Master. 10 Treasure Masters? Li Fan muttered under his breath, turning to look at Jin Huang. Tell me what you know about the ancient burial ground. Upon hearing this, Jin Huang nodded. Li Fan's single strike shattered the ground, and the path ahead became smooth with little obstruction. He then spoke. Lord Li Fan, as far as I know, the history of the Tiangu corpse ground is very ancient, dating back to the chaotic ancient times, and even earlier to a great upheaval that occurred before the chaotic ancient times. As he spoke, Jin Huang fell into deep recollection. He had once fought with someone at an ancient site and seen an inscription on a broken stone tablet, but it had been so terrifying that Jin Huang had nearly retreated. He had observed the stone tablet, which, though broken, was still imposing. However, he had lived too long and could immediately discern the terror of the steel. Its original size was likely as tall as the sky, and even after enduring countless ages, it still emanated an aura that nearly caused the sage to lose his grip on the stone tablet. He snapped back to reality and continued his detailed explanation. The danger of the ancient burial ground depends on how deep you go, followed by the power of the people buried there. They are divided into earth corpses, treasure masters, and earth immortals, with earth corpses being the most numerous. Once infected by the corpse chi, they become earth corpses, with no consciousness other than territorial awareness. Next are the treasure lords, referring to those buried in feng shui-blessed locations who were on the brink of death but managed to survive. If buried correctly, they become treasure lords. If not, they become earth corpses. Those who become treasure lords were exceptionally powerful individuals in life, with no shortage of sages among them. In life, they ruled the world and dominated the 8 corners of the universe. After death, they were buried here clinging to their last breath, hoping to extend their lives. Generally, we can achieve immortality after a few years, but they often live for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, this existence is also agonizing. Once one enters the ancient corpse domain, unless they are reborn into a second life, they can never reappear in the mortal world. In essence, it is no different from death, and in certain circumstances, it is akin to being a living dead. At this point, Jin Huang couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Those powerful beings, before their deaths, were either driven by obsession or too afraid to simply die. They chose to enter the heavenly ancient corpse ground. If buried incorrectly, they became earth corpses. If buried correctly, they could catch their breath, as if reborn. However, it was only a brief respite, and the longer they were buried, the more powerful they became. The longer you breathe, the longer you can survive. It can be said that if you die earlier and are buried there sooner, your situation might be more optimistic. However, unless it's absolutely necessary, no one would willingly send themselves to the heavenly ancient corpse ground. As for earth immortals, they can also be referred to as treasure masters. The true distinction lies in the feng shui of their burial sites. The places where they are buried are all dragons' lairs, locations that countless people covet. Those who manage to secure such a spot prove their extraordinary power in life. Once, there was an elder from Tianming Mountain who discovered a dragon's lair. He was a Saint King level existence, yet before he could even approach the dragon's lair, he was struck by a black hand that shattered his physical body and crushed his divine essence. Some have claimed that becoming an earth immortal is a form of recognition, for such beings were undoubtedly unmatched and held supreme authority during their lifetimes, truly ruling the earth. When they were buried, their followers and subordinates accompanied them. They had grown so powerful that they could control the earth's corpses, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them partial masters of the ancient earth's corpse domain. Just then, the golden phoenix paused for a moment and cast a strange glance toward the depths. But these things shouldn't be taken too seriously. Some earth zombies are so powerful that even earth immortals would flee in fear. Earth zombies aren't necessarily the weakest, it all depends on the location. It is said that the deepest part of the Tiangu contains an ultimate sacred site, closer to the ability to resurrect the dead. Once, an invincible being attempted to penetrate its deepest depths but ultimately retreated, becoming a puppet of the Tiangu. Such earth zombies are terrifyingly powerful. The emperor of the Heavenly God Academy once stated that the ancient burial ground is unique, and he refused to be buried there, choosing instead to depart for the outer realms. To this day, no one knows his fate, which only serves to highlight the terrifying depths of the ancient burial ground. Suddenly, the golden phoenix fell silent, his expression growing solemn. A faint stench of death rose from the ground, indicating that they had already penetrated deep into the area. They had entered the ancient burial ground, and as they went deeper, the earth began to emit a faint odor of decay. The next moment, Li Fan looked toward a valley, where divine melodies swirled and ancient herbs covered the ground. If not for the complete absence of life, one might have mistaken it for a utopian paradise. In the valley stood a blue iron coffin, motionless and still. Boom! As Li Fan stepped into the valley, a chilling wind swept through the area, causing the temperature to plummet sharply, and the biting cold became almost unbearable. The iron coffin, forged from an unknown metal, opened, and a figure rose to its feet. A chill emanated from within, instantly freezing the surrounding space. Inside was an old Taoist priest dressed in blue robes. He resembled an ancient corpse, his eyes closed tightly, never opening his eyelids. His breath still lingered above the golden phoenix. The palace master of the Xianbing Palace and the boundless heavenly snow plains. The biting cold permeating the valley grew even more intense, so much so that even the golden phoenix hesitated to advance. Upon seeing the figure, he immediately recognized who it was, the attire of the palace master of the Xianbing Palace from 10,000 years ago. Had it not been for Li Fan's composure, he would have already turned and fled without looking back. The old man in the blue robe sat there, as if in a standoff, issuing a warning. Do you recognize the five-colored altar and the path leading to the Big Dipper star domain? Facing all this, Li Fan's eyes remained unchanged, speaking these words calmly and indifferently. However, as Li Fan's words echoed, the old man in the blue robe remained silent, his eyes still tightly closed. Li Fan rolled his eyes. He knew why this was happening. The treasure masters were all reluctant to leave. His situation was likely just a deep-rooted self-protective mechanism, not a true awakening. After all, he didn't have much time left, so why would he want to wake up casually? However, while this may be the case for him, it is unacceptable to Li Fan. He said, "Do you know the five-colored altar? Do you know the route to the Big Dipper star domain? If you can tell me, I'll leave immediately." Li Fan spoke softly, taking a step into the valley. Boom! A chill that shook the heavens erupted, and the old man in the blue robe opened his eyes, which flashed with a blue light, resembling a ghost from the underworld. A crystal-clear ice sword rose from the coffin. White snowflakes fell from the sky, clouds swirled in the heavens, and a biting north wind swept across the 6 directions and 8 corners of the world. This is an unparalleled divine weapon, so powerful that it can alter the very fabric of the universe. Chapter 56, The Heartbroken Palace Master of the Xianbing Palace. Frost flowers crystallized in the sky, fluttering like snowflakes. The clouds in the 9 heavens swirled and transformed dramatically, as winds rose and clouds surged. A crystal-like divine sword materializes beside the old man in the blue robe. The tip of the sword emitted a cold glow, illuminating the mountains, rivers, and all living things. In an instant, the divine sword moved, carving out the traces of the Great Way as it pierced toward Li Fan, leaving behind visible icicles several feet long in its wake. The 7 ice star swords of the Xianbing Palace. Upon witnessing this scene, Jin Huang's pupils contracted sharply, and she cried out in shock. The 7 ice star sword, the treasured artifact of the Xianbing Palace, was a terrifying sacred weapon. Legend had it that it was forged from 7 massive Xianbing stars by an existence at the pinnacle of power, taking thousands of years to complete, and was named the 7 ice star sword. Once upon a time, this sword swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard of it. When drawn from its scabbard, the earth froze over for 10,000 miles, and the 9 heavens were shrouded in a bitter winter, with snowflakes falling like flowers. It was regarded as a nightmare by all who lived in that era. Upon seeing this, the Golden Phoenix regretted her actions. How could she have gone looking for trouble by seeking out the sword's master? This sword was said to have had its last owner at the level of a sage, but he was not as simple as a sage. His combat prowess was earth-shaking, making him an outlier of the Xianbing Palace, a saint slayer capable of slaying even a sage king. Such a person is far beyond what the Golden Phoenix can handle. In the blink of an eye, the sword's icy blade pierced the heavens. Ding! A crisp metallic ringing sound echoed, accompanied by surging divine power, as if a mountain flood was shaking the 8 corners of the world. The divine sword stood firm in the sky, and a small tiger paw rose to block the divine might of the 7 ice star swords. A humming sound echoed through the air. Jin Huang felt dazed, unable to believe what had just happened. The soft, delicate tiger claws had actually blocked the 7 ice star sword. In Jin Huang's eyes, it was as absurd as someone using a block of tofu to block an axe swung down from above. The blue-robed old Taoist's pupils flashed with a brilliant blue light, flickering like lanterns, clearly startled and far from calm. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan also moved. He moved like thunder, directly reaching the hilt of the sword, grabbing the 7 ice star sword with his reverse grip, and delivering a horizontal strike through the air. The sky erupted, ice flowers shattered into dust, and as the sword tip sliced through the air, the void trembled, revealing cracks resembling shattered mirrors, as if unable to withstand the terrifying force of Li Fan's sword strike. As for Li Fan's position, the earth trembled violently, space shattered inch by inch, and the valley before him split into 2 halves. A vacuum sword beam erupted, unstoppable, reducing everything in its path to dust, leaving nothing behind. The valley was split open, forming 2 halves resembling a canyon. The group of people from Tiancheng City who had been drawn there by Li Fan remained where they were, standing motionless for a long time, eager to see what Li Fan would do next. Look, the sky is splitting open. Someone pointed to the distant horizon, where the sky was split open, as if millions of celestial soldiers were battling on either side, clearly separated. The once calm earth trembled once more, and pebbles on the ground trembled and jumped. The coffin of the old man in the blue robe exploded, sending unknown metal fragments flying everywhere. His body fell out, unharmed. Li Fan had timed his strike perfectly, splitting open the coffin without harming him, or perhaps he had simply swung his sword at the air beside him. The blow was solid and unadorned, yet its power shook the heavens. At the same time, the calm voice of a lifetime echoed through the shattered valley. Tell me, do you even know about the 5-colored altar or the coordinates of the Big Dipper star domain? The old man in the blue robe stood up, and a blue light shone brightly. A chill so intense it seemed to freeze space erupted from his body, his divine might overwhelming the heavens and earth. His robes fluttered as if preparing to engage Li Fan in battle. At the same moment, the masters of several dragons' lairs opened their eyes and looked toward this direction. Someone is trying to steal that old man's dragon's lair? If you don't say anything, the next blow will be on you. Li Fan took a step forward. The 7 ice star sword clutched in his hand trembled constantly, as if trying to break free from Li Fan's grip. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape Li Fan's hold. Hum. The divine sword trembled, but the violent aura quickly subsided, lying quietly in Li Fan's hand. The old man in the blue robe trembled slightly, glancing at the scenery around him as the blue light slowly faded away. Who are you? A voice rang out from the mouth of the old man in the blue robe. His voice was hoarse, as if it had been sealed away for thousands of years, and after so long without speaking, his words were unsteady. It was the person who had come to ask questions. Li Fan spoke casually. Upon hearing this, the blue-robed old Taoist's eyes lost their green glow, revealing a pair of cloudy eyes filled with bitterness. What does that mean? Is that even a question? I don't know what the 5-color altar is, and I've only heard of the Big Dipper. I don't know the coordinates. The old Taoist in the blue robe paused for a moment before answering. He answered, conceding? Jin Huang, seeing this, looked utterly shocked. This man, who had once slaughtered countless beings in the boundless heavens tens of thousands of years ago, had actually compromised. Is that really true? Li Fan stepped forward, looking at the old man in the blue robe with curiosity. I have never told a lie in my life. There were indeed beings from the Northern Dipper star domain who once descended into our star domain. However, since the end of the Law era, they have not returned, and we have been cut off from all contact with the 9 heavens and 10 earths star domain for a very long time. Unless it is the Great Emperor, I have never seen anyone else. The old man in the blue robe spoke. Oh, do you know the locations of other treasure masters or earth immortals? Do you have a map? Li Fan nodded. His 5 senses were highly attuned, and he could tell at a glance that the old man in the blue robe was not lying. Listening to Li Fan's words, the faint green glow of the old Taoist in the blue robe reappeared, a brilliant emerald green, resembling the eerie light of the underworld, faintly glowing and captivating the soul. A single glance was enough to send one's soul reeling. Yes. As he uttered a single word, a white light appeared. It was a map detailing the locations of nearby treasure-holding dragon lairs, even marking who resided within each one. Thank you. Li Fan took the map from the old man in the blue robe and immediately handed the long sword to him. Here's your sword back. I'm sorry I accidentally squeezed the hilt too hard and broke it. The old Taoist in the blue robe took the long sword, looking at the cracks on the hilt of his beloved divine sword. His eyes twitched. He was connected to the sword's spirit, and it was precisely because he sensed that Li Fan had crushed the 7 ice star sword with his bare hands that he had relented. The hardness of the 7 ice star sword was something he knew well. To crush it with bare hands, the person must be of a certain level, a level he knew better than anyone else. It was not even in the same league such a person could at least match a earth immortal in combat. Having spoken, Li Fan turned and walked toward the distance. Chapter 57, The 9-Headed Dragon Sovereign in the Deep Abyss. Lord Li Fan, did you really crush the hilt of the 7 ice star sword? After Jin Huang and Li Fan exited the valley, she spoke up to ask. The 7 ice star sword, a renowned divine weapon from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, is ranked among the top 10 in the divine weapon registry. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded in agreement with Jin Huang's thoughts. Sigh. Sigh. Jin Huang sucked in a sharp breath, her eyes widening in shock. What's there to be surprised about? That sword is no good, it's poorly made and crumbled at the slightest touch. Li Fan looked at Jin Huang, who was so surprised he couldn't speak, and couldn't help but speak up. Jin Huang was taken aback by Li Fan's words. Poor quality? What kind of joke is that? That's one of the top 10 weapons in the divine weapon spectrum. To understand what it means to be ranked in the top 10 of the divine weapon registry, consider this: in the ancient times of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there was a great emperor known as the 6 realms of reincarnation emperor. That emperor was shrouded in mystery and was one of the most enigmatic emperors in the ancient history of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He left behind many glorious achievements that are still remembered to this day in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His weapon, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, was an ultimate divine weapon that had once been listed in the divine weapon registry before it became an imperial weapon. It ranked first in the registry, and the gap between the 1st and 10th ranks was not significant. Both were considered the pinnacle of divine weapons. It is easy to imagine how terrifying it was for Li Fan to shatter the 7 Ice Star sword. This is akin to Li Fan shattering the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc before it had become an imperial-grade divine weapon. Throughout history, has anyone ever done such a thing? Lord Li Fan, you speak so easily from a position of strength. To achieve such a level, there have been only a handful of people in history who have done so. Jin Huang said helplessly. As far as I know, the person closest to achieving that in this world is a great saint from another realm. A great saint? What does it look like? Li Fan heard this and paused slightly before casually responding. Listening to Li Fan's words, Jin Huang froze for a moment. He had no idea what Li Fan was thinking. When mentioning a certain important figure, why would he ask what they looked like? Shouldn't he be asking about their achievements or how their life had been? He had appeared tens of thousands of years ago, and the records were already vague. I vaguely recalled that he was described as having golden hair that reached his waist, more or less like that. Though speechless, the golden phoenix honestly revealed what he knew. After this brief encounter, Jin Huang grew even more impressed by her intuition. Li Fan was indeed terrifyingly powerful, rivaling the Earth immortal level beings of the Tian Gushir D realm. Those were beings who had dominated an era and were unmatched in the world. Blonde hair, it must be him. Li Fan murmured softly. Tens of thousands of years ago, the great perfection body, with golden hair. All of this pointed to one person. In Li Fan's memory, this person was the one who had been confined to the 7 forbidden zones of the eastern wasteland of the Big Dipper, specifically the primordial forbidden zone. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. This world was far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. Perhaps his future life wouldn't be as lonely and boring as he had feared. Mr. Li Fan, do you know this person? Jin Huang listened to Li Fan's words, flapping her wings curiously as she drew closer. However, his expression quickly fell, and he nearly choked on his own words. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fan uttered 6 words, I don't know, I don't recognize, effectively shutting him down and sending his words right back at him. With a wry smile, Jin Huang turned his gaze toward Li Fan, who was unfolding the ancient map. Lord Li Fan, the old palace master of the Xianbing Palace, was so generous in giving you the map. His motives must not be pure. If my guess is correct, these treasure guardians must have had a grudge against him. Jin Huang seems like a sycophant, helping Li Fan solve his problems and sorting out his thoughts, whether good or bad. So what? Li Fan glanced at him and said softly. Lord Li Fan, aren't you angry? Jin Huang was taken aback by Li Fan's composure. Could it be that Li Fan wasn't angry about being manipulated? If it were him, he wouldn't remain so calm. Angry? Why should I be angry? I asked for the position of treasure master, and he gave it to me. Why should I be angry? Li Fan turned his head and looked at the golden phoenix that had transformed into a small golden bird flying beside him. As for the schemes you mentioned, what do they have to do with me? He told me to deal with these people, so what? If they refuse to answer, I will find a way to make them answer. If they answer steadily, I won't interfere further. Isn't that simple? Jin Huang opened her mouth but remained speechless. He found Li Fan's words quite reasonable, yet he also felt that he had a point. He took a deep breath and spoke again. Li Fan's state of mind left Jin Huang in awe. Perhaps it was precisely because of such a mindset that Li Fan had achieved such great heights, something Jin Huang could only admire from afar. Soon, the two set off, heading straight for the nearest dragon's lair, the lair of the treasure's guardian. Any obstacles along the way were effortlessly dispelled by Li Fan with a single palm strike, leaving nothing but dust in his wake. Soon, Li Fan and his companion arrived at a secluded, deep pool. The water was yellow, with fluctuations of spiritual energy, resembling the yellow springs of the underworld flowing gently, emanating a chill, gurgling sounds. As Li Fan arrived, the lake water boiled, spewing countless bubbles. A rumbling sound echoed, as if someone were emerging from the depths of the abyss, traversing the realms of life and death. Then, a burst of divine energy erupted, startling the golden phoenix into retreating. In his eyes, he saw 36 bone soldiers clad in golden armor emerge, forming the 36 heavenly generals formation. Each of their steps was meticulously choreographed, carrying profound meaning. Among them, a 9-dragon heavenly coffin was carried out. It was entirely golden in color, engraved with 5 large dragons, symbolizing the supreme authority of the emperor. The material of the coffin was also unique, forged from icebound boundary stones and coated with a special lacquer. The icebound boundary stone is a rare and precious attributed material, highly valued by many ancient sages who favored it for coffin construction. Some practitioners of attributed martial arts even incorporate this material into their divine weapons to forge unparalleled weapons of legend. The Golden Phoenix's heart trembled as she witnessed this scene. He knew that this treasure-level existence was likely even above the former palace master of the Xin Bing Palace. This is. Li Fan stared at a pattern on the coffin, his expression slightly startled. Chapter 58, The People of the Supreme Hall. Boom! The massive coffin was carried out by 36 bone soldiers and placed on the ground. As it touched the ground, a deafening roar echoed, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Clearly, the coffin was as heavy as 1,000 tons. A kind-faced old man in a yellow robe emerged from within. His hair was as white as snow, yet his face was as youthful as a child's. His robe was spotless, as if he had stepped out of an ancient poem praising immortals. His eyes remained tightly closed, resembling the legendary old sage from legends. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the ancient burial ground, no one would have noticed that this person with the appearance of an immortal was actually a corpse. Someone from the Supreme Hall? Li Fan stared at the old man's robe and exclaimed in surprise. The old man's robe and one of its emblems, grass and a fist, coexisting were utterly bizarre, causing Li Fan to involuntarily recall a powerful faction, the peerless lineage that once dominated the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the perfect world, and also one of the master sects of the Emperor of the Wasteland. The Supreme Hall possessed the 10 fiends and 9 leaves sword grass treasure technique, as well as the peerless martial art, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. As Li Fan spoke, Jin Huang's heart sank. The Supreme Hall of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was renowned throughout the world. That faction was too mysterious, rivaling even the Heavenly God Academy and the Holy Academy in fame, and some even claimed it was stronger. Though their numbers were few, every disciple was a prodigy. Each time they emerge into the world, their disciples can roam freely, their power so great that the heavens and earth tremble. Unparalleled in beauty and talent, without equal in the world. These 8 words are used to describe them by the heavens and the earth, which speaks volumes about their significance. Even after tens of thousands of years with no one emerging from the Supreme Hall, their name still echoes throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Many are eagerly awaiting whether this mysterious force will reappear in this prosperous age. I am an unworthy disciple, unworthy of the name of the Supreme Hall. The old man spoke, his voice not hoarse but instead giving a refreshing, spring-like feeling. He appeared to have no connection whatsoever to the ancient corpse-filled land. Since you are from the Supreme Hall, you must know what just happened, right? Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke softly. The Supreme Hall. Li Fan held this faction in high regard. The elderly man who had just emerged spoke in a warm and friendly manner, showing no intention of violence. It was likely that he was already aware of the recent events. Yes, I have observed that you are seeking the 5-colored altar and the coordinates to the North Star domain. The old man smiled warmly, like a neighborly elder. However, upon witnessing this scene, Jin Huang's heart sank with fear. This only made him feel even more terrifying. The person before him was utterly enigmatic. If he were to be buried in the right place, becoming an earth immortal would not be beyond his reach. Jin Huang thought to himself. I know the coordinates of the Big Dipper star domain, and I also know about the 5-colored altar, but it's just a few scattered words, and it's not easy to find. The old man spoke, then took out an ancient plaque that was neither gold nor wood, with a faint fragrance of flowers and herbs lingering around it. The tablet contained the coordinates of the Big Dipper constellation. One only needed to probe with their divine sense to detect them. Upon hearing this, Li Fan eagerly took it. He never expected to obtain the coordinates of the Big Dipper so quickly. It was like searching high and low in vain, only to find it effortlessly. But before Li Fan could celebrate for long, the old man spoke, dousing his excitement with cold water. I can see the urgency on your face. You must be eager to head to the North Star. However, if you wish to go there and do so in a short time, crossing the void is not advisable. Our Supreme Hall once had a predecessor who traveled to the North Star, and it took him 5 years to complete the journey. Moreover, those 5 years required the experience of traversing the void and the use of special artifacts. Without them, it would take even longer. I urge you not to venture into the starry sky recklessly. Li Fan furrowed his brows and looked at the old man. Thank you for letting me know. What about the information on the 5-colored altar? As if already aware that Li Fan would ask, the old man replied promptly. I know nothing about the 5-colored altar, only that a certain immortal family once possessed it. As for which immortal family it was, I have no idea. The Golden Phoenix was greatly alarmed, as the matter suddenly involved the immortal family. The power of the Changsheng clan is far beyond what the Golden Phoenix's Tianming mountain can match. Though Taming Mountain is a legendary ancient divine mountain and indeed very powerful, its elite members ultimately lack the most crucial foundational strength. The Changsheng clan, along with the Heavenly God Academy, the Holy Academy, and the Immortal Academy, are among the most powerful factions in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The reason is simple: they possess the Immortal Foundation, the extreme Tao Imperial weapons. These factions have all produced great emperors in the past, and their foundations are not something that can be accumulated over time. No matter how powerful a faction may be, it cannot compare to a single strike from a great emperor. The extreme Tao Emperor's weapons have fully revived, capable of unleashing the power of an emperor. Those who attain enlightenment can roam the cosmos, viewing all else as ants. This is no empty boast. Among them, the most powerful are the Holy Academy and the Immortal Academy, which are even hailed as one academy, 2 emperors. Had it not been for the great upheaval they had endured, during which imperial weapons were shattered, the other factions across the 9 heavens and 10 earths would have been unable to raise their heads, crushed under the weight of oppression. If you need it, I can provide you with the information from my Supreme Hall regarding the 5-colored altar, though what remains is scarce. The old man spoke with a smile. You've been so kind to me. Is there something you need my help with? Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced back and forth at the old man. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, and Li Fan knew that well. As someone who had come so close to becoming an immortal, and who had only failed to achieve that status because he lacked a favorable feng shui location, this old man was a being whose very eyelashes were empty. How could he possibly be so easy to deal with? Of course, I'm saying this to express my sincerity. I have a favor to ask of you. The old man didn't beat around the bush, still wearing the kind expression of a neighborly old man. As he spoke, the old man took out a pair of gloves, which shone with a golden light, emanating an endless radiance. The moment he pulled out the gloves, the space hummed, and they resembled a huge sun, blindingly bright. At the same moment he drew the gauntlet, he also drew a long spear. Vague traces of nearly tangible killing intent flowed along the blade, freezing the void and rumbling loudly. It seemed as though a celestial dragon lay dormant within, suddenly awakening to devour the world, causing the 8 corners of the universe to tremble. A legendary sacred weapon. Jin Huang shouted, her eyes burning with passion. The legendary sacred weapon. This is the legendary sacred weapon. Even his Tianming mountain only has one, and it is their most treasured artifact. And now, 2 have appeared at once. Chapter 59, What truly defines a formidable individual? This is it. Jin Huang's eyes flashed with intense greed, vaguely sensing a gaze fixed upon her. He shuddered instantly, a chill running down his spine to the top of his head. The old man was smiling at him. In an instant, Jin Huang lost all his thoughts, closed his mouth, kept his eyes on his nose and his mind at peace, so quiet that anyone unaware might have thought he had been scared into a state of enlightenment by the old man. What deal? Li Fan didn't even glance at the 2 legendary sacred weapons the old man had produced. His eyes fixed on the old man, he spoke directly. I wish to exchange these 2 legendary sacred weapons for your journey to the dragon's lair I have designated, where a earth immortal is buried. The old man spoke with a smile, his eyes fixed on Li Fan. He seemed to be observing Li Fan's facial expressions, as if trying to determine something. However, as soon as the old man finished speaking, Li Fan's eyes didn't flicker once, as if he had heard the old man saying, the second son of the family next door, a character of such a lowly status that no emotion rippled across his eyes. Seeing Li Fan's indifference, Jin Huang couldn't stay calm. His body trembled slightly, but the old man's gaze had just made him behave himself, or else he would have shouted again. This left Jin Huang feeling utterly helpless. He realized that despite being a sage, a being who once roamed the 9 heavens and 10 earths with unmatched power, he had become utterly ordinary here, trembling with fear and acting like a naive youth. Noticing the change in Li Fan's expression, a fleeting gleam of light flashed in the old man's eyes. He had just used a single sentence to test Li Fan's depth. If Li Fan had shown any emotion, it would have meant that he was not at the earth immortal level or was of equal rank. However, Li Fan's expression remained as calm as a still pond. This sent a wave of shock through the old man's heart. Only 3 types of people would ever see a earth immortal display such an expression. The first are the innocent and naive, the second are those who are utterly ignorant, and the third are those who are absolutely powerful, capable of looking down upon even earth immortals. Of the 3 types, the first 2 can be easily ruled out by the elders. A cute little one? Would they dare venture into the depths of the ancient corpse land? An ignorant fool? Would they come here seeking a way to the North Star domain? Clearly, Li Fan is the third type. As a treasure keeper, an elderly being who was actually a earth immortal, how could he not know how terrifying such people are? How could such a person exist in this world? The old man was utterly shocked. Although he had been buried in the ancient burial ground for so long, existing in a state of confusion, it did not mean he knew nothing. The opportunity to become an immortal existed in this world in ancient prophecy. Even many of those buried in the ancient burial ground. They did so in the hope of living to see this era and burying themselves in the Tiangu corpse ground to seek the opportunity to become immortals. However, the current era has not yet become the great era, it is the very end of the age of decline. A powerful figure like Li Fan should exist in the age of decline. How could such a terrifying individual appear in this era? I will sacrifice these two divine weapons as a price. Please intervene once. As long as you strike that earth immortal once, there is no need for you to engage in a life or death battle with him. Simply injuring him will suffice. The old man was shocked, but his actions were swift. He spoke, his voice heavy with gravity. He was plotting to claim the feng shui treasure land of the earth immortal. Jin Huang exclaimed in shock, immediately understanding the old man's true meaning. He had made no attempt to hide or conceal anything, and his intentions were clear for all to see. This was a blatant scheme. After speaking, the old man stared intently at Li Fan without blinking. And what he saw was Li Fan shaking his head. Seeing this, the old man felt disappointed, though not overly so. After all, he had time, and this plan had only come to mind by chance. These won't work. Li Fan pointed at the two sacred weapons in the old man's hands. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression froze. Before the old man could speak, Li Fan spoke again. With these two items plus the 9-leaf sword grass treasure technique, I'll help you defeat that earth immortal. The calm voice echoed through the deep pool. The deep pool was silent, with only 36 white-boned soldiers standing tall, along with Li Fan, the old man, and Jin Huang. At that moment, the atmosphere was so still that one could hear a pin drop. The old man and Jin Huang stared blankly at Li Fan. The words "I'll help you defeat that earth immortal" echoed endlessly in their minds, refusing to fade away. Wow! Jin Huang let out a loud cry to the heavens. He now knew what it truly meant to be fierce. This is what a true powerhouse is. Speaking of defeating a divine being with the same ease as talking about beating a stray dog, who in this world dares to speak so boldly? Ugh, ugh. The old man stared blankly at Li Fan, looked around, and realized that Li Fan didn't seem to be joking. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After a long while, in the eerily quiet atmosphere, the old man spoke. He shook his head solemnly. Although I do not know whether your words are true or false, and whether you can actually do it, even if you can, I cannot exchange the 9-leaf sword grass treasure technique for it. It is my master's treasure, and I cannot disobey my master. His tone was solemn, completely different from his earlier cheerful demeanor. His face was serious, revealing the depth of his feelings for his master's teachings. I know what you're thinking. I can agree to your request, and I can even swear an oath to the heavens. The 9-leaf sword grass treasure technique, once I obtain it, I will only teach it to one person, and that person will never pass it on to others. If I break this promise, I will be punished by the Tao. Li Fan remained calm as he spoke softly. The old man's expression showed hesitation. He really wanted to agree, but he didn't want to disobey his master, and Li Fan's conditions were already very good, leaving him no choice but to hesitate. I can agree to your terms, but you must swear an oath to the heavens that the sacred technique may only be passed on to the person you have named, and it must never be taught to anyone else. It must be taken to the tomb with you, and of the two legendary sacred weapons, you may only take one. The old man pondered for a moment, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Clearly, he was engaged in profound contemplation, so intense that it had affected his composure, causing even this peerless figure to reveal his emotions. Finally, he spoke. This was the result of his careful consideration. In the end, it all comes down to his deep-seated attachment to his master's teachings. Though he claims to be an unfilial disciple, his feelings for the Supreme Hall are too strong to be erased, and he has agreed to Li Fan's conditions. In a way, it's as if he took on two special disciples for the Supreme Hall. In the end, even after they die, they won't pose any threat to the Supreme Hall. The divine techniques will remain solely in the possession of the Supreme Hall and will not be passed on to outsiders. Moreover, he had sworn an oath to the Great Tao, which is something of a divine decree, and such things must not be taken lightly. Even an emperor must be cautious, so he had no fear that Li Fan would lie or forge evidence. Chapter 60, Defaulting on a Debt Leads to Plunder. Chapter 60, Defaulting on a Debt Leads to Plunder. Sure. Li Fan spoke up quickly, immediately responding after the old man finished speaking. The old man's wrinkled face twitched slightly, almost not reacting in time. You agreed? After a few seconds, the old man asked Li Fan again if he had agreed. While he was thinking, he had also considered Li Fan's possible reactions, made numerous assumptions, and even prepared multiple responses to handle Li Fan's next move. However, no matter how much he had planned, he never anticipated that Li Fan would agree so readily. In the end, he had clearly come out on top. To take on a Earth Immortal from the Tiangushir D and cripple him was no different from shattering an unparalleled lineage in the outside world, a lineage on par with the Beta Holy Land, or even the Fire Nation itself. What does this even mean? It's unimaginable. Even if two legendary sacred weapons were combined with the condition that the treasure technique not be passed on, it would still be reasonable. Yeah, do you want to add more conditions? Li Fan nodded and said softly. No, don't add anything. The old man shook his head. Even now, he still couldn't quite wrap his head around it. If he had known Li Fan's intentions, he would have understood why he had agreed so quickly. In the end, Li Fan didn't really need the divine technique. In his eyes, such abilities that required divine power were no different from ordinary martial arts, because Li Fan didn't possess any divine power. His overwhelming combat strength came solely from his physical strength, which was constantly growing. As for why Li Fan wanted the treasure technique, it was solely for Xiao Nan's sake. He wanted to give Xiao Nan the treasure technique of the 9-leaf sword grass so that she would have a means to protect herself while also exposing her to more powerful techniques, laying the groundwork for her future cultivation. The ruthless emperor's genius shook the ages. She drew inspiration from hundreds of schools and thousands of techniques, creating martial arts like the swallowing heaven demon technique. Her divine abilities were all a result of her vast knowledge and talent. Therefore, Li Fan didn't mind preparing these things for Xiao Nan. Of course, in Li Fan's eyes, not every supernatural technique or martial art is worth preparing. At the very least, they must be worthy of his approval. The 9-leaf sword grass treasure technique is one such example. As for why he didn't use the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it was because Li Fan felt that girls shouldn't use their fists. It was a simple, almost idiotic thought. If anyone were to learn of Li Fan's thoughts, many ancient sages, and even great saints, would likely be so enraged that they would die on the spot. Alright, then we have a deal. Li Fan said to the old man. Alright, this is his location. The old man was decisive and directly took out the map of the Earth Spirit's location and handed it to Li Fan. Taking the map from the old man, Li Fan turned and walked toward the distance. Li Fan continued on his way toward the other treasure masters, accompanied by Jin Huang. The coordinates of the Big Dipper were known, but the 5-colored altar remained missing. There was only a vague indication that the Immortal clan had come into contact with it, and the authenticity of this information was uncertain, making it difficult to confirm. However, Li Fan had already made up his mind to use the 5-colored altar to return. As for traveling across the starry sky to Beidou, Li Fan can only consider this as a last resort, to be used only when absolutely necessary. After all, it would take at least 5 years, possibly even over 10 years, and who knows what might happen in the meantime. If something were to happen to Xiao Nan, Li Fan couldn't guarantee he wouldn't lose his mind. Jin Huang watched the entire scene unfold, her mind numb with shock. A plot targeting the Earth Immortal was unfolding right before his eyes. How could he not be shocked? At the same time, Jin Huang's passion for Li Fan grew even more intense. Lord Li Fan, why didn't you take his legendary holy weapon as collateral first? What if you do everything right, but he reneges on the deal and refuses to pay? No, he won't renege on the deal. Li Fan said softly. He wasn't an idiot. He had observed the old man and could tell he wasn't that kind of person. From his feelings toward the Supreme Hall, it was clear that even though he was essentially dead, he still cared about the Supreme Hall. Such people are mostly loyal and righteous, with few exceptions. But what if that happens? Jin Huang heard Li Fan's confident words and couldn't help but pause before speaking again. Upon hearing this, Li Fan stopped in his tracks and glanced at Jin Huang. The little white tiger turned its head to look at Jin Huang. If he reneges on the deal, we'll just rob him blind. After saying that, Li Fan grinned. He suddenly thought that if he defaulted on the debt, it might not be so bad after all. Gulping. Golden Phoenix remained silent. The two hurried on their way, walking across this vast land. At the same time, outside, everyone looked surprised. Strange, why is there no movement? A cultivator stood on the city wall, gazing at the ancient corpse field, as if trying to see through it and discover what was happening inside. At that moment, the area around the ancient city was teeming with people. The turmoil at the Tiangu corpse ground, along with the mysterious tremors, had already drawn countless onlookers. Among them, the majority were wandering cultivators. After all, the ancient burial ground was a place where only wandering cultivators would dare to take their chances in search of opportunity. As for those with powerful backgrounds, they would never come here unless it was an extraordinary occasion. However, there are also renowned figures present here. The mystical nature of the Tiangu Shirdi attracts some extraordinary individuals who seek to uncover its profound secrets and achieve immortality. Haha, I bet they've already died inside. An 8-armed alien laughed maliciously. I can't believe it. Among them is the mountain lord of Tianming Mountain, the Golden Phoenix Sage. How could he have died so quickly? Someone overheard the laughter and immediately dismissed the idea. Although the people here are all independent cultivators, their exposure to the world may not be any less than those with power, and in terms of discerning people, they may even surpass those from major factions. Lone cultivators are constantly walking a tightrope. If they don't know who to provoke and who to avoid, their fate is sealed. As a result, they have a keen eye for danger. The more experienced among them have already identified the true identity of the Golden Phoenix through rumors. Indeed, the sages of our demon clan would never die so easily, especially with another demon clan elder among us. Immediately, a young demon clan member refuted this, boasting about the demon clan's strength. At the same time, they had mistaken Li Fan for a demon. Does anyone know who that powerful white tiger demon is? This question echoed through the crowd, having been repeated countless times, yet no one could reveal Li Fan's origins. Too many speculations had been dismissed. Look! The sky is changing. The sky is changing. The earth is trembling again. Shouts of alarm suddenly rang out from the crowd. Chapter 61, Emperor Wanda, may all beings be blessed. The ancient tomb of the heavens. A burial ground so dreaded that even the mention of its name sends shivers down the spines of those who dare to speak of it. A vast landscape of rivers and mountains, with clouds and mist swirling about, as if immortals were playing amidst them. Lakes shimmer with ripples, and wind-swept ridges stretch endlessly, resembling a great dragon lying across the land. Ancient trees stand tall and sturdy, and oddly shaped rocks jut out sharply. At this moment, in the distant outskirts of this ancient land, there stands a fortress, its walls crowded with people, whispering and chatting in a dense throng. Some even dare to step directly onto the edge of the ancient land, following one after another. Boom! The earth trembled, stones danced, and the city walls shook. The sky has changed. In the distance, the sky seemed to be dominated by a celestial being, forming a massive vortex. The sunlight refracted through the vortex, transforming into a spectrum of colors, with strands of light penetrating deep into the ancient burial ground. Boom! A rumbling tremor echoed from deep within, audible even from a great distance. The earth trembled, as if the sound of ancient mourning bells echoed endlessly. That stretch of land seemed as though divine beings were engaged in battle, with towering waves sweeping across the sky, and overwhelming divine might shaking the heavens and earth in all directions. What on earth is happening? A renowned sword cultivator muttered to himself, straining his eyes to try to see what was happening. Soon, the turmoil emanating from the ancient burial ground subsided. Seeing this, a buzz of discussion spread through the crowd like waves, but before anyone could discuss it further, the turmoil returned. The sky and earth changed color once more, and similar incidents occurred at least 10 times in quick succession. However, with each disturbance, the tremors emanating from the ancient corpse-filled land grew increasingly weaker. Heavens, who can tell me how far they've gone? Everyone knows why the turbulence has decreased. It's because its source is constantly moving further away. Are we heading deep into the ancient burial ground of the heavens? Someone gasped in shock. Since the world changed, no one in the world has been able to achieve such a level. An elderly man with white hair and a putrid odor trembled as he gazed into the distance, his voice trembling with excitement. Throughout history, only the great emperors have dared to venture into the ancient burial grounds of the celestial realm, and even most of them refused to set foot there. Now, after tens of thousands of years, has someone finally dared to challenge this mysterious forbidden land in the footsteps of the Mingren Great Emperor? The old man was filled with excitement, as if he had caught a glimpse of the dawn's first light. Many people looked at the old man with curiosity, but upon seeing him, they grew solemn. May the last of the common people find a virtuous world. May the common people, a force with a name that sounds rather peculiar. It is a faction residing in a mysterious small valley. He founded the sect for Emperor Wanda, or rather, it is the faction where Emperor Wanda's clan resides. The name of Emperor Wanda strikes awe and respect in the hearts of all who hear it. Wanda, the virtues of 10,000 are embodied in one person. This is the evaluation of the great Emperor Wanda. He was just an ordinary villager from a small mountain village, simple and honest, kind-hearted, and pure. Yet, despite being immersed in the chaos and darkness of the world, he never harbored jealousy or hatred toward it. After witnessing the darkness of the world, he vowed to help all beings attain enlightenment. On that day, the heavens and earth changed color, golden springs erupted from the ground, and auspicious clouds filled the sky, as if the heavens had been moved by his resolve. He lived his life with diligence and integrity, always acting in accordance with his conscience, earning the respect of countless people. He lacked the dazzling brilliance of other great emperors or the awe-inspiring achievements that shook the ages. His path was simply that of an ordinary cultivator. This path was long and arduous, and to many, it seemed like a waste of time. He treated all races equally, regardless of their status or background. He helped ordinary people escape disease, halted the wars of the ancient tribes, contributed his essence to build cities to defend against demonic disasters, ventured deep into the lairs of powerful demons to quell unrest, and did not kill a single soldier or demon, moving heaven and earth. After 8,000 years of cultivation, he finally attained enlightenment and became an emperor. Heavenly dew fell from the sky, and true dragons and phoenixes danced in the sky. A supreme enlightened being was born. After attaining enlightenment, he did not raise a sword against his enemies. He continued to do what he had always done, treating even ordinary people with equality, kindness, and a gentle smile, without any trace of the majesty of a ruler. Though his life seemed ordinary, it was filled with legendary elements, and he was beloved by all races. After he attained enlightenment and became an emperor, at the pinnacle of his power, he did something extraordinary. He left no valuable possessions for his descendants and resolutely entered the ancient burial ground of the heavens. He once said, "I wish for all sentient beings to become immortals, free from strife and the cycle of birth and death." After uttering those brief words, he entered the ancient burial ground, seeking the truth of immortality. On that day, the heavens turned upside down, and the sun and moon reversed their positions. The overwhelming imperial might erupted. Unlike other great emperors who ventured into the ancient burial ground with an army, he went alone, for he did not wish for anyone to shed blood. On the same day, Blood rain poured down from the heavens and earth wept, and the sorrow shook the cosmos. The great emperor of all virtues fell, at the peak of his power, plunging into the ancient burial ground of the heavens and perishing within. On the same day, all the races of the 9 heavens and 10 earths mourned deeply, and the races sent their own people to bury this emperor of the ages. May the common people know that this power was established by the descendants of the great emperor of 10,000 virtues, not by the great emperor himself. The son of the great emperor of 10,000 virtues, the prince of 10,000 virtues, was raised under his father's influence and lived his life according to his father's wishes and will. They continue to carry out the unfinished work of the great emperor of Wanda. Through the ages, this faction remains steadfast in pursuing the great vision of the great emperor of Wanda. The name of this faction actually has 3 additional characters at the end, all of which signify divinity. That is the very foundation of their actions, and their hope is that one day, they may truly achieve it. Then, they can use their full name, bringing an end to their endeavors, without a single regret. Over the years, this power gradually declined, and now it has dwindled to the point where only the last member of the clan, Yuan Xianshi, remains. He continues to carry out the work of the great Emperor Wanda, helping people escape suffering. The world is already in ruins, and in the not-too-distant future, the last descendant of the great Emperor Wanda will also vanish from this land. In the future, his legacy will only be found in ancient texts. It is precisely because of their greatness that may all living beings, no matter where they go, be treated with respect. This is an ancient ironclad law. It has been said that among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the most unforgivable entity is not the faction wielding the supreme imperial weapon, but rather the will of all living beings. Anyone who dares to harm the will of the people will face the wrath of the descendants of the Wanda Emperor. They will be unable to stand their ground in the 9 heavens and 10 earths and will be targeted by the united forces of all races. This is the reputation the Wanda Emperor and the will of the people have built, unmatched by any before them and unmatched by any who will come after. Even future emperors will admire him and admit they cannot match his achievements. Chapter 62, The Pitiful Wish for All Living Beings. As they watched the excitement of those who longed for a virtuous world, everyone present felt a shiver run through their hearts. Battling in the ancient battlefield of the dead, this was the heartfelt wish of countless generations of the common people. They sought to enter the ancient battlefield of the dead to recover the remains of the great Emperor Wanda and bury him within the valley. It can be said that every generation has made efforts, and when their lifespan is nearly exhausted, they enter this region, hoping to witness the glory of their ancestors in their final moments and to welcome them back. Most importantly, they seek to conquer the ancient battlefield of the dead, to open this blood-stained forbidden land, once ruled by the great Emperor of 10,000 virtues, to the world. Alas, no one has succeeded, and in the end, they all become the mindless corpses deep within the ancient battlefield of the dead. May you, our elder, remain calm and take care of your health. A middle-aged cultivator spoke up, expressing his concern. He was a cultivator at the peak of the dragon transformation realm, nearly reaching the level of a great powerhouse. Even when facing this elderly man in his twilight years who was only at the mid-stage of the dragon transformation realm, he still showed respect and addressed him as senior. I will be fine. I merely recalled the ancestral admonition left by our forebears. May the face of that unremarkable old man, blending into the crowd and unnoticed by anyone, reveal an inexplicable sadness, and he smiled bitterly. Upon hearing this, everyone trembled. Alas, heaven is unfair. The great Emperor Wanda lived a life of selflessness, yet his descendants have grown increasingly weak and unable to thrive. Even now, the descendants of the great Emperor Wanda continue to carry out his grand vision, striving to conquer the ancient battlefield of the dead. However, what puzzles many in the 9 heavens and 10 earths is that the descendants of the great Emperor Wanda have never been able to grow strong. Even at their most prosperous, their population never exceeded 10,000, which pales in comparison to the hundreds of thousands of people in some major clans. Their bloodline seemed to be cursed, preventing them from multiplying in numbers. A mysterious force appeared to be at work, and as time passed, the descendants of the great Emperor of Wanda gradually dwindled until only one remained in this generation. In the past, many races had attempted to offer assistance, but they were all stopped. This was no secret in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone knew of it, yet it only deepened their confusion, eventually becoming an age-old enigma. It is precisely because of this that the descendants of the great Emperor of Virtue are highly respected and beloved, yet they are not a superpower. The scope of the celestial changes has expanded. At that moment, the ancient corpse-filled land once again transformed. Wind swept through the heavens, and thunder roared, as if ancient gods and ancient demons were engaged in battle. Their might pressed down upon the 10 directions of the world, not just one place. The 10 directions were all undergoing changes. Not just one treasure master had intervened. Someone uttered these words. As soon as the words were spoken, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. This earth-shattering transformation lasted less than a minute before quickly subsiding. The sky was clear and cloudless, and above the ancient burial ground, a massive gap in the clouds had been torn open by the explosion, revealing the sun and moon. A gentle breeze blows softly, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility. Ah! The middle-aged man at the peak of the dragon transformation realm shook his head and left without hesitation. What happened? Someone doesn't understand and asks the people around them. Can't you see? It lasted less than a minute. It's likely that multiple treasure masters from the ancient corpse ground have intervened. Someone immediately responded, their voice tinged with sighing. Soon, the crowd began to disperse, though slowly. Some wanted to stay and watch, while others even considered entering the ancient burial ground at that moment. After all, with the recent chaos, there might still be something to be found. The number of people on the city walls gradually decreased, leaving only a lone, weathered figure standing there for a long time. May the wise and elderly gaze into the distance, like an ancient pine tree standing tall and timeless. In their eyes, a faint glow flickers, their expression enigmatic. Seeing this, the crowd wanted to speak words of comfort but found no words to say. This was the lifelong wish of the Wandi Emperor's clan. It could not be dissuaded, nor could it be fulfilled. It was destined to end in tragedy. In the depths of the ancient burial ground, the once beautiful landscape had vanished, replaced by a desolate wasteland. Towering mountains were severed midway, vast lakes had dried up, ancient trees stood as bare stumps, and the barren earth cracked in every direction, with deep gorges and bottomless pits strewn across the landscape. The ground was littered with countless corpses, more like piles of flesh and blood, scattered in every direction, piled up in heaps. The sight was enough to send shivers down one's spine. It seemed as though a battlefield of gods and demons had once raged here, leaving everything in utter silence. In the vast, desolate wasteland, two tiny figures stand, their forms as insignificant as dust compared to the vastness of the land. A white tiger cub and a golden bird. A voice came from the mouth of the little white tiger. What a bad temper! Always resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. The little white tiger shook his head repeatedly, gazing ahead. His tiny tiger paws brushed away imaginary dust from his body as he murmured softly. Upon hearing the little white tiger's words, the golden bird standing nearby was so startled that it stood frozen in place, its beak wide open, and its eyelids twitching. These two figures were none other than Li Fan and Jin Huang. After emerging from the dragon's lair of the elderly figure in the Supreme Hall, Jin Huang's mouth had not closed once. His eyes had witnessed Li Fan's immense power, and he now understood what true terror meant, as well as the devastating force of utter destruction. After Li Fan and he arrived at the next treasure master's domain, the treasure master wasted no time in taking action. His techniques were as powerful as a dragon king summoning winds and rains, and his cultivation had reached a level that even the golden phoenix would envy. However, despite being such an unparalleled treasure master, he was defeated in an instant by Li Fan's single punch. After the treasure master launched his attack, Li Fan struck directly with a single punch, obliterating half of his body. He then began to question him, but upon realizing the man was lying, Li Fan showed no mercy, swiftly annihilating the entire dragon's lair. The two then proceeded to the next location. What happened afterward was similar to what most others did. They followed the example of the Supreme Treasure Master, activating their arrays early to eliminate Li Fan and Jin Huang. However, the outcome was the same each time. Li Fan grew enraged and severely injured his opponents before questioning them once more. After 3 consecutive attempts, including the Supreme Treasure Master's 4th attempt, only one person spoke the truth. They did not know. The rest were all filled with hatred for Li Fan and had deceived him into entering a dangerous place, only to be killed by Li Fan. As Li Fan and his companion rushed to the next treasure master's lair, they finally encountered an obstacle. Upon seeing them, Jin Huang immediately fled the scene. 5 powerful masters stood there, their aura intimidating, ready to kill Li Fan. And those 5 treasure masters, Jin Huang recognized them. 30 million years ago, they shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths, fighting their way from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the outer domains, and waging war against the 5 elements elders of the ancient path at that time. The 5 element elders were 5 peerless warriors who had sworn brotherhood since childhood, growing up together to become terrifyingly powerful. They had even once challenged the young emperor in battle. Though they were defeated, their fame only grew as a result. Chapter 63, Those Who Dared to Challenge the Young Great Emperor. Upon seeing the 5 of them, Jin Huang immediately chose to flee. As he turned around, he heard Li Fan's voice. 5 treasure masters? That saves me the trouble of traveling further. Do you know about the 5-colored altar? Li Fan stepped forward without the slightest fear of the 5 fierce-looking 5 elements elders before him. Hearing Li Fan's words echoing in her ears, Jin Huang was startled. Oh, my ancestors! That's the 5 elements elder. He's killed over 100 ancient sages. He's definitely a dangerous man. At this moment, seeing Li Fan's composure, Jin Huang couldn't help but question her own life. How had she become so timid? After all, she was the master of Taming Mountain. Why didn't she fight first instead of fleeing? Why couldn't she be as calm and composed as Lord Li Fan? After this thought crossed her mind, Jin Huang quickly dismissed it. Go to hell. What am I thinking? We're on completely different levels. How can I stay calm? I need to get out of here. Just as Jin Huang was speaking, the 5 formidable treasures, their aura piercing the heavens, moved to attack. They resembled a primordial beast awakening from a million-year slumber, suddenly emanating a fierce and ruthless aura that was overwhelming in its power and reached every corner of the heavens. As their eyes opened and closed, they resembled demonic swords drawn from their sheaths, their blades gleaming with unmatched sharpness, slicing through the heavens and earth with icy bolts of lightning, striking fear into the heavens themselves. The five elements elders' peerless combined technique plunged the world into chaos. The golden phoenix trembled in fear, a chill surging up its spine, causing small goosebumps to form. The five elements elders' gaze was too piercing. Even though the golden phoenix did not need his eyes, she could clearly sense his movements behind her. Wherever his gaze fell, it felt like swords clashing, producing a sharp, piercing sound that cut straight into the soul, shaking the very core of one's being. Each person unleashed a strand of five elements energy, which transformed into five types of killing intent weapons: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Rage gun, divine sword, dominion blade, gentle dust, earth array diagram. Roar! In the distance, the eldest of the five elements elders, fire demon Zhang, let out a roar. The five elements energy swirled, sweeping away clouds and debris, carrying a divine might capable of tearing apart the heavens, and surged toward Li Fan. Within that divine might, a five elements Tao diagram materialized, rumbling loudly, with a miniature world evolving within it. The diagram descended from the heavens, pressing down with overwhelming force. The golden phoenix was immobilized, like a small boat in a stormy sea, swaying unsteadily, on the verge of sinking into silence and darkness. However, in the next instant, the suppression dissipated like smoke, and the restraints vanished. All because Li Fan had moved. He made no extra movements. The ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered, spreading outward and sinking into the distant horizon. Li Fan moved, opening his mouth to let out a mighty roar. A mighty tiger's roar erupted from his mouth, shaking the heavens and earth, as if 3,000 gods and demons were colliding. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and the five elements diagram turned to dust. At the same time, Li Fan's leap brought him instantly to the side of one of the five elements elders. Before they could react, his small tiger paw struck out. In an instant, the man was sent flying. In the instant he was knocked away, Li Fan moved again, with a loud rumbling sound, and once more knocked one of them away. In this manner, he consecutively sent 5 people flying, each landing in different directions, all returning to their original dragon's lair. A deafening roar echoed as vast stretches of mountains were shattered into pieces by their impact. 5 people were severely injured, fear flashing in their eyes. From start to finish, this scene unfolded in the blink of an eye or even faster. The 5 elderly men of the 5 elements were defeated without any reaction. Li Fan landed. The earth thundered and collapsed, with dozens of surrounding peaks plummeting downward. Chaos erupted, and dust filled the sky. All was destroyed and shattered by Li Fan. Jin Huang trembled in fear, once again redefining her understanding of Li Fan. It turned out that when he said he had crippled a earth immortal, he wasn't exaggerating. Tell me about the 5-colored altar. Li Fan paid no attention to Jin Huang's reaction but instead spoke to the 5 people lying on the ground in the distance. He knew that although they were far away, they could definitely hear his words. The 5-colored altar of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was located at the Heavenly God Academy. One of the 5 elements elders spoke up this time. They were being honest. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Why had he gone and provoked Li Fan? He should have just answered him earlier. Little did he know that even if there were another chance, the 5 of them wouldn't necessarily answer honestly. They were arrogant and powerful, accustomed to being above everyone else. How could they possibly allow someone to speak to them in such a condescending manner? That's right. At the Heavenly God Academy, there is an altar leading to the ancient path of the human race. It was there that we first entered the ancient path of the human race. Another person revealed the origin of the 5-colored altar. Listening to the 2 men's words, Li Fan's expression brightened. The Heavenly God Academy had a 5-colored altar, which served as the starting point of the ancient path for the human race. It could lead to the ancient path and was crucial for identifying the imperial path. Isn't the 5-colored altar of the Heavenly God Academy similar to the 5-colored altar of the Northern Star Mansion? Can that altar lead to the ancient human path altar in the Northern Dipper Star domain? Li Fan asked in return. Upon hearing this, all 5 of them furrowed their brows. The Big Dipper, the star of the Emperor's burial? Impossible. The trial ancient path is one way and cannot be two-way, and there has never been any mention of a human ancient path leading to the starting point of another star domain. Another person spoke up, explaining that Li Fan's viewpoint was impossible. Li Fan sighed inwardly. It was as he had expected. He had actually already considered the 5-colored altar of the human race's ancient path trial, but he knew better than anyone else that the path was one way and could not be used to teleport to the starting points of the human race's ancient path in various star domains. Of course, that ancient path could also be traversed in both directions, but only within the ancient path itself, not directly between star domains. Taking this path is essentially the same as crossing the star domain, or rather, it simply takes significantly more time. Is there anything else besides this 5-colored altar? Li Fan asked again. The other 5-colored altars? The 5 elements elder paused for a moment, then all fell into deep thought. After a long while, an old man dressed in a blue robe spoke up. I do know of another 5-colored altar, but it might not meet your requirements. It's very small, about the size of a palm. It's very small. Where is the 5-colored altar you mentioned? Li Fan was surprised. Chapter 64, Clues to Obtaining the Small Altar? Li Fan was thrilled. The 5-colored altar, no larger than the palm of his hand, was exactly the same size as the 5-colored altar that had transported him to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If that is indeed the case, then it must be connected to the 5-colored altar that Li Fan came into contact with. Even. The 5-colored altar is likely connected to the altar Li Fan encountered. Li Fan should have appeared at that 5-colored altar. If he hadn't torn open the passage, he would likely still be there. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but fall silent. In that case, he shouldn't have torn open the passageway. Wouldn't it have been better to just teleport normally? However, Li Fan did not regret his decision. If given another chance, Li Fan would choose to tear open the portal here, as too many ifs only serve to make the portal more fragile. That 5-colored altar didn't leave a strong impression on me because I hadn't come into contact with it before. I had only heard about it. If it weren't for its shape resembling the altar I later encountered on the ancient path, I wouldn't have remembered it. I first heard about it from an old friend of mine, who had seen it at an ancient site in the boundless heaven. The old man in blue frowned, as if struggling to recall something. The other elderly people were also anxiously watching him, wishing they could think for him, because they feared that if Li Fan was dissatisfied, he would kill them. They had observed Li Fan's brutality earlier and had chosen to team up in groups of 5 as a precaution. I remembered that the ruins were near the woolly ancient suspended temple, but I couldn't recall the exact location. My old friend hadn't told me either. The old man in blue spoke until the end, his eyes flickering with a sincere gaze as he looked at Li Fan, as if to say, "I'm not lying to you. Really, everything I've said is the truth." He was also afraid, fearing that Li Fan would kill him. The 5 brothers had paid a heavy price to become treasure masters, and they didn't want all their efforts to go to waste. "Oh." Li Fan replied softly. He could tell that the old man in blue wasn't lying, so he began to recall. The name Suspended Temple did ring a bell for Li Fan. This place had been described in perfect as the location where the Emperor of the Wasteland obtained the fruit of the underworld. Within it lay a patch of divine soil, or perhaps a land of immortals, where the spirits of heroes who had once fought in foreign lands and protected the 9 heavens and 10 earths still lingered. Are there any ancient ruins nearby? Li Fan thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. He guessed that it must be an ancient site inherent to this world. Immediately, he nodded, and the system interface appeared in his mind. The Feng Shui treasure land that had destroyed 10 treasure master level beings. Looking at the task list, Li Fan thought for a moment and decided not to proceed. He truly did not want to waste his time. Originally, if he had any leads, he would have been happy to continue searching for the 5-colored altar while also completing the task. However, now he felt that the most important thing was to focus on matters related to Xiao Nan. He then headed toward the direction of the Earth Immortal, deciding to complete the transaction with the elderly man from the Supreme Hall, obtain the 9-leaf sword grasses treasure technique, and then set off for the boundless heaven. After Li Fan left the 5 Elements Elder's sacred land. Soon, this ancient burial ground once again erupted into chaos. The 5 Elements Elder attacked the 5 treasure masters with frenzied ferocity, unleashing terrifying divine might. With little time left, they could only resort to seizing what they could. In the end, the 5 of them, who had once stood toe-to-toe with the ancient capital of Yinjing, dragged their nearly crippled bodies back to the treasure master's feng shui burial grounds. Li Fan, however, paid little heed to this and continued on his path toward the realm of the Earth Immortals. During this time, Jin Huang remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, he simply couldn't. He was exerting all his strength to suppress the corpse chi rising from the depths of the ground. If he let his guard down for even a moment, he risked being infected by the corpse chi and transforming into a earth corpse. While desperately suppressing the corpse chi, Jin Huang glanced forward at Li Fan, who was strolling leisurely ahead. A bitter expression flashed across his face. People are different beasts and birds truly cannot be compared. It would drive a bird to madness. Li Fan hadn't expelled any of the corpse chi at all, he was simply enveloped by it. If it weren't for the Golden Phoenix confirming that Li Fan was absolutely fine, they almost thought he had been swallowed and assimilated into the earth by the corpse chi. The fact was, Li Fan seemed unaffected. To him, the corpse chi felt like ordinary air. Even under the shocked and bewildered gaze of the Golden Phoenix, he was seen taking 2 deep breaths, as if he were savoring the difference between the corpse chi and the air around him. Upon witnessing this scene, Jin Huang almost couldn't suppress the corpse chi around him. Damn it, he was working so hard to suppress it, yet the one in front was still breathing heavily. Sometimes, Jin Huang really wanted to die right then and there. The other party's vital energy was surging, and their life force was vibrant, clearly much younger than him. They were definitely not some old demon, but why were they so strong? Thinking about this, Jin Huang almost fell into a state of madness, losing control of his mind. Perhaps this was simply fate. The Golden Phoenix remained silent. Unbeknownst to them, they had ventured deep into the ancient burial ground. Jin Huang's face was flushed red from holding her breath. If it weren't for Li Fan constantly destroying the Earth zombies along the way, any interference from them would have turned Jin Huang into one of them in an instant. Li Fan and Jin Huang finally came to a halt on the peak of a mountain. This peak was extraordinarily vast, resembling a legendary dragon stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Its peak resembled a dragon's head, winding and majestic, vast and magnificent. Soon, Li Fan entered the peak and came to a stop at the brow of the dragon's head. Though referred to as the brow, it was actually a vast expanse of flat plain with lush greenery, devoid of trees or rocks, as ordinary as the plains one might pass through. Yet, in such a place, there is a small hill. Boom! The tremor of the small hill was followed by a deafening roar the moment Li Fan arrived. The fertile soil seemed to come alive, forming a long corridor. A delicate stone coffin slowly emerged from the small hill. This is it. Jin Huang's eyes narrowed. He stood far away, dared not approach. This area had an overwhelming aura that filled the Golden Phoenix with fear, making him dare not step foot inside. He knew that entering this region could very well mean becoming a corpse, so he dared not approach, fearing that disaster might strike, even if he were by Li Fan's side. Chapter 65: The Existence of Earth Immortals. Boom! A stone coffin appeared, carved with landscapes of mountains and rivers, depicting the existence of human, demon, and ancient tribes. It exuded an overwhelming aura, resembling a miniature map of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, emanating a heavy, ancient presence, as if one were facing a towering ancient peak. As she gazed at the ancient coffin, a look of realization crossed Jin Huang's face, mingled with fear. What terrified him was that the coffin was engraved with the entire landscape of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Such a person could only be one of two kinds, either a fool or an invincible being. Only such a person would possess the strength to endure a coffin engraved with the terrain of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And it was clear that such a person had never existed. Simply by the existence of this ancient coffin, he knew that the person inside must have a powerful background. The dull sound of the ancient coffin moving echoed through the air. An elderly man stepped out of the coffin, wearing a feathered crown and a flowing robe, exuding an aura of divine majesty. He possessed an overwhelming presence that seemed to encompass the entire world and command all races. His eyes remained tightly closed throughout his appearance, as if he were still asleep. That was the emblem of the Wang family. This man was a member of the Wang family of the Changsheng clan. Jin Huang stared at a mark on the ancient coffin, her pupils suddenly contracting. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Wang clan of the immortal family. A clan whose origins trace back to the chaotic ancient era, they are the true immortal imperial clan. Their power is so immense, and their lineage so ancient, that it defies belief. They even produced the great emperor Wang Changsheng, who brought the clan to an unprecedented peak of glory. Following Wang Changsheng, this clan came to possess 10 dragons, who were the 10 disciples of the eternal emperor. Although they never attained the status of an emperor, each of these 10 individuals was exceptionally powerful. From the eldest to the youngest, their abilities grew increasingly extraordinary, with each successive generation surpassing the previous one in both talent and strength. The eldest, according to records, had reached the realm of a great sage, a feat that speaks volumes about his immense power. The others were even more formidable, and it is hard to imagine how such a clan could fail to thrive. Wearing a feathered crown and exuding an aura that seemed to swallow the heavens and earth, he was the 13th generation descendant of the eternal emperor, Wang Tianli. Upon seeing this man, the Golden Phoenix immediately recognized who he was. This person was a descendant of the eternal emperor, a true direct descendant, with power beyond imagination, having lived for over 500,000 years. I know nothing about the 5-colored mini-altars. Li Fan left the Golden Phoenix and entered the plain at the dragon's forehead, where Wang Tianli spoke up and uttered these words. Clearly, although he had been in a deep slumber, he was not entirely unaware of the turmoil outside. He must have witnessed Li Fan's battle with the 5 Elements Elder and already knew of Li Fan's existence. Upon learning of Li Fan's intentions, he spoke directly. From start to finish, he never opened his eyes. He was not afraid of Li Fan, rather, he recognized Li Fan's strength and emerged because he believed Li Fan to be a peer of his own caliber. He stepped forward to avoid unnecessary trouble. Put. Just then, under the stunned gaze of the Golden Phoenix, a jet of crimson blood traced a brilliant arc through the air. The towering peak, stretching for thousands of miles, trembled, and the earth split open at its brow, rumbling loudly. Li Fan, taking advantage of Wang Tianli's momentary lack of reaction, sprang to his feet, bent his legs, and shifted sideways to position himself directly in front of Wang Tianli, delivering a powerful slap that sent him flying. Wang Tianli's eyes suddenly widened, but it was already too late. His face contorted, his long hair flying wildly, and he crashed into the ground, shattering the earth. This moment. Wang Tianli's anger reached the heavens. He never expected Li Fan to pull this move. After all, he had already given him enough face and didn't want to cause more trouble. He simply didn't want to resort to violence. It wasn't that he feared Li Fan. On the contrary, he believed himself to be superior to Li Fan and capable of defeating him decisively. However, at that moment, he had to revive himself, and in his eyes, it wasn't worth the effort. The collapsing ground, with billions of tons of rocks suddenly surging upward, seemed as though someone had torn open the earth. A vast and boundless divine might surged into the sky, disrupting this entire realm. Even the distant corpses trembled and retreated backward, as if afraid of the commotion here. Wang Tianli fully revived, his hair and beard standing on end. The earth seemed to breathe, and hundreds of boulders rose from the ground. Good. My courtesy made you think I was afraid of you. I will turn you into a corpse of the earth, doomed to suffer eternally under my put. At the moment Wang Tianli erupted, his figure came to an abrupt halt. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and his body twisted into a curved shape. Li Fan had appeared before him at some point, delivering a palm strike to his abdomen, sending him crashing back into the ground. The earth trembled violently, and the ground sank by 10,000 meters. At that moment, Wang Tianli's eyes widened in shock, and blood gushed from his mouth, filled with a sense of unease. It was too fast. He had no idea when Li Fan's movements had reached that point. The peak was collapsing, with massive boulders rolling down, destroying this ancient land of the celestial corpses, and cracks continuing to appear. You're stronger than I imagined, far surpassing that old man from the Supreme Hall. A voice filled with astonishment, doubt, and curiosity echoed in Wang Tianli's ears at that moment. Li Fan struck Wang Tianli's abdomen with a palm strike, revealing a look of surprise. Hearing Li Fan's words, Wang Tianli spat out another mouthful of blood. What did he mean by "you're stronger than I imagined"? After all, the current Wang Tianli had already recovered and unleashed his full power, yet he was still struck by Li Fan's palm and forced to cough up blood. In Wang Tianli's eyes, those words were not a compliment at all, but a mockery. In fact, Wang Tianli had misunderstood. Li Fan was indeed praising him. At least he now exerted his strength with confidence and restraint, constantly learning how to harness the power of the Tao, always maintaining control. He hadn't expected to underestimate him. This old man was stronger than he had imagined. These words were all spoken from the bottom of Li Fan's heart. Indeed, they are very powerful. As he spoke, Li Fan couldn't resist adding a parting shot. Put. Wang Tianli coughed up blood again. He wanted to go mad, but Li Fan seemed to be pressing down on him like the weight of the heavens, leaving him completely immobilized. At that very moment, with a loud crash, Li Fan struck again with his palm. Wang Tianli, who had been struck by Li Fan's palm, was instantly pierced through, leaving a large, blood-red hole in his abdomen. After doing all of this, Li Fan's figure leaped directly upward, bursting out of the massive abyss. Chapter 66, Ancient Ants Carrying a Coffin. Are you underestimating me? Wang Tianli saw that Li Fan could have killed him with a single punch, but instead stopped after severely injuring himself, speaking in a low voice. A thunderous roar echoed across the earth. From the depths of the peak's massive crater, Wang Tianli's figure burst forth, his face dark and menacing. I didn't underestimate you, I just... Li Fan shook his head indifferently as he looked at Wang Tianli. Just as he was about to speak, he turned his head to look into the distance. A divine rainbow hung in the sky, emanating a vast aura that surged forth, filling every inch of space. A weathered figure slowly approaches, shrinking the earth to a fraction of its size and spanning 10,000 meters with a single step. The heavens change color in his wake, mountains and rivers fall silent, and thunder rolls in the distance. It's you! Wang Tianli's expression changed. This figure was none other than the elderly man from the Supreme Hall. It is I. The old man of the Supreme Hall spoke softly, his face as still as a well, his hands behind his back, his long robe fluttering in the wind, resembling an ancient deity descended from heaven. The deal between you and me has already been settled on your behalf. Li Fan looked toward the Supreme Hall and immediately spoke up. This old man happened to be coming over, saving me a trip. Thank you for your help, fellow cultivator. The elderly figure from the Supreme Hall bowed deeply to Li Fan, his words brimming with respect. He had already observed the situation here through the void, and those who knew the truth were well aware of Li Fan's terrifying power. A sense of dread rose in their hearts. This was not someone to be trifled with. As he spoke, he swung his hand, and the legendary holy weapon, a long spear, flew out, accompanied by a shower of black metal fragments. What was surprising was that the material of the metal fragments was divine metal, the exclusive possession of the Emperor, dragon-patterned black gold. A palm-sized metal sheet made of dragon-patterned black gold. This is your reward. Li Fan raised his hand and took it. It was you who designed this to harm me. Wang Tianli watched the scene unfold and knew exactly what Li Fan was up to. He shouted loudly. In response, Li Fan remained unfazed, turning and walking away, heading toward the location of the boundless heaven. From start to finish, he did not glance at Wang Tianli once. He had come here solely to obtain the 9-leaf sword grass treasure technique, otherwise, he would not have gotten involved. He had already obtained information about the 5-colored altar and was more eager to head toward the Big Dipper Star domain. Plotting against you? Wang Tianli, didn't you also plot to kill my master back then? The elderly man in the Supreme Hall spoke in a calm voice. After a moment, his gaze grew sharp, his eyes flashing like lightning, casting 2 beams of divine light that pierced through the void, emitting a sizzling sound. Today, I will slay you and avenge my master. Are you avenging that old man? Back then, I could kill your master, and now I can kill you too. Even if I'm severely injured, it won't change a thing.
Wang Tenli's hair and beard stood on end, and his robe billowed in the wind. Wang Tenli's hair and beard stood on end, and his robe fluttered in the wind.
He glared coldly, still terrifying even with his body pierced through.
He swung his massive hand horizontally, striking the heavens. In an instant, a golden hand appeared, as vast as a mountain, casting a shadow that blocked out the sky and the sun, casting a vast shadow on the ground.
Do not think I am still the same as I was back then.
The old man from the Supreme Hall roared loudly.
He too had gone mad. It was precisely because of him that his master had been framed and killed by Wang Tianli, leading to him being blamed. To avenge his master, he had even become the treasure keeper of the Tiangu corpse ground, doomed to never leave that place for the rest of his life. All of this was done for revenge. Buzz! He charged toward Wang Tianli and unleashed 6 consecutive punches. Each fist erupted with bolts of lightning, shattering everything in its path. The void itself collapsed and caved in wherever the fists passed. Crack! The fist, mixed with thunder, finally collided with Wang Tianli's large hand. A blinding light erupted from the heavens and earth, as purple thunder and golden divine light shot into the sky. The peak finally couldn't withstand the pressure, and with the final straw breaking the camel's back, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Tons of boulders rolled down the slopes, rumbling like thunder, as mountains and rivers collapsed, the heavens and earth turned upside down, and the sky grew dark. All of this.
Li Fan glanced at them, waved to Jin Huang, and turned to leave. In fact, before Li Fan could say a word, Jin Huang had already fled a considerable distance. At this level of life or death combat, he dared not approach, let alone now that he was deep within the Tiangu Jidi, where suppressing the corpse chi was already a struggle.
Lord Li Fan, aren't you going to check on their outcome?
Jin Huang was curious and followed closely behind Li Fan. Upon hearing this, Li Fan glanced at the collision between the 2 great immortal-level figures behind him and shook his head. That person, though slightly stronger than the old man from the Supreme Hall, was now severely injured and would certainly lose.
Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Jin Huang fell silent.
Her eyes kept glancing backward, then back to Li Fan, and she couldn't bring herself to say another word. As for the outcome of the two, whether it was a reversal or any other possibility, Li Fan didn't want to know. All he wanted now was to hurry to the vicinity of the Wuliangshan suspended temple to investigate the ancient ruins.
What's that?
After walking for a while, Jin Huang looked to the side.
There was a black wooden coffin moving. The coffin was entirely black, giving off an imposing, mountain-like aura. It had no decorations whatsoever, just a plain, bare coffin.
Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the coffin was not moving on its own.
Countless ants were swarming beneath it, dragging the coffin forward. Sigh.
Jin Huang watched this bizarre scene and, despite his extensive knowledge, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine.
Ancient ants carrying a coffin? Li Fan also noticed this and looked at the scene with a puzzled expression. This thing could be called the hidden secret of the ancient corpse land, a terrifying entity that no human could touch. Even an invincible being would have to retreat 3 steps upon encountering it. I remember now, this is the ancient ant's coffin, one of the mysterious events recorded in ancient texts. The Golden Phoenix was utterly horrified.
Uncontrollably, a thought flashed through her mind. An ancient text had once stated that if one day you were to witness ancient ants carrying a coffin in the ancient burial ground, under no circumstances should you touch it, not even if you were a quasi-emperor. Upon hearing such words, Jin Huang nearly burst into laughter and dismissed them with a sneer. However, when faced with it head-on, he backed down.
Chapter 67, The Earthquake in Tiancheng City.
The ancient ant carrying the coffin was still quite a distance away from Li Fan and the others. In no time at all, it vanished from Li Fan and Jin Huang's sight.
Let's go to the boundless heaven.
Li Fan urged Jin Huang, his eyes once again fixed on the ancient ant carrying the coffin.
It was the first time he had ever been unable to see through an object. If given the chance, perhaps he could take a look inside to see what it was. Gazing at the ancient ant-carried coffin disappearing into the distance, Li Fan murmured to himself. He realized that he was genuinely curious about strange and unusual things. Pfft, Mr. Li Fan, don't touch that thing.
Jin Huang was startled by Li Fan's words and hurriedly tried to persuade him.
Don't worry, that thing is hard to come by.
Even if we see it again in the future, it's still uncertain.
Li Fan shook his head and immediately spoke.
Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Jin Huang's heart skipped a beat.
Wasn't he just saying that next time they met, he would see what it was? For a moment.
Jin Huang pleaded earnestly, warning Li Fan how terrifying that thing was. Under Jin Huang's relentless storytelling, the two gradually moved away from the ancient burial ground.
Tiangu City. After that incident, the crowd dispersed outside Tiancheng Ancient City, though some remained, unwilling to give up hope of getting another glimpse. Unfortunately, it was simply too far away. The Tiangu ancient corpse grounds spanned a vast expanse of land, stretching across millions of miles and possibly even further. No one knew its exact size, and the movements deep within remained entirely unknown. Sure. A crisp bird call echoed throughout the universe. In an instant, the sound reverberated, and an awe-inspiring divine might swept across the heavens and earth.
That was because they were still alive, they had not died. Listening to the source of the sound, everyone in the ancient city looked up, and cries of astonishment erupted. From the ancient burial ground, a golden phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its form stretched 100 zhang in length, casting vast shadows below. Its divine aura radiated outward, and every feather on its body erupted with golden light, dazzling and brilliant, as if it were a divine phoenix reigning over the heavens. The golden phoenix flapped its wings like a fan, soaring into the heavens and vanishing from everyone's sight.
This scene. The ancient city erupted in excitement. The master of Tianming Mountain, Jin Huang, did not die in the ancient battlefield of Tiangu. He emerged from the depths. As they watched the golden phoenix bird soar into the heavens, some immediately recalled its past experiences, their hearts trembling with emotion. Goodness, how did the golden phoenix mountain lord manage to emerge unscathed from the ancient burial ground of the heavens? Some people were speechless, trembling as they spoke. Throughout history, how many people have been able to achieve such feats? Those who have done so have all left a significant mark in the annals of time. At that moment, someone furrowed their brows and looked up at the sky, where a gap had been torn open in the clouds. Did you see that? Did I see it wrong? There's a little white tiger sitting on Senior Golden Phoenix's head. I saw it too. It's that unknown white tiger demon clan powerhouse. He's still alive. Someone responded immediately. As soon as the two spoke, a commotion erupted. Who on earth was that? Was he treating the mountain lord of Tianming Mountain, who could intimidate the heavens and earth, as his mount?
The 9 heavens and 10 earths are vast and boundless, with countless powerful beings. That must be an reclusive, peerless demonic being of unparalleled strength. The mountain lord of Tianming Mountain is renowned for his sage-level cultivation, yet he should not have been able to enter the depths unscathed. He also faced the combined attacks of at least 3 treasure guardians of the ancient corpse lands. The root of all this likely lies with that mysterious demonic cultivator. The ancient city of Tiangu is abuzz with speculation, as people whisper and exchange whispers.
Everyone knows. In the days to come, the events that unfolded in the ancient city of Tianchang will undoubtedly shake the heavens and the earth.
The ancient burial ground of Tiangu, the most mysterious and forbidden site of ancient times, where even the great Emperor Wanda met his end in a bloody battle, has finally been penetrated by someone.
Though the exact distance remains unknown, one thing is certain.
The power of that white tiger is beyond question. The depths of the Tiangu Shirdi are so terrifying that even the current Longxing clan trembles at the mere mention of it. To enter, one must be prepared to pay an unimaginable price and make thorough preparations. However, in this world, there is someone who can go alone, alongside the Golden Phoenix Mountain Lord of Tianming Mountain, into the depths of the ancient land, face at least 3 treasure guardians of the ancient land, and emerge unscathed. No one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths can achieve such a feat today. As the crowd discussed this fervently, a hunched figure that had stood motionless on the city wall for a long time began to move. His eyes, clouded by the chaos of the world, fixed on the ancient burial ground for a moment. His wrinkled lips parted slightly, and a faint murmur echoed within his mouth, too soft to be heard by anyone else.
Not far now, not far now.
The corpse of the imperial ancestor will be brought back in this lifetime.
Take care, Shouda, I will make the journey. May the common people be reunited with the imperial ancestor. Muttering to myself, I hope the virtuous world will once again know both tears and laughter.
Tears flowed freely, shaking the soul.
Strangers who witnessed this scene couldn't help but sigh.
Some had seen Yuan Xianshur like this more than once.
Several days later.
9 heavens and 10 earths, boundless heavens. Its vast expanse knows no bounds, with countless races thriving and cities dotted across the mountains and rivers, their numbers too great to count, leaving one in awe.
The burial of Heaven Plain.
The most magnificent sight in the boundless heavens, it is called a plain but is actually a towering peak stretching 1,000,000 li in length. Its height, when viewed from afar, seems to pierce the heavens. This place is frequently visited by cultivators throughout the year, as it is home to an ancient mine rich in Tianjing stone, a rare material used to forge special magical artifacts known as Xiantian realm artifacts, as well as other uncommon metallic ores. It can truly be called a paradise for wandering cultivators.
The dominant power in this plain is the 4 holy cities.
A city built by wandering cultivators, it also houses various major factions that have settled there to trade the celestial crystals held by the wandering cultivators. On this day, the sky was clear and cloudless.
Everything was as usual.
Wandering cultivators came and went across the plain, some exploring ancient mines, others investigating ruins. After all, this place was special, and there were no shortage of ancient ruins belonging to powerful wandering cultivators.
Dawn. A deafening clanging sound echoed through the heavens and earth, as if a giant divine warrior were beating war drums. The once unchanging plain began to tremble. What's going on? Is someone trying to flatten the plain?
The cultivators of the burial heaven plains were all stunned, feeling the dull sounds.
Those closer to the source couldn't bear the noise and covered their ears, as if the tremors before a volcanic eruption were echoing across the plateau. It's coming from the deep northwest. Hurry and go check it out. Chapter 68, The Four Holy Cities of the Boundless Heaven. Boom! Deep within the burial of heaven plains, a small white figure continuously pounded against the opposite side. With each strike, the earth cracked open, and the sound thundered, deafening the ears. Meanwhile, on the other side, an elderly man dressed in elaborate golden robes stood there, his expression solemn as he watched the small figure ahead of him continuously smashing the ground, creating 1-kilometer-deep craters one after another. These two figures were none other than Li Fan and Jin Huang. The small figure was none other than Li Fan himself, while the elderly man in the golden attire was Jin Huang in her transformed form. As for why they were doing this, it was all because of Li Fan. It turned out that over the past few days, Li Fan had explored countless places near the Wuliang Tian suspended temple. He had been investigating the ancient ruins mentioned by the Five Elements Elder, but since the events had occurred over 300,000 years ago, there were very few traces left to be found. However, fortune favors the bold, and Li Fan has indeed found a clue. 30,000 years ago, in the ancient ruins near the suspended temple, there was indeed such a place, and it was extremely sensational at the time, leading to a fierce battle between sages that shook the heavens and split the earth. That place was precisely the burial of Heaven Plateau, and it can be said that the formation of the burial of Heaven Plateau is partially related to that ancient site. The only problem is that few people remember the exact location of the ancient site. According to vague records in ancient texts, it is said to be in the deepest central part of the burial heaven plain, but the exact details remain unknown. It is precisely because of this that Li Fan is constantly pounding the ground and digging with a hoe. Boom! Another deep pit appeared. Where on earth is this? Li Fan's figure landed in a 1,000-foot deep pit, muttering silently. He had been in high spirits earlier, as after severely injuring the Earth Immortal and leaving the Tiangu corpse ground, a system voice had echoed in his mind. Exceeded mission objectives, destroy 10 treasure master level Feng Shui sites 1. Unlock the hidden achievement and severely injure the Earth Immortal. Unlock hidden achievements and safely enter the depths of the ancient corpse land. Obtain rewards 3 times to reduce the time required to transform into a tiger by 10 years in total. Upon hearing the system's voice, Li Fan felt as though he had heard the sound of heaven, his smile never fading, leaving Jin Huang utterly bewildered. What's wrong with the master? However, Li Fan's joy had long since faded. He had been relentlessly smashing the ground, determined to uncover the ancient site. Originally, Li Fan had intended to destroy the entire plain in one go, but he quickly abandoned that idea. What if he accidentally destroyed the ruins? Losing the ruins would be a minor issue, but if his recklessness caused the 5-colored altar to be destroyed along with it, that would truly be a disaster. That's why Li Fan is being so careful now, taking it slow and steady as he breaks through the ground. Boom! Li Fan once again punched through the ground, causing the earth to sink and rumble like thunder. With a loud pop, the bottom of the 1,000-foot deep pit collapsed once more, with boulders and soil continuously sinking, revealing a pitch-black hole so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. Vaguely, a corner of a palace emerged from the soil beside the large hole. Found it! Li Fan was overjoyed and exclaimed. Jin Huang, what the hell are you doing? Don't you know this place is under my protection? A voice that made men's blood boil and their hearts race echoed through the air. At the same time, at the edge of the distant burial heaven plains, 4 dazzling rainbow bridges extended outward from the center of the 4 holy cities, stretching deep into the distance. The 4 rainbow bridges spanned the burial heaven plains, resembling divine pathways connecting the heavens. Bathed in sacred light, they shimmer with a dazzling array of colors. The golden phoenix listened to the voices, her expression betraying a hint of helplessness. She glanced toward where Li Fan was standing. Oh, my ancestors, I knew it. I've brought them here after all. For fellow cultivators, please listen to me explain the matter is not as it seems. The golden phoenix bowed, revealing a solemn expression on its old face. What nonsense are you talking about? You had a fine life on Tianming Mountain, yet you came to my Zhaotian plain to cause chaos. That harsh, domineering voice rang out once more. The voice preceded the person. Moments later, a divine rainbow cascaded down from the heavens like the Milky Way, accompanied by 4 figures. Wherever they passed, cultivators along the path prostrated themselves, their bones trembling as if about to shatter. Without exception, the aura emanating from the 4 figures sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed the scene. The 4 demon saints of the 4 holy cities have emerged. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators in this region gasped in astonishment. A divine rainbow as colorful as the Milky Way appeared. 4 figures materialized, revealing their formation. From afar, countless cultivators gazed in awe, their expressions filled with admiration. It was simply breathtaking. 4 stunningly beautiful women, each with her own unique charm, emerged. Graceful, fiery, noble, and icy, these 4 adjectives perfectly describe the women. The one speaking was none other than the fiery woman. Her fiery nature wasn't just about her personality, it was also about her figure. Even an elderly man would feel a second spring in his heart upon seeing her. She had a beautiful face with perfect golden proportions, long flowing hair cascading down her shoulders, and eyes with double eyelids that sparkled with a gaze that drove men wild.
Her figure was curvaceous, with a graceful posture. She wore a red dress that accentuated her figure, making it appear delicate and alluring.
A natural beauty. That's the first thought that comes to mind when you see her.
Xiong Daoyu, I know that the commotion here has disturbed you.
I apologize to you here.
Jin Huang bowed respectfully, speaking with proper decorum, yet maintaining the dignity befitting the master of an ancient divine mountain. The person before her could not help but treat the Golden Phoenix true immortal with respect. They were the city lords of the four holy cities, for demonic female saints. Their lives were legendary, and all four were wandering cultivators who had grown up together with deep bonds, sharing the same breath and connected by fate. In this era, they had all ascended to the realm of the saints. Even ancient beings sealed away in the divine source have prophesied that they will achieve the same level of accomplishment as the five elements elder from 30,000 years ago, and possess the qualifications of a young emperor at the peak of his power.
Such praise is indeed immense.
Their innate talent speaks for itself, and even the heads of the immortal families and the dean of the Heavenly God Academy would treat them with respect, which is sufficient proof of their immense power.
Chapter 69, The Bear Woman.
Old man Jin Huang, everyone knows your temper.
Put away your nonsense.
The fiery female demon spoke up, showing no regard for Golden Phoenix's face.
Upon hearing this, Jin Huang's expression was helpless. He had known this would happen all along.
Among the four holy demon clans, this one was renowned for his fiery temper. Even some of the saints would avoid him at all costs.
Second sister, there's someone in that pit.
A soft voice rang out. The speaker was indeed the beautiful woman. Her face was gentle, slightly pale as if she were ill, though she was not truly sick. She wore a white, ethereal gown, appearing elegant and otherworldly, her features exquisitely beautiful. People often describe a woman's beauty as beautiful as a heavenly being, but no one truly knows how beautiful a heavenly being is. Upon seeing this gentle and beautiful woman, the words "as beautiful as a heavenly being" involuntarily arose in everyone's hearts. She was enveloped in a layer of light mist, seeming both real and illusory, clearly not of this world. Listening to her younger sister's words, the fiery demoness couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Her autumn-like eyes glanced toward one of the large pits.
There really is. What exactly are you here for, Golden Phoenix?
At that moment, a voice sounded beside the fiery demoness, calm and composed, as if spoken by a noble empress, exuding dignity and grandeur. Her long hair cascaded down her back, her purple robe as vibrant as flowers, her skin as white as snow, her beauty and elegance beyond description, noble and otherworldly. Jin Huang was about to speak. A youthful voice rang out, tinged with dissatisfaction.
Jin Huang, why did you call me out?
I was just about to go into that ancient site. Hearing the sound, the four female demon saints all looked up at the edge of the 1,000-foot-deep pit. A small white tiger, less than a foot long, emerged from the pit. What a cute little white tiger. The beautiful demoness' eyes lit up. Fourth sister, that little white tiger is no ordinary creature.
Just as the beautiful demoness spoke, a cold voice echoed through the air.
The final demoness spoke, her words emanating from the lips of the woman who appeared cold and arrogant. Her features were exquisite, her beauty cold and stunning, her gaze icy and piercing, as clear as autumn water and as cold as black ice. She wore a blue fairy dress, resembling a northern fairy descending from the heavens to the mortal world. Li Fan felt four intense gazes directed at him and couldn't help but look up to see where they were coming from.
In an instant, Li Fan's eyes widened in astonishment.
He was stunned by the beauty of the four women before him. Their mature, confident aura was undeniable, and especially the fiery woman among them left Li Fan speechless. If this fiery woman were to appear on Earth in the past, the female celebrities of that world would likely lose all their male fans. However, when it comes to beauty, Linger's appearance is no less stunning than theirs, and in the future, she will even surpass them slightly. The reason Li Fan was so captivated is because, between a young girl and a mature woman, Li Fan prefers the latter. Master Li Fan, these four female saints are the city lords of the four holy cities that I mentioned to you earlier.
The Golden Phoenix secretly transmitted this message to Li Fan. The city of wandering cultivators, the ruler of the four holy cities?
Upon hearing this, Li Fan's face turned pale. When he had come to the burial heaven plains, he had heard Jin Huang mention the four holy cities numerous times, which had filled him with contempt. He had even mocked Jin Huang, asking if he had lost his mind in his old age, causing Jin Huang's face to turn beet red with embarrassment. Now, Li Fan finally understood why Jin Huang had mentioned it so often. It wasn't because Jin Huang was getting senile, it was because the four female demon saints before him, except for the delicate-looking woman, were all stronger than Jin Huang. No wonder the Golden Phoenix had mentioned her so often. Stronger beings have their dignity, and in the fantastical world, the strong are revered. Everyone holds the powerful in awe. Among these four demon saints, 3 are stronger than the Golden Phoenix, so it is only natural that the Golden Phoenix Society places such importance on them. At that moment, Li Fan also looked at the four women with curiosity. He recalled Jin Huang's introduction of the four city lords of the four holy cities.
As he recalled, the rulers of the four holy cities were four distinct demonic beings: the phoenix with the bloodline of the azure phoenix, the bear with the bloodline of the tugu, the ice wolf with the bloodline of the howling moon heavenly wolf, and the water dragon snake with the bloodline of the true dragon.
In simple terms, the four demon clans are bird, bear, wolf, and snake, all of which have attained sainthood. Their names are Qing Wan, Xiong Nu, Lan Bing, and Bai Su Ro. Looking at the voluptuous woman, Li Fan muttered to himself. This woman is truly a bear. She's as strong as a bear with a strong chest. Looking further, Li Fan noticed that these four female demon saints each had their own unique characteristics: the phoenix's nobility, the bear's fiery temper, the wolf's icy arrogance, and the snake's softness like water. Humph. Although Li Fan's mutterings were faint, everyone present was highly skilled and could clearly hear his words.
The bear woman, being the most impulsive, couldn't help but snort lightly. She certainly didn't regard Li Fan as an ordinary person. After all, if someone could go unnoticed to the point of having their presence completely unperceived, how could they be ordinary? Moreover, Li Fan had just addressed the Golden Phoenix by name, which was far from ordinary. He was likely a saint himself. However, though she was angry, she didn't act on it. Though she had a fiery temper, she wouldn't provoke a sage enemy of unknown strength and status without cause. The bear woman's soft snort quickly snapped Li Fan out of his thoughts. Li Fan didn't feel anything was amiss. He didn't dwell on what the bear woman was humming and turned to Jin Huang instead. Why did you call me out here? To see these four women? Don't you know I'm not interested in women anymore? Li Fan said, pointing at the four Qingwan women with his small tiger paw, and said nothing to Jin Huang. Vaguely, Li Fan recalled the Golden Phoenix once smiling sweetly as she leaned close to him, shamelessly suggesting that if he ever had the chance, he should take the four city lords of the four holy cities as his wives, as their beauty and qualifications were more than worthy of him. That was why Li Fan had spoken those words. You little punk, you dare look down on us? Xiong Nu couldn't stand Li Fan's actions. The casual, dismissive tone in Li Fan's words made the bear woman's anger boil over. Even the other three women couldn't help but furrow their brows. Chapter 70, Let me go, and we'll fight again. You little punk, you dare look down on us? Xiong Nu couldn't stand Li Fan's actions. The casual, dismissive tone in Li Fan's words made the bear woman's anger boil over. Even the other three women couldn't help but furrow their brows. In truth, Li Fan did not look down on them. Rather, ever since he activated the human divine treasure, he had vaguely realized that his own strength was likely at least at the quasi-emperor level, and possibly even higher. Ultimately, he couldn't be certain because he had no reference point to compare himself to. With his newfound power, Li Fan gradually let go of all constraints, acting on impulse. This might be one of the hidden changes brought about by unlocking the human divine treasure. Li Fan was well aware of this change, for at his core, he had always been this kind of person. Optimistic and cheerful, he does things as he pleases. He said these words more to educate Jin Huang not to look for him randomly, as he was very busy, and not because he intended to assess the city lord of the four holy cities. However, while Li Fan thought this, others did not share his perspective. On the contrary, most people believe that Li Fan's attitude shows disrespect toward the four city lords of the four holy cities. At that very moment, the most fiery bear woman was the first to act. Li Fan had underestimated her time, and again she couldn't possibly remain idle. Her figure was as swift as cold lightning, moving with incredible speed, as agile as a hare, and as graceful as a great eagle spreading its wings to strike the sky. She charged toward Li Fan at an almost teleportation-like speed, her slender white palm extending forward. The bear woman was surrounded by divine patterns, with runes blazing like furious divine flames, burning brightly and dazzlingly. She was indeed the fiery bear demona saint, with unmatched dominance, intent on crushing Li Fan with a single palm strike. As her palm struck out, a torrent of stars cascaded down like a Milky Way, its might shaking the heavens and the earth. It's all a misunderstanding. Please don't fight. Jin Huang hurriedly spoke up, completely taken aback by the unexpected situation. When it came to the demon clan sage, he was more inclined to cooperate and treat them amicably. After all, with countless clans coexisting, the demon clan couldn't afford to be divided. This was also an unconscious mindset of the 9 heavens and 10 earths clans tended to unite against external threats. However, the bear woman's cultivation was stronger than his, making it difficult for him to intervene. Moreover, the 3 Qingwan women were watching closely, and any attempt to act might be misunderstood. Second sister, second younger sister. In the blink of an eye, what had seemed like a showdown between 2 great saints had been decided, leaving the 3 Qingwan women speechless. Xiong Nu's domineering attack was effortlessly deflected by Li Fan's small tiger paw, causing the once fierce Xiong Nu to stumble. At the same moment, Li Fan swiftly turned around and subdued the bear woman, pinning her to the ground. He then jumped behind her, using his small tiger paw to restrain her hands behind her back. Let me go! Let me go! The bear woman's face turned pale with fear. Her lips, which were naturally red without any makeup, kept screaming in terror. She never expected Li Fan to be so terrifying. She was no match for him at all. With a single counterattack, she was subdued.
What made her even more ashamed and angry was that Li Fan was now riding on top of her.
Actually, this wasn't Li Fan's fault.
He wasn't being a bully, it was simply because his build was too small, and this was the only way to subdue her.
Oh my goodness.
The monks in the distance witnessed this scene, their eyes bulging with fury, glaring at Li Fan with the hatred of a man whose wife had been stolen. The goddess they had worshipped in their hearts had been mounted by a little white tiger.
Let go of my younger sister. Qingwan's willow brows furrowed tightly, and a blue flame rose in her eyes.
Her figure, as graceful as a celestial being, stood tall in the air, her aura overwhelming the world. Lan Bing and Bai Su Ro both drew their long swords, their blades flickering with sharp light, tearing through the void. The might of the sage reached its peak, causing the surrounding space to erupt with deafening roars.
Thunder gathered in the sky. Even the gentle Bai Su Ro showed a look of anger on her face.
The four sisters were sworn sisters, and touching one of them meant provoking all of them.
Once, an ancient clan's saint-level ancestor had attempted to harm Bai Su Ro.
That incident truly made the four women famous. They acted swiftly, directly slaying the ancient clan's sacred ancestor king, and even sought to annihilate the entire ancient clan. This incident caused many saints to appear. If it weren't for the intervention of other ancient clans at the last moment, that ancient clan might have truly ceased to exist. The power of the four women was so overwhelming that many were left in awe. Even the saint-level ancestral kings were no match for them, and were killed in less than a quarter of an hour. The four women's power left many in awe. A saint-level ancestral king was slain in less than a quarter of an hour under their hands. This incident eventually drew the attention of several demonic clan saints and ancient clan saint-level ancestral kings. Since the ancient clan could not say much, the four women agreed to spare the clan in question in front of the numerous saint-level ancestral kings, and thus the matter was settled.
I can spare you, but you must not act again.
Li Fan looked down at the bear woman writhing beneath him, their skin constantly brushing against each other, causing Li Fan to feel a strange sensation. After all, he was a nearly 30-year-old virgin. To have such a voluptuous woman pinned beneath him, writhing and struggling, and not feel aroused would be a lie. He'd have to be a eunuch.
However, Li Fan didn't think too much of it. After all, what could he do with his small frame? Bull. If you're so brave, come and fight me. Let us settle this once and for all.
The bear woman had never been insulted like this before and cursed again.
Smack.
A crisp sound rang out, leaving everyone stunned. Li Fan slapped the bear woman's butt and said,
"Don't talk, or I'll hit you on the butt again."
As he spoke, Li Fan slapped him again. "You." The bear woman's face turned bright red with anger, her beauty almost overwhelming.
"Oh, sorry, I accidentally tapped it again," Li Fan said awkwardly.
"Actually, it wasn't a slip of the hand, the feel was really good, and I couldn't resist hitting it again."
"Second sister, stop talking." Qingwan spoke up.
She could tell that Li Fan had no ill intentions. Otherwise, with his strength, subduing her younger sister would have been no easy feat, and killing the bear woman would have been extremely easy. The sheer power of Li Fan left her speechless. At the same time, she had been pondering in her mind since he first spoke, who exactly was Li Fan?
How could he possess such extraordinary abilities? This was undoubtedly a monster left over from a previous era. "I promise you, if you release my younger sister, she will never harm you."
Immediately, Qingwan spoke again, looking at Li Fan and said,
Chapter 71, Bai Su Ro's Injuries. All right. Li Fan was straightforward and let them go.
In the blink of an eye, the bear woman broke free from the demon's grasp, her beautiful face flushed with anger. In the next instant, she was about to attack Li Fan. She simply couldn't accept that she had been so easily disrespected.
"Stop it, little sister."
Qingwan spoke, her elegant skirt fluttering in the wind. She exuded natural nobility, like a queen among women, commanding respect and awe. The bear woman clearly obeyed the blue phoenix's words, immediately stopping her actions. She then glared fiercely at Li Fan, turned to leave, but that glance was all it took. The bear woman nearly lost her composure again. At that moment, Li Fan was staring at his tiger paw, seemingly still enjoying the sensation of the earlier slap.
Li Fan was indeed still feeling a bit unsatisfied. How to put it?
Combined, the two lifetimes add up to nearly 30 years, and he had never had much contact with women. It's not that Li Fan is ugly, on the contrary, he is actually quite good looking. As for money, he is not exactly rolling in it, but the real reason is that he is obsessed with reading novels and is a total shut-in. Perhaps this is a common trait among otaku. They often tend to idealize women from novels, or characters from their favorite games and manga, as their ideal partners. Because of this, Li Fan was drawn to the ethereal, fairy-like women in fantasy novels.
In real life, how many women could compare to those women? Probably none, so this could be considered Li Fan's first real interaction with a woman.
Li Fan's appearance was nothing special. He was a normal man, not one of those heartless emperors who had abandoned all emotions.
That would be too unrealistic.
However, Li Fan's self-control was not lacking either.
"I want." Xiong Nu's eyes flashed with anger, her expression shifting between anger and determination.
Qingwan, seeing this, immediately swept her sleeve and pulled the bear girl over to where they were, fearing that the bear girl might lose her temper again. The first time, Li Fan might have been in a good mood and let it go, but time and again, even the strong have their limits. How could he just let someone of a lower cultivation level provoke him like that? This matter was indeed my fault for acting impulsively and failing to consider the bigger picture. I was so focused on searching for ancient ruins that I overlooked the fact that this is your territory. Li Fan looked at the large pits around him and spoke up. Ancient ruins? You mean you're looking for ancient ruins? Qinghuan's luminous eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. Anything that could cause someone as powerful as Li Fan to mobilize such a large force couldn't possibly be a minor ruin. Here's the real story. Jin Huang saw that the situation hadn't escalated into a fight and sighed in relief. He instinctively didn't want the demon clan to lose another sage. Just then, he heard Qinghuan ask a question and replied. As the Golden Phoenix spoke eloquently, Qinghuan and the four women exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. They all landed and looked toward the massive pit, gazing at the corner of the building exposed above the ground, all filled with joy. Qinghuan, as the eldest sister, carried herself with dignity and grace. Mr. Tiger, you mean you're just here to look for something in the ancient ruins? I wonder if we can go inside. She was graceful, majestic, and noble, truly deserving of her title as the ruler of the four holy cities of the wandering cultivator's great city. This is your domain, why are you asking me? Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed at that moment. These four demon saints were indeed of good character, acting in accordance with principles. He, however, had been preoccupied with returning to the North Star and had not given much thought to other matters. Nevertheless, Li Fan's embarrassment lasted only a second. If one doesn't look out for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. Li Fan isn't some saintly do-gooder who considers others in everything he does. It was simply the other party's politeness that made him feel a bit embarrassed. Then, thank you very much, Brother Hu Dao. Qinghuan bowed in gratitude, but she couldn't help but find it odd that she was addressing a cute little white tiger less than a foot tall as brother. The other women felt the same way. Qinghuan bowed her hands in gratitude, but she couldn't help but feel odd about addressing a cute little white tiger less than a foot long as brother. Not only her, but the other women felt the same way. This creature was likely an ancient immortal who had lived for thousands of years, yet he dared to pretend to be a young tiger. How shameless. The bear woman muttered to herself. If Li Fan found out, he'd probably pick up his tiger claws and give me another beating. Do you think I want that? This half-divine herb is for you. It might help her injuries. Consider it my apology for what I did at the burial heaven plain. Li Fan took out an unused half-divine herb from the bronze immortal hall and spoke. Li Fan had many of these semi-divine herbs, which he had obtained from the primordial ancient mine. Semi-divine medicine. Everyone was startled. A semi-divine elixir. Even those who control the world would be tempted by such a thing. The Golden Phoenix was even more salivating, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. In contrast to the greed of the crowd, the four women showed no signs of greed, or perhaps they simply didn't look at the semi-divine medicine in Li Fan's hand, they were fixated on Li Fan himself. You know that the fourth sister is injured? Xiongnu stared at Li Fan in shock. The fact that Bai Su Ro had injuries was known only to the four sisters. It had happened during their cultivation of the bloodline technique when they had been too impatient, causing damage to their bodies. They had tried numerous methods to address the issue, but even many powerful individuals were helpless. Some couldn't even detect that Bai Su Ro was ill. The injury was highly unusual. If Bai Su Ro hadn't mentioned it, even those who spent every day with her wouldn't have noticed. It was indeed strange. The odd substance on her chest was constantly obstructing her absorption of the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Li Fan looked at Bai Su Ro pointing at her soft chest and asked in astonishment. Seeing the shocked expressions on the other women's faces, Li Fan realized he had gained a new ability. He could now easily see through others' injuries. Does the White Snake Demon Saint have injuries? Jin Huang furrowed his brows. He was also a seasoned demon saint, yet he hadn't noticed that Bai Su Ro was injured. You really know about my injury? Bai Su Ro exclaimed in shock. The other three women also showed signs of joy. At that moment, their faces burst into stunning colors, so beautiful they were breathtaking. The matter that had troubled them for over a decade had finally been resolved. How could they not be happy? I apologize for what I just did. You must save my fourth sister. The bear woman spoke up. And the cold, silent blue ice also spoke up. You know about the fourth sister's injury. You must have figured out what happened. Do you have a way to save her? This shows how deep the bond between the four sisters is. Compared to some so-called brothers and sisters who kill each other, their love is much purer. Chapter 72, Seeking to Subdue the Demon Queen of the Four Holy Cities. What's so difficult about that? That strange thing is stuck in her chest. All it takes is a single divine herb. According to the herb's properties, it can easily erase it, and with good luck, it might even enhance her cultivation. Li Fan looked at Bai Su Ro and the others in confusion, clearly not understanding what was going on. Listening to Li Fan's words, the women fell silent, and Jin Huang remained speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? Who doesn't know the terror of divine medicine? In this world, there are only a handful of families who possess it, and they treat it as their lifeblood. As for other divine medicines, they mostly exist in restricted zones. If such places could be entered freely, they wouldn't be called restricted zones.
What's going on? What's the matter?
Li Fan watched as the four women's previously radiant expressions turned deathly gray, causing him to freeze for a moment. In truth, he was like a well-fed person unaware of the hunger of the starving. Divine medicines may be precious to others, but in Li Fan's eyes, they are not truly precious. At least in his bronze immortal hall, he possesses 5 divine medicines, which were excavated from the primordial ancient mine long ago, a fact known to no one else. Furthermore, as far as Li Fan could recall, there were still some divine herbs left on the primordial Holy Land.
Master Li Fan, the method you mentioned is almost meaningless.
Everyone knows how powerful divine medicines are, but obtaining them would likely require a price far beyond what any number could calculate.
Jin Huang spoke up.
Listening to the Golden Phoenix's words, Li Fan suddenly understood.
He hadn't thought of that.
Seeing the disappointed expressions on the four women's faces, Li Fan furrowed his brows slightly, and a flash of inspiration emerged in his mind.
Are you lacking divine medicine?
Li Fan stepped forward, taking small steps, and said with a smile.
Nonsense.
The bear woman instinctively retorted, but she quickly realized that this was Li Fan. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she thought about how Li Fan was indeed quite capable, and since she had already apologized, she couldn't afford to offend him further due to her rashness. She hurriedly spoke up.
Sorry, It's okay.
Li Fan waved his small tiger paw and said with a big belly. However, given Li Fan's current appearance, he looked utterly ridiculous, making one unable to suppress a laugh. Even the women present wanted to embrace him and shower him with affection.
Actually, I have the divine medicine.
I can use it to treat my girl's injuries.
You said you have the divine medicine.
The four women, who had lost all hope, were deeply discouraged.
However, upon hearing those words, they felt as though they had been given new life after a long drought, their eyes sparkling with hope. Do you really have a miracle cure? Show it to us.
The bear woman couldn't hold back any longer, seeming unsure whether Li Fan was telling the truth.
However, she soon fell silent, staring intently at the leaf in Li Fan's palm.
It emanated a divine aura, with intricate patterns on its surface, as if the heavens themselves had imprinted them there.
The leaf of the divine herb.
The bear woman gasped, her face bursting with brilliant colors. However, the next moment, she recalled Li Fan's shameless behavior toward her and his smirk that made her feel so provoked, and she glared at him warily.
Do you have any conditions for giving us the divine medicine? Divine medicine is something even the Longshan clan would fight tooth and nail to obtain. Though they are 4 saint-level beings, they are ultimately just wandering cultivators with no backing or resources. Obtaining the divine medicine would likely come at a tremendous cost. This is precisely why they have never sought out the factions that possess the divine elixir. This is also why they have never approached the faction that possesses the divine medicine. Yes, but I have a condition.
Li Fan made no attempt to hide his intentions. He looked at the 4 women one by one and smiled.
I want you all to follow me. Impossible.
The bear woman spoke up immediately, her delicate face covered in frost, speaking angrily.
Sure enough, men are all scum. Too many of them want to make us sisters their concubines.
Bai Suru's face flushed red. Li Fan, such a powerful man, dared to speak so bluntly about wanting them. At the same time, she was furious because of herself because her sisters had been subjected to such a demand.
Li Fan's lips twitched, and he was speechless.
Jin Huang, standing nearby, saw Li Fan's speechlessness and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Li Fan had left him speechless several times already. In the end, Li Fan was just unpredictable, always doing something unexpected. Now, Li Fan was also caught off guard by the eccentric bear woman, causing Jin Huang to chuckle to herself once again.
I haven't finished speaking yet.
Li Fan finally got a taste of the fiery temper of the bear woman and rolled his eyes.
Go ahead. As the eldest sister, Qingwan was more level-headed and stopped the bear woman. I want you to follow me, not because I have any ulterior motives. You might be misunderstanding me. Let me introduce myself first. You can call me Li Fan. I am not part of any major faction. I come from beyond the realms and am considered a wandering cultivator. When I said earlier that you should follow me, it's because I recognized your character and potential. I value talent, and if you're willing to follow me, you'll have opportunities that come your way. As for you, there is no need to fear that I have any ill intentions toward you. I have only asked you to follow me temporarily. What I truly desire is for you to one day be by the side of the person I choose, to protect her, guide her growth, and teach her. Li Fan quickly summarized his thoughts, speaking rapidly, afraid that the bear woman with her large breasts and lack of intelligence would interrupt him. In fact, this proposal was something Li Fan had come up with on the spot. The 4 female demon saints had undeniable qualifications. Although the situation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths was much better than in the Northern Dipper, their strength ultimately depended on their exceptional qualifications. Xiao Nan Nan will eventually grow up, and since Li Fan is a man, there are many things he cannot attend to.
Therefore, Li Fan wants to find a few female bodyguards to protect her and teach her some basic knowledge.
From beyond the domain? You.
Li Fan spoke little, but his words contained a wealth of information, sending shockwaves through the hearts of Qinghuan and the others.
You don't need to rush to answer me, I'll give you time to think.
Seeing the four women's eyes flickering constantly, Li Fan didn't rush them and spoke softly. After speaking, Li Fan turned and walked toward the deep pit. He was now heading to investigate that ancient site. Four women with uncertain expressions remained behind.
Chapter 73, Ancient Calamity, Mysterious Pond. Sister, don't worry about me.
Baisura watched Li Fan disappear before her eyes and spoke up. However, before she could finish, Qinghuan interrupted her. She raised her eyes to look at the 1,000-foot deep pit in front of her. Sister, there's no need to say more.
Your injuries can't be delayed any further. Delaying any longer will cause irreparable harm to your future.
Upon hearing this, the bear woman in blue ice also spoke up, telling Baisura not to worry about it.
Actually, following him might not necessarily be a bad thing.
Just then, the cold, icy voice of Lan Bing spoke up.
Third sister, you've lost your mind. That lecherous tiger, you think he's a decent person?
The bear woman looked like she had seen a ghost. Second sister, you're only holding a grudge against him because of how he treated you before. Otherwise, you should know that among all the strong individuals, he is considered to have good character.
Lan Bingqing's icy eyes flickered with a hint of memory as she spoke.
Listening to Lan Bing's words, the bear woman furrowed her brows and fell silent. She had cultivated herself to the level of a sage. She wasn't just a cute little thing. She naturally had a sharp mind and wasn't the kind of person who was all brains and no heart. Her silence was because Blue Ice's words were truly Fan's character was indeed commendable in their eyes.
The Demon Clan's intuition is far superior to that of other races. Even when they first saw Li Fan's actions, they knew he wasn't the kind of person who was solely motivated by profit, cunning, or treachery. Li Fan's strength was evident to all. He could easily subdue the bear woman, and the way the Golden Phoenix treated him was as if he were her ancestor. It was clear that the Golden Phoenix was the master of Tianning Mountain, possessing the bloodline of the Phoenix and the Divine Phoenix, and her arrogance was legendary. Yet, in the presence of Li Fan, she is as respectful as a grandchild. One can only imagine the contrast. As for the bear woman, had anyone else faced her initial attack, they would have likely captured her long ago, and she might not have emerged unscathed, let alone received a half-divine herb. In truth, the bear woman isn't stupid, or perhaps her fiery temper isn't truly mindless. Her intuition is sharper than anyone else's, and she instinctively senses Li Fan's power and his good temperament. That's why she repeatedly defies him. She instinctively knows nothing will come of it. The bear woman's crimson lips curled slightly, leaving no room for argument. Let's follow them. For now, don't worry about whether we'll find a way to rescue our fourth sister at the ruins. Qinghuan smiled and immediately took the lead, stepping into the 1,000-foot deep pit. Upon hearing this, the three women exchanged glances and leaped into the ancient ruins within the pit. At that moment, numerous figures approached from the distance. They dared to appear and follow only after seeing the sage enter. Hurry up and go inside. There must be treasures in there. The ancient ruins were quiet and secluded, yet there was not a hint of decay inside. Instead, the air carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. The surrounding walls shimmered with a faint glow, revealing intricate patterns that had been carved by the passage of time. Despite having endured tens of thousands of years or even longer, these patterns remained as vivid as ever. Time-worn, ancient. This is an ancient site with a terrifying backdrop. This is where it is. Baisuro's eyes, as gentle as water, reflected the glow, and her beautiful face showed a look of surprise. I think I know where this is. It's an ancient site discovered 30,000 years ago, which once sparked the intervention of the Immortal clan and the Heavenly Academy. What exactly it is remains a mystery. The elegant and mature voice of Qinghuan echoed through the air. She ran her fingers along the walls, which, despite having stood for tens of thousands of years, remained untouched by decay and continued to serve their original purpose. The craftsmanship was so exquisite that it sent shivers down one's spine. Let's go, continue forward and see if there are any treasures left behind. The bear woman glanced at the ancient ruins that resembled an imperial palace, then took the first step forward with her long, slender white legs. As she walked, the massive palace, which resembled a small city, gradually revealed its true form before the eyes of the four saints. Bedchambers, alchemy rooms, and meditation chambers came into view. This place must be the cave residence left behind by ancient powerful beings, whose achievements are beyond compare. It is very likely an imperial palace. Qinghuan gazed solemnly at the buildings they had passed along the way. They were grand and majestic, exuding an air of grandeur. Every detail, from the layout of the rooms to the arrangement of the chairs, was imbued with the essence of the Tao and the aura of the Great Way. Unfortunately, it had already been completely emptied. Lan Bingqing spoke coldly, looking at the empty ground around her. Boom! The sound of surging water echoed from the sky. The women were startled and rushed toward the sound of the water. Behind them, a group of wandering cultivators followed Qinghuan and the others inside.
Upon seeing that the place had been completely emptied with no treasures left behind, they all hung their heads in dejection. Damn it, this place must have been discovered and looted by others long ago. It might also have been discovered by some tomb raiders who simply stole all the treasures. There were various speculations and murmurs of curses.
The city lords are moving again. Hurry up and follow them.
Upon seeing Qing Yuan and the others' movements, someone immediately exclaimed in surprise. After going several miles deep, a majestic silver waterfall appeared at the very end of the palace. The surrounding area was covered in intricate runes that still flickered with a faint light, and the water reflected in the waves, creating a dazzling display. This was an underground waterfall thousands of feet deep, cascading downward and crashing against the base, with mist filling the air and a thunderous roar echoing through the halls.
Li Fan is there.
As soon as the four women arrived, they saw Li Fan and Jin Huang standing in front of the waterfall.
Is there a treasure beneath that waterfall?
Seeing Li Fan and Jin Huang both staring at the deep pool beneath the waterfall, Bai Suro looked puzzled. The next moment, Bai Suro instinctively reached out her divine sense to see what was inside.
Don't move!
Qing Yuan suddenly cried out in panic. This loud cry startled Bai Suro, not just her, but also Xiongnu and Lan Bing. They were all puzzled as to why their mature and composed older sister would suddenly lose her composure like that.
That was the soul-shattering pool. Qing Yuan saw that Bai Suro had stopped moving and let out a sigh of relief. Her delicate features grew serious as she looked intently at the deep pool beneath the waterfall. As soon as the sound echoed, the bear woman and the others all felt a chill run down their spines. The soul-devouring pool. This thing is pure poison to the soul. Even a great sage would vaporize instantly upon contact.
Legend has it that the soul-devouring pool was created by powerful beings from the mythical age in their quest to study immortality and eternal life. It is an extremely powerful entity, an ancient legacy of eternal life and calamity.
Chapter 74, The Bear Woman Speaks Her Mind. Is this really the soul-shattering pool?
The bear woman stared intently at the deep pool ahead, unwilling to even approach it. Within the divine soul pool ahead, a mercury-like liquid flowed, along with golden liquid shimmering with brilliant golden light, and transparent liquid as clear as water.
The three constantly intertwined and transformed.
Golden souls and silver spirits, combined with the strange fusion liquid. This is the composition of the soul pool. It seems there is no mistake. Qing Yuan said, his eyes fixed on the depths of the pool. She dared not use her divine perception to observe, but could only watch with her physical eyes. Golden liquid, silver liquid, and transparent viscous liquid did not appear constantly. They only occasionally flickered into view after a long time, and if one wasn't paying attention, they would certainly be overlooked.
The ancient pool is deep and mysterious.
A silver waterfall cascades down from above, crashing into the center and sending up waves of mist that envelop and obscure the pool, leaving it shrouded in a hazy veil.
Ah!
Just then, a piercing scream echoed from behind. Several people followed Li Fan and the others inside, watching his movements as they extended their divine senses. Their souls were torn from their physical bodies and directly fell into the soul pool.
This scene was terrifying.
The deep pool resembled a furnace, burning everything in its path and transforming the divine souls into part of the pool itself.
It was indeed it.
Upon seeing this scene, Bai Suru's delicate face betrayed a look of shock. Her complexion paled, as if she had just realized that if she had acted the same way moments ago, she might have met the same fate.
What was going on?
The wandering cultivators arriving from the rear were all confused, looking around warily, mistakenly believing that there were hidden enemies lurking in the shadows, plotting to ambush them. They then extended their divine sense, and the same scene repeated itself.
This is the soul pool. Do not extend your divine perception.
Qing Yuan gave a light cry and glanced behind him. Upon hearing this, everyone obediently refrained from extending their divine sense. The city lords of the four holy cities were quite lenient toward wandering cultivators, and their reputation was trustworthy, earning the conditional approval of many wandering cultivators. As for the future of the wandering cultivators, Qing Yuan did not bother to inquire further. She had already shown considerable kindness by speaking up at all. She raised her eyes to Li Fan, and those luminous eyes, which seemed to hold water and could cast autumn glances, suddenly contracted. Li Fan and Jin Huang had walked all the way here without stopping, finally coming to a halt before the deep pool.
Could the five-colored small altar have been taken? But why did the five elements elders say it hadn't been taken and was left at the ancient site?
Li Fan was puzzled by this, but just then, his sharp eyes caught sight of a familiar object. At the bottom of the deep pool, it resembled another world, vast and boundless. And at the edge of this world, a small, colorful object floats and drifts.
A small altar of 5 colors.
Li Fan immediately recognized what it was.
Master Li Fan, don't act impulsively. This is the soul-devouring pool, a substance highly toxic to the soul. We can approach it because our physical bodies protect our souls, but ultimately, we haven't made direct contact with it.
You wouldn't jump in, would you?
Even with a physical body, it wouldn't matter.
Jin Huang looked at the flickering light on his face and was startled, hurriedly speaking up to stop him. Having known Li Fan for a long time, Jin Huang was well aware of his boldness and his tendency to charge headlong into anything. Whenever he stood on the side of someone unknown, someone Li Fan felt compelled to protect, he would act without regard for the consequences. That's why she hurriedly spoke up, hoping to convince Li Fan to try a different approach. "Don't worry, this thing is useless to me," Li Fan said softly. With that, under the shocked and frantic gaze of Jin Huang, Li Fan jumped into the soul pool. Has he lost his mind? A delicate cry rang out from behind. At that moment, the bear woman's lips parted slightly, staring in disbelief, her face frozen in shock. Who is this little tiger? The scattered cultivators who had followed and saw this scene and felt a chill run down their spines. That was the soul-devouring pool, one of the great calamities of immortality. Throughout history, countless had come into contact with it and met with misfortune. How dare he jump in? The soul-devouring pool, the reincarnation lake, and the flying immortal waterfall are explicitly recorded in ancient texts as places to avoid. Does he really think that defeating the Bear City Lord makes him invincible? That is the eternal calamity, a pool of the soul created by the emperor himself. Some scholars well versed in the power of the soul pond watched Li Fan's actions, leaving them speechless and frozen in place. Is he okay? The four bear women flickered and appeared by the soul-devouring pool, their gazes fixed on the bottom of the pool. Suddenly, the stunning faces of the four women, which had driven men outside mad with desire, all froze in shock. As Li Fan jumped into the deep pool, he emerged unscathed, and his fur was even more lustrous than before. In their eyes, which were filled with dread, Li Fan's expression turned curious. He opened his mouth and took a gulp of the water from the soul pool. Li Fan savored the taste on his face. This stuff was actually pretty good, like an elevated version of sugar water. With a gulp, Li Fan took another sip. Damn it! The bear woman cursed, staring at Li Fan's figure in disbelief. Taking another sip after the first one wasn't enough. Bai Suru's small mouth remained slightly open, unable to close for a long time. Meanwhile, Lan Bing's icy eyes flickered with a strange light as she stared intently at Li Fan. Qing Wan remained silent, staring at Li Fan. In the deep pool, Li Fan's small figure swam about in the water, his limbs constantly moving. Suddenly, he exerted all his strength and shot toward the five-colored altar. The water in the pool couldn't harm him at all. He moved as freely as a fish in water. Everyone present felt a sense of absurdity. Perhaps following him isn't such a bad idea after all. Qingwan's eyes flickered as she softly uttered those words. What did you say, sister? Have you lost your mind? The bear woman was startled, not expecting Qingwan to suddenly blurt out such words. I agree with the elder sister's viewpoint. Lan Bing nodded, her eyes still fixed on Li Fan swimming in the world within the pond. You. The bear girl looked at her eldest sister and third sister in astonishment. You, second sister, stop always having issues with Li Fan. He might take advantage of you, but it's because you're too reckless. In the end, he didn't do anything wrong. Calm down and think about it. Qingwan's slender fingers gently tapped the bear woman's white forehead. Listening to Qingwan's words, the bear girl quickly understood what she meant. The four women knew each other's temperaments and personalities well, and could even guess each other's thoughts. Li Fan's temperament was so fiery that even the women themselves had nothing to say, and his current display of strength was likely to make all the women take notice. This world is one where the strong reign supreme. The four sisters have trained diligently all this time, fully aware of the advantages and disadvantages of such a situation. If Li Fan is truly as he claims, asking them to protect someone and not harm them in any way. In that case, following Li Fan would not be entirely out of the question. Most importantly, Li Fan is a lone cultivator, which the women find acceptable. Additionally, they instinctively admire and feel drawn to him for having risen from a lone cultivator to such a powerful state, which has led to the current situation. Chapter 75. This is what is known as dominance oozing out. Third sister, I instinctively feel that he's actually a decent person. Bai Suro spoke softly, expressing her instinctive feelings. Watching the three sisters speak, the bear woman glanced at Li Fan swimming in the deep pool and took a deep breath. Alright, following him isn't such a bad idea after all. In the end, the bear woman muttered under her breath. It's just too explicit. She couldn't stop thinking about Li Fan slapping her butt, and it made her grind her teeth in anger. That could be considered her virgin territory, and to lose it in such a situation was enough to make anyone furious. And as they say, women are known for holding grudges, there's no denying that. Seeing the bear woman's embarrassment, the three good friends Qingwan couldn't help but giggle maliciously, leaving the bear woman feeling even more awkward. Oh my goodness, Mr. Li Fan is really something else. Jin Huang was standing not far away, and their words, spoken without any attempt to hide their meaning, were all heard by Jin Huang. The renowned ruler of the four holy cities, whose name alone could send countless warlords and tyrants into a frenzy, had actually decided to follow Li Fan simply because he saw him swimming in the divine soul pool? As for the thoughts of the women, Jin Huang could not possibly have guessed them. In his eyes, the women had simply been dazzled by Li Fan swimming in the divine soul pool, and then, as the saying goes, beauty loves the hero, and that was that. Is this what Li Fan had previously referred to as dominance oozing from every pore? Jin Huang muttered to herself, thinking about whether she should call over her old flame who had always rejected her and demonstrate Li Fan's actions herself. Glancing at the serene soul pool and the golden mercury liquid within, Jin Huang immediately discarded the idea. He still wanted to live a few more years and didn't want to emulate Li Fan's behavior. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles kept rising from the soul pool. He's coming out. Bai Su Ro pointed at the bottom of the pond and said softly. Moments later, Li Fan's figure burst out of the lake, radiant with vitality. Visible to the naked eye, strands of soul pool liquid flowed down his body, dripping into the soul pool and creating ripples. Ha, I finally found it. Li Fan burst into laughter, staring at the small 5-colored altar in his hands. He wasn't dead. Jumping into the soul pool and nothing happened? Pinch me, I must be dreaming. That's the soul pool created by the emperor-level figure, the eternal calamity. I've gone mad. Upon seeing Li Fan's figure, the crowd erupted into chaos from afar. All the cultivators had their eyes wide open, their heads spinning in disbelief, as if they had never awakened from a dream. Congratulations, Lord Li Fan. With this, you can return to the North Star. Jin Huang stepped forward to offer her congratulations, her eyes filled with admiration. In the short time she had spent with Li Fan, she felt as though she had lived a lifetime. Every action Li Fan took left her in awe, making her truly understand the meaning of the saying, there are always people more talented than you, and there are always skies beyond the skies. Li Fan, my senior brother. The 4 Qinghuan women approached, their graceful figures shrouded in mist, their ethereal robes swaying gently. They moved with the lightness of lotus blossoms, as if they were celestial maidens descended from the heavens, their figures graceful and alluring. We accept your terms and will follow you. Getting straight to the point, Qinghuan stated his intentions directly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's eyes lit up. You agreed so quickly? He was surprised, as he had expected to wait at least a day. After all, 4 women were to accompany a man, and in his previous life, even women took an hour to get ready before going out. Li Fan instinctively thought that such an important matter might take even longer. Yes, but I really hope you can give us 3 days to handle things. Qinghuan nodded, took a deep breath, and said solemnly. Although they had already agreed to follow him, the moment of truth still felt heavy. After all, this meant they would become someone else's subordinates, and their future freedom might be restricted. Oh my goodness. This can't be happening. Our goddess is going to follow that little white tiger? You old fool. No. The sound of ghostly wails erupted from the distance. A group of cultivators overheard Li Fan and the others' conversation, and one by one, they seemed to have lost their minds, screaming wildly with voices so piercing they sounded like someone had been brutally attacked. At the wails of the scattered cultivators, Jin Huang remained speechless, and Li Fan was also at a loss for words. All right. Li Fan listened to Qinghuan's words and nodded. Since he had already obtained the 5-colored altar, leaving was simple. There's no need for you to be so solemn. Following me isn't like leading sheep to the slaughterhouse. Seeing the bear woman as disgusted expression and the 3 women as solemn expressions, Li Fan almost thought he had raped them. Here, take this divine herb. As for your choice of name for me, Li Fan is acceptable. I do not place importance on titles. What matters is that you treat the person I mention with genuine sincerity when the time comes. Li Fan spoke as he took out a multicolored fruit. In an instant, the space erupted, and spiritual energy surged wildly. The fruit seemed to have a sentient being within it, breathing in and out spiritual energy. Do you really trust us that much? Qinghuan didn't take Li Fan's divine medicine but looked at Li Fan and said, You are already my people. Why would I not trust you? Li Fan waved his hand dismissively, then tossed the divine medicine to the 4 women as if they were mere blades of grass. Watching Li Fan's decisive and direct actions, the 4 women's eyes sparkled, and their faces radiated beauty. Even the bear-like woman who had previously disliked Li Fan softened her demeanor, feeling a newfound respect for him. I'll be here for the next 3 days. Once you're ready, come find me here. After saying this, Li Fan waved his hand again, then sat down on the ground with a thud and began fiddling with the small 5-colored altar. Seeing this, the 4 women nodded and left. The numerous wandering cultivators, under the strict orders of the 4 women, were not allowed to enter this ancient site. In fact, they were even forbidden from revealing anything they had seen or heard today. Although the 4 women knew that such an order was unlikely to be strictly enforced, they believed that delaying the spread of today's events to the outside world, even by a little, was better than letting it happen sooner. After agreeing to follow Li Fan, they began to fulfill their duties diligently. Li Fan possessed a precious treasure, and the speculation that it was a divine herb was not to be disclosed under any circumstances. They did not want anyone to find out, as this would be detrimental to Li Fan. Additionally, they had numerous suitors, and if their suitors from the outside world were to find out, it could easily lead to hostility toward Li Fan. Anything that could harm Li Fan, they must do their utmost to prevent. Chapter 76, The Ferry Boat Has Arrived. 3 days later. The ancient cave was silent, and a 100-foot waterfall plunged down, pouring forth with a sound like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Li Fan had barely moved in the past 3 days, spending all his time tinkering with the 5-colored altar. By his side, Jin Huang was also assisting with the research. He was actually curious to see what star domain traversal was like, as it might be beneficial for his future cultivation. As for the idea of following Li Fan, Jin Huang had never considered it. From start to finish, Jin Huang had never considered this. After all, he was the master of Taming Mountain, ruling over boundless lands. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Such words were precisely suited to him, and besides, Taming Mountain had nurtured him, he could never leave. You have arrived. Li Fan looked up and toward the entrance. 4 graceful figures entered together. Yes. Bai Su Ro responded gently. Over the past 3 days, although they claimed to be handling matters related to the 4 holy cities, in reality, there was no need for them to exert much effort. In the 3 days, the 4 of them only returned occasionally. Through repeated interactions, although they couldn't truly open up to Li Fan, they had at least become friends. Lord Li Fan, now that you are leaving, who knows when we will meet again? Perhaps we will never meet again. Jin Huang sighed deeply, a look of sorrow on her face. He actually still hoped that Li Fan would stay in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Given Li Fan's terrifying power, aside from the extreme Dao Emperor's forces, who else could balance him? Even without using the Emperor's weapons, who could possibly check him? As long as Li Fan is there, he has a strong foundation to rely on. This is a towering tree, it's best to have something to lean on. We will meet again. I will definitely come back in the future. Li Fan smiled broadly, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable expression. The 9 heavens and 10 earths harbored many hidden places and profound mysteries, rivaling the Northern Dipper in their complexity. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaonuan wasn't by his side and he was in a hurry to return, he would have definitely stayed behind to explore further. Little colored tiger, aren't you planning to stay a little longer? Over the past 2 days, the divine mechanic has predicted that a new batch of yin-yang ships will soon emerge from the depths of the ancient corpse land. The bear woman spoke boldly, her eyes sparkling with lingering affection as she spoke. In the end, she couldn't bear to part with him. Women are emotional creatures, even demonesses are no exception. Jin Huang listened to the bear woman's words, her lips twitching slightly. Every time she heard him, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. He always referred to Li Fan as Sir, while the bear woman called him Little Colorful Tiger. Though it wasn't a flattering nickname, it did reflect their equal standing as peers. This made Jin Huang feel frustrated. It seemed like she was being treated as a lower-ranked peer, and what was worse, Li Fan didn't seem to mind the nickname. Or perhaps he didn't get angry at such insults? This made Jin Huang admire Li Fan's good temper. If someone had called him a pervert or insulted him like that, he would have lost his temper long ago. The mission has begun. It's a medium-sized task, the Tiangusher D Yuming ship mission. Start by heading to any Yuming ship. As the bear woman's voice echoed, a cold system tone immediately followed. Listening to the task assigned by the system in his mind, Li Fan's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. A medium-sized task? This was the first time he had ever heard the system assign such a task. It seemed that none of the tasks he had completed before had been medium-sized. Interesting, but... Li Fan muttered to himself, then sighed. He couldn't go. Let's go to the Big Dipper star domain. Li Fan stood up, took out countless divine sources, and placed them all on the small 5-colored altar without flinching. The small altar glowed brightly and absorbed all the divine sources, like a bottomless pit. Seeing the vast amount of divine essence, even the golden phoenix and the 4 holy demon maidens couldn't help but flicker their eyelids in astonishment. What a fortune! Wow! That was everyone's first thought. If they were in his place, they would probably feel the pain for a long time and never be able to do it like Li Fan. It was as if he were pouring water, pouring the divine energy from the void into the 5-colored small altar. Under Li Fan's extravagant and reckless approach, the 5-colored small altar soon stopped absorbing divine energy. Each cross-domain star realm required an unimaginable amount of divine energy. If Li Fan hadn't dug up the primordial ancient mine earlier, there wouldn't have been enough divine energy to begin with. The surface of the 5-colored altar shimmered with flowing light, suspended in the void like an imperial seal of the highest rank, made of jade and emerald, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. Upon seeing this, Li Fan smiled. Everything was ready, and they could return to Beidou. Let's go. Li Fan spoke softly, unaware that the women had already followed him, ready to step into the spatial gate and leave the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Additional reminder to the host, during the completion of this medium-sized task, Xiaonuan Nuan will not encounter any issues. The cold, mechanical system voice echoed in her mind. Li Fan froze instantly, his body, which had been about to take a step forward, came to a sudden halt. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan turned to face Qing Luan and the others, who were all looking at him with confusion. He smiled broadly and spoke. Why don't we go back a little later? Everyone fell silent for a moment. Little rogue, what are you doing? I've already prepared myself to leave my hometown, and now you're telling me to wait longer? The bear girl blurted out, shouting angrily. She glared at Li Fan, her eyes filled with reproach, which only served to highlight her graceful figure, giving her an otherworldly aura. However, despite her words, her eyes betrayed her, revealing her surprise. At least she could stay a little longer. It wasn't just her. Qinghuan and the others also looked more delighted than surprised. Compared to the surprise of the bear women and the others, Jinhuan was more surprised and confused. Then he suddenly remembered what the bear woman had said earlier.
Lord Li Fan, are you planning to go to the ancient tomb of the dead to investigate the ghost ship?
Upon hearing this, Qinghuan and the other four snapped out of their excitement.
I plan to board the underworld ship and take a look.
Li Fan nodded and said softly. Everyone looked at Li Fan as if he were a madman.
Head to the underworld ship? Are you going to board the underworld ship? No way, you're crazy. Do you want to die?
The bear woman shouted. I'm not crazy, don't make such a fuss, or I'll hit you. Li Fan had developed immunity to the bear woman's temper. He raised his eyebrows slightly and, as he spoke, his gaze lingered on the bear woman's ample bosom. Seeing Li Fan's gaze, the bear woman was speechless.
Sure enough, he's a little pervert.
The bear girl muttered, but this time she didn't say anything else, clearly afraid that Li Fan would do that again.
Chapter 77, The Major Factions Carry the Coffin.
Li Fan, I know you previously ventured deep into the ancient burial ground and returned safely. However, this time, the underworld ship is infinitely more terrifying than anything you encountered before.
Qinghuan furrowed her brows and gently parted her lips.
Over the past 3 days, they had finally heard news about Li Fan. He had safely made his way to the Tiangu corpse ground and survived the attacks of multiple treasure masters without a scratch, demonstrating combat power that was truly terrifying. They had never imagined that this was the work of Jin Huang. They were well aware of her strength, though when she truly unleashed her power, she might surpass any of them individually.
After all, she was the mountain lord of Tianming Mountain, possessing unimaginable depths of cultivation.
However, when it came down to it, they were certain that Jin Huang would surely die if she ventured into the depths of the Tiangujidi. Even the peerless experts of the 9 heavens and 10 earths knew this. The fact that Jin Huang had managed to enter the depths that time was likely due to her connection with that little white tiger. Upon learning of Li Fan's terrifying power, the women couldn't help but sigh in awe. If they hadn't been in seclusion, but instead had remained in the outside world, they likely wouldn't have crossed paths with Li Fan and wouldn't have ended up following him afterward.
The eldest sister was right.
If you, Li Fan, enjoy studying strange things, you shouldn't have gone to the ghost ship. That ship drifted out from the deepest part of the heavenly ancient corpse ground and eventually returns to the deepest depths. Even the great Emperor Wanda would have met his end there. Lan Bing also spoke up. Dressed in an ice crystal fairy dress, she resembled a fairy from the ice, breathtakingly beautiful. Though she was cold and proud, she did not wish to see the man who had saved her sisters go to his death. The ghost ship emerged from the depths of the ancient burial ground. The ship ferries across the river of the dead, said to connect the ancient burial ground to the underworld. It is said to drift out from a river in the underworld, and in every era, there is a chance for the ghost ship to appear. Though the boat appears ordinary, what truly draws crowds is the promise that choosing the right one can grant extended lifespan 10 years, a century, or even a millennium. Each ghost ship that appears is of varying quality, and some may even grant a second chance at life. However, such ships are extremely rare and impossible to discern, as every ship appears identical, leaving no other means of identification. Legend has it that unless you live for countless years, you might be able to figure it out. Such claims are both convincing and baffling. If you can live for countless years, why bother studying the ghostly ships at all? On the surface, these seem like risk-free ventures with only benefits and no drawbacks. However, that's not the case. While boarding a ship that extends one's lifespan is undoubtedly a good thing, those who fail to do so face certain death. There are no exceptions. Therefore, every time such a ship appears, it is only those whose lifespan is nearly exhausted who would risk their lives to board it, along with the Earth zombies from the Tiangujidi, the Treasure Masters, and even the Earth Immortals.
There is absolutely no third category of people who would do so.
No matter how many times you say it, no one would willingly go to their death by boarding the ship with such a short lifespan remaining. In short, no one would risk their life to board the ship. I know my limits, there's no need to worry about me. Li Fan waved his hand. While others found the underworld ship terrifying, Li Fan did not share their fear. After all, Li Qiye, with his cultivation level, had managed to survive it before. Of course, this was just one aspect of it. Ultimately, it was because Li Fan had no fear in his heart. Since he had unlocked the divine treasure of the human body, he had discovered that he no longer knew what fear was. All he felt was an unstoppable drive to charge forward and sweep away everything in his path.
Oh, right, is anyone coming with me?
Li Fan thought of something and spoke up. All he got in response was a bunch of blank stares.
Only a madman would go there to die.
Before he knew it, half a month had passed.
At the ancient burial ground of Tiangu, more and more cultivators were appearing in the ancient city of Tiangu. They are all cultivators from major factions, among whom many hidden lineages that have yet to emerge are also making their presence known. Without exception, they all arrived carrying coffins.
Within the coffins lay the ancient sages rumored to have been dead for countless years, as well as the immortal warriors who had lived through one era after another, clinging to life in the depths of the divine source. They have all come here to take a gamble that, if successful, will grant them rebirth in this world, a chance to live another life, an opportunity even the emperor himself may not possess.
Isn't that the heavenly path of the crimson sky? When a golden coffin was carried into the ancient city of Tian, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Upon seeing the golden coffin, a powerful figure was deeply moved. The coffins of the heavenly path have their own rules. Only those who have made immeasurable contributions to the heavenly path or possess the talent to dominate an era can use such a coffin. The last person in the heavenly path to possess such qualities was the venerable master of the void from 30,000 years ago. That is a stone coffin forged from 5-star celestial stones. A coffin was carried in, immediately causing a commotion, and many were moved. Upon seeing the attire of the coffin bearers, many were filled with dread. The Changsheng clan, the Jin family. That's right, only the Jin family could afford such a grand gesture. The stone coffin forged from 5-star celestial stones could almost be used to forge half a legendary holy weapon. Many people gasped in astonishment.
I know who that is, it's Jin Longzi, the 36th direct descendant of the Jin family's matriarch, Jin Taijun.
He must be the one who lived during the Qingdi era.
Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment and was deeply moved. Jin Longzi, once an unparalleled genius during the Qingdi era, was theoretically even older than Qingdi himself. When Qingdi ascended to the throne, Jin Longzi was already over 1,000 years old and had dominated the heroes of the great demon heaven. Later, he was summoned by the Qing emperor and received his recognition, who stated that if it were not for the limitations of his era, had he been born 2,000 years later, he might have become a quasi-emperor. Such an evaluation cannot be described as anything but formidable.
Imokoi Yuan has also arrived.
As a group of figures dressed in black robes carried a wooden coffin, someone revealed their origins.
The magic sunflower garden, a paradise for plant-based creatures.
Within its walls dwell the strongest plant-based beings, with the sunflower clan being the most powerful among them. They reside in the 9 heavens, 10 earths, and 3,000 states, making it one of the farthest regions from the ancient corpse lands. I never expected them all to come. It must have cost a tremendous amount of resources.
I wonder who they are.
It must be another figure capable of shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths.
That's right.
Every time the underworld ship appears, legendary figures from throughout history emerge. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they are, they ultimately cannot escape the ravages of time.
Some have remarked that watching the endless procession of coffins being carried into the ancient city evokes a mix of emotions: loneliness, astonishment, and uproar. Chapter 78, The River of the Underworld Leads to the Underworld. Using wood from the demigod's medicine to make a coffin, how skillful of the heavenly path to have done so. Have you heard? The people of heaven have also appeared, and they are sending a saint slayer to the underworld ship. The people of the Red Dragon clan have also emerged, and they have brought with them that great figure. It's so terrifying that even the current clan leader of the Red Dragon clan is carrying the coffin.
The strongest ancient domain, the purple palace of the 9 heavies clear moon heaven, has also arrived. It is said that those who came this time are not from the purple palace, but its guardian divine beast, an ancient beast that has lived for countless years.
Its combat power is overwhelming, and it has once swallowed 10 half-saints whole. The Su family has also arrived. This is one of their strongest foundations, the Sword King's cavalry.
The once mightiest Sword King's cavalry followed the emperor, sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, conquering a domain. They are carrying the coffin of a truly remarkable figure. That's not a member of the Su family, it's the person who once bestowed great favors upon the Su family and later became their guardian.
Voices echoed through the ancient city of Tiancheng.
Li Fan sat upright on the top of a building, listening to the familiar names being called out, a puzzled expression on his face.
How much longer would this go on?
A soft voice came from Li Fan's mouth.
There was only one day left. The Tianji pavilion had predicted that the timing was precise.
Qing Luan stood beside Li Fan and spoke softly. She wore a white robe that draped her graceful figure, and a fur-lined hat covered her stunning face.
Never mind, let's go back to sleep and stop looking at the dead.
Li Fan smacked his lips, wiggled his little tiger butt, and jumped off the building.
Listening to Li Fan's words, Qing Luan couldn't help but smile wryly.
If anyone else heard that, it would probably cause quite a stir among various factions.
What did he mean by watching a dead person? Did he think they were monkeys to be played with?
The night passed quickly, and the morning sun illuminated the earth. As the day passed, the ghostly boat still had not appeared. As the sun gradually approached its zenith.
Boom, boom, boom.
The earth shook violently, the sky trembled, and the ancient city of Tiancheng swayed as if a massive earthquake were approaching. In the distance, the ancient burial ground of the heavens was shrouded in strange phenomena. A scroll of the celestial river poured down from the 9 heavens, plunging into the ancient burial ground. Instantly, mournful music echoed throughout the ancient burial ground, its sorrowful melody bringing tears to the eyes and casting a gloomy shadow over the hearts of all who heard it. At the end of the river, countless paper offerings dance in the sky, while ancient people dressed in white mourn, singing funeral songs as if paying homage to a divine king. Celestial beings descend to bury the departed, and heavenly beings accompany them on their final journey. At this moment, the ancient land of the celestial corpses resembled the underworld, as the ancestors sent the true deity to be buried in the underworld, to rest and find eternal peace. The river of the dead appears, and the ferry to the underworld is not far away. Faced with such an extraordinary celestial phenomenon, no one could remain calm. All were struck with fear. Could the legend be true? Could the depths of the ancient burial ground be the true underworld, the same as the underworld of mythical times? Someone muttered in a daze. Is that the river Styx? Li Fan's figure appeared, standing tall on the city wall. He raised his head to look up at the sky and murmured softly. At that moment, in the ancient burial ground, pairs of tightly closed eyes opened. Whether it was a feng shui treasure spot or a dragon's lair, there were pairs of eyes flickering with bloodlight opening and closing. In the distant, unknown depths, lie even more terrifying earth spirits. They are invincible beings, their eyes like two blood-red moons, gazing directly at the end of the river of the dead, as if trying to pierce the veil behind this strange phenomenon and uncover the true reality. Whispered words, shrouded in mystery, echoed from their lips, unable to be spoken, lingering in the air around them. There it was, an ancient miracle. Ah, it has appeared again. Has another era slipped away unnoticed? Should I go, or should I not? In this lifetime, there is the secret to becoming an immortal, the burial of the Emperor Star and the flying immortal star. Perhaps it's worth taking a chance. At the same time, the mindless earth corpses in the ancient burial ground all raised their heads to gaze at the sky, their empty eyes fixed on the river of the dead, with faint glimmers of light flickering within. In that moment, it seemed as though they too had come to understand something. Pop! The ancient burial ground's earth cracked open, and corpses emerged from the ground. In the ancient caves of the mountains and forests, and the deep pools of the great rivers, corpses crawled out, heading toward the river of the dead. Though they had lost their minds, their instincts drove them toward the river of the dead. The earth corpses moved, constantly gathering together. A tidal wave of corpse energy rolled like smoke, thick and terrifying, faintly rising into the sky and transforming into the most terrifying clouds of smoke. Anyone who came into contact with them turned into one of them. Creak, creak. The sound of coffin wheels grinding echoed, revealing the feng shui treasure site of the treasure master and the dragon's lair of the earth deity. The coffin was opened without resistance, and they stood up, their eyes glowing with bloodlight as they gazed into the river of the dead. Whether in valleys, on cliff peaks, or in the depths of rivers and lakes, ancient coffins lie scattered, their occupants having lifted the lids and risen to their feet. The scene resembles a chaos of the dead. Should anyone venture deep enough to witness the sight, they would likely be terrified into unconsciousness. Deep within the ancient burial ground, atop a peak resembling a qilin, stands a towering figure. Shrouded in swirling clouds, a pair of blood-red eyes can be faintly discerned. He wears a cloak-like robe. In that very moment, a vertical eye opened between his eyebrows. What kind of eyes were those? They contained the collapse of the universe, the destruction and rebirth of heaven and earth, the chaotic flow of the five elements, and in the next second, they returned to a state of calm and tranquility, with clear, serene pupils. The time has not yet come. A voice echoed, as if ancient words had traversed time and space, resonating through the ages and reverberating in the present. After uttering these words, the figure lay back down, and everything was once again calm. In the deeper regions, two figures stood tall, a man and a woman, neither standing on the coffin nor beneath the serene sky, but calmly positioned in the depths of the ancient burial ground. Another cycle begins, a path of error, tragic and lamentable. The man spoke. He wore plain, ordinary clothes, yet his features were strikingly handsome. Even the simplest attire could not conceal his air of mystery and world-weariness. Others say that the path to the underworld is indeed intriguing, though it is nominally part of the underworld. Even those who attain enlightenment will perish there. What of an emperor? What of an immortal? The clear, bell-like voice of a woman echoed through the air. She stood there, shrouded in mist, her beauty unmatched in the world. The two gazed at the river of the dead for a moment, then sighed softly. The woman spoke. Go back and continue sleeping through one cycle after another. Chapter 79, Preparing to board the ship. Upon hearing this, the young man remained silent for a long time, gazing at the river of the dead. Finally, he spoke. Take another look at that path. Even we wouldn't dare to touch it. I was just wondering what it would be like. A sudden gust of wind swept over the spot where the two stood, stirring the mist and obscuring their figures, leaving them shrouded in haze. Only those words echoed in the air. At the same time, countless figures stirred in the ancient burial ground. Some treasure masters and earth immortals set off for the ferry crossing, but most chose to remain where they were. What does boarding the underworld ship signify? These old demons knew better than anyone else. It was like being buried, except instead of being laid to rest in a feng shui blessed site, one was being buried on a ship. If you're buried correctly, there's a chance of resurrection. At best, you might gain 10 more years of life, and at worst, you could be reborn into a new life. However, such opportunities are extremely rare. Out of tens of thousands of underworld ships, only a handful offer the chance of extended life, and some even speculate that the number doesn't exceed 3. Among these, only 3 cases of rebirth have been recorded throughout history. Such a ratio is utterly despairing. A failed choice means permanent transformation into a corpse of the earth, or even immediate death. Who would dare to gamble on such odds, even if it meant being buried in a feng shui-blessed location? At that moment, the crowd surged forward. At the end of the river Styx, there was already a sea of people, both living and dead. The living gather near the ancient city of Tian, while the dead gather near the ancient graveyard of Tian. They do not crowd together, and the corpses on the ground show no signs of attacking the living, as if they are waiting for something.
That is the ancestor. He is the 8th generation peak master of our Tianma peak, Yuan Dao ancestor.
A high-ranking elder of an ancient sect, upon seeing someone sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak, couldn't help but be deeply moved.
That was their founding ancestor, once a legendary figure who had once ruled the heavens and earth with unmatched power and authority. Yuan Dao, the founder, I am from Tianma Peak.
The venerable elder's face was filled with excitement, and he wanted to rush into the mountain peak to pay homage to the ancestor.
With a loud bang, the man was sent flying backward. Life and death are different. Go back.
The treasure master kept his eyes tightly closed, facing the river of the dead, never once glancing at the supreme elder.
Upon hearing this, the supreme elder was struck as if by lightning, his body trembling.
He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Finally, his expression grew somber, and he walked back to his own camp with a look of disappointment. Many people witnessed this scene and were deeply moved. To encounter an ancestor yet be unable to approach them was a feeling that defied words. Entering the ancient land of the celestial corpses, from that day forward, life and death took separate paths. An elderly man of great influence muttered to himself, his mind elsewhere.
Is there no other possibility?
A female disciple of that faction asked how painful it must be to have one's ancestors right before one's eyes yet be unable to recognize them. The ancient old man, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and ruffled the young girl's hair. There was no possibility of meeting again except through ancient rituals. It had been said that once one entered the ancient burial ground, they were no longer considered living beings. Whether demon clan, human clan, or ancient clan, they were all the same, they no longer belonged to this world. It seemed as though he had fallen into a trance, lost in his memories. In the mythical age, there were ancient texts that referred to those buried in the ancient burial grounds as small burial attendants.
Little burial masters? Are there also great burial masters?
The young girl was stunned.
I don't understand this. Perhaps there is another reason. The old man shook his head, not fully understanding either. He had only seen it in an ancient text long ago, and it had shocked him so much that he couldn't snap out of it for a long time. It wasn't until someone called out to him that he finally came to his senses. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled and whistled, buzzing in waves, sounding as if divine beings were riding the wind, creating waves that rose and fell, mysterious to the extreme. The ghost ship. The first ghost ship emerged from the river Styx, and in an instant, everyone erupted into chaos. Whether they were mortals or the living, everyone was restless, as the treasure masters and earth immortals opened their eyes to watch the underworld ships drifting out. Hoo-oo.
The ghostly boat emerged silently from the river of the dead, its entire body pitch black, appearing slowly and resembling a ghost ship. Whoosh! The first to act were the earth zombies. In the blink of an eye, countless earth zombies swarmed forward, their terror reaching the heavens, forming a black dragon-like mass. Amidst the overwhelming stench of death, they shook the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, all the earth zombies began to fight for the ship, unleashing their magical treasures to slaughter everyone trying to seize the underworld ship. Kill! Even those still alive couldn't resist any longer, rushing forward to fight for a ship for their sect's ancestral master. Even more astonishingly, ancient coffins rose into the air on their own, striking a ship being fought over by a crowd of corpses, their divine might shaking the heavens and the earth.
Boom! Boom! With the treasure master intervening, his dual pupils opened and closed, engulfing the sky in a blood-red glow, an utterly terrifying sight.
A supreme divine tower appeared, domineering beyond compare, crushing thousands of earth zombies. It was an earth immortal who had intervened. He was ethereal and peerless, ascending to the heavens in a single step. He laid himself to rest, listening to his own funeral dirge, his heart set on immortality, and so shall I be eternal.
Faint words echo across the heavens, revealing the invincible form of the earth immortal.
He truly lived up to his reputation as the once invincible figure. So powerful that the heavens and earth trembled, no one could stand in his way. In an instant, he was already approaching a ghostly ship.
Amit Ba Buddha.
The sound of the Buddha's voice echoes through the heavens, and rays of light fill the sky. A golden ancient coffin was opened, carried by a group of Buddhist monks. The coffin swung open, and a golden figure burst forth, charging directly toward the earth immortal.
It was the invincible holy Buddha of the ancient monk lineage.
I knew who he was, the ancient Buddha of Kalyan, who had slain a great sage. Some people looked on in awe at the figure who had struck down the earth immortal.
A great sage.
The ancient monk's lineage is terrifying beyond compare, having produced not just one great emperor.
This lineage is truly terrifying.
Watching the ancient Buddha of Kalyan fighting the earth immortal until the heavens shook and the earth split apart, some people's hearts trembled as they murmured in awe. The Buddhist and Taoist traditions, the most mysterious schools of thought in this world, had once fallen into decline, nearly forgotten by all.
Yet under the guidance of the great Emperor Amitabha, this ancient tradition has been revitalized with new brilliance. At first, no one knew about the Buddhist and Taoist traditions, believing them to be an infinite tradition created by the great Emperor Amitabha Buddha. However, over the long years, and through the teachings of the great Emperor Amitabha Buddha's disciples, the world came to understand that the Buddhist and Taoist traditions were not the teachings of this age. It had already existed long before the chaotic ancient times, existing in another form of invincible existence. It was Amitabha Buddha who revived it and revealed that there had been more than one great emperor in the Buddhist and Taoist traditions, and he was merely one of them. I should go now. Wait for me to return. Li Fan looked at the underworld river, where the battle was raging so fiercely that the heavens seemed to collapse, then turned around and said a sentence to those behind him. He stood up like a human being, bending his legs. Boom!
The ancient city walls of Tianchang, which had stood for countless years, collapsed with a thunderous crash, their remains shooting out like cannonballs.
Wow!
The sudden collapse of the city walls caused people to curse loudly as they fell from above.
Chapter 80, is this guy a psychopath? At this moment,
the battle for spots on the underworld ship has reached a fever pitch, with more and more people joining in, fighting until the sky and earth grow dark.
Boom! The deafening roar echoed endlessly as countless divine artifacts shot into the sky.
One by one, those who had been sealed away in the dust-covered divine sources emerged from ancient coffins, revealing an unimaginable terror. The 8 divine demon spiders, the ancient Demon Ox clan's divine king, the Daotong elder, Ning Shinsu, the rainbow dragon great sage, and the western heaven Buddha demon Taoist. Looking at these immortal beings, once invincible figures who once roamed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, even the immortal beings of this era paled in comparison. This world is truly shrouded in mystery.
Without exception, these figures were once invincible beings.
Yet they also share a common trait, or perhaps most of them have one thing in common: they all suffer from hidden ailments. It is precisely because they are afflicted by these hidden ailments that they have come to vie for the underworld ship, seeking that sliver of hope for survival. Otherwise, these figures might have remained quietly within the divine source.
Boom! Damn it! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention.
There were many booms, but this particular one immediately drew the attention of many people because it came from the ancient city of Tianchang, where the city walls that had stood for countless years had collapsed. At the same time, some people cursed angrily, nearly losing their balance and falling to the ground, only to be flung into the air, continuing to curse furiously. In the air, the 4 bear women were speechless, while the golden phoenix on the other side couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth.
Is this even humanly possible?
A city wall that had stood for centuries collapsed like this, and even the bear woman couldn't help but hold her forehead.
Who on earth are we following? At that very moment, someone exclaimed. Look over there, he did it.
Those who had been standing on the city walls pointed to a white figure in the sky and said.
Li Fan's small figure appeared, like a cannonball heading toward an ancient ship. Where did this little brat come from? Get lost.
Those who were helping the old ancestor with the major sect, hearing the whistling sound behind them, saw Li Fan's white tiger figure darting toward them, and spoke coldly. Their eyes were bloodshot with murder, and their divine swords slashed through the air, aiming to kill Li Fan.
Boom!
Li Fan said nothing, and a palm strike erupted from the void.
A deafening explosion erupted before his palm, overwhelming in its power.
After the blast, everyone in front who was fighting over the underworld ship was blown to pieces. Whether they were immortal beings who had dominated an era or the once mighty treasure lords who had ruled over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, none were left standing, all were reduced to bones in an instant.
Am I dreaming?
Li Fan's fierce and domineering nature, along with his astonishing battle record, left everyone gasping in awe. Even the immortals in the distance, who were fighting over the underworld ship, felt a chill run down their spines.
Who was this person? He was simply too powerful to be believed. Who is he?
Someone from the Su family stood there dumbfounded, muttering to himself. It was him, the demonic clan warrior who had ventured deep into the ancient corpse-filled ruins half a month ago.
Finally, someone recognized Li Fan's origins and exclaimed in astonishment. This ship is mine. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will die.
Li Fan spoke with authority, his seemingly small stature commanding respect in that moment. Just moments ago, his single strike had sent countless hearts racing with fear. The terror was beyond description, with no fewer than 10 treasure masters falling directly under his blows, and even earth immortals were no match for him.
Whoosh!
As he finished speaking, Li Fan stepped into the void, and his figure shot out once more.
He was so certain about that it must be the that extends one's lifespan.
Someone shouted loudly, their voice booming like thunder across the sky. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Looking at the man who had spoken, everyone knew that he belonged to the same faction as the old man who had just been killed by Li Fan. It was clear that he was merely inciting the crowd. But what could they do? Those vying for the underworld ship were desperate souls on the brink of death, willing to risk everything for a chance at fate. Even the slightest glimmer of hope, no matter how faint, was enough to stir their hearts. A large number of shadows were cast onto Li Fan's location. A divine tower shrouded in divine light shot down from the sky, shattering vast swaths of space and showering countless rays of light. Its weight, as heavy as 10,000 June, crushed the heavens and earth. The Dharma is boundless, reincarnation leads to ultimate bliss. At that very moment, a vast chorus of voices resounded, resembling the chanting of 3,000 ancient Buddhas, echoing throughout the universe. Not only these two places, but many others also took action. Huge dragon claws tore through the void, arriving with overwhelming force. The claws were intertwined with patterns of divine order, projecting toward the sky. Gale-like winds swirled, and thunderous roars shook the heavens. It was the earth immortal holding the divine tower and the ancient Buddha of the Blue Lotus, who had attacked the little white tiger. The 8 divine demon spiders, the ancient demon ox clan god king, the rainbow dragon great sage, and the western heaven Buddha demon Taoist all intervened. I know who the divine tower immortal is. He was once an unparalleled genius of the Immortal Academy, the Li Guangwang who fought on the ancient path of the human race. Everyone who witnessed this scene turned pale without exception. This was a decisive battle. One by one, peerless figures stepped forward, their attacks converging, shaking the heavens and the 6 realms. Their might was sufficient to slay all the gods. This was a decisive battle. One after another, invincible figures struck, their attacks converging to shake the heavens and earth, their power capable of slaying gods. Trouble! Li Fan is in danger. Bai Su Ro said anxiously. The other 3 women were the same, each tightly furrowing their delicate brows, adding a unique beauty to their faces hidden beneath the veil. Lord Li Fan is invincible, nothing will happen to him. Jin Huang, however, showed no signs of worry, merely uttering a casual remark. Li Fan struck again with his palm. Boom! The heavens split open, and whirlwinds swept across the 8 corners of the world. A vast expanse of void transformed into a pitch-black black hole. Everything within the palm, whether divine towers, furious guns, or the power of wind and thunder, dissolved into nothingness. The palm wind swept forward with terrifying force, relentlessly engulfing everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, the earth immortals and the ancient Buddha of the Blue Lotus were all reduced to clouds of smoke and ashes. The residual might of his domineering palm strike continued to spread, causing those engaged in battle in the distance to spit blood, while those closer were caught in the aftermath, turning into dust along with the others. The sheer power was utterly overwhelming. Watching this unfold, countless onlookers sucked in their breath, one after another. This unknown white tiger demon was terrifying. After obliterating 10 treasure masters with a single palm strike, it then obliterated 2 earth immortals with another palm strike, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. This is insane. A cultivator uttered these 3 words. Upon hearing these 3 words, many people instinctively nodded in agreement. Looking at the huge hole torn open by Tianyu that day, a faint tiger paw print could be discerned, leading even more people to agree that this sudden intervening white tiger was undoubtedly a game-changing entity. Chapter 81, What the hell is this guy doing? As Li Fan struck out with his palm, his body did not pause as he landed on the ghostly ship. He stood there like a human being, tilting his head slightly as he looked at the pitch-black void hole, looking puzzled. I didn't just say I wanted this ship. Why did you have to come over here and risk your life? Li Fan looked completely baffled and shrugged his shoulders. Listening to Li Fan's words, everyone was speechless. Is this guy just showing off? The fellow disciples who had been killed by Li Fan looked at him with such hatred that they wanted to kill him, but the terror and brutality he had just displayed had already terrified them. In truth, this wasn't Li Fan putting on a show he genuinely didn't understand. He had already taken action to intimidate them, so why were they all rushing forward to their deaths? At the end of the day, Li Fan isn't someone on the brink of death. The desperate desire to survive is enough to make even the strongest lose their senses. I'll be back in a while. You can go back now, there's no need to wait here for me. Li Fan spoke softly, addressing the air in front of him. Everyone knew that Li Fan was speaking to certain people, not wanting them to reveal themselves. We will wait for you to return. We hope you come back. We sisters do not wish to owe you this favor. Xinghuan spoke softly, gazing at Li Fan's ghostly ship and murmuring to herself. You pervert, don't you dare die in there. I'll curse you to death if you do. The bear woman also spoke up, whispering softly. Although she was cursing Li Fan with her words, she was still worried about him. After all, Li Fan was the savior of her sisters, and she wasn't the kind of person who would wish harm upon someone who had saved her life. Mr. Li Fan must return victorious. Jin Huang also whispered, knowing that Li Fan could certainly hear them. As if sensing something, Li Fan grinned, revealing his small fangs, and then he entered without hesitation. No one dared to approach his boat. Smooth sailing ahead. Bai Su Ro and the others whispered softly, then turned around and prepared to leave. Li Fan's actions naturally drew the attention of many people, making him the center of attention. That demonic creature had thick vital energy and a life force as vast as the ocean. It was clearly not about to die, as there was no refers to the foul odor and decay associated with the death of a creature. Why did it board the ship? A senior state advisor from a major kingdom couldn't help but stare in astonishment as Li Fan boarded the underworld ship.
It wasn't just him, everyone else was the same. This person isn't choosing a ship for his ancestors, but for himself? At that moment, countless people were stunned. Originally, no one had thought that Li Fan was competing for the ship to board it. It was likely that he was simply clearing the way for his ancestors. Yet, unexpectedly, he was choosing a funeral ship for himself. Another arrogant individual. Someone shook their head. Even worse, those who had been offended by Li Fan were secretly delighted, thinking, this guy is asking for trouble. Such incidents have occurred throughout history. In fact, there have been many instances where powerful individuals, believing themselves invincible, boarded the ship to uncover its secrets, only to meet a fate that was all too predictable. Unless one boards the ship of life, no one can return alive. The underworld ship gradually disappeared shortly thereafter, and everyone evacuated. The underworld ships of this era would no longer appear, and only by entering the Tiangu corpse ground at this time would one be safe. Now that the underworld ship had vanished, those who remained would be killed by the earth corpses of the Tiangu corpse ground. Of course, some people still wanted to make a fortune afterward by digging up the tombs of the great warriors. It could be said that the great battle was still ongoing. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and many survivors were desperately trying to explore the newly discovered ancient burial ground before it had a chance to recover its vitality. Li Fan, who had boarded the underworld ship, was unaware of this and had no intention of getting involved. This place is truly... Li Fan was speechless. The ship's cabin was completely empty, dark and gloomy, resembling a place of the dead. With a sweep of his large hand, a small, custom-made chair and table appeared, adorned with an array of exotic fruits. This is boring. Let's eat outside so we can see what's going on.
Li Fan looked around at the pitch-black surroundings and thought to himself. Thinking quickly, Li Fan sprang into action, pushing open the cabin door and carrying the table and chairs out.
What is he doing?
Not a single living soul on these 10,000 ghost ships had fallen asleep. They too were observing their surroundings, and many were watching Li Fan's ghost ship, for they wanted to know if this man could explore the river of the dead and uncover its secrets. However, upon seeing Li Fan's actions, everyone was stunned. Li Fan, with his tiny body no longer than a foot, moved the table and chairs around like a human being, chose a spot, and sat down to eat with such composure that he seemed to be enjoying a sightseeing tour.
Wow! Even some old monsters with a steady disposition couldn't help but be left speechless by Li Fan. Does this guy think the river of the dead is a pleasure boat? This is the river of the dead, for heaven's sake. Too bad they didn't come along. Otherwise, they could have massaged my shoulders while watching the river Styx flow by. That would have been perfect.
Li Fan muttered, crunching on a crispy spirit fruit. The old men watching Li Fan were speechless.
Did he really think this was a pleasure boat?
After observing for some time and seeing that Li Fan made no moves, everyone could only eat and drink there, occasionally making snide remarks. Everyone held back their urge to curse and turned away from Li Fan, focusing instead on their surroundings. Outside, people had always believed that the ghost ship was a vessel leading to the depths of the ancient burial ground, the so-called underworld. However, no one knew exactly where it was, not even those who had boarded the ship. A mysterious force causes everyone to forget everything. Mortals know nothing of this, but once upon a time, a great emperor also boarded the ship of the underworld. In the end, even that great emperor forgot everything, drifted aimlessly away from the river of the dead, and inexplicably gained a portion of his lifespan.
This left the great emperor trembling with fear. The unknown is truly terrifying.
Even emperors are human, and they too tremble with dread. No one knows how long they drifted.
Suddenly,
the river of the underworld split into two paths. The ghostly boats that had remained motionless began to glow with mysterious patterns, as if they were alive, slowly flowing across the surface of the boats like human veins.
What is happening? Everyone was startled. The appearance of this side road made some feel uneasy.
The sound of thunderous rumbling echoed through the air.
The two forks in the road were very distinctive.
One exudes a majestic and mysterious energy, an immortal aura as vast as the universe, with strands as heavy as countless mountains and rivers, causing even enlightened beings to be moved upon sight.
A quiet and profound energy, as if leading to the legendary underworld, silent and still.
The boats, adorned with mysterious patterns, began to veer off course, heading toward the tranquil river of the dead. The ships without patterns head toward another path.
Chapter 82, The End of the River Styx. What on earth is going on here? Some people are uneasy.
In the blink of an eye, everyone on the 10,000 ships felt uneasy. However, they remained motionless, continuing to wait in silence, eager to see what was happening.
Boom!
The boats separated, and a dozen or so boats without any mysterious patterns headed toward the quiet, mysterious river.
Oh no!
Seeing this scene, those on their own ships who had no markings trembled in fear. Even now, they still couldn't understand how they had become the little darlings. Throughout history, there had only been a handful of ships that could extend one's lifespan, and the most there had ever been was just over a dozen. Now that patterns are appearing and branches are forming, it's easy to imagine what that signifies. Hurry up! At this moment, everyone who hadn't boarded the right ship was restless. However, the next second, they were stunned. An invisible force locked them in place, and a colossal power trapped them, preventing them from crossing over to the other side of the river Styx. No, open it. I'm invincible in the 9 heavens, why? Countless martial arts techniques erupted from their hands. They looked like madmen, with disheveled hair, fierce expressions, and bloodthirsty eyes, each one acting as if they had lost their minds. No one wanted to die like this. They desperately tried to break free from the underworld ship, their bloodshot eyes glowing with an insatiable thirst for blood. On this vast and arduous path of cultivation, can one truly attain eternal life? Those who boarded the ship felt joy in their hearts, but upon seeing the mad old immortals, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the hare and the fox. If they were to switch places with them now, wouldn't they be in the same situation? That demon was also over there. At that moment, someone looked toward the Milky Way-like path leading to the celestial realm of the gods. Li Fan remained the calmest, showing no signs of fear toward death. Why was he so calm? Li Fan's composure caught the attention of many people. Amidst the chaos and madness of the crowd, Li Fan remained a detached observer, showing no signs of worry. His mind was as calm as still water. The medium-sized mission had begun, and the first step was to board the ghost ship. The moment he entered the passage, a cold voice echoed in his mind. The next mission, head to the end. There are also consecutive tasks. Is this what they call a medium-sized task? Several tasks connected together to form a larger task? Li Fan listened to the sounds in his mind, his expression flickering, and murmured to himself. Ah, I don't want to die. Countless cries of sorrow rang out, moving everyone to tears. These once unbeatable figures of their time could not escape the fear of death. They had lived too long, causing them to forget their former invincibility. The divine light shines, and at the end of that path, a brilliant glow emerges, washing over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone is enveloped in the radiance, like a tidal wave engulfing their bodies. In an instant, their anger vanished, replaced by surprise. I felt it, my vitality surged, as if I possessed boundless strength. It feels as though I could live for millions of years without dying. At that moment, those ancient beings who had once been filled with anger and madness were all calm, filled with astonishment. The mist that drifted from the end, and the light it emitted, were too mysterious, granting them immortality. Ha! What's going on? Could it be that we boarded the wrong ship? Watching the changes in the other river Styx, many people were stunned. However, in that very moment, the ghostly boats on this path rose up, adorned with mysterious patterns resembling the divine markings of heaven and earth. They emitted a golden glow, pulsating like a living entity, inhaling and exhaling, absorbing the light and energy from the distance. Visible to the naked eye, strands of light flew out from the golden river, entering the ships in varying quantities, some more, some less. All of this. Those on the ghost ship were unaware that a mysterious force had caused them to fall into a deep sleep, irresistible, their consciousness plunging into a state of. The two paths finally diverged, and the two sides would never meet again. Those on the Golden River path knew nothing of the abnormalities on the other path. At that moment, they were filled with joy, feeling as though they had an endless supply of life, their lifespans vast as the ocean. Suddenly, their joy was short-lived as the phenomenon changed abruptly. The Golden River trembled, casting down strands of light that transformed into divine might, forming a terrifying phenomenon. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and blood rained down in torrents, creating a scene of utter terror, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. A strand of light descends, shattering the ghostly ship in an instant. The earthen corpses aboard are reduced to dust before the eyes of the crowd. As if triggering a fuse, more and more rays of light descended, each one capable of shattering a ghostly ship into dust. Those aboard were utterly powerless to resist. Or rather, the weak were instantly reduced to a blood mist, while the strong managed to hold on for a moment before following suit and turning into a blood mist as well. Swirls of crimson blood mist bloom on this river of blood, staining the river's surface red. Heaven is wronging me. An old man, desperate and filled with grief and anger, roars loudly, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, people could finally escape the ship of the underworld. Hurry forward. There may be hope at the end. Everyone is desperately fleeing the ghost ship, rushing toward the dazzling light at the end. Rays of light grew more numerous, eventually forming a sea of light as vast as a tidal wave. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. At the same time, a creature from the sea of light suddenly leaped up, charging toward the nearest ancient immortal, its blood-red maw wide open. Screams of terror echoed as the ancient immortal was instantly swallowed whole. A once mighty figure who had once ruled the 9 heavens and 10 earths had met his end. What is this? Some old monsters saw this and their expressions changed drastically. It was too sudden. How could there be life in the river of the dead, the place of life and death? It's a fish. The creature revealed itself as a massive fish, dozens of meters long, resembling a small mountain peak, with sharp teeth gleaming coldly. After devouring an ancient immortal, it leaped into the river of the dead and headed toward the nearest person. It was not a true living being, but a creature formed from the light itself. In the end, they were just ancient creatures that had lived for countless years. Soon, someone recognized that this fish was not a living creature.
If it weren't for their formidable expertise, others would have mistaken it long ago. The fish was too lifelike, vividly rendered, and as fierce as a real creature. Chapter 83, The Eternal River of the Underworld is a Trap.
Blood mist swirled thickly as these figures who had once roamed the heavens across multiple eras in the outside world continued to fall.
Those dazzling, bizarre creatures were simply beyond human resistance. Ning Shinsu is dead.
Watching Ning Shinshu, who had been engulfed by the sea of light and had only managed to hold on for half an hour before turning into a blood mist, the old immortal's expression was filled with fear. Ning Shinsu, truly a prodigy of the heavens. He was an ancient prodigy sealed away for ages, only to have his seal broken 70,000 years ago. Instead of choosing to remain sealed, he stirred up the heavens and earth of that era. His achievements shook the ages, and within just 1,000 years, he attained the realm of a great sage, ruling over the entire universe. It can be said that during his 1,000 years on earth, he never suffered a single defeat. His power was so overwhelming that it struck fear into the hearts of all. He fought with unparalleled skill, and some called him the son of an emperor, while others claimed he was the third-generation descendant of the great emperor. All of these feats demonstrated his immense power. After attaining the rank of great sage, he traversed the void and entered the starry sky, where he shone brilliantly even beyond the star domains. It was not until many years later that someone discovered the Ning Shinsu, and he returned to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to seal himself away. There, Ning Shinsu returned silently, showing no signs of decline, still as magnificent as ever. However, he revealed that he had been defeated by a single individual from the ancient clan's ancient path. That individual was an even more brilliant prodigy who later attained the title of quasi-emperor. All of this served to highlight the immense power of Ning Shinsu. However, even someone as powerful as Ning Shinshu was defeated in the Sea of Light, unable to resist.
At the same time,
a blood mist erupted, with strands of blood mist barely visible to the naked eye drifting and merging into the landmarks along the road. Every single blood mist was the same, as if someone were controlling them.
"This is a trap, a trap. Ha!"
Ning Shinshu finally shouted out these words. His expression was utterly, his peerless white robe long gone, replaced by a maniacal laugh. Upon hearing Ning Shinshu's words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They finally understood the meaning behind Ning Shinshu's laughter. All the struggles, all the efforts to survive, were part of someone's plan. Throughout the ages, someone had laid out this vast scheme, designing this river of the underworld. It was clearly a blood sacrifice for them.
Countless legendary figures have perished here over the ages, their numbers beyond counting. Such a vast blood sacrifice must require an unimaginably intricate plan. What possible purpose could there be for sacrificing so many lives? Thinking of this, even the old immortals couldn't help but laugh. They laugh at me for having lived a life of conquest, having proven myself worthy of the throne, only to end up as nothing more than a pawn in a game. Ha! There are old monsters crying and laughing.
Others cling to their will to survive, refusing to give up, striving to break free from their chains.
What can be done about a scheme? Break free from the scheme, and I will become the schemer.
A celestial being from the depths of an ancient burial ground roared toward the heavens, shattering a sea of light as he strode forward. All of this was so tragic and majestic.
It's time to act.
Li Fan stood on his own ghostly ship, watching the scenes unfold before him, his heart unmoved. In the blink of an eye, he stepped forward, shattering the ghostly vessel and moving forward.
Boom!
A flood of light poured forth, and Li Fan struck it with a single palm, shattering it into a dazzling silver glow that illuminated the sky. As if enraged by Li Fan, the sea of light transformed into a thunderous tide, with bolts of lightning as thick as pillars reaching toward the heavens. The thunderous sea surged, and towering waves crashed into the sky.
Boom!
A wave of water knocked nearby people to the ground, drowning them and turning them into a mist of blood, splashing demonic crimson and golden light. Li Fan moved like the water god Gonggong, walking atop the waves, with all obstacles reduced to dust.
A thunderous pool surged toward Li Fan, 3 zhang in size, emanating a terrifying aura and leaking strands of purple light. Each strand was so terrifying it could shatter the void and destroy all things, a truly domineering force. Boom! Boom! The next second, it shattered into pieces, scattered everywhere. Li Fan's figure burst forward, unstoppable. He is not a true emperor. Some people saw Li Fan's demeanor and exclaimed in surprise. Follow that demonic being, his strength might allow us to escape from here. Upon seeing the thunder pool appear, everyone's hair stood on end. However, when they witnessed Li Fan effortlessly crush the thunder pool, they were left speechless, then burst into wild joy and rushed to follow Li Fan. Li Fan rampaged, crossing the river of the dead with unmatched strength and dominance. Behind him, a group of relentless old warriors follow him fiercely, determined to keep pace. As for the group of people behind him, Li Fan paid them no mind.
Their lives or deaths were none of his concern. Whoosh! Li Fan accelerated again, smashing through a wave. Beams of light rained down on him, sliding off his body without leaving a mark. The light that had once deterred even the most powerful beings now seemed like ordinary water to Li Fan, flowing freely without restraint.
Is he really a quasi-emperor? Some old-timers stared in disbelief. Even a quasi-emperor isn't that powerful, is he? Could he be the emperor? Impossible. How could an emperor appear in this world?
Such absurd thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, but they quickly faded away.
Joking aside, the appearance of an emperor would cause such a cataclysmic event that it would shake the 8 corners of the universe. It simply couldn't be kept secret.
Or perhaps they simply refused to accept that someone could achieve the status of emperor in this era. This was the age of Dao Jian, though it was about to give way to the golden age of prosperity.
But what did it mean to become an emperor now? Wouldn't that make Li Fan comparable to the eternal emperor who had always turned his back on the masses, or the immortal emperor revered by all races? Or even the emperor of the mythical age, revered by heaven and earth alike? Just thinking about these beings, many people shake their heads.
Those who attained enlightenment and became emperors during the Dao Jian era were likely no weaker than those beings, and theoretically should have been even stronger, as those beings did not experience the Dao Jian era.
Boom! At that very moment, the passageway erupted in chaos, its brilliance fading into countless bolts of lightning.
The river of the underworld seemed to be replaced by an endless sea of thunder. The thunder roared, shaking the heavens and earth, fierce and unmatched, so powerful it defied all expectations.
Many people witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in disbelief.
In the end, they were unable to break through their fate, and one after another, even those of the ancient monster level fell, turning into a mist of blood. After an unknown amount of time, Li Fan reached the end and saw a patch of solid land.
Or rather, sand. It's land.
The old monster's surprise brought a glimmer of hope to his face. The remaining old survivors were no different, their weathered faces lit up with surprise. They strained every muscle to cling to Li Fan's back, struggling forward until they finally caught sight of the glimmer of hope for survival.
Chapter 84, Destroying the Eternal Scheme. Finally survived, huh?
The old monster who never showed his emotions throughout the years now resembles a child, watching the dawn, crying and laughing, dancing with joy.
Ha, I survived.
At this moment, many old veterans shed tears of joy. They are as vigorous as mountains, with the hope and path of life clearly before them.
Where is this?
Li Fan paid no attention to the 5 old monsters who had survived behind him, instead staring ahead in astonishment. The end of this river of the dead was eerily quiet, resembling the edge of the world or the depths of a desert.
Is that the place? Li Fan's mind conjured up a place, utterly bizarre.
Meanwhile, the remaining 5 old men frantically searched for an escape route. A strange circular monument lay across the path not far away, emitting a faint divine glow identical to that of the river of the dead, faintly intertwining with the previous passageway. This was the stone monument left behind by the one who had laid out this arrangement. It was he who had used this stone to create the river of the underworld.
An ancient tribal elder gritted his teeth and said.
Without a word, he raised his hand and struck the stone tablet with brutal force, as if he had endless anger to vent, his rage reaching its peak. Puff! In an instant, the ancient clan's old immortal spat blood and flew across the room. The stone tablet emitted a glow, appearing and disappearing, as if guarded by a spirit.
This thing must not be touched.
An ancient member of the Su family, a long-lived clan, murmured with a solemn expression. He was the guardian of the Su family and could not be called weak. Having lived to this day, he had surpassed everyone's expectations. There was a small stone tablet there.
An ancient tribal elder with the head of a dragon and the body of a human spoke up.
Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look, and Li Fan also noticed. There were characters, ancient script from long ago. Another old man spoke up, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked over.
Moments later, he was filled with horror, his expression brimming with shock.
It wasn't just him, all the other old men were the same, including Li Fan, who also showed a look of surprise. Plotting to ambush and kill the heroic figures of the ages is an unforgivable crime. One day, the underworld ship and the river of the underworld will be destroyed, and all virtue will be preserved.
This is what the great Emperor Wanda left behind.
Looking at the stone tablet, the 5 old men were utterly shocked. The great emperor who shook the ages, who attained enlightenment in old age and lived another life, the emperor of 10,000 virtues, had actually been here.
Could this truly be the depths of the ancient burial ground of the heavens? Su family's guardian's eyes flashed brightly as he murmured softly. Even the legendary immortal realm couldn't be any better than this. Living here, one could achieve immortality. Another old monster spoke up.
At that moment, Li Fan's expression grew even more peculiar, and his suspicions deepened.
What do you think, senior?
Just then, the old demon approached Li Fan with great respect, showing no trace of the arrogance of an old monster, and spoke softly. Li Fan was taken aback by the question, not expecting him to ask him. He shook his head and glanced around.
I don't know either.
Listening to Li Fan's words, the many old monsters who had been listening intently were deeply disappointed.
After that, everyone began searching for an escape route. Medium-sized mission, enter the end and complete it. Next step, destroy the shattered nether river steel and dismantle the ancient layout. At that moment, the cold mechanical sounds echoed. Li Fan's expression changed. Was he being asked to destroy that stone tablet? After hesitating for a moment, Li Fan walked straight toward the stone tablet. At that moment, all the old demons around him turned to look. Since he had arrived, Li Fan had not moved much, but now he was walking toward the stone tablet, causing many to look at him with a strange expression. Li Fan's power was already evident to all. Even the most conservative estimates placed him at least at the quasi-emperor level, and some even speculated he might be a quasi-emperor from the 8th heaven. After all, the terror of that passageway was such that even a quasi-emperor could be killed if they were careless. In the end, their ability to survive was due to Li Fan's protection. Otherwise, even if they had fought to the death, they would never have made it here, and their fate would have been to bleed to death in some part of that riverbed. Sigh. Li Fan took a deep breath. The little tiger's form stood upright like a human, one foot moving forward and the other backward, assuming a punching stance. Watching this scene, even the old monsters who didn't know Li Fan's moves were left speechless. Is he going to strike that stone tablet? The person who had been struck by the stone tablet and spat blood in shock exclaimed. The next second, he had already blasted off into the distance, and not just him, everyone else did the same. Having lived so long, they weren't fools. They could see the passive effect of the stone tablet. The residual force from their collision could easily crush them. If they didn't run now, they might survive the journey back from the river of the dead only to die tragically from the residual force, becoming a laughingstock for all time. Dawn! Dawn! Like the collision of metal, or the thunderous clanging of evening bells, the sound echoed loudly and continuously. Visible ripples spread between Li Fan and the stone steel. Ah! 5 piercing screams rang out simultaneously. The 5 ancient monsters, who had already sprinted to a great distance with all their might, all spat blood as they plummeted from the sky. Most of their bodies were shattered, and their vital energy had dwindled to the brink of extinction. They looked toward the distance with horrified expressions, toward where Li Fan was located. Monsters! People in the world often call them monsters, but now, in their eyes, the demon clan is the real monster. Even after running such a great distance, unable to see Li Fan's figure, they were still severely injured by the residual force. What kind of power was that at its core? Even after running such a great distance, unable to see Li Fan's figure anymore, they were still severely injured by the residual might. What kind of power was that at its core? The next moment, they dragged their severely injured bodies and activated their heavenly eyes to look toward Li Fan. Li Fan's palm was still clenched against the stone tablet, yet he remained unharmed. The same was true for the stone tablet on the other side. Are you okay? The 5 old men stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. This thing is way harder than the immortal palace. Li Fan muttered under his breath and slowly withdrew his hand. Under Li Fan's original fist, a small mark appeared on the stone tablet. Click, click. As the little tiger paw left, spider web-like cracks spread across the stone tablet. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, the stone tablet exploded with a loud bang, sending debris flying in all directions. Chapter 85, Reward, 70 Years of Time. Chapter 85, Reward, 70 Years. Broken? The 5 elderly men stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe that the stone tablet had shattered like that. That man must be the demon emperor. The ancient elder of the ancient clan blurted out instinctively. At that moment, a flash of spiritual light flickered through the minds of the 5 elders, sending a chill down their spines. The ancient plan that had been in place for ages had been shattered by him. This was a catastrophe of unimaginable proportions. Having lived this long, they have come to understand certain things. The person capable of orchestrating such a grand scheme must be at least an emperor-level figure, and they even subconsciously believe that he might be the legendary immortal. Throughout the ages, countless extraordinary individuals have questioned the heavens about the existence of immortals, believing it to be a fraud. However, despite such claims, many more have quietly embarked on that path. Upon arriving in this region, they deeply believed in the existence of immortals. They could sense it in this land. Even a pig could live to be 100 years old, let alone them, who possess spiritual cultivation. To have laid such a grand plan in this place must be truly terrifying. At the same time, in a distant region, the void was shattering, and time was dissolving into a gentle rain of light. Vast chaos surges like a flood, engulfing every inch of space between heaven and earth. A blurry figure stands there, as if perched atop the heavens. His figure was tall and imposing, like a god of unparalleled beauty, his eyes opening and closing as if shattering a piece of the earth. Who dared to disrupt the path I had set before me? A terrifying voice erupted from his mouth, seemingly calm yet tinged with horror, as if it could drain the rivers and mountains dry and shatter the sun itself, its power surpassing all else. Interesting. Your path has been disrupted. Are you angry? At that moment, a voice rang out, followed by the figure of a man holding a long spear. He walked with the grace of a dragon and the strength of a tiger, his steps seeming to tread upon the river of time.
As the spear swept through the air, a colossal force swirled around him, capable of moving the stars in the heavens. Humph. As that figure approached, the terrifying, towering voice let out a soft hum.
You dare to fight me while still worrying about your petty schemes? Do you underestimate me?
That faint hum was followed by the figure wielding a long spear, moving as if traversing countless realms, shattering everything in its path. His overwhelming offensive power was sufficient to destroy the heavens, while the words he spoke earlier sounded surprisingly calm. Those faint words carried no anger, yet they were intertwined with a sense of great authority, shaking the ages. Before the person spoke, they attacked fiercely, their actions shaking the vast heavens, their power boundless. None of this was known to anyone.
Meanwhile,
the ancient burial ground, this land filled with supernatural phenomena, had once again returned to its former tranquility after the departure of the underworld ship. The major factions within the ancient city have long since abandoned it, leaving it desolate and empty.
Dawn! A deafening roar echoed through the sky, emanating from the ancient burial ground.
At that moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths fell silent. The forbidden zones of the 9 heavens were engulfed in stillness, and the 9 heavens and 10 earths were all shaken to their core. The ancient burial ground of the heavens undergoes a shocking transformation. This sudden turn of events caused everyone in the ancient city of Tiangu to pale in shock. May all living beings become immortals. A faint voice echoed from the ancient burial ground. The sound drifted to every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shocking the world. The great emperor of 10,000 virtues. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the direction of the ancient burial ground. Centuries had passed, and the name of Emperor Wanda had echoed throughout the world. However, it had been tens of thousands of years since his death at the ancient burial ground, and it was an undeniable fact that he had perished there.
Now, hearing his voice resound once more, how could anyone not be stunned?
Everyone in the world was stunned, and without exception, all cultivators trembled.
The great emperor of 10,000 virtues.
The most celebrated emperor throughout the ages, spanning the 9 heavens and 10 earths, even the proud ancient clans speak of him with reverence. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Wanda today, the blood of all living beings surges, igniting a fiery passion within them. His kindness and achievements are more revered than those of other great emperors. Even after tens of thousands of years, his name continues to be passed down through the ages, enduring forever and receiving the worship of all humanity. At that moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths fell into sudden silence. The great emperor of 10,000 virtues. At that moment, many people knelt down and paid homage to the ancient corpse from the heavens with all their hearts.
Are you the great emperor? Are you still alive?
In a small corner of the ancient city of Tanchang, an old man wept bitterly, his eyes filled with tears, murmuring to himself. In that instant, the old man's breath changed, as if a deity had awakened. However, his expression quickly turned sorrowful, and he silently bowed his head. May all beings become immortals, free from suffering and death. A vast voice echoed from the depths of the ancient burial ground, its sound reverberating throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Though mighty, it was gentle, harming no one and shattering no land. Within its tones lay sorrow and despair. After a long while, everyone remained frozen in place, unable to snap out of their trance.
At the same moment,
deep within the ancient burial ground, thick mist erupted, and countless wisps of smoke rose from the ground, resembling divine mist swirling through the heavens. Vaguely, 2 figures emerged from the thick mist, a man and a woman, their silhouettes cast against the mist.
Even after hundreds of thousands of years, their obsession has not faded.
No wonder the Earth King praised them.
A magnetic male voice slowly echoed out.
He had provoked the wrong person, and his obsession remained unresolved. Now someone had disrupted that path, fulfilling his obsession. Perhaps this was for the best, as it might allow him to find a new beginning. The voice of a stunningly beautiful woman drifted through the air. As she spoke, her head lifted slightly from the thick fog, gazing up at the sky.
Who could have destroyed that road? Could it also be?
Before the woman could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the man.
Do not speculate about those characters.
The shattered stone steel turned into a shower of light, drifting through the heavens and earth. The medium-sized task has been completed, reducing the time required to transform into a tiger by 70 years.
Should the host immediately restore their human form?
At the same time, a cold voice echoed. Upon hearing those words, Li Fan froze for a moment, then his face erupted with joy, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This task was completed so quickly it's terrifying. It directly reduced the time by 70 years. Back and forth, Li Fan had spent a total of 100 years.
He immediately regained his human form.
Li Fan decisively said to the system.
Chapter 86, Restoring Human Form.
Yes, host. The cold system voice echoed in his mind. In an instant, brilliant divine light erupted from Li Fan's body, flickering with a luminous glow with each breath. The divine light, like strands of black ice, enveloped Li Fan's form. A 2-meter diameter sphere of light suddenly appeared in the same spot, its interior completely obscured. At that moment, Li Fan felt a warm glow enveloping his entire body. If anyone could see inside the sphere, they would discover The little white tiger had vanished, replaced by a perfect figure. His jet black hair shone brightly, reaching down to his waist. His handsome face, slender build, and well-proportioned muscles made him seem like a perfect treasure crafted by the heavens, cast in the golden ratio. At that moment, Li Fan had fallen into a deep sleep, with radiant divine light surging around him, exuding an air of mystery and mysticism. Restoring his human form, he began the second stage of unlocking the divine treasures within the human body. As Li Fan fell into a deep sleep, the system's cold voice echoed. However, Li Fan did not hear any of this, and even if he had, he would not have known what the second stage referred to. In Li Fan's view, the system had always been unhelpful, refusing to reveal the mysteries of the human body's divine treasures and forcing him to discover them on his own. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the 5 old men all looked at each other in disbelief. Dragging their severely injured bodies, they approached Li Fan. What is this? There's no sign of life. Is it because of that stone tablet? A great calamity has befallen this elder. A few people speculated, but after staring at it for a while, they found nothing. At that moment, the bodyguard of the Su family turned to look at the others. What should we do now? Should we stay here or find a way out quickly? Upon hearing this, the other 4 old men exchanged glances, their eyes also filled with confusion. This region was truly freeing them from concerns about their lifespan. However, this vast desert landscape gave them an uneasy feeling, as if something cold and ominous lurked beneath the surface. This place was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Let's wait a few more days. We'll stabilize our injuries first and use this opportunity to see if the elders will reappear. Regardless of the outcome, we'll set out to find a way out. In this unfamiliar world, the few of us quickly formed an alliance and established the most reliable plan. As for exploring the mysterious light sphere, they hadn't even considered it. Back then, that ancient clan elder had been struck and spat blood after merely touching the stone tablet. Now, with this strange object appearing again and their bodies still severely wounded, they certainly wouldn't risk their lives by venturing forward. Well, I always felt that this mysterious light sphere shouldn't be touched, it might bring disaster. It's best to wait and see what happens. The ancient demon nodded solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on the light sphere formed by Li Fan. After finalizing their plans, the 5 ancient beings all sat cross-legged at a distance from the light sphere. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed. The first to open his eyes was an old human immortal who looked around. In the next second, the rest of them opened their eyes one after another. They all looked toward the light sphere. There was nothing there, and our injuries had stopped bleeding. Should we leave? The ancient clan elder spoke up. Let's go. I sent a puppet 3 days ago to help me investigate. There are signs of human activity to the west, and from a distance, we can see an astonishing dam structure. The guardian of the Su family spoke up. Listening to the 2 men's words, the others all stood up, glanced at Li Fan's light sphere, and then rose to their feet. Without any hesitation, they headed toward the embankment mentioned by the Su family's guardian, their figures quickly disappearing from the area. The area returned to silence. Here, there is no concept of day or night. After the departure of the 5 extraordinary individuals, another 2 days passed. The mysterious glowing orb that had been emitting a brilliant light began to fade, its radiance gradually disappearing. A tall figure emerged, his tightly closed eyes opening to reveal a pair of deep, clear, and luminous eyes. Finally back to human form. That wasn't easy. Li Fan looked at his own hands, clenched his fists, and said with delight. However, Li Fan's handsome face quickly turned awkward, and he instinctively covered his lower body with both hands. At that moment, Li Fan was completely naked, with nothing to cover himself. Looking around and seeing no one else, Li Fan let out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, Li Fan's face froze again, and he cursed under his breath. He suddenly remembered that in his space, aside from food, there were no clothes at all. The only clothes he had were the ones Xiao Nan was wearing. That was all. There was also a bath towel. Thank goodness. After searching for a while, Li Fan found a bath towel and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, why didn't I think of this earlier? After wrapping the bath towel around his waist and securing it, Li Fan's embarrassment subsided slightly. Immediately, Li Fan took out a mirror and began to look at himself. He returned to human form, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't curious. After all, given the system's previous example, he still wanted to see what he looked like. He gazed at the clear, handsome face in the mirror. It looks just like me, but there's something different. Li Fan looked at himself in the mirror, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself. Vaguely, he could see that his face was similar to his previous appearance, but there were some changes. Though still resembling his former self, he was now far more delicate and handsome than before. Li Fan quickly put the mirror away. He wasn't a narcissist, he just wanted to check if his appearance had changed, fearing he might have been tricked by the system. In the end, he found that it was mostly the same as before, but he seemed to have gotten a lot more handsome, so he didn't mind anymore. People are like that. In reality, no one is ugly. Every face has its own unique features. With some minor adjustments, it can look completely different. As Li Fan put it, it's like how clothes make the man, or how makeup can transform someone's appearance.
How are we going to get back now?
Looking around, Li Fan finally turned his gaze westward. In fact, he had regained consciousness the day after being enveloped by the light sphere, but he couldn't move, only sense what was happening around him. The words spoken by those 5 old men were clearly heard by Li Fan.
A dam? This is just sandy ground. If it really is here, then this will be quite an adventure. Li Fan's expression turned peculiar.
After speaking, Li Fan walked toward the west.
Chapter 87. Where did this lunatic come from?
To the west, the sandy terrain faded into the distance. A patch of muddy land appears ahead, and in the distant horizon, a majestic dam divides the earth into 2 halves. Li Fan stood on the muddy ground, gazing at the dam in the distance. Though distant, Li Fan could see it as if it were right before him. The embankment stretched out before him, resembling a mighty dragon. On the embankment, one could see the skeletal remains of a creature clad in a black robe, lying there as if it were trying to crawl over from the other side of the embankment.
However, it ultimately perished on the embankment, with faint traces of blood still glowing, yet not yet dried up.
That was the remains of a creature that had been dead for countless years, yet its blood still glowed, crystal clear and dazzling, emanating a divine light. Li Fan's eyes flickered with a flash of light. He could clearly see the energy within the blood. It was immense, capable of effortlessly shattering even the legendary Extreme Dao Imperial weapon. They were not even in the same league. The blood of a true immortal. Li Fan murmured, his body resembling a cannonball as he bent his legs and leaped into the sky.
In the blink of an eye, Li Fan landed on the embankment,
standing at the edge and gazing at the lifeless corpses lying on the embankment, or perhaps the corpses of true immortals. The next moment, Li Fan walked toward the corpses. The blood glistened, and even from a distance, one could still sense the terrifying power it contained. If anyone dared to approach, they would likely be crushed to the point of vomiting blood in an instant. Even an emperor would have to proceed with caution. Though only a trace of divine blood remains, it exudes an overwhelming aura of majesty, compelling one to bow down in reverence and prostrate oneself before it. Li Fan, however, seemed oblivious to it all, walking straight ahead, step by step, his expression unchanged, as calm as a still pond.
Upon reaching the remains, he bent down. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan stripped off the black robe of the true immortal's body. Amitabha Buddha, I will burn incense for you in the future. Please don't mind if I borrow your clothes for now.
As he took off Li Fan's clothes, he muttered to himself. Immediately, Li Fan put on the black robe, and now he finally had a decent set of clothes. It was a hooded black robe made of an unknown material.
One thing was certain, this material was no ordinary fabric. After all these years, it remained intact, rivaling the quality of an imperial weapon of the highest caliber. Li Fan, fully cloaked in the black robe, looked across to the other side of the embankment. In the distance, the remnants of stars lay scattered across the sky, vast and immense, with unknown sacred blood both divine and demonic stained upon them. It is clear that a battle that shattered the heavens must have taken place here. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan caught a glimpse of a trail of footprints out of the corner of his eye. They stretched from the distant sandy ground all the way to where he stood. The footprints are shallow and light, some barely visible, but one thing is certain, they were left by a living being. A faint mist rises, enveloping the surrounding area, making the row of footprints appear even more mysterious. The end of the footprints cannot be seen, only faint wisps of mist remain. The embankment, the footprints, the substance of eternal life, the body of a true immortal. This place is indeed the boundless sea. Li Fan murmured to himself, piecing everything together. The river of the underworld leads to the underworld? Forget it, this isn't the underworld at all, it's a gateway to an even more terrifying world, the boundless sea.
The most terrifying world, where even the weakest beings are true immortals, so powerful they strike fear into the heart.
Why can the river of the underworld's ghostly boats grant immortality and extend one's lifespan? It's all about the amount of life-sustaining substance one absorbs. The more one absorbs, the longer one lives, the less, the fewer decades one gains. At the same moment, Li Fan looked toward the damn world, and the voices of those 5 immortal beings echoed in his mind. They seemed to be heading in that direction.
Thinking of this, Li Fan silently mourned in his heart that world was simply not a place they could stay in.
There was just one thing that was very strange. Li Fan was puzzled. He took a deep breath and exhaled gently. Sure enough, the river of the dead and the ancient land of the celestial corpses were unrelated. They were fundamentally different, lacking many essential elements. It seemed that the ancient land of the celestial corpses had no connection to the one who had laid out the river of the dead. A murmur echoed in Li Fan's mouth.
Feeling the immortal substance in the air, Li Fan was certain that the Tiangu corpse ground and the boundary sea were fundamentally different, or perhaps they shared the same origin, as both contained strange things that granted immortality.
The immortal substance in the Tiangu corpse ground was vastly different from that of the boundary sea. Never mind, why bother thinking about it so much?
Li Fan shook his head. He didn't intend to delve deeper into it. After all, his immediate concern was how to get out of here. Even if he wanted to investigate further, he wasn't in the ancient tomb of the dead. What was the point of researching anything there? Looking out at the endless sandy plains and the world beyond the embankment, Li Fan was speechless. Even though he had discovered his new human form and his strength had grown significantly, what good was that? It couldn't bring him back to the heavens in an instant. System, can you tell me how to get back? Li Fan complained to the system subconsciously. Host has completed the first medium-sized task and can choose to return to the starting point. The system will sound an alert at the appropriate time. Listening to the system's voice, Li Fan rolled his eyes at the system. I'm not going to argue with you. Just take me back to the starting point, take me back to the ancient burial ground. Understood. Activating the teleportation to send the host back to the starting point, the edge of the Tiangu Shirdi. A voice echoed, and Li Fan's figure vanished from where he stood. The ancient city of Tianchang remained as calm as ever. A few wandering cultivators stroll along the streets, shops are deserted, and shopkeepers yawn lazily. This is so boring. Did you guys find anything good this time? Pfft, if we could find anything, we'd be laughing. The heavenly ancient corpse ground isn't like it was 3 years ago when the underworld ship appeared. If it were the same as back then, we could have made a fortune. But the heavenly ancient corpse ground isn't ordinary anymore. At an open-air tavern, 2 wandering cultivators were chatting idly, boasting about everything under the sun. This was the daily routine of wandering cultivators, relieving their tense minds through such bragging and self-aggrandizement, and they found it thoroughly enjoyable. Just then, the wandering cultivator who had just finished speaking suddenly stiffened. A black figure darted forward like the wind, as swift as a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, it was before the wandering cultivator. A pair of hands struck his shoulders, and a magnetic male voice echoed in his ears. You say it's been 3 years since we left the Tianguji Yuming ship? A voice filled with astonishment echoed from within the black robes. Yes, that's right. The wandering cultivator was startled by the sudden call, nearly scared to death by the mysterious black-robed figure. He then heard the voice and couldn't help but reveal a strange expression, responding in an odd manner. Where did this crazy person come from? Chapter 88, The 4 Holy Cities Suffer. Is there anything else you need? Although the wandering cultivator muttered to himself that this black-robed man was crazy, he still asked calmly. He knew that the person before him had appeared silently and without a trace, and was definitely not an ordinary person. He was likely a legendary powerhouse who had gone off the rails. 3 years, 3 years this system has betrayed me. Under the stunned gazes of the wandering cultivators, he heard those words and then saw the mysterious black-robed man vanish into thin air, leaving behind 2 wandering cultivators who were completely baffled. Who was that? How should I know? But he must be no ordinary person. He appeared out of nowhere, and I almost scared myself to death just now. The mysterious man in black robes vanished, leaving behind 2 disheveled wandering cultivators who resumed their meaningless banter. That mysterious man in black robes was none other than Li Fan, who had just returned from the Boundary Sea Dam. At that moment, Li Fan's face was utterly speechless as he rushed toward the nearest teleportation array at an incredible speed. Soon, he arrived at the nearest city. Under the bewildered stares of the teleportation array operators and the people waiting in line, Li Fan roughly snatched the control of the teleportation array from their hands, selected the nearest city, paid the fee, and vanished instantly. As he stepped into the teleportation array, Li Fan's mind was constantly asking the system questions. System, you didn't lie to me, right? Xiao Nan Nan will be fine during my mission, won't she? Yes. In this cycle, Li Fan stepped into the teleportation array. The 4 holy cities. After 3 years, the city appeared much more desolate than before. Scattered cultivators roamed the streets, their faces solemn, and an oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. Oh, there are only a few days left? A wandering cultivator looked at the desolate street, his face betraying his worry. Upon hearing this, his companion's expression turned sorrowful. There were only 3 days left until the deadline. As he spoke, a look of pain flashed in his eyes as he gazed toward the city lord's mansion of the 4 holy cities, a place held in the highest esteem by the wandering cultivators of the 4 holy cities. After all these years of striving, are we wandering cultivators truly no match for those great powers? It's not that we can't match them, it's that there are simply too many of them. Even the city lords aren't afraid to face a single major faction, but this time, no fewer than 5 factions have joined forces against the city lord. Even with the backing of Tianming Mountain, there's nothing we can do. Another wandering cultivator shook his head. Suddenly, clouds rolled across the distant sky above the 4 holy cities, surging like waves, as if a gate between heaven and earth had been opened there. Thunder rumbled, shaking the heavens and the earth, deafening and earth-shattering. The primal, ancient aura engulfs the 4 holy cities, leaving one feeling as though they are being stared down by a primordial beast, their hair standing on end. Figures emerge from the clouds, and the aura emanating from them is undeniable. They appear to be ancient deities, standing tall amidst the ancient clouds, overlooking the 10 directions realm with unmatched arrogance. Everyone in the city looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as primal fear welled up within them. The 5 rulers of the 4 holy cities shot into the sky, their light blazing upward. These 5 figures were none other than the rulers of the 4 holy cities and the mountain lord of Tianming Mountain, Jin Huang.
You said 3 days, so why are you attacking now? Jin Huang's old face furrowed deeply as he spoke first.
Her voice thundered like a rolling tide, questioning the dozen or so towering figures in the distance.
Golden Phoenix?
The dozen or so towering figures watched the Golden Phoenix's arrival, their expressions betraying a hint of surprise. He was not the Golden Phoenix's true form, but its spiritual body. With the beast sea's creatures restraining him, he could not come. At that moment, a towering figure shrouded in golden light spoke up. His voice was crisp and clear, like metal being struck, deafening and majestic.
Not bad. Someone spoke up.
He was dressed in a blue robe, carrying a heavy sword on his back, standing there like a divine sword drawn from its scabbard, its sharp edge gleaming, slicing through the void. The Western sect, the Du clan, the Blue Gold Ridge, the Green Moon clan, the Gulanda clan, and the Beast Horde restraining Tianming Mountain. Do you truly intend to push this to the extreme? The 3-day deadline has not yet passed, yet you dare to come here unannounced. Is this an attempt to pressure us? Chengluan Lian stepped forward and spoke in a calm yet authoritative voice. Her noble and majestic presence commanded respect, resembling a queen reigning over the world.
Big sister, don't bother reasoning with these people. Today, it's either you die or I die. Xiang Nuiying's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and her presence grew ominous.
In that moment, she resembled a female warrior goddess on the battlefield, gazing down upon the world with disdain.
Amitba Buddha, my fellow female cultivators, if you simply hand over the divine elixir, this crisis can be averted. Why resort to violence? A plump, large-bellied Buddha stood with his hands pressed together, chanting Buddhist sutras.
The venerable man Shan Luo Han of the Western religion. As she gazed at the figure, Jin Huang's expression grew solemn. The Western sect, a branch of the Buddhist tradition, is situated in the 3,000 realms, where its influence is vast and far-reaching.
Among them, the venerable monk man Shan Luo Han is said to have come from the immortal Buddha star domain, capable of traversing the void.
His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of perfection, making him truly extraordinary. At the same moment, the Golden Phoenix's eyes swept across the dozen or so figures before her. The weakest among them were all half-saints, and their bodies emanated a terrifying aura, clearly indicating that they possessed special artifacts. There is not a single weakling here. Every one of them is a legendary figure renowned throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, possessing formidable fame and prestige.
He never imagined things would turn out this way.
From the start, when Li Fan gifted the divine medicine, it was only a matter of time before the truth came out. The major factions had already been aware of it for years, and over the past 3 years, they had been subtly maneuvering to obtain the divine medicine. After 3 years, they could no longer resist, and the 6 major factions finally took action, each with significant resources and influence. Among them, the strongest are the Du family of the Changxing clan and the Beast Sea, which has produced a demon emperor. The divine medicine has already been consumed by my younger sister, and the remaining portions have been taken by us sisters.
The divine medicine you seek is no longer available.
The cold words were spoken by Lan Bing's crimson lips. Her cold eyes flashed with malice. Among the 4 sisters, her aura was the most dangerous, ready to devour anyone she chose.
Her true form was that of a black ice wolf, solitary and icy.
But at her core, she was a wolf, and her ferocity was inevitable, though she rarely revealed it. Now, however, she was showing her wolfish side, and there was an otherworldly beauty to it. Baisura has an illness, and while she can deceive others with this, we cannot. 3 years ago, she once used her abilities, and her energy has remained stable ever since. How could she possibly be injured?
Some people didn't believe it and said this. Upon hearing this,
Jin Huang's face betrayed a wry smile. Back then, when he was told that Bai Su Ro was injured, he didn't believe it either. If it weren't for Li Fan's words, he would have truly thought that Bai Su Ro was lying.
Chapter 89, One Man, One Spear. Li Fan appears. Once more, will you hand over the divine medicine?
The towering figure, shimmering in golden light, took a step forward, releasing an aura as heavy as 1,000 mountains, sweeping forward with overwhelming force. Rolling waves of sound swept toward the 4 holy cities, and the people of the 4 holy cities all fell to the ground one after another.
The vast divine might was far too powerful for ordinary cultivators to withstand.
Their minds were on the verge of collapse. This was the overwhelming pressure of a sage, transcending all mundane existence.
Breaking metal? Are you seeking death?
The bear woman took a step forward with her long, slender legs, blocking the sacred aura in front of her.
You deserve to die.
Bai Su Ro's face was as cold as ice, her former gentleness vanished, and her expression was stern, with an icy chill spreading across her delicate features. Stubborn and unyielding, enter the city of the 4 saints, and when the time comes, we will divide this burial plain of the heavens equally. A 4-armed ancient tribal ancestor spoke, his voice sharp and filled with the aura of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At that moment, the dozen or so figures all erupted with their chi.
Boom!
The heavens split apart, and an overwhelming aura of fear swept through the land.
The intent to kill shook the heavens and could annihilate all living beings. They were finally going to act.
All their words and deeds were cloaked in noble rhetoric, but in the end, their true purpose was to destroy the 4 holy cities. Though they claimed to represent the 5 great powers, they were in fact the 5 great powers themselves, with 2 of them having produced demon emperors and human emperors in the past. Damn it, if the master were still here, you'd all be dead. Jin Huang muttered under her breath. The reason he could still help the 4 holy cities was because he had a hunch that Li Fan might still be alive and wouldn't die. However, seeing this scene now, he furrowed his brows, unsure whether his decision back then was the right one. Roar! A gigantic centipede apparition materialized, lunging directly toward Baisuru. Its body was shrouded in grey mist, a deadly toxin capable of killing all living beings. Among the crowd was a same-tier poisonous insect that had transformed into human form. Sure. The green phoenix moved, and behind her, a divine phoenix discovered her, its cries echoing through the heavens. At the center of her brow, a beautiful glow of light forms a cave, from which a phoenix-winged golden sword emerges. As it appears, the azure sky resounds with a thunderous roar. This was a divine sword that made the sun, moon, and stars pale in comparison, the personal weapon of Qinghuan, for which she had devoted her entire life. When drawn, its energy pierced the heavens and earth, causing the stars beyond the realm to tremble. At this moment, everyone else moved, their powerful auras surging to their peak, causing the heavens to tremble with thunderous roars, and the situation to grow chaotic. Who dares to touch my people? A deafening shout echoed throughout the heavens and earth, as if the very fabric of the universe was about to shatter. Hearing this roar, both Qinghuan and the others, as well as the dozen or so figures, all trembled. Their heads rang with a deafening roar, and their eardrums felt as though they were about to burst. Some even had blood streaming from their 7 orifices, their expressions instantly withering. Boom! A pitch-black long spear sliced through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar that sent shivers down the spine. It charged forward with the force of 10,000 Jun, unmatched in its might and dominance. Upon seeing the spear appear, everyone present paled in fear. It was too powerful, too fast, there was no way to dodge it. With a loud thud, the golden, towering figure was pierced through by the long spear. The long spear showed no signs of slowing down, sending the man plummeting from the sky. His body plummeted toward the ground alongside the spear. At the same time, a black figure shot into the sky, plunging toward the outer realms like a star, its terrifying presence striking fear into all who witnessed it. He moved so swiftly that no one could discern his trail, sweeping everything before him with unstoppable force. With a single step, he landed on the barbarian mountain Arhat sage, his momentum unabated, unmatched in power. Ah! The venerable man Shan Luohan let out a piercing scream as his body followed the black figure in its descent. Boom! The long spear and the black figure landed simultaneously, causing the ground of the burial heaven plain to collapse in an instant, with massive boulders weighing tens of thousands of tons sending dust and debris into the air. The golden, towering figure and the barbarian mountain Arhat sage both vanished into the earth's surface. One spear, one man. Just one spear, one man. The clanging and roaring shook the heavens and earth, bloodlight bloomed, and piercing screams echoed from beneath the burial heaven plain, sending chills down everyone's spines. A golden, towering figure was hurled by a black shadow, crashing down from the celestial altar and impaled deep into the earth. Another barbarian mountain Arhat sage lay covered in blood, pinned to the ground by the black shadow's foot, unable to move. This scene left everyone speechless. Whether they were cultivators from the 4 holy cities or those dozen or so cultivators who rivaled saints, all were trembling with fear. Who are these people? A single figure wielding a halberd appeared, causing the mountains and rivers to lose their color and the sun and moon to lose their light. Their strength was beyond belief and utterly terrifying. This figure was none other than Li Fan. At that moment, Li Fan stood there like a demon god, his gaze fixed on the sky. Under Li Fan's gaze, the saint-level beings all felt a chill run down their spines, retreating in shock, completely paralyzed by his terrifying presence. Li Fan was shrouded in a black robe, and no one knew his true identity. His entire body emanated an air of mystery. He descended from the figure of the Arhat of the barbarian mountains and walked toward the pitch-black long spear. The venerable monk of Mount Man had no breath left, and witnessing this scene sent a chill down the spines of many. A sage capable of traversing star domains had perished in such a manner. Li Fan's footsteps seemed to carry a mysterious aura, each step shaking the hearts of all who witnessed it. The dozen or so figures behind him appeared to be bearing the weight of 1,000 mountains, their minds on the verge of collapse. Whoosh! Li Fan approached the long spear, raised it high, and the towering figure nailed to the spear also fell into the same fate as the man mountain Arhat sage, dead beyond all hope of revival. Li Fan approached the long spear, raised it high, and the towering figure impaled on the spear followed the same fate as the barbarian mountain Arhat, dead beyond any hope of revival. The next moment, Li Fan swung the spear. With a loud thud, the towering corpse was flung away by Li Fan as though it were nothing more than trash. At that moment, there was complete silence. Gazing at the terrifying figure that suddenly appeared, the most terrified were the dozen or so figures. Cold sweat poured down their faces as their eyes fixed intently on Li Fan, and a sense of impending doom enveloped their hearts. Everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Even those who had forgotten to breathe stared intently at Li Fan. With his own strength, he had intimidated over a dozen saints. Li Fan looked up at the sky, holding a long spear, and spoke slowly.
You all may keep your lives.
The calm words carried an overwhelming sense of authority that made it impossible to resist. Hearing those words, countless people trembled in fear, their blood and chi suddenly ceasing to flow. Though the voice was still, it was utterly captivating. Go! Among the wandering cultivators in the 4 holy cities in the distance, someone watched the scene, swallowing hard, breathing rapidly, feeling as though they were about to suffocate. The aura emanating from the mysterious black-robed man, who seemed both divine and demonic, sent shivers down their spines.
Chapter 90. Can you even touch my people? Who are you?
The voice of the sage who summoned the centipede's illusory form trembled as he spoke. He was filled with fear. This mysterious man was far too powerful. That golden figure was from the Blue Gold Ridge clan, a tribe formed by those who had mastered the art of communicating with pure gold. Their physical prowess ranked among the top 3 in this group, yet they couldn't withstand a single shot. As for the Western sect's barbarian Mountain Arhat, he was even more powerful. The Western sect's supreme martial art, the invincible golden body, had been cultivated by him to perfection, reaching a level that many could only dream of.
However, all of this was shattered in an instant by a single kick from his opponent. This person is terrifyingly strong. Whoosh! Li Fan didn't say a word. His body moved directly, soaring into the sky. As he traversed the void, the black spear in his right hand rose, pointing forward. The spear tip emitted a cold glow, sharp and overwhelming. You! Seeing Li Fan act without a word, everyone grew furious. In an instant, the dozen or so of them attacked together, their hands erupting with streaks of light as they charged toward Li Fan. Various magical artifacts danced through the sky, their brilliant light illuminating the entire heavens and earth, making the world around them dazzlingly beautiful. One after another, divine patterns erupted from the clouds, swirling and churning like lightning-charged dragons. Over a dozen sage-level figures made their moves, their techniques extraordinary, causing the distant Qinghuan and others to be moved, their expressions growing solemn. To everyone's surprise, Li Fan faced the attacks as if they weren't there, simply passing through the air. The clanging of metal echoed continuously, yet he emerged unscathed, having effortlessly navigated the deadly onslaught. Puff! With a light flick of his long spear, one of them instantly turned into a blood mist and exploded into pieces. The powerful sage-level existence was no match for Li Fan, shattering like a porcelain jar. Next, Li Fan tapped his long spear repeatedly, and several more people's foreheads bloomed with demonic blood flowers as their bodies shattered. Are my men also within your reach?
Li Fan's voice was devoid of emotion, flat and soft, barely carrying a few meters. However, to the ears of the dozen or so sages, it sounded like a thunderous roar. They had investigated Qinghuan and the others and knew that the reason they obtained the divine medicine was because they had followed an unparalleled master. They had also investigated that powerful individual, who was none other than the mysterious demonic being who, during the appearance of the underworld ship, had single-handedly annihilated countless ancient monsters with just 2 palm strikes. The white tiger.
Just thinking about it. Everyone's hearts nearly stopped, their eyes bulged, and their spirits trembled. He actually survived. When Li Fan first entered, countless factions paid close attention to him. However, from start to finish, Li Fan never returned, and many people believed that his arrogant exploration had left him forever in the River of the Dead. You actually survived and returned from the River of the Dead. A half-saint holding a mysterious treasure trembled in fear. Is he Li Fan? Perhaps Li Fan's conversation with them was too far away for others to hear, but as opponents of these people, Jin Huang and Cheng Luan were indeed very clear. Xiong Nu's eyes widened in surprise.
Lord Li Fan has indeed returned alive. Jin Huang's face lit up with surprise. He had bet correctly that Li Fan would return alive. Not only had he helped Li Fan on multiple occasions, but he had also assisted Li Fan in saving his men. This could be considered an indirect favor, and it was of immense importance to him, holding tremendous value.
The favor of a supreme being who in this world wouldn't want it?
Even the mighty Heavenly Academy, Holy Academy, and Immortal Academy would come rushing to hear about it. At the same time, the 4 uniquely beautiful faces of Qinghuan and the other women shone with astonishing brilliance. Li Fan had returned, alive from the River of the Dead.
The next moment. Bang! Bang! Li Fan swung his black spear once more, and another half-saint wielding a divine weapon shattered on the spot.
Having done this, Li Fan moved forward, intent on slaying everyone present.
Seeing this, the others were all terrified and turned to flee. Spare my life. I am from the Du family.
Someone begs for mercy, but in an instant, they are reduced to a blood mist, with blood splattering everywhere. Someone begged for mercy, but in an instant, they were reduced to a blood mist, with blood spattering everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with shards of bone and a downpour of blood, staining the heavens crimson.
Gurgle.
Both the wandering cultivators of the 4 holy cities and those observing in the shadows were utterly stunned.
Who could this person be?
He acted with ruthless decisiveness, swiftly slaying the saints and half-saints of 6 major factions, along with their weapons, obliterating them completely. The aura of slaughter was so overwhelming that it shook the heavens, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it.
At this moment, everyone knows that what happened today will shake the heavens and the earth. A momentous event that will shake the heavens and the earth.
In just one day, over a dozen saints and half-saints fell, dragging 6 major factions into the fray, and the resulting tidal wave of chaos will sweep across the entire realm. After completing all this, Li Fan landed gently on the ground. At that moment, Qing Yuan and the others had already rushed forward.
Are you really Li Fan?
Bai Su Ro looked at Li Fan in surprise. She had always remembered this man who had saved her life.
This isn't a suitable place to talk. Let's return to the city lord's mansion. Qing Yuan spoke up.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded, and the group quickly vanished from the eyes of the wandering cultivators of the 4 holy cities.
Boom!
After Li Fan, the mysterious figure, vanished from everyone's sight, the 4 holy cities, which had been shocked into silence, were no longer calm.
Instead, chaos erupted, with shouts and discussions echoing through the air. Who is he? He's so powerful. He single-handedly defeated over a dozen saint-level beings. Even the legendary gods aren't any better, are they? Why have we never heard of this man before? Did you hear that?
When that man first appeared, he said that the city lords were his people.
Could he be the demonic tiger that once led the city lords to follow him?
At this moment, no one could remain calm. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement as they discussed Li Fan's incredible power.
At the same time, these wandering cultivators all wore expressions of joy. They were all deeply loyal to the ruler of the 4 holy cities, and it was precisely for this reason that they had chosen to stay here, eager to lend a hand and do their part to help the ruler of the 4 holy cities overcome this crisis. Now that the situation had been resolved, the tense expressions on everyone's faces relaxed, and they began to discuss the matter excitedly. He's too powerful.
Facing over a dozen saints from various races, he moved as if he were alone in an empty field. He entered alone and emerged victorious, like an ancient war god.
Especially when he first appeared, he was so cool. Exactly, he's really that cool. But to be honest, I was genuinely startled by that person at first. He's a saint, after all, and he killed 2 of them upon arrival, causing the earth to tremble. I nearly lost control of myself from the shock.
You're so gross, did you really spray it out?
You're kidding, right? Am I really that trashy?
But honestly, I was about to lose it, but I managed to hold it back.
Get out of here, you disgusting person. Ha, just kidding, just kidding. It's mostly because I'm happy, I couldn't help myself. Chapter 91, Maybe I'm just too strong. The 4 holy cities. The city lord's mansion, with its pavilions and terraces, was not extravagant but gave off an aura of incense.
Li Fan and his companions soon returned to the city lord's mansion.
Lord Li Fan, you've really come back? What have you been through these past 3 years? Upon entering the city lord's mansion, Jin Huang couldn't wait to ask.
As they listened to Jin Huang's words, the others all looked over. Compared to the destruction of the 6 major factions, they were more eager to know what Li Fan had actually gone through.
Throughout history, how many people have been able to board the underworld boat and cross the river of the dead without dying?
Such individuals are few and far between, and they are all ancient monsters. It is extremely difficult to learn the truth from them, and even if they were willing to speak, they might not reveal everything.
Upon hearing this,
Li Fan lowered the hood of his black robe, revealing his true appearance. A strikingly handsome face emerged. Looking at this face that was far too young, with clear eyes that showed no signs of hardship, everyone present was stunned. While Li Fan's appearance did not surprise anyone, what truly astonished them was the clarity and depth of his eyes. There was not a single trace of the hardships of life, and he bore no resemblance to the war god who had single-handedly charged into the ranks of the saints.
Li Fan, how long have you been alive? Out of the blue, the bear woman spoke up. At that moment, everyone forgot about asking about the river of the dead and instead became concerned about how long Li Fan had been around.
Nearly 30 years. When asked how old he was, Li Fan answered instinctively.
In an instant, a bunch of confused faces appeared. Did my ears stop working? Li Fan, you've lived for 30 years, and you still don't know?
The bear woman shouted again, looking utterly disbelieving. Seeing everyone's skeptical expressions, Li Fan rubbed his smooth chin and asked curiously.
Do I look that old? Has my face aged past 30 and turned me into an old man?
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent.
Li Fan, stop pretending. Do you think I'm some kind of little cutie?
Come on, you killed 2 saints with just 1 punch and 1 kick, and then you killed several more half-saints with a single spear thrust.
You're only 30 years old? Are you kidding me?
The bear woman muttered under her lips, clearly displeased, believing that Li Fan was joking, but this joke wasn't funny at all.
Listening to the bear woman's words, Qing Yuan and the other women nodded unconsciously. I'm really not even 30 yet. Why won't you believe me?
Li Fan spoke up upon seeing the situation. Immediately, Li Fan looked at the bear woman with a serious expression. Seeing his serious expression, the bear woman's face froze for a moment, then Li Fan's voice echoed in her ears once more. As for why I was able to kill so many saints, it's because I'm too strong. It has nothing to do with age. The bear woman listened to Li Fan's words and rolled her eyes.
Let's skip this question.
Li Fan, you should tell us what you experienced in the river of the dead.
Even the curse on your body has been lifted. Could it be that you encountered some great opportunity? Did you really reach the underworld?
The reason I say this is because Li Fan had previously told them that he was not a demon, but a human. As for why he turned into a white tiger, it was because he had been cursed. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's eyes lit up with a gleam of light. That path was a trap set by someone. It wasn't a path leading to the underworld at all.
What?
Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed constantly.
A scheme? The river of the dead is a scheme? How vast must it be, spanning countless ages? If it's not leading to the underworld, then where does it lead? What kind of scheme is this? Jin Huang couldn't help but ask.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan cast an odd glance at everyone present. A place where immortals casually fall from the heavens. As for the rest, you'd better not ask.
It's not good for your state of mind.
After speaking, Li Fan grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth.
Listening to the words echoing in their ears, everyone's lips twitched.
Even Xing Luan, who was usually composed, was left speechless with her delicate features frozen in shock.
The immortal realm just falls like that?
The golden phoenix opened its beak and remained open for a long time.
Is there really such a thing as immortals in this world?
Bai Su Ro murmured to herself.
I don't know either.
Li Fan shook his head. He knew for certain that it was the boundary sea and that even immortals would die there.
But in the end, he was unfamiliar with this world he both knew and didn't know. Who could say for sure whether immortals truly existed?
You don't even know where the immortals are, yet you just casually mention that you could fall to your death there. And you make it sound so terrifying, yet you're not even affected. I think you're just trying to tease us on purpose. The bear woman muttered discontentedly, furrowing her delicate nose at Li Fan.
Li Fan heard this and shook his head. I'm not trying to spoil your appetite. What I said is indeed true. There lie the corpses of immortals, their blood never fading, vast stellar remains scattered everywhere. It was once the battlefield of the immortals. Sigh. Jin Huang's eyes widened, as if she were looking at a monster. Lord Li Fan, have you ever seen a divine corpse? Divine blood?
Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded. Upon hearing Li Fan's response, everyone present was once again stunned, unable to process what had just been said.
I think it's best if Mr. Li Fan doesn't say anymore. Let's just stop here.
Jin Huang emerged from the mountain, his face bearing a wry smile. Immortals, beings of infinite existence, were now entangled in these matters.
Even the golden phoenix couldn't help but feel a touch of fear.
He feared that knowing too much might have adverse effects on himself. At the same time, he also understood Li Fan's intentions. They knew that knowing too much was indeed not good. Although Li Fan's words were light and calm, the scenes he described were so vivid that even Jin Huang felt a surge of blood in his veins. The scene was unimaginable, and the realm of the emperor was still far out of reach.
Why bother thinking about such lofty goals now?
Upon hearing this, Xing Luan sighed, and the bear woman and the others fell silent.
In just 2 short sentences, there was so much implied.
A timeless realm where even immortals can fall at will.
These are no longer within their reach.
In their eyes, only the great emperor holds any hope.
Little do they know that even the emperor would be left speechless in such a world.
However, at least it proves that the path to immortality truly exists, and the great emperor's pursuit throughout the ages has not been in vain. Lan Bing suddenly spoke, her cold eyes sparkling, her blue dress clinging to her body, dazzlingly beautiful.
As everyone listened to Blue Ice's words, they nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with excitement.
This ancient mystery, they actually knew the answer to. Even the emperor himself might not have truly understood it. At the same time, their longing for the Tao grew even stronger, and they yearned to pursue that vast and boundless path. Seeing this, Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. He had always thought the same. He had only spoken out to witness this very moment, to ensure they remained unwavering in their commitment to the path of cultivation.
Chapter 92, Indecent Behavior. Listening to Li Fan's words, everyone was deeply shocked. Their gazes drifted toward Li Fan, as if by chance. The river of the underworld, which even the emperor could not explore, Li Fan had discovered. What kind of ability would it take to achieve such a feat? The mystery surrounding Li Fan was already well known to them, but as their understanding of him deepened, the thick fog shrouding him did not grow any clearer, it only became more intense. However, no one had ever asked Li Fan how he had achieved this. From Li Fan's age alone, they could tell that he might have some things he preferred not to discuss, so they did not feel it appropriate to pry. Now that Lord Li Fan has returned, does he plan to go back to the North Star domain? Jin Huang spoke again.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded. This time, I plan to return immediately, the sooner the better.
I can't wait to go back right now.
Seeing this, Jin Huang seemed to have anticipated Li Fan's response and showed no significant change in expression. During the time he had spent with Li Fan, he knew how strongly Li Fan desired to return to Beidou.
Since that's the case, I'll go ahead and congratulate Lord Li Fan on his return to Beidou.
Jin Huang bowed respectfully. He immediately announced his intention to leave. It turned out that he wanted to return to Tianming Mountain as soon as possible, as there were important matters to attend to there. Although his spiritual body did not necessarily need to return, it could still be of some use, so he decided to return as soon as possible. I will come to visit you again in the future. Li Fan felt no reluctance. He patted Jin Huang on the shoulder and spoke softly. At the same time, he retrieved a portion of the precious material second only to the celestial realm from his spatial pocket and presented it to Jin Huang. After all, he had plenty of it, and giving some away wouldn't matter. It was his way of thanking Jin Huang for her assistance. As Jin Huang looked at the precious material in Li Fan's hands, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she accepted it without any hesitation. Since there's nothing to worry about on the four holy cities side, I'll head back to handle matters at Tianming Mountain. Jin Huang bowed to Qing Luan and the others, then left the city lord's mansion and transformed into a golden phoenix, flying straight toward the distance. How long will it take you to handle the matters behind us? Li Fan turned to look at Qing Luan and whispered softly. We had already handled it 3 years ago, and with the recent pressure from the 6 major factions, we had already dealt with the matter of the 4 holy cities long ago. As long as I go out and say a word, we can leave. Qing Luan heard Li Fan's words and immediately understood what he was asking. He replied simply. Listening to Qing Luan's words, Li Fan nodded. Then, Qing Luan turned around and prepared to leave the hall to handle the remaining matters. However, before she had taken 10 steps, 3 shrill screams rang out from behind her. They were the voices of the Bear Woman, by Su Ro and Lan Bing. Qing Luan instinctively turned around. Boom! At this sight, Qing Luan's head felt as if it had been struck, and he was overcome by a wave of dizziness. Her dignified and graceful face flushed with a faint blush. In her eyes, a man with a perfect physique and well-defined muscles appeared. It's Li Fan. Although the 4 of them were saints, they were still untouched by the world. No matter how good their mindset was, they couldn't withstand such a verbal assault. That's inappropriate. In the blink of an eye. In the moment the women were stunned, Li Fan shouted, rape. The loud shout immediately snapped the 4 women back to their senses. The Bear Woman's eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? I'm the woman here, you male animal. What are you shouting about? I'm the victim. Bull. You stripped me naked like that. I'm the victim here. Li Fan said with righteous indignation, snatching the black robe that had been covering his body from the Bear Woman's hands. Earlier, after Li Fan had asked Qing Luan about the matter, the Bear Woman had curiously approached him to ask if he had obtained any treasures or valuable items. After all, since even a divine being had seen it, how could he not have obtained something of value? She was so bold and didn't think twice before asking the question. In response to the Bear Woman's question, Li Fan also answered straightforwardly that he had it, pointing to his black robe and explaining that it was originally what the immortal had been wearing, which he had taken off and put on himself. Hearing Li Fan's words, the Bear Woman, Bai Suru, and Lan Bing were utterly astonished. Among them, the Bear Woman was the most impatient. Under Li Fan's stunned gaze, she reached out her slender hand and tore off the black robe she was wearing to take a closer look. This single tug revealed the scene that had just unfolded. You must know that Li Fan didn't have a single piece of clothing on him. After obtaining the black robe, he finally had something to cover himself with. It goes without saying that he wasn't wearing anything underneath. With that single tug, he was left completely exposed. The Bear Women were also left speechless. They never expected such a situation to unfold in this way. Actually, the Bear Woman wasn't at fault. Under normal circumstances, wearing a black robe would naturally mean there were other clothes underneath. It was as ordinary as using a cup to drink water. At this moment, Li Fan spoke quickly and covered his body. Oh, my pure and innocent body. You've seen it all. While putting it on, Li Fan muttered to himself from time to time. Upon hearing this, the Bear Woman nearly fainted. Do you have any shame left? I feel like I'm the one who's been wronged. You're using a line you said 3 years ago to look down on me, aren't you? You're joking, right? My figure is so hot, how could I make you look so bad? You should have some conscience. No, as a Bear Woman, you should have some conscience. As he spoke, Li Fan kept glancing at the Bear Woman's proud figure. 3 years had passed, yet she remained as fierce as ever. I'll fight you to the death. The Bear Woman never expected Li Fan to be so shameless. She almost got into a fight with him. Her temper is really something else. Alright, second sister, calm down. Qing Luan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the scene, then she glanced at Li Fan. Under Li Fan's playful banter, the awkwardness of the situation eased considerably, leaving behind more of a bittersweet humor. The older sister said, I won't stoop to the level of this perverted creep with his twisted hobby. The bear-like woman said angrily, crossing her arms and proudly lifting her face, as if to say, I'm a woman of high moral character. I won't stoop to your level. Seeing this, Qing Luan's other 3 sisters couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. I won't bother arguing with you. Qing Luan, handle this first, then come find me. I'll go out and buy some clothes. After saying that, Li Fan bolted out the door. In truth, he was quite embarrassed, as he had only said those words earlier as a joke.
Chapter 93, Li Fan's Rage. Central Region, 8 Desolate Ridge. As far as the eye can see, the mountains and ridges are nothing but barren peaks and scattered rocks, with no sign of life or vitality. The crimson earth and the grayish-blue sky form a stark contrast. This was once the site of an ancient divine dynasty's battlefield, vast and boundless, barren and desolate year-round. The bloodshed here was so abundant that the malevolent energy rose to the heavens, lingering for tens of thousands of years before finally dissipating. The people of Zhengzhou dare not venture deep into this land, for too many have perished here, their bones buried in countless graves. Stepping foot into this place feels like entering an ancient burial ground. Towering mountains rise majestically into the sky, with north winds howling and cool breezes as cold as water. Yet in this desolate place, where few people venture year-round, 10 figures suddenly appear. 8 of them wore ancient attire and were not of the human race. Some had 3 heads and 6 arms, while others had the heads of humans and the bodies of apes. Not a single one resembled a normal human being. The 8 of them emanated a powerful aura, their bodies shrouded in divine light, their brilliance so intense it shook the heavens and earth. Their aura was ancient, as if they were divine beings returning from the distant past. Each of their eyes was cold and ruthless, fixed on the 2 figures ahead. On the opposite side stood 2 humans, an old man and a young woman. At that moment, the old Taoist, Wuchen, glared with eyes as sharp as knives. I am truly honored. I never imagined that a mere human like me would cause the 8 ancient clans to mobilize such a massive force to ambush and kill me. Are you afraid? Just empty words. Someone spoke up immediately. He looked no different from a human at first glance, but his skin was faintly covered in shimmering silver scales, another non-human race. What right do the human race have to coexist with our ancient tribe? In the ancient times, you were merely our food. A single man laughed loudly, his face brimming with scorn. He took steps in the void, closing in step by step, his divine might surging and pressing down, causing the earth to tremble. Master, don't worry about me. You can escape. Master, don't worry about me. You can escape. Weiwei's delicate features were covered in frost, facing the encirclement and attack of 8 ancient clan saint-level ancestral kings. She showed no fear whatsoever, clearly demonstrating her extraordinary nature. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist master, whose eyes had been sharp and piercing, now showed a look of satisfaction. No need. I will take you away. He shook his head, his withered old hand tightly clenched at his sleeve, his piercing gaze fixed on the numerous holy ancestral kings. I have roamed the heavens and earth for 5,000 years. A few worthless ancient clan members are no match for me. With my sharp tongue, I will capture you today and use your skull as a drinking cup. The words of the dust-free old sage immediately provoked numerous saint-level ancestral kings. One of them acted first, striking out at the void with a palm, the tips of his fingers radiating divine light that dyed the heavens and earth golden, bright and brilliant, with divine power surging like a sea. At the same time, another ancestral king moved, wielding a holy sword and striking without mercy. As the holy sword descended, it was accompanied by the roars of countless beasts, their screams shaking the heavens. A surge of murderous energy erupted, forming a dragon-like aura hundreds of feet long, causing the earth to tremble violently and the mountains to seem on the verge of exploding. This strike was unleashed without mercy, as if wielded by a divine lord, severing the mortal realm. The killing intent erupted, sending chills down the spines of all who witnessed it. Humph. The dustless old Taoist hummed lightly, holding a white-bearded dust brush in his hand, his Taoist robe wrapped around his body, exuding an air of divine grace and Taoist elegance. In the midst of battle, he flickered his dust-sweeping brush, and divine light shone through. The light transformed into a great dragon, whose roars echoed through the heavens, deafening and awe-inspiring. It seemed as though a mighty dragon had risen from the vast, primordial wilderness, roaring across the heavens and earth. This left the sage ancestors of the human race in awe. For a human sage to attain enlightenment in the age of decline was indeed extraordinary. But what could be done? This time, the 8 ancestral kings have intervened, and neither gods nor demons can stand in their way. The ancient clan has emerged, and this world no longer needs to be dominated by the human race. In the blink of an eye, 5-colored divine light erupted from the space of the dustless old Taoist. The old Taoist master was startled and quickly retrieved an object from his spatial realm. A small 5-colored altar appeared. Infinite light illuminates the universe, and vibrations shake the heavens and earth. 5 figures appeared between the 2 groups, their divine might shaking the heavens. The clouds in the sky stirred, as if an immortal being had descended from the heavens to this mortal realm. 4 women and 1 man stood there. The women were graceful and elegant, beautiful and graceful, while the man was bold and vigorous, with a noble and refined appearance. This is it. Seeing the 5 people suddenly appear, 4 of them exuded an unmistakable aura of saints, causing everyone present to pale in fear. The ancient clan's ancestral king's eyes betrayed a mix of surprise and suspicion. They could clearly tell that these people had been summoned by the dustless old sage, and they were wondering who they were. The ancestral king's confusion left the old Taoist even more bewildered. Who are these people? Boom!
Before anyone could think twice, the two sides collided in a clash of attacks, the sound of thunder shaking the heavens and the earth, leaving even the gods and demons in silence. The divine light filled the sky, illuminating the heavens with brilliant radiance. Several hours earlier, Li Fan went out and bought over 100 sets of clothes, sweeping through all the clothes in the 4 holy cities that suited him. At that moment, Qinghuan also informed Li Fan that the preparations were complete, and they could leave. Upon hearing Qinghuan's announcement, Li Fan was naturally overjoyed. Within the city lord's mansion of the 4 holy cities, a portal opened, and a rainbow-colored light enveloped everyone. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from their original positions. Originally, Li Fan was in a good mood about being able to return to the North Star domain. However, Li Fan's expression suddenly turned cold. As soon as he appeared, the heavy atmosphere permeating the air was immediately sensed by him. Watching the two groups clash and fight fiercely, anger flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Feeling Li Fan's sudden anger, Bai Suruo, Qinghuan, and the others all paled. They knew this man well, despite his nominal status as their master. He was known for his easygoing nature, and it seemed as though no one could provoke him to anger. Not even a lower-ranked woman like Xiongnu would cause him to lose his temper. They were extremely casual, showing no trace of the authority one might expect from a powerful individual. It was precisely this state of affairs that reduced the resistance the women felt toward following Li Fan to the lowest possible level. However, now Li Fan is angry. How could this not alarm them? Li Fan's expression turned cold. He wasn't a pushover. How could he not see that someone was trying to ambush the old Taoist master? And the old Taoist monk was the person he had personally assigned to protect Xiao Nannan. Now that he was being ambushed, it likely meant that something had happened to Xiao Nannan. You will all die. Suddenly, without a sound, Li Fan's figure moved. With a single step, his figure appeared instantly beside an ancient clan sage ancestor king, moving so swiftly that no trace of him could be seen. A slender white hand extended outward. Puff! A flash of bloodlight erupted, and the ancestral king's head was crushed to a pulp by a single grip, blood pouring down like a torrential rain upon the mountain peak. Chapter 94, Xiao Wu, don't you remember me anymore? How dare you kill the ancestral king of my ancient clan? Many ancestral kings regained their senses, filled with shock and anger. They were shocked by the immense power of this mysterious man named Li Fan, and enraged that he dared to kill the ancient ancestral king of the primordial ancient clan right before their eyes, a blatant act of provocation. Human race, you dare to kill the ancestral king of my ancient royal clan. The sacred-level ancestral king, with his silver-skinned human form, regained his senses and roared furiously, being the first to act. Boom! As he burst forth with silver light, unleashing countless patterns, he transformed into a silver colossus standing 300 zhang tall, wielding a silver warhammer as he descended, emitting a dazzling radiance that stretched for 10,000 zhang. Be careful, that is the divine giant of the silver-scaled ancient royal clan. This is the innate divine ability of the silver-scaled clan, possessed by every member of the silver-scaled ancient royal clan. It is cultivated from a young age, much like a cultivator's divine avatar, but it is far more powerful, capable of unleashing combat powers surpassing the original body in a brief moment. Terrifying energy surged through the heavens and earth, as if malevolent spirits from the depths of the abyss were emerging. Under the wheels of a giant hammer as tall as a small mountain, thunderous roars echoed continuously, the sound as loud as thunder. Roll! Li Fan glanced sideways, his eyes cold and piercing like a divine sword, and let out a loud cry. Terrifying sound waves surged forth, like an ancient demonic peak crashing forward, colliding with the giant hammer. The colossal being, charging forward with overwhelming force and emanating a terrifying aura, suddenly halted its brutal swing. The ancient ancestral king's eardrums throbbed painfully, and a faint trickle of blood seeped out. This was not even the full brunt of the roar's impact. Crack! A heart-stoppingly crisp sound echoed through the air, reaching everyone's ears. Under everyone's gaze, the giant spirit god directly transformed into a shower of light and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Impossible. This can't be possible. The other ancestral kings were utterly shocked, their faces filled with horror. This was the divine giant spirit of the silver-scaled ancestral king. Even if they encountered it, they would have to retreat 3 steps. If it had reached the pinnacle of its cultivation, it could even rival a half-step saintly king, yet it was shattered by a single roar. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their eardrums throbbing with pain, and they instinctively took a step back. This person cannot be defeated by force. Whoosh! At that moment, Li Fan vanished again, his gaze cold as he appeared before another ancient ancestral king. I don't. The ancient ancestor king's entire body bristled, his hair stood on end, and he opened his mouth to speak. Put. However, before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. An arm had pierced through his chest. With a loud boom, his body exploded. Li Fan was like a ruthless demon, disappearing once again. With each disappearance, the figure of an ancient ancestral king exploded, and blood poured down the mountain peak, dripping through the earth. 7 times in succession, completed in the blink of an eye, 8 ancient ancestral kings of the saintly realm perished at the hands of the 8 desolate bells. Their blood splattered across the peaks, staining the earth red and adding a crimson hue to the already blood-soaked land. The dust-free old sage's eyes widened as he gazed at the figure standing motionless atop the final ancestral king's peak. He swore that after surviving for 5,000 years, he had finally witnessed true power. This was the aesthetics of violence. Without any divine power fluctuations, he had single-handedly slaughtered one ancient ancestral king after another using only his physical body. If this were to be reported to the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. The sudden death of 8 ancient ancestral kings would shake even the ancient imperial clan to its core. At the same time, Li Fan turned around, taking a step forward as if teleporting. No one saw how he did it. The wind swirled silently beneath his feet, terrifying beyond belief. His aura was cold to the extreme, with no divine power fluctuations, yet it made the heavens and earth grow colder by several degrees. How is Xiao Nannan? Is she okay? Stepping forward to stand before the dust-free old Taoist, Li Fan's eyes remained calm as he looked at the old Taoist. The dusty old man stared at Li Fan, who had suddenly appeared before him, leaving him no time to react. Even with his calm demeanor, his heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened to Xiao Nannan? The calm voice sounded again, reaching the ears of the old Taoist master. Though the voice seemed calm and unruffled, the old Taoist master sensed an impending storm, as if the North Star was about to undergo a major upheaval, bringing darkness and chaos. Xiao Nannan was safe and sound, living happily in the Fire Kingdom. The old Taoist master, Wu Chen, roared inwardly. He was being suppressed by the man before him, who showed no signs of divine power, and he felt as though he were suffocating. He wanted to scream, but he had never encountered such a situation before. In an instant, he sensed the man's boiling qi and blood, and spoke the truth. The moment his words fell, the overwhelming weight that had been crushing his heart suddenly vanished, and the suffocating breath he had been holding disappeared. He exhaled. The dust-free old Taoist sighed in relief. It wasn't just him, everyone around him felt the same way. The old Taoist master Wu Chen realized that, without even noticing, his robe had become damp. Little Nannan is fine, that's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's icy expression vanished instantly, replaced by the faint smile familiar to Qing Luan and the others. Who are you? After letting out a sigh of relief, the dust-free old Taoist spoke, looking at Li Fan with deep confusion in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wei Wei stood beside the dust-free old master, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She was curious about who the man in front of her was. At that moment, Li Fan was dressed in white robes, with black hair tied back by a jade crown. His features were handsome and graceful, and his demeanor exuded an air of mystery, as if he were a celestial being who had been banished from the mortal realm. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips, making him seem approachable rather than cold, with a touch of warmth. Upon learning that Xiao Nannan was unavailable, Li Fan's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book, his mood visibly uplifted. Those unaware might have mistaken him for a madman, his mood shifting as swiftly as the turning of pages. At the end of the day, Li Fan's personality was too protective of those close to him, to the point of extremism. Any matter involving Xiao Nannan would easily trigger an outburst from him. Li Fan wore a faint smile on his face, appearing very familiar with the old Taoist, and patted the old Taoist on the shoulder. Little Wu, don't you remember me? Xiao Wu. The dust-free old Taoist listened to Li Fan's words, his lips twitching violently. He had lived for 5,000 years, yet he was being called Xiao Wu by a young man, a name that sounded so childish. Wait a moment. The dust-free old Taoist had intended to dodge Li Fan's shoulder tap, but suddenly he felt that this action and this title seemed familiar. In his mind, he saw a small white tiger, whose tiny paws had also tapped his shoulder and spoken the words, "Little Wu, you did well. The fruits you brought back this time are delicious. You're an adult?" Chapter 95, The Four Guardian Men. The Imperial City of the Fire Nation. The Imperial Palace Hall, where music and dance fill the air. In the center, seated on a golden throne adorned with carved dragons, sat a man who looked down upon the world with disdain. The Fire Emperor of the Fire Kingdom. Below, songs echoed, sleeves fluttered, bells rang, and music played. At this time, the Fire Emperor of the Fire Kingdom was hosting a banquet for nobles from all regions. This was a special festival in the Fire Kingdom, where the Emperor would host a banquet for the nobles every year, a tradition passed down since ancient times to foster closer ties with his subjects. Amidst the joyful songs and dances, the Fire Emperor's body suddenly trembled. He stood up and addressed the nobles in the hall. "I have some business to attend to and must leave for a moment." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Why did the Fire Emperor suddenly take his leave? The next moment, the nobles, filled with deep confusion, turned their gaze toward the Fire Emperor's former position and also began to walk toward the distance. "How have you been lately, Senior Wu Chen?" Fire Emperor stepped out of the palace and arrived at the palace gates in no time, smiling as he looked at the group before him. This group was none other than Li Fan and the old Taoist monk Wu Chen. With a smile, the Fire Emperor glanced at the four graceful figures standing beside Wu Chen the old Taoist, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He was not amazed by their beauty, though the four women were indeed stunning and had caught the Fire Emperor's attention. However, what truly drew his focus was the telepathic message he had just received from an ancient ancestor in the Fire Kingdom's palace, informing him that 5 beings of saintly caliber had arrived at the palace.
This news truly startled the Fire Emperor.
Ever since the great earthquake of the Northern Dipper over 2 years ago, when the ancient races emerged from the primordial chaos, the world has no longer been at peace. The emergence of the races has dealt a severe blow to the established order of the world, leaving the human race at a disadvantage, as there are simply too few sages.
True elite combat power no longer exists.
Were it not for the existence of the extreme Dao imperial weapons, the ancient races would have already slaughtered the human race, treating them as daily sustenance. However, even so, the human race remains in dire straits, leaving many human lineages with no choice but to accept their fate. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the divine king of the Zheng family 3 years ago, who appeared alongside Gai Joyo from 9,000 years ago and shocked the ancient royal clans with his power, the human race would likely be in an even more dire situation today. It can be said that sages are now exceptionally precious to the human race. On the surface, 90% of sages are aligned with the ancient 10,000 clans, and this is even before all of the ancient 10,000 clans have emerged. If they had, the situation might be even worse. The primordial 10,000 clans continue to emerge, with major clans occasionally appearing, and even imperial clans have emerged, causing great alarm. If one were to count them all, the sages of the human race are but a handful, each a precious existence. Suddenly, he was informed by an elder of the palace's founding clan that 5 sage-level beings had arrived at the imperial city, one of whom was the immortal Taoist Wu Chen. He immediately went out to greet them, eager to see who they were.
That was the immortal Wu Chen. What a beautiful woman. 4 of them appeared all at once.
Standing side by side with the dust-free old Taoist, her brows were free of restraint, and she was certainly no ordinary woman.
Who is that young man?
His demeanor is so unique, and he doesn't seem out of place beside the dust-free old Taoist.
Could he be the heir to some sacred place?
When the Fire Emperor appeared outside the palace, numerous princes and nobles also followed out of curiosity. Upon seeing the group led by the dustless old sage, they were all surprised and began to whisper among themselves.
The emperor was being too polite.
The dustless old Taoist smiled and said that the Emperor of the Fire Kingdom treated him very well and basically granted all his requests.
In addition, thanks to his relationship with little Nanny, he had a very good relationship with the Fire Kingdom.
Immediately, the old Taoist master turned around and introduced the people behind him one by one. These are the 4 holy demon maidens who have been secluded from the world for years. With the emergence of the ancient races, they had no choice but to come out. Like me, they are all guardians of the young ones.
The dustless old Taoist smiled as he introduced them. What?
As soon as he finished speaking, the palace was thrown into chaos. The Fire Emperor's composed expression suddenly changed, and the numerous nobles watching from afar all turned pale, as if they had heard some earth-shattering secret. Even more, there was a faint fluctuation of divine might emanating from the depths of the palace, creating an uneasy atmosphere.
What did you say, Senior Wu Chen? Fire Emperor exclaimed in surprise.
His blood was racing through his veins, revealing his inner turmoil.
Though he desperately wanted to calm down, he simply couldn't.
The dust-free old Taoist was Xiao Nanan's guardian, and his fame throughout the Northern Dipper was well known to all. 2 years ago, when the ancient races emerged, Wu Chen Laodao immediately drew attention. After all, as a sage active in the public eye, it was hard not to be noticed. During a gathering, an elder from the sacred land, the Taishang Changren, subtly mentioned that the disciple of Wu Chen Laodao, the one called Zion Anyuan, was of marriageable age, and they wished to arrange a child marriage to strengthen their ties. It was precisely at that gathering that the world was shaken to its core.
The terror of Xiao Nannan, an ordinary little girl. Nannan is not my disciple, I am merely her guardian, an old man nearing the end of his life.
I have no qualifications to be her master. These words, spoken by the venerable Wu Chen, immediately caused a massive uproar, shaking the 5 realms of the North Star. A sage guardian of the way, who openly declared himself unworthy of being a teacher. This left Xiao Nanan's identity shrouded in mystery, making her an overnight sensation and the darling of the North Star.
Over the past 3 years, everyone has been eager to uncover Xiao Nanan's true identity. However, for the most part, Xiao Nannan has remained in seclusion, with no information to confirm her identity, leading many to suspect that Wu Chen Laodao's claims were merely fabricated to protect his disciple.
This claim was made by the people of the primordial 10,000 clans, who believed it was the human clan fabricating a narrative to bolster their own prestige, and many found it difficult to refute. Now, the old sage Wu Chen has revealed that he has summoned 4 female saints who are his fellow guardians of the way to emerge into the world, and the shockwaves this will cause are unimaginable.
This is the Qing-1 female sage.
In response to the Fire Emperor's astonishment, the old Taoist master smiled without answering the Fire Emperor's explanation and continued his introduction. Though he did not explain, it was clear to anyone with eyes that the 4 female saints had not spoken or objected, and their intentions were obvious. Finally, after the old Taoist master finished his introduction, he looked at Li Fan, and a strange expression flashed across his face.
This is Li Fan, the older brother of Xiao Nan.
The calm words came from the mouth of the old and experienced Wu Chen, echoing through the quiet palace grounds.
Chapter 96, Finally Reunited. The Imperial City of the Fire Nation.
An ancient capital city that has been passed down through countless generations, it is one of the oldest nations in the world today. Even the great Xia divine dynasty is younger than it.
This is an ancient sovereign state whose exact age remains a mystery to all.
At this moment, outside its majestic red lacquered palace gates, the silence is so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping can be heard. The Fire Emperor's expression froze, and the face that once struck fear into the world now showed surprise and disbelief. In the distance, the expressions of the gathered kings and nobles were even more varied: shock, disbelief, suspicion, contemplation, curiosity, and more.
After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Fire Emperor quickly regained his composure.
He smiled, his expression both majestic and approachable.
Young friendly fan, welcome to the imperial capital of the Fire Kingdom. The Fire King's banquet is currently underway. Would you like to join us?
As he spoke, his eyes glanced at the young man before him with a hint of scrutiny. Handsome and graceful, dressed in white robes with a white jade crown holding back his long hair, upon closer inspection, he made a startling discovery: the young man before him was indeed extraordinary. Standing there, he did not reveal a single trace of his divine power, appearing as ordinary as any mortal in the mortal world. Yet, despite this, he remained utterly calm in the presence of the elder. A young man whose every inch exuded mystery. This was the first impression the Fire Emperor had of Li Fan.
The Fire Emperor was being too polite. Li Fan spoke softly with a faint smile.
Facing the ruler of a nation, the Fire Emperor, who looked down on the world, showed no change in expression. He was as calm as a still pond, appearing young yet deep like a tranquil lake, exuding mystery at every turn.
In truth, we have come here today to see little Nan.
We humbly request that the Fire Emperor grant us this favor. The old Taoist, Wu Chen, spoke kindly and approachably. This man is the ruler of the Fire Kingdom. He has protected the young princess for 3 years, and that alone is enough to warrant a smile.
Of course. I really like the little girl Xiao Nan. She should be cultivating in Linger's spiritual energy garden right now.
The Fire Emperor nodded and spoke softly. He immediately dismissed the nobles behind him, instructing them to wait in the grand hall, and then led Li Fan and the others to the palace where Linger resided. Without the Fire Emperor needing to say a word, the nobles quietly withdrew. Having attained their positions as nobles, they naturally possessed wisdom and understood their place. Now that the 5 sages had arrived at the imperial city of the Fire Kingdom, the Fire Emperor leading the way would not be seen as a loss of face. On the contrary, in their eyes, this was perfectly normal. The strong were revered, and this had always been the underlying principle of the cultivation world. Even imperial authority was no exception. Among them is a mysterious figure named Li Fan, who has suddenly appeared, making it impossible for the Fire Emperor to overlook him. As they departed, whispers as soft as mosquitoes began to circulate among the nobles.
This is a good thing.
If our Fire Nation can obtain the protection of 5 sages, it will have profound significance for the consolidation of our national territory.
Even if the ancient races were to emerge, we would remain unfazed.
Having 5 sages as protectors is a lineup that even the ancient noble clans or the great Xia divine dynasty couldn't match.
What kind of power is backing Li Fan and Xiao Nan?
Such profound foundations are extremely rare even in the 5 domains of the Northern Dipper.
Could they be descendants of the ancient royal clan? Or perhaps the ancient imperial clan? Otherwise, how could they have 5 saints protecting them during their cultivation?
I have a theory: they are likely the sons of an emperor. There are ancient inscriptions stating that this era holds the opportunity for immortality, and the ancient races have emerged, even the ancient imperial princes have appeared.
Our human emperor would not have failed to anticipate this.
They are likely the sons of an emperor.
This is no idle claim.
The primordial lake of the ancient imperial clan, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and the nest of 10,000 dragons have all emerged one after another, with rumors spreading that an ancient imperial prince is about to emerge, vying for the position of supreme ruler among the younger generation.
This man named Li Fan is very likely the descendant of one of our human race's great emperors. Whispers echoed endlessly.
Every noble's eyes shone brightly, for they knew that what was about to unfold in the Fire Nation's imperial palace would likely sweep across the 5 realms like a storm. This would not be detrimental to the Fire Nation, and might even hold profound significance for the human race. For 3 years, the human race had been oppressed for far too long.
Princess Linger's palace, with its golden glazed tiles, shone brilliantly in the sunlight.
Surrounding the grand hall, ancient trees towered overhead, casting shade with their lush green foliage. The red walls and yellow tiles shone with golden splendor, and beyond lay a garden where the essence of heaven and earth gathered in abundance. The Fire Emperor led Li Fan and his group, laughing and chatting as they made their way toward this direction.
Along the way, they chatted pleasantly.
In their conversation, the Fire Emperor confirmed one point: Li Fan was a member of the human race, not of the ancient royal family. This relieved the Fire Emperor, as he had previously suspected that Li Fan might be from the ancient clan, but it turned out he was human after all. As for the little girl, ever since that white tiger suddenly disappeared a few years ago, she has been non-stop. Sometimes I feel quite sorry for her, she's only 8 years old. The Fire Emperor spoke softly. Just as his words fell, everyone arrived at the garden. At first glance, they could see a delicate figure sitting cross-legged at the center of the garden, resembling a serene little flower fairy. Li Fan listened to the Fire Emperor's words, gazing at the delicate figure. His body trembled violently, and a sense of guilt welled up in his heart. He took a step forward, silently, and without a trace of wind or dust, appearing before Xiaonan. Upon witnessing this scene, the Fire Emperor's pupils suddenly contracted, and his previously composed and majestic expression twisted in shock. What terrifying power! A sense of danger rose within the Fire Emperor's heart. This young man was definitely no ordinary person. Li Fan did not notice the Fire Emperor's shock, and even if he had, he would not have cared. At that moment, his entire focus was on Xiaonan. 3 years had passed, and she had changed greatly. Her innocent face still retains its childlike charm, but there is now a quietness about her, a cold, detached quietness that seems out of place in the world, as if she were separated from it. In this vast and bustling world, she exudes resilience and composure. Is this really the same little girl from 3 years ago? Little one. Li Fan felt even more guilty, his heart was breaking, and he felt incredibly bitter. He opened his mouth and uttered 3 words. The 3 words were spoken softly and slowly, carrying a magical power that made one's heart tremble. As the words fell, Xiaonan's eyes suddenly opened. What met her eyes were a pair of deep, dark eyes and a face radiating tenderness and gentleness. Little one. Li Fan looked at Xiaonan's 8-year-old face, which was still adorable, yet it bore a hint of resilience and coolness that one would not expect from someone her age. He opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted mid-sentence. Xiao Bai. Xiaonan's eyes welled up with tears as she directly uttered 2 familiar nicknames to Li Fan. You're Xiao Bai. Looking into those familiar eyes, the expression in them made Xiaonan blurt out those 2 words without thinking. It's me. Upon hearing these words, Li Fan's heart trembled. This was an emotion that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. Even though Li Fan was now completely different from his previous self, Xiaonan still recognized him at a glance, instinctively seeing through him. No matter how much a person's appearance changes, the eyes are the window to the soul. No matter how much they change, the essence remains the same. Unless you are no longer the same person, there will always be a flaw, and you will always be recognized. Are you really that naive? Xiaonan's body trembled slightly. She reached out her small hand to touch Li Fan's cheek. The resilience and coolness on her face vanished, replaced by vulnerability, as if a little girl who had been wandering alone in the world had finally found her family. It's me. I've been gone for 3 years. I'm sorry for making you wait so long. Li Bai looked at Xiaonan with a pained expression, gently wiping the tears streaming down her little face with his palm. Xiao Bai, I thought you didn't want me anymore. I searched everywhere but couldn't find you. Linger said you were transported to a very distant place because you touched something mysterious. I want to train and become stronger so I can find you. Xiaonan looked up at him with her little face full of joy, but tears kept welling up in her sparkling eyes. Her small hands tightly gripped the hem of his robe, afraid that if she let go, he would disappear. By the end, she couldn't hold back her sobs and burst into tears, clinging tightly to Li Fan. I really miss you, Xiao Bai. Chapter 97, When no one's around, I'll just call you Xiao Bai. Listening to Xiaonan's words, it felt like needles piercing Li Fan's heart. He felt deeply guilty and heartbroken. Though Xiaonan had been doing well over the past 3 years, her current state clearly showed she was exhausted, as if she had lost a loved one. From the moment she was born, Li Fan has been by her side. He was the one who went out to pick wild fruits, squeeze out the juice, and even sneak into the forest to get animal milk for little Nan to drink, raising her all these years. Vaguely, Li Fan still remembers that little girl in ragged clothes, with holes in her shoes, her toes almost showing, her body dirty, but her big eyes clear and bright, always wearing a smile. No matter how difficult or exhausting life became, as long as they were together, there was always laughter, never tears. I'm back, and I won't leave Xiaonan's side. Li Fan said softly. This scene caused the Fire Emperor, Qingluan, Wuchen the Old Taoist, and others nearby to tremble in their hearts. The women of Qingluan were the most sensitive. Though they were inherently good and kind, witnessing this scene caused their hearts to tremble violently. What kind of emotional bond could possibly lead to such a reaction? Originally, they were also curious about the little girl. To be honest, they felt some resistance to the idea of protecting a child, as they were, after all, for saints, and the idea of protecting a child whose character was unknown was not something they were accustomed to. To say they weren't resistant would be a lie, but they didn't voice their feelings. Though they felt some resistance, it wasn't overwhelming. After all, it was just a child. If it had been an adult, their resistance would have been much stronger. However, upon witnessing this scene, their resistance faded away. Xiaonan's tears seemed to awaken their maternal instincts. Why would they reject such a little girl? At the same time, they also understood why Li Fan was so desperate and in such a hurry to return to Beidou. With such a concern weighing on their hearts, they would have done the same.
It wasn't just them, the old Taoist master Wu Chen felt the same way.
He had many theories, wondering if Xiao Nannan was hiding a great secret, or if she wasn't an ordinary person at all, but had been concealed by Li Fan's powerful magic, making her actually possess an incredibly strong constitution.
Could she even be the legendary chaos body? However, all of this is false.
There are no such speculations.
Everything is simply a clear, straightforward emotional connection between the two. Perhaps this is the gap between me and adults. I am too materialistic.
The old Taoist master, dust-free and serene, couldn't help but reflect on his life and question what it had all been for. At that moment, the 5,000-year unchanged mindset of the dustless old Taoist was shattered, and there was a faint sense of elevation. His cultivation, which had remained stagnant, began to rise. This scene left Xing Luan and the others in awe, and even the Fire Emperor was stunned.
Perhaps following Li Fan was indeed a good choice.
Watching the equally enlightened Wu Chen Lao Dao suddenly ascend, Xing Luan and the other women all felt this thought arise in their hearts. It is well known that every step a sage takes is arduous. Beyond the realm of the sages lies the 9 heavens, symbolizing 9 layers of heaven, with each step representing a day, making the journey unimaginably difficult.
Yet, Wu Chen the immortal had made significant progress in his cultivation due to the scene involving Li Fan and Xiao Nannan. To say one isn't envious would be a lie. Who wouldn't want their cultivation to improve every moment of every day?
The Fire Emperor was so shocked that he couldn't utter a single word. Compared to the shock of Qing Luan and the others, what truly stunned him was the word Xiaobai that the little girl had uttered. As the Fire Emperor, it was impossible for him not to take notice of the young girl his daughter had brought back.
Xiaobai, he knew exactly who she was referring to.
It was the little white tiger that had suddenly disappeared from his daughter's bedroom 3 years ago.
Li Fan is that little white tiger?
This left the Fire Emperor utterly speechless with shock. He couldn't help but recall the words his daughter had told him back then, hinting that Xiaonuan Nuan had a powerful force behind her. At the time, he had assumed it was the old hermit Wu Chen, but now he realized everything had been a mistake. This powerful force behind her might be this young man, the one who could move silently, leaving no trace for him to detect.
The little white tiger from before.
He had observed it before, but it was indeed just an ordinary little tiger.
Indeed, it had no aura, just an ordinary little white tiger.
And he was very similar ordinary in every way, like an ordinary mortal in the mortal world, showing no signs of divine power.
He was definitely no ordinary being.
The Fire Emperor's heart trembled. In the blink of an eye, he considered hundreds of possibilities. If Li Fan were to find out what the Fire Emperor was thinking, he would be speechless. As he would put it, "You truly are a king, your thoughts are far from ordinary."
In the garden, Li Fan had a lengthy conversation with Xiao Nannan.
His name was Li Fan. He had been cursed and turned into a white tiger, and had been by her side ever since.
So that's why people used to say I had a powerful ally behind me. They were talking about the little white tiger. Xiao Nannan isn't stupid, on the contrary, she's very smart.
As she grew older, she also wondered why the dustless old monk would help her, why others viewed her as having a terrifying figure behind her, and even her older sister Yen Linger had once said something similar. At one point, she had thought about many people and speculated that there was indeed an invisible guardian protecting her, but she didn't pay much attention to it because she had never seen anyone. However, now that she knew it was Li Fan, that was a different matter altogether. "From now on, when I'm out with others, I'll call you Big Brother. When we're alone, I'll call you Xiao Bai." After saying that, Xiao Nannan's eyes curved like the moon, and she smiled brightly.
"You can call me whatever you like. By the way, Xiao Nannan, I have something to give you as a birthday gift for the past 3 years. Li Fan chuckled lightly. Then he took out a pendant from the collar of his robe. On it was a small bronze temple, exquisitely crafted, its surface shimmering with a divine glow. A bronze divine hall?
The dust-free old Taoist's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed aloud. He immediately recognized what this thing was. It was precisely because of the bronze immortal hall that he had crossed paths with Li Fan in the first place.
What?
The Fire Emperor was startled by the words of the dustless old Taoist, his heart pounding wildly.
"Senior Wu Chen, you said that was the bronze immortal hall."
However, in the face of the Fire Emperor's words, the old Taoist master Wu Chen remained silent, staring intently at the pendant in Li Fan's hand.
And as soon as Li Fan had taken out the bronze divine hall, the 4 Qingluan women all felt their hearts tremble. With their keen eyesight, they immediately realized that this object was no ordinary item. Chapter 98, The Divine Hall's Birthday Gift. The Bronze Celestial Palace? Do the sisters know what that is?
Bai Su Ro transmitted her voice in her mind. Upon hearing this, the 3 women of Qingluan all shook their heads. That bronze divine hall is no ordinary place. It truly deserves the title of divine, and it is likely. The eyes of the azure phoenix kept flickering with strange brilliance. I ask you, in this world, which weapon dares to have the character Xian Immortal in its name? Even if it were brought out, it wouldn't last long before being shattered. No one dares to desecrate that character.
There is only one weapon that can bear this character. The ultimate divine weapon, exclusively belonging to the Emperor. The realm of the immortals is ethereal and elusive, and no one knows if it truly exists. In the eyes of mortals, the Emperor is an immortal being, invincible throughout the universe, powerful enough to sweep through the heavens, and all races bow before him in submission. Only beings of their caliber are worthy of bearing the name immortal. This principle holds true across all star systems. Thinking of this situation, Qing Yuan and the other women felt their hearts racing. Li Fan was about to give that little girl a mysterious artifact suspected to be an imperial weapon of the highest order. Just thinking about it made all the women's mouths go dry. What a magnificent display of generosity, it's almost too much to bear. We may have underestimated Li Fan's affection for Xiao Nannan. We must protect her at all costs. If anything were to happen to Xiao Nannan, I suspect Li Fan would ruthlessly annihilate an entire star system to accompany her in death. Qing Yuan's heart trembled as she spoke these words. Upon hearing this, the other women were utterly shocked, yet none dared to refute Qing Yuan's words. They felt it was quite possible. Or perhaps it was inevitable. A gruesome vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood involuntarily flashed through their minds. Massacre the star domain. This is worthy of being called a dark upheaval. They never doubted Li Fan's capabilities in such matters, for they knew he was absolutely capable of it. He is the one who has even unraveled the mystery of the immortals' enigma, a riddle as ancient as the heavens themselves, and has witnessed the existence of immortal corpses. What a beautiful pendant for the small palace. The little girl smiled like a flower and happily took the pendant from Li Fan's hand. I'll put it on for you. Li Fan watched Xiao Nannan's delight and smiled happily. In truth, he had long wanted to give it to Xiao Nannan, to give it to her the moment he became human. This was something he had always intended to give to Xiao Nannan, just as it was in the original novel he remembered from his own story. In the not-too-distant future, the ruthless emperor who would shake the world and captivate all would ascend to the divine hall. In the future, he believed that Xiao Nannan would also be able to enter the celestial palace, just as the novel had foretold. Little Nannan, nod your little head gently, be a good girl. Only when facing Li Fan does little Nannan act this way. No one else can make little Nannan behave like this, not even Linger, who has been with little Nannan for 3 years. Thank you, Xiaobai. Looking at the small palace hanging around his neck, he felt no discomfort at all, but rather a sense of warmth. Xiao Nannan liked it even more, constantly fiddling with and flipping through the bronze palace, treating it like a toy to play with. Watching this scene, the old Taoist master swallowed hard, utterly astonished. He was screaming at the heavens in his heart. That was the Bronze Immortal Hall. The Bronze Immortal Hall, which countless heroes throughout the ages had longed for, was simply given to a little girl, as if it were an ordinary gift for her birthday. Compared to the old sage Wuchen, who knew the situation best, the Fire Emperor and Qing Yuan were far more shocked. They were all just speculating and not taking it seriously. That's the Bronze Immortal Hall. Can I take a look? An old voice echoed. The voice was incredibly weathered, exuding an air of age. One could clearly sense the heavy traces of time left on the speaker by simply hearing the sound of their voice. An old man with snow-white hair and beard, dressed in a yellow robe, walked slowly toward them. Though he emitted no discernible aura, the dust-free old Taoist and Qing Yuan all narrowed their eyes. These were masters who had reached the pinnacle of their art, far surpassing any of them in strength, having returned to their purest form. In this step, he had gone further than anyone present. Old ancestor. The Fire Emperor spoke, intending to step forward to pay his respects. This man was none other than the elderly figure who had previously communicated with him through telepathy. He was one of the Fire Nation's deepest-rooted foundations, sealed away within the divine source. With the emergence of the ancient royal clan in this current era, he had no choice but to emerge from seclusion to suppress the nation's foundations. However, when the Fire Emperor attempted to pay his respects, the old man bypassed him and walked directly toward Li Fan, or more accurately, toward Xiao Nannan. His cloudy eyes flickered with a sharp gleam, filled with excitement. Deep within the palace, he had caught sight of the Bronze Immortal Hall, a sight that had stunned him into emerging from seclusion. That aura he had felt something similar before belonged to the overwhelming power of an extreme Dao Imperial weapon. It was undoubtedly the Bronze Immortal Hall. Can I borrow it to take a look? The old man spoke slowly, his slow words betraying his excitement. He had even approached the little girl, reaching out to touch the bronze shrine. In that very instant, his body felt as though struck by lightning. The small hall began to glow, emitting a hazy, chaotic light reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, a primal energy so powerful it was terrifying. The old man instantly stumbled backward several steps, his body trembling violently. His weathered face turned deathly pale, and strands of sacred aura erupted uncontrollably from his body, while blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Ancestor, are you all right? Upon seeing this, the Fire Emperor was startled and hurriedly spoke up. Seeing the Fire Emperor arrive and wanting to help him up, the old man waved his hand. At that moment, the excitement on his face diminished greatly. He quickly picked up a pill and swallowed it, then sighed softly. I was too hasty.
After saying that, he bowed deeply to Li Fan.
I humbly ask for your forgiveness, senior ancestor, you. The Fire Emperor was startled once again.
He realized that today had been filled with too many shocks. At this moment, there was no trace of his former dignity and composure, only endless astonishment and wonder.
At that moment, the Fire Emperor was utterly horrified. This ancient ancestor was one of the pillars of the Fire Nation, an unparalleled powerhouse at the 8th level of the Saint Realm.
Yet now, he was bowing to a young man, performing the ritual of a junior. At that very moment, a flash of divine light appeared in the Fire Emperor's mind. He recalled the shocking event that had shaken the North Star 3 years ago, when the Bronze Immortal Palace emerged and a mysterious powerful being had challenged the Immortal Palace. Observing the current actions of the ancient ancestor and recalling the startled cries of the dustless old sage earlier, he realized that this was no ordinary being.
He quickly came to a realization.
A wave of shock surged through the Fire Emperor's heart. 3 years ago, during the Jetian Pavilion incident, a powerful figure wielding the power of the Divine Hall had clashed with an extreme Dao Divine weapon, saving the members of the Jetian Pavilion and allowing them to spread their influence beyond the domain. Just thinking about it made him feel a suffocating pressure. Xiaobai was Li Fan, and Li Fan was the once powerful figure who had controlled the Celestial Palace and saved the Jetian Pavilion.
And just at that moment, Li Fan acted, waving his palm. It's okay, I know you're just too excited. You don't need to apologize. Chapter 99, Not a Single Normal Person. It's okay, you don't have to be like this. I know you're just too excited.
Li Fan said softly.
Senior, you're so generous.
The old man sighed in admiration, saying, if it were me, I might not have handled it so easily. I would have thought he was trying to take it by force. Later, the old man secretly informed the Fire Emperor, confirming his suspicions. That bronze hall was the very bronze divine hall that had driven countless ancient immortals of the Northern Dipper into a frenzy. The bronze divine hall once rumored to hold the mystery of immortals. Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor was utterly shocked. At that moment, he finally realized who Li Fan truly was. 3 years ago, he had been a peerless powerhouse who had appeared briefly but left a lasting impression. Even the ancient royal clan of the present day had heard of his name and feared him greatly. Even though Li Fan had only appeared briefly 3 years ago, his reputation remained formidable to this day. Many ancient royal clans were reluctant to kill humans, and part of the reason was because of him. They feared that the mysterious powerful being might be from the human race. While the human race may not have many sages, their true surface-level combat strength is indeed terrifyingly powerful. The divine king of the Jiang clan, a peerless genius reborn in a second life. Gai Jiudio, the peerless ruler who has lived for 8,000 years without dying, once suspected of being a quasi-emperor. Add to that Li Fan, the mysterious figure capable of subduing the Bronze Immortal Palace. These 3 figures are so formidable that even the ancient imperial clan trembles in their presence, especially the latter two. Without the ancient imperial troops, they wouldn't even be certain of their ability to handle them. Immediately, the Fire Emperor hosted a grand banquet for Li Fan and his companions, and the Fire Kingdom's true strength was also present to accompany them. This left the Fire Kingdom's nobles speechless with shock. Their faces flushed with excitement, they never imagined that the Fire Kingdom possessed such depth. On this day, it could be said that the strong of the Fire Kingdom were deeply shaken to their core. At the same time, the patriotic nobles were the most excited, as this clearly indicated that the Fire Nation was connected to the 6 sages. As for Li Fan, the Fire Emperor did not reveal his origins, as he knew that since Li Fan had not mentioned them from the start, it would be best not to expose them either. However, this alone caused the Fire Kingdom's reputation to soar to its peak in an instant. Even the ancient nations surrounding it were shaken to their core. 6 sages. Even if the ancient royal clan were to learn of this, it would awaken the great ancestral kings from their slumber. The waters of the Big Dipper are too deep. An ancient ancestor awoke from his slumber and spoke in a deep voice. So what? In the end, there are only 6 of them. During the ancient times, our royal clan ruled the world. What are humans? Once all of us royal clan members emerge, even 6 sages can be annihilated with a flick of the wrist. The harsh words echoed from the mouth of another ancestral king. You must be clear and cautious. Though the human race appears weak on the surface, in an ancient kingdom that has never produced a great emperor, there are 6 figures of equal standing to me, and 4 of them have unknown identities. What if this were a power that had produced a great emperor? An emperor is a figure on par with ancient emperors. The power of the ancient imperial clan is something we all know well. Be cautious and avoid making mistakes. The slumbering ancestral king spoke. The human race is merely sustenance. You have grown old. Where is your former ambition? Even if they possess the extreme Dao imperial weapon, so what? We have the primordial imperial weapon, and the primordial clan fears no ancestral king-level powerhouses. The fierce ancestral king also spoke up. Such words echoed among the ancient royal clans. Apart from the dust-free old sage, other powerful beings from non-ancient clan lineages have emerged, shaking the 5 domains of the Northern Dipper. Among them, none have been more severely oppressed by the ancient clans than the human clan and the demon clan, who have been struggling to survive under their tyranny. Among them, the one who caused the greatest upheaval in the Northern Dipper was a young man named Li Fan, and a little girl named Xiao Nan. Compared to the discussions about the 6 great sages, they garnered far more attention. They believed that among the 6 sages, 5 of them had a direct connection to them.
Guardian of the Way.
With the 5 sages as guardians, they protect the path of cultivation. When this news spreads, it will shake the entire Northern Dipper.
Isn't this like ascending to heaven?
Upon hearing this news, many people expressed such sentiments. In response, the human race felt a sense of vindication.
Our human race has absolute, unparalleled masters who have yet to emerge. Do the ancient royal clans really think we're easy to bully? This incident has shocked many of the ancient royal clans. Even their former tyranny and cruelty seemed to waver.
They were filled with doubt and fear. If the human race truly possessed such an existence, it would be truly terrifying.
This was undoubtedly a force rivaling the ancient royal clans. Who else, besides a faction that has produced an ancient imperial clan, could possess such audacity to have 5 ancestral kings protect a single individual, ensuring their cultivation path remains unobstructed? In a certain sense, even the ancient imperial clan itself lacks such audacity. Because the 5 sages' life essences are by no means ancient. In the presence of the ancient ancestral kings, their years are not worth mentioning, or rather, they are not even a fraction of their existence. In the age of decline,
to possess such power, no one would believe there are no stronger beings behind them, not even a ghost would. Under such circumstances, the waters of the Northern Dipper grew increasingly turbulent. Within the imperial palace of the Fire Nation,
Li Fan sat cross-legged in the garden, quietly watching the 4 Qingyuan women instruct the young girl in her cultivation.
Of course, they only taught her when necessary. Most of the time, the young girl practiced on her own.
She's so powerful.
Li Fan, your sister has truly surpassed our expectations.
Even Qingyuan, who is usually so composed, couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment during her teachings.
Although Xiao Nan had limited potential, Qingyuan and the others initially believed that such potential would make it difficult for her to grow, or that her path to growth would be arduous. However, Xiao Nan repeatedly shattered their preconceptions. She is exceptionally intelligent, grasping many aspects of cultivation with ease, and even mastering them without formal instruction. Her unique insights leave even those revered as saints in awe. In response, Li Fan simply smiled each time he heard Qingyuan and the others praise her. He knew that this was the ruthless emperor. The true beginning of her rise to prominence had arrived. Her talent was absolutely unmatched throughout the ages. Even as a child, there had been signs of it, and he had long since grown accustomed to it, having anticipated it all along. This was something he had known all along. Whoosh! A sharp sword chi shot out from Xiao Nan's palm, extremely sharp, shattering everything in its path. Xiao Bai, I can now unleash the 9-leaf sword grass technique you gave me, Xiao Nan said with a smile. Ever since Li Fan disappeared 3 years ago, she had changed a lot. She no longer acted as innocent and carefree as she once did around others, but only showed this side of herself to Li Fan. Li Fan didn't mind this much. Perhaps it was better this way. This transformation would only benefit Xiao Nan, with no drawbacks. Wow, I can't even learn that, Li Fan exclaimed with a laugh. Hearing this, Xiao Nan was amused and laughed. Li Fan wasn't joking. He truly couldn't do it because of his divine power. How could he possibly push something? It was still Xiao Nan pestering Li Fan to show off his abilities, and only after making a fool of himself did Xiao Nan realize it. Listening to Li Fan and Xiao Nan's conversation, Qingyuan and the other women were speechless. This brother and sister aren't normal. To be honest, Li Fan doesn't actually know the 9-leaf sword grass treasure technique. However, he's even more terrifying. He took a different approach, pointing his fingers and drawing a line in the air. Amazingly, he managed to unleash the power of the 9-leaf sword grass treasure technique using only the sheer strength of his physical body. This left the women so terrified they nearly lost their minds.
What does that even mean?
A physical body so powerful is extremely rare throughout history, yet under the influence of his physical movements, he directly manipulated the energies of heaven and earth to achieve a similar effect. It could be said that the 9-leaf sword grass in Li Fan's hands had become unrecognizable, yet it was terrifying beyond belief.
Master Li Fan, there is a letter for you.
Just then, a maid walked over.
Chapter 100, The Peaches Are Delicious. My letters?
Li Fan paused for a moment. He didn't know anyone in Beidou, and aside from Wu Chen Laodao and a few others, no one else knew his true identity.
Who sent him the letter? The grand gathering at the Pool of Immortality.
Upon seeing the 4 elegant characters on the letter, Li Fan immediately understood what was happening.
The Yaoqi Grand Assembly? Was this sent to you from the sacred site of the Northern Dippers Yaoqi? The bear girl curiously came over to take a look. Within a few days of arriving at the Big Dipper, Qingyuan and the other women had already gained a general understanding of the matters concerning the Big Dipper, knowing of the immense power of the Yaoqi sacred land, which rivaled that of the Changsheng clan and the Tianshan Academy.
It had once produced a Western Queen Mother, whose majesty shook the heavens and whose might was unmatched among the celestial realms. At the same time, Xiao Nannan also looked over, curious about who had written the letter to Xiao Bai.
Xiao Bai, are you going to the Yaoqi Grand Gathering? I want to go too.
Xiao Nannan finished speaking, her watery eyes fixed on Li Fan.
Of course not, I never said I was leaving Xiao Nannan.
Li Fan smiled and immediately opened the letter. The letter made it clear that the ancient royal clan had emerged, and the Yaoqi Grand Assembly was approaching, intending to invite people from all over the world.
The tone seemed to suggest a joint effort to counter the ancient royal clan.
As a disciple of a mysterious faction backed by 5 sages, Li Fan is undoubtedly invited. His influence is beyond measure. Even the sacred sons of the Holy Lands pale in comparison to Li Fan, and only the ancient imperial princes of the ancient imperial clan are worthy of standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Furthermore, the letter also mentioned that the Yaoqi sacred land was preparing for a major operation and urgently requested Li Fan to bring the 5 sages along. It is surprising that the Northern Dipper is also like our 9 heavens and 10 earths, where the ancient royal clan possesses an innate sense of nobility toward the human and demon races, believing themselves to be superior to all other races. However, the situation in the Northern Dipper is far more dire than ours in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with the human and demon races struggling to survive under the oppressive rule of the ancient royal clan. Baisura gazed at the letter, sighing softly. Her white dress clung to her slender form, graceful and elegant, as gentle as water, resembling a moonlit fairy, her beauty captivating and unforgettable.
Li Fan, are you planning to go? Xingluan spoke, walking gracefully toward them with the poise of a lotus flower.
I have no interest in resisting some ancient royal clan. Li Fan shook his head. He vaguely remembered that back then, Yi He had fought against the emperor's son for the sake of the human race, yet in the end, he was still condemned by some people, who asked why he had to provoke the ancient imperial clan and bring such disaster upon himself. Human nature is the same everywhere, even in the realm of cultivation. In the end, it's not that Li Fan is heartless, it's just that some people aren't worth saving.
He's not a saint, he won't save everyone in distress.
At most, when he sees someone in need, he'll help if they're right in front of him. But he'll never go out of his way to get involved.
Xiao Bai, aren't you going? I remember you like rare fruits. Last time, Linger's sister brought me a peach from the sacred land of the immortals. It was delicious. Aren't you going to eat it? Xiao Nannan blinked her sparkling eyes, recalling Li Fan's affection, and couldn't he help but speak up. Peach? How could I have forgotten about that? Li Fan was reminded by Xiao Nannan, and a look of realization flashed across his face. He had been so engrossed in the content of the text, thinking about the pros and cons of the ancient royal clan and the human and demon races, that he hadn't even considered the peaches. Let's go then. We'll set off immediately.
Upon realizing this, Li Fan immediately changed his mind. The peach was definitely something he had to eat, it would be a shame to miss out on it. As for the matter involving the ancient royal family, it wasn't worth dwelling on. Li Fan didn't give it much thought and decided to address it later. That's great, but it's a pity that Linger isn't here. She's currently in seclusion trying to break through and can't go with us. Xiao Nannan giggled happily, but when she thought of Yen Linger, she looked disappointed. Yen Linger could be said to be the person Xiao Nannan was closest to, aside from Li Fan. No problem, I'll bring some peaches back when I return. Li Fan patted Xiao Nannan on the head. Watching Li Fan and Xiao Nannan's conversation, Xing Luan and the others were speechless. This brother and sister were truly enigmatic. In their eyes, the emergence of the ancient royal clan was not even worth the value of a peach. The Grand Assembly at the Pool of Immortality. Though it is called the Yaoqi Grand Assembly, this time it is vastly different from previous gatherings. All cultivators are well aware that this assembly will not proceed peacefully. It is highly likely to be accompanied by bloodshed. Though it is said to be a banquet for the human and demon clans, in truth, it is a gathering of all the clans. Even the ancient royal clans are among those being invited. Though there were still a few days left before the Yaoqi Grand Assembly would truly convene, many had already arrived. Countless races gathered, each with vastly different appearances. Some bore an uncanny resemblance to ancient gods and demons, their presence utterly intimidating. Ancient trees stood tall and sturdy, while lush greenery added a touch of vitality. Majestic peaks, said to have been shaped by the very essence of heaven and earth, towered overhead. One lake after another, shrouded in mist and clouds, created a scene of breathtaking beauty, making this pristine land seem like a heavenly paradise on earth. The venue for this grand gathering at the Jade Pool is an ancient peak, vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. When the sound of the bell rang out, deep and majestic. Every time an honored guest arrives, the bells are rung, symbolizing a gesture of respect. Many leaders of the great human sects and ancient beings have set out to welcome this distinguished guest, who hails from the ancient imperial clan of Blood Phoenix Mountain and holds a very high status within the ancient imperial lineage. The ancient imperial clan of Blood Phoenix Mountain has emerged in this era. It is said that this time, it is not only he who is coming, but there is also a high likelihood that an ancient imperial prince from Blood Phoenix Mountain will appear, a prince who was personally sealed by the ancient emperor. The arrival of this ancient imperial clan from Blood Phoenix Mountain immediately sparked much discussion among the people, revealing some hidden truths.
Ancient imperial princes have been born one after another. The Fire Lynx of the Fire Lynx Cave, the third-generation descendant of the ancient emperor from the primordial lake, Yuan-gu, and even the heir of the immortal emperor, who is revered as a deity by the ancient royal clan. The immortal emperor's heir has also appeared. Truly, this is a great era. However, I wonder if our human emperor has any descendants left behind.
Our human emperor must have had offspring as well, though it is not certain. The Void Emperor sacrificed himself to combat the darkness and chaos, and even in his later years, he did not leave any heirs behind.
Some sighed, feeling deeply weighed down. So what? The human race is not without those who can stand up to the ancient emperor's son, the holy son of Yao Guang, the Ji family's Ji Haogue, and even the holy body Yi He, who recently caused a stir alongside the holy war emperor's son. They too have their hopes. Indeed, the human race does not fear them. This world is not solely ruled by the ancient royal clans.
There are countless prodigies, such as the central emperor of Zhengzhou, the peerless prodigy who lived in the same era as the great Gai Joyo.
The human race dares to compare itself to our royal clan? Before us ancient princes, everything is but a fleeting illusion.
Some humans spoke excitedly, but soon the ancient royal clan mocked them, leaving the powerful humans speechless and unable to respond.
Chapter 101, The Ancient Prince. A joke? The ancient prince is powerful?
I seem to recall that the heavenly prince suffered a major defeat at the hands of the holy body Leaf Black. There were human warriors with a sense of justice who resisted.
Indeed, the human race is not without its heroes.
In the Fire Nation of Central Plains, Li Fan's sister is protected by 5 sages, so he himself must be incredibly powerful and undoubtedly an imperial prince. Some were also excited to speak out, referring to the mysterious young man who had recently shaken the 5 realms not long ago, Li Fan. Upon hearing these words, members of the ancient royal clan fell silent, their brows furrowing deeply.
The direct descendants of the ancient great emperors were feared even by the ancient races.
Though they had never met them and were separated by countless realms, their legendary achievements remained indelible. Each of them is a figure who has shaken the ages, truly capable of rivaling the ancient imperial princes. They possess an unparalleled bloodline and lineage, and their power is so overwhelming that it strikes fear into the hearts of all who encounter them.
This is no idle talk.
The reason why the world believes that ancient imperial princes are all incredibly powerful is that most people see their shadows in the imperial princes. During the dark and chaotic times, imperial princes once emerged, sacrificing their lives to suppress all the great upheavals. Even now, many people still remember the power of the imperial princes when they first emerged and fought alongside their imperial fathers. Indeed, our human race is not without its heroes. 3 years ago, one of our most formidable warriors subdued the Bronze Immortal Palace and took residence within it. His physical prowess is unmatched, capable of challenging the Immortal Palace itself. He once wielded the Bronze Immortal Palace against an extreme Dao Imperial weapon, and single-handedly intimidated an ancient Imperial clan. Just as the human race and the ancient royal clan were locked in a fierce standoff, another person spoke these words.
Upon hearing this, everyone looked up in astonishment.
The speaker was a plump Taoist priest with a ruddy complexion and a perpetual smile on his lips. Beside him was a man. His face was angular and sharp, his eyes clear and piercing. A faint sound of surging blood could be heard within him, like the roar of a tidal wave, thunderous and overwhelming. As he walked, he exuded an air of such power that one dared not meet his gaze directly, for fear of being overwhelmed by his extraordinary might.
The holy body, Yi He.
And beside him is the damnable Taoist priest. Upon seeing this man, someone immediately recognized Yi He and the fat Taoist priest as Duanda. The heavenly lord who rides the boundless horse. How did you end up here with me, you dog?
Duanda heard the Taoist priest's insulting remark and was extremely displeased. Upon hearing this, Yi He couldn't help but chuckle.
Duanda's shameless ways were already common knowledge. Someone who constantly dug up graves was bound to be remembered and cursed by others. 3 years ago was precisely when my ancient race first emerged.
Do you really think that the so-called strong one you speak of is from your human race? Why not my ancient clan's peerless ancestor?
A young man approached and spoke these words. His expression was calm, and every step he took seemed to be in harmony with the heavens and earth, exuding an inexplicable aura of the Tao. This was an exceptionally handsome man, so strikingly beautiful that women everywhere would envy him. He was truly a peerless beauty, radiating divine light from head to toe, resembling an ancient divine being. Surrounding him were several elderly men dressed as servants, acting as his guards, protecting him closely.
The Crown Prince.
Upon seeing this man appear, countless beings from the ancient races all bowed down in unison, their expressions filled with sincere devotion, without a trace of pretense. The holy body of the human race. The old servant by the side of the emperor's son had a cold and fierce gaze, filled with boundless killing intent.
Emperor's son, come and take my life. Suddenly,
a piercing, soul-stirring cry rang out. Accompanied by a dazzling golden glow, the sound reached before the figure did, as a colossal surge of energy shattered the heavens and scattered the clouds. A massive golden staff immediately crashed down. "How dare you!" The old servant by the prince's side immediately stepped forward to stop him. This was a golden sacred monkey, its fur shimmering with golden light, each strand radiating divine brilliance. A terrifying aura emanated from its body, its might shaking the heavens. The prince of the battle-wielding holy emperor. Upon seeing this sacred ape, many were left speechless with shock. This holy prince was the biological son of the battle saint emperor from the end of the primordial era. His status was exalted, and he was on par with the heavenly prince. Upon seeing his attack blocked, the holy prince glared angrily, his divine power surging throughout his body, erupting with the aura of battle, resembling a divine warrior, utterly majestic and awe-inspiring. He immediately swung his staff, intending to strike the emperor's son with a horizontal blow. Seeing this, many people's expressions changed. Behead the king! The holy prince had already reached the realm of beheading the king. Holy prince, stop immediately! Do not fight! The arrival of the heavenly prince and the holy prince immediately drew the attention of the ancient royal clan who had arrived early for the Yaoqi festival. The masters of the Blood Phoenix 17 mountains and the Fire Lynx 13 caves, these were all transcendent beings, appeared and intervened to stop the fight. The battle between the two ancient emperor's children would spark massive chaos, potentially leading to civil war among the ancient races. The consequences were too terrifying to ignore, so they had no choice but to intervene. This is a grand gathering of all races. Why must the holy emperor's son engage in such violence? Just then, another young man appeared. The newcomer was a tall, muscular young man with long black hair reaching his waist, bronze-colored skin, and swirling bands of black mist around his body, resembling demonic smoke, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. What was most unsettling, however, were his eyes. The left eye contained the phenomenon of a black sun, while the right eye held the phenomenon of a blood-red moon. They were utterly demonic, and no one dared to meet his gaze directly, for those eyes seemed capable of devouring one's very soul. He stood there like an ancient demonic mountain, standing still as if about to crush the heavens and earth, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. Primordial Lake, the great-grandson of the Yuan Emperor, Yuan Gu. And at the moment of his arrival, two more figures appeared, a man and a woman, both with blue hair, a brother and sister. Their bodies emitted a luminous glow, resembling the form of divine beings, and a terrifying aura rippled around them. Finally, they have emerged, the ancient prince and princess of the Fire Lynx cave, the children of the Fire Lynx Emperor. Members of the ancient royal family revealed their origins. Who would have thought that just upon arriving, we would encounter such an interesting spectacle? Hualinyu smiled like a flower, charming and alluring, her fairy-like skirt swaying gently, completely oblivious to the solemnity of the occasion. At the same moment, Fire Lynx, Yi, Holy Prince, Yuan Gu, and other peerless figures all looked toward the distance. The phoenix's cry shook the heavens. A majestic figure appeared, like a phoenix emerging from the heavens, spreading its brilliant wings and soaring through the skies. His entire body was surrounded by traces of energy, obscuring his true appearance and giving him an otherworldly appearance. The Phoenix Void Path. Fire Lynx's eyes blazed with intense flames as he opened his mouth and uttered three words. Look! Chapter 102, the clash between the royal clan and the human race begins. Chapter 102, the initial clash between the royal clan and the human clan. As one ancient prince after another took the stage, the atmosphere in the hall immediately grew tense. This is a great era. The ancient imperial bloodline of the primordial emperors, each sealed away by the ancient emperors themselves, has all gathered in this era. They are like dragons slumbering in the depths, awakening one by one in this age. Who is strong and who is weak? It is hard to say. The arrival of the ancient emperor's son immediately brought the Yaoqi summit to a new climax. Those human warriors who had been filled with passion and excitement fell silent, all turning their gaze toward the sacred land. The snow-white snow lotus blossomed in all its beauty, filling the air with fragrance. The wind blew gently, causing the petals to dance in the sky before falling to the ground, creating a breathtaking sight. This is a beautiful land, covered in snow lantern trees, their fragrant blossoms filling the air with a sweet, refreshing scent. And this is where the young and talented from all over the world are welcomed. Now, only 2 members of the human race sit inside, while the rest are all ancient royal family members and former emperors. Seeing this scene, many fell silent. Among those present, only the holy body Yi could truly match the ancient prince in combat. As for that unscrupulous Taoist priest, no one held any hopes for him. The holy son of Yao Guang has arrived. The middle emperor has also arrived. At that moment, the outside world erupted into chaos. The prodigies of the human race had also arrived, no longer just the holy body Yi. Whether by design or coincidence, the prodigies of the human race have arrived together, such as the sun god Sun, the radiant holy sun, and the powerful Jihaoyue, who seems as mighty as a divine king on a procession. One after another, these prodigies appear, causing the ancient princes to unconsciously furrow their brows. As they entered that ancient land, it was as though they had injected the human race with a powerful stimulant. Every human cultivator was overjoyed. With the grand gathering approaching, the only true powerhouse the human race could boast was the barbarian king of the southern mountains, a figure of the Zhan Dao king level. However, aside from him, there was no one else worthy of mention. This left many of the human race feeling disheartened. At the level of true experts, the human race was at a significant disadvantage. Now, the human race's prodigies were emerging one after another, and they were no weaker than the ancient races of the primordial era. This has filled many of the human race with joy and hope. While the elders may not be up to the task, the younger generation holds endless potential. As they grow and mature, they will undoubtedly become the pillars of the human race in the future. At the same time, some leaders of the major sects of the human race have also arrived, and the old Ping King of the demon race has also come. As time went on, more and more people arrived. The lowly race is utterly ridiculous. The grand assembly of all races is about to begin, yet the human race has only sent a barbarian king. Not a single worthy representative has shown up. They dare to compare their young prodigy to us? What a joke. Yuan-gu watched as the human race rejoiced at the arrival of their prodigy, believing they could now rival his own race, and couldn't help but sneer. The assembly began, and the ancestral king arrived in person. Who among the human race could stand on equal footing with us? The celestial prodigy? Even if they had the opportunity to grow, they could still be easily crushed. The ruthless, cold voice caused everyone present to pale. Everyone knew that the ancient royal clan was about to make their move, and it had finally come to pass. Though it was called the Gyaoqi Grand Assembly or the Grand Assembly of all clans, it was more accurately described as the gathering to prove the emergence of the ancient royal clan. What do you mean? Do you really think that just because you are a prince of the ancient imperial bloodline, you are stronger than us? I'd like to see what you've got. Someone spoke up and stepped forward. He was Xiang Yifei of the Great Yen Holy Land, bearing a divine sword on his back, his heroic figure towering over the crowd, standing there like a divine sword drawn from its scabbard. Seeing this, many people looked over. Zhong Huan, Yao Guang Shengzi, and others all looked on, their eyes glowing with golden light. This time, they might be able to gauge the true strength of the ancient prince compared to their own. As you wish. Yuan-gu stood up, and the swirling black mist around him surged, resembling a black dragon, wild and untamed. In the instant he stood, Xiang Yifei's expression grew solemn. He felt as though the Yuan-gu before him was not the Yuan-gu he knew, but a towering demonic peak, unreachable and emanating an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye. As the two clashed, Yuan-gu stood motionless as a mountain, his breath reaching its peak. The black mist swirling around him coalesced into a true dragon, roaring and bellowing, its deafening cries shaking the heavens and the earth. Xiang Yifei showed no mercy, wielding the great transformation holy sword with all his might. Blinding light illuminated the land, dazzling and magnificent. The divine might surged forth, sharp and relentless. Rays of light erupted, tearing through the void. He had mastered the supreme techniques of the great transformation Holy Land, showcasing his divine might. The minor path. Yuan-gu's twin pupils flickered with the light of the sun and moon, emanating a mysterious force. He extended his palm directly, and his 5 fingers collided with the sacred sword. Clang! The clanging sound echoed, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. Under the terrified stares of the crowd, Xiang Yifei spat blood and flew through the air like a scarecrow, his breath weakening, and his clothes stained red with blood. A single strike, just one strike, and he had fallen to Yuan-gu's hands. Is this the bloodline of the ancient emperor? Seeing this scene, many human faces turned pale. They glanced toward the Holy Prince, the Heavenly Prince, and the Fire Lynx Prince. Yuan-gu was not yet the purest of the ancient princes, he was merely a descendant of the ancient emperor, yet he was already so powerful and terrifying. If these others were to be considered, many couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Ah! Another generation of monks aged significantly in an instant. This is what you humans call the Holy Son of the Holy Land, nothing special. Yuan-gu sneered coldly, standing motionless like a towering peak, leaving some of the prodigies gasping for breath. At the same moment, Zhong Huan, Yao Guang Shengzi, and the prince of the great Xia divine dynasty all narrowed their eyes slightly, and no one knew what they were thinking. Are there any others? Let me see what you call your holy sons and divine kings. Come out and face me in battle. I will crush the pride in your hearts and show you what your so-called pride truly is. The human race has no right to coexist with my ancient royal clan. Yuan-gu's piercing eyes, filled with blood-red light, scanned the surroundings. Is there no one here? Wasn't it said that an imperial prince had been born? Why not come out and fight? The words fell silent. The swirling bands of black mist surrounding his body resembled dragons and tigers, emanating a terrifying divine might. The leaves of the snow-white trees rustled in the wind, and a biting coldness enveloped everyone's minds. That was the aura of a path severer. Seeing this scene, many people turned pale. Yi He narrowed his eyes, wanting to step forward, but was stopped by Duande. Don't go. He has already severed his connection to the Tao. Are you really going to expose that sacred body now? Duande stopped Yi He. Patience is a virtue. If you can't control your anger, it will ruin the bigger plan.
Just bear with it for now. Though, to be honest, I also find this Yuan-gu quite irritating. Just then. Finally, someone was going to take action. It's Zhong Huang.
His robes fluttered in the wind, his long hair danced through the air, and he stood there, becoming the center of attention in the entire hall. However, at that very moment, a wave erupted from the outside. Li Fan, the prince who was very likely the son of an ancient emperor, has arrived. Chapter 103, Who are you? Li Fan, the one rumored to be the disciple of the ancient emperor, has arrived. A cry of astonishment echoed throughout the outside world. In an instant, everyone in the ancient forest had their eyes gleaming with intensity, and an inexplicable expression appeared on their faces. The imperial prince protected by the 5 sages? Yuan-gu's expression froze for a moment, then his expression turned cold, and he let out a cold smile. I suppose I should see for myself what this prince of the Fire Nation, who has been hiding away all this time, is capable of. After that, he invited the crown prince and other princes of ancient imperial bloodlines to go out and take a look at this imperial prince. Not only did he move, but the holy son of Yao Guang and the others also silently rose to their feet and walked toward the exit. The 5 great saints were there to protect him. The legendary imperial son and imperial daughter were walking. Yi Hei, follow me and the Taoist master to take a look. Duanda was excited, shouting eagerly, wanting to see this person spoken of in the rumors. As he spoke, Duanda kept rubbing his hands together. Take the opportunity to make friends. You bastard, don't cause trouble. You dare to disturb the tomb of the ancient emperor? Have you forgotten what happened at Purple Mountain? Yi Hei saw this and knew exactly what Duanda was up to. This guy was probably planning to steal someone's father's grave. However, out of respect for the ancient emperor, Yi Hei spoke up to stop him. After all, if this Li Fan, whose name differed from his own by only one character, was truly the son of an emperor, then the faction he belonged to might very well be the hope of the human race. Out of both duty and compassion, Yi Hei did not want anyone to meddle in their affairs. Rest assured, Master Dao, I know where to draw the line. Duanda waved his hand dismissively and said casually. Seeing Duanda like this, Yi Hei rolled his eyes. How could he feel at ease? In the distant sky, the divine lit land is enveloped in boundless sacred might, surging through every corner. 7 figures slowly emerge at the horizon's edge. They moved slowly yet swiftly, shrinking the distance in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the venue of the grand gathering at the Pool of Immortality. At that moment, the Yaoqi trembled. The ancient imperial clan members who had arrived all stepped forward and stood at a distance, their eyes fixed on the scene. Most of the people from the Yaoqi appeared, standing on the ancient peaks, gazing into the distance. Unparalleled in beauty, without equal in the world. As the distant figure approached, these 8 words came to mind for everyone present. The old Taoist, seemingly hunched over, exuded an otherworldly aura. He moved silently, and his cloudy eyes occasionally flashed with streaks of white light, startling many members of the ancient imperial clan into stepping back. By his side stood 4 figures of unparalleled beauty, each embodying the elegance of plum blossoms, orchids, chrysanthemums, and autumn flowers. They exuded an air of majesty, their skin as fair as snow, and their bodies shrouded in a holy glow. As they walked, they seemed like goddesses descended from the heavens, walking among mortals. Before the 5 great sages stood 2 figures, one large and one small, one male and one female. The man wore a white robe, his black hair tied back with a jade crown. He was as handsome as jade, with a faint smile on his lips. There was no trace of divine power emanating from him, making him seem like an ordinary mortal. However, this only served to highlight his mystery, making him seem ethereal and elusive. His eyes were dark and profound, bearing an expression of indifference toward the world, timeless and unruffled, as if everything in the mortal realm had no connection to him. It was a state of mind that was impossible to fathom. Occasionally, when he glanced at the little girl beside him, that expression would vanish, revealing a gentle glow. The little girl was not yet in her teens, only 8 years old, with a delicate face as delicate as a porcelain doll. She shared the same aloof demeanor as the man, but her coldness toward the world softened only when she looked at him. Her smile seemed to bloom solely for the man. Is that Li Fan and his sister? Wow, they're as powerful as rumored. 5 ancestral kings are protecting them. Only the emperor's son would receive such treatment. The people of the primordial 10,000 clans saw this group and felt a chill run down their spines. The people of the primordial 10,000 clans, upon seeing this group, all felt a chill run down their spines. When the ancient races saw this group, they all felt a chill run down their spines. The 5 sages alone were enough to silence the proud ancient royal clan, let alone the fact that they were merely servants to the men and women in front of them. Could it really be the imperial prince of the human race? The master of the Fire Lynx cave narrowed his eyes sharply. He could clearly see the expressions of the 2 figures at the front of the 5 saints. They were not acting, or perhaps his cultivation was too low to detect any flaws. The rumors were correct. The ancestral kings had misjudged the situation. This was not the human race building momentum, it was the real imperial prince? At this moment, it was not only the people of the Fire Lynx cave who felt this way. The ancient imperial clans such as the 10,000 Dragon's Nest were all the same.
Their status was unique, granting them knowledge of the secret discussions between the ancestral kings. This is Yuan-gu, the emperor's son, and the others all paled. They weren't startled by the 5 sages, but because they realized they couldn't fathom Li Fan's true depth. He was like a black hole, absorbing all attention and erasing it. How powerful! This man is very likely the true heir to the throne. Yi Hei narrowed his eyes, and a divine glow flickered beneath his eyelids. The heavenly eye of the source arts opened, seeking to pierce through all illusions. However, he discovered that his heavenly eye had failed for the first time. Even when observing the crown prince, he could discern some details, but when it came to Li Fan, he saw nothing. It was as though he were staring into a pitch-black abyss. Isn't that a good thing? If a true imperial prince were to emerge, coupled with the 5 sages behind him, perhaps you could bring out that sacred body of a sage and save the current decline of the human race. Duan De raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke softly. You are the imperial prince of the ancient emperor, Li Fan? You are the imperial prince of the ancient emperor, Li Fan, aren't you? Yuan-gu spoke, his pupils glowing with a blood-red moon, emanating a mysterious power, and spoke first. Li Fan held Xiao Nanan's hand and walked over, looking at the person who suddenly appeared, his expression slightly startled. Who are you? A doubtful voice came from Li Fan's mouth. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The first to react were the people of the primordial 10,000 clans. They were highly dissatisfied with Li Fan. That was Yuan-gu, a being with pure ancient imperial bloodline. You don't recognize him? Are you trying to deceive the heavens? What really annoyed the ancient races of the primordial era was that Li Fan's expression was so puzzled. It seemed as though he truly had no idea who Yuan-gu was, as if he were genuinely curious. This left Yuan-gu with a prepared speech that he couldn't bring himself to say. He had intended to intimidate the human race, but this Li Fan didn't even recognize him, looking at him as if he were a complete stranger. It was a blatant slap in the face, leaving Yuan-gu's face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. Ha, this guy is right up my alley. Duan De laughed loudly without giving face, causing the surrounding ancient races to stare in astonishment. It seemed as though he truly had no knowledge of Yuan-gu. Huo Lizi narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. By his side, Huo Liran also smiled lightly, his eyes sparkling with a captivating glow. I, on the other hand, was more interested in the little girl by his side. She was truly adorable. Chapter 104, The Powerful Wudong Master. The Sacred Land of the Immortals. Ancient peaks stand tall, each one a jewel of natural beauty, shrouded in mist and clouds. Under the sunlight, the lakes shimmer in vibrant hues, with clouds and mist swirling and rising. At this moment, the sacred land of the fairy pool is utterly still, so quiet that even the fall of a needle can be heard. The human cultivators were all excited, gazing at Li Fan in the distance. That's so satisfying. Just now, Yuan-gu's taunts left the human race feeling utterly humiliated, yet they had no words to respond, no room for rebuttal. Yuan-gu was right, the human race was weak, with no saints among them. If the ancestral kings of the primordial ancient royal clan were to arrive, the situation would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, Yuan-gu's recent display of power, having severely wounded the holy son of the sacred land, Xiangyifei, with a single strike, left everyone speechless. Everything is heading in an unfavorable direction, yet Li Fan's current actions have brought a sense of relief to the hearts of the human race cultivators. As for the gazes of those around him, some were filled with excitement, others with anger from the ancient royal clan. Li Fan noticed all of this, but he chose to ignore it. It was none of his business. Who are you? Li Fan furrowed his brows and looked at Yuan-gu indifferently. He had come here with Xiao Nannan to eat peaches, not to recognize relatives. Suddenly, someone had appeared out of nowhere to talk to him, leaving others speechless. In truth, Li Fan was even more speechless. I am Yuan-gu, the third-generation grandson of the Yuan Emperor of the primordial lake of the primordial imperial clan. Although Yuan-gu has a dark complexion, he possesses no explosive energy. He spoke these words coldly. And then what happened? Li Fan nodded and began to speak. As he spoke, he grew impatient. He had planned to take Xiao Nannan to eat peaches. After all, Xiao Nannan had been very excited when they left, and Li Fan was also curious to try the peaches and see if they were as delicious as the legends claimed. Li Fan's cold expression left everyone gasping for breath, nearly choking on their own breath. Even the human cultivators couldn't help but feel speechless. Brother! That's Yuan-gu. He's a descendant of the Yuan Emperor, who was on par with the ancient emperors. Show some expression, don't look like you've just heard about the old king of the Gobi Desert. Not only are the ancient royal family speechless, even the human cultivators are speechless. This Li Fan seems to truly have no idea about the Yuan ancient era, and even when he hears the name Yuan Emperor, he remains unfazed. This has led some cultivators to doubt whether this guy is really an imperial prince. The most furious were the people from the primordial lake, their faces flushing red. The Yuan Emperor was the pride of the primordial lake, yet upon seeing Li Fan's expression, what was that? The Yuan Emperor wasn't from the Dao Palace secret realm, he was an enlightened being, an emperor-level figure. I suddenly found this Li Fan quite interesting as well.
Huolini had been observing Xiao Nannan, but upon hearing Li Fan's quick response, he too was stunned. This Li Fan is right up my alley, I must befriend him. Duanda's eyes lit up as he said. He wasn't there to rob the tomb, he truly wanted to make friends. You are insulting me and our primitive lake. Yuan-gu could no longer steady his mind. His voice was as cold as water, and his pupils glowed bright red, resembling two blood-red moons rising into the sky. He was a native of the primordial lake and the grandson of the Yuan Emperor, holding a reverence for the Yuan Emperor that outsiders could never comprehend. Now, he was being humiliated in front of everyone, yet the Yuan Emperor was being treated like weeds. How could he not be enraged? I will fight you to the death, right outside the Yaoqi. The deep, ominous words echoed from Yuan-gu's mouth. The demonic energy surging from his body grew even more intense, resembling a colossal dragon emerging from the depths of the abyss, roaring across the heavens and earth, causing the very foundations of the universe to tremble and the mountains and rivers to shatter. There's no time. Li Fan simply uttered 3 words. Immediately, he took Xiao Nannan and bypassed Yuan-gu, heading toward the sacred land of the Yaoqi. He knew the name Yuan-gu, and he knew about the Yuan Emperor as well. After all, he had read the novels. But so what? It wasn't his concern. He had come here for the peaches, not to fight. If everyone wanted to fight him, how would he eat the peaches? This Li Fan is even more domineering than my grandfather Xuanwu. In a corner of the Yaoqi sacred land, a man shrouded in a misty aura had these words appear above his head. A small turtle the size of a palm was perched in his hair, emitting a faint glow. I want you dead. Yuan-gu erupted completely, and the striped black smoke transformed into a demonic dragon. Its movements were as swift as lightning, closing in on Li Fan in just a few steps. Its blood-red eyes swirled, emanating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Puff. Pee. Suddenly, Yuan-gu's figure stumbled backward repeatedly, his footsteps pounding the ground, shattering the surface and revealing deep footprints. How dare you! The human race intends to wage war against my ancient royal clan. You, the sage of the human race, do you know what you're doing? A series of furious shouts erupted from the mouths of the ancient royal clan members surrounding them. Their expressions were filled with anger, and their eyes were as cold as ice. At that moment, the ancient imperial clan also spoke up. Human sage, what do you mean by this? Just as Yuan-gu was about to kill Li Fan, the old Taoist master Wuchen appeared between the two of them. Without making any moves, Yuan-gu's body retreated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone knew that Wuchen the Taoist had intervened to stop the battle. Everyone knew that Wuchen the old Taoist had intervened to stop the fight. You're right. Do you really think you're invincible? The ancient ancestor king of Primordial Lake hasn't arrived yet. Do you really think you can run rampant? Today, you must give an explanation. Otherwise, I will consider this an act of provocation by your human race against my ancient royal clan. The people of the Primordial Lake appeared, their faces dark and gloomy, as if they could drip water. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present immediately turned pale. The master is not someone a mere ancient prince can match, it is his own doing. The old Taoist, Wu Chen, spoke with an expression of indifference. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the sacred land of the Jade Pool was shaken to the core. Master? What is this term? At the same moment, the ancient races of the primordial world erupted in anger. A mere ancient prince? What does this mean? What do they think of their revered ancient emperor? Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly shocked. The old Taoist master was simply too domineering. Has the old Taoist master lost his mind? Does he really think he's invincible in this world? Someone exclaimed in horror. Some humans also looked worried, never expecting things to turn out this way. What was likely to happen next was a massacre of innocent lives. This is how it should be domineering. Human cultivators with burning passion clenched their fists and shouted in their hearts. The human race is truly a joke. How dare anyone even suggest the coexistence of all races? A self-important and pitiful race, destined to become a lowly tribe. Those who dare to desecrate our ancient royal lineage must die. The sound of relentless slaughter echoed from the distant horizon. The first batch of ancient ancestral kings have arrived. They have come to seek revenge and ignite a great war between the human race and the ancient royal clan. Chapter 105, Kill Your 10 Clans. The cold, ruthless figure echoed through the heavens. The overwhelming aura of the great sage engulfed the heavens, pressing down with overwhelming force. The ancient ancestral king has arrived. Upon hearing this, some of the human race turned pale with fear, their faces betraying their terror. In the distant sky, on the horizon, several figures slowly approached. Each of them was tall and imposing, standing like ancient magical peaks, almost crushing the heavens. And the one speaking was a woman. A very beautiful woman. Her skin was as white as snow, as delicate as a baby's, and her figure was graceful. Though her delicate frame seemed fragile, it emanated an incredibly terrifying aura. Her cold eyes were sharp and piercing, staring intently at the crowd of old masters. The appearance of these ancestral kings was awe-inspiring, each one resembling an ancient deity, their radiance illuminating the ancient heavens.
9 ancient ancestral kings appeared together.
In a single breath, 9 beings as powerful as ancient sages appeared, as if by prearrangement. Their aura was soul-stirring and powerful enough to make the heavens and earth tremble, accompanied by streaks of brilliant light and the ceaseless sound of celestial music. These are the ancestral kings who have traveled a great distance on the path of the sages. Gazing at these ancient ancestral kings whose auras were overwhelming, the human race was deeply shaken, feeling a sense of powerlessness.
Each of these beings was unique, representing one of the ancient royal clans.
The ancient royal clans arrived with 9 members, each hailing from different tribes. Everyone knew this was far from the full contingent.
The gap in combat power between the human race and them was simply too vast. Indeed, today we demand an explanation. Why did your human sage target a junior? A clash between juniors? Did you intervene out of line? A loud voice echoed from the distance.
On the horizon on the other side, several figures approached. They were bathed in golden light, basking in the glow of the setting sun. No two were alike. Some had the bodies of oxen, others the heads of lions, and still others had human heads with halos around them, their backs adorned with wings. Without exception, their very presence exuded the majesty of the divine.
Another 5 ancient ancestral kings. Some trembled in fear, their bodies shaking like sieves.
The overwhelming divine might was unrestrained, too powerful to bear, crushing them until they felt suffocated and on the verge of collapse. 14 royal clan members have emerged.
Heaven forbid!
Even the ancient creatures who knew about it gasped in astonishment. Witnessing this scene, many members of the human race were overcome with despair. The 14 ancient kings stood outside their expressions as cold as ice. Their eyes were filled with cold, ruthless intent as they looked down upon the old Taoist master, questioning him harshly.
Nonsense! Yuan Gu, that little brat, attacked Li Fan for no reason.
The Yaoqi sacred land forbids fighting, and he broke the rules.
What right do you have to question him? Li Fan is the son of the emperor. Do you really think the heir to the human emperor can be bullied so easily? The ancient prince cannot be disgraced, but the son of the ancient emperor can be disgraced?
A voice filled with discontent rang out from above the barbarian king's head.
Everyone looked up and saw a small black turtle appear. Roar! It roared toward the sky, accompanied by a deep, rumbling dragon's roar. Its entire body is pitch black, with a true dragon's head and a divine aura of a sage-level being surges from it. Upon seeing the black turtle appear, many people couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This was an unknown sage. And it is clear that he stands on the side of the human race. An ancient emperor-level figure must not be disrespected. The dust-free old hermit has shown contempt for the ancient emperor and must atone with his life. An ancestral king spoke coldly, his voice thunderous and filled with mysterious divine might, causing the heavens to tremble. A black turtle appeared, standing side by side with the dustless old Taoist and the others. At that moment, the 6 great saints and the 14 ancient ancestral kings stood opposed to one another. Qinghuan and the others remained silent, uttering no words. Within their bodies, terrifying rumbling sounds echoed. Since obtaining Li Fan's divine elixir, their cultivation had taken a significant leap forward. Vaguely, there was a sense of rivalry emerging. Witnessing this scene, many ancient royal families were startled. Interesting.
The human clan, a great clan, actually needs the help of 5 demon clans. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the distance. 3 towering figures approached, striding like dragons and tigers, clad in golden armor that glinted with a metallic sheen. These armor plates were all forged from divine metal, each a sacred artifact.
Among the human race, there was only one person. Did such a race even have the qualifications to speak with us? Another ancient king stepped forward. Wuchen the old Taoist, you have dishonored the ancient emperor revered by my ancient royal clan.
You must go to the primordial lake to atone for your sins with your life. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. His words enraged many of the human race, who yearned to shout and scream, the ancient emperor must not be disrespected.
This was an insult to their human emperor.
However, the might of the saints was too overwhelming, shrouding the heavens and the heavens above, leaving many struggling to hold on.
What a cunning plan!
You seek to shatter the hopes of the human race and extinguish the spiritual resolve of countless human beings. Your intentions are deserving of condemnation, yet you dare to speak so hypocritically.
The black turtle was enraged. What's the matter? The ancient female ancestor spoke, her eyes cold as ice.
17 ancient ancestral kings exerted their overwhelming might, covering the heavens and earth, forming a gigantic dragon that roared ferociously.
The vast land trembled, shaking violently as if in an earthquake.
Divine sounds echoed, marking the celestial phenomenon of numerous holy kings appearing.
This scene left many human beings feeling disheartened, and some even lost their resolve. The disparity is simply too great.
17 ancient ancestral kings from over a dozen different ancient royal clans are not something the human race can possibly match. The gap between the two sides is as vast as an uncrossable chasm.
I'm giving you a chance. Get out now.
If you say another word, I'll kill every last one of you, and I won't spare the dozen ancient royal clans behind you either. A calm voice rang out amidst the extraordinary sight of the sage ancestral kings appearing together, causing everything to come to a standstill. In an instant, everything seemed to be separated by a barrier, with two distinct timelines before and after. The immense divine might that had been present froze in place. At that moment, the 17 ancient ancestral kings all froze in place. Their gazes turned toward a single direction, and the others followed suit, all looking toward the source of the sound. It was him. The crown prince's eyes narrowed, and an inexplicable expression flashed across his face. Li Fan, dressed in white robes with long hair tied back, stood motionless in the same spot, his expression calm and composed. They were truly annoying. Just then, a soft, childlike voice slowly echoed through the air. Xiao Nannan raised her head high, and the silver bell-like words came from her mouth. Her pair of jet-black, luminous eyes gazed fearlessly at the 17 ancient ancestral kings. She was no longer the little girl she once was. The 3 years since Li Fan's departure had taught her much. Wu Chan the old Taoist had always protected her, but now it wasn't just him, even Xingluan and the others, and even Li Fan himself, were being called out to be beaten and killed. She instinctively disliked it. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Fan's calm voice rang out. Since Xiao Nannan dislikes them, I'll make them disappear. Chapter 106, The Tremor Before the Pool of Immortality. A clear sky stretched for miles, with white clouds drifting by. The spiritual peaks of the fairy pool are picturesque, and the fairy-inhabited lakes shimmer with vibrant colors. Mist and clouds rise, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. A calm voice echoes across this land, its tone faint, devoid of any trace of divine might. Master, you. The dust-free old Taoist was startled. He hadn't expected Li Fan to take action. Listening to the old Taoist's words, Li Fan shook his head and looked at Xiao Nannan. Close your eyes. Just for a few seconds. The voice is faint and slow, neither hurried nor rushed, as if he were recounting an ordinary event. A brief moment later. The ancient beings of the primordial races were all enraged. He was showing contempt for all the races. Arrogant and self-important, do you think this is? The ancient royal clan's anger, shouting in reproach. His words were cut short before he could finish, or perhaps they were only just beginning. A vivid crimson flower bloomed in the air, splattering the ground. How dare you dare to scold the master? A cold, clear female voice echoed in the pool of immortality. Xingluan, dressed in a golden, elegant long gown, stood with grace and poise. Her eyes, filled with cold, icy frost, looked down upon all with disdain. This action caused countless people to pale with fear. The ancient princes, such as the Crown Prince and the Fire Lynx Prince, all wore solemn expressions. They couldn't fathom what Li Fan could possibly rely on. As they pondered, they looked around, searching for any signs of Li Fan's ambush. Alright, it seems that the human race is ready to go to war with our ancient royal clan. An ancient king stepped forward, his body resembling a world unto itself, causing the heavens and earth to tremble with a thunderous roar, and his blood and chi shattering the clouds. With his back turned, his wings spread wide, the feathers pure white, as he flapped his wings, thunderous arrays of celestial energy surged forth, summoning divine patterns that transformed into the laws of the universe. These patterns took the form of swords, spears, and halberds, sharp and ruthless, charging directly toward Li Fan and the others. The other ancient ancestral kings remained motionless, but they all exerted their overwhelming pressure simultaneously. A dozen streams of divine might converged, causing a strange transformation. The heavens and earth resonated with divine music, clear yet chilling to the bone. The divine might transformed into a divine being, taking the form of a celestial dragon, whose roar shook the 10 directions. No, it is I who have declared war upon you. The calm words rang out again, this time with a cold tone. Between the words, Li Fan appeared outside the Yaoqi, silent as a ghost, moving like a shadowy figure from the underworld. Behind him lay the Yaoqi pool, with the heavens and earth bathed in brilliant light. From afar, the crowd gazed at Li Fan, whose figure was illuminated by the radiant glow of the sun in the sky, enveloped in a golden halo. With that, he made a single gesture, pointing his fingers toward the void and slashing through it. Clang! The divine pattern law shattered before everyone's eyes, vanishing like smoke, and in an instant, it transformed into a dazzling light, disappearing into the void. There was some depth to it, but that was all there was to it. The ancient ancestral king narrowed his eyes, and his voice rolled like thunder, deafening to the ears. Boom! This time, all the ancient ancestral kings joined the battle. Some charged toward Li Fan, while others attacked the side of the old hermit Wu Chen. They showed no mercy, intent on publicly executing the descendants of the ancient human emperor, as well as the imperial princes and princesses. Millions of beams of light coalesced into a divine rainbow, intertwining everything to form a 1,000-foot-long celestial sword. It descended toward Li Fan's head, aiming to sever his head, as if it were the divine decree of heaven and earth. As the celestial sword appeared, the sounds of the Tao resounded, and auspicious clouds erupted, hanging like curtains from the heavens. This is an extraordinary phenomenon formed by the joint efforts of numerous ancient kings from the primordial era. It manifests in the heavens and earth, radiating brilliance, harmony, and the relentless pursuit of victory. Snap! A sharp, piercing sound rang out. Li Fan extended his slender white palm, gently grasping it, and the heavenly sword shattered, leaving nothing but emptiness. As the heavenly sword collapsed, a fierce, overwhelming pressure swept across the land, surging and receding like a volcanic eruption.
The great dragon is coming.
The holy might transforms into a divine being, resembling a celestial dragon roaring to the heavens, with claws outstretched and a majestic presence that sweeps across the land. Li Fan's long hair fluttered in the wind, his robes rustling in the breeze, his gaze as calm as still water.
A single punch, simple and direct, erupted from his fist.
The fist traces a path as it passes through the air.
Boom! The void ahead shattered into fragments, collapsing like a mirror, with chaotic light flickering within.
It was as if Li Fan had torn open a section of the heavens, evoking a sense of creation.
Roar! Everything was swept away in an instant.
The sacred dragon's mighty roar alone transformed into a shower of light that filled the heavens and earth.
This strike was utterly overwhelming.
The auspicious colors of the heavens and earth converged, forming a vast sea of divine light.
Puff!
The 7 ancient ancestral kings facing Li Fan turned into wisps of smoke, not even uttering a scream.
Countless people fell to the ground.
The clash between the holy tier powerhouses was beyond comprehension.
The sky wailed,
and the world seemed to be on the brink of destruction. After completing all this, Li Fan also vanished from the spot. He was like the grim reaper of the day, standing tall in the sky, clad in white. Where he appeared, there stood an ancient ancestral king, clad in golden armor, with shimmering light bursting forth into the sky.
The ancestral king's hair stood on end. Li Fan's appearance was too swift, he hadn't seen any trace of him, as if he were the very trajectory of the heavens and earth. How could one possibly see him clearly? In the blink of an eye, the ancient ancestral king sought his own body. His head flew high into the air, blood spurting everywhere. In his final moment, he saw a black spear. The next second,
Li Fan's figure appeared in the heavens, towering above like a supreme celestial king, his eyes cold and indifferent.
In the void, he took a step forward. Boom! Chaotic energy reappeared, vast as an ocean, and this single kick seemed to press down, as if a new world had emerged, suppressing the heavens and the earth.
Eternal and indestructible through countless ages, the Tao's laws are boundless, creating heaven and earth. Li Fan stood atop several ancient ancestral kings, their faces contorted with rage as they roared to shake the heavens and earth. The crowd unleashed their divine power, creating an endless stream of light that formed a towering black peak, rising upward to block the suppression from the new world.
However, mountains are mountains, how could they possibly stand against an entire world?
At its core, it was merely a manifestation of that world itself. The elements of earth, water, wind, and fire suddenly appear, spinning the heavens and earth, and a chaotic light erupts like an endless sea. The sacred land of Yaoqi blooms with divine radiance, auspicious colors burst forth from the heavens and earth, and golden springs gush forth from the ground. A tower that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time appeared, spanning the sky, emitting an immortal glow that enveloped the sacred land of Yaoqi.
This was the self-revival of the imperial weapon.
It protects the sacred land of the Yaoqi pool, breathing in and out boundless light, and the divine might of the emperor shakes the very ground of the eastern wastes. Violent collisions erupted in the outer world, causing the entire world to seem as though it were collapsing. At that moment, everyone's ears went deaf, unable to hear a single sound. The deafening roar of the collision reverberated through the eardrums of countless people, causing blood to spill from their ears.
Chapter 107, Shaking the 10,000 Clans.
Boom! A massive collision outside the Yaoqi palace sent a deafening roar echoing through the air, causing blood to gush from the ears of many.
The shockwave from that single strike was utterly terrifying, as if the entire universe were collapsing.
Inside the Yaoqi, it fell deathly silent as countless people stared in horror at the collision outside, too frightened to move.
After a long while, the sounds from the outside finally faded away.
The vast expanse of boundless light vanished, and the people within could finally see the scenes outside. At this sight, countless people trembled, a chill rushing to their foreheads, their bodies shaking like sieves. The earth outside the pool of immortality seemed to be struck by the wrath of the gods, who had unleashed divine punishment, shattering the earth and piercing through the 9 heavens. The landscape lay in ruins, with everything on the surface shattered and reduced to dust.
Where is it?
The sound echoed through the heavens, shaking the sky itself, and reverberated for tens of thousands of miles, causing the very laws of the universe to tremble. Under the blazing sun, Li Fan stood alone in his white robe, bathed in sunlight that cast a golden glow around him, making him appear otherworldly and divine, like a deity. Above the heavens, blood dripped down, leaving only an ancient ancestral king whose vital energy had dwindled to its lowest point. Half of his body had already vanished, his treasure armor shattered, and he no longer possessed the majestic presence he once had. He had survived because he was the farthest from everyone else and not the primary target of Li Fan. Even so, he was now a half-crippled shell, clinging to life by a thread. At that moment, his eyes were filled with fear, staring at Li Fan as if he were an ancient demon. Just then, a dark streak of light streaked across the sky. Whoosh! A piercing sound cut through the air, followed by a heavy, ominous sound. A black spear pierced through the ancient king, pinning him to the sky. Blood spattered everywhere, stinging the eyes.
17 ancient ancestral kings perished in that instant. Impossible.
Yuan-gu dared not look confidently ahead, his face expressionless as he muttered to himself.
Countless ancient royal clans fell silent, as still as statues. It was utterly terrifying.
17 ancient kings of saintly caliber had perished in such a manner, leaving not a single scratch on that individual. They had died so cheaply, and it had been only a short time since the second to last ancient king had fallen. From the beginning to Li Fan's single kick that shattered the heavens, it was but a blink of an eye. 16 ancestral kings fell, leaving behind a crippled ancestral king who was ultimately nailed to the sky by Li Fan's hand. This guy isn't some imperial prince, he's an ancient demon sealed away in the distant past who was unleashed. He is the bane of all ancient races. Ha! Li Fan's immense power stirred the hearts of everyone present. Many humans let out a collective roar, venting the pent-up frustration and oppression they had endured for so long. The ancient race's contempt for humanity, their arbitrary power over life and death, had left every human feeling wronged and oppressed.
This was an absolute titan of the human race. The divine might of the imperial sun. Li Fan is mighty and valiant. Heaven has mercy on us. We humans are not a weak race.
Many of the human race felt their fear vanish, and they shouted excitedly.
I will keep my promise.
Today, I will visit each and every one of the tribes behind the 17 ancient ancestral kings. Li Fan walked over and spoke these words calmly.
He wasn't someone who could be pushed around.
To stand tall in this place, it wasn't enough to just avoid conflict. What was needed was the ability to inspire awe. Looking at the ancient royal clan members who were silent as if frozen in fear, even the imperial princes and other ancient royal descendants dared not meet Li Fan's gaze. They still had plenty of time to grow and would not be foolish enough to confront Li Fan at this moment. If by some chance Li Fan, this ruthless man, were to suddenly attack and kill them, they would truly have no place to cry. Li Fan's tyranny was already evident. He had killed 17 ancient kings without a second thought. Well, that's for the best. Little Nan Nan is now safe from harm. Li Fan saw this scene and thought to himself. He immediately walked over to Xiao Nan Nan and smiled softly.
Xiao Nan Nan, let's go eat some peaches. Okay. Xiao Nan Nan nodded her head. Under everyone's gaze, Li Fan led Xiao Nan Nan toward the sacred grounds of the Yaoqi, and at that moment, the elders of the Yaoqi appeared, bowing respectfully and guiding Li Fan on his way. No one dared to obstruct their path, not even the once rowdy primitive lake dared to utter a sound. At that moment, everyone could still hear Xiao Nan Nan's voice as she spoke to Li Fan. Brother, you shouldn't have done that just now. It was too brutal. That beautiful piece of land is ruined. Next time, be more gentle. Just kill them without destroying the scenery. Little Nan Nan said logically. Hearing those words, many people swallowed hard. Sure enough, this brother and sister were both ruthless and brutal. What did they mean by don't destroy the ground, just kill them? They weren't pigs, after all. For a moment, the Yao Pool gathering became quite strange. A suppressed aura permeated the air. Li Fan's overwhelming presence and his intention to eliminate over a dozen royal family members were seen as a blatant provocation by the ancient royal clan. However, by now, 17 ancient kings had vanished without a trace. Even the imperial clan remained silent, and the lesser royal clans dared not speak out. Yet everyone knew this matter would not be left unresolved. On the other side, the human race is filled with excitement. It is true that the human race lacks powerful warriors, but now they have the 5 saints behind Li Fan, plus the black turtle of the barbarian tribe, Zheng Taishu, and Gai Jiu Yao, 8 saints in total. Each of them is a powerhouse whose combat prowess is beyond imagination, as evidenced by their recent clash. It's normal for some to be excited, but more are filled with concern. Compared to the 8 sages supporting the human race, this number is simply too small. Even if we add Li Fan, the unpredictable factor, and the mysterious figure who controls the immortal palace, there are still only 10. 10 sage-level beings willing to openly stand on the side of the human race are still insufficient compared to the number of ancestral kings of the ancient 10,000 races. That number is several times, or even 10 times, that of the human race, making it incomparable. After all, above the sages there are sage kings and great sages. Thinking of this, many felt a heavy weight on their hearts. In such an atmosphere, Li Fan and Xiao Nan Nan ascended the heaven-reaching platform. This place was prepared for the existence of the sage and also served as the venue for the grand assembly and discussions of this grand gathering. The representatives of the human race took their seats. Though Li Fan did not consider himself a representative, it was the collective opinion of the others. The black turtle also arrived, grinning and greeting Li Fan, seemingly eager to learn his identity. Shortly thereafter, another group of ancestral kings from the primordial 10,000 clans appeared. They were members of the ancient imperial clan. Their arrival was not as domineering as before. They were calm and composed, silently arriving, exchanging a few words with their ancient imperial princes, then ascending the heaven-reaching platform. They cast a silent glance at Li Fan before sitting down and remaining silent. One after another, over 10 ancient kings appeared. This left many human beings in awe. The ancient royal clan was indeed terrifying.
Vaguely, a clear boundary formed between the human race and the ancient races, with neither side speaking. The dustless old sage and the black turtle remained silent, for they knew that the main event of this grand gathering was yet to come. Chapter 108, The Divine King. The grand gathering was drawing near. One after another, the leaders of the great sects of the human race began to arrive, and even the ancient royal families sent their prominent figures to attend. Those with keen eyes could sense the tension in the air. 17 ancient kings of the primordial royal clan had been slain, yet they had yet to make any move to indicate their intentions. The primordial ancestral king continued to send envoys, and their number had now reached 11. As the sun sets, the Yaoqi trembles. Another sage of the human race has arrived. The divine king Jiang Taishu. Upon seeing the divine king Jiang Taishu, many were overcome with emotion, even the elders trembled. The divine king's exploits are known to all. He was trapped on Purple Mountain for 4,000 years, emerged victorious after being defeated, and upon reappearing 3 years ago, immediately spoke up to protect the human race. It can be said that without him, the human race's position would be far more perilous, and the current grand gathering would never have taken place. Yi He watched Jiang Taishu's arrival with great excitement. The divine king secretly transmitted his voice to him, and at that moment, Yi He was taken by the divine king to the heaven-reaching platform, causing many human cultivators to look on with envy, as only saints had the opportunity to ascend there. Even ancient princes have never reached the summit. To this day, only a young girl has managed to ascend the heavenly platform, thanks to the support of 5 sages and her formidable older brother, Li Fan. Let's climb up there too. The crown prince's eyes sparkled as he softly uttered those words. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gu and the other ancient princes all nodded in agreement. It was not for any other reason, it was simply that, as ancient princes, their dignity could not be slighted by any party. They were upholding the majesty of the ancient royal family. No one objected to this. The ancient princes held significant authority, and their status was unique. Even the ancient ancestral kings might not be able to match them. For a moment, the atmosphere grew even more tense. Everyone knew that the moment of eruption was imminent. The ancient races would not give up so easily. The deaths of the 17 ancient kings would not lead to genuine peace talks. Something more provocative was needed. This fact is well understood by many of the human race's elderly patriarchs and the rulers of the sacred lands, who are all waiting. On the heaven-reaching platform, Jiang Taishu's arrival prompted Wuchen the old Taoist and the black turtle to greet him. Interestingly, Wuchen the old Taoist had actually met Jiang Taishu before. What are your plans, Jiang Shenwang? The black turtle couldn't wait to send a message to Jiang Taishu, speaking directly without any pretense. The old Taoist, Wuchen, also looked over. Although he was Li Fan's subordinate, Li Fan did not restrict his actions in any way. Despite being a wandering cultivator, he still cared deeply for the plight of the human race. Everything is already arranged, let us wait and see how it unfolds. Jiang Shenwang smiled faintly, his expression as steady as a mountain. His gaze then turned to Li Fan, his expression curious. The events unfolding at the Yaoqi sacred land were already within their grasp. After all, to control the entire situation, meticulous planning was required. Speaking of which, this plan owes a great deal to Li Fan's deterrence. I called you Li Fan, you don't mind, do you? The divine king smiled. His words were warm and familiar. As fellow members of the human race appearing at the sacred site of the Yaoqi, it was clear they were on the same side, making them allies. However, he was mistaken in his thinking. Li Fan's presence at the Yaoqi was not for any noble cause, he was there simply to eat the peaches. No problem. Li Fan shook his head. He had noticed Jiang Taishu's arrival and had also noticed Yi He. These two prominent figures in the world of Zhetian, he couldn't possibly be unaware of them. To say he wasn't curious about them would be a lie, especially Jiang Taishu. His exploits in Zhetian had even earned Li Fan's admiration. The fame of the Jiang Shenwang and this saintly body Yi He has been widely heard of. Li Fan laughed. You don't hit someone who's smiling at you. The other person was friendly, so Li Fan was naturally friendly too, especially since the other person wasn't a bad person. Do you know me? Yi He froze. He hadn't expected Li Fan to recognize him. After all, he was someone who didn't even flinch at the mention of Yuan Gu and Yuan Huan, yet here was someone who knew who he was, which left Yi He quite surprised. Of course. Li Fan nodded and smiled lightly. Of course he knew Yi He, the male lead of the novel Zhetian. It would be strange if he didn't. After Li Fan and Jiang Taishu introduced themselves to each other, they began to chat amicably. Watching this scene, the ancient ancestral kings remained silent, observing without uttering a word. Speaking of which, I still don't know your identity. The world says you are the imperial son of the ancient emperor, but I wonder who your imperial father is? Jiang Shenwang spoke up, suddenly asking about Li Fan's identity. His words were spoken without any concealment, and even the ancient ancestral kings could hear them. As soon as he spoke, many people's bodies trembled. The crown prince and the others listened intently, as Li Fan's identity had always been a mystery. Now that Li Fan's power has been revealed, he can kill 17 kings as easily as cutting vegetables.
Calling him a sage would be hard to believe. He is at least the existence of a sage king.
And for someone like Li Fan, a young sage king with the status of an imperial prince, it is impossible not to take him seriously.
If he is truly an imperial prince, that would be terrifying.
After all, among the imperial princes and princes who have emerged in recent times, none have grown to such prominence. Someone like Li Fan is unique, and in the future struggle for the imperial throne, he might end up falling behind. I am no imperial prince, and I do not have a father as great as the ancient emperors of old. Li Fan shook his head and smiled softly. As he spoke, he gently touched the delicate hair of the little girl who was holding a peach in her hands and biting it lightly.
We are just an ordinary couple. My only family is my little daughter.
Listening to Li Fan's words, the black turtle felt speechless and full of dark thoughts.
Damn those ordinary people. How could ordinary people stomp to death several ancient kings with a single kick? Qinghuan and the other women couldn't help but smile inwardly.
Li Fan's words were truly humorous.
If he were an ordinary person, what would the emperor be? A cultivator from the Dao Palace secret realm, high above ordinary mortals? You're not an imperial prince? Jiang Taishu's expression changed, and he exclaimed in surprise.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the primordial ancestral king was equally astonished, with expressions of shock and doubt on their faces.
You're not the imperial prince? Then who are you?
Finally, an ancient king could no longer contain himself and spoke up.
This was the first time the ancient royal family and the human race's high-ranking officials had engaged in a formal dialogue. Me? I already told you, I'm just an ordinary wandering cultivator.
You're the ones who insist on bestowing the title of emperor's son upon me. Li Fan spoke softly, his eyes calm and still.
What remarkable skills. In this world, there actually exists someone like you. An ancient ancestral king couldn't help but praise him. He wasn't a proponent of all-out warfare and didn't oppose coexistence. No one doubted the truth of Li Fan's words, for no imperial prince would ever deny their own identity. It was not merely a matter of honor but a sacred responsibility. To deny one's identity was to deny the ancient emperors and the ancient kings, and no one would ever dare to do such a thing. Chapter 109, What qualifications does a weak clan have to negotiate peace with us, the 10,000 clans? Chapter 109, What qualifications do weak tribes have to negotiate peace with us, the 10,000 tribes? Impressive. In this world, there actually exists someone like you.
The ancient ancestral king praised him. The ancient ancestral king praised.
This single statement caused many ancient kings to furrow their brows.
They were not delighted that Li Fan was not an imperial prince. On the contrary, their expressions grew even more somber.
Li Fan's words struck them like thunder, shaking their very souls.
In response to the ancient king's solemn expressions, the heavenly prince, Phoenix Sudao, and others pondered for a moment before their faces turned pale, and they clenched their fists tightly.
What era is this?
The post-primordial age, the age of decline. This world can no longer tolerate sages, and no one can attain enlightenment. Even those who have severed the path to enlightenment are as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns, and the appearance of even one is a miracle. Although the current era has begun to change, ushering in a golden age, it cannot be denied how difficult the previous era was. The rules of the heavens and earth have shifted, and cultivation has become incredibly arduous. The ancient royal clan was indeed arrogant, but they were no pushovers. Among them, every sage achieved enlightenment during the ancient era. If they were truly placed in the post-primordial era, could they really become sages? It is likely that even becoming a ruler would require burning incense in prayer. And if it were truly as he claimed, not an imperial heir, with no backing, merely a lone cultivator, then that would be truly astonishing. The fact that he could achieve the 3 slays of the Tao in just a few years speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. It is precisely because of this that the barbarian king, the master of the Tao, has been repeatedly praised by the ancient clan as someone who can stand on the stage and achieve such feats in the Tao over the years, proving that he has his own unique path and is a person of great destiny. Under such harsh celestial laws, Li Fan has managed to take the step towards sainthood and even enter the realm of a saintly king. Does this not mean that in the future, he has a chance to become a great saint, or even that achieving great sainthood is inevitable and absolute certainty? Such an individual is unparalleled and truly unique, with each one being incomparable to the others. Even among the ancient royal clans of this era, only 2 were known to have achieved such feats, Gai Joyo and Jiang Taishu. They struck fear into the hearts of the ancient royal clan, who even sought to eliminate them at all costs. Don't dwell on the fact that the appearance of the Jiangshan king in the world does not align with the original work, as this differs significantly from the original. Jiang Taishu is referred to as the peerless divine king, and not a single member of the ancient royal clan dares to dispute this, which already speaks volumes. The second, who surpasses the 9 hells, is even stronger. Many ancient kings stood solemnly, feeling uneasy in their hearts. Gai Joyo, who had not died for 8,000 years, was said by many to have likely already reached the threshold of enlightenment, achieving the status of a quasi-emperor. However, due to the passage of time, his cultivation had declined. This fact was even acknowledged by many, including members of the ancient clans. Once, a peerless figure from the ancient imperial clan conducted an assessment. The mere thought of the human race having a quasi-emperor in the future weighed heavily on their hearts.
How terrifying.
Guy Joyo's vital energy was waning, and his cultivation had fallen.
However, this didn't mean that anyone could bully him.
Some even said that without possessing an ancient imperial weapon, fighting Guy Joyo at the same level would result in more losses than wins. As for Li Fan, his vital energy is incredibly robust. These people aren't blind. Li Fan's life energy indicates that he is still young, much like Zhang Taishu, who has lived a second life. His future is still wide open.
This is a demonic mountain blocking the path of the ancient races.
It crushes one to the point of suffocation. Feeling the subtle changes in the ancient ancestor king's face, Zhang Shenwan, Wu Chenlaodao, and He Gui exchanged glances, all seeing the smile in each other's eyes.
They were delighted to see this. There are indeed many plots. It's better to stay by Li Fan's side. This choice is really a good one. Qinghuan and the other women witnessed this covert power struggle between factions and were speechless.
They had seen too much in their lives. Time passed quickly, and the day soon came to an end. That night seemed interminable to many, as if tomorrow would never come. Countless people lay awake, their minds tense with anxiety, deeply worried about the future. The beautiful dawn illuminated the earth, and the sun rose from the east, dispelling the morning mist in clouds.
What should have been a vibrant morning instead left many people feeling even more tense. Only when they looked up at the sky-reaching platform did the human cultivators grow slightly calmer.
There, Zhang Shenwang sat cross-legged, motionless, like a divine pillar steadying the hearts of all present. Not far from him, a brother and sister sat quietly, Li Fan holding the sleeping little girl in his arms. Their aura was peaceful and serene, creating a scene of such harmony. On the other side, 11 ancient kings sat cross-legged. As the dawn broke, their closed eyes fluttered open, and a faint glow shone in their eyes, sharp and piercing.
It was time.
An ancient king raised his head and looked toward the distant horizon. As his voice echoed, many hearts trembled violently, their spirits growing heavy, and a suffocating sensation grew intense.
What was bound to happen would eventually come to pass. Whether the age of coexistence would begin or the chaotic era of darkness would unfold would be revealed today.
The old hermit murmured to himself. Numerous prodigies turned their heads, including the shaking light Holy Sun, Demon Moonkon, the Central Emperor, and the Prince of Great Xia, all of whom looked up and stood to their feet. The human race's religious leaders, one after another, opened their eyes sparkling, and awoke from their closed eyes.
Dong dong.
The majestic tolling of the bells echoed across the sky, signifying the arrival of an extremely powerful sage-level being. The sacred land of the Yaoqi would ring the bells in expression of respect, a sign of reverence for the strong.
As a prominent clan, there are only 5 true sage-level beings among us.
Such a fallen clan has no right to negotiate with us. They should be eradicated from the annals of history. Beyond the Yaoqi, a sound like the tolling of an evening bell erupted. The sound carried a biting coldness, showing no mercy to the human race, tearing away the last thin veil.
For towering figures appeared in the sky.
Their aura was mighty and extremely powerful, far surpassing any of the previous ancestral kings. At the very least, they had reached the level of the dustless old sage and had advanced far along the path of the sage realm. From afar, it seemed as though the world had witnessed 4 divine generals descending from the heavens, gazing down upon the world with disdain, and looking down upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths with arrogance.
Those who have come from afar and spoken such words, do they speak on behalf of the ancient races of the world?
Zhang Taishu stood up, spoke softly, his figure as steady as a mountain, standing there like a pillar holding up the heavens, steadying the hearts of the human race.
How dare the Harua tribe dare to negotiate with us, the 10,000 tribes?
A brazen laugh echoed from the horizon, shaking the heavens and reverberating for miles, its sound powerful and domineering.
Chapter 110, Slaughtering the Vast Sky.
At the edge of the heavens and earth, 2 powerful figures appeared, followed by 2 ancient ancestral kings. They were even more formidable than the previous 2, standing at the pinnacle of the sage realm, just a step away from the realm of sage kings. Their divine energy surged like a torrent, engulfing every inch of land they had spoken of. They were even more formidable than the previous 2, standing at the pinnacle of sainthood, just a single step away from reaching the realm of saintly kings. Their divine energy surged forth, overwhelming every inch of land they had touched. The arrivals were extremely powerful, directly confronting the human race as if they were demon gods incarnate. The laughter of one of them echoed like thunder, causing the heavens to tremble and the 4 corners of the sky to collapse. Their intentions were clearly hostile.
Negotiation is a joke. Just then, demonic energy surged into the sky, obscuring the entire sky. The once clear sky grew dim.
A towering ancient king stood before them, his back adorned with bat-like wings, his form as black as ink, resembling an ancient demon god. His arrival caused his eyes to dart around in all directions. The weak human race had only 2 sages, weaker than even in the ancient times, while the demon race was surprisingly strong. It is the Taming ancestral king, the true sage king has arrived. Even the ancient kings were startled by this figure, never expecting him to arrive.
Snap!
9 heavens thundered, and a thick blood-red lightning bolt suddenly appeared, descending from the sky, accompanied by a blinding flash of light.
Humming!
Amidst the blood-red glow, there was a faint trembling sound. It was a long spear, entirely crimson, as if cast in blood. Coiled around its shaft was a fierce, twisted dragon, its head open, revealing the sharp tip of the spear. A figure as regal as a queen appeared. This was a female sage queen of the ancestral kings, her skin wheat-colored, her figure slender and muscular, her blood-red hair flowing in the wind, exuding a fierce and ruthless aura. Everything around her was shattered by the tangible killing intent, and she had firmly grasped the long spear in her hand. Blood-lightning ancestral king, another saintly king. The chilling words echoed through the crowd. This queen's reputation was vast, and even in the ancient times, she was renowned for her formidable might. It was a terrifying aura. She had killed so many that their number was beyond count. At the same moment, two figures appeared simultaneously. One of them wore bronze-colored armor, walking step by step, accompanied by the deafening roar of the Tao, shaking the heavens and the earth. That armor was a legendary holy weapon. Ordinary saints don't even have the ability to obtain it, and those who desire such a weapon are all highly influential figures. Even the elders of the Supreme Hall only have two pieces, which are their prized possessions. Another figure appeared, shrouded in a halo of light. As he emerged, it seemed as though the heavens and earth trembled in response to his presence. Boundless divine radiance swirled around him, emanating an aura of sacred power and brilliance that was truly awe-inspiring. The ancestral king of the vine. Hao Yang, ancestral king. As soon as they saw the two figures, ancient creatures recognized them and cried out in alarm. These two figures from the ancient era were no less renowned than the blood-lightning ancestral king, and in certain circumstances, they were even more powerful. Their battle achievements were, and one could recount lengthy accounts of their exploits. Without exception, the four who suddenly appeared were all ancestral kings of the Sage King level. Each of them was once a fearsome figure, having slain countless enemies. The phrase blood flowing like rivers perfectly describes the sheer number of lives they had taken, with mountains of bones littering the ground, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed their carnage. Seeing the 10 ancestral kings appear at dawn, along with 4 saint kings, many humans were terrified, their faces ashen. How could there be any talk of peace or coexistence? It was all nonsense. Was the human race doomed to extinction? 21 ancestral kings emerged, leaving the human race looking vastly outnumbered. With 21 ancestral kings emerging, the human race now seemed vastly outnumbered. The black turtle remained motionless, and Zhang Xinwang stood there as well, his eyes calm. His expression was so still that one might have mistaken the 21 ancestral kings on the opposite side for just one or two. Huff! At the edge of the morning, 4 aged figures appeared. They were dressed in Taoist robes, their aura exuding age and hardship. Their faces were deeply wrinkled, a testament to the long years they had lived, and the marks of time were clearly etched into their bodies. The arrival of the 4 ancient figures was slow, yet each step seemed to span miles, and before anyone noticed, they had already arrived. They were the sages of our human race. Some members of the human race trembled with emotion, their voices trembling with excitement, their eyes brimming with tears. After the arrival of 21 ancient kings from the primordial races, the human race was weak and insignificant, even mocked for lacking a sage, a once great clan reduced to a weak one. Many humans were disheartened, but now the appearance of these 4 figures had changed everything. Though this did not bridge the gap between the two sides, it filled the human race with excitement. These 4 ancient sages of the human race were none other than the first great bandit of the northern domain, the gatekeeper of the Tianxian stone workshop, the former head of the Qishir mansion, and the last remaining sage of the Fire Nation. We haven't arrived too late, have we? The aged voice of the old master of the Qishir mansion spoke. They approached calmly, standing firmly on the side of the human race, by the side of Jiang Taishu. Seeing this scene, the primordial ancestral king was greatly surprised. They truly had not anticipated that the human race would possess such sages. They had assumed that aside from those present in the yet-to-appear Gai Joyo, there were no others, which left them utterly astonished. Dong! Another bell tolled. 5 shimmering figures descended from the sky. That radiance was not light, but rather bursts of divine flames, dazzling and brilliant. 4 more ancestral kings appeared, one of whom was a sage king. What can the human race do with 4 more elderly sages? The leading sage king spoke, his body shrouded in grey divine flames, his aura terrifying beyond measure. He was another sage king from the ancient era who had once struck fear into all races. Seeing this scene, many felt a chill run through their bodies. How deep are the waters of the ancient races? Yesterday, 17 ancestral kings were killed, and now another 25 ancestral kings have appeared, among whom there are 5 sage kings. So many ancient kings are truly awe-inspiring. Jiang Taishu sighed softly, then his eyes gleamed with determination. Though we are few in number, we are not necessarily weak. Are you truly unwilling to negotiate? His words were calm, yet they caused many ancient kings to grow solemn. You are no ordinary being. Even a sage would be worthy of battling us. You have walked a unique path, but what of it? You are still insufficient. Without the necessary qualifications, you have no right to challenge us. The ancestral king of the green vine spoke, his words brimming with praise for Jiang Taishu. However, his words were icy and menacing, filled with endless coldness, as he clashed head-on with him, revealing his sharp edges. If you're not qualified, then I'll slaughter you all and clear the sky for you to negotiate. Jiang Taishu spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the old master of the Qishir mansion, He Gui, and the others remained silent, standing up in unison.
How presumptuous! The human race is indeed an arrogant species, weak yet arrogant.
Slaughter them all, don't waste our time. Only the true royal family is worthy of ruling this land.
The blood of the human race is sage, it's been ages since I last tasted it. To be able to drink sage's blood once more today is truly delightful. Among the many ancient kings, a few spoke in icy tones.
Their voices were so cold they sent shivers down one's spine.
Chapter 111, The Arrogant Hero? The Sacred Land of the Fairy Pool.
Fallen flowers drift like snowflakes, and the clear lake water ripples gently. The peaks are graceful and beautiful, and the silver waterfalls roar. At this moment, atop this pristine land, a massive cliff rises majestically. It was the focus of many gazes, and the ancient king's indifference sent a chill down the spine. The sound of voices echoed across the heaven-reaching platform, causing the hearts of the countless races watching from afar to tremble. The words of the ancient kings were filled with a murderous aura, spreading throughout the entire heaven-reaching platform. The breeze turned cold, as icy as water, freezing everyone to the bone.
Suddenly, in the midst of these cold, piercing words, a calm voice rang out on the extraordinary platform. You're waking up the little one.
As soon as she finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Dressed in white, Li Fan stood there, holding the little girl in his arms.
Her sleeping face was as sweet as ever. At the same moment,
a gentle breeze blows the flower petals into the air, creating a colorful display. Such a beautiful scene, however, did not bring a sense of peace and tranquility. All the cultivators felt a chill creeping up their spines, cold sweat pouring down their backs, and their robes were soaked through. On the heaven-reaching platform, as these words echoed through the air,
an unparalleled killing intent erupted. Li Fan, do you really think you're invincible?
Wait. Before that, an ancestral king whose voice had been icy cold spoke up. As he spoke, he stepped forward, and his voice shook like the beating of war drums. As he spoke, his murderous intent grew stronger, almost becoming tangible.
Put!
A faint, muffled sound echoed all around. The ancestral king's voice abruptly stopped, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. His body collapsed like a scarecrow, with a blood-soaked hole in his heart, his organs shattered into a pulp.
I told you, you're waking up the little one, and you're being so loud. Li Fan remained expressionless, holding Xiao Nannan in his arms, standing there quietly. Everyone on the heaven-reaching platform couldn't help but narrow their eyes.
The ancient king's face betrayed a hint of unease, the black turtle froze in place, the old Taoist master Wu Chen remained calm and composed, while Jiang Taishu and the others stared at Li Fan with expressions that were impossible to read.
No one knew what they were thinking. The 5 holy kings, the ancestors of the royal lineage, all furrowed their brows. They had witnessed Li Fan's actions with their own eyes, yet they were unable to react in time. Li Fan flickered his fingers, showing no divine power or sacred might, and the ancient king was struck down, falling into a pool of blood. This scene left many stunned and filled with fear. This mysterious Li Fan is definitely no ordinary person, he is not what he seems on the surface.
His move left many people speechless. The ancient royal princes, such as the crown prince, and the human prodigies like the shaking light holy sun, all wore expressions of shock, curiosity, and awe, each reacting in their own way.
Li Fan, do you think I am some ancient creature from the primordial ages?
However, many were stunned, but this did not apply to the ancient kings who had been through countless battles.
Some grew furious and wanted to order everyone to kill all the humans.
Put! A familiar voice rang out, and blood flowed. The ancient king who had spoken also followed suit, petals drifting like snowflakes, a gentle breeze caressing the air. The wind carried a faint scent of blood.
The ancient king's blood contained immense energy, shimmering with the glow of life. I told you not to speak so loudly. Li Fan's eyes remained calm, as if he had never killed anyone.
The deaths of the 2 ancestral kings were as fleeting as a passing cloud. Standing alone in his white robes, he remained unfazed even in the face of over 20 ancient kings, acting as he pleased, killing without hesitation. His eyes, as still as a well, left many ancient kings speechless, afraid to speak lest they meet the same fate. In the presence of 5 saintly sovereign ancestral kings, to kill 2 of their ancient kings, such a feat cannot be underestimated.
Killing them openly, yet unable to do anything about it.
Using the excuse of a little girl sleeping to kill 2 ancient kings, you are truly arrogant and disrespectful. The 5th sage king spoke, his voice calm yet tinged with a chill. His eyes held a cold, ruthless intent, so icy it made one shiver.
When this ancient king spoke, many ancient kings rejoiced. He was the sage king of one of the 17 ancient king clans from yesterday. His arrival today was ultimately to settle the score with Li Fan, and now he had finally spoken. Please have the primordial heaven ancient king intervene and eliminate this formidable foe.
Please summon the ancient kings of Tingqing, Shuadian, Haoyang, and Taming to slay this human leader and uphold the dignity of all races. With the ancient kings speaking, many others pleaded with the great sage kings and ancient kings to intervene and slay Li Fan. Li Fan had exerted immense pressure on the ancient races. Under his rule, 19 ancient royal clan members had already perished, with nearly 20 ancient kings falling by his hand. His relentless attacks were unstoppable, severely undermining the prestige of the ancient clans. The ancient races must not be disgraced. The ancient king of the Vine Green clan slowly emerged, his bronze armor shimmering with a cold metallic glow. His intent was clear, to confront Li Fan. It had been a long time since he had killed a human saint. Blood Electric Ancient King, as the only female ancient king, possessed a killing intent more intense than anyone present, reaching a tangible level. She stepped forward, holding a dragon spear in her hand. Hand him over to me, I will kill him. The ancient king's eyes were indifferent, his pupils as cold as ice. Li Fan had killed his brother, he could not possibly let this go unavenged. Seeing that several ancient kings were about to intervene, the ancient tribes of the primordial era grew excited. Li Fan remained expressionless, his eyebrows twitching slightly. He said nothing, carefully handing the little girl to the bear woman beside him to take care of, then stepped forward and walked out. Well, if killing the 5 of you can bring peace, that's not so bad. As Li Fan spoke, the blood lightning ancient king's dragon spear hummed softly, and his eyes grew cold and icy. The other ancient kings were no different. The eyes of the vine green ancient king flickered with excitement, a look that betrayed his desire for the hunt. Li Fan's power did not intimidate him in the slightest, instead, it only fueled his thirst for battle. There's no need for you to act one by one. Come at me all together. Let's save time. Li Fan spoke softly, as if recounting an ordinary matter. He stood tall and slender, his white robe spotless and untouched by dust, its sleeves fluttering gently in the breeze, exuding an air of effortless grace and tranquility. Do not presume that being a rare genius born once in 1,000 generations gives you the right to be so arrogant. The ancient king of Taming finally spoke, his voice low and deep. Li Fan's arrogance had finally prompted this ancient king to speak, and not only him, the other ancient kings were all filled with murderous intent. Having been disrespected time and again, how could they possibly tolerate it? You're playing with fire. The blood electric ancient king emerged with her proud and graceful figure, cold as ice, making her intentions clear, she was going to take matters into her own hands. Meanwhile, the ancient king of Taming also stepped forward. At the same time, the ancient king of Tingqing, the ancient king of Haoyang, and the ancient king of Chukai all stepped forward. Let's see who can kill him first. The ancient king's eyes burned with intense desire, showing no restraint in his twisted battle intent. Leave the jade pool and kill him. The ancient king of Taming spoke again, simply and directly. No need. Let's just stay here. It'll be over soon. Before anyone could act, Li Fan's voice rang out again, as calm and composed as ever. Hum. A gun blazed like a blood-red lightning bolt across the sky. The blood-electric ancient queen couldn't resist intervening. Her expression was as cold as black ice, and her killing intent surged like rising smoke. She charged forward, holding her gun like a blood-red sun, moving so swiftly she seemed to freeze time. Chapter 112, You're Not. Clang. The next second, the clanging sound rang out. Countless divine patterns swirled on the sky-piercing platform, their brilliance obscuring the heavens. The ancient king finally engaged Li Fan in battle. You. The blood-red ancient king's face, once as delicate as 1,000 flowers, suddenly turned pale with horror. Li Fan stood motionless, as steady as a mountain or a peak. His hands simply gripped the tip of the dragon spear, leaving the blood-lightning ancient king unable to move no matter what he tried. Boom! The blood-electric ancient king went berserk, wielding her dragon spear. The spear's body erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the sky so brightly that no one could keep their eyes open. It was too blinding, only a handful of people could make out the scene within. Crack! Li Fan clenched his hand around the dragon spear, and it shattered, emitting a mournful cry. After completing this, Li Fan's other hand moved, reaching out directly to grab the blood lightning ancient king. The blood lightning ancient king's hair stood on end. She decisively discarded her long spear and retreated swiftly. Stop him! The other 4 ancestral kings witnessed this scene and were all horrified. They never imagined that Li Fan's physical body could be so terrifying, capable of crushing a legendary holy weapon with his bare hands. If the blood lightning ancient king were to be captured, he might very well meet his end. They were well aware of the danger and immediately intervened. The dragon spear erupted with blinding light, momentarily dazzling the eyes. Its brilliance illuminated the ages, but it quickly faded away. Everyone's eyes quickly cleared and became sharp. Before their eyes was the retreating figure of the blood lightning ancient king, along with the motionless white-clad figure that had remained stationary all along. The blood lightning ancient queen reacted with extraordinary speed. Years of constant warfare had made this female ancient queen incredibly powerful. However, though she was fast, she was still slower than Li Fan. What appeared to be a slow reaching out to grab, was in fact fast to the extreme. Ah! The blood-electric ancient king retreated violently and suddenly came to a halt. Her neck was grabbed, and Li Fan's snow-white figure had unnoticed slipped behind her. There was no mercy or tenderness, his fingers clenched tightly. Bang! A vibrant, seductive flower bloomed, and the blood-lightning ancient king was instantly annihilated. The ancient female king who once shook the world with her ruthless battles has now fallen. The Earth-Vine King. Meanwhile, the others' attack arrived. Although they intended to rescue the blood-lightning ancient king, they were ultimately too late. The ancient king of the vines roared furiously, transforming into countless green vine spears. Each spear emitted a brilliant light, filling the sky with a dazzling array of spear shadows, as brilliant as a star-studded sky, surging and overwhelming, with divine might as vast as the sea. This was the ancient green vine king's ultimate technique. An ancient king exclaimed in shock, never expecting that the ancient king of the vine would unleash such overwhelming power upon his first move. This earth-shaking strike left fewer than 5 ancient kings present capable of withstanding it. The rest would meet certain death upon encountering it. The 3 ancient kings, Taming, Haoyang, and Shukai, were no slower. Kill! The ancient king of Taming spoke, and the pair of black bat wings behind him flapped, releasing a surge of demonic energy that rose majestically, enveloping the heavens and earth. He resembled a malevolent deity, casting a shadow over the entire world. A blood-red pillar erupted from the top of his head, piercing the heavens and unleashing an endless brilliance. In the bloody battles between saints, when their vital essence erupts, they can sometimes decide victory or defeat, life or death, in a single strike. The other 2 also held nothing back, unleashing their essence and blood to deliver their ultimate strikes. Seeing this, everyone trembled with fear. The 4 great ancestral kings showed no mercy in their slaughter. Even a sage king would fall in an instant. Gazing at the 4 waves of slaughter, Li Fan's eyes remained unchanged. His figure simply vanished from everyone's sight, and no one noticed how he disappeared or where he went. Seeing this scene, many ancient kings were filled with dread. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan appeared before the ancient king of the vine, still extending his palm in a simple and ordinary manner. It was a pale, white palm. Even if you can crush a legendary holy weapon, so what? I have a legendary holy robe, which is far more durable than any holy weapon. With just a blink of an eye, you won't be able to break through our defenses and will face our fatal strike. The ancient king of the vine roared, his body radiating boundless light that pierced through the heavens and the earth. He directly activated the legendary sacred armor and prepared to unleash his killing intent. The legendary holy weapon was so powerful it was beyond imagination. Even an ordinary person wielding it could unleash earth-shattering power, and when controlled by a sage king, it was even more terrifying and unparalleled. As the ancient king of the vine spoke, the sacred armor began to disintegrate. The palm directly broke through the sacred robe's defense, shattering it and piercing through the ancient king's chest. And his words had barely finished echoing. After completing all this, Li Fan vanished once more, leaving no trace behind. The sacred robe of the ancient king of the vine was dim and lifeless. A blood-soaked hole pierced his chest, allowing light to shine through from front to back. Blood flowed freely, and his face was etched with disbelief. Behind him, pools of blood swayed and splashed. What kind of hand was that, capable of tearing the sacred armor apart as easily as tearing paper? His body collapsed, blood staining the sky-piercing platform red. Even in death, he kept wondering why it had been so terrifying, and in an instant, he thought of a possibility. You are not the Holy King. However, he could not utter those words. His soul had already faded away into the heavens and earth, and his towering figure collapsed backward, face up toward the sky. The ancient king of the vine had died, his body lying on the towering platform, a sight that was both shocking and heart-wrenching. Following the fall of the blood-lightning ancient king, another sage king has fallen. The speed at which this has happened is too fast to comprehend, leaving one unable to look directly at the scene. These 2 holy kings once ruled the ancient world with few rivals. Now, after being sealed away for thousands of years, they have emerged in this era to seek the legendary path to immortality, only to depart so soon after their return. The scene before them left the ancient races in awe. Impossible. The 3 sage kings, Taming, Haoyang, and Shukai, who had intended to halt the slaughter, were forced to step back several paces. Their expressions were solemn and shocked. 2 rulers who had stood equal to them had been killed so easily. The entire incident unfolded in less than 2 seconds. Just then, their hair stood on end, and a cold, deathly aura filled their hearts. A gaze directed at them caused such a reaction. Li Fan looked over. It was his gaze, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he regarded them as mere weeds. That look was all too familiar to them. It was the same expression they had when they killed people in the ancient times. Now, the tables had turned. Attacked together. Taming, Haoyang, and Shukai, the 3 ancestral kings, roared in unison. Hearing these words, all the ancestral kings understood their meaning. They intended for all the ancestral kings to unite and kill Li Fan. Hee, you want to take action against Li Fan? Did you even ask us? The black turtle stepped forward at that moment. At the same moment, Jiang Taishu, Tianshan the Elder, the old clan leader, the first great bandit Lao Bude, the holy sage of the Fire Nation, Wuchen the Immortal, Qinghuan, and others all appeared, standing before the ancient king of the primordial era. Though their numbers were few, their aura was sharp and intense to the extreme. Even taking a single step forward meant certain death. Taking a single step forward would mean certain death. Jiang Taishu spoke casually, and an ancient zither appeared in his hand.
Yi Hei's expression changed upon seeing it.
He realized what Jiang Shenwang intended to do and was about to play the divine melody.
Chapter 113, The Terrified Ancient King.
Upon witnessing this scene, all the ancient tribes were struck with fear. They had never been treated this way before. Consider that they now outnumber their opponents by a significant margin, yet they find themselves at a disadvantage. This is difficult for many to accept, as if they have glimpsed some hidden truth, their faces filled with disbelief.
Is this really the same weak human race? An ancient royal clan murmured to themselves. You dare to block our way.
The ancient king looked at Jiang Taishu and the others, his face filled with anger.
At that moment, an impatient ancestral king had already taken action. Li Fan's terrifying presence unsettled them, and they sought to eliminate him before he grew strong enough to be uncontrollable. Kill! The ancient kings all attacked together.
Meanwhile, Jiang Taishu had already crossed his legs and sat down, with a guqin lying horizontally before him.
Pop!
Four consecutive sounds rang out, petals drifted like snowflakes, and blood flew everywhere.
The four ancient kings instantly turned into a blood mist.
At the same moment, the black turtle struck out, extending its pitch-black palm and crushing one of the ancient kings to pieces.
The old Taoist master, Wu Chen, was even more brutal, showing no mercy whatsoever. Last time, you sent 8 ancestral kings to ambush me. This time, I'll repay you in blood.
He immediately unleashed his most powerful killing technique, striking the nearest ancient king without mercy.
His might shook the heavens and earth, echoing through the ages.
At this moment, the old clan leader also moved. Their aged bodies erupted with unparalleled divine might, each striking down an ancient king with the force of thunder. Having attained sainthood in the post-primordial era, their strength was far beyond that of ordinary saints. In the blink of an eye, 9 ancient kings met their end.
The 4 women of the Qinghuan clan did not move. They seemed like beings from another world, standing in front but not lifting a finger. They emitted a soft glow that enveloped their bodies. The place where they stood was the only pristine sanctuary on the heaven-reaching platform. In the bare woman's arms, a little girl slept soundly, completely unaware of the outside world's turmoil. Peaceful and serene.
This scene left the ancient tribes of Taigu in shock, as no one had anticipated such a turn of events. Jiang Taishu sat cross-legged on the heaven-reaching platform, with an ancient zither laid out before him. Divine music flowed gently, playing the celestial sounds of the universe, and the sounds of battle echoed throughout the heavens. Crystal-clear flower petals bloomed, accompanied by blood-red flowers exploding in the air. These were the blood of the ancient kings, flowing without mercy, sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed the scene.
The divine melody.
The ancient kings trembled in fear. This was an ancient art renowned for its ferocity even in the primordial ages. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 3 ancestral kings Taming, Haoyang, and Chu Kai saw that many ancestral kings had been intercepted and realized that the situation was dire. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, they fled directly into the distance. Li Fan's gaze filled them with fear. They recalled the times they had taken lives, only to now find themselves in the opposite position, their hearts pounding with terror, and all sense of their former strength and dignity utterly shattered.
Put! Put!
The figure of the ancient King Haoyang exploded directly, with the void shattering around him, forming a black hole. The black hole swallowed his blood, and the blazing light surrounding his body dissipated. Li Fan had appeared beside him without anyone noticing. No one saw how he struck, but the ancient King Haoyang fell dead on the spot, his blood splattering 5 steps away. The only thing anyone saw was Li Fan's departure. From start to finish, no one saw Li Fan act. All that could be seen were the traces of his departure from the side of the ancient king of Haoyang.
Refine the true self.
As the ancient king first opened his eyes, his expression turned terrified, and he let out a loud roar. Instantly, his expression visibly withered away. He unleashed the forbidden technique. The 9 hells, the realm of the dead, where souls rise and fall, reborn into endless cycles of reincarnation. On the other side, the ancient king of the great void roared softly. As his voice faded, a desolate piece of the underworld emerged from the sky.
The underworld. An ancient spirit witnessed this scene, its expression filled with horror. This was the legendary burial ground of the underworld, where those buried there could be resurrected after thousands of years, a truly terrifying phenomenon. This soil was also highly toxic, even the slightest contact could be fatal. However, after doing all this, the ancient King Taming turned and fled without any hesitation. Upon witnessing this scene, many dared not believe their eyes. The underworld ritual had been successfully performed. Why flee now? The next second. Everyone now understood why the ancient king of Taming had acted that way. The
The ancient ancestor king let out a horrifying scream as his head suddenly exploded, sending blood spraying into the sky, the scene utterly gruesome. A white figure stood behind him. It was the same familiar movement. No one saw how Li Fan had acted, they only saw him turn and leave. "No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you must consider your clan. My clan won't let you off the hook." The ancient king's face was pale. Though he was far away in the sky, he looked terrified and spoke incoherently. Before him, a white figure had appeared out of nowhere. Li Fan's expression was calm, without a trace of a smile, resembling the Grim Reaper coming to claim a soul. "Put!" The hair-raising sound rang out again. The ancient king, in his first plea for mercy, spoke incoherently, still begging for his life. A blood flower bloomed, and an ancestral king fell. All 5 ancestral kings were dead, 5 sage kings, no less. How could this happen? Did he truly possess such overwhelming power? Was he truly invincible? Everyone stood in awe, speechless. Meanwhile, on the heaven-reaching platform, all the ancient kings had already ceased their attacks, their expressions filled with fear and panic. In less than a few seconds, the 5 ancestral kings were all dead. The corpse of the ancient king on the heaven-piercing platform was so glaring and dazzling that it left one dazed and disoriented. Li Fan arrived. All the ancient kings fell silent without realizing it, daring not to utter a single word. Even though 9 ancient kings had just died in an instant, they did not utter a sound. In their minds, they recalled a single phrase spoken by Li Fan. "It's too noisy, it's disturbing little Nanan's sleep." Just thinking about that made them shudder and dare not utter a sound. It all began with this statement, which led to the deaths of over a dozen ancestral kings of the primordial royal clan, including 5 Saint King-level ancestral kings, 5 who had once shaken the world during the primordial era. It was a bit of a hassle, but this time I didn't disrupt the pristine environment. As he walked, Li Fan glanced at the surrounding pure land and muttered to himself. The sound of his voice caused many hearts to tremble. Isn't this exactly what the little girl said to Li Fan last time, telling him not to be too brutal and ruin the beautiful scenery? Because of that statement, he had to go through more trouble. Does that mean he could have killed the 5 ancestral kings even faster? Yuan Gu's face turned pale as he pondered the deeper meaning behind it. It wasn't just him who thought of it, all the other ancient races had the same thought, and their faces were pale and powerless. He wasn't a saint at all, he was a saint king on par with the fallen heavenly king, or even higher. A living great saint of the human race? No one knew who had uttered such a shocking statement. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent. At that moment, the ancient royal clan finally understood why Li Fan was so arrogant. It wasn't arrogance at all, he had every reason to be proud. As a human overlord who was extremely close to, or perhaps even was, a great sage, he had every right to be arrogant. Chapter 114, The Imperial Clan finally emerges. The sacred land of Yaoqi was as beautiful as a poem, with flowers, wind, snow, and moonlight. At this very moment, this pristine land is filled with countless races, all silent and still, gazing in the same direction. On the heaven-reaching platform, the remaining ancient kings all watch the white-clad man with caution. Who dares to say that the human race is weak? Watching this scene unfold, the human race trembled with excitement and roared in unison. They were overwhelmed by the sheer power. The ancient creatures were silent, and no one dared to argue. The human race they looked down upon had lost too many ancient ancestral kings on the heaven-reaching platform, and over 20 of them had even died at the hands of Li Fan, a fact that was utterly horrifying and impossible to accept. Coexistence of all races? The human race kills so many of our ancient kings, and this is what you call peace talks? Useless. A single person alone suppressed the ancestral king, cowering in fear. If this spreads, it will be a disgrace and stain on all the races. Today's grand gathering seems pointless to continue. A series of cold, clear sounds echoed through the sky. 5 divine rainbows shot into the sky, brilliant and dazzling. Those were the 5 holy kings. One with a dragon's head and a human body, one radiating golden light as pure as refined metal, one shrouded in magnetic force, blurred and indistinct, one enveloped in silver radiance, resembling a colossal divine being, and one towering like a divine peak, with skin as rugged as rock, vast and majestic. The ancient imperial clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the golden clan, and the primordial lake. The primordial imperial clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons, the golden clan, and the primordial lake. The 10 strongest ancient royal clans, silver blood clan, stone clan. Seeing the appearance of these 5 sage kings, many people were shocked and frightened. The ancient imperial clan, the most prestigious royal family, had finally produced a new member. Is the future destined to be an age of darkness, rather than an age of equality and coexistence? The human cultivators murmured, lost in thought. The appearance of these individuals signified a profound chill. Those who had emerged from seclusion throughout history were all true elite clans, and now even the ancient imperial clan had emerged, bringing with them 3 peerless beings of the Saint King realm in one fell swoop. Legend has it that behind every ancient imperial clan lies an ancient great sage sealed away to this day, tasked with protecting the imperial clan. Such an existence is powerful enough to overlook the entire ancient star domain of the Northern Dipper. These individuals were no exception. They had come this far, their eyes cold to the extreme, gazing at Li Fan with murderous intent.
Li Fan's ruthlessness had already shaken the ancient imperial clan, and he must be eliminated. Otherwise, it would threaten the rule of the ancient races. Boom! The sacred land of Yaoqi erupted with boundless light, and the tower reappeared once more. The Western Emperor's Tower, where the divine weapons of the Western Queen Mother of the Yaoqi revealed their divine might. It lowered strand after strand of mountain like pillars of energy, terrifying beyond description, striking fear into the heavens and the earth. Do you truly intend to destroy the concept of coexistence among all races and force us down a path with no return? Jiang Taishu stepped forward, his expression solemn, unable to believe that things had come to this. At the same moment, a divine voice echoed from the back of the Yaoqi, resounding with unparalleled majesty. The sacred land of the Yaoqi is inviolable. Anyone who dares to disturb it will be killed without mercy. The blatant bias toward the human race echoed through the heavens, shaking the entire universe. The old clan leader and the others stepped forward in unison, and columns of blood shot up from the tops of their heads. The ancient races of the primordial ages must not be dishonored, and neither must our human race. The old clan leader's words, filled with the weight of time, echoed across the sky, reverberating for miles around, their majesty and grandeur filling the air. Coexistence? This man has killed no fewer than 20 of our ancient kings, and even the recent fall of the 8 ancestral kings is linked to him. At least 30 ancestral kings have met their end at his hands. How can we speak of coexistence? The sage king of the Golden Clan spoke coldly. Meanwhile, the holy king of the 10,000 Dragons' Nest also spoke, his eyes fixed on the sacred pool, gazing up at the towering structure in the sky. The sacred land of the Yaoqi is about to act, deploying imperial weapons. Do you really think the ancient tribes of the Taigi era have no one? There are already 3 ancient imperial weapons targeting you from outside. If you dare to ignite a battle of imperial weapons, this land will be reduced to rubble, and the divine soil will become a relic of ancient history. The sage king Zilin Zhu of the 10,000 Dragons' Nest spoke, his voice resounding like thunder, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. At that moment, the sacred land of the Yaoqi pool was utterly silent. No one could have imagined that things would escalate to such a critical point. The extreme path imperial soldiers have emerged, and upon their appearance, there were 3 of them powerful and terrifying. Once they reach the stage of colliding with supreme divine weapons, the true awakened divine weapons will be utterly terrifying, capable of effortlessly destroying countless stars and even leveling the eastern wasteland, triggering the most horrific dark chaos. It is not just your human race that possesses imperial weapons. The ancient imperial weapons of my primordial imperial clan have existed for millions of years, ancient and divine. What do you have to resist them with? At this very moment, 3 figures appeared in the sky once more. 3 more sage kings. They come from different tribes and seem to have some connection to the 17 ancient kings Li Fan killed earlier. He killed over 30 of our ancient clan's ancestral kings, which was unexpected. However, this is a provocation to all the ancient clans. If you wish to coexist, hand him over to us, and we will continue negotiations. One of the holy kings glared at him with a chilling gaze, cold enough to freeze the bones. He demands that the human race hand over Li Fan, stating that he is the obstacle preventing the human race from coexisting with the ancient races. This is too much. A cultivator clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling not out of fear, but out of sheer anger. They intended to kill Li Fan before he became completely uncontrollable, and they demanded that the human race hand him over voluntarily, allowing internal strife to weaken them. While they claimed it was for coexistence, it was clear that this would place the human race in a far more disadvantageous position. In the not-too-distant future, the human race will inevitably become prey, at the mercy of others. However, if we do nothing, the ancient races will also abandon coexistence. This is the last thing the human race wants to see. It is a blatant scheme. A generation of heroes, shaking the ancient and illuminating the modern, must be acknowledged as powerful, causing even us to tremble. However, you have killed too many of the ancestral kings of the ancient races, and thus your existence cannot endure. The words echoed. 3 more ancient kings descended, followed by 3 more sage kings, all of whom had a profound connection to the ancient clan that Li Fan had previously slain. At this moment, they appeared one after another, clearly having planned this in advance. Their aura was terrifying, though not as powerful as that of the ancient king of the vine. They were still sage kings, the rulers among the sages. 11 holy kings. Even ancient beings trembled at the sight of this scene. No one could have imagined that today's grand gathering of all races would attract such terrifying beings, one after another, emerging into the world. The human race's supreme leader remained speechless, feeling powerless and overwhelmed by an inexplicable sadness. Li Fan was extremely powerful, slaughtering 5 ancestral kings as easily as butchering chickens and dogs. But what about facing 11 holy king sovereigns? What about facing 3 ancient imperial weapons? The former might still be manageable, but what about the latter? Even the great sage would fall, and without reaching the level of emperor, no one could prove they could handle the 3 ancient imperial weapons. Long.
A deafening roar echoed through the sky as 9 ferocious ancient beasts raced across the heavens, with a war chariot trailing behind them. The chariot was pitch black and massive, exuding a strong aura of antiquity, as if it had traversed the ages from the primordial past. Its thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, shaking the very soul. A towering aura spreads out, emanating from the chariot. Chapter 115, The Emperor Appears. The sky rumbled loudly, as if the legendary celestial court had appeared. Tens of thousands of troops marched out, beating drums and sounding the battle cry. War chariots suddenly appeared in the sky, filling the universe with a terrifying aura. The chariot came to a halt. A terrifying figure emerged from within. Grayish-black mist swirled around him, and no one could discern his exact form. All they knew was that he was towering and imposing, like a magical peak standing in the heavens. Through the mist, one could faintly make out a pair of blue eyes, flickering with a mesmerizing light. The fallen heavenly king. The appearance of this ancient king caused the previous 11 sage kings to all bow in respect. The fallen heavenly king is the closest existence to the great sage among the sage kings. In the distant ancient times, he even received an audience with the ancient emperor and was praised by him, making him truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, someone sought his death, otherwise, I truly would have welcomed him into my tribe. The fallen heavenly king's pair of blue eyes locked onto Li Fan, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing this, the numerous ancient beings present trembled. Jiang Taishu's expression, which had been as calm as a still pond, changed. This single sentence contained profound meaning. The fallen heavenly king's terror was beyond compare. Even the ancient imperial clan would look upon his battle achievements with awe. Yet now he claims someone intends to kill Li Fan, and his words clearly reveal that the person he speaks of must hold a status far surpassing his own, otherwise, the fallen heavenly king would never defy his own will. Who is he? The fallen heavenly king, a sage king who is the closest to the great sage who could possibly be stronger than him. Everything is as one might expect. A great sage has personally ordered Li Fan's death. Are you coming out on your own, or should I invite you out? The fallen king looked at Li Fan and spoke slowly. Do you really think there's no one else in the human race? Jiang Taishu snorted lightly, letting out his first cold snort, his eyes as sharp as swords. Boom! As Jiang Taishu spoke, the old clan leader and the others all emerged from the Yaoqi pool. At the same moment, the Western Emperor's tower, which had been suspended in the heavens, erupted with divine light, streaming like mountains and peaks. It was awakening, and the ancient deities were reviving in that instant. I urge you not to act rashly. If you hand over Li Fan, I can represent the 10,000 clans in negotiations for peace and coexistence. The fallen heavenly king's pair of blue eyes looked solemnly toward the Western Emperor's tower for the first time. This was an extreme imperial weapon, comparable to the imperial weapons of their ancient clan. No one could face it calmly, not even a great sage would remain unfazed, let alone the fallen heavenly king. Although there are 3 ancient imperial weapons outside that can perfectly counter it, no one dares to face the revival of an imperial weapon. The danger it poses is too immense. It could sink an entire continent, and the great wasteland would vanish. The ancient clan seeks to rule the fertile lands, not the barren wasteland. Li Fan's mystery and power, coupled with the endless stream of saints emerging from the human race, each of them powerful, have indeed caught the attention of the ancient clan. In the end, to gain the recognition of the ancient races, it all comes down to absolute martial power. The principle that the strong are revered holds true in the ancient times and in the post-primordial era alike. It is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from the distance, shaking the heavens and earth. A blindingly bright light sliced through the sky, piercing the vast expanse of the universe, causing the heavens and earth to rumble in unison. This sudden, earth-shattering noise startled everyone. That beam of light seemed like an immortal divine radiance that had existed for eternity, illuminating the mountains, rivers, and all living things. In an instant, it swept across the sky, piercing the heavens and descending into the jade pool, emanating the primordial energy of the cosmos, suppressing all realms and worlds. The list of the immortals. The list of the immortals of the eternal emperor. Upon seeing this beam of light, everyone was utterly shocked by what it contained. The fallen heavenly king's pupils suddenly contracted, as if trying to determine whether this was truly the divine list. Imperial might, supreme imperial might, identical to the ancient imperial aura. The ancient kings on the heaven-reaching platform felt this aura and were all filled with awe, daring not to be confident. Facing this sudden appearance of the most powerful artifact ever wielded by a great emperor in human history, no one could remain calm, their hearts pounding with fear. Could it be that the human race's emperor of the beginning is still alive? Seeing this scene, even the ancestral kings of the Sage King realm paled in shock, and someone uttered this horrified question. For he had detected the intense aura of an ancient emperor on the divine rankings. The divine list could not have emerged on its own. It was the work of others, not the ancient emperor himself. The Purple Forest ancestral king of the 10,000 dragons' nest spoke. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a golden lightning bolt shot out from the ceiling of the gods, descending from the heavens. The lightning bolt took shape, descending from the heavens like a gigantic hand that obscured the sky, pressing down directly.
Ah!
A scream of sheer terror erupted from the mouth of the Purple Forest Ancestral King, and in an instant he turned into a pile of ash. It seemed as though he had been annihilated for questioning the Emperor.
Boom!
After completing all this, the ceiling of the gods did not stop. It shone brightly, like a giant monument standing in the sky since ancient times, bursting with divine light, and several golden lightning bolts fell from the sky. Beneath the great Emperor, all were but ants.
This is the true interpretation of that statement at this moment.
All the ancient kings who once held the power of life and death over the human race were struck by lightning, reduced to dust, and thus erased from existence.
The 5 holy kings who spoke, along with the ancient king of the Purple Forest, fell in an instant, totaling 6 ancient kings. It's impossible.
Wuxia has lived for 80,000 years. Even an ancient emperor wouldn't have such a long lifespan. All the ancient kings were filled with terror. The sudden appearance of the divine list of immortals, which instantly sealed their fate, left them in a state of panic, feeling as though they were living in a surreal, unreal world.
Everything was too overwhelming. The list of immortals is still showing its power, terrifying beyond belief. In the blink of an eye, all the ancient kings who had descended to kill the Li Fan clan were annihilated, leaving only the fallen heavenly king remaining. Could it be that Li Fan is the biological son of the primordial emperor, and the ancient tribe's attempt to kill him has angered the primordial emperor? The ancient tribes tremble in fear. A total of 11 sage kings vanished without a trace. Like a dream, it seems so unreal. Boom!
The list of the immortals once again demonstrated its power, like an enraged emperor, terrifying to the extreme. As the light descended and lightning approached, the fallen heavenly king let out a furious roar of refusal and was obliterated in the vast sky. It was all so surreal. A once invincible figure from the ancient ages had perished outside the pool of immortality, reduced to ashes, a sight too horrifying to behold. The human race must not be dishonored.
Any race that dares to take life and grant it away must be cleansed by the ancient emperors. Jiang Shenhuang roared. At that moment, the human race trembled, and everyone was filled with excitement.
The ancient emperor manifested himself, washing away all humiliation.
The human race must not be disgraced, all enemies must be annihilated. The power to grant life and take it away, the humiliation of the human race. The great emperor has finally emerged. The human race is not weak.
Many members of the human race roared wildly, driven to hysteria. They trembled with excitement, tears streaming from their eyes. Since the dawn of time, the human race had endured too much humiliation.
Now, at last, an ancient emperor has emerged. The emperor is invincible.
The ancient emperor of the human race, suppressing the ages, enduring for 80,000 years without dying, striking fear into the ancient races of the primordial era.
Chapter 116, The Decision of the Ancient Clan's Great Sage, A Different History. Chapter 116, The Decision of the Ancient Clan's Great Sage, Different Histories. The Yaoqi pool surged with excitement, and countless human tribes roared in unison. They are filled with excitement. The Eternal Emperor has emerged, having lived for 80,000 years, surviving to this era. This emperor, who has always kept his back to the world, the most powerful emperor in human history, has protected the human race for an incredibly long time. Now that he is still alive, he continues to protect the human race. The human race erupted in excitement, their gathered vital energy surging like dragons and tigers, coiling through the heavens and roaring, shaking the ancient beings present. They were in a daze, wondering if this was still the same weak and vulnerable human race they once knew. In the ancient times, the glory was unparalleled, and the might of the ancient emperors was revered by all heavens. However, they belonged to different races. Before the primordial chaos, our human race had produced several great emperors, all of whom were human. Jiang Taishu's voice rang out clearly, shaking the heavens and awakening the deaf. The human race is no inferior to any other race. As soon as the sound rang out, the pool of immortality erupted, and the blood of every human being surged with excitement. Are the human race truly weak? Not at all. This clan, this tribe, has produced multiple gods who defy the heavens, whose fame echoes through the ages. Even during the ancient era alone, it gave rise to numerous ancient emperors whose exploits shook the heavens and illuminated the ages. Throughout the timeless history of the Northern Dipper, no other clan has ever been as powerful as this one. Their potential is sufficient to rival the myriad clans of the ancient era. Jiang Taishu's passionate words left many of the ancient tribes in silence. Even the ancestral kings of the Tongtian platform remained silent, offering no rebuttal. What Jiang Taishu had said was true. The human race indeed possessed boundless potential and had produced countless ancient emperors. This was an undeniable fact. This was a great clan. Their current weakness might be due to their slumber, but one day they would awaken and reveal their true, terrifying might. An ancient being gazed at the divine list of the heavens, murmuring to itself. After speaking, Jiang Taishu bowed deeply before the divine list, as if paying homage to an emperor, and uttered the words of the eternal emperor, declaring his eternal existence. Boom! As if in response to Jiang Taishu's words, the ceiling of the gods suddenly trembled, erupting with boundless light that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even 10,000 miles away, it remained clearly visible, resembling a great emperor nodding his head.
The might of the great emperor surpasses the heavens, towering above all living beings. This is an unbreakable law of the ages.
At this moment,
All the ancient races were prostrate, even the ancient kings were no exception.
the emperor's aura was so overwhelming that no one could resist it.
Within the Yaoqi, all except the human race knelt down and performed the ritual of prostration. Li Fan watched this scene, his eyes filled with a strange expression. While others believed it to be the emperor of the beginning, he did not share that view. This was the manipulation of Gai Jiuyo and Gu Tianshu, with the Black Emperor, who had been by the emperor of the beginning side, acting as their accomplice.
The aura of the ancient emperor.
Someone in the has activated the West Emperor Tower. In the ancient mountain ranges far beyond the Yaoqi, the furious roar of an ancient king echoed.
He gazed toward the Yaoqi, his eyes cold as ice. He summoned the ancient imperial troops, declaring, "This is a disgrace to our ancient clan.
Charge forward, destroy the Yaoqi, and turn the sacred land into wasteland." An ancient ancestral king emerged, his voice booming like the howls of malevolent spirits rising from the depths of the underworld. At the same moment, in another place, someone was speaking, the coldness piercing to the bone.
Boom!
The heavens trembled, the winds and clouds shifted, and the earth of the eastern wastes and northern regions seemed on the verge of collapse.
3 supreme imperial weapons awakened, striking fear into all who witnessed their return.
And at this very moment,
The white-robed divine king roared, his voice deafening.
a furnace as red as blood shot out, accompanied by the cries of a divine phoenix, as a brilliant glow filled the sky.
The Jiang family's Hangyu furnace.
At the same moment, the Western Emperor's tower erupted with divine might, casting down beams of light that formed pillars as tall as mountains.
Boom! In a distant land, an ancient mirror rose skyward, reflecting the mountains, rivers, and all things, illuminating the heavens and earth for eternity. An ancient mirror soars into the sky, shattering the boundaries of time and space, as if ready to create the world anew. The 3 imperial weapons of the human race appeared, facing off against the 3 ancient imperial weapons in the distance. The heavens trembled, and all races prostrated themselves. Every being in the northern realm, including the fierce beasts in the mountains and forests, lay prostrate on the ground. It was as though 6 great emperors were locked in a standoff, their might overwhelming the universe and overturning the heavens and earth. As he witnessed this scene, Li Fan's eyes flickered with a strange light. He did not fix his gaze on the 3 ancient imperial weapons, but instead looked toward another part of the sky. In the extremely distant void, he saw several figures whose auras were similar to those of certain earth immortals he had encountered in the Tianguji Di, and even stronger. It was them. The region Li Fan was watching. The region Li Fan was watching. At that moment, several figures stood alone in that region, towering 9 heavens high, almost appearing to emerge from beyond the domain. Each of them was faintly visible, as if they had merged into the heavens and earth, harmonizing with the Tao and the heavens. The list of the immortals has appeared. Is the emperor of the beginning truly still alive?
A voice as ancient and weathered as time itself echoed through the void, its source shrouded in chaos and fading into the heavens.
Impossible.
No enlightened being could survive the erosion of 80,000 years of time, not even Wuxia.
Another voice rang out, as if from a distant star system, ethereal and intangible.
Gai Jiuyao had not yet appeared, so this was likely the work of him and the dog suspected to be by Wuxia's side.
Are we just going to give up like this? But what can we do if we don't give up?
The human race has supreme masters like us.
We cannot endure this humiliation. At our level, you should understand that.
Several figures were arguing. They were the true decision makers of the ancient races. Several figures were engaged in heated debate. They were the true leaders and decision makers of the ancient races. That Li Fan and Jiang Taishu pose a significant threat to our ancient clan, especially Li Fan. His contempt for the ancient races will eventually lead to trouble and may even affect the growth of the Tao ancient prince.
He must be eliminated.
At that moment, a voice rang out, its tone fierce and urgent. The sound of those words caused the figures to freeze in place, falling into silence.
Upon witnessing this scene, the owner of that voice spoke again. Summon another ancient imperial weapon to block the divine list. I will slay him. We absolutely cannot allow him to ally with the emperor's son and the others. His life force is surging, and he has the potential to become an emperor. He is an obstacle to the princes. If he were to suddenly rise up, we would be unable to stop him. There can be no room for error. Are you sure? As his words fell, they immediately caused these figures to tremble. Everyone was well aware of this decision-maker's resolve. He was a staunch supporter of the crown prince and the most radical member of the fierce clan. He could not tolerate any good coming to the human race. In the past, a young ancient emperor had inflicted severe injuries upon him, leaving him with a deep-seated hatred for the human race. His ferocity left everyone present shaken to the core. If their suspicions were incorrect, they would be defying a living ancient emperor, daring to oppose the face of the sovereign. Alright, all you need to do is lend me a few divine weapons immediately. I will go and slay Li Fan, and even kill Jiang Taishu. Then we can negotiate with the human race and appease the anger of their supreme beings.
The man spoke, his voice sharp and cold, filled with a stern and icy tone.
Good. These figures all spoke up. Their decisions were made in an instant and immediately carried out.
In the Blood Phoenix Mountains of the Northern Realm, the ancient imperial clan's domain, a staggering imperial aura surged forth. Chapter 117, The Divine Hall emerges.
Chapter 117, The Emergence of the Divine Hall. The sacred land of the Jade Pool.
The imperial majesty and imperial authority cover the heavens and earth, and all races bow down. The clash of the 6 supreme divine weapons shook the heavens and the earth. The ceiling of the gods trembled, unleashing a dazzling divine might that erupted into a beam of divine light, shooting toward the distant mountains.
Boom!
A surge of ancient imperial might erupted from the distant lands, and another ancient imperial weapon awoke. The divine might sweeps across 10,000 miles, causing the earth to tremble in its wake. The ancient emperor's army revives, directly blocking the oppressive might of the divine list.
How could this be? What are the ancient races thinking?
Gai Joyo and Gu Tianshu, who were secretly manipulating the list of the immortals, changed their expressions. They had not anticipated that the list of the immortals would appear in the world, nor had they anticipated that the resurgence of the ancient emperors would fail to restrain the ferocity of the ancient tribes.
What were they doing? Gu Tianshu furrowed his brows, completely unable to fathom the intentions of the ancient tribes.
At that moment, Gai Jiao was in the same state of mind.
They never imagined that Li Fan, this unexpected variable, had driven the decision-makers of the ancient clan into a frenzy, even going so far as to deploy another ancient imperial weapon, all in an effort to kill Li Fan. Among their motives was also the intention to test whether the Eternal Emperor was truly alive. Boom!
This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. The ancient imperial soldiers arrived and blocked the divine power of the list of the immortals. Behind them were powerful figures pulling the strings, causing a brief pause that sent shockwaves through the list of the immortals.
Kill!
The supreme divine might descended, and a gigantic hand emerged from the clouds in the heavens, its intent to kill piercing the sky, reaching toward the heaven-reaching platform. Ancient races of the primordial ages, dare you defy the imperial edict of the emperor? The divine King Jiang did not anticipate this turn of events, and in his rage, he roared aloud. The eternal universe furnace, the void mirror, and the Western Emperor's tower erupted with divine light at that moment.
However, none of this could stop them.
The sudden turn of events was too great, and no one could have foreseen it. The 4 ancient imperial weapons exceeded all expectations. The massive hand was terrifying beyond belief, reaching directly toward Li Fan. As soon as it appeared, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, with ghostly wails and demonic screams filling the air. The hand seemed to have come charging from a distant star system, its killing intent sweeping through the ages, shaking the very foundations of the northern domain. The great sage. All the ancient kings and the sages of the human race were all startled. The ancient great emperor was merely joking. Wuxia never existed.
Very well, very well.
Today, the destiny of the human race has reached its end.
Death.
In the blink of an eye, the great sage of the ancient clan discerned the cause. The voice of Wei Sha echoed, and the massive hand obscured the sky, appearing even more terrifying.
In the haze, everyone seemed to see a towering figure in the heavens.
He was radiating a torrent of blood energy, causing the eastern wasteland to tremble. His gaze was like 2 blazing suns, capable of plucking stars and chasing the moon with a single gesture, a power that was truly terrifying.
Had he come for Li Fan?
The old clan leader and the others were all startled. They could clearly sense that the giant hand had locked onto Li Fan.
At that moment,
Li Fan's face was expressionless, as calm as a still pond. He stared at his large hands, his eyes shimmering with a faint glow, his body as still as a mountain, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Indeed, everything was different from the original story.
The outcome had changed. Was it all for me? Li Fan murmured to himself, his heart calm. However, the next moment, his eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and his long hair danced through the air. He turned around, a smile playing on his lips, and looked at the little girl who had woken up unnoticed. Come with me, little one.
I'll take you to slaughter 10 clans.
The calm words echoed in this place where the sky seemed to be collapsing, and in the face of such a situation, these words left many people speechless. Xiao Nanan's eyes were clear and pure, and her little face showed no sign of distress despite the current situation. She nodded calmly, as if she felt no fear in Li Fan's presence. Li Fan smiled. The ruthless emperor must eventually grow up.
He did not prevent the little girl from witnessing the bloody scene. The future ruthless emperor is destined to have countless corpses at his feet, walking the path to godhood.
All obstacles in Li Fan's way must be eradicated. If you want to kill the 10 clans of my ancient tribe, you must first have the life to do so. A massive hand descended, and the icy intent to kill erupted across the sky. Boom!
Divine light surged forth, flying out from the neck of the little girl. A bronze-colored divine hall stood above Li Fan and Xiao Nannan, with strands of divine light cascading down like a dazzling waterfall, enveloping Li Fan and Xiao Nannan. Li Fan held a black-colored long spear in his hand, cradling Xiao Nannan in his arms as he walked toward the heavens. The celestial palace rose into the air, and here, Li Fan and Xiao Nannan emerged from the sacred land of the Yaoqi Pool. At that moment, the bronze celestial palace erupted with its supreme, unparalleled might, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to sink, its aura engulfing 10,000 miles. Li Fan leaped into the air, clutching Xiao Nannan tightly, and charged headlong toward the sky-obscuring hand, unstoppable and invincible. The bronze immortal hall. Seeing this scene, everyone's bodies trembled violently. At that moment, the ancient king on the heaven-reaching platform looked at Li Fan with a changed expression, no longer anger, but sheer terror. He was that person. Jiang Taishu looked at the ancient bronze palace hovering above Li Fan's head, casting a cascade of divine light, and spoke in a daze.
It's him, it's him.
The holder of that divine hall is the supreme being of our human race. The patriarch of a great sect was so excited that his aged body trembled like a sieve.
Yi Hei stared at Li Fan in utter astonishment.
The one who had taken control of the immortal palace, equivalent to the legendary figure Gai Joyo, was Li Fan.
At this moment,
the ancient king was filled with fear as he watched Li Fan walk toward the giant hand.
It was him, it was him.
The ancient and eternal divine hall, known to all, has existed since time immemorial, spanning the ages. Even the primordial races of the ancient world are aware of its existence, yet to attain it is beyond imagination. It is said that such a thing can only be attained by an existence of supreme power. It was an artifact said to belong to the legendary, ethereal immortals, bearing the name of the immortals. I told you he was an ancestor of our human race, not an ancestor of the ancient tribe.
Duanda's face was flushed with joy as he laughed heartily and looked at the crown prince.
Meanwhile, the crown prince paid no heed. His expression suddenly changed, and he stared intently at Li Fan, as if he dared not believe his own eyes. Even the emperor had once said it was a divine weapon, yet its master was Li Fan. The Yaoqi palace trembled, and countless people were filled with awe. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the heavens, the few ancient clan leaders were also shaken, their eyes blazing with intensity.
They're hiding so well.
Existing alongside us all this time, yet hidden until now.
It's too late to stop the ancient witch now.
That towering figure standing in the heavens, with eyes as bright as the sun, shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire sky.
Die!
He unleashed an even more terrifying divine might, activating all the borrowed artifacts at once.
He intended to kill Li Fan, having already obtained several divine artifacts that even great saints would covet.
A surge of blood energy as vast as an ocean erupted from Li Fan's body. Li Fan was tall and slender, clad in a crisp white robe, with a white jade crown on his head, emanating an otherworldly aura of terror. He held a long spear in his hand and hurled it directly at his target.
Boom!
A pitch-black long spear sliced through the air, trailing a dazzling light stretching for tens of thousands of miles, tearing open the void and charging toward that massive black hand that obscured the sky.
Chapter 118, Stop the War with Death.
A single spear shatters the mountains and rivers. The black battle spear surged forward with overwhelming might, slicing through the heavens like a towering black peak, suppressing the 8 directions, invincible in all directions.
With a thunderous roar, the expression of the invincible ancient clan sage turned shocked.
The sound of the void being sliced echoed loudly, shattering the space around them. It was as if an endless sea of stars was pouring down, signaling the end of the world. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, the 6 directions and 8 corners of the world, all trembled violently, shaking wildly in sync with the long spear.
Puff!
That massive hand that had obscured the sky was pierced through, spattering bright red blood, a sight that was quite jarring. The great sage was filled with terror, his eyes wide with horror.
Open it for me!
Several divine artifacts shot into the sky, and the divine weapons of the ancient clan's decision-makers erupted, all attacking the long spear. The great sage's form was towering and boundless, his divine might surging with unparalleled power, unmatched in the world.
Puff!
The long spear swept away everything in its path, shaking the heavens and shattering the void between heaven and earth. It charged straight toward the great sage. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, any attempt to block it was reduced to a shower of light. The long spear plunged into the great sage's body.
The legendary divine weapon bestowed by the elderly sage of the Supreme Celestial Palace could never be an ordinary artifact.
The divine might of the long spear resounded, and the great sage's face was filled with unease, lowering his head to look at his own chest.
Who are you?
The great sage, with disheveled hair and his chest pierced by a long spear, his gaze drifting forward.
Li Fan holds Xiao Nannan in his arms, standing in mid-air.
In his eyes, Li Fan stands as tall as a mountain, as vast as an ocean, his aura encompassing 10,000 miles, resembling a divine being overlooking the vast earth.
The one who killed you.
Li Fan looked at the great sage, holding the little girl in his arms.
I.
The great sage's eyes widened, bloodshot, as he tried to speak. However, the next moment, he let out a piercing scream, and his body exploded, sending millions of blood-red flowers flying in all directions. Red blood and white bones scattered like a blossoming peach tree in the sky, and the piercing screams pierced through the heavens, echoing all the way to the ground, causing everyone to tremble in fear.
The invincible great sage of an era fell, slain in the vast sky.
Even with multiple divine weapons of the great sage to protect him, it was still insufficient. His fate seemed to have been predetermined. At that moment, countless people fell silent, too afraid to utter a word. Li Fan was terrifying. With just a single throw of his long spear, he had slain the great sage. The celestial palace suspended above his head, majestic and awe-inspiring, erupted with divine might, yet it had not been used once from start to finish, and the great sage had already fallen. Several figures in the distance trembled, revealing expressions of horror. A battle between great saints was like a tidal wave, capable of turning the sky into clouds and rain with a flick of the wrist. It could even last for years, yet now it had ended in the blink of an eye, feeling unreal, as if it were a dream. Boom! At that moment, the ceiling of the god seemed to break free from its bonds, its body trembling. Ah! Distant mountain ranges echoed with agonized screams, 3 or 4 in succession. The imperial might of the ancient emperor's soldiers slowly dissipated, and the person controlling the imperial soldiers had died. 3 imperial weapons and the divine rankings stood in the sacred land of the, emanating a brilliant divine might. After slaying a great sage of the ancient clan, Li Fan wore a smile on his face. Xiao Nan, remember this, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. The one with the strongest fists and the greatest power holds the truth. Show no mercy to your enemies, eliminate them all. He stood tall, surveying the world below, and imparted this lesson to Xiao Nan. I understand. All enemies must be killed. Xiao Nan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and her light, delicate words flowed from her mouth. Upon hearing this, Li Fan smiled and nodded. He needed to cultivate her from a young age. The path of the ruthless emperor was one she had to walk on her own, but he couldn't let her go completely alone. Li Fan didn't feel at ease. He had to teach the little girl the ways of killing in warfare. At 8 years old, she was already capable of understanding the coldness of the world. Come, I'll take you to slaughter 10 clans. Only when they're subdued will no one dare to interfere with us. The calm words echoed across the sky. Li Fan disappeared, taking Xiao Nan with him as they headed toward other parts of the northern region. Their words sent a chill through the ancient king of the Yaoqi. What kind of person was he trying to cultivate? An old king trembled as he listened to Li Fan's words and teachings to the little girl. Who, throughout the ages, would ever take their young child to exterminate 10 clans? Such a thing has never been done before. It is an act of iron-fisted slaughter. Does he truly intend to annihilate the 10 clans? Does he truly view our ancient clan as mere ants, unworthy of negotiating peace with other clans? An ancient king spoke up, his face filled with anger and shock. He was shocked by Li Fan's cruelty and enraged that Li Fan had never once mentioned peace negotiations from the very beginning. This grand gathering of all the clans was held for the purpose of peace talks, yet Li Fan never once mentioned the word peace talks. It seemed as though he had never acknowledged the status of the ancient clan in his eyes. He intends to stop the fighting with violence, to subdue the ancient tribes through force. At that moment, an ancient ancestor spoke, uttering a phrase that sent shivers down the spines of all the ancient beings present. Meanwhile, the human race was filled with excitement. That's too powerful. Senior Li Fan killed the ancient clan's great sage with a single shot. A young man trembled as he spoke. Who dares to say that our human race is weak? With Senior Li Fan and Senior Gai Joyo, our human race has 2 supreme beings. Among the ancient races, which one can produce 2 such beings? Someone else spoke up excitedly. Meanwhile, Jiang Taishu was secretly communicating with the old clan leader and others, as well as Gai Jiuyao. What should we do next? The old master spoke softly. At that moment, the withered figure of Gai Jiuyao slowly emerged, silent and unseen. Li Fan was right. Our plan won't work, so we'll have to subdue the Gu tribe. The old man's voice echoed slowly, his eyes fixed on the void. In that instant, his figure vanished once more. I will go to block them, deploy the imperial army, and have Li Fan exterminate the 10 clans. Our human race needs to truly show its fangs. These words appeared at the moment when Gai Jiuyao vanished, spoken slowly and without any attempt to hide the murderous intent within them. All the ancient kings present trembled upon hearing it. The human race has gone mad. In the distant void, 3 imperial weapons stood beside 2 elderly figures. Gai Jiuyao. Gu Tianshu. A terrifying voice echoed through the void. The figures of the ancient clan's great saints appeared one after another from the void, including the great saint of the Huntu clan, the great saint of the Zhou clan, the great saint of the Wanlong nest, and the great saint of the Golden clan, among others. We underestimated the human race's true strength. We never expected that besides the terrifying human named Li Fan, there were also the 2 of you old fellows still around. Gu Tianshu, you're not dead. The great sage Hun Tuo wore a look of horror on his face, staring intently at the 2 of them. At that moment, his gaze shifted to Gai Jiuyao, staring at him calmly. After a long while, he spoke a single sentence. After the ancient era, you attained the rank of quasi-emperor. Even if your cultivation has fallen now, and we are of the same realm, I still cannot match you. The words of the Hun Tuo great sage shook many present. This great sage, who had once met the ancient emperor and was even highly praised by him, was simply too credible to doubt. Are you trying to stop us? Zhou Kuan the great sage's eyes grew dark and menacing as he spoke. Chapter 119, Exterminating the 10 Clans, Shocking the World.
Chapter 119, Exterminating the 10 Clans, Shocking the World. You may think so if you wish. Gu Tianchu's eyes showed no emotion, his expression calm, even though he was facing numerous great saints, yet he remained completely unafraid. I am willing to negotiate peace with your human race and put an end to this conflict. The great sage of the 10,000 dragon nest glanced at the 3 imperial weapons, took a deep breath, and spoke. The other great saints, upon hearing this, trembled slightly. After casting a wary glance at the imperial weapons, they remained silent. No one wanted to see the true power of the ancient imperial weapon unleashed. Even the ruthless ancient clan of the primordial era did not dare to witness such a consequence. It's too late. Back then, when our human race was willing to cease hostilities, you only shouted for war. Perhaps it truly was our human race that was too cowardly. But let this be an opportunity for us to prove to you the qualifications of our human race. Guy Joyo spoke softly, his voice faint. At the same moment, his hunched figure straightened, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body, causing the faces of many great saints nearby to change drastically. Hun Tua the great sage was absolutely correct. This man was once a quasi-emperor. He can slaughter an entire sea and sky, even if it means sinking the eastern wastes. Zhang Taishu arrived and, facing the great sages of numerous ancient clans, spoke these words directly. The Hanyu furnace seemed to respond to his words, with the sound of phoenix cries echoing through the air, as if a great emperor was opening his eyes, ready to purify this dark age. No one had anticipated such a situation. The human clan did not anticipate it, nor did the ancient clan. Everything was unfolding in an unforeseeable direction. 8,000 years ago, they were invincible under heaven. Had it not been for the proximity to the era of the Azure Emperor, Guy Joyo, who had the potential to achieve supreme status, would not have intervened, confronting numerous decision-makers of the ancient tribes head-on. Our human race has finally revealed its unparalleled brilliance and is determined to eliminate the ancient clans. 3 years ago, the ruler of the celestial palace that shook the North Star was an unparalleled warrior of our human race. His name was Li Fan. During the Yaoqi summit, he slew over 20 ancient kings and a great sage. He has now set off for the northern realm to annihilate the 10 ancient clans and purge all remnants. The reckoning of the human race has begun. The human race shall endure forever. The Yaoqi Grand Assembly, this grand gathering of all races, has captured the hearts of countless people across the world. Both the human race and the ancient beings are watching closely, and every event unfolding is being echoed far and wide. Upon learning of Li Fan's immense power and the deeds he intends to accomplish, none could help but tremble with excitement. At that moment, it wasn't just Donghuang. The western desert, central plains, southern mountains, and northern plains were all watching. In the distant western desert, an ancient figure on Mount Sumeru could no longer remain seated. Standing atop the mountain peak, he gazed into the distance for a long time. The world was stunned. No one had anticipated that Li Fan could be so powerful, having hidden his true strength so deeply. From the moment he emerged, he stirred up the winds of change across the land. The human race is full of hidden talents, but this mysterious man, whose age and true limits remain unknown, seems poised to reveal his sharp edge to the world. Many ancient clans were filled with fear, among them the dozen or so ancient clans mentioned by Li Fan, who had stated his intention to pay them a visit. At first, they did not take Li Fan seriously and did not believe he had any special abilities. However, as more and more stories about Li Fan spread, they grew increasingly alarmed. They never imagined Li Fan could be so powerful. From initial disdain to sheer terror, it took only one night to leave them wanting to cry but not knowing where to go. The entire world was waiting in anticipation. The human race was filled with excitement, while the ancient tribes trembled with fear. All eyes were on them. The celestial palace soars across the sky, sweeping over the northern lands. Any ancient beings that catch sight of it stand frozen in place. The human race. Li Fan led the divine hall through many regions before finally coming to a stop. He stood in the vast sky, gazing down at the land below. It was a vast sea of stone, with mountains stretching 10,000 miles in every direction, crisscrossing and intertwining, their jagged peaks towering into the sky. Since 3 years ago, no human has dared to set foot here. For it is the dwelling place of an ancient royal clan, one of the 10 most brutal clans toward the human race. Since ancient times, they have slaughtered countless humans and annihilated countless great clans. The Stone Clan. Li Fan looked down at the ground beneath his feet, his face showing no emotion. The Bronze Immortal Palace. The ruler of the Stone Clan looked up at the Bronze Immortal Palace appearing in the sky and felt a chill run down his spine. Fear was evident on his face. He had just received news from the sacred land of the Yaoqi Pool. A man named Li Fan has slain their holy king and, with a single strike, caused the blood of a great sage to spray across the sky. Now he intends to annihilate the 10 clans, and it is highly likely that their Stone Clan is among them, as Li Fan had previously declared his intention to pay them a visit. No one could have imagined that Li Fan would arrive so quickly. Facing the panic and fear of the Stone Clan, Li Fan seemed oblivious. He turned to Xiao Nannan and spoke. Xiao Nannan, look closely. Only true power is eternal. Be ruthless toward others. Only ruthlessness can intimidate the world.
As the unrivaled supreme being of the human race, you cannot act this way. Li Fan's words were unambiguous, causing the Stone Clan's leader to grow fearful and attempt to beg for mercy.
However, Li Fan had already acted. A slender white palm rose and suddenly pressed down. No! Ah!
A piercing scream echoed across the land. The earth itself was obliterated, and countless Stone Clan members screamed in agony, turning into dust, blood, and ashes.
The Stone Clan, one of the 10 great evil clans of the primordial era, was thus annihilated. There was no warning, no delay. This is the power possessed by the strong, the ability to grant life or take it away at will. Li Fan spoke again. They kill people and bully the weak. This is ultimately karma. Little Nan Nan, you must remember that we may not harbor compassion to save the world, but we must not bring disaster upon all living beings. Li Fan then departed, taking with him the Stone Clan's treasure vault and annihilating the entire clan. Continue to the next one.
Li Fan took a step forward, riding the divine hall toward the distant horizon.
As they witnessed this moment, many onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. It was utterly terrifying.
The Stone Clan was gone, leaving behind only a 5-fingered deep abyss, bottomless and seemingly capable of swallowing all light.
An hour later, another ancient tribe was annihilated, and the earth split open, mountains and rivers destroyed. 2 hours later, another primordial clan was obliterated from the annals of history. 3 hours later, another ancient clan that had once shaken the world was reduced to history, with no survivors. All were crushed under Li Fan's foot, and the entire clan was slaughtered in the mountains and forests. One piece of news after another spread, shocking the world. Li Fan had truly done it. He relentlessly annihilated the ancient clans, showing no mercy whatsoever. The ancient clans were filled with fear, trembling in terror. The name of the human race's supreme ruler, Li Fan, had spread unnoticed. His cruelty left the ancient tribe speechless, even more terrifying than the fierce tribe. Chapter 120, The Ancient Clan's Peace Talks. The supreme being of the human race, Li Fan, shocked the world. He slaughtered 10 clans, shook the foundations of the Northern Dipper's myriad clans, and left everyone in a state of turmoil for a long time. Meanwhile, on the other side, the human race's Gai Jiu Yao and others were facing off against the great saints of the ancient races. Each of them followed closely behind Li Fan, refraining from action, simply standing there in a standoff, gazing silently at Li Fan's ruthless slaughter as they hovered outside the void. Enough! You've already killed 8 ancient clan members. Do you intend to continue?
Finally, the great sage couldn't stand it anymore and shouted to stop Li Fan. He was the great sage of Blood Phoenix Mountain, towering and muscular, with skin the color of ancient bronze. Standing there, he resembled a small mountain, with swirling energy marks swirling around him, as if he were the master of the Tao, transcending the ordinary. I have witnessed the strength of the human race, and we are willing to coexist with all races. The benevolent Han Tua great sage also spoke up.
Are you really going to exterminate the 10 clans before you're satisfied? Stop now, and we're willing to negotiate. Zhou Kuan the great sage's eyes flickered uncertainly as he stared intently at Li Fan, his body emanating an ancient aura. I said I would kill the 10 clans, and that is exactly what I will do. Li Fan held Xiao Nan Nan in his arms, glanced at the void, and raised his hand once more to annihilate another clan. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses littered the ground, and piles of bones appeared beneath Li Fan's palms. My brother only killed those who deserved to die. Xiao Nan Nan spoke up at this moment, her voice light and delicate. The little child also. Zhou Kuan the great sage watched as his companions spoke, but when a little girl interrupted, he couldn't help but frown, wanting to say something. Just then, Hunto the great sage grabbed his shoulder. Stop, Zhou Kuan, don't act rashly.
We must not harbor hostility toward that little girl. At that moment, the palm of the great sage's hand began to sweat. The importance of the little girl to Li Fan was something this elderly man, who had lived so long, could not fail to notice. On several occasions, Li Fan had acted in ways related to this little girl. How could he not know? The importance of this little girl to Li Fan is akin to the importance of ancient royal princes to the ancient imperial clans. In Li Fan's eyes, Xiao Nan Nan might even be more important. The great sage of the primordial realm had noticed this. If anything were to happen to Xiao Nan Nan, he would undoubtedly go mad.
Don't be so reckless.
Your hatred for that little girl might lead to your death at his hands.
Don't be foolish.
Your hatred for that little girl might lead to your death at his hands. Listening to the voice transmission from the great sage Zhou Kuan's mouth twitched.
What the hell is he talking about? He was killed by Li Fan. Is he some kind of chicken, duck, or dog that can be killed so easily? However, despite thinking this, Zhou Kuan the great sage remained silent, his words trailing off mid-sentence. What were you about to say? However, just because Zhou Kuan didn't speak up didn't mean Li Fan wouldn't find out.
A calm voice echoed, accompanied by a pair of deep, piercing eyes, quietly fixed on Zhou Kuan.
This scene made many people's hearts skip a beat. Even Gai Jiu Yao's heart skipped a beat. Li Fan wouldn't kill Zhou Kuan, would he?
His calm words and composed gaze seemed harmless, but given Li Fan's unpredictable nature, everyone had already grown accustomed to his unconventional ways. The more they observed him, the clearer his intentions became to everyone present. In the blink of an eye, the crowd even imagined the scene where Li Fan, at the slightest provocation, would kill Zhou Kuan. Everyone present knew all too well the true nature of Li Fan's terror. It could be said that, aside from Gai Zhou, there was likely no one present who could match Li Fan, as none of them could achieve what he had, killing a great sage with a single strike. This was nothing short of a fairy tale. Of course, if one were wielding an ancient imperial weapon, it might be possible, but Li Fan, after all, did not resort to the divine hall.
No one dared to face Li Fan alone.
Not only was he incredibly powerful on his own, but he also controlled a bronze celestial palace that rivaled the might of an imperial weapon of the highest order. Who would willingly provoke Li Fan, especially since he had no powerful clan backing him? Being targeted by such a formidable ruler would strike fear into anyone's heart. Zhou Kuan the great sage glared at Li Fan, his eyes blazing with anger. He had never been treated this way before.
The Zhou clan, though not part of the ancient imperial lineage, was absolutely terrifying.
During the ancient era, they produced two great saints from a single clan, causing the entire ancient star to tremble in fear.
Aside from the ancient imperial lineage, no one could match them. His great-uncle, DK, was even more terrifying. He once contested the imperial path with the Battle Saint Emperor. Though he ultimately fell, this does not mean he was weak. On the contrary, he was truly terrifying. The Battle Saint Emperor was incredibly powerful, yet even after defeating DK, he was left with irreparable wounds. Ultimately, when he attained the imperial path, his injuries erupted, which is why he did not live much longer. As for Zhou Kuan, he is hailed as a potential successor to DK, and his strength has already reached an unimaginable level. He is truly formidable. Bear with it for now. Patience is key to achieving great things. The great sage of the primordial realm transmitted his voice to persuade them. Listening to the divine sage's telepathic message, Zhou Kuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this an admission that he was inferior to Li Fan? Hold on, don't act rashly.
We'll deal with it later. It's not in our favor now.
At that moment, the other great sages also transmitted their voices.
Listening to the telepathic messages from the other great saints, Zhou Kuan felt a lump in his throat. He had been a mighty figure in the ancient times, yet now he was being outmatched by the humans of the later generations.
However, he also knew that Li Fan was truly powerful.
Listening to the telepathic messages from the other great sages, Zhou Kuan felt a lump in his throat. He had roamed the ancient world, yet now he was being outdone by the humans of a later era.
However, he also knew that Li Fan was truly powerful.
The ancient witch great sage, a great sage no less formidable than himself, though his clan lacked the glory of the Zhou Kuan lineage, was nonetheless incredibly powerful. It was once rumored that the ancient witch had nearly become one of the 8 generals of the immortal emperor, a testament to his immense strength. Such a powerful being was still wiped out with a single strike, which can only be attributed to others not believing that the Zhou Kuan lineage could emerge victorious. In the end, the ancient imperial clan refuses to act and watches Li Fan slaughter the 10 clans with their own eyes, primarily because they simply cannot fathom the true depth of Li Fan's power. These great sages of the ancient clans, the true decision-makers standing at the pinnacle of the ancient 10,000 clans, not a single one of them is a pushover.
Not a single one.
Their eyelashes are empty. They wouldn't dare to do anything foolish. Everything they do is to ensure absolute safety, and they only act when the majority of the benefits are on their side. Currently, the human race has Gai Zhou, Li Fan, and Gu Tianshu. Though few in number, these 3 great saints are still capable of inflicting severe damage on the ancient clan. Not to mention the 3 imperial weapons, the sealing of the God Scroll, and the Bronze Immortal Hall, whose details remain unknown to the outside world.
Li Fan and the Bronze Immortal Hall, these 2 unstable factors, left them dare not make a single move. I think this little kid is really adorable. Looking at Li Fan's gaze and the stares of those around him, Zhou Kuan reluctantly uttered those words. This scene caused Gai Zhou to raise his eyebrows, and Jiang Taisu's expression turned peculiar, quite unusual. Li Fan heard this and did not linger, turning instead to leave toward another group. In no time at all, another tribe was annihilated, and the promise Li Fan had made long ago was fulfilled. He paid a visit and annihilated 10 tribes.
Should we negotiate now?
Gai Zhou said slowly.
The few great saints of the ancient clan flashed strange light in their eyes. No one knew what they were thinking, but one of them uttered 2 words and headed toward the "Of course." Upon hearing this, Gai Zhou, Gu Tianshu, and Jiang Taisu exchanged glances and all headed toward the Yaoqi. At the same time, they also called out to Li Fan. Hearing these words, Li Fan nodded. Just as everyone was leaving and Li Fan was about to act, Xiao Nannan suddenly spoke up.
Brother, why didn't you kill all the ancient tribe? They're so cruel to the human race. Because I want to leave them for you, little Nannan, to kill.
In the future, you will kill them and use them as stepping stones to solidify your path to the throne.
Li Fan smiled lightly upon hearing this. Chapter 121, I Can't Fly. The Yaopool Grand Assembly was held as scheduled. On that day, the event shook all the races of the world.
The heavenly platform, true to its name, connected to the celestial path, guiding the strongest to arrive. The great saints of the ancient clan descended, each as legendary as the gods of myth, powerful. They entered the heaven-reaching platform before the eyes of the crowd and seated themselves. The arrival of the ancient clan's great sage left many people feeling as though they were dreaming. Many members of the ancient tribes even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if this signified that the ancient tribes had acknowledged the human race. The heavenly prince and other ancient princes all had sharp glances in their eyes. They were also on the heavenly platform, paying respects to these great saints. As descendants of the ancient emperors, they were indeed of noble blood and held in the highest esteem. However, they remained inexperienced and still required the protection of the great saints. In the end, strength was the ultimate measure of respect. Even having a powerful father was of no use. As the ancient clan's great saints descended, the great saints of the human race also arrived. Two figures appeared simultaneously, Gai Jodo and Gu Tianshu. The appearance of these two supreme-level human warriors sent shockwaves through the ancient clan, causing a stir among the crowd. Besides Gai Jodo, the human race also has a living great sage. The ancient tribe trembled, deeply sensing the terror of this race. In contrast to the ancient tribe's trembling, the human tribe was exhilarated, each member filled with excitement. This was a truce after slaying the 10 tribes. They had truly ended the bloodshed through violence. The human tribe was no longer naive. Zhang Taishu also entered the heaven-reaching platform and sat alongside Gai Joyo. He had the qualifications for it. Even if the decision-makers of the ancient clan saw it, they would not dare to object. Compared to the descent of the ancient clan's great sage, the ancient kings who had once stood on the heaven-reaching platform now served as mere props, trembling in fear. This was a true meeting of decision-makers, one that would determine the future of this ancient star. And at this very moment, everyone looked toward the distance, where a bronze ancient palace suddenly appeared in the sky, shocking the Yaoqi. A figure in white robes, accompanied by a delicate little girl, appeared out of thin air. Li Fan. Seeing this figure, many ancient clan members couldn't help but shiver. This ruthless individual had slaughtered 10 clans of the ancient tribes, truly demonstrating his unmatched ferocity. The current scale of this grand gathering is largely due to his actions. Li Fan took Xiao Nan onto the stage. He walked straight to a cushion where the humans were sitting and sat down. This was a true grand gathering, the decision-making assembly of the ancient clan. Let's begin. The great sage glanced at Li Fan, took a deep breath, and spoke these words. After that, under the gaze of the crowd, the ancient tribes and the human race made a decision. In the future, all races would coexist, with no distinction between the weak and the strong. Furthermore, those of the level of sage and above, including sages themselves, were forbidden to reincarnate or intervene in the affairs of the younger generations. This is to create a true era of coexistence. On that day, this result spread throughout the 5 realms, shocking all the races. The once invincible ancient tribes had conceded. No one could have foreseen this, and the mastermind behind it all was Li Fan. The presence of the 3 supreme beings of the human race left many ancient creatures speechless for a long time. In an age when the great emperor did not reveal himself and could not be attained, the great sage was the supreme being. The existence of the 3 supreme beings cannot be ignored. The human race has once again proven its potential, and no one can oppress them. The contents of the Yaoqi summit have been made known to the world. Li Fan, the seemingly ordinary name, holds a magical power on this ancient planet, striking fear into the hearts of all who hear it. Over 30 saints have fallen by his hands stained with blood. 10 ancient clans emerged, yet before they could truly rule the world, they were swallowed by the river of time, leaving a chilling legacy. He was so powerful that he could kill a great sage with a single strike, striking fear into the hearts of all who heard of him. Li Fan's cruelty and power have earned him the reputation of being the strongest and most invincible in the world. Upon hearing all this, Li Fan merely smiled. He didn't give it a second thought. After the Yaoqi Grand Assembly concluded, Li Fan did not return to the Fire Nation but instead settled in a place with beautiful feng shui in the eastern wastes. This place was adorned with ancient, towering trees, silver waterfalls cascading thousands of feet into the sky with thunderous roars, majestic mountains stretching as far as the eye could see, and wild beasts roaming freely, while smaller creatures darted about with agility. It resembles a utopian paradise. Li Fan built a thatched cottage right there and settled down with Qingluan and the others, along with the little girl. For them, this place was a utopia. However, for the ancient clan, it was a forbidden zone. Many members of the ancient clan strictly forbade their kin from venturing into this region, as there was an ancient demon lurking here, specifically targeting members of the ancient clan, causing them to tremble in fear at the mere mention of its name. Vaguely, this place has become a major forbidden zone for the ancient clan, all because of Li Fan's presence here. However, for the human race, this place is a sacred mountain and a pure land. It is home to the most powerful beings of the human race, who serve as their guardians. Occasionally, the leaders of major human sects wish to pay a visit, and young cultivators seek to become disciples, but all are turned away at the gate by Qingluan and the other women. On this day, many human beings came of their own accord, eager to build a palace for Li Fan. Li Fan did not object to this. Since they could live comfortably, he saw no reason to refuse. He lay leisurely on a bamboo chair, basking in the sun, yawning, his eyes half closed, as if taking an afternoon nap.
Li Fan, I've always had a question I've wanted to ask you.
The green phoenix was graceful and elegant, moving like a lotus flower. Li Fan heard this and opened his eyes in confusion. At that moment, Qing Luan and the other women were teaching the young girl to cultivate. Since they had followed Li Fan, they had also gained fame. Though they had no battle achievements, they were known as the Four Holy Demon Maidens, their reputation resounding far and wide.
Can't you just fly?
As Qing Luan spoke, she gestured with her delicate hands,
her sparkling eyes brimming with curiosity.
It wasn't just her when Qing Luan asked the question. Bai Su Ro, Lan Bing, and Xiong Nu all perked up their ears. Outsiders didn't know Li Fan, but they had witnessed his countless battles and had also heard about him from Jin Huang. Eventually, they noticed something peculiar. Li Fan seemed unable to fly, he always jumped instead. Now, Xiao Nannan has officially begun her cultivation and even started to master the divine rainbow flight.
Seeing this, they couldn't help but feel curious. After discussing it, Cheng Luan stepped forward to ask. This question was asked right to the point.
Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, rubbed his chin, then glanced at the women around him and smiled, revealing his white teeth.
I really can't fly.
Ha! Seeing Li Fan's optimistic attitude, the other women didn't think the same. Their eyes widened, and their red lips formed an O shape. To them, it was nothing short of a fairy tale. If the outside world were to find out that Li Fan, the supreme being of the human race and hailed as the strongest in the North Star, couldn't fly, people would probably look at him with pity, as if he were mentally challenged.
Why can't you fly? Lan Bing asked instinctively.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan paused for a moment. He hadn't thought about this before, but he quickly began to ponder the matter.
It must be that he doesn't have any divine power.
Chapter 122, a cultivation method stronger than the laws of the present world. Chapter 122, a cultivation method stronger than the laws of the present world.
No divine power? Hearing these words, the women were once again taken aback.
Xiao Nannan was also curious, blinking her eyes. She quickly figured out the key point.
Xiao Bai, haven't you been practicing?
Li Fan ruffled the hair of the little girl who had walked over and shrugged with a smile.
Indeed, I have never cultivated. My body rejects divine power. I can open the wheel C in an instant, but every time I succeed, my body rejects it, and any divine power is forced out. Upon hearing this,
the four women of the Qingluan clan exchanged glances, looking as though they had seen a ghost. People used to say that living long enough would allow one to see everything, including the most bizarre things. They had always dismissed this saying, but now they truly understood its meaning.
It's truly a case of seeing it to believe it.
Li Fan, who is so powerful that he can enter the depths of the ancient tomb, board the underworld ship and survive, and slay a supreme sage with a single spear thrust, is actually someone who cannot cultivate. If you tell them that, they all doubt their own sanity, wondering if they accidentally got their heads stuck in a door.
Impossible. Who couldn't cultivate and reject divine power? Unless you were born a, or maybe, well, only a would be called a by us. Divine power must seem like useless filth to you?
The bear woman's beautiful face was filled with confusion as she muttered softly.
At that moment, Bai Su Ro's face lit up. Second sister was right. Divine power might seem like filth to Li Fan, so he rejects it. But why is Li Fan so strong without cultivating it?
In the end, Bai Su Ro once again fell into a state of confusion.
Li Fan embarked on a path of cultivation that surpassed even the laws of the present age. The voice of Qingluan, the orchid of the empty valley, suddenly echoed through the air.
As soon as the words were spoken,
the female bears and the other women all held their breath. Throughout history, it has indeed not always been the case that everyone practiced the same cultivation methods. This is something many people are aware of. For instance, demonic beings cultivate demonic arts, while human beings cultivate human arts.
Though they share some similarities, there are also distinct differences.
However, throughout the ages, there have been those who have delved into the history of the past.
In the distant past, some discovered that before the chaotic ancient times, there seemed to have existed a terrifying cultivation method.
However, it appeared that due to changes in the rules of the mortal world, it could no longer be practiced and was eventually buried by the passage of time.
There were also invincible sages who attempted to create new cultivation methods, but all failed. Creating an entirely new cultivation system is no easy feat, and some even say it is harder than achieving immortality. This belief is deeply ingrained in many people because it was a prediction made by the greatest sage, making it highly credible and not something said in jest.
Now it all makes sense.
The bear woman muttered. Then the four women simultaneously gave Li Fan the same look.
You're really a pervert.
This pervert isn't referring to something sexual, but rather someone who is so powerful and beyond comprehension that they're a pervert.
Li Fan's power has always been seen by the four women as the epitome of perversion.
He can crush legendary divine weapons with his bare hands and, without revealing his divine power, can kill a great sage of the earthly realm with a single punch. If the people of the Northern Dipper were to find out, it would likely cause another upheaval.
Oh?
Li Fan heard this and a look of surprise flashed across his face.
He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The divine treasure of the human body was the strongest secret to unlocking the human body, an ultimate form.
Li Fan was certain of this. Once the physical body reached a certain level, an extreme point, it could break the laws of nature. It was as if Li Fan could see through the raw stone with his naked eyes. This was the ultimate breaking of visual perception. Even Li Fan knew that his body was growing stronger by the moment, and under certain circumstances, it could surpass his own control and absolute terror. If left unchecked, Li Fan imagined that he could shatter mountains and rivers with just a few steps. At that time, he was undoubtedly a humanoid primordial beast of chaos.
Come to think of it, I seem to have been too careless with this human divine treasure.
Li Fan thought to himself.
However, it couldn't be said that Li Fan didn't care. After all, he had no idea what the human body's divine treasure was.
The system had never mentioned it, and his mind was completely focused on Xiao Nannan, leaving little room for concern about himself. It wasn't until now that he truly began to ponder what the human divine treasure could be.
To be honest, Li Fan also had a rough understanding of it by now.
That is the ultimate form of the physical body, transcending the mundane world, somewhat akin to Pangdu's use of strength to prove the way, yet different in nature.
It seems I have work to do. Li Fan's face lit up with excitement.
He'd been bored out of his mind lately, so this was just the perfect opportunity to find something to do. Seeing Li Fan's expression, the women who had studied him closely knew exactly what he meant. For a moment, all the women rolled their eyes.
Don't look at me like that.
It's not my fault I'm too strong and can't find anything to entertain myself with. Li Fan felt 4 disapproving glances and shrugged helplessly. Once again, he was met with 4 disapproving glances.
I'm off to teach Xiao Nannan how to practice.
The bear woman was speechless. This guy was too thrilling. He had unknowingly opened up a cultivation path that surpassed the laws of the present world, leaving her speechless.
However, she didn't feel jealous.
As she spent more time following Li Fan, the 4 Qingluan women grew increasingly less resistant to following him, and in fact, they even began to enjoy it. In the past, they had survived in a chaotic world, always having to be cautious. Even when they reached the level of saints, it only provided a slight relief from their previous circumstances.
However, now they no longer needed to be so cautious.
By Li Fan's side, they didn't need to be cautious or worry about betrayal.
They could live as they truly were.
Such a life without constraints was rare in the cultivation world. It would be strange not to enjoy it. As time went on, they grew to accept Li Fan more and more. They referred to him as their master, and in their eyes, there was nothing uncomfortable about it.
Even if Li Fan chose to favor them, they wouldn't reject him. A man like Li Fan was worth following.
The 4 women had even joked among themselves about whether they would be willing if Li Fan were to show them favor, and their answers were surprisingly unanimous: they would. Even the bear-like woman who frequently clashed with Li Fan nodded in agreement. As she put it, I like him, and there's no reason why.
I've always been this way. Hee, little Bai, get up quickly. Let's learn to master flying together. Xiao Nannan didn't think much of it and just smiled happily.
She immediately pulled Li Fan along to learn how to fly together. Li Fan didn't object. He had found something to do, and perhaps he could draw inspiration from the laws of the present world to develop something new.
The principle that all laws are interconnected is no joke.
Time passed quickly, and Li Fan truly found something different within himself.
Chapter 123, The Terrifying Path.
As the sun set, the sky was filled with a brilliant glow.
In a lush forest, tall trees thrive, and a small river flows gently, its surface shimmering with ripples.
Li Fan stood in the forest, his body trembling slightly as he rose into the air, standing 3 or 4 zhang tall. Beside him, the sound of silver bells and a delicate laugh echoed. Xiao Nannan had already mastered the art of controlling the divine rainbow to fly, moving swiftly through the sky like a beautiful fairy in the heavens. Watching Li Fan fly, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if she were a child who had just learned to walk.
The 4 women of Qingluan also couldn't help but chuckle. Was this really the same Li Fan who had once dominated the world? That doesn't seem right.
Li Fan muttered to himself, releasing his soul power to envelop his body and levitate himself into the air. He had truly achieved flight. With more practice and his monstrous soul power, he could undoubtedly reach speeds so fast that even the great sage would be unable to see him. However, Li Fan always felt that he had taken a wrong turn, that something was off. And this scene wasn't just witnessed by them. Even the human cultivators far away, those who had built palaces and were preparing to leave, happened to see it as well, leaving them all speechless.
What on earth was that? Could it be that Senior Li Fan was injured during his last visit to the Yachi? This scene would remain etched in their memories forever. What are you thinking? Senior Li Fan would get hurt? Look how happy Senior Li Fan's sister is laughing. He probably did it just to make her happy. Someone countered, saying that no one would believe Li Fan was injured. However, this person's words convinced many others, and seeing the little girl smiling happily, they found it increasingly plausible. They no longer dwelled on it, and one by one, they bowed respectfully and departed.
One of them had a strange gleam in his eyes, muttering to himself, his words inaudible, only his lips moving.
If someone could read lips, they would have understood what he was saying. This matter must be reported to the elders. It seems that Li Fan has some hidden secrets. That person left in a hurry, taking 3 steps at a time. No one witnessed any of this, and even if Li Fan had seen it, he wouldn't have cared. In the face of any power, all schemes are ultimately illusory. No matter how strong you are, they will still crumble. This is wrong.
Li Fan muttered to himself, then landed on the ground, his face deep in thought. His eyes sparkled with an unusual light, his gaze revealing a profound brilliance as he looked up at the sky, into the void, and at all things and events.
In just a moment, Li Fan's eyes suddenly lit up.
The next second, his body slowly rose into the air.
This time, Li Fan showed no signs of trembling.
He no longer resembled a clumsy child just learning to walk. Instead, he rose into the air effortlessly, moving with the ease of an arm being swung. Glancing down at his feet, he was 3 zhang high off the ground. Suddenly, Li Fan raised his head and fixed his gaze on the distant horizon. He took a step forward.
Li Fan's figure vanished, and the next second he appeared in the sky thousands of miles away.
The bear woman's eyes widened suddenly, as if she had foreseen something unimaginable.
Qingluan and the other women were also startled.
There was no trace of divine power fluctuations.
Li Fan had accomplished in mid-air what he could do on the ground, and even more terrifyingly, it seemed as though he had teleported there, performing an instantaneous teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan's figure reappeared in mid-air. Li Fan looked at the shocked expressions of the women, gazed at the slightly parted lips of the bear woman, and smiled broadly before turning his attention to Qingluan and the others. How about that? Impressive, right? Surprising? Unexpected? 3 consecutive rhetorical questions brought the women back to reality.
The next moment, the women stared at Li Fan as if he were a monster.
Li Fan, how did you do that?
Bai Su Ro lost her usual gentleness and blurted out the question. I had fallen into a misconception, relying solely on my own strength to try to fly, as if you were channeling divine power to control and master flight. But I realized I was wrong. I didn't necessarily need to use my own strength. Li Fan stood with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in the air, like a mentor, speaking slowly and clearly.
At that moment, Li Fan seemed to transform into a mentor, beginning his explanation.
I thought to myself, since my body is as the bear woman had guessed, possessing divine power that surpasses many other forces, then I should be able to command them. My eyes can see the divine power and spiritual energy that ordinary people cannot, floating freely in the void. And my soul power is different from yours. You are small ponds, while I am an endless ocean, vast and boundless, with no limits. I can surpass everything. Why would I need to use my own power? Therefore, I borrow everything, making everything subject to my control. I become a part of the heavens and earth, or perhaps I coexist with the heavens and earth to control everything. It was like that. Li Fan spread his hands as if he had discovered a new continent. In his palms, there were winds, fire, thunder, and lightning, earth, water, fire, and wind, constantly shifting and transforming. Even chaotic energy erupted, giving birth to all things: mountains, trees, and various miniature objects continuously appearing.
Watching this scene,
Qingluan and the other women stared wide-eyed, their clear, luminous eyes filled with disbelief. They did not sense any energy fluctuations from Li Fan, but his palms naturally emitted earth, water, and wind energies, which even transformed into miniature versions of the 5 elements. At that moment, Li Fan grinned and extended his finger, pointing it at the bear woman in the void.
Ha! What's going on?
The bear girl exclaimed. Under everyone's gaze, the bear woman flew uncontrollably toward Li Fan. It wasn't that the bear woman didn't want to move, she simply couldn't. It felt as though she was being controlled by an unseen force, with the weight of the heavens pressing down on her body, leaving her completely immobilized.
Snap! A crisp, blood-curdling sound rang out. Li Fan slapped the bear woman's delicate buttocks. As fierce as ever. Laughter rang out from Li Fan's mouth, causing the bear woman to grind her teeth in anger. However, despite this, the bear woman wasn't particularly annoyed. After all, her feelings toward Li Fan had changed. They were no longer as simple or pure as before. On the other side, Xiao Nannan watched the scene unfold, her delicate brows furrowing slightly before quickly smoothing out. Her small face lit up with a smile, making her beauty breathtaking. No one knew what she was thinking. That's terrifying.
Bai Su Ro was stunned and spoke softly. All of this was unheard of and unseen, like a tale from a fairy tale. A sage was bound without any struggle, unable to detect even the slightest trace of his captor. This was more terrifying than facing an emperor, for it was silent and still, without the slightest disturbance.
Chapter 124, Journey to the Forbidden Land. Unlocking the mysteries of the human body's divine treasures.
Just as Li Fan discovered part of the mysteries of the human body's divine treasures, he once again slapped the bear woman's delicate buttocks a few more times under her gritted teeth. Suddenly, a familiar cold voice echoed in Li Fan's mind.
Phase 1 complete. Phase 2 of the human divine treasure completed.
The host has discovered the mysteries of the human divine treasure and entered Phase 3, unlocking the secrets of the human divine treasure.
Listening to this voice, Li Fan's expression changed.
The third stage. He never imagined that he had accidentally discovered the third stage. But what exactly are the first, second, and third stages? At this point, Li Fan was a bit confused, but he decided to just go with the flow and not worry too much about it.
After all, it couldn't hurt. At that moment, the mission is triggered.
Head to the ancient forbidden zone and gather 9 divine herbs.
The system voice sounded again. After disappearing following the last medium-sized task, the task was once again issued.
This time, it was another ordinary task, but Li Fan didn't pay much attention to it. What he was more concerned about was what the reward for this mission would be. In the past, he had been eager to complete missions to reduce his transformation time into a tiger, but what would the reward be this time?
As if sensing Li Fan's inner thoughts, the system voice sounded again, beginning its explanation. The task rewards are divided into multiple categories with no restrictions. The host may choose to complete them or not.
Rewards include divine pills for cultivation, imperial scriptures, advanced divine techniques, and useful materials for the host, among other diverse options.
Tasks are released at irregular intervals. A simple statement rang out, and Li Fan finally understood. In other words, the task reward was no longer intended for him personally.
The items he might receive were likely useless to him. Thinking of this, Li Fan's expression changed.
However, he quickly smiled. It didn't matter if he was useless as long as Xiao Nan was useful, that was enough.
Immediately, Li Fan put down the bear girl who was giving him a reproachful look.
In a few days, I'll be heading to the primordial forbidden zone. Is there anything you need me to bring? Li Fan landed on the ground, grinning at Xiao Nan and the other women, revealing his pearly white teeth.
Hearing this, it sounded like I was about to go to the market, and the girls froze again. Even the bear girl forgot about Li Fan's earlier shamelessness, looking completely dumbfounded.
What's going on here?
Just a moment ago, he was still talking about his Taoist teachings, and now he's suddenly saying he's going to the ancient forbidden zone.
Li Fan's way of thinking nearly left Qingluan and the other women speechless. You're going to the ancient forbidden land? Li Fan, are you serious?
Lan Bing furrowed her brows, looking worried. The 7 forbidden zones of Dongwang were the first thing the 4 women of Qingluan heard about upon arriving at Beidou. The terror of these 7 forbidden zones was so great that even the women who had survived the ancient zombie-infested underworld ship felt a chill run down their spines.
The 9 heavens and 10 earths also have similar forbidden zones. What can be called a forbidden zone is something that no one is unaware of.
It is a place where life is forbidden, a region where survival is truly impossible. The term forbidden zone originates from such places. The major dark upheavals in the history of the North Star have all been connected to the forbidden zone. Within it dwells the ultimate being, not the pseudo-supreme beings like the great saints, but the true pinnacle of humanity. Only those who have attained the status of an emperor can stand against such an existence. The horror that lies within is beyond the comprehension of anyone.
However, one thing is certain, even an emperor cannot destroy the forbidden zone.
This alone is enough to see his true terror. The 7 forbidden zones of the eastern wastes of the Big Dipper are a mysterious place, and the primordial forbidden land is one of them. It has never experienced a dark uprising and even has a history of benefiting the Big Dipper, shocking a certain emperor who once pacified the turmoil there. However, this only adds to its mystery. The terror of the primordial forbidden land is such that even the ancient clans that emerged from the primordial era tremble at its name, daring not to approach it. Li Fan listened to Lan Bing's words, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I'm going to pick some divine herbs.
If you want some, I'll bring extra. A few days later, in the distant eastern wasteland's southern region,
a forbidden land stretches out before us, with 9 sacred mountains rising from its center. These mountains are tightly connected, forming a circle that encloses a bottomless abyss, a black hole so dark it seems capable of swallowing everything in its path.
Is this the ancient forbidden land? Li Fan stood at the edge of the primordial forbidden land.
The 4 Qingluan women were still by his side, and Xiao Nan was also there. Though they hadn't seen each other for several days, Xiao Nan had undergone significant changes. Cultivation truly hones a person, and she was still in her youth. One could say she changed every day.
As time went on, Xiao Nan grew increasingly calm.
Though her face still bore a sweet smile, it was only when she was by Li Fan's side that the smile truly existed. Li Fan's eyes shone brightly as he looked toward the nearest sacred mountain, where he could see a treasure tree as tall as a person, glowing brightly, and a lake spring that drew the heart, causing one's spirit to sway.
Could that be Senior Li Fan?
The supreme being of the human race, Li Fan, along with his 4 divine maidens. Li Fan's appearance was completely unhidden, and his arrival left many people stunned. Although the ancient forbidden land was a terrifying place, it was not without visitors. Those who sought adventure and treasure were always numerous, and among them were members of the ancient clans. The most numerous were those from the divine Silkworm Ridge, who sought to reclaim the divine elixir that had once belonged to them.
What is he here to do? Faced with Li Fan's arrival, many people speculated. Unbeknownst to anyone, the news of Li Fan, the supreme being of the human race, arriving at the ancient forbidden land spread like wildfire. Wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. Li Fan said to Qinghuan and the others, then immediately stepped into the air and headed toward the ancient forbidden land. With a single step, his figure moved silently to the foot of the mountain, and without pausing, he continued toward the summit. It was clear that his gaze was fixed on the divine herb. What is he doing? Oh my god, I'm not seeing things, am I? Li Fan of the human race is heading to the forbidden land of the ancient wasteland to harvest divine herbs. Hurry and inform the leaders of all the tribes that Li Fan is heading to the ancient forbidden zone. Li Fan's actions immediately caused a stir among many people. In an instant, the ancient forbidden land became chaotic, with many humans and members of various races filled with horror. At that very moment, the ancient imperial clan of the divine Silkworm Ridge, which had been lingering in the ancient forbidden land, furrowed their brows. An ancient divine silkworm royal ancestor gazed at Li Fan. Upon seeing him, his form trembled, as he had mistaken Li Fan for an assassin. However, upon witnessing Li Fan's actions, he froze in surprise, his brows furrowing deeply. Could the rumors be true? Was Li Fan severely injured, with a hidden ailment, making it difficult for him to even fly at times? Another figure from the divine silkworm clan spoke up. Ancestral king, perhaps the rumors are true. Otherwise, why would Li Fan go to the ancient forbidden land? He must be searching for ancient medicinal herbs to extend his lifespan and heal his injuries. Chapter 125, Li Fan's status among the human race. Chapter 125, Li Fan's status among the human race. Upon hearing this, the ancestral king of Shinkanling furrowed his brows deeply. This matter must not be discussed lightly. Li Fan's maidservant, the 4 holy demon maidens, are there. Regardless of whether it is true or not, it has nothing to do with us. The princess has said that we only need to acknowledge the human race, there should be no hostility. Moreover, the holy prince and the human race's holy body, Yi Hei, are not bad people. Upon hearing this, the prominent figure from Shinkanling was startled for a moment before nodding seriously. At that moment, someone let out a startled cry. He's already reached halfway up the mountain without showing any signs of aging? Could the curse of the ancient forbidden land have been lifted? The true horror of the ancient forbidden land lies in its ability to drain one's lifespan. Entering it strips one of their life force, a fate that strikes fear into the hearts of many. Nothing is more terrifying than that. The sound of those words echoed, snapping everyone out of their shock at Li Fan's arrival in the ancient forbidden land. There was no decrease in lifespan, no loss of life force. Could the curse of the primordial forbidden land have vanished? The sound immediately stirred many people into action. Finally, someone couldn't resist anymore. Their figures leaped into the air, heading toward the ancient forbidden land. Ah, no! My! Screams echoed instantly. The figures that had rushed into the ancient forbidden land began to visibly age after taking a few steps, their wrinkles becoming visible, and their black hair replaced by white. Soon, they collapsed to the ground, unable to move or escape. They lay there, just a few steps away from the safe exit, their presence sending shivers down the spines of those who witnessed the horrifying scene. They didn't disappear, it was because Li Fan, the senior, had special abilities that prevented them from being deprived of their life force. Some human cultivators shook their heads and spoke in low voices. On the other side, the ancient king of Shinkan Ridge furrowed his brows deeply. He had once attempted to enter the ancient forbidden land, hoping to gather the divine herbs that rightfully belonged to Shinkanling. However, after walking a short distance, he was so terrified that he retreated. The obvious depletion of his lifespan was unstoppable, no matter how he used his abilities or activated his divine powers. The indescribable sensation left him shivering with fear even at the thought of it, a memory etched deeply into his mind. Could it be that there was no deprivation, simply because his lifespan was so abundant that there were no signs of aging? The words murmured from his lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leaders of the southern region's major sects, who had heard the news and rushed to the scene, were all horrified by the sight before them. Among them, representatives from the Ji clan, one of the ancient noble families, had also arrived. The Ji clan's divine king, Ji Havua, stood there, his eyes shining like 2 bright lanterns, radiating a dazzling glow. By his side stood Ji Ziyue, Yi Hei, and the Black Emperor, among others. Since that incident, the North Star had entered a period of stability, and Yi Hei had returned to the southern region to visit old friends, only to happen upon this scene. Goodness gracious, he must have some treasure on him, or perhaps even the essence of the elixir of immortality. Black Emperor's eyes, as big as Cao's eyes, widened, revealing his true nature. Having followed the Emperor of the beginning, he was privy to many secrets. To counter the curse of the primordial Holy Land, there were only a few options, all of which involved unimaginable methods. Either one must possess the ancient imperial weapon or the essence of the immortal elixir to temporarily resist the ancient taboo. However, even these only achieve a balance, they do not truly provide resistance. Otherwise, the factions wielding imperial weapons would have long since claimed the ancient forbidden land as their own backyard. Black Emperor, if you're looking for death, don't drag Taoist Master into it. Duanda slapped Black Emperor on the head and said helplessly, "Greed directed at Li Fan is a sure way to die." However, despite his words, his eyes betrayed him. He was just as greedy, his saliva almost dripping from his mouth. The essence of the elixir of immortality. When Duanda slapped him like that, the Black Emperor wasn't happy at all. He let out a bark and immediately bit Duanda, causing him to yelp in pain. "Stop this nonsense." Yi Hei looked at the two of them speechlessly. At that moment, the people from the Ji family had already stepped forward and were walking toward Qingluan and the others. Ji Chun of the Ji family had met the sage. An elder of the Ji family paid respects to the four holy demon maidens. Though they were maidservants, they were ultimately saints. Having appeared at the and stood by the human race, they were worthy of respect. Additionally, they were under Li Fan's protection, so they could not be ignored. Currently, anyone associated with Li Fan in the Northern Dipper is rising to prominence. Take the Fire Nation, for example. Currently, the Fire Nation is so powerful that no one dares to provoke it. Even the people of the Wood Nation, their sworn enemies, have detected their hostility and voluntarily ceded a significant amount of territory to the Fire Nation in exchange for peace. The Wood Kingdom fears that Li Fan might harbor deep animosity toward them due to his connection with Yen Linger, which would truly be cause for tears. Ji Haoyue had met the four holy elders. Ji Haoyue bowed respectfully without arrogance or humility. Li Fan had stood up for the human race, and this was known to all. He, along with Jiang Taishu and Gai Jiuyao, was respected by the human race throughout the world. In response, Qingluan and the other women nodded in agreement. Although they knew Li Fan's intentions were not what they had imagined, they chose not to mention it, as it had nothing to do with them and they were even glad of it. Meanwhile, Ji Ziyue also quietly bowed in greeting. The Ji family was clearly trying to form an alliance with Li Fan, as this would only bring them benefits and no drawbacks. "Are you the two main figures of the Ji family?" "That's correct." Qingluan looked at Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue, and a hint of admiration flashed across her noble and graceful face. At that moment, He Huang and the others shamelessly crowded over. Except for He Huang, everyone else bowed to Qingluan and the others in a gesture of respect. Qingluan said nothing in response. After all, the Black Emperor had once followed the great Emperor Wusher, and his seniority spoke for itself. There was no need for him to bow. "Elder, what is Li Fan the Supreme doing?" The elder of the Ji family spoke cautiously, asking the question that many were wondering about. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuan glanced sideways, observing the curiosity on everyone's faces. The master intends to gather the 9 divine herbs to solidify Shan Wan Nuan's cultivation foundation. Hearing Qingluan's words, the elders of the Ji family instantly sucked in a cold breath, and Ji Haoyue and the others did the same. How terrifying! Picking divine herbs is not for cultivation, nor is it for enhancing one's cultivation level. It is merely for laying the foundation of cultivation. Even ancient princes might not have such a luxurious privilege. The elder of the Ji family, the little girl standing beside Qingluan, had a look of sheer terror in her eyes. This is way too indulgent. To solidify and strengthen the foundation of the Tao, they're actually willing to risk their lives to venture into the ancient forbidden land to pick divine herbs. Saying I'm not jealous would be a lie. Even the elders of the Ji family are jealous and envious. What kind of treatment is this? Goodness gracious. The Black Emperor was speechless, filled with astonishment. He had followed Wusher for a long time and had keen eyesight. At a glance, he could tell that Xiao Nannan had the most ordinary mortal physique and would achieve nothing in life. Her cultivation would be extremely difficult. Does this little girl have anything special about her? Black Emperor couldn't figure it out, but even if he broke his head over it, he wouldn't know the future. How many people had doubted the ruthless emperor? Too many to count. Not a single one believed she could grow, yet she achieved the imperial body with an ordinary physique, shocking the ages. The starting point and the outcome were already predetermined. It was merely a matter of the process in between. At the same time, a loud cry erupted. Li Fan of the human race has obtained the divine medicine. In the ancient sacred mountain, Li Fan stood atop the peak, his expression unchanged. His hand, which had been about to reach out to pluck something, suddenly stopped, and his eyes turned toward the pitch-black abyss. Chapter 126, The Man Sitting in the Mountains. Boom! Suddenly, from the depths of the ancient forbidden land, a terrifying surge of energy erupted, engulfing the sky in a dark mist that instantly obscured the clear heavens, leaving no trace of sunlight. The 9 sacred mountains trembled in unison. Gazing at this scene, many people looked on in disbelief. What's happening? The summit of the holy mountain. Li Fan stood there, his white robe fluttering in the wind, his expression unchanged, not even a ripple in his eyes. He stared silently into the abyss below, giving the impression that he was looking at something in the depths of the abyss, as if he could see through its bottomless, mysterious depths. At the same time, countless people froze for a moment. In an instant, without exception, everyone who approached the ancient forbidden land felt a chill run down their spines and retreated, staying far away from the ancient forbidden land, fearing that they would be sucked into some kind of abyss that could not be entered. Li Fan's power had likely awakened the most terrifying mysterious existence in ancient times.
Many people felt fear rising within them, and Qing Luan and the others, along with the Ji family, quickly retreated.
Quickly retreat! Black Emperor's entire body bristled with fury.
As he retreated violently, his eyes fixed intently on Li Fan. He knew that Li Fan must have provoked something formidable from the ancient Forbidden Land for some reason.
I can sense a terrifying aura. Duan De said solemnly. Ji Haoyue, Yi Hei, and the others were no different.
In that instant, everyone's pupils contracted, and cries of astonishment erupted from the crowd, emanating from those who had opened their heavenly eyes, such as Yi Hei and Ji Haoyue.
Someone from the 9 sacred mountains is here.
In the depths of the ancient Forbidden Land, several figures emerged from the abyss spewing black mist and stood atop the mountain peaks.
They are the wasteland slaves.
Gazing at the silent slaves, Li Fan's eyes gleamed with a strange light. His back was turned toward the crowd, and if anyone noticed, they would see Li Fan's lips moving silently. Unlike the original story, these slaves were truly walking corpses.
Boom!
A peculiar sense swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Suddenly, the heavens and earth seemed to open a breach, and the dams burst, unleashing boundless divine power. From the 9 heavens, divine energy poured down, causing countless beings to kneel in submission. At that moment, the abyss no longer spewed black mist but instead radiated divine light, as if a heavenly gate had been opened.
The heavenly gate opened toward Li Fan, as if welcoming him inside.
Many people were filled with awe at the sight. Vaguely, those who had opened their third eyes caught glimpses of the abyss, where a figure sat cross-legged, bound by 9 chains of different colors, hair disheveled, towering and majestic, emanating a terrifying aura. The Supreme Being, the true Supreme Being. The elder of the Ji family turned pale, his lips trembling. The 4 women of the Qinghuan clan looked solemn, opening their divine eyes to see clearly what was happening and to understand Li Fan's next move. If necessary, they would urge Li Fan to activate the divine palace he had given to Shan Wan and launch an assault on the primordial Forbidden Land.
That was the wasteland.
The strange changes in the ancient Forbidden Land shocked all living beings, and the cultivators retreated in panic. The invincible human warrior Li Fan entered the primordial Forbidden Land, prompting the true Supreme Being to intervene. The people of the ancient clan quickly spread the news, causing countless beings to be filled with dread. Great beings from all races crossed the void, eager to witness what was happening. Senior Li Fan entered the primordial Forbidden Land to harvest divine herbs, but his actions startled a Supreme Being into intervening. After tens of thousands of years, the primordial Forbidden Land has finally seen the emergence of another Supreme Being. This news swept through all the races like a hurricane, causing great commotion among the human race, who rushed to the ancient Forbidden Land without delay.
The heavens were shaken, and the world trembled. It was him.
Li Fan stared at the gate, gazing at the figure, his lips moving slightly. Under the gaze of the crowd, Li Fan took a step forward without hesitation, walking straight into the heavenly gate and heading toward the abyss, as if he were being drawn by a supernatural force, or as if he had a purpose in mind.
Boom! At that moment, the 9 sacred mountains trembled. The outside world was in an uproar as Li Fan of the human race met with the ancient Supreme Being of the primordial Forbidden Land. However, just as everyone was about to see what was happening, the heavenly gate slowly vanished, the 9 sacred mountains ceased trembling, the wasteland slave disappeared without a trace, the black abyss stopped spewing mist, and the blazing sunlight once again illuminated the ancient Forbidden Land, everything returning to normal. Li Fan had vanished, and the ancient wasteland had returned to peace. I hope Senior Li Fan is okay. The elder of the Ji family trembled as he spoke.
If Li Fan of the human race were to emerge, this would be a major blow to the human race, and even the hard-won era of peaceful coexistence could be shattered. Li Fan's existence is of critical importance, as he unknowingly bears the destiny of the human race.
My brother will be fine.
As the voice of the elder of the Ji family echoed, a cold, delicate voice rang out.
Upon hearing this,
the elder of the Ji family froze for a moment, then turned to look at the little girl beside Qinghuan. Her small face was calm, as if she were recounting something that was certain to happen, quiet and still.
The master will be fine. No one in the world can stop his progress. At this very moment.
The cold, aloof voice of Lan Bing echoed, her face as icy as a rose with thorns. Her blue dress swayed in the wind, like a celestial maiden of ice in a corrupt world, freezing the heart and stirring the soul. Their voices carried clearly, drawing mocking laughter from many members of the ancient clan. They secretly hoped Li Fan would never emerge again, as his actions had brought immense pressure upon the ancient clan. Many longed for his demise, which would be a blessing for the clan. As the crowd looked on with mixed expressions.
In the depths of the ancient forbidden zone. Is this the great perfection holy body?
Li Fan looked at the man sitting cross-legged before him, his limbs bound by 4 divine golden chains. He was towering in stature, sitting there like a mountain of iron, majestic and imposing. His golden hair fell straight to his waist, each strand shimmering with divine light. A thunderous roar could be heard emanating from within his body, the sound of surging chi and blood coursing through his veins, shaking the heavens and the earth. You are special. A deep, weathered voice emerged from the man's mouth, seemingly low-pitched yet carrying an air of unparalleled authority. You're not much better. Li Fan smiled broadly upon hearing this. He showed no sign of fear, as if he were facing not an ancient supreme being, but a friend. He showed no sign of fear, as if he were facing not an ancient supreme being, but a friend.
Am I the same?
Ha, just a half-broken man with lingering obsessions. The great sage shook his head, and a golden light shone in his eyes. He then turned his gaze toward Li Fan, scanning him back and forth. After staring intently for a long time, he finally spoke again. There was no fluctuation of divine power, no flow of energy, yet I sensed a dangerous aura.
You are quite unique.
The sound echoed through the depths of the abyss. If anyone from the outside world heard those words, it would shake the world and send shockwaves through all of humanity. That Li Fan could make an ancient supreme being who had lived for countless years feel threatened, how terrifying and dreadful it must be.
Chapter 127, Making a Deal. You called me here just to say that?
Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at the great holy body with a strange expression.
You are indeed a very special person.
The great sage looked at Li Fan, over and over again. Ever since Li Fan had ceased to be affected by the aura he emitted, which had once blocked the erosion of time, he had taken notice of him. This was the first time he had ever encountered someone capable of such a feat. Not even a quasi-emperor could achieve it. Yet here stood this person before him, utterly devoid of any aura fluctuations, having accomplished the impossible. This piqued the curiosity of the great perfected holy body, and his curiosity led him to begin observing Li Fan. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. Li Fan truly seemed like a bottomless pit, with mystery as his very essence. There was no way to uncover any secrets, and this discovery left the great holy body astonished, even terrified. Who was he? He was a great saint, though he had no one to attest to his cultivation, yet he possessed the combat power to kill an emperor.
Calling him an emperor would not be an exaggeration. Yet such an existence could not see through a single person. How could this not be shocking?
That is why he invited Li Fan in for a meeting and even wanted to entrust him with a task. Looking at Li Fan's mysterious expression, the great perfection saint body did not dwell on it for long and spoke again quickly.
I have come to ask you for a favor. What is it? Li Fan asked. Help me find someone. I know he's still alive.
The great sage's eyes flashed brightly, like two divine lamps, their light shining brightly across the heavens. A terrifying aura rose, as if a primordial beast imprisoned for eons was about to break free from its cage, sweeping across the heavens and earth. His name is unknown to the world, but his title is still revered to this day, and he is honored as the eternal heavenly sovereign.
The ancient celestial being of mythical times, the eternal heavenly sovereign?
Li Fan's eyes flashed with a strange expression. He actually knew where this person was, the ruler of the Xianling Forbidden Zone, one of the 7 forbidden zones of Donghuang.
That's right. The great sage bowed his head, emanating a majestic aura as sharp as a sword. How could you possibly think I could help? Li Fan didn't mention the matter of the eternal heavenly lord directly but asked instead. Upon hearing this, the face of the great perfection saint body, which had been covered by golden hair, revealed an inexplicable expression. A feeling arose within him: you are special. Throughout the ages, there have been countless talented individuals, but you have chosen a different path. You possess the ability to achieve this, and in this world, only you are worthy of speaking with me. Listening to the words of the great sage, Li Fan furrowed his brows slightly. These terrifying figures who had lived for so many years were indeed not to be underestimated. At a glance, they could tell that he had taken a different path. Their discernment was far beyond that of ordinary people in this world, and even some of the ancient immortals could not compare. These terrifying figures who had lived for so many years were indeed not to be underestimated. At a glance, they could tell that he had taken a different path. Their discernment was far beyond that of ordinary people, and some of the old immortals could even compare to them. I can agree to your terms, but I must have my reward. Li Fan spoke bluntly. No problem.
The great perfection body is also straightforward, with no hesitation. The two of them, when it came to talking, had some similarities. They both handled things efficiently and decisively. I can help you find the person you're looking for, but I need 2 things in return.
First, the 9th divine medicine. Second, I want your wasteland technique, which is the secret to immortality.
Li Fan pointed to the top of his head, then to the wild slave standing nearby beside the great perfection holy body. Ever since he first saw the wild slave in the primordial ancient forbidden land, Li Fan had already formed a suspicion: the ruthless emperor from the original story had likely obtained certain techniques hidden within the primordial ancient forbidden land, which allowed him to create his own path to immortality. This point was never explicitly mentioned in the original text, but after witnessing these events, Li Fan had a general understanding. While the great sage body before him was indeed extraordinary, his path to immortality clearly paled in comparison to the ruthless emperor's. As Li Fan finished speaking, the abyss fell silent. The great perfection saint body's eyes shone brightly, fixated on Li Fan, as if trying to see through him.
After a long while, I promise you,
the great holy body spoke, breaking the silence. I can allow you to take 1 fruit from each of the 9 divine herbs and 1 pool of divine water as payment in advance. Once the matter is settled, you may take the divine herbs with you, and you will also obtain the Huang Fa as you desire.
There's no need to wait until the task is completed.
I can tell you where the eternal heavenly lord is right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fan spoke up.
What did you say?
The abyss trembled, and the ancient forbidden land, which had been returning to calm, rumbled once more, shaking violently and sending shockwaves throughout the outside world. Vaguely, the clanging and trembling sounds of chains echoed throughout the heavens and earth.
What on earth is happening inside?
The outside world was shaken, and countless beings all turned their gaze toward the ancient forbidden land. There were also those with great supernatural powers who opened their divine eyes to try to see through the veil, but all their efforts were in vain.
How could even the most powerful beings peer into this eternal and immortal forbidden land?
I mean, I know where the eternal heavenly sovereign is. Li Fan repeated once more.
Didn't he know that others didn't know?
As someone who had read Jatian several times, no one knew more about the eternal heavenly lord than him. He could even recite the backgrounds of the 9 great heavenly lords by heart. As he spoke, Li Fan didn't give the great perfected holy body any response and instead asked another question. The person you're looking for isn't far from you. He's in the forbidden zone of the immortal tomb, the ruler of the immortal tomb forbidden zone. The person you're looking for is actually not far from you. He's within the forbidden zone of the immortal tomb, the very ruler of the forbidden zone itself.
Changshang is in the Xianling, the ruler of the Xianling forbidden zone.
The great perfection holy body's golden eyes flickered uncertainly, and his lips moved as he murmured softly, currently deep in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked sharply at Li Fan.
How do I know you're not lying? That's hard to say. I don't have any proof either.
If I had to say, it would be when the path to immortality appears, then you'll know.
That old guy won't be able to resist showing up.
Li Fan rubbed his chin, speaking as if reciting a list of treasures. By the end, he revealed his pearly white teeth, looking sincere, as if to say, I'm not lying, you know. Li Fan's words left the great holy body speechless.
Anyway, the path to immortality is almost within reach. You can see for yourself then.
I'll take the 9 divine herbs and the spring water first.
You'll know the truth about me by then.
Li Fan shrugged his shoulders and said.
A free deal, why wouldn't he take it?
Most importantly, Li Fan wasn't in a hurry to obtain the 9 divine medicines. As long as he collected all 9, he could complete the task. Placing the medicines in the primordial forbidden land would prevent them from being stolen, and he could even have this fully realized saint bodyguard them for free.
Why wouldn't he take such an opportunity? All right.
The great sage bowed his head, his eyes flickering constantly. This was not contemplation, but the glow of excitement, the eternal weight, the unwavering resolve that had persisted through the ages. Soon, he would finally fulfill his long-held desire. This was the inevitable decision of fate. Ultimately, there must be an ending.
Upon witnessing this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but sigh deeply.
He was well aware of the great perfection holy body's obsession and knew about his situation. However, he could only sigh and would not actually offer any help, as he had no familial ties with the great perfection holy body.
Chapter 128, Cultivating Good Karma. Chapter 128, Cultivating Good Karma.
Beyond the ancient forbidden land. A vast crowd of people, humans, demons, and ancient creatures from countless races were almost all gathered there. They had all come to see Li Fan, eager to learn of his fate.
Why hasn't Senior Li Fan come out yet?
The recent tremors in the ancient forbidden land have drawn more people to the area, and all the human cultivators are deeply concerned.
Meanwhile, the members of the ancient clan all sneered inwardly.
They were overjoyed, gloating over his misfortune, believing that Li Fan had perished inside. Though they thought this in their hearts, few dared to speak it aloud. Not only was the truth of their speculation uncertain, but the 4 holy demon maidens were standing nearby, and they dared not speak out of fear. Just now, someone spoke out of turn and was struck down by blue ice with a single sword strike.
The sage's promise not to intervene was indeed correct, but that does not mean the sage will not act. By exploiting this point, we left the ancient clanspeople speechless and ashamed. The saying "the sage must not be disrespected" holds true even in the ancient clan. Someone has emerged from the abyss.
A sudden cry of alarm rang out. A white-clad figure emerged from the depths of the ancient forbidden land, floating in mid-air with an otherworldly grace. Li Fan's lips curled into a faint smile as he emerged from the ancient forbidden land.
Whoosh! At that moment, everyone was stunned. Senior Li Fan is alive and has emerged.
The human cultivators were thrilled and overjoyed. The heavy burden of worry in their hearts was lifted, replaced by excitement. The fact that someone had managed to enter the depths of the Forbidden Zone and emerge unscathed was earth-shattering news that would undoubtedly shake the 5 realms. And now, they had witnessed it with their own eyes.
He had come out alive.
The old ancestor of Shin Canling's face was filled with astonishment and horror.
The other ancient clans also changed color one after another. The other ancient clans also turned pale one after another.
The human clan's Li Fan did not die in the primordial wasteland but instead moved freely in and out of the depths of the Forbidden Zone. This news spread like wildfire throughout the outskirts of the primordial wasteland.
Could Li Fan be from the ancient Forbidden Land?
Suddenly, the eyes of an ancient tribal king flickered, and he murmured softly. It wasn't just him who had guessed this, many others had also come to the same conclusion. As for being able to come and go freely in the restricted zone, they wouldn't believe it even if you killed them. The terrifying ancient clan in the restricted zone knows this better than the human race, and in some cases, the human race is also aware of this fact. There are definitely living beings and living forces within the forbidden zone. Many people are aware of these matters. The chaos and turmoil have already revealed much, and no one has ever emerged alive from the primordial forbidden zone. This cannot help but make one wonder whether Li Fan might be the one who emerged from the primordial forbidden zone. The primordial forbidden zone is the forbidden territory of the human race. Just as the primordial ancient mine is the forbidden zone of the ancient clan. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups, and someone must be sent with the divine tablet to the primordial ancient mine to verify this matter. This matter is far too significant. If the primordial forbidden land is a forbidden zone for the human race, the consequences would be terrifying. The human race also has their own exclusive forbidden zones, which would serve as a deterrent to the ancient race, even more terrifying than Li Fan, Gai Jiu Yao, and others. This is a competition of underlying strength between races. By now, the human race is no longer inferior to the ancient races in any way. Are you okay, brother? Xiao Nannan rushed forward first, throwing herself onto Li Fan's body, blinking her eyes rapidly as she looked at him, wanting to see if he was injured. I'm fine. Li Fan hugged Xiao Nannan and smiled gently. At that moment, Cheng Luan and the four women also sighed in relief before rushing forward excitedly. Even though they knew of Li Fan's strength, they couldn't help but worry about his safety. Now that he was safe and sound, they naturally felt relieved. They had met Senior Li Fan before. The elders of the Ji family quickly stepped forward and bowed to Li Fan. The younger members of the Ji family also followed suit, bowing with reverence and without the slightest hesitation. Senior Li Fan. He also stepped forward to pay his respects, speaking with reverence. Jiang Taishu had once told him that whenever he had the opportunity, he should try to interact with Li Fan more, as it would only bring benefits and no harm. He had always kept these words in his heart. Li Fan nodded, showing little of the aura of a powerful warrior. Master, what are you doing inside there? Did Huang invite you over? Bai Su-ro suddenly spoke up, sounding puzzled. I went to make a deal. Li Fan laughed. Upon hearing this, everyone looked shocked. The elders of the Ji family were speechless, their hearts churning with overwhelming emotion. Li Fan had actually struck a deal with the ruler of the Forbidden Zone. If word got out, it would terrify countless people. The ruler of the Forbidden Zone was a figure known to all as an emperor-level existence, and the nature of their transaction likely involved secrets as old as the ages. The next moment, his old face was filled with excitement. Even as a senior member of the Ji family, he couldn't help but feel excited, never expecting to hear such a secret. After speaking, Li Fan remained silent, with no intention of revealing the nature of the deal. Bai Su-ro and the others wouldn't ask either. They knew that this was as far as they could go, and they naturally understood what questions were appropriate and which ones were not. The elder and younger members of the Ji family, along with Yi Hei. Li Fan smiled as he looked at Ji Haoyue, Ji Ziyue, Yi Hei, and the others. Under Li Fan's gaze, Ji Haoyue's body trembled. This was the gaze of a peerless human warrior. On the other side, the Black Emperor felt a chill run down his spine, and Duanda was even more so, his palms sweating. Li Fan's gaze was too terrifying in his presence, it felt as though nothing could be hidden. Relax, I'm not here to take your things. There's no need to be tense. Li Fan looked at the expressions of He Huang and Duanda and almost laughed out loud. These two most famous figures in the world, he knew them inside out. He Huang smiled faintly. Li Fan's words had clearly revealed the location of their treasure. Meanwhile, Duanda's heart was already in turmoil. Yi Hei's gaze swept over his treasures as if they were tangible, even glancing at the half-finished imperial weapon he possessed. You're doing well. Li Fan praised them, and this was no idle compliment. He truly meant it. The people before him were truly outstanding, so exceptional that they could astonish the world. Speaking of which, I didn't give you any gifts when we last met, so here's something for you this time. As he spoke, Li Fan produced 4 half-cups of Shintan water and some precious divine ingredients, distributing them evenly among the Ji siblings, Yi Hei, Duanda, and even Black Emperor. Thank you, Senior. Seeing Li Fan's actions, Ji Haoyue and the others hurriedly bowed in respect. The items Li Fan had given them were too precious. As everyone watched the scene unfold, gasps of astonishment echoed around them. These items are too precious. Even a sage would fight to get their hands on them. In response, Li Fan smiled. These things were precious to others, but for someone as wealthy as him, they were nothing more than a mere trifle. In fact, they were just surplus items that Li Fan had no use for. Giving away these useless things was also a sudden whim of Li Fan's. The people in front of him were all destined for great achievements in the future. Giving away some of his excess belongings and casually cultivating a good karma connection was no big deal. Why not do it? Chapter 129, The Victor Over Demons. Thank you, Senior. Duanda's mouth was stretched so wide it almost reached the back of his head.
While the others weren't as embarrassed as Duanda, they were also overjoyed. Keep up the good work, the human race needs young talents like you. Li Fan patted Yi Hei on the shoulder and said with a righteous expression. Seeing Li Fan's expression, Qing Luan and the others, who knew Li Fan inside out, were speechless. This owner is so funny. After saying that, Li Fan left the place with Sha Nan Nan and the 4 women, Qing Luan. Watching Li Fan wave his hand and disappear with everyone else, the Black Emperor's expression turned pale with shock. How did he do that? In contrast to the astonishment on the Black Emperor's side, the elders of the Ji family were thrilled. Senior Li Fan truly lived up to his reputation as the pillar of the human race. His divine abilities were beyond the comprehension of gods and demons. As he spoke, the elder of the Ji family looked upon the Ji siblings with a look of satisfaction. You must work hard. This time, it can be said that the Ji family has benefited the most. Not only did they receive praise from Li Fan, but the divine materials he gave them and those 2 cups of divine spring water alone are priceless. Most importantly, the Ji family can now claim even the slightest connection to Li Fan, and that is what truly excites everyone. Although the Ji family possesses the void mirror and fears no one, who wouldn't want as many allies as possible, each one so powerful that even the heavens tremble? In contrast to the Ji family's joy, many leaders of major sects were beating their chests in frustration. How could I have been so foolish? They even wished they could return to their sects, bring their most outstanding disciples, and rush to Li Fan's side. Perhaps Li Fan would also be in a good mood and bestow a pile of divine materials. As for the ancient tribes, those fierce clans that discriminate against the human race, they were all as desperate as if they were about to eat their own children. Li Fan seemed to have obtained some kind of opportunity. This matter must be reported to the princess. He must have obtained some of the divine medicine. The old ancestor of Shinkanling spoke with an excited expression. The elder spoke with great righteousness. Yi Hei shook his head and sighed. With Li Fan's departure, the ancient Forbidden Land once again fell into its former tranquility. In contrast to the terror of the ancient Forbidden Land, the entire Beidou ancient star was in upheaval. News of the events in the ancient Forbidden Land had already spread far and wide. The human Li Fan had made some sort of deal with the ruler of the Forbidden Zone, and this incident caused ripples among the ancient tribes. After that, 2 major events occurred once again. Numerous ancient clans petitioned to uncover the secrets of the primordial Forbidden Land, and their pleas finally swayed the ancient Imperial clan. Several days later, members of the ancient Imperial clan, bearing multiple tokens, ventured deep into the primordial ancient mine. Soon after, news began to spread. The primordial Forbidden Land is indeed a forbidden territory belonging to the human race. The emergence of this news immediately caused a huge stir. The human race also has its own forbidden zones, and even that was the domain of a human emperor from a previous generation, a true, living human emperor, not like the emperor of the beginning, who had been proven by multiple sources to have already transcended the mortal realm. The ancient clan trembled, while the human clan was filled with excitement. The era of coexistence grows even stronger in the wake of this news, leaving many in disbelief. Even the once fierce tribes have all gone quiet. Several days after this incident occurred, in the western desert, a land so desolate that the ancient tribes dared not venture deep into it, the sounds of Buddhist chants echoed through the air, and the tolling of bells reverberated across the land, dispersing the clouds for miles around. The Thunder Sound Temple has witnessed the emergence of an enlightened Buddha. The victor over demons Buddha. That figure, unimaginable to the world, shook the ancient tribes to their core. He descended from Mount Sumeru, emerged from the Thunder Sound Temple, and arrived at the ancient Forbidden Land. At that moment, he captured the attention of all the races of the Northern Dipper. There stood a beautiful woman, her face half hidden by her hair, yet her delicate and ethereal features were still evident. Her lips curved into a charming smile, revealing a hint of allure. You've arrived. This beautiful woman is none other than the princess of Shinkanling. Upon seeing this purple-haired maiden, everyone knew why the victor Buddha had descended from the mountain. Even if he had entered the monastic life, spending 2,000 years with only an oil lamp and an ancient Buddha, he still couldn't let go of that love. Their story has been passed down through the ages since the ancient times. Back then, after the fall of the Battle Sane Emperor, the princess of Shinkanling was killed by a single spear thrust from the void, causing the Battle Sane Emperor's younger brother, the Battle Sane King, to weep so bitterly that the heavens and earth shook. It was an event that shocked the entire world. This incident is known to all. After that, the victor Buddha ascended the sacred mountain of the ancient Forbidden Land, intending to take away the 9 divine herbs. However, under the watchful eyes of the world, the victor over demons ultimately failed, returning empty-handed despite possessing 2 imperial weapons. This made many truly realize the terrifying power of Li Fan. Even such an unparalleled existence as the victor over demons could not obtain it, yet Li Fan obtained it, emerging unscathed and unharmed. When compared to each other, this only serves to highlight just how terrifying Li Fan truly is. After this, the princess of Shinchan Ridge was left in despair. However, just when everyone thought the matter would end in failure, the princess of Shinkan and the victor over the Buddha suddenly paid a visit to Li Fan. That day truly captured the world's attention.
The land where Li Fan stood was filled with figures moving back and forth, spies from various tribes and sects. This was the first time the ancient royal clan had met with the human Li Fan in private. The meeting involved two of the ancient imperial clans, and its significance was profound, even drawing the attention of the decision-makers of the ancient clans. Hanshua the Great Sage, Zokuan the Great Sage, and others were all secretly observing the situation. Finally, under the gaze of many, Li Fan's residence erupted with a tidal wave of divine power, engulfing the sky. A fight has broken out? Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. That was the aura of the victor over demons Buddha, absolutely without a single mistake. The human race was worried. After all, the victor over demons held two imperial weapons, while Li Fan only had a bronze divine hull. How could he possibly match up? Although Li Fan had the ability to enter the primordial Forbidden Land, that was a different matter entirely when it came to combat power. Reaching the primordial Forbidden Land might allow one to resolve the matter through mysterious means, but if one were to insist on comparing combat strength, it would be difficult to justify. Many of the human race are worried. Some even cried out, urging that the elder guide Joyo be notified immediately. However, this massive wave of divine might came swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving many utterly bewildered. Is it over already? A member of the ancient clan stood there in a daze. Nonsense! Do you think this is a battle in the Dao Palace's secret realm? That's the highest level, how could it be this fast? Immediately, some members of the ancient clan rolled their eyes. Soon, everyone realized that this was likely the victorious Buddha engaging in a friendly spar with Li Fan of the human race. The title of victor over demons was no empty claim. Though he had renounced the world and lived a life of meditation, the bloodline of battle could not be concealed. His domineering battle intent remained ever present, clearly indicating that two great clans were engaged in a significant exchange. Chapter 130, The little girl is about to be born. Who do you think won? Someone uttered these words, which echoed the thoughts of everyone present. However, no one can answer such a question, and only a handful of people within know the true answer. Not even for a moment. The divine silkworm princess and the battle-wielding Buddha departed together. The former was filled with excitement, her face beaming with joy, while the latter wore a look of satisfaction, his eyes sparkling constantly as he headed straight for the western desert. Seeing this scene, many were left speechless. What on earth was happening? However, no one can answer this question. The place where Li Fan was. At that moment, the four women of Qinghuan wore expressions of confusion, shock, curiosity, and more. Li Fan, why did you agree to Xing Canling? Qinghuan's fair and graceful face was filled with deep confusion. Are you asking why Whoopi agreed to give her the 9 divine herbs from the ancient Forbidden Land in the future? Li Fan looked at the two figures in the distance, then turned to look at the four women of the Qinghuan clan and smiled. It turned out that the princess of Xin Canling and the victor over the Buddha had come to entrust Li Fan with the task of retrieving the 9 divine herbs from the ancient Forbidden Land, which had been held by Xin Canling during the primordial era. Li Fan agreed to this request. He promised to assist them in obtaining it in the near future. The condition for doing so was that Li Fan would receive the complete version of the Divine Silkworm Ridge's ancient divine scriptures, not any incomplete editions, along with some incomplete versions of the ancient divine scriptures and precious artifacts. Upon hearing this, Bai Su Ro and the other four women nodded in agreement. They were completely baffled as to why Li Fan had agreed. Although the ancient scriptures of the divine spirits of Shinchan Ridge are extremely valuable, along with the incomplete portions of other divine scriptures and countless priceless treasures of immeasurable worth, all of these are indeed precious. However, when it comes to storing them away, they cannot compare to the 9 complete divine herbs. In my opinion, divine herbs are not particularly precious, they can be obtained in many places. Li Fan's lips curled into a faint smile, and he laughed brightly. The elixir of immortality is indeed very precious. Every emperor has one by their side, and it is known as the emperor's exclusive possession. Setting aside the terrifying power of the elixir of immortality, simply being associated with the emperor is already extraordinary. As for the terror of the elixir of immortality, it is no joke that it can revive the dead and restore bones to flesh, granting one a new lease on life. His gaze immediately turned toward the distant horizon, toward the direction of a terrifying ancient tribe in the eastern wastes. If necessary, he would obtain another one. Li Fan laughed. Listening to Li Fan's words, the four Qinghuan women's breaths halted. In his words, it seemed as though the divine elixir was within easy reach. This wasn't Li Fan boasting, it was simply the truth. While the elixir of immortality was considered precious by others, it held no such value in Li Fan's eyes. In his memory, he already knew the whereabouts of at least several divine elixirs, and there were no fewer than 3 of them in the North Star region. However, divine herbs are not something where quantity matters. Otherwise, what would the emperor be capable of? If they truly sought them, they would certainly obtain no fewer than a dozen immortal divine herbs. Ultimately, the true value of divine elixirs lies in their efficacy. However, after taking one dose, the body develops resistance, and a person can only use it once in their lifetime. The true value of the immortal elixir lies solely in this aspect. Whether there is one more or one less, it doesn't make much of a difference. What Li Fan truly desired was the ancient scriptures of the divine beings. Those items would be of great use to Xiao Nanan's future, and even to Li Fan himself, serving as a reference. That's why Li Fan agreed. Moreover, to be perfectly honest, he had only agreed to give the divine herb to the divine silkworm princess herself, not to the divine silkworm ridge. Once the divine silkworm princess passes away in the future, Li Fan will naturally retrieve it. This point was something no one could discern from Li Fan's conditions, not even the victor over the Buddha or the divine silkworm princess. No one would have imagined that Li Fan harbored such a terrifying thought.
Don't worry, I'm not stupid.
Li Fan shared his thoughts and explained the effects of the immortal elixir.
Upon hearing this, the four women of Qinghuan remained silent. This linguistic trap really leaves one speechless. Meanwhile, Li Fan was talking with Qinghuan and the other women.
The victor over demons had already returned to the western desert. He sat cross-legged in the grand hall, accompanied by the flickering light of a blue lamp, as the sound of Buddhist chants trembled faintly.
Ancient Buddha, have you engaged in battle with Li Fan? A young monk sitting beside the victorious Buddha could not help but ask curiously.
Upon hearing this, the Buddha's eyes, which had been as still as a well, grew deep and intense. He turned his gaze slightly toward the sky outside the hall, as if trying to pierce through the endless void of space and earth, fixating on a particular spot.
I am no match for him.
The four words were spoken softly by the battle god Buddha. The ancient monks and arhats within the Thundersound temple all trembled, their eyes filled with horror. On that day, the young monk could not control his tongue and revealed the four words "victor over demons" to the outside world, causing a great uproar. The brief battle between Li Fan and the victor over the heavens. The battle ended with Li Fan's victory, thus concluding that particular contest. As the news spread, Li Fan's reputation reached an astonishing height.
Spring came and went, and autumn followed. Time flew by.
Before we knew it, 3 years had passed. Among the many prodigies of the 5 domains of the Beidou, fierce competition has reached its peak, ushering in a true golden age. The ancient clans boast figures such as the Heavenly Prince, the Fire Lynx, the Phoenix Void Dao, and the Battle Saint Sun, each of whom looks down upon the mortal world with disdain. The human clan boasts figures such as the Holy Son of Yao Guang, the Central Emperor, the Holy Maiden of the Pool, and Xia Jiao Yao, all of whom rival the ancient clan's princes in talent and power. They rule over the 5 domains of the Northern Dipper, shocking the world with their might. Among them, the holy body Yi stands out as the most outstanding. 3 years ago, he crossed the void to another ancient star domain, and upon his return, he demonstrated unparalleled divine might, repeatedly pushing the Emperor's son to the brink of defeat, inspiring great enthusiasm among the human race. The younger generation has truly begun to shine, with each of them mastering the 3 paths of the immortals, rivaling the older generation. However, the true sages of this age remain hidden, though various titles of sainthood still circulate, none have emerged into the world.
A stable and peaceful era.
Li Fan occasionally heard about all this at his residence. Over the course of 3 years, he had remained here without venturing elsewhere.
These 3 years were crucial for Li Fan.
After obtaining the 9 divine herbs, the system rewarded him with partial insights into the mysteries of the human divine treasury. This was of utmost importance to Li Fan, who had been relentlessly exploring his own path. Li Fan gradually came to understand what his path was and what the divine treasures of the human body truly entailed. Whether it was the first stage, the second stage, or even the third stage, Li Fan understood them all. In truth, these 3 stages were all part of the same process, developing one's own body. All 3 stages involve uncovering the mysteries of the human body and applying that knowledge. The first stage is to unlock Li Fan's potential, the second stage is to further deepen it, and the third stage is to apply it.
Li Fan is currently in the 3rd stage of application. He has been exploring for 3 years. Over the past 3 years, Li Fan has come to realize that this path is simply impossible for others to follow, because they lack a systematic approach. Without that foundation, they can't even take the first step, let alone anything else. However, Li Fan had also developed some insights over the past 3 years. He could harness the power of heaven and earth to train someone's foundational abilities. Over the past 3 years, he had been helping Xiao Nannan cultivate her skills, solidifying her foundation, and purifying her essence. Although Xiao Nannan is still immortal, her physical condition is no inferior to that of A, and her cultivation speed is absolutely terrifying. 3 years have passed. It's time for Xiao Nannan to go out and train.
Li Fan gazed at the beautiful figure in the distance, who was in the midst of her training, and spoke softly.
Chapter 131, 3 Years of Research. The mountains were lush and green, the peaks towering and majestic, with lush trees and the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. Several palaces are situated by a lake, bathed in sunlight.
The ripples on the lake shimmer, reflecting the palaces and making the bricks and tiles appear even more luminous and colorful.
Li Fan sits quietly by the lake, holding a fishing rod, casting his line into the water. The fishing hook was straight, suspended halfway in the air. Curious, Lan Bing couldn't help but ask, "What is this? Can you catch fish with it?" "Let those who wish to take the bait do so." Li Fan grinned.
Upon hearing this, the women were speechless. This was definitely pretentious. Over the past 3 years, Li Fan had done this several times. When he was deep in thought, he would act this way. He had once slipped up and mentioned that in ancient times, there had been wise men who behaved similarly, finding it rather cool and using it to add a touch of sophistication to his own demeanor. Today, a miracle happened. The fish took the bait. There was actually a foolish fish that jumped up and bit the hook. Watching this scene, Li Fan suddenly froze in place. There were actually such stupid fish. At that moment, Li Fan caught a glimpse of a beautiful figure in the distance. As the saying goes, flowers in a greenhouse can never truly grow. A sudden idea flashed through his mind. 3 years have passed. It's time for you to go out and gain some experience. Upon hearing this, the slender figure engrossed in cultivation trembled slightly. She turned her head and revealed her face. A face that could make the entire world tremble was revealed. Though her face still bore the innocence of youth, the 11-year-old girl was far more mature than her age suggested. As the saying goes, a girl changes greatly by the age of 18, and at that moment, the young girl was no less beautiful than a teenager of 15 or 16. A strand of lustrous hair danced gently in the breeze, her slender eyebrows arched gracefully, her eyes sparkled with a radiant glow, her delicate nose was straight and elegant, her cheeks were slightly flushed, her lips were as red as roses, her snow-white skin was as pure as jade, and her complexion was as fair as the moon, captivating the world with her unparalleled beauty. "Xiao Bai, did you say you wanted me to go out and gain some experience?" The unique nickname came from Nanan's mouth, and she smiled like a flower, as beautiful as a snow lotus, pure and ethereal. At the same moment, the 4 Qinghuan women all turned to look at Li Fan. "Yes, this time you are going out to gain experience, and we will not accompany you. Everything will be up to you." Li Fan smiled, but deep in his eyes was a light that no one could see. A flower grown in a greenhouse can never truly grow. You should go out and gain some experience. The world today is just right for you. Stupid rookie, don't lecture me. I know what I'm doing. Nan Nan wrinkled her little nose in displeasure. She only acted this way when she was with Li Fan. "I also need to advance to the 3rd level of the Tao, so I'll go look for an opportunity to break through. However, I'm a bit reluctant to leave you, Xiao Bai." Nan Nan came to Li Fan's side and sat down quietly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's eyes flickered with a strange expression as he gently stroked Nanan's hair. "Nan Nan, you can come back anytime you want. No one will stop you." Nan Nan nodded, a smile blooming on her face. She immediately began making preparations to face the trials of the mortal world. "Are you really going to let Nan Nan go out alone?" The bear woman walked over with her proud figure. She hadn't changed in 3 years, still as majestic and graceful as ever. As the others listened to the bear woman's words, they too looked puzzled. Of course. Li Fan grinned. Although they had received Li Fan's response, Qinghuan and the others still looked utterly disbelieving, as if they were thinking, "If you believe him, you're a fool." Seeing this, Li Fan touched his nose tip, feeling a bit helpless. "It's been 3 years. You should be ready by now. You should be able to enter the Saint King realm by now, right? You've been training for 3 years now. You should be ready to enter the Saint King realm by now, right?" Li Fan didn't dwell on the topic, glancing at the 4 women. 3 years was a short time for them, and it was impossible for ordinary people to achieve such a breakthrough so quickly. However, being by Li Fan's side had made everything extraordinary. After 3 years of research, Li Fan had become increasingly skilled. He could help others purify their essence and strengthen their foundations, so naturally, he could also assist the 4 women. Though there was some ambiguity involved, the 4 women gained a great deal from the experience. Previously, none of them could guarantee they would break through to the Saint King realm, but now they even have confidence that they can one day challenge the Great Saint realm. "Alright, stop staring at me. I'll set up a barrier array here. When the time comes, you can break through with peace of mind." Li Fan didn't wait for the 4 women to speak and said. He then stood up, brushed off the imaginary dust from his body, and waved his hand in the air. He then stood up, brushed off imaginary dust from his body, and waved his hand in the air. Under his gesture, the landscape transformed. Forests and mountains spun, lakes and rivers gushed forth, peaks trembled, and the heavens rumbled. The 5 elements and chaotic energies erupted, and this technique was reminiscent of the legendary immortal's ability to move mountains and overturn seas. Li Fan stands calmly alone. Soon, a 5-colored shield enveloped the entire area. Every time I saw it, it was awe-inspiring. Bai Su Ro watched Li Fan's move, lost in thought and murmuring to herself. This was the culmination of Li Fan's 3 years of research. The activation of his divine treasure was not merely about achieving physical perfection. His true abilities were on par with those of cultivators. Whatever cultivators could do, he could do as well. Manipulating objects with qi, casting spells, and setting up formations were all within his capabilities. However, Li Fan's methods differ from theirs. His techniques are more akin to the Source Heaven technique, harnessing the power of the heavens and earth to control everything. Yet, unlike the Source Heaven technique, he does not require any materials to do so. All he needed was a landscape with mountains and rivers. He could achieve anything. Truly like an immortal, he could summon clouds and rain with a wave of his hand, and thunder would roll. Such power was nothing more than that.
The next day, Nan Nan stood outside watching Li Fan. "Xiao Bai, I'm leaving. Remember to think of me." A playful voice rang out from Nanan's mouth. "Don't go yet. Here, take this. Put it on, and no one will be able to see through your identity."
Li Fan pulled out a ghostly mask, its expression a mix of laughter and tears, sorrow and joy, causing anyone who saw it to feel a chill run down their spine. This was a mask Li Fan had made himself, a whim he had once indulged in. It was designed to obscure the wearer's features, and Li Fan had tested it to ensure it could not be perceived by the sages.
"What an odd mask." Xiao Nan Nan looked at the mask and whispered. Then Nan Nan put on the mask and walked straight over. "Alright, we should also go into seclusion now."
The four women of Qingluan glanced at him, then turned and walked toward the palace. Suddenly, they stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Li Fan.
"If we go into seclusion, what are your plans?" "I have some things to do." Li Fan grinned.
He immediately looked into the distance and continued.
"You all stay here and meditate. I'll go out for a walk."
After speaking, Li Fan's figure vanished into the void, disappearing without a trace, and no one could detect his presence.
"This guy." Qingluan smiled faintly, and she immediately knew what Li Fan was planning to do.
He said he would let Nan Nan grow and gain experience on her own, but I think he's secretly following her without her knowing.
"He hasn't changed at all."
"I thought he had changed his ways."
Bai Suro smiled slightly, looking very happy. Chapter 132, The Ruthless One. Time passed unnoticed, and 3 months had gone by.
The Beidou constellation remains as it always has been, amidst the fierce competition of the celestial warriors.
Amidst this chaos, dark horses keep emerging.
The royal prince Wang Tang, known as the Northern Emperor, the dragon princess of the Dragon's Nest, and the golden princess of the Golden Clan have all made their appearances. Various unknown figures are engaged in fierce battles, their strength so overwhelming that it sends shivers down one's spine.
Have you heard?
A female prodigy has recently emerged, merely at the second level of the immortal realm, yet she defied her rank to slay a third-level immortal realm swordmaster, causing a stir.
This was a remark made by cultivators chatting in an inn. I've heard about it too.
That person is the pride of our human race, incredibly powerful.
The Silver Moon Clan is one of the 10 great evil clans of the ancient era, with unimaginable depths of power.
Yet their clan's immortal third-rank sword master was slain by that young girl with a single finger, her blood staining the earth. A second-ranked immortal slaying a third-ranked immortal if given time. Once she reaches the third rank, she might even be able to compete with the ancient clan princes, rivaling our human race's prodigies like the Heavenly Emperor and the Holy Body Yi Hei. She would undoubtedly be another emperor-level figure.
You're joking. An emperor's son-level figure isn't that easy to come by.
Counting the true emperor's sons, there's only one, the Jizi of the Ji clan. Those who can match an emperor's son are even rarer. The Holy Body Yi Hei is one, the middle emperor is another, and there are no more than 5 in total. The commotion echoed through the small tavern. The monks' conversations never strayed from the battles between the great prodigies. The fierce battles and conquests of the younger generation had become the talk of the town, with people constantly discussing who had clashed in which region and the extraordinary phenomena that had resulted. The ruthless ones have arrived. Just then, a startled cry echoed from outside. The sound of those words immediately caught the attention of everyone in the tavern, and the words "merciless men" sent a chill down their spines. Hundred-Faced was the name given to the young woman they had been discussing just moments ago. The term merciless was coined by the young prodigies of the ancient clan, as the young woman had already claimed the lives of over 100 prodigies within 3 months of her birth, effectively killing one a day. She acts with ruthless cruelty and coldness, rarely wasting words. If there's a disagreement, she kills without hesitation. The reason she is called ruthless is twofold: she is ruthless toward her enemies, and she is also ruthless toward herself. There have been numerous instances where she has been seen entering desperate situations, using various dangerous environments to hone her skills, and even creating phenomena that are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. She has an unwavering dedication to her cultivation path that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even when she is in urgent need of progress, she never forgets to lay a solid foundation, a commitment that requires her to endure hardships 100 times greater than those faced by others. These were the words of an elderly master upon witnessing the young girl's actions. Others were unaware that Nan Nan was already faster than everyone else. She had already embarked on the path of creating her own techniques, and this technique was none other than the swallowing heaven demon art. With Li Fan's secret assistance, she had managed to find some clues along the way. As a result, she has slain numerous prodigies. On the path of creating new techniques, there is no one in the world who can compare to her.
Nan Nan has taken the lead, and even the ancient princes, princesses, and imperial heirs cannot match her. Go and take a look. The tavern was full of busybodies, and someone immediately rushed out. At that moment, the outside area was completely blocked off, with not even a narrow gap in the once wide avenue. Many people turned their gaze toward the city gates. A long shadow stretched out by the setting sun caught the eye.
A snow-white silhouette appeared, and the first thing that caught the eye was the mask covering the silhouette's face. It was her, the ruthless one.
Watching this scene, many people trembled.
The mask was unique, emitting a peculiar vibration, the sole identifier of a ruthless individual. Some have attempted to replicate it, but none have succeeded, not even when they enlisted the help of a master craftsman, a legendary figure capable of founding a new school who, after a single glance, could only sigh in admiration.
This is a unique alchemy technique, unseen since ancient times. I cannot replicate it.
This moment also reveals that the background of the ruthless individual is far from ordinary. Behind her likely stands a master of weapon forging, who has even established their own path. Just as everyone was focusing their attention, a shadowy figure sat atop a corner of the city wall, observing the surrounding scene with evident interest. From the direction others were looking, the figure seemed completely invisible.
He seemed to belong to another world, standing in a different realm.
Tall and slender, with a faint smile on his face, he wore a jade crown and long hair tied back, dressed in white robes. This figure was none other than Li Fan, who had been secretly following Nan Nan all along. Li Fan sat on the city wall, his hands propping up his chin, smiling broadly as he listened to the words of praise for Nan Nan echoing in his ears. He had expected the notorious figure to gain fame over time, but he never imagined that the notorious figure would surpass everyone's expectations. All along, Li Fan had been a bit worried that the ruthless individual might turn into a delicate flower in a greenhouse. However, these were all unfounded worries on Li Fan's part. Nan Nan entered the world to cultivate her cultivation, and she was completely unfazed. On the contrary, some of her ways of handling things were more seasoned than those of some elders.
In the end, Li Fan realized that Nanan's experiences were unique and could not be replicated by anyone else. She had been raised by Li Fan since infancy, enduring the harsh realities of life from a very young age. Despite this, she remained cheerful and optimistic, her resolve far surpassing that of ordinary people. Entering the world to cultivate herself was more like a fish returning to water. In such a turbulent era, it was the perfect environment for her. Moreover, she had been influenced by the 4 female cultivators of the Qinghuan sect, who were saints of the Taoist path, and had learned how to handle many matters in the best possible way. And by Li Fan's side, she has been influenced by something truly special. Even Li Fan himself was unaware of this. Every one of his actions and methods influenced Nan Nan, and his every move served as a constant stimulus for her. It was Li Fan who played an indispensable role in guiding Nan Nan down the path of innovation, leading her to take the initiative and blaze a new trail. At that very moment,
Li Fan's gaze shifted to another direction.
Nan Nan has caught the attention of the ancient clan. That is another path leading to this city.
In the sky above that stretch of road, a figure clad in golden armor stood suspended in midair. He shone brilliantly, his golden light dazzling like another sun hanging in the heavens. In his hand was a long spear, and his jet black hair flowed like a waterfall. His sudden appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone present, standing in opposition to the ruthless figure. A cold and ruthless voice echoed across the sky. I am one of the 8 divine generals under the emperor, the demon communing divine general.
This.
Everyone was utterly shocked. The divine generals under the crown prince, those unparalleled masters of the sword path.
What do you want from me?
Facing the Zhandao king, the ruthless man showed no emotion on his face, and his cold words slowly echoed in everyone's ears.
Chapter 133, The name of Li Fan, a taboo to be avoided. What do you want from me?
The cold words echoed outside the city gate.
Kill you.
The words filled with murderous intent came out of the mouth of the demonic general, exploding through the void like thunder. His long spear gleamed with a sharp edge, and his golden armor erupted at the same moment, radiating a blinding light.
His jet black hair flew wildly, and at first glance, he truly resembled a divine sword from the celestial realm, towering over the 8 directions and looking down upon the 9 realms with disdain. Boom! After the demon general finished speaking, he thrust his spear forward. The wind from the spear swirled like waves, sweeping across the area. Those nearby felt a sudden dizziness. It was the sheer power of the attack. His might was so overwhelming that it sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. You, a mere servant, dare to speak to me in such a manner?
The ruthless woman spoke coldly, her eyes beneath the mask as icy as ever. She held an unknown divine sword in her hand and drew it through the air.
9-leaf sword grass treasure technique.
Its sword chi is sharp and piercing, shattering the void, causing the earth to tremble. Facing someone of a higher realm, the ruthless individual showed no fear, responding with indifference, calm and composed. Their clash shook the heavens and the earth. Outside the city, divine power surged like tidal waves, crashing against the walls time and again, causing the ancient walls, which had stood for untold ages, to tremble and rumble loudly.
Puff! In just a short time, the two had determined the winner. The ruthless man swung his divine sword upward, and in an instant, the sword's energy surged, its blade blazing brightly, piercing through the heavens. The divine general let out a loud cry, unleashing all his divine power and overwhelming might to suppress the attack, yet he could not stop it. In the blink of an eye,
he was swiftly split in 2 by a ruthless attacker, from bottom to top, clean and precise. Large pools of blood spilled out, glistening brightly, as his body crashed to the ground.
Is that how you kill someone?
Everyone stared at the scene before them, as if in a dream, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The powerful Sword Path Sovereign had been killed so easily. Many had expected this battle to be so fierce that it would shake the heavens and earth, but it ended so abruptly that the duel was over before anyone could react. The second and third strikes of the divine sword were as swift and decisive as those of a chicken or a dog, leaving the opponents in a heap.
Is this truly the realm of the second-tier divine sword master?
An old sage murmured. He himself was at the second level of immortality, but compared to the young girl in front of him, he realized that all these years he had lived like a dog. The combat power she unleashed was not even in the same league. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth, as vast as a chasm.
Strange, why would the divine general under the emperor's son want to kill such a ruthless person? Do they have a grudge against each other?
At this point, someone was puzzled and asked their companion.
I have a rough idea.
The ruthless man recently killed the Silver Moon Clan's sword Dao genius, who had apparently been promised by the crown prince and publicly declared that as long as he continued to improve, he would be taken under his wing. Now that the ruthless man has killed the Silver Moon Clan's geniuses, it's like slapping the crown prince in the face.
That companion happened to know the truth and revealed it. That's really none of your business. Some people are dissatisfied.
I think he's openly trying to kill some promising members of the human race, and his reason is too flimsy.
Does he really think he can kill anyone from the human race at will? Has the crown prince forgotten the grandeur of the Yaoqi banquet and the might of Senior Li Fan and the others? Doesn't he fear that Senior Li Fan and the others might rise up and annihilate his entire clan?
Those around them heard this and furrowed their brows in anger. Over the years, among the ancient princes, the heavenly prince had been the most powerful. After he successfully severed the Tao, his might had grown even more formidable. His 8 divine generals and the elderly followers under his command are the most powerful figures among the ancient imperial princes today. Those who perished at the hands of the heavenly prince are too numerous to count. Once, the holy body Leaf Black and the holy prince clashed fiercely, but in the end, the emperor's son managed to escape.
The emperor's son is truly domineering.
Despite being constantly harassed by Yi Hei and the holy prince, he dared to send men to kill the ruthless ones.
Is this a sign of contempt toward Yi Hei and the holy prince? Someone revealed a piece of information.
Recently, the holy prince and Yi Hei have made a major move, humiliating the emperor's son and slaughtering one of his tribes. The incident caused a huge stir, shaking the entire eastern wasteland. What no one could have anticipated is that the ruthless individual is currently in Central Plains and has been targeted for assassination.
Does this indicate the calm composure of the crown prince? The offspring of the immortal emperor? The heir of the undying emperor?
Li Fan heard the voices echoing in his ears and a look of surprise flashed across his face.
This is interesting.
This person makes a decent stepping stone for someone else's schemes, as long as they don't cross my boundaries.
As he spoke, Li Fan's figure gradually faded away.
Like weathered sandstone, he slowly dissolved into the air.
It was night.
The moon was bright and the stars were few, and the quiet city was sparsely populated with people walking about.
Meanwhile, in an inn within the city,
a graceful figure appeared on the roof, her face covered by a mask, gazing up at the stars.
It was time to break through. That night, the once peaceful city was no longer at ease.
The sky thundered, as if divine beings from the heavens were preparing to wage war on the mortal realm. The sound of drums echoed, each beat reverberating across 10,000 miles.
A stunning wave of thunder erupted in the sky.
The pitch-black night sky brightened significantly, transforming into a vast sea of thunder, with fierce thunder dragons roaming the entire space.
Roar! The roaring dragon's cry echoes through the air. This night is destined to be sleepless.
Under the gaze of the crowd, the figure of the ruthless woman appears. She is like a moonlit fairy, gracefully swaying her body, beautiful beyond words.
She is powerful and sacred.
The third slash of the divine path.
An elderly master from one side exclaimed in shock.
No one had anticipated that the cultivation progress of the hated individual would be so rapid. In the eyes of many, it would take at least another year for such a person to achieve such a level, yet she had already severed her connection to the Tao. The thunder tribulation she faced was no ordinary one, it was the most terrifying thunder tribulation in ancient times. On this day, the world truly witnessed the power of the ruthless individual. At just 12 years old, the ruthless individual had only recently turned 12 the day before. At an age when most people are still playing in the mud, she has already carved out her path and become a true ruler. The world was shaken, and all races were filled with awe. Under the thunderous tribulation, it was nearly impossible for the ruthless individual to conceal her true age, and many found it hard to believe.
Is he going to break the taboo and become a great sage in 500 years?
Someone trembled and uttered such a startled exclamation. The turmoil in Central Plains drew the attention of many, and a rising star shone brightly upon the mortal world, its light illuminating all. At the tender age of 11 or 12, she was still just a little girl.
Some people sighed, saying that the older generation was all gloomy.
This young woman is beyond words, her figure stunning for ages, her achievements shaking the ages. Her mysterious identity is like someone emerging from the depths of a mountain, with at least a master of weapon forging standing behind her.
I suddenly realized who she might be.
12 years old it's her. As the reputation of the ruthless individual spread, her age became known, and more people were shocked. Among them were some intelligent individuals, whose minds were filled with the image of a white figure standing tall and proud, though not particularly tall, yet supporting a bright and prosperous world. The great figure of the human race, Li Fan. The ruthless individual is likely the young girl by Li Fan's side. Her age matches, she wears white robes, and everything about her is too similar.
She is the little girl by Li Fan's side from the human race. At that moment, the entire Beidou alliance was shaken to its core. 3 years later, the name Li Fan was mentioned once again. The name Li Fan seems to have a magical quality to it.
The people of the ancient clan rarely mention it, regarding it as a taboo, for that person brought shame upon the mighty ancient tribes, a stain that remains unwashed to this day. It is not that they are unwilling to wash away the shame, but that they cannot. It's just that Li Fan is too powerful, so powerful that the heavens and earth tremble.
Chapter 134, The Horizontal Strike. Several days passed.
The reputation of the ruthless individual spread far and wide, becoming known to many, and even attracting the attention of numerous ancient clans. Suddenly, she had been in the world for less than 3 months, yet she had become involved with Li Fan, forcing her to endure the scrutiny of others. Many people were searching for her, eager to confirm whether this was indeed the case.
The ancient clan is searching, aiming to secretly interfere. They refuse to allow another Li Fan to emerge.
The human clan is also searching, eager to learn the fate of the venerable Li Fan. Over 2 years ago, the region where Li Fan was located was shrouded in a mysterious dense fog.
Anyone who entered emerged disoriented and confused, unable to venture further in. This left many people puzzled.
Some members of the ancient clan even speculated that Li Fan might have gotten into serious trouble, and his previous strength was not genuine. He had suffered severe internal injuries. This was not mere speculation on their part. This is because there have been numerous observations of chaotic fluctuations in spiritual and divine energy in the area where Li Fan is located. Such a situation is generally a sign of spiritual energy going awry, akin to an unparalleled master losing control of their powers. The area becomes a wasteland, and Li Fan's refusal to entertain others for 3 years may very well be due to an underlying condition. Li Fan never denied these rumors, which initially spread secretly. Eventually, even the ancient clan began to speak openly about it, yet Li Fan made no attempt to hide it. Though some humans refuted the claims, Li Fan remained silent. Over the past 3 years, it wasn't that no members of the ancient clan had tried to probe the situation. On the contrary, there were many who did. None of the prominent figures from the ancient clans have refrained from testing the waters, all seeking to confirm whether Li Fan is truly injured. They simply refuse to believe that someone could kill a great sage with a single strike, without any divine power fluctuations, and solely relying on their physical strength. This was likely a plot orchestrated by the human race. It was just like the conspiracy behind the emergence of the primordial emperor. If it weren't for the terror of Li Fan, many people wouldn't have dared to act recklessly, and that's why the meeting took place.
On this day,
the ruthless individual who had survived the thunder tribulation vanished, and no one knew where she had gone.
Several days later,
in the distant eastern wilderness of the northern frontier, a figure appeared. A ruthless figure stands tall on this land, her eyes beneath the mask gleaming with a cold, silver light as she gazes toward a mountain peak. With a sense of weightlessness, she steps into the air and departs. There were countless people there, forming a dark, dense crowd. The air was thick with the scent of blood and violence. Wherever they passed, the sky was cloudless, and the terrifying aura of death shattered everything in its path. The arrival of these armies of slaughter sent shockwaves throughout the northern realm. The 8 clans of the Emperor's son have emerged. He had come for Yi Hei and the Holy Prince, intending to kill Yi Hei. He had heard that Yi Hei, along with that shameless black dog and the fat Taoist priest, had attacked his lair, stealing many valuable items, which enraged the Emperor's son to the point of wanting to kill them. Seeing this army capable of conquering the star domains, many trembled.
Look! What's that? Someone has appeared at the front of the army.
A figure of unparalleled grace stood in mid-air, facing the 8 warriors' onslaught with unwavering resolve, as still as a mountain, radiating divine beauty.
A ruthless individual, indeed. Seeing this figure, many people immediately recognized him.
The mask was too distinctive. There was only one person in the world who dressed like that. Anyone who dares to block our path will die. Today, we march southward, trampling the southern lands under our hooves. A cold, ominous voice pierced the sky, causing the heavens to rumble and the void to warp. Stars far beyond the horizon trembled incessantly, as if they were about to fall from the sky. The crown prince appeared, his eyes cold as ice. As he gazed upon the ruthless figure, 2 beams of light shot from his eyes, piercing through the heavens and earth. Behind him stood several figures, their demeanor identical to that of the Emperor's son. They were the three ancient princes, the ancient princess, the Fire Lynx son and Fire Lynx child of the Fire Lynx cave, and the Phoenix Void Dao of the Blood Phoenix mountain.
What is she doing here?
Huolizi furrowed his brows. Under the three's questioning, the eightfold assembly moved. A murderous aura filled the sky, surging and raging, echoing for dozens of miles, covering the heavens and earth, sending chills down the spines of all who witnessed it. Kill! The massive army charged directly at the ruthless warriors, with the savage beasts beneath their feet bellowing furiously, their hideous forms filled with terror. Their roars echoed across the sky, as if they were about to shatter the heavens. The great banners fluttered in the wind, and the crown prince was clearly making a show of force. The armies of the 8 divisions wore battle armor that glinted with a cold, piercing light, their weapons so terrifying they could shatter the heart. As described in ancient texts, these were the descendants of invincible divine generals. The ruthless woman's eyes were icy cold.
She wasn't here to die, she had absolute confidence in her abilities.
She wasn't a soft target to be pushed around. Anyone who dared to harm her, no matter how powerful, would be tracked down and killed. That was the nature of a ruthless person. The world called her ruthless, and there was no shortage of evidence to support that claim.
At that moment, facing the steel torrent, the ruthless woman moved, showcasing her true, unparalleled brilliance. Boom!
In an instant, the army's advance was halted. A torrent of blood sprayed into the sky as the ruthless warrior swung his sword, causing stars to fall from the heavens.
With a single strike, he severed the stars, a sight of unparalleled terror.
Witnessing this scene, the crown prince's eyes narrowed in shock. He sensed a faint hint of danger. This young girl posed a threat to him. It wasn't just him, the 3 fire lynxes felt the same way. Their faces betrayed their shock, and their eyes narrowed. The human race was indeed a formidable foe, capable of making even the ancient races retreat in defeat. They were truly a race that kept their true strength hidden.
How powerful can you be? Coming alone to kill me, can you even do that?
The crown prince spoke coldly, and the 8 clans charged forward without fear of death. Ancient war chariots soared through the sky, as if intent on crushing the fierce warriors beneath them. The aura of slaughter transformed into billowing smoke, rolling forward with terrifying force.
Boom!
Suddenly, an immense divine rainbow shot upward. Yi-Hei appeared holding a divine spear, striking toward the crown prince's skull.
At the same moment, the Holy Prince appeared, followed by Black Emperor and others.
They struck across the heavens, encompassing everything in their path, their might shaking the heavens and earth, stunning all who witnessed it, and shattering the sky itself.
The Holy Prince and Yi-Hei appeared.
Originally, they intended to lure the crown prince and his men into a trap, but the sudden arrival of the ruthless individual disrupted their plans. Regarding this human prodigy, Yi-Hei and the others did not want to see her meet a tragic end. Most importantly, she was likely connected to Li Fan, and Yi-Hei could not stand by and let her die.
Even Black Emperor and the others fell silent.
The favors Li Fan had bestowed upon them would greatly benefit their future prospects. Both in terms of reason and emotion, they could not stand by and watch such a formidable figure meet such an untimely end. Even though they knew that the young woman before them had come prepared and was not here to die, they still intervened. In fact, they had already decided that as long as they teamed up with the ruthless one, they could kill the prince. After all, the ruthless individual's origins were mysterious. Since she dared to appear before the Emperor's son's army, she certainly wasn't acting without a plan. She likely possessed the means to deal a severe blow to the Emperor's son. Even if not to kill him, she could still inflict a heavy price upon him. This can be seen from the actions she took within the first 3 months of her emergence. Because they took action immediately, it can be said that the ruthless individuals and they were in perfect agreement.
If we don't act now, when will we?
This is a brilliant opportunity for a clear-cut assassination, which could very well kill the crown prince and even eliminate his followers.
Chapter 135, The Trembling of All Races. Kill. Black Emperor and his men howled furiously, their intentions clear.
This was an inevitable clash, destined to be remembered in history.
We have been waiting for you for a long time.
At that moment, the crown prince's eyes flashed, and another crown prince appeared in the distance.
At the same time, the loud cry of the divine phoenix shook the heavens. A divine phoenix emerges from the sky, spreading its wings to block out the sun. Roar! The roar of the Qilin echoed, shattering mountains and rivers. The fire Qilin's towering figure stood before Yi-Hei, his blood surging like thunder, and his long hair danced in the air. At the same time, Huolini moved. She was stunningly beautiful yet emanated an otherworldly aura. With each step she took, vast landscapes shattered, showcasing the immense power of the ancient imperial princess in all its glory. Whoosh! Just then, the ruthless man struck. Her speed was too fast, it was impossible to see how she moved, and she suddenly appeared before the crown prince. With her delicate hands, she struck down, as if intending to shatter the emperor's son's head, sending blood spraying into the sky. Dominant and forceful. Boom! The holy prince also intervened, intent on killing the heavenly prince. No one could stop him as his massive staff crashed down like a mountain. The great battle erupted without any warning.
The ground below was shattered beyond recognition, and the paths of both sides roared like a mountain flood bursting forth, like a volcano erupting, terrifying beyond description. Yi Hei blocked the three of Huolinzi. Meanwhile, the Ruthless One and the Holy Prince launched a side attack on the Heavenly Prince, completely overwhelming him and leaving him unable to mount any significant counterattack.
This scene. It left many people in awe.
It's not the power of the Holy Prince that shocks them, but the power of the Ruthless One.
This unknown young woman is terrifying.
She undoubtedly possesses the combat prowess of an imperial prince, shocking the ages and looking down upon the heavens and earth. She is ruthless and fierce, and every attack she makes unleashes colossal divine power. The white-robed figure moved gracefully, unmatched in the world, wielding a divine sword and striking down blow after blow, nearly killing the emperor's son on several occasions.
Roar! The crown prince was furious.
Despite his immense power, facing the relentless attacks of two imperial princes, he couldn't help but roar. His face, which was as beautiful as a woman's, twisted into a grotesque expression, utterly unbecoming of his noble status.
Hold him off for a moment, I'll be right back.
The Holy Prince was astonished by the ruthless man's power. Witnessing the crisis where Yi Hei was alone against the three ancient princes, he decided to team up with Yi Hei to injure Huolizi and then ambush the Heavenly Prince. Although he desperately wanted to kill the Heavenly Emperor's son, he refused to let Yi Hei be trapped in the divine realm.
Boom!
In response to the Holy Prince's words, the ruthless man remained silent. She took a step forward, her movements swift and decisive. The distant white clouds scattered as she struck out, her attack overwhelming the Emperor's son. The sword she of the nine-leaf sword grass was too sharp, and every movement seemed capable of splitting open a world. The divine abilities Li Fan bestowed upon the ruthless were not weak, they were all techniques capable of shaking the mortal world. The nine-leaf sword grass treasure technique is not the art of an emperor, it is true divine art, the supernatural abilities of a divine king, powerful and domineering. At the same time, she had also mastered the divine abilities of the ancient clan. During the initial transaction, to demonstrate her sincerity, the divine silkworm princess had already given Li Fan a portion of the divine treasure techniques in advance.
Nan Nan has grown up.
In the midst of this chaotic battlefield, a voice that no one could hear rang out. There stood a figure, resembling a ghost, with flowing white robes.
No weapon could harm him.
The earth trembled as the vast battle, whose effects spread far and wide, began, engulfing the land. This was a battle of such ferocity that it shook the very foundations of the world.
The most breathtaking battlefield in the years of coexistence, involving several imperial princes and princesses.
The land beneath their feet has long since become barren, with every breath shattering mountains and ridges. Tens of thousands of powerful warriors engage in battle, among whom there are undoubtedly imperial princes of the highest caliber. It had begun a battle that would shake the very foundations of time itself.
How terrifying! Without the sages, these people would become tyrants, capable of ruling the world.
Not only the human race, but even the ancient primordial beings never anticipated such a scene, not even in the primordial ages.
It is truly breathtaking. Who is the one fighting against the Emperor's son? He is so powerful, I have never heard of him before. He is actually suppressing the Emperor's son.
The ancient clan was shaken, revealing expressions of horror.
Who is the Heavenly Prince? He is the true heir of the immortal Heavenly Prince, revered by all races as a god during the early days of the ancient era. He possesses a bloodline known to the world as the first and finest, and this is not a lie but a fact. His bloodline is unmatched throughout history, terrifying beyond measure. He was a formidable individual, the unparalleled prodigy of the human race, who at the age of 12 had already achieved enlightenment and become a king. Someone revealed this fact. Impossible.
Xian San Zhan Dao was able to suppress the Emperor's son.
Could she be the child of the immortal king? The ancient clan was stunned, their minds shaken to the core.
The slaughter continued, the heavens trembled, and boundless divine power swept across the 10 realms, causing the heavens to shake.
At that very moment, a ray of boundless light appeared. An overwhelming pressure instantly engulfed the entire area, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. Imperial might? Huo Linxi's expression turned pale with shock. He sensed something hidden on his body trembling.
At the same time, everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their gaze toward the distance.
There it is. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted, revealing a look of horror.
The ruthless man unleashed a green beam of light that sliced through the sky, descending directly toward the crown of the Emperor's son's head.
It was a divine palace.
The ancient and timeless aura was overwhelming, with bronze-colored light flickering in the sky, reflecting the passage of time through the ages, sending shivers down one's spine. The bronze immortal palace. The souls of the Emperor's sons all emerged. He was filled with terror and panic, completely unprepared for the existence of an imperial weapon in the mortal realm and that it had targeted him.
Run!
In an instant, the crown prince decisively fled toward the distance. At that moment, the members of the ancient clan were stunned, enraged, and shouted in unison.
Stop! The crown prince must not die, this will affect the current political landscape.
The ruthless man had heard nothing of all this. The bronze immortal hall was the magical artifact Li Fan had given her for protection, which she could control freely. Since she was with Li Fan, she naturally acted like him, without any reservations.
She had come here to eliminate the Emperor's son.
If the Emperor's son sends men to kill her, she will show no mercy. Even if Yi Hei and the others were not present today, she would still deploy imperial troops to eliminate the Emperor's son. What the consequences would be, she did not know. She only knew one thing: the Emperor's son had once sought to kill her.
Domineering and powerful. Just like Li Fan. Boom! The bronze divine hall descended with overwhelming force, erupting with divine light. The blood of the heavenly prince splattered across the sky, instantly transforming into a cloud of blood mist. However, this was not truly death. The Emperor's son naturally possessed means of self-preservation, and his divine soul had already appeared in the distance without his conscious effort. He rushed toward the ancestral king of the ancient clan without hesitation. The ruthless man seemed to know that by riding the bronze divine hall, all obstacles would be crushed, and blood would fill the sky. Stop! The ancestral kings of the ancient clan were startled and roared angrily. Puff! Under everyone's gaze, the ruthless man stood beside the crown prince, swung his sword downward, and shattered the crown prince's soul. Chapter 136, Do I Need Your Guidance to Do My Job? Soul power dissipates into the vast sky. The heir to the immortal emperor, the emperor's son, meets his end. The entire arena fell silent as the battles between Huolinzi, Yi Hei, Huang Sudao, the holy emperor's son, and others came to a halt. No one had anticipated this scene. The situation had developed beyond everyone's expectations. The crown prince has been killed. The Black Emperor's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. It all happened too quickly. The bronze immortal hall emerged, crushing the heavenly prince. In the face of the Supreme Emperor's weapon, no matter how skilled you were, you would ultimately fall and be annihilated here. The ruthless stood tall, in the prime of their lives, unmatched in the world. Their white robes fluttered, creating an exquisite curve. Dare you kill the prince of the emperor? The 8 clans went mad, abandoning their opponents one by one and charging toward the ruthless man like crazed beasts. To avenge the emperor's son, the emperor's might must not be dishonored. Kill! The first to react were the 8 clans. The black steel tide surged forward, carrying an unparalleled killing intent, charging recklessly forward and shaking the entire sky. Boom! Yi Hei and the others moved, radiating divine light. Each of the celestial deities stood in the sky, resembling divine peaks blocking all the surging currents. This sudden turn of events startled everyone, as an unforeseeable scene began to unfold. You dare to kill the crown prince? I'll take your life. The sky split open, and the deafening words shook the heavens and split the earth. The invincible ancient tribal ancestor had intervened. That was the guardian of the emperor's son. Several ancestral kings arrived at that moment, their attacks fierce and ruthless, piercing the skin of everyone present, and their righteous energy swept through dozens of miles. Boom! A dull sound suddenly echoed, and blood-red flowers filled the sky. The ancestral kings who protected the emperor's son were all blown to pieces, and the saints casually spilled their blood across the heavens and earth. Can you even touch my sister? The plain words reached everyone's ears, clear and audible, even from a great distance. In the 9th heaven, a snow-white figure slowly materialized, descending from the heavens. He carried not a trace of divine might, still as calm as still water. Clad in white robes, with black hair bound by a jade crown, his demeanor transcended the mundane world, resembling a divine being descended from the celestial realms. His arrival was accompanied by no grand spectacle, no celestial phenomena to mark the heavens. However, his arrival caused everything to fall silent. The 8 demonic beings, who had been raging wildly, all revealed expressions of horror, and some even trembled like sieves, gazing at him in fear. The ancient clan members watching the scene all felt a chill run down their spines. Li Fan. The 2 words echoed through the crowd, like a taboo, causing those who heard them to tremble slightly. The bronze immortal hall, Li Fan guarding the path. She was indeed that little girl. Fire Lynx's pupils contracted as he muttered to himself. The existence of Xiao Nannan did not depend on the status of those present. She was like the disciple of Gai Joyo, Xia Joyo, and even more so. Because of this little girl, the number of saints who had died at Li Fan's hands exceeded the number of fingers on both hands. 3 years have passed, and she has finally emerged into the world. Upon her birth, she caused an upheaval across the 5 realms. The immortal prince of the ancient era, revered by all races as a god, was killed by her without mercy, and her divine palace was used to suppress him, shocking the mortal world. Li Fan's arrival caused the ancient tribes to tremble and the human race to rejoice. Under his gaze, no one dared to breathe. Li Fan turned his attention to the 8 clans. A slender white finger extended, pointing into the void. The void resembled a lake, rippling outward from the fingertips, spreading across the vast sky. Boom! Boom! A large amount of blood splattered everywhere, and thousands of ancient tribesmen from the 8 clans all perished. That was a vast expanse of luminous sacred blood falling to the earth. In the not-too-distant future, this shattered land would be reborn, once again becoming a lush, green expanse. Elder, what do you mean by this? As a great figure of the human race, why are you taking action against those below the level of a sage? As he watched thousands of the 8 clans perish, the ancient clan's ancestral king erupted in anger, speaking with fury.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan turned his gaze.
Put.
The ancestral king's body seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow, instantly wilting and nearly falling from the sky. The ancestral king's figure seemed to have suffered a severe blow, instantly wilting and losing his balance, nearly falling from the sky.
Why can't I intervene? Li Fan's eyes remained calm as he glanced at the blood rain.
He slightly parted his lips, and his indifferent words echoed from his mouth.
In the next instant,
He turned his gaze toward the ancestral king.
Put. The ancient king's half-body exploded, and he let out an agonizing scream. Do I need you to tell me how to do my job? If you say another word, I'll wipe out your entire clan. The calm words echoed in everyone's ears.
The ancestral king, who had been caught by the ancient clan and whose life force was now extremely weak, looked terrified and dared not utter a single word. Beside him were other ancestral kings who had intended to speak, but upon seeing the pitiful state of the ancestral king and Li Fan's domineering demeanor, they all fell silent. Under Li Fan's piercing gaze, they lowered their heads, dared not meet his eyes. Li Fan's expression was indifferent, his eyes deep and unfathomable, showing no trace of emotion.
He glanced at the people around him before turning his gaze to the young girl beside him. You're really here with me. The harsh words echoed, though she hadn't removed her mask. Yet in that moment, everyone felt as though they saw her smile, a radiant smile that made everything else pale in comparison. It was a smile that captivated everyone. Can a cold-hearted person like her really smile? A human cultivator familiar with the deeds of the ruthless person spoke in a daze. An ancient spirit. Li Fan smiled wryly. He had no objections to the ruthless person's methods, but it seemed like the ruthless person had already noticed him long ago. Because you're a newbie. A voice that only Li Fan could hear echoed in his ears, causing him to shake his head. Without meaning to, Li Fan ruffled the man's neatly combed hair. It seemed as though he was displeased at being discovered by the ruthless man. This made the ruthless person furious, puffing out her cheeks, but no one else could see. She was wearing a mask, and only Li Fan could see her expression. That mask was special, only Li Fan could see it. At that moment, Li Fan ignored the fierce one scolding and turned his gaze toward Hualizi, Hualiran, and Huang Sudao. Under Li Fan's intense gaze, even they, as ancient princes, couldn't help but feel their bodies tense up. Senior Li Fan, please do not blame us. We had no idea she was your sister. Seeing Li Fan's gaze, an ancestor king reluctantly stepped forward. He was the ancestral king of the Fire Lynx cave, having secretly followed them all along. Now he had no choice but to step forward, fearing that Li Fan would kill the ancient prince. No one would doubt that Li Fan would do such a thing. After all, the heavenly prince had already been killed, and the fall of the ancient prince seemed inevitable. Rest assured, I do not intend to kill them. She merely reminds me of an old acquaintance, and it has been 3 years since I last saw that young lady. Li Fan heard this and was speechless, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, the ancestral king sighed in relief. The 3 members of the Fire Lynx clan, who had been on edge the entire time, finally relaxed. If Li Fan really decided to act, there would be no one in the world who could save them in such a situation. Chapter 137, Stormy Skies. As they listened to Li Fan's words, everyone was slightly taken aback. An old acquaintance? Various figures flashed through everyone's minds. Finally, their minds settled on a figure that had not been seen in a long time, the beloved princess of the Fire Nation. It is said that this woman had known Li Fan even before he was born. Now, thanks to Li Fan, the Fire Nation's reputation has firmly surpassed that of all other ancient nations in Central Plains, ranking second only to the Divine Dynasty, which possesses the supreme imperial weapon, and is undoubtedly the oldest and most prestigious ancient nation. However, many people speculate that this woman has been unable to break through due to certain circumstances, and some even claim she has already perished, though the Fire Nation has not made an official announcement. Li Fan was unaware of these matters. After returning from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Li Fan had not seen Linger. Now, when he thought about it, it had not been 3 years since they last met, but 6. Perhaps after this, he should go visit Linger as well. Li Fan thought this to himself, then turned his gaze toward the ruthless man. Let's go. I'll take you to the mountain of the undying emperor. As soon as the words left his mouth, many people turned pale. The ruthless man killed the emperor's son, and Li Fan killed all 8 of the 8 great generals. Now are they going to raid their enemy's stronghold? Meanwhile, at the Fire Lynx cave of the ancient imperial clan in Blood Phoenix Mountain, the people there were also undergoing massive changes, their faces filled with shock. Is this an attempt to completely eradicate the immortal emperor's lineage? Li Fan paid no heed to the glances of those around him. After saying this, he looked at Yi Hei and the holy prince. Come over here as well. Upon hearing this, He Huang and Duandi immediately rushed over, their mouths stretched wide in grins. Seeing this, Yi Hei and the others rolled their eyes. These two were indeed money grabbers, with no regard for morality. However, despite their thoughts, the holy prince and the others followed suit.
They had long been at odds with the Emperor's son's faction, so they were more than willing to eliminate them.
Immediately, Li Fan raised his hand and waved it.
Many people vanished before the eyes of the world. On this day, the ancient star domain of the Big Dipper erupted in a massive wave, sweeping across the 5 domains with an unstoppable force, moving as swiftly as a hurricane. The crown prince of the Heavenly Emperor fell, and every member of the immortal Heavenly Emperor's lineage perished, all killed by Li Fan.
The ruthless individual in question was once a young girl who followed Li Fan.
At the age of 12, she achieved the rank of King of the Way, her power terrifying beyond measure, rivaling that of the children of ancient emperors and the princes and princesses of the primordial ages. The ancient clans were shocked, and then each of them grew furious. The immortal emperor's lineage, the rightful ancient imperial clan, whose status even surpassed that of the other imperial clans, was a figure revered by all the ancient tribes. Now, they had been ruthlessly eradicated by a human named Li Fan using an imperial weapon, and their entire lineage had been wiped out.
These actions have all deeply provoked the ancient tribes.
Go and summon the great sage of the ancient imperial clan, mobilize the ancient imperial army, and kill Li Fan at all costs. Initiate the divine war, fully revive the ancient imperial army, and sink the Big Dipper all at any cost. The ancient royal clan, completely enraged, with each of the fierce tribes acting like wolves and tigers, mad with fury. The tribes that were once regarded as weak and fed on blood during the ancient era dared to openly kill their divine son. Their crime is unforgivable, and they must be executed.
However, among the enraged ancient royal clan, there were also those who remained calm. They sensed something different in the air.
The human race's Li Fan dared to erase the immortal emperor's lineage in front of the entire world, acting with impunity. He must have something to back him up. This development has now captured the attention of all the clans of the Northern Dipper. The Eastern Wasteland human clan was on high alert, with ancient clans seething with anger, viewing the human clan as enemies, and erupting into a series of fierce battles. Some ancient tribes even plotted to ambush and kill many of the human tribe's elite, completely enraging the forces behind them. They were willing to go to any lengths to wage war against the ancient tribes, and the smoke of battle filled the skies of Dongwon.
The human race waited, and the ancient tribes waited as well.
These were merely minor skirmishes. The true Great War is inevitable. The lineage of the undying emperor is intertwined with too many factions, even involving ancient grudges from the primordial ages. This balance of the Great Era, which was never meant to last, has been shattered by the emergence of a ruthless individual. However, in the face of all this, everyone remains calm. The sage of the human race has not appeared, and although the ancient clan is making a lot of noise, no ancestral king has emerged. Li Fan of the human race has appeared on the first peak of the eastern wasteland, Tiantong Peak. He sat cross-legged there, seemingly preparing to face the ancient clan alone. Immediately, someone revealed Li Fan's whereabouts, with no attempt to hide it, appearing before the world as if he had no fear at all, exuding an air of invincibility.
When?
Far away in the western desert, the distant tolling of bells echoed from Mount Sumeru, reverberating across countless lands and spreading throughout the entire western desert.
That land, revered as sacred ground, is bathed in brilliant light that illuminates the heavens, with Buddha's light piercing the skies. Amitabha Buddha.
All beings in the 10 directions who see this will bow their heads in reverence. An ancient king ascended Mount Sumeru to seek an audience with the victor over the heavens.
This news immediately caused a stir. Could it be that someone from the ancient clan dared to provoke both Li Fan and the victor over demons at the same time? After all, the Holy Prince was also involved in the operation to kill the Heavenly Prince. However, this was quickly rejected. An ancient ancestral king revealed the reason.
The people of the primordial royal clan sought an audience with the victor over all battles Buddha, inquiring whether he would intervene in the matters between the primordial clans and Li Fan. The answer was no. The enmity between the two great primordial royal clans, the victor over all battles emperor and the immortal heavenly emperor, had already come to an end. This involves an ancient grudge that has dissipated with the fall of the emperor's son.
The victor over demons will not intervene. Upon hearing this, many ancient clans were relieved, but other tribes were horrified.
The ancient tribes indeed had major plans in motion, and they were connected to Li Fan, seemingly intending to make a decisive showdown with the human clan's Li Fan. The human race's Li Fan has eradicated the divine lineage, a crime unforgivable. He is now at odds with our ancient tribes.
This matter will be the enmity between our ancient tribes and Li Fan. Anyone who interferes will be regarded as our enemy.
A mighty voice echoed through the skies above a city in the eastern wastes. This was the pressure exerted by the ancient tribes, the pressure exerted on the entire world, demanding that no one assist Li Fan. A tense and solemn atmosphere permeated the eastern wastes. In an instant, the eyes of the entire world turned toward the eastern wastes, toward that peak, the highest in the eastern wastes. A black colossal peak stood tall on the crimson-red earth. Like a black, heavy ruler plunged into the earth, it stands timeless and eternal, revealing the vicissitudes of time and the weight of ages, towering alone into the heavens.
And on this day,
the heavy atmosphere that had been lingering over the entire eastern wasteland finally gave way to the opening of a new chapter.
Chapter 138, The Divine Gourd. One night passed. The dawn broke over the land. Boom!
At the peak of the sky-piercing mountain, the earth stretched endlessly, and a fierce wind swept across the sky. Chaotic energies surge, divine lights burst forth, spreading from the distant horizon like the primordial light of the heavens, splitting open the night sky, and the light of dawn appears.
The aura of the great sage.
It was the sacred might of the great sage, vast and mighty, spreading across 10,000 miles, coming from a distant place, directly suppressing this land, causing everyone who noticed it to tremble with fear.
At that moment, everyone knew that disaster was coming.
In the blink of an eye, the world seemed to be engulfed in a sea of corpses and blood, as an unavoidable catastrophe approached. With the death of the crown prince, this world may well be overturned.
At this very moment, finally, a figure appeared. His arrival caused the surrounding void to warp, and divine power of unimaginable magnitude swirled around him, sending tremors through the mountains and rivers, creating a majestic and awe-inspiring scene. He stood there simply, yet everyone who saw him felt a chill run down their spine. An extraordinary sense of terror emanated from him. His vital energy was immense and boundless, capable of sweeping across the heavens and earth, swallowing mountains and rivers. This man is not a great sage, but he is exceptionally terrifying. He is likely on the same level as the fallen heavenly king, having ruled over the ancient era and possessing an absolute reputation. At the same moment, several more figures descended. The annihilation of the divine lineage is an act of enmity toward my ancient tribes. As they appeared, a terrifying sound erupted, causing the earth to tremble violently. Chaos pierced the clouds, dust filled the sky, obscuring the blazing sun, and sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. They were all shrouded in divine halos, and upon their arrival, everything around them crumbled, and all signs of life were on the verge of being eradicated.
At first glance, they resemble ancient deities from a bygone era. The aura they emit is so overwhelming that it causes spasms, making one unable to resist crawling to the ground.
7 holy kings descended directly, their might overwhelming the heavens and earth.
They gazed directly at the mountain peak, where 2 figures stood, both clad in white robes.
Li Fan sat cross-legged atop the peak of the heaven-reaching peak.
Before him were a table and chairs, exuding an air of leisurely elegance. A cup of tea sat on the table, its steam rising in delicate wisps. His expression was calm and composed, as serene as the gentle breeze and the drifting clouds. Beside him sat a beautiful woman, while a ruthless man quietly brewed tea for Li Fan. At that moment, her face appeared in the world, so beautiful that it seemed as though she should not exist in this world, a stroke of genius from the Creator.
You few are not worthy.
Li Fan's gaze swept across the vast expanse of the universe, fixating on the 7 peerless sage kings. His words echoed faintly throughout the heavens and earth.
The offspring of the gods cannot die in vain. Blood debt must be repaid with blood.
A sage king of ancient times spoke, his voice piercing the heavens and shaking the earth.
Your words have upset me.
Li Fan reached forward and waved his hand, as if swatting a fly.
In an instant, blood spattered into the air. Puff!
The sage king screamed in agony as his body exploded, sending white bone fragments and red blood flying everywhere.
You!
The remaining sage kings were all stunned, their expressions filled with horror. Those in the distance were all stunned. Li Fan's dominance surpassed all else. With a single flick of his hand, he effortlessly eradicated a supreme saintly king.
Are you not coming out yet? Li Fan looked toward the distant sky and took a sip of tea. Li Fan, do you really think you're invincible?
The chilling words echoed from the distant heavens, and a man with snow-white hair descended. The Silver Moon Heavenly King, the most promising candidate to become a great sage in ancient times. Upon seeing this man, all were shaken. However, the next moment, everyone stopped looking at the man and turned their attention to what was behind him. It was an old man wearing an imperial crown, with gray hair casually draped over his shoulders. His eyes were also gray-black, and his gaze was so intimidating that anyone who met his eyes immediately knelt down.
Zhou Kuan, the great sage.
As this figure appeared, the world was stunned. At that moment, all the figures lurking in the shadows to observe the battle revealed themselves. Without exception, they were among the most powerful individuals of that era, capable of ruling over a domain. Who would have thought it was the great sage Zhou Kuan who had intervened? The ancient clan was shaken, and no one expected him to intervene. The overwhelming pressure of the great sage originated from him. The terror of the great sage Zhou Kuan is beyond measure. He existed in the late ancient era, alongside the battle saint emperor. He can be described as a living god, the most powerful being in existence. In his time, he was one of the few great leaders of the Northern Dipper, overlooking this ancient star domain with unmatched combat prowess, something that newly ascended great saints could never hope to match.
For a moment, the land fell silent, and everyone felt a sense of suffocation.
Beidiguisheng, the ancient sage of the Gu tribe, and Li Fan, the supreme ruler of the human race, were among the few greatest figures of their time. Their meeting was for the sake of the crown prince, the son of a deity, and the upcoming scene would undoubtedly be earth-shattering and mind-blowing. Zhou Kuan's arrival caused him to lock eyes with Li Fan. The 2 most powerful beings of the current era, standing at the pinnacle of existence, locked eyes, causing the spectators' blood to boil.
Is there anyone else besides you?
Li Fan spoke, glancing around him with a calm, unremarkable expression, as still as a well.
Whoosh! This single utterance left everyone stunned. It was an act of blatant defiance toward this ancient deity from the end of the primordial era.
Li Fan, you are far too arrogant. Zhou Kuan's eyes widened, and his voice thundered like a clap of thunder, causing the blue sky to rumble. At that moment, the four directions were in turmoil, and the heavens and earth resounded with continuous booms. The might of the great sage towered over the world, and mountains and rivers within a 10,000 li radius trembled, shaken by those words.
Since there is no one else besides you, you may die. Li Fan spoke calmly. Bang!
Suddenly, a golden hand descended from the heavens.
Its power was overwhelming and terrifying.
Wherever it passed, the several great sage kings were unable to react in time, their bodies flying sideways, exploding into pieces. Even the silver moon heavenly king spat blood and flew backward.
Hum!
Zhou Kuan's eyes flashed with cold indifference. His withered body emitted beams of divine light, causing the heavens and earth to tremble.
He was reviving an ancient imperial weapon.
At that moment, Zhou Kuan's gray hair flew wildly, and his aura surged, standing there like a living ancient emperor.
Boom!
Above his head was a broken little gourd, spinning round and round. Suddenly, the small gourd grew larger, blocking out the sky and casting a vast shadow over the ground. Divine light shone brightly, and auspicious colors danced in the air. The overwhelming might of the ancient emperor's army erupted, rampaging across the heavens and earth. Without holding back, this contemporary titan directly summoned the ancient emperor and revived the primordial divine weapon, intent on obliterating this land.
They've lost their minds. Are they trying to shatter this land with such ferocity?
Some were terrified the revival of the ancient imperial troops would inevitably bring bloodshed and chaos, suppressing the current world.
The divine gourd of the primordial Lake Yuan Emperor.
Those who saw through the origin of this ancient imperial weapon were filled with awe and fear.
Chapter 139, Another One. Buzz.
In that instant, a divine light erupted from the body of the ruthless man. The light illuminated the ages, and the overwhelming divine might shook the 10 directions of the realm. Under the ancient imperial might of the divine gourd, the divine hall that had been buried for countless ages also emerged into the world. Its surface is covered in bronze patina, bearing the weathered marks of time. However, this does not make the divine weapon appear weathered. Instead, it exudes a sense of dominance.
These are the marks of time, having witnessed countless eras.
Some even claim that this divine hall was once possessed by a divine being.
Boom!
The revival of the two supreme divine weapons caused the heavens and earth to tremble, and even the sun and moon began to show signs of instability.
This ancient star was undergoing an extremely terrifying transformation. At this very moment, countless gazes from the 5 realms of the Beidou constellation converged on the direction of Donghuan.
In the western desert, the victor over demons emerged from the Thunder Sound Temple, his eyes deep and terrifying, standing motionless in place.
Zhengzhou.
This land, the ancestral homeland of the 2 divine dynasties, trembled as the Supreme Emperor's sword and the 9 Li map quaked. They had sensed the imperial might and erupted with boundless divine power. Not only Zhengzhou, but also the eastern wastelands anywhere an extreme Dao imperial weapon existed trembled. It is not only central plains across the eastern wastes, all extreme Dao imperial weapons tremble.
At the same moment, in the 7 forbidden lands, terrifying beings awoke. The aura of the Supreme Emperor's weapon is also being unleashed by ancient artifacts with long-forgotten memories, and an emperor-level battle is erupting. The Bronze Immortal Hall is its. The path to immortality is about to open. This ancient star domain will eventually descend into chaos.
Let chaos reign, let blood flow, for only blood and war are the true melody of the world, sounding the prelude to our journey toward immortality. Echoes of voices, inaudible to all, reverberate through the 7 forbidden zones.
The ancient sacred land.
In the pitch-black abyss, a towering figure opened its eyes. Well, let me see how deep he is, so I can judge the truth of that matter.
The clanging of chains echoed through the ancient abyss, deafeningly loud.
The 9 sacred mountains trembled in unison, startling the nearby cities, whose inhabitants looked on in horror, unaware of what was happening.
Everyone watching the battle trembled in fear.
The revival of the supreme divine weapon was akin to 2 enlightened beings engaging in combat, a sight so terrifying that no one could resist. The divine hall erupted with divine radiance, casting down strands of divine light that enveloped the ruthless figure.
The divine hall, you have only one imperial weapon. Zhou Kuan's expression grew even colder, his face devoid of emotion.
This time, the ancient clan had made thorough preparations to kill Li Fan. It wasn't just him, numerous members of the ancient clan had been deployed, all with the same goal, to kill Li Fan and avenge the humiliation they had suffered last time. This was a reckoning, and they intended to reclaim what belonged to them.
Boom!
Another equally terrifying imperial might erupted. I know you have a bronze divine hall, but I possess 2 ancient imperial weapons. Today, I will awaken these ancient imperial weapons to pierce through the eastern wastes.
The majesty of the ancient clan must not be dishonored.
Zhou Kuan spoke coldly, then swung his hand toward Li Fan. The divine gourd expanded, heading straight toward Li Fan to suppress him. At that moment, the heavens and earth were filled with the wails of ghosts and the howling of winds. Divine and demonic beings appeared in all their grotesque forms: blood-stained great sages, headless ancient tribesmen, and beings as powerful as emperors. One by one, they emerged, manifested through the ancient imperial weapons, each representing someone they had once slain. Boom! It was like a mountain crashing down. At the same moment, another ancient imperial weapon erupted with golden divine light. Though not large, it pierced through golden stone, tearing open the void and revealing a black hole in the heavens and earth, pitch black and devouring everything in its path. Its sharpness sliced through time and space, a feat of unparalleled precision and beauty. The ancient imperial weapon struck toward Li Fan from the side, seemingly intent on severing him in two. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Two ancient imperial weapons had been revived, intent on slaying a single person. What a terrifying scene! Even those who had not attained imperial status would perish. Boom! The earth trembled. Li Fan also moved, looking up at the descending divine gourd and slowly extending his pale white palm. At that moment, the divine gourd made contact with Li Fan. Boom! The heaven-piercing peak collapsed. This towering mountain, which had stood for countless eras and witnessed the rise and fall of the eastern wastes, crumbled in an instant, shattering the chaotic skies and causing the earth to tremble. Dust filled the air, and the deafening roar echoed endlessly in the ears of all who remained. Blocked. In the misty sky, everyone saw a blurry scene. The celestial gourd, which blocked out the sky, hovered in the air. Below it, a figure stood, its proportions utterly out of sync with the gourd's immense size. Yet it remained motionless, standing there calmly and serenely, catching the imperial weapon with bare hands. Seeing this scene, everyone's minds buzzed with disbelief. In that instant, it felt as though their minds had exploded, leaving them unable to think clearly. They stared blankly at the scene before them. Another whooshing, another whooshing. The ancient tribal sage king murmured, his face betraying an unshakable sense of dread. One of the most powerful emperors in human history, the emperor of the beginning. He spent his entire life in constant warfare, opposing the world and all its races. Yet he carved out a bright and prosperous realm for himself and attained the title of emperor. Once upon a time, he wielded the imperial weapon with bare hands, shaking the world to its core. Those who fail to become emperors cannot face the ultimate divine weapons. This ironclad rule was shattered by him, sending ripples through the mortal realm and ushering in a chaotic age of turmoil. Now, 80,000 years later, another human has achieved it: the peerless genius of the post-primordial era, Li Fan. He caught the ancient emperor's weapon with his bare hands, another unparalleled warrior. The seven forbidden zones rumbled loudly, and in the depths, there were divine fluctuations as vast as the ocean. Those slumbering beings were awakened. At the same time, in the ancient forbidden land, the clanging sound of iron chains grew louder and more piercing. It sounds as though the chains binding the order of the heavens and earth are colliding. It directly blew open the sky above the ancient forbidden land, creating a sea of divine power that was terrifying like a tidal wave, leaving the world in chaos and panic. Kill! Jo Kuan's hair and beard stood on end, making him look like a god or a demon. Golden light pierced the sky, tracing a beautiful arc and leaving behind vast rifts in the void. The land shattered, truly pierced through. That ancient imperial weapon moved, striking directly toward Li Fan with decisive and domineering force. A slender white hand extended. Li Fan's other hand moved, still as calm as ever. Watching this scene, many people felt a chill run down their spines. Could he possibly be trying to catch an ancient imperial weapon with his bare hands? The golden ancient imperial weapon shattered the void and shattered the earth. In the region where Li Fan stood, vast golden oceans appeared. These were the radiant beams of the Tao, the divine might of the ancient imperial weapons, revealing their true, ferocious nature. They loomed over the heavens and earth, roaring as they swept through the skies, capable of shattering stars and crushing moons. Everyone was unable to open their eyes. Anyone who tried to see what was happening had blood streaming from their eyes, making it impossible to investigate further. This is the battle intent of the ancient emperors. Whether they are ordinary mortals or saints, they have no right to witness this scene. Chapter 140, The Golden Mace Spirit. Dong. The eastern wastelands trembled. The revival of the ancient imperial troops is too terrifying. This land seems as though it will be shattered. At that moment, one after another, the supreme imperial weapons soared into the sky, illuminating the entire universe, and the mortal world was shrouded in the majesty of the imperial weapons. The void mirror, the eternal universe furnace, the dragon-patterned black gold tripod, and the Western Emperor's tower all erupted with imperial might. Not only that, but the 10,000 Dragon's Nest resonates with the clear ringing of bells, while Blood Phoenix Mountain and Fire Lynx Cave are bathed in imperial might that shines in all directions. They all tremble in unison, protecting the eastern wastes. This great battle was unforeseeable. Had it not been for the revival, this ancient star might very well have been shattered into pieces. Dong dong. The silent purple mountain trembled, and the sound of bells rang out softly. The timeless bell tolls, echoing through the world's turmoil. The Big Dipper is silent, and no one speaks. That sea of light, that central place, drew everyone's gaze. At that sight, the 10,000 races of the Northern Dipper trembled in fear. Without exception, everyone felt a chill run through their bones. A towering white figure stood there, the ground beneath his feet scarred and ravaged, with two ancient imperial weapons surrounding him. The divine gourd remained motionless in his palm. Meanwhile, on his other palm, golden light erupted, emanating an unimaginable divine might. The golden ancient imperial weapon trembled constantly, as if it were trying to break free from Li Fan's palm, yet it remained completely immobilized.
A gourd was just the thing to hold my wine.
The plain words echoed across the silent land. Hearing this voice, the hearts of the world tremble. What kind of courage does it take to say such words? And at the same moment,
Li Fan's raised palm flipped slightly, and the mountain-like divine gourd visibly shrank.
In no time, it had shrunk to the size of a normal gourd and appeared in Li Fan's hand, which he held out flat.
No! In a distant land, someone was screaming in a lake. Primitive lake.
The ancient imperial clan's domain, where ancestral kings wail and weep bitterly.
We are guilty.
They wept incessantly, devoid of the dignity of the strong. All of this was because their ancient emperor's soldiers had lost contact, or perhaps they could no longer be summoned back. No matter what they did, it was all in vain. This imperial clan of the Yuan emperor's bloodline has lost their imperial weapons.
On the other side, a golden mountain forest echoed with angry shouts. My father's golden mace cannot be imprisoned.
The princess of the golden clan's beautiful face was filled with anger. She continuously activated her secret techniques, but all her efforts were in vain. Ever since Li Fan had caught the ancient emperor's weapon with his bare hands, the two ancient imperial clans knew that something was terribly wrong and attempted to summon the ancient imperial weapon back, only to discover that it was utterly useless. Li Fan stared at the golden mace trembling in his hands, his eyes deep and terrifying. He suddenly exerted force with his palm, causing tiny patterns to appear on the mace. If you touch me, I'll crush you.
No one can control me, I'd rather die than surrender. A mysterious spiritual fluctuation entered Li Fan's ears. This was the spirit of the golden mace. It was common knowledge that ancient imperial weapons possessed spirits. Compared to the divine gourd, the spirit of this damaged ancient imperial weapon, the golden mace, was intact and possessed its own thoughts. Weapons that can become imperial weapons are all weapons of peerless emperors. What are emperors and sovereigns?
They are beings that stand tall and proud, incapable of compromise, fierce and domineering.
Interesting. Have you ever considered how effortless it would be for me to personally annihilate the Golden Clan with my power?
If you choose to self-destruct, I will personally lead the charge to slaughter the entire Golden Clan.
Li Fan spoke up.
His gaze was deep and intense as he stared at the two clubs clenched in his hands, transmitting his divine thoughts.
At that moment, the trembling of the golden halberds grew weaker.
To be honest, all talk of ancient techniques or imperial weapons being uncontrollable is nonsense. Every weapon forged by an enlightened being possesses its own supreme divine intelligence, capable of discerning right from wrong. This is why no one can control ultimate divine weapons, because the weapon spirits themselves refuse to be controlled. Only the clan or faction that created them, and those they recognize as their own, have the potential to wield control over them. Li Fan wouldn't let such a thing slip through his fingers. He naturally had to tame it. If you spare the Golden Clan, I will serve you for the rest of your life, but you must ensure that the Golden Clan remains unharmed. After a long silence, the Golden Scepter spoke. I can spare the Golden Clan, but as for protecting them, that depends on my own preference.
Li Fan laughed.
But Golden Hammer was about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Li Fan.
You better think clearly. You're my prisoner. If you want to self-destruct, go ahead. When the time comes, I'll wipe out the Golden Clan.
The calm voice rang out, causing the spirit of the Golden Scepter to want to curse out loud.
Who the hell is this person? How dare they treat the ancient imperial weapon like this?
They're openly threatening it, not even afraid of it self-destructing. If it were anyone else, they'd be worshipping it like a god by now. In the end, the Golden Mace was truly speechless and reluctantly agreed to Li Fan's terms. He had already clearly realized that this person possessed the same level of power as the Golden Emperor and was a true living enlightened being.
Shao Nima, an enlightened being who remains unknown, truly cunning.
The Golden Mace, who had lived for countless years, cursed under his breath.
Even he couldn't help but harbor evil thoughts.
Li Fan hurriedly went to ambush the other ancient imperial soldiers. Better to share the joy with others than to enjoy it alone. If we're going to die, let's all die together. The Golden Mace thought shamelessly, and even began to curse in his heart.
Who says imperial weapons are all majestic and awe-inspiring? That's all an illusion.
They all have their own thoughts, it's just that no one can see through them. On the other side, he was mistaken.
Li Fan wasn't cunning at all.
He was just living to watch Shan Wan grow into an emperor and accompany her to the end of her life.
He never even thought about ruling the world. Those ambitions were completely foreign to Li Fan.
At the moment when Li Fan faced off against the Golden Scepter and subdued the Divine Gourd, the world finally witnessed this scene. The two ancient imperial weapons lay quietly in Li Fan's hands. the divine gourd of the primordial lake and the golden mace of the golden clan. Finally, the world has seen the true form of these two ancient imperial weapons. What kind of sorcery did you use? A voice filled with shock echoed across the sky. Zhou Kuan stared at Li Fan in horror. With bare hands, he had caught two ancient imperial weapons, yet they remained motionless in his grasp, as if the spirit within them had ceased to exist, an utterly terrifying sight. Even after living for countless years, he had never witnessed such a scene. The suppression of the ancient imperial weapons is indeed possible, but it requires another imperial weapon controlled by someone else, along with abilities similar to the weapon seal technique. However, Li Fan has achieved this feat without relying on an imperial weapon. Li Fan looked up at Zhou Kuan. At that glance, Zhou Kuan was filled with terror, as if he were being watched by some ancient deity, and then he let out a horrifying scream. Zhou Kuan's head exploded, and even his body, which had been reinforced by the ancient emperor's weapons, shattered like tofu, with blood spraying into the sky. Chapter 141, Sunk. The vast land where the heaven-piercing peak of the eastern wastes of the Beidou lies. At that moment, the land was shrouded in complete silence, with not a sound to be heard. Every person stood motionless, their expressions frozen in shock. Zhou Kuan the great sage is dead. This news exploded in the minds of the world, like a demonic spell deeply entwined in everyone's hearts. The strongest beings in ancient times, second only to the emperor and the quasi-emperor, were known as the living gods of the late primordial era. And now, they have fallen. Holding two ancient imperial weapons, he fully revived, shaking the ancient star domain of the Northern Dipper. This battle startled countless beings, as innumerable ancient imperial weapons and imperial artifacts erupted with boundless divine might, shrouding the vast mountains and rivers, enveloping the earth, and protecting the ancient star. However, even in such a decisive battle where even a quasi-emperor would have to shed blood, it came to an end in a mere instant. The great sage of the cosmos is dead. At that moment, the world trembled, and the ancient royal clan was filled with dread. He is not some great sage, he is an emperor. A scream of terror erupted from the mouth of an ancient king. His face was deathly pale, as if he had seen the wheel of reincarnation and the bridge of despair. The fear of death completely overwhelmed this ancient being of saintly status. The sound was piercing, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. Without exception, all the people bowed down in unison. Great Emperor! The first to kneel down were the human race, all of them showing genuine respect. This was an ancient emperor, an absolute supreme being. Even a quasi-emperor couldn't withstand the revival of two ancient imperial weapons. The next moment, the ancient clan trembled, their limbs shaking uncontrollably. They knelt down, the ancient tribes who once boasted of being the strongest race in the world, lowering their proud heads. They had witnessed the ancient emperors. The resounding grandeur of their voices echoed across this land, reverberating for 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles. Great Emperor! Like the butterfly effect, all living beings in the eastern wasteland seemed to sense something, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling like sieves. At that very moment, the central plains, the western desert, the southern mountains, and the northern plains were all filled with the sound of a mighty roar. It seemed as though they were responding to some kind of call. The ancient imperial weapons and the primordial imperial weapons trembled, erupting with divine might, as if countless supreme emperors and rulers were appearing, gazing toward the eastern wastes, and nodding to the current emperors of the world. Their majestic might swept across 1,000 miles, spreading throughout the vast cosmos. Is he truly the great emperor? The great saints of the ancient imperial clan trembled, clearly sensing the vibrations of the ancient imperial soldiers around them. Even if they couldn't become emperors, they still possessed the bearing of an emperor and couldn't be looked down upon. The ancient emperor's soldiers trembled as he transmitted his divine consciousness for the first time, informing his guardian clan of his presence. As the sound faded, many great saints trembled, their eyes filled with horror. The next moment, they all moved in unison, heading toward the distance. Those who attain enlightenment are the rulers of the world, divine beings capable of traversing the vast cosmos and overlooking the ages. Li Fan may not have become an emperor, but he possesses the aura of an emperor. This is a unique existence, akin to the great perfected holy body or the great perfected dominion body. I have seen the great venerable Li Fan. The great saints of the ancient imperial clan have appeared. The great saint of the 10,000 Dragons' Nest, the great saint of the Golden Clan, Blood Phoenix Mountain, and Fire Qilin Cave one after another, the great saints of the ancient imperial clan emerged from the void, bowing 3 times with each step. Without exception, all these great beings bowed their heads. The revival of the two ancient imperial weapons remains unstoppable. Such individuals are not to be provoked. Upon witnessing this scene, the human race was moved to tears. Ha, it's our human emperor, our human emperor. Some elderly cultivators laughed and cried, dancing and jumping about like a mischievous child who had found their savior. I misjudged the situation. A ripple rippled through the void, and the figure of Gai Joyo appeared. He was still hunched over, with white hair, and was supported by Xia Joyo as he emerged. By his side stood Zhang Shenhuang, the sage of the human race. Upon seeing them, Li Fan bowed slightly in the void. They had contacted him days ago, offering to help, but he had refused. Li Fan wasn't particularly concerned about the safety of the human race. Such moral issues were beyond his scope, as there were too many humans in the North Star region, some good, some bad, and it was impossible to manage them all. Li Fan paid no heed to such matters. What truly mattered to him were his own people. The deaths of others were none of his concern. However, despite this, Li Fan still acknowledged those like Gai Zhou Yao who genuinely cared about the well-being of the human race.
Has he truly become an emperor? Does he possess the aura of an emperor?
In the distant forbidden lands, ancient taboo regions, low voices echo from the depths.
Eyes as bright as the sun and moon shimmer in the void.
They watched everything unfold, the revival of the ancient imperial weapons stirring their attention.
A different path. The depth of his understanding remains unknown. He is certainly not destined to become an emperor.
How can you say that?
If he's not an emperor, how could he have clashed with the ancient imperial troops and subdued them?
Though we have severed ourselves, we are not truly defeated. The vision of becoming an emperor is not impossible, even if we are separated by endless star domains. We can still sense his boundless vitality and profound life force, as vast as the ocean.
He is a being of this age, not a remnant of the ancient past.
The path to immortality is about to open. Whether he chooses it or not is none of my concern. Melodious and profound sounds, flowing like the currents of time, resonate deep within these forbidden realms.
This is the true communication of ancient supreme beings, discussing the true mysteries of the heavens. The voices quickly fade away.
These forbidden zones return to their former silence, as they had always been the off-limits territories of the people of the North Star, bearing the weight of countless ages.
Li Fan's eyes were clear as he gazed upon these ancient tribes. Get up!
The faint words echoed from his mouth, blending with the vast expanse of the sky. Listening to Li Fan's words, the great saints grew even more uneasy. They had no idea what Li Fan meant. Though they possessed the ancient imperial weapons, Li Fan's mystery made them dare not act rashly, even lowering their proud heads. The next moment, Li Fan shifted his gaze, his eyes piercing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, a divine light flashed from Li Fan's palm, slicing through the sky. That was the Golden Clan's golden mace. It soared toward the distant horizon, carrying the unmatched imperial might, slicing through the sky, causing all living creatures on the earth to tremble and kneel in submission.
Boom!
The golden scepter erupted, unleashing the true might of the Supreme Emperor, piercing the heavens and shattering the cosmos. It strikes out toward the distant horizon.
Boom!
The earth trembled, and a large section of land was shattered, turning into a desolate wasteland.
Once a serene lake paradise, it was home to an ancient tribe, the Primitive Lake. One of the royal families from the ancient era.
Now, having been annihilated by the Golden Scepter, the primordial lake without the divine gourd no longer possesses the qualifications to confront the ancient imperial troops, and was effortlessly obliterated from the heavens and earth.
No. I am unfilial. I have harmed the primordial lake. Why have you treated my primitive lake so cruelly? It has stood tall through the ages, yet now it lies in ruins. How tragic and absurd. Just moments ago, the people of the primitive lake were weeping bitterly. They screamed in despair, and the ancient imperial soldiers could not stop them. They could only watch their own deaths and let out roars. In the ancient times, the great sages who had witnessed countless events fell silent. Many hearts trembled with fear and anxiety. Chapter 142, Searching for Linger. Boom!
After completing all this, the golden mace did not hold back. Another explosive display revealed the might of the ancient imperial weapons. This time, the world truly witnessed the overwhelming power of the ancient imperial weapons, the exclusive weapons of the great emperors and ancient emperors, and just how terrifying they truly were.
Even from great distances, they can still obliterate any land with a single strike.
In the presence of these ancient imperial weapons, distance is nothing but a hollow joke.
Roar! Don't kill me, we're willing to surrender. Shouts rang out across the land, sending the ancient tribe into panic and chaos.
However, the ancient emperor's soldiers remained cold and ruthless, ignoring their pleas for mercy and drowning the entire region.
The Zhou Kuan lineage.
Gazing in that direction, numerous ancient clan ancestors were filled with fear and dread.
The ancient clan's ancestral kings were filled with fear.
Second only to the primordial imperial clan, having produced two great saints, each of whom could rival the young ancient emperors of their time, such an ancient clan was now gone. No one could have foreseen such a tragic outcome today. True giants, when they grow angry, do so amidst a sea of corpses. The ground beneath their feet is littered with the lifeless bodies of countless beings. A high priest of a great sect stood there, his expression dazed as he muttered to himself. Many had anticipated that today would inevitably result in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, yet none had imagined such a scene.
Everything feels like a dream.
This. The great sage of the Golden Clan's face turned deathly pale.
That was the divine weapon of the Golden Clan.
Yet now, it is unleashing a fatal strike against a top-tier ancient royal clan, an ancient imperial clan, annihilating both ancient clans. At that moment, he felt uneasy, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. His throat felt blocked, not because he didn't want to speak, but because fear had already spread throughout his heart, preventing him from uttering a single word. A fear that defied words filled his heart. Zhou Kuan and the Primordial Lake are both races that attack Li Fan.
Now that they have been annihilated, who will be next? Just thinking about it.
The great sage of the Golden Clan trembled. The other great saints felt their hearts race and their blood surge. However, after completing all of this, the Golden Mace made no further moves, returning to Li Fan's side. The other ancient imperial weapon also remained completely still, as if Li Fan had ceased to act.
I will not kill the Golden Clan.
As doubts began to arise in everyone's minds, Li Fan spoke up.
Upon hearing this,
the great sage of the Golden Clan was overjoyed inside in relief.
All ancient clans directly or indirectly related to the Golden Clan also breathed a sigh of relief. The other ancient imperial clans also relaxed their clenched fists. They couldn't believe that if two of the ancient imperial clans were annihilated today, what kind of scene would unfold? It was too terrifying, as if the dark turmoil of the ancient clans was about to descend. We thank Lord Li Fan for his great righteousness.
The great sage of the Golden Clan spoke, bowing deeply without any hesitation. Immediately, he spoke again, explaining why his clan was helping Zhou Kuan. This was a debt of gratitude from the ancient times when the Golden Clan owed the Zhou Kuan lineage. The Golden Mace was lent out specifically to repay this debt. He tried his best to shift the blame for his clan's actions onto Zhou Kuan. Needless to say, I agreed to spare you only because of the Golden Mace.
As for the Golden Mace, you don't need to ask me for it. I will use it for a while.
Li Fan's eyes remained calm, and he spoke those words with a slight parting of his lips. Upon hearing this, the face of the Golden Clan's great sage, which had been brimming with joy, suddenly turned pale.
Instantly turned uglier than a cry. The Golden Clan lost the imperial troops of the Golden Ancient Emperor? At the same moment,
the great saints of other clans felt an even greater sense of absurdity. Although they had already guessed that Li Fan must have used an unknown method to tame the ancient imperial soldiers, this was merely speculation. They still harbored a glimmer of hope that this might be temporary. After all, the ancient imperial soldiers were uncontrollable, and this was beyond doubt.
However, after hearing the words spoken by Li Fan, their last shred of hope vanished.
The facts were right before their eyes. The way the Golden Mace moved as if by his own will, combined with Li Fan's words, served as the best proof.
Go back and hold your ground.
Just as the great sage of the Golden Clan couldn't help but speak up to plead with Li Fan, a voice echoed in his ears. The voice was magnetic, carrying an air of immense authority.
Upon hearing these words,
the great sage of the Golden Clan trembled. It was the spirit of the Golden Mace. The next moment, he gave Li Fan a slight wave of his hand, saying nothing more. At the Golden Clan great sage's sudden change, many were taken aback. Some were puzzled, while others seemed deep in thought. Afterward, numerous ancient clans made repeated assurances about coexistence with the human race, but all eventually departed. Staying by Li Fan's side, they felt oppressed and longed to leave as soon as possible. Many doubts lingered in their hearts, prompting them to return to their clans to consult ancient texts.
On this day,
the eastern wastelands lay in ruins, with 3 regions having suffered devastating blows.
The damage left behind is immeasurable.
Perhaps thousands of years from now, this land may slowly recover, but these barren lands will remain as the best witnesses.
Time passes slowly. Several days later, Li Fan looked at Tianyu and remained silent for a long time.
The great era of the Big Dipper was inevitable, and as long as Li Fan was there would be no clan disputes. During this period, the ancient clan has remained peaceful, with no signs of arrogance. It was under such circumstances.
Time flows like water, rushing by. Half a year has passed. Beidou has fallen into a true state of calm.
Many prodigies have vanished, not because they have died, but because they have set off on a journey.
The trial path of the human race.
Throughout the ages, the most powerful and mysterious path of trials has existed.
Its endpoint leads to the path of emperors, a journey that all emperors throughout history have undertaken.
The path is paved with countless corpses, forging a single emperor.
Though this path is merely a faint glimmer, it has yet to truly begin.
However, many prodigies have already secluded themselves to prepare for the journey, and some have even set off for the Qishir mansion, awaiting the opening of the path.
Ah! On a sparsely populated street, an old man sighed. Old Zhang, why are you sighing so deeply? I'm sighing over this world. After finally achieving peace, I never thought I wouldn't be able to witness the battles of those prodigies. It's a bit lonely and boring. These are words that many cultivators in the mortal world have uttered before. Even the ancient prince of the ancient clan has set out on his own ancient path, seeking to return to his original star domain. The Big Dipper has grown calm. In the palace of the Fire Nation, it was a bustling day. From the outside, the Fire Nation palace appeared as usual, but little did anyone know that it was trembling within. The Fire Emperor and the Sage of the Fire Kingdom stood in the garden. Before them stood 2 figures, one male and one female, both dressed in white. Has Linger not emerged from seclusion yet? Li Fan arrived at the imperial palace of the Fire Kingdom. Upon Li Fan's arrival, the Fire Emperor and the Sage of the Fire Kingdom were overjoyed. This indicated that Li Fan still remembered Linger, which could only be beneficial for the Fire Kingdom. After hearing Li Fan's words,
Fire Emperor's face betrayed a look of surprise, seeming at a loss for words.
Chapter 143, The Sudden Thunder Tribulation. Is Linger in trouble?
Li Fan furrowed his brows and spoke in a strange tone. Beside him, the ruthless woman also furrowed her brows. Over the past half year, she had grown even more captivating, her white dress swaying gracefully, her beauty unmatched.
Let me speak.
The sage of the Fire Nation spoke softly with a wry smile on his face. His aged voice echoed slowly through the garden, narrating the story.
The legacy of my Fire Nation is ancient and enduring.
Its melody is smooth and gentle, like the unfolding of an ancient scroll. The Fire Nation has a long-standing heritage, its history too vast to be measured. Some even claim that it originated in the ancient past, born during the era of the Sun Emperor, standing tall among all races with unmatched strength.
However, this history has been denied by the ancient tribes. The ancient era never saw the existence of a Fire Nation.
If such a realm had truly existed, the human race would not have been so lowly, regarded by the ancient tribes as mere sacrifices. The words of the common people are utterly ridiculous. They have no idea how ancient the history of the Fire Nation truly is. As he spoke these words, the sage of the Fire Nation's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. A look of pride appeared on his face, a pride belonging only to the most ancient lineages, akin to the pride of those ancient clans and immortal lineages.
The Fire Nation had come to the ancient planet of Beidou from the primordial era.
To truly trace its origins, one must go back to the chaotic ancient era, or even earlier.
Their enduring presence in this world is no mere stroke of luck.
People have long claimed that the Fire Nation's earliest founder was the Great Emperor, and this is a fact that even the people of the Fire Nation do not deny.
However, the truth is far more terrifying.
The origins of our ancestors are unknown, and it is impossible to estimate who they really were. If immortals truly exist in this world, then our ancestors were immortals. The sage's face bore an expression of reverence, radiating an otherworldly glow, as if he had returned to the most ancient of times. The long river of time has erased so much. The only record of the Fire Nation is of our ancestors' strength. We once ruled over a vast expanse of the universe, the most powerful race of all. A resounding voice echoed from the lips of the sage. Then, his gaze turned toward Li Fan. Our Fire Nation will never perish, not because of luck, but because we possess the most powerful lineage.
In every era of chaos, our clan members journey to the ancestral lands to inherit the legacy.
Each generation, the weakest among us becomes a great sage, and the strongest ascends to the rank of a quasi-emperor.
That girl Linger has not appeared because she is currently undergoing the inheritance.
Then why do you look so troubled, Fire Emperor? Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard the history of the Fire Kingdom, but it did not stir any emotion in him. His expression remained as calm as a still pond. If he hadn't guessed wrong, the true origins of the Fire Nation were something that would shake the very foundations of this world. Immortals are indeed ethereal, and they stand above even the Great Emperor, supreme and unmatched. However, when compared to the true origin of the Fire Kingdom, even the immortals pale in comparison.
The Immortal King. That is the true supreme overlord, standing firm in the river of time, immortal and indestructible. However, he did not speak of these things, for there was no point in doing so. They might not understand even if he did. Looking at Li Fan's calm expression, the sage of the Fire Nation was taken aback. He had expected Li Fan to show some reaction, but instead, he remained as still as a pool of stagnant water, showing no change in expression. Instead, he seemed even more concerned about Linger's well-being. For a moment,
the sage of the Fire Nation sighed bitterly in his heart.
Is this the gap between him and me?
You must know that when he first heard this news, he was so shocked that he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Even to this day, when he speaks of the history of the Fire Nation, he is still filled with passion. When compared to that, it makes him feel quite embarrassed.
Linger has been undergoing her inheritance for over 6 years and has yet to emerge.
In our historical records, the longest recorded inheritance period is 3 years, yet Linger has already surpassed that by 3 years. The Fire Emperor, however, did not share the same thoughts as the Fire Nation sage. He was more concerned about his beloved daughter and spoke up. In fact, they had searched for Li Fan, but his whereabouts were as mysterious as ever, and he could not be found. As for that mist-shrouded land, they had sent no fewer than 100 people in, but all of them emerged confused and disoriented. Where could they possibly have seen Li Fan?
Take me to see it,
Li Fan said. Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor of the Fire Nation immediately led the way. They were not concerned that Li Fan would attempt to seize the inheritance, as it was a bloodline inheritance, and Li Fan, not being a native of the Fire Nation, would have no use for it. Additionally, they trusted Li Fan's character, so they had no reason to fear him. Soon, Li Fan arrived at the so-called inheritance site. Looking at the inheritance site, Li Fan froze for a moment, while the ruthless man beside him revealed an odd expression.
It was a thatched cottage. Is this the place of inheritance? Li Fan exclaimed in surprise.
Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor of the Fire Nation and the sage looked awkward and nodded reluctantly.
This is actually a quasi-emperor level artifact?
Just then, the golden mace spoke. It hovered beside Li Fan, the 2 golden maces emitting golden light, uttering these words.
Meanwhile, Li Fan couldn't help but marvel at it. He had already recognized it as a quasi-imperial artifact. However, it was precisely because he had recognized it that it seemed so strange. A quasi-emperor grade artifact, what was that? An unparalleled divine weapon. There were all sorts of odd shapes and forms, and Li Fan had read countless novels. He had seen every kind of weapon imaginable. But he had never seen such a weapon before. In his mind, Li Fan even imagined in Supreme Emperor summoning a thatched cottage, which then transformed into a massive thatched cottage to slay enemies. The scene was too intense to look at directly. This was created by one of our ancestors long ago. This thatched hut was where he was born and raised. Out of deep affection, it was forged into a quasi-imperial artifact, though it remains an unfinished piece and is not meant for combat. The Fire Emperor said this, emphasizing that it was not meant for combat. Everyone knows that this weapon has serious flaws in its design. Using it in battle would likely injure both friend and foe, making it unsuitable as a weapon of war. Linger is inside receiving the inheritance. This room is specifically designed to protect the inheritance. Fire Emperor's introduction. He then instructed Li Fan to enter on his own while they watched through the window. The door opened. A graceful figure in a fiery red gown sat there elegantly, her back turned to everyone. Though her face was hidden, her stunning silhouette alone was enough to suggest that she was a vision of unparalleled beauty, with an ethereal aura and a charm that transcended the ordinary. Chapter 144, as unusual as ever. Li Fan walked over. After 6 years apart, the once teenage Yen Linger had shed her youthful innocence. Now, she has become even more beautiful. Her hair is as black as lacquer, her face as delicate as a lotus flower, her eyebrows as graceful as willow branches, and her skin as smooth as jade. She resembles a budding peony, beautiful yet not overly adorned, vibrant yet not vulgar, exuding 1,000 charms, unparalleled in her beauty. Before her lay a fiery red stone, faintly glowing and illuminating the thatched hut. The stone resembled amber, a vibrant red, like a piece of red jade. The surface features intricate patterns, mysterious and profound, naturally formed as if they had always been there, not carved by human hands. If someone were to gaze upon this stone, they would soon be captivated by the patterns resembling the cosmic patterns of the universe, and before they knew it, they would be drawn into its depths, losing themselves forever and their consciousness plunging into the realm of Azura. This is terrifying. Even a great sage would approach with caution, and even avoid it like a venomous snake. Just a single stone, when thrown, is enough to kill millions of living beings. At that moment, Yen Linger sat cross-legged on a cushion, her hands resting on her knees, holding the stone in her palms. The faint glow emanating from it made her appear even more stunningly beautiful. Linger! Li Fan called out, but Yen Linger remained motionless, as still as an old monk in meditation. Watching this scene, the Fire Emperor and the Holy Sage of the Fire Kingdom grew tense. They couldn't discern the reason behind it. Did Li Fan notice an Iduan? Listening to the words of the Fire Emperor, Li Fan remained silent. His deep eyes looked at Yen Linger and then at the stone, glancing back and forth several times. Finally, Li Fan reached out his hand and, under the stunned gazes of everyone present, gently pinched Yen Linger's delicate nose. A muffled sound came from his mouth. His 5 senses seemed to vanish, and a strange line emerged from the small stone, tugging at his soul and consciousness. In Li Fan's eyes, he clearly saw a line that ordinary people couldn't see connecting Yen Linger's brow. This was a transfer of power, but it seemed that there was something wrong with this stone. Immediately, Li Fan spoke up and told the Fire Emperor of the Fire Kingdom about his own affairs. Is there a problem with the stone? That's impossible. The Fire Emperor and the Holy Sage of the Fire Nation were startled. This was their most important inheritance. Something is definitely wrong. Someone has tampered with it. This inheritance might just be a trap. Li Fan furrowed his brows slightly. He could tell that something was wrong with the patterns on the stone. The Sage of the Fire Nation was stunned. A stone that had been passed down through countless generations, from the chaotic ancient times to the present, had suddenly developed a problem? What should we do? Is there no way to fix it? Linger won't be able to return then. The Fire Emperor's face turned pale, losing his usual air of authority. Now, he was merely a loving father, unwilling to watch his daughter meet such a tragic end. Sure. After the Fire Emperor finished speaking, the sorrowful emotions hadn't even had a second to settle before they were interrupted by Li Fan's words. What did you say? At this moment, the Fire Emperor was dumbfounded, and the sage beside him was no different. I said there was a problem with the stone, but I didn't say Linger couldn't come back. Li Fan looked at the Fire Emperor in confusion. If Yen Linger couldn't return, Li Fan wouldn't be so calm if something happened. After all, she was someone he trusted. Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor and the others were speechless. Bro, can you just say it all at once? It's pretty scary. I'd better wake Linger up. Li Fan was born. Upon hearing this, the 2 Fire Emperors nodded solemnly, looked at Li Fan with respect, and expressed their gratitude. Then Li Fan said nothing more, waving his hand lightly, his fingers gently brushing through the air in a casual and effortless motion. After completing all this, Li Fan looked up at the Fire Emperor and spoke. All right. Ha! That's it?
The two Fire Emperors glared, and the Sage of the Fire Nation spoke instinctively.
Seeing their expressions, they looked completely baffled, as if they were there to make a joke, utterly dumbfounded. This expression left Li Fan speechless. Do you really think that? Do you expect the sky to collapse and the earth to shake before you'll believe it? Li Fan retorted. Listening to Li Fan's words, the Fire Emperor and the Sage of the Fire Nation exchanged glances, feeling quite awkward. They had truly broadened their horizons. It wasn't their fault they were so confused. Even the golden mace beside them almost let out a sound. That was supposedly a divine inheritance. How could someone just wave their hand and interrupt it? This is way too cheap. The ruthless individual stood by, smirking. She had been by Li Fan's side for so long that she had long since grown accustomed to such things. Who are you? Just as everyone fell silent and the scene grew still, a clear, delicate voice broke the quiet atmosphere, echoing in everyone's ears. Yan Linger's sparkling eyes looked at Li Fan with confusion. Her eyebrows furrowed. This was the ancestral land of the Fire Nation. How could such a young man be here? At that moment, she stood up and saw the Fire Emperor and the Holy Sage of the Fire Nation outside, and she sighed in relief. Don't you recognize me? Li Fan smiled when he saw Yan Linger wake up. Who are you? I don't remember you from my memories. Yan Linger heard Li Fan's counter-question and couldn't help but feel confused, her pretty face filled with confusion. Upon hearing this, Li Fan grinned. He then pointed his finger at Yan Linger's voluptuous curves and chuckled lightly. I once nestled here with you. Have you forgotten? You. Yan Linger's beautiful face turned furious. She had never been treated so disrespectfully before. However, she soon froze. Someone was speaking nonsense while nestled in her virgin territory? This scene seemed vaguely familiar. The next second, her clear eyes widened slightly, and a gasp escaped her crimson lips. Your senior Li Fan. Isn't that me? Unfortunately, I can't let you touch my noble flesh pads now. Li Fan chuckled lightly, still raising his palm toward Yan Linger as he spoke. Put. The ruthless man laughed out loud without any courtesy. Back then, she had already imagined Li Fan's actions as a little white tiger in her mind, unable to suppress her laughter. Meanwhile, the Fire Emperor and the Sage of the Fire Kingdom were speechless. Even the golden mace nearby trembled slightly, clearly affected by the massive disturbance. Is this really an unparalleled powerhouse with the bearing of an emperor? This is completely off the mark. Yan Linger's face curved into a smile, and she laughed happily. She wasn't surprised that Li Fan had transformed into a human form. He had already told her about the curse he was under and that he would eventually transform into a human in the future, so she wasn't surprised. She was laughing at how out of touch Li Fan still was. Senior Li Fan, you're still the same. Yan Linger smiled like a flower and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Just then, the Fire Emperor walked over to Yan Linger and slowly told her everything that had happened, including how much time her lineage had endured. Chapter 145, Rub It Off. No wonder. Yan Linger furrowed her brows. Her consciousness had actually been present all along, absorbing the inherited knowledge. To be honest, she had a great opportunity to obtain the entire inheritance, but due to an issue with the stone, she was unable to obtain it and even found herself in this predicament. Senior Li Fan, is there really something wrong with the stone? Can it be fixed? Yan Linger asked. That inheritance was too important to her. She could clearly affirm that it surpassed the level of an emperor, representing an unimaginable form of inheritance that might even be connected to the legendary immortals. Upon hearing this, Li Fan shook his head. This stone has been tampered with. I don't understand the patterns on it, so I can't help you, but I know what kind of tampering it has undergone. As he spoke, Li Fan took the stone from Yan Linger's hand. After placing it in his palm, he pointed to the patterns on it and said, Look at the patterns here. They are clearly different from the others. These are traces left by two different eras. The areas that should have no patterns have been carved in extra line. As they listened to Li Fan's words, the expressions of the Fire Emperor, the Sage of the Fire Nation, and Yan Linger grew increasingly pale. Someone was plotting against the Fire Nation, and their methods were extremely vicious. If Li Fan hadn't discovered this, their entire clan would have gradually fallen into decline. It's over. That pattern is a trace that is almost akin to the principles of heaven and earth. How can we repair it? The Sage of the Fire Nation turned pale, his body nearly collapsing, swaying dangerously. This means the Fire Nation's lineage will be cut off. At this moment, he was so desperate that he wanted to dig up every last bit of the Fire Nation's secrets, awaken them, and reveal everything. The celestial and earthly patterns, such things were so intricate that even an emperor might not be able to carve them. It is precisely because of this that the people of the Fire Nation are so certain that their ancestors were immortals, beings far surpassing even the great emperors. It is a divine script, immortal and indestructible. At that moment, the Golden Mace also spoke, its voice low and slow, calmly recalling ancient events. The master had encountered such writing before, in the depths of the universe, in a vast expanse of stars, where there was a corner of a stone stele inscribed with similar divine script.
It was like ancient bronze divine incantations, impossible to erase, even the immortals would grow dim in its presence.
Upon hearing this,
The Fire Emperor and the Sage of the Fire Nation turned pale.
"Ha!"
Just then, a startled cry rang out. Hearing the startled cry, everyone instinctively looked toward the source of the sound.
It was Li Fan who had made the noise.
He stared in astonishment at his own hands.
On his hands were faint wisps of black smoke and dark streaks.
In an instant, the Fire Emperor's eyes nearly popped out of his head.
Wow!
The golden mace trembled, erupting with a curse. Li Fan rubbed the red stone with his thumb, gently wiping away a line of divine script.
Can this thing be erased? A look of astonishment appeared on Li Fan's face.
Everyone's lips twitched as they stared at Li Fan in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The golden mace trembled constantly, with traces of imperial might flickering on its surface. At that moment, the spirit of the artifact was highly unstable, having been greatly agitated.
How did you manage that?
Words filled with horror erupted from the spirit of the artifact. It had witnessed it firsthand. The Golden Ancient Emperor had studied this divine script for a long time, yet this thing seemed to exist alongside the heavens and earth, immortal and indestructible, utterly beyond reach. This divine script had been studied by the Golden Ancient Emperor. It originated from an extremely ancient era, far surpassing the knowledge of those from the chaotic ancient times. It was a type of array pattern, unlike anything created by the people of the present age, and it involved a different cultivation method that was beyond comprehension. Yet now, it was effortlessly erased by a single touch, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, the patterns in Li Fan's hands seemed like wet ink or black lacquer, smeared onto the jade, and easily wiped away with a casual swipe. If anyone were to claim that this object was not as mystical as it seemed, the golden mace would undoubtedly awaken to deliver a devastating blow. If this thing were truly useless, it would have been worn away long ago after passing through the hands of so many generations.
How could it still exist for Li Fan to simply crush it with a flick of his thumb? I don't know, but this thing is easy to wipe off.
Li Fan said doubtfully. He had just been observing this thing, curiously studying it. Although he said he didn't understand it, it was precisely because of this that his curiosity was aroused. Unable to resist, he poked at the texture, and then, well, he poked it off.
Let me take a look. Linger took it and didn't play with it.
At that moment, the Fire Emperor and the saints of the Fire Kingdom took it, and even the ruthless ones took a look. Without exception, everyone rubbed their hands red but couldn't remove the marks.
Quickly accept the inheritance within. Those divine scriptures may very well be what binds the inheritance to immortality and eternity. Don't keep rubbing anymore. The golden mace watched everyone fiddling around and couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. In truth, he also wanted to go up and give it a try, but without a physical form, he couldn't. However, he didn't forget to remind everyone of the facts. He had lived for a long time and knew many things. Although he had been forced by Li Fan, he was well aware of the preciousness of that object. It was an unparalleled divine stone.
If it were damaged because of its appearance, it wouldn't even forgive itself. Ancient imperial weapons all have their own personalities, but the vast majority of them possess a proud nature, the pride of those who have attained enlightenment. Such weapons would never allow themselves to be corrupted by evil intentions, as doing so would sever the lineage that spans multiple eras. This situation is something that even other ancient emperors and great emperors would speak of, as it involves a terrifying karmic cycle.
Linger, hurry up. Accept the inheritance, and we'll protect you. Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor spoke urgently. At that moment, the Sage of the Fire Nation was also in a hurry, urging him on. At that moment, Linger showed no hesitation, entering the thatched hut and immediately assuming the lotus position to receive the inheritance. Her bloodline had regressed to an exceptionally pure state, unmatched throughout history, enabling her to receive the entire inheritance. This would bring her future an unimaginable benefit. At this moment,
in the depths of this fiery land, everything has grown quiet.
Time passed slowly. Suddenly, boom!
A clear sky was split by a massive bolt of lightning, shattering the tranquility of the world and shaking the vast universe, leaving people in awe. One after another, supreme beings opened their eyes, revealing expressions of shock as they gazed into the void of the universe and beyond its boundaries. This thunder was not from the Big Dipper but from the outer universe. It was a calamity of thunder and lightning, a trial of the Tao.
Chapter 146, A Sea of Thunder, like dragons and lightning.
Thunder shook the heavens, and the sound reverberated across the earth. In the outer regions of the Big Dipper, vast flashes of lightning appeared, obscuring the sun all day long, like surging waves in a vast ocean.
Boom!
In that instant, a massive bolt of lightning erupted from the churning ocean, trailing a terrifying purple glow that illuminated half the sky.
At that moment,
all living beings on the Beidou constellation raised their heads in unison, their faces filled with fear.
Since ancient times, thunder has been a very special phenomenon for cultivators, often symbolizing calamity.
Now, the thunderstorm sea beyond the domain stretches endlessly.
This is definitely not a good omen. Countless beings turned pale, their bodies trembling violently, and they instinctively stepped back.
This was At that very moment, all the creatures of the Big Dipper lifted their heads in unison. Boom! The sea of thunder erupted with a dazzling light, illuminating the dark and cold universe. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon appeared in the vast and boundless cosmos. The figures of gods and demons stood tall on the thunderous sea, resembling ancient deities surveying the heavens, facing the vast cosmos with heads held high.
Thunder tribulation.
As they witnessed this, the word thunder tribulation flashed through everyone's minds. These two words are as heavy as Mount Tai, crushing the world into silence.
They are not merely a thunderous trial born in the cosmos, how could they be ordinary? What kind of thunderstorm is this?
The restricted zone, which had recently calmed down, was once again shaken.
The supreme beings within were once again awakened, sensing the threat of death.
The thunderous tribulation represented the way of heaven, the supreme truth, and no one could challenge its peak.
It was neither the quasi-emperor's tribulation nor the emperor's tribulation.
The wheel of rebirth churned violently, and towering waves crashed against the sky. Amidst the chaos, a vague figure stood in the midst of the sea, gazing upward at the vast expanse of the heavens.
What kind of calamity is this? Has such a thing ever occurred throughout the ages?
The ancient mind of the primordial chaos was bathed in divine light, and faint sounds could be heard echoing within. It seems to be pondering, filled with endless questions. Purple lightning bolts illuminated the dark expanse of space. A deafening roar echoed as a pillar of thunder descended from the heavens, as thick as a pillar supporting the sky, crashing down directly.
At the same time,
everyone heard the sound of a dragon's roar coming from the vast ocean. Several massive dragons burst forth from the thunderous sea, roaring ferociously as they charged directly toward the Fire Nation. They were so enormous that their scales were clearly visible, and their bodies were as vast as mountains.
In that instant,
Li Fan moved, appearing in the outer realm with a single step, hovering directly above the vertical sky of the Fire Nation. The inheritance of the immortals, the ancient taboos, were not permitted in this world. Gazing at the sea of lightning, Li Fan murmured,
"It's him."
As they watched Li Fan's figure, everyone in the restricted area was shaken. Deep within the restricted zone, pairs of divine and demonic eyes flickered with eerie light, resembling the sun and moon, or stars in the sky. They stood timeless, overlooking all beings. Their eyes were calm, devoid of any emotion, fixated on Li Fan.
A calamity that has never before appeared in the annals of history. A single voice echoed within the mountain of immortality.
The voice was not particularly imposing, yet it sent a chill down the spine of everyone who heard it, causing their hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble.
Roar!
The purple true dragon lunged forward, its claws splayed wide, extending those mountain-like dragon claws directly toward Li Fan.
The thunderous tribulation showed no mercy, sweeping away anything in its path.
Several massive dragons, terrifying beyond description, resembled mountains, crushing the star domain, swallowing the heavens and earth. Their massive bodies shattered the surrounding stars, reducing them to dust that drifted through the air, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who dared to look.
These dragons seemed to be the true embodiment of legendary dragons.
Li Fan's white-clad figure stood tall beyond the starry expanse, his thick black hair flowing in the wind. His eyes were calm and serene, showing no trace of emotion. Facing all this, he opened his mouth.
Sigh. Suddenly, Li Fan took a deep breath. Boom! A devastating suction force erupted, shattering the massive bodies of the true dragons into pieces, which then transformed into bolts of lightning. At the same moment, the dragon-transformed thunder was sucked into Li Fan's mouth.
Not only the great dragon, but the surging, universe-illuminating sea of thunder also stirred.
It was moving toward Li Fan.
The dragon sucked water, and Li Fan, like a true imperial dragon, opened his mouth to swallow everything in the heavens and earth, devouring the entire universe. Visible to the naked eye, the vast ocean is shrinking. In the blink of an eye, the universe plunged back into darkness and coldness.
The thunderstorm vanished, and everything returned to stillness. As Li Fan closed his mouth, faint sparks could be seen flickering around his lips, crackling and sizzling. Brr!
Li Fan belched, and bolts of thunderous lightning shot out from his mouth. The taste wasn't bad, these strange creatures really did taste amazing. Chewing and smacking his lips, Li Fan muttered to himself.
This scene. All the great clans of the Betas saw it. Through their divine artifacts, they could observe the scenes beyond the realm and clearly witnessed everything that unfolded. This. Many ancestral kings stood there in a daze, stunned. Can the thunder tribulation be endured like this? A sage king of ancient times, gazing at the mystical mirror, couldn't wrap his mind around it. Throughout history, who hasn't faced the thunder tribulation head-on? No one has ever directly swallowed the thunder tribulation. As they watched Li Fan's body shimmer with faint flashes of thunder, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. The heavenly lord who rides the boundless horse, he must be a monster. From a mysterious place, a loud cry echoed out. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 7 forbidden lands of the eastern wastes, where pairs of eyes flashed with crystalline light, as if they could overlook the passage of time, witnessing the evolution of the sun, moon, and stars, and the birth and extinction of all things in chaos. Devouring the thunderous calamity, he directly severed all karmic ties to the thunderous calamity. Could he truly be the emperor of this age? Have we all been mistaken? It cannot be the current emperor. This person's supernatural abilities are too bizarre.
Do not provoke him carelessly. The path to immortality is about to open. Avoid contact with him to prevent complications. The target of the Thunder Tribulation is the Fire Nation, that mysterious realm connected to that stone.
Do not meddle or inquire further.
Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, when the path to immortality opens, he will also appear, and the game of strategy will begin anew. Buried himself in the distant past, listening to his own funeral song, he does not oppose me, and thus everything is irrelevant to me. The words, like the chanting of gods and demons, echoed deeply within. Each word is intertwined with the vicissitudes of time, the traces of the ages, so heady it seems to crush the passage of time itself.
And on the other side, Li Fan stood tall against the vast sky, gazing at the void, the drifting stars, the cold and lifeless cosmos. After more than 6 years, the ancient divine world spanning 9 heavens and 10 earths is finally about to open. Perhaps I can take Nan Nan there for a visit. Whispers lingered on Li Fan's lips, barely audible. The next second, his figure appeared above the Fire Nation and stepped into its depths. That was the imperial city of the Fire Nation. The cultivators gazed up at the sky, their expressions filled with awe as they witnessed figures stepping into the heavens. Chapter 147, Immortal. In the imperial palace of the Fire Kingdom, Li Fan returned to the thatched cottage and waited in silence. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, a month had gone by. Finally, Linger, who had shown no signs of life, reacted. Her curved eyelashes trembled. Huff. Exhaling a deep breath of stale air, Linger's eyes flashed open, and a brilliant white light flickered briefly from her pupils. In that instant, Linger showed no trace of her usual gracefulness. Her eyes seemed to have endured countless years, and though once youthful and vibrant, they now flickered with the weariness of a life spent witnessing the fleeting nature of the world. In the blink of an eye, this unusual state quickly vanished. It felt as though I had been dreaming for an extremely long time. Linger spoke, her voice filled with confusion. Linger, how are you? Are you feeling unwell? The Fire Emperor had been observing Linger, and that faint aura made his heart race. In that instant, he felt that his beloved daughter was so far away from him. She seemed like the legendary female celestial queen, the ruler of life, death, and the cycle of reincarnation, the queen of the fiery flames and the darkness, ethereal and unmatched in beauty. Father, I am fine. It is just that the legacy is too vast for me to fully comprehend in such a short time. The confusion in Linger's eyes gradually faded, and she regained her clarity, smiling brightly. She had received the inheritance, an absolutely terrifying one. Though it was merely a glimpse, it felt as though she had experienced millions of years, traversing the mortal realm countless times. Had her resolve not been so unwavering, she might never have returned. As long as she's okay. Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor sighed in relief. However, at that moment, the sage of the Fire Nation spoke up joyfully, asking what kind of inheritance Linger had received. Listening to the words of the sage of the Fire Nation, Linger spoke softly. Ancestor, I cannot speak of the matter of the inheritance, but in the future, I will be able to recarve the inheritance and ensure it does not go lost. Upon hearing this, the sage of the Fire Nation was overjoyed, as this was actually his greatest concern. These voluntarily sealed away foundations were deeply cherished by everyone who had a strong attachment to their respective factions. If the lineage were to be severed while in his hands, he would likely blame himself, and might even be unable to recover. Alright, as long as it can be preserved, you must cultivate diligently. The sage of the Fire Nation spoke like a kind-hearted old man. Upon hearing this, Linger nodded, then her face flushed with emotion as she gently parted her lips. Ancestor, why has our ancestral heirloom, the red jade, been tampered with? What went wrong? The sound was light and delicate, yet it caused the Fire Emperor and the holy sage of the Fire Nation to furrow their brows. Their brows furrowed deeply. It wasn't just them at that moment, everyone in the arena, except for Li Fan, felt a heavy weight on their hearts. Those capable of inscribing divine scriptures are rare even among emperors. The ones who dared to target the Fire Clan of the Fire Nation are no ordinary foes. The golden mace spoke, hovering in mid-air, its entire body emitting a faint glow, resembling a divine artifact. Hearing the sound, the two Fire Emperors' expressions turned pale, and even their pupils betrayed a hint of fear. They knew full well that as soon as Li Fan mentioned the jade had been tampered with, they had already considered this possibility. Those were the supreme divine scripts. The power required to tamper with them was beyond their comprehension, and they dared not even entertain such thoughts. Brother, could it be the great emperor? The ruthless woman spoke up at that moment, asking Li Fan. As her words echoed, they immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Linger's eyes sparkled with a strange light. She looked at Li Fan, her eyes filled with hope. If there was anyone in the world who could know the reason, Li Fan was one of them. In Linger's eyes, Li Fan's mystery was no less than Han Yu's. As he noticed the gazes of the crowd, Li Fan picked up the red jade, now plain and unadorned. I advise you not to ask about it. You have no right to inquire, and there is no one in this world who can.
Li Fan did not say anything, but instead uttered these words.
Hearing Li Fan's ambiguous words, everyone was puzzled. What did he mean? Are there really immortals?
A sudden cry of astonishment erupted, causing the spirit of the golden mace to tremble, its voice filled with terror.
Who is it?
A spirit that has lived for millions of years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless divine dynasties and the ebb and flow of time. Whether it be the Fire Emperor of the Fire Nation or the Sage, they ultimately cannot transcend their fate.
However, the spirit of the ancient imperial weapon is different.
To a certain extent, they stand in a realm beyond the reach of mortals, and they can endure forever.
No one sees things more clearly than they do.
Li Fan's words immediately brought certain things to mind.
Who was Li Fan?
As the spirit of the Golden Scepter, it was the most authoritative voice to speak on the matter. It once faced Li Fan directly and knows the true horror of this man. That physical form should not exist in this world, it is absolute terror. In the heart of the Golden Scepter's spirit, Li Fan is a great emperor. A great emperor of all time, the most mysterious of all, without equal. Even someone like Li Fan would say such words, yet there is one thing he did not mention regarding his understanding of the divine script. To create such a writing system, the emperor likely had to pay a terrible price in blood. When the Golden Ancient Emperor first saw this divine script, his immediate reaction was to discard it. He discarded it as if it were a venomous snake or a scorpion.
In the chaotic ancient era, the era of the celestial sovereigns, and through countless eras up to the present-day post-primordial age, what do those who have attained enlightenment represent? What could be so terrifying that even such beings would abandon it like a venomous snake or a scorpion? Even when it first saw the divine script, it had already wanted to flee. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. The more it knew, the more it realized the terror of the divine script. If it hadn't seen Li Fan's calm expression, it would have really wanted to flee immediately. When the Golden Ancient Emperor discarded that stone, he once uttered a single phrase. It was all for nothing that I claim to be invincible under heaven, revered by all the races of the world. How tragic and pitiful.
Then, in the not-too-distant future, the Golden Ancient Emperor vanished and never appeared again in the world. He had once told the Golden Scepter that he was going to seek immortality.
Now, hearing Li Fan's words, the artifact spirit was reminded of the past and exclaimed in surprise. The existence of immortals.
Li Fan spoke, and his eyes grew deep.
A majestic dam emerged in his mind.
The world of immortals definitely existed. Standing on the dam back then, he had clearly sensed the presence of living beings on the other side.
3 words as heavy as Mount Tai weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Our ancestors. Fire Emperor's throat was dry and parched, and he struggled to speak.
From the brief exchange between the artifact spirit and Li Fan, he had already come up with an idea. His mind was filled with surging waves that crashed against the vast sky.
In the past, when the flame spirit passed down the jade stone, did you touch this stone?
Li Fan no longer mentioned the matter of ascending to immortality and turned his gaze toward the holy sage of the Fire Nation. He was curious about this matter. If it weren't for the matter involving Linger, he would have asked about it long ago. Upon hearing this, the sage of the Fire Nation furrowed his brows. A moment later, his expression changed, and he revealed a look of astonishment.
I know. It was then. His expression was filled with shock as he flipped through an ancient text. The Dark Age of the Void Emperor. The 8 characters quickly appeared on the ancient text, which was a book recording the history of the Fire Nation. Chapter 148. The scene was beautiful. Here, right here.
The sage of the Fire Nation opened the ancient text and pointed to the historical records of the Fire Nation. These are the historical books that the Fire Nation compiles at the end of each era, to ensure that the people of the Fire Clan never forget the history of their ancestors or the achievements of their forebears. He pointed to a line on one of the pages. What met the eye was the Dark Age, with the words, "The Void Emperor saves the world." In truth, the conditions for accepting the Red Jade inheritance are extremely stringent. If one were to count them all, only 30 individuals in history have ever accepted the inheritance, and Linger is the 32nd heir. The sage of the Fire Nation spoke slowly.
The 2 successors of Linger lived in the same era.
That era is well known to all, the time of the Void Emperor and the ancestors of the Ji clan. The Void Emperor was a formidable figure throughout his life, quelling darkness and chaos, subduing the undying mountains, and battling the gods beyond the realms, never once backing down. His achievements were unparalleled, and his entire life was spent in battle, quelling chaos, even until his final breath. Anyone who speaks of him does so with the utmost respect and admiration. During that era, the Fire Nation was engulfed in a dark period of turmoil. Though they managed to survive, the inheritors of that time were filled with passion, and alongside another inheritor of their generation, they emerged into the world bearing the Red Jade. In that battle, the Fire Nation slew a supreme being. This event was completely unknown to the world, with everyone believing it was the work of the Void Emperor, who had suppressed numerous sources of darkness and chaos throughout his life.
However, how many could a single emperor suppress in his lifetime?
The Fire Nation summoned the Red Jade, sacrificing everything, and joined forces with the Void Emperor. In that battle, they annihilated a supreme being from the undying mountains. Han Yu unleashed his true divine might, causing vast swaths of the universe to dissolve into nothingness, stars to turn into dust, and everything to be utterly consumed a true great terror. It was precisely that battle that the Fire Nation finally came to truly understand the terrifying nature of their heritage.
However, those two inheritors never returned. It was the Void Emperor who brought back Han Yu. It must have been at this very moment.
The sage of the Fire Nation exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded, but his face bore a deeply meaningful expression as he stared intently at Han Yu.
And at that very moment, in a distant land, in the vast and boundless universe, there lies an ancient continent stretching endlessly across the cosmos.
This place floats in the dark cosmos, having endured countless eras and ages beyond count. Upon it dwell a race of beings resembling humans but with 4 arms and no ears, creatures with 3 eyes and no ears, and beings identical to humans in every way, moving about freely. Their numbers are vast, numbering in the tens of thousands.
On that ancient continent stands a sacred mountain, towering into the sky.
This mountain seemed to be the center of the ancient continent, surrounded by stars, with one large star after another rotating loudly in the sky. On the sacred mountain stands an ancient temple, within which lies a stone statue in the shape of a human figure.
The statue sits cross-legged, with golden lotus flowers blooming around it, illuminating the universe.
In the distance, the mountain rumbles, as if ancient ancestors are chanting the sacred scriptures of the universe.
This ancient mountain, which had existed since time immemorial, suddenly trembles.
The stone statues rumbled, emitting a divine glow.
Traces of immortals. The creatures of the ancient continent trembled.
The lineage of the fire immortal king has been awakened.
Who has lifted my curse? Is it the one who once stood in my way?
A voice echoed through the spacetime of this continent, flowing like a river through the ages, reverberating in the depths of time, unheard by anyone. At that moment, several figures descended upon the sacred mountain. They were invincible across the land, their imperial might unmatched, and their dominance knew no bounds.
Xiantan, who has caught the attention of the noble one? The red god mountain trembles. What does this signify? Could it be the beginning of another cycle, with the ancient wars about to commence once more?
These figures resembled the invincible beings from true mythology, standing at the foot of the divine mountain. Then, step by step, they ascend the divine peak, like loyal subjects on a pilgrimage. Perhaps it was precisely because of that eruption of red jade that it caught the attention of some higher being.
Golden Scepter Spirit Path. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded slightly.
His reasoning was the most reasonable.
Otherwise, how could Han Yu, who had never been harmed before, have been tampered with in recent times? As long as no one was harmed, that's all that matters. Finally, the Fire Emperor said. After that, everyone stopped arguing, and Li Fan settled down in the Fire Kingdom. As time passed, Linger also learned of everything that had happened over the past 6 years. Upon hearing of Li Fan's exploits, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Though she was shocked, it was not to an overwhelming extent. So you're this strong, Li Fan?
You're on par with the ancient emperors.
Linger's eyes sparkled with a brilliant glow.
She didn't address Li Fan as senior, because that was what Li Fan had said. He had already transformed into a human, and she didn't look old herself, so there was no need to call him senior. As for why Linger called him senior during the White Tiger period, Li Fan didn't object. According to Li Fan's words, it was just for fun, wasn't it? A princess of an ancient kingdom calling a little white tiger senior. The scene is quite charming.
After listening to Li Fan's explanation, Linger was speechless and kept rolling her eyes at Li Fan. By the way, are you coming with me to the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Li Fan spoke up.
Upon hearing this, the Fire Emperor, the sage of the Fire Nation, Linger, and the Ruthless Man all froze in place.
Go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Brother, are you going to the 9 heavens and 10 earths?
The Ruthless Man said unexpectedly. Yeah, the ancient world over there will open in another 10 years or so.
I want to take you there.
Li Fan nodded and smiled. The 9 heavens and 10 earths star domain was vast and boundless, several times larger than the Big Dipper star domain. It possessed unparalleled divine treasures and forbidden lands, making it a mysterious and pristine land. The ancient divine world will open in just over a decade, and that realm is far more suitable for the ruthless to hone their skills. After all, no one knows the ruthless, and no one knows themselves, truly allowing the ruthless to undergo the trials that forge their strength.
Alright, let's go to the 9 heavens and 10 earths to take a look. The fierce woman nodded quickly. She was very curious about the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After all, Qinghuan and the others had come from there, and she had heard many stories about the 9 heavens and 10 earths from Qinghuan and the others. To say she wasn't curious would be a lie. Meanwhile, Linger was also feeling restless. She was naturally lively, and it would be a lie to say she wasn't curious about the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the past few days, the ruthless woman had also told her about the 9 heavens and 10 earths. After all, Li Fan had disappeared and gone there. Go, head to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It will be beneficial for you. At that moment, the sage of the Fire Nation smiled. HM? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him in astonishment.
His words seemed to suggest that he was no stranger to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Seeing the confusion in their eyes, the sage of the Fire Nation smiled. He spoke slowly, uttering a single sentence. Back then, our Fire Nation had just arrived at the North Star from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where our Fire Clan had left their footprints.
Chapter 149, The Dazed and Stupefied Elder.
A rugged mountain range. Surrounded by towering peaks and crisscrossed by deep gorges, the vast expanse of land stretches endlessly, dotted with massive, majestic rocks.
Early morning.
The morning sun was golden and warm, scattering like fragments of gold and bathing the earth in a golden glow that made one feel warm and cozy. At that moment, a weathered figure rode a fierce bird, soaring across the sky. He is the former patriarch of the Jietian sect, affiliated with the Jietian Dao in the 3000 states, a half-saint of legendary renown, and one of the most formidable warriors in the 3000 states. Due to certain matters, he is currently on his way back to his sect.
Suddenly, what had been a peaceful morning was disrupted by turmoil.
Dozens of mountains collapsed suddenly, and deep gorges appeared across the land. The gorges were enormous and terrifying, with massive peaks sinking into them, resembling bottomless pits.
At that very moment, a gigantic blue claw emerged from the ravine, accompanied by a thunderous clangor.
That was the sound of chains. From the vibrations, one could imagine the immense size of the chains, likely hundreds of meters in diameter, rumbling as they bound the body of the blue claw.
What kind of creature is this?
The old patriarch of the Jietian sect stared down in shock. At that moment, the ferocious beast was plummeting downward.
It was filled with fear and dared not continue its descent.
It was an unparalleled ferocious beast, as if it had been sealed away in the primordial chaos by a true sage.
Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the heavens.
Its claws extended, and even its claws alone were larger than mountains. Mist shrouded the area, and dust filled the sky. The claws seemed to reach toward the heavens, struggling fiercely. The tips of the claws were covered in thick rock shells, suggesting that it had been sealed away for countless years. The earth trembles and shifts, as if another universe is rising from below, ready to break through the surface.
The massive claws vibrate, and a deafening roar echoes through the air.
It is fighting with all its might, and the clanging of chains rings out incessantly, like a soul-piercing melody from the depths of hell. The old patriarch of the heaven-splitting sect was filled with dread.
He didn't even bother with the fierce birds anymore. He turned and tried to run away.
Those claws were terrifying, larger than several mountains combined, an absolute colossus, like the star-devouring beasts from ancient legends. What terrified him most wasn't the unknown creature's sheer size, but the chilling aura he sensed emanating from it. Such an aura was something he had never encountered before, not even from the most powerful beings he had ever faced. Compared to it, the foundations of the Jietian Dao were like those of a newborn infant.
There was no comparison between the two.
The aura of the unknown beast was like an ancient universe, spanning the heavens and earth, standing alone and supreme, absolutely terrifying. I thought it was some ancient relic, but it turned out to be this lizard.
At that moment, the old patriarch of the Jietian sect heard a soft voice.
His gaze instantly locked onto the target. It was a very tiny figure, or rather, it was far too small compared to the colossal beast. And in his eyes filled with fear. A figure dressed in white robes, with a youthful face and a graceful demeanor, stood tall in the void.
The white figure moved. Boom!
The sky trembled, the sun and moon seemed to invert, the heavens and earth turned upside down, time froze, and fear reached its peak. The old patriarch of the Jietian sect felt a chill run down his spine.
He had finally witnessed what true strength truly meant.
The earth shattered over tens of thousands of miles, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, with deafening sounds echoing throughout the heavens and earth. With a single step, he crushed 10,000 miles of earth with a single punch. He struck down his enemies, his chi filling the heavens and earth, shaking the heavens and earth. This was what the old patriarch of the heaven-splitting sect had witnessed. The unknown colossal beast was killed outright, its claws limp and lifeless, crashing down and raising a cloud of dust, with thick smoke billowing into the sky.
It was dead.
The leader of the Jietian sect, his old face filled with stupor.
Old man, how far is it from here to the 3000 states? Just as the old patriarch of the Jietian sect stood there dazed, his mind as blank as that of an old man, the calm voice rang out. Unbeknownst to him, a white figure had already appeared beside him. Hearing those words, the old sect master nearly lost his composure. The old man? What kind of being is this? Someone capable of killing someone at least at the level of a saint king, and you call him old man? Are you mocking him? Ha! Li Fan looked at the senile old man in front of him with a puzzled expression. Had he been scared into a stupor by himself? No, I dare not. You're flattering an old man like me.
The old master heard the humming sound in his ears and snapped back to reality, his voice trembling slightly.
What sacred dignity? Go to hell.
At this moment, the old patriarch stood before his elders like a junior who had made a mistake, behaving as obediently as possible.
In his eyes, the dignity of a sage? Can it be eaten? Life is more important. Moreover, he wasn't some saint, he was only a half-saint.
Besides, he wasn't a saint, he was only a half-saint. The old sect leader comforted himself in this way.
This Li Fan looked at the old patriarch's expression and was speechless.
He had indeed been startled by himself, and not just a little.
Actually, this wasn't Li Fan's fault.
The unknown beast was a star beast, and Li Fan didn't know that either.
However, he didn't care about it.
What matters most is that this colossal beast is a quasi-emperor. Li Fan's encounter with this ferocious beast was also a stroke of luck. Several days earlier, after he had arrived at the 9 heavens and 10 earths with the Ruthless Man and Linger, he had originally intended to stay by the Ruthless Man's side. However, just as Li Fan was about to take a step forward, he was refused by the Ruthless Man. "Brother, don't treat me like a child,"
the stern one scolds.
She knew Li Fan didn't trust her, but she also knew she had to grow up eventually.
Even the strongest eagle, if it stays by its elder's side all the time, can it still be an eagle?
Only through real experience can one grow, and Li Fan naturally understood this. He allowed the Ruthless Man to go out and gain experience on his own, but in the end, he still followed closely behind to protect him. Many things, when it came down to it, he might not be able to resist intervening.
For example, the matter involving the Crown Prince.
Therefore, after arriving at the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the ruthless individual decisively allowed Li Fan to go out and explore on his own. She would undergo her own trials and grow stronger, returning only when she had attained the level of a sage. Linger also agreed with this decision. The intentions of the ruthless individual and Linger left Li Fan feeling helpless. In the end, he did let go, but he gave the divine hall to the Ruthless Man and the golden mace to Linger.
According to his intentions, each of you would have an imperial weapon, and if you ever fought, you'd have someone to help you, right? Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the Ruthless Man and Linger were speechless. What did he mean by one person, one imperial weapon?
If they fought, they'd have back up a trump card that could let them dominate the entire universe.
As long as they didn't venture into the Forbidden Zone, they could go anywhere.
Even if they entered the Forbidden Zone, as long as they didn't go too deep, they'd be fine. In the end, they couldn't persuade Li Fan, so each of them received an imperial weapon and set off on their own cultivation journey. Chapter 150, Strike while the iron is hot. If it cools, it won't taste as good. Li Fan agreed to the stubbornness of the Ruthless Man. However, he did not merely intend for them to possess the ancient imperial weapons as a final resort for future generations. He also had the ruthless individuals hold the 5-colored altar. If you don't believe me, use it to summon me, and I will come. However, Li Fan still wasn't reassured by this. Li Fan left his own scent on both of them, making it easier to find them in the future. After finishing these tasks, Li Fan finally let the two of them go. And then, Li Fan set off on his own path. He basically stopped wherever he went, walking and stopping at his own pace. As he put it, he was traveling, not exploring this mysterious world, and he didn't want to miss any of the scenery. Though he calls it exploration, he does have a destination in mind, the 3000 states. That region is home to a foodie, and Li Fan himself is an unconventional foodie as well, so he naturally wants to visit this fellow traveler and exchange ideas. Most importantly, Li Fan wanted to see if that willow tree was still there. He had been troubled by a question for a long time and had to ask about it. Along the way, Li Fan sensed a peculiar life form underground. Out of curiosity, he dug it up and discovered this quasi-emperor level cosmic beast, a creature that might have lived 30,000 years ago. Senior, you just asked me about the 3000 states, but in fact, this area is already considered the border between the 3000 states and Xiantian, closer to the 3000 states. The old sect leader answered honestly. Is this the 3000 states? Do you know a kid named Little Stone or Wild? Li Fan heard this and spoke again. Xiao Yu, Huan? The old sect leader listened to Li Fan's words and paused slightly. He then fell into deep thought, pondering for a long time before finally filtering out all the young disciples he had heard of in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He didn't recognize any of them. Finally, he uttered those 3 words. No? Li Fan was taken aback. If that's the case, then there's no such thing as the Emperor of the Wilderness, is there? However, according to Li Fan's investigation, this world should have him, because there are no signs that Huang ever existed in this world, and there is no evidence of an absolute ruler, which suggests that he should exist. Yes. The old master answered honestly. I see. Well, old man, do you have any time? Li Fan nodded and spoke again. Is there anything you need me to do, senior? As soon as he finished speaking, the old patriarch replied. Upon hearing this, Li Fan spoke with a refreshing smile. Nothing much, just wanted to ask the old man a question. Please don't call me old man, senior. You're making me feel old. Hearing Li Fan call him old man over and over again, the old master was so scared he almost lost control of his bowels. He forced a smile, his face twisted in a pained expression, and spoke up. The old master had no trace of the dignity of a half-saint, and even sweat was trickling down his forehead, seeping through his wrinkled skin and soaking his robe. The old sect master had no trace of his former semi-saintly authority, and sweat was even trickling down his forehead, seeping through his wrinkled skin and soaking his robe. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. Li Fan smiled softly. Upon hearing this, the old patriarch's lips twitched. After that, Li Fan and the old sect master departed from that region. They arrived at the peak of a mountain, where the weather was pleasant, the sky was clear and blue, and white clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Li Fan spoke up and asked him about the 3,000 states. Upon hearing this, the old patriarch spoke without reservation. He revealed everything he knew about the affairs of the 3,000 states, transforming himself into a mortal history teacher. The 3,000 states span an endless expanse, divided into 3,000 regions, each vast beyond measure, teeming with countless inhabitants numbering in the hundreds of billions. Among them stand ancient kingdoms, sects, great religions, and powerful clans. Time passes slowly, drop by drop. The morning passes quickly. It's almost time for lunch. Just then, Li Fan interrupted the old master's words. The old master's mouth twitched. Lunch already? The concept of lunch was something he hadn't heard in ages, as if it were from 500 years ago before he had taken up the monastic life. Would the old man mind having grilled meat for lunch? Li Fan asked aloud. Though he spoke, his actions betrayed him. He was busy fighting and trying to roast meat. No problem, no problem. The old master hurriedly spoke up. As Li Fan assumed his stance, he realized he might very well be the first half-saint in the world to die of a heart attack. What was that? A skewered meat stick made of dragon-patterned divine metal, and a grill stand made of feathered divine metal. Is divine metal no longer valuable? The old sect leader swallowed hard and quickly bowed his head. At that moment, he sensed the fragrance and felt an unusual fluctuation. This is it. He saw a piece of flesh and blood, its vital energy surging, surrounded by divine light that shone brightly, causing the vital energy to shake the void. Is that the flesh of that ferocious beast? It's a quasi-emperor. The old sect master's body suddenly shot up, standing straight on his feet. Imperial might, he could clearly sense it. Although most of it had been sealed by certain special means, there was no doubt about it, it was imperial might. The old patriarch's body trembled violently, teetering on the brink of collapse. The owner of those massive green claws was a quasi-emperor level being. I have lived nearly 1,000 years, yet I actually witnessed a quasi-emperor being killed so easily, so casually. The old sect master clutched his chest. He was truly afraid that he would die from the shock. It was too terrifying. The man before him was a quasi-emperor level existence. Then the old sect master felt a pang of sorrow. What did he see? Those cheap spices, so inferior to the imperial meat, were being scattered by Li Fan and sprinkled onto the imperial meat. He was really grilling meat. The old master's lips twitched, and he rubbed his face vigorously, trying to snap himself out of it. If he had seen such waste at eye level, he would have fought to the death with the other party, roaring loudly. That was imperial flesh, quasi-imperial flesh, the flesh of a quasi-imperial being. Did they understand? That was. At this moment, the old sect master desperately wanted to roar like that. The old man had been talking all afternoon and was tired. He needed to eat some meat to replenish his strength. Li Fan handed over a piece of meat the size of a palm. In a daze, the old sect leader heard Li Fan's words and shuddered violently. Is the elder giving this to me? He never imagined he could obtain the meat of a quasi-emperor level demon beast, and had always assumed Li Fan was joking. After all, the value of quasi-emperor level meat was immense. If it were him, he would probably have to keep it in a shrine and worship it day and night. And when he asked about it, of course, it's best to eat it while it's hot, it won't taste as good once it cools down. Li Fan smiled slightly, his lips curving upward as he spoke. Chapter 151, One must be full of vigor in life. This. The old master held the grilled meat as if it were a sacred relic, taking it from Li Fan's hands. Gazing at the gleaming, fragrant meat, the old sect master's hands trembled. This was the first piece of quasi-emperor meat in the world. Without hesitation, he began to eat the grilled meat, bite by bite. Tears welled up in his eyes, not because it was too delicious, but because the old master couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Having lived for 1,200 years, even if he were to die now, it would be worth it. All because he could eat the flesh of a quasi-emperor. If it weren't for the preciousness of the quasi-emperor's meat, which would lose its essence over time, he would have taken it back to show off to his old friends. Boom! The overwhelming power of quasi-emperor level flesh, even if a crude grilling technique caused the loss of a significant amount of essence, was not something a half-saint could withstand. At this moment, the old sect master's face turned red, and he hurriedly sat down to meditate. Time passed slowly. Finally, after exhausting countless methods, he managed to stabilize the massive energy essence. In the future, he believed that with this piece of flesh, he could enter the realm of the sages countless times faster than his old friends. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. The old master immediately stood up and bowed to Li Fan. No need for formalities, it's just a small piece of meat. Li Fan's soft voice drifted over. It was indeed small. Compared to the body of that quasi-emperor beast, it was like a drop in the ocean. What are you doing, senior? The old master watched Li Fan standing in front of a row of divine metal racks and couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Each of those celestial gold stands was adorned with numerous pieces of glowing treasure flesh, neatly arranged and swaying gently in the breeze. Oh, I see you're practicing. You must be bored, so you're making cured meat and drying it in the sun. Li Fan chuckled lightly. The old master's lips twitched. What is cured meat? He didn't understand, but after watching Li Fan's movements, which showed no signs of spiritual power, he knew that this must be some kind of dish from the mundane world. At that moment, looking at the rows of dried precious flesh, the old sect leader felt like crying, for the thoughts of the wise were beyond comprehension. Where did we leave off the day before yesterday? I remember you were talking about the 3,000 States Stone Kingdom. Could you tell me more about it? Li Fan turned to look at the old patriarch. The Stone Kingdom, an ancient power, once existed alongside another ancient kingdom that rivaled it in many ways. The old patriarch spoke without hesitation. The sun set in the west, and night fell suddenly. As the sky grew darker, Li Fan gradually learned about the affairs of the 3,000 states from the old patriarch's words. At that moment, the old patriarch also took his leave and departed. Li Fan was no longer a problem. Upon learning this, the old sect master only wanted to leave as soon as possible. He truly feared that if he stayed any longer, he might end up treating those divine treasures like ordinary worldly objects. May the old man rest in peace. Li Fan waved goodbye. He turned around and retracted his hand, preparing to leave. After finishing, Li Fan suddenly looked up in the direction of the old patriarch and shook his head. It seemed like he had forgotten to ask his name. Then he left. Moments later, Li Fan arrived at an endless grassland. It was more of a plain than a grassland. Finally, I saw other people. Li Fan looked at a shepherd boy at the foot of a mountain on the edge of the plain, a smile on his face. This vast expanse of land was desolate, with no sign of human habitation for miles around, but now, at last, he could see people. Hello, little one. Li Fan appeared beside the shepherd boy and smiled. Who is it? The shepherd boy suddenly heard someone speaking nearby and was startled. Upon seeing Li Fan's figure, he sighed in relief. In this world, there were some people who flew around like immortals, mysterious and unfathomable. The person before him was graceful and otherworldly, and was likely one of them. Sir, hello. The shepherd boy bowed slightly and said, My name is Li Fan. Is there an inn nearby? Li Fan laughed. He said that because he wanted to try being an ordinary person, or perhaps like the legendary immortals, wandering through the mortal world, stopping and starting, walking through the vastness of the mortal realm, and experiencing the joys and sorrows of human life. As Li Fan put it, now that I'm this strong, I should come and learn how to temper my body in the mortal world. Besides, it seems like a lot of fun, doesn't it? Sir, my name is Li Chie. There's only a small town nearby, and we have to travel 10 miles further to reach a city with cultivators. Li Chie spoke with great respect. What is your name? Li Fan's eyes lit up in astonishment. Seeing Li Fan's sudden surprise, Li Qianye was puzzled, but he still answered honestly. My name is Li Qianye. I was named Qianye because I cried for 7 days and 7 nights when I first cried. Li Fan listened to Li Qianye's words, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The 13-year-old shepherd boy standing before him was actually the king of coercion. However, if the Li Qianye before him was indeed the king of the underworld, then who had taught the Black Dragon King? Li Fan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, Li Fan didn't dwell on these thoughts. A smile curved his lips as he looked at Li Qianye with a cheerful expression. 7 nights, you haven't started cultivating yet, have you? Would you like to come with me to cultivate? Upon hearing this, Li Qianye was overjoyed. The people of the mortal world most desire the life of immortals who can fly through the heavens and traverse the earth. Now that he has encountered the legendary immortal taking disciples, how could he refuse? He hurriedly nodded in agreement. Mortals longed for the life of immortals who could fly through the heavens and descend to the earth. Now that he had encountered the legendary immortal recruiting disciples, how could he refuse? He hurriedly nodded in agreement. Alright, from now on, you are my disciple. You need not concern yourself with my Taoist name or such matters. As fate would have it, we are destined to be master and disciple. Since we share the same surname, I shall bestow upon you the single character Fan as your given name. Oh, I recall my Taoist name Fanchen Xian. Li Fan smiled broadly at his future disciple, Li Qianye. Forehead. Li Qiye's face darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What does I just remembered my Taoist name mean? It sounds like you made it up on the spot. For a moment, Li Qianye harbored doubts about the cheap master before him, but he didn't say anything. After all, legendary immortals are supposed to be a bit eccentric, aren't they? Besides, mortal immortal, the Taoist name gives off such a powerful vibe. Come on, I'll take you out to see the world. Li Fan patted Li Qianye on the shoulder and immediately headed toward their small town. This was something Li Fan had decided on the spot. Taking the future boss as his disciple and becoming his mentor would definitely be interesting, and it was the perfect way to kill time. With that, Li Qianye watched his extremely peculiar master's back as he walked toward his village. The two figures soon disappeared into the night. As they walked, Li Fan's voice could faintly be heard. Qianye, remember not to be too honest. In life, one must be bold and unyielding. Only by being bold in both actions and demeanor can one remain enigmatic, that is the truth. Let me put it simply, one must always exude confidence and determination.
Do you understand? Chapter 152, The Little One. 3 days later. Li Fan and Li Qie appeared before a massive fortress.
The city was situated on an ancient plain, with gray-brown walls that were both tall and imposing. The gates were majestic, and at first glance, one could discern the long and turbulent history of this ancient city. Numerous traces of time are etched into the walls, symbolizing the former glory of this place. The imperial city of the Stone Kingdom.
This ancient kingdom once enjoyed unparalleled glory, ruling over vast territories and dominating the region. Bring some fresh, steaming buns.
Delicious meat, 8 rare delicacies, please come in and try some, we guarantee you'll be stuffed. The cries of vendors echoed endlessly, the streets bustling with people and vehicles, various ethnic groups and races walking about, with shops of all kinds lining both sides. Li Fan listened to the echoing voices, feeling as though he had truly entered the bustling world. The atmosphere here was thick with the energy of the mortal world, and there were also cultivators walking about. Li Qie stood quietly by Li Fan's side, appearing calm on the surface, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his true feelings.
He was utterly amazed by everything around him. Have you heard?
The prodigy of the Zhan family was beaten up by a mere child, stripped naked.
Haha, I know that.
The Zhan family is going crazy looking for him, and that little brat is still bragging that the prodigy is too weak. Now the princes and nobles of the Stone Kingdom are all searching for him to teach him a lesson.
Right, but I wonder which family that little brat is from. He's too fierce, his background must be pretty impressive.
The murmurs suddenly reached Li Fan's ears, causing him to glance over.
Just then, someone shouted. Quick, the little brat at the East City Gate has appeared again.
That brat who claims to love eating milk beasts and insists on eating non-human creatures is being blocked at the city gate by the Rain Clan's prodigy.
Wow!
As soon as the sound faded, the crowd stood up and rushed toward the distance. In any world, there is never a shortage of the masses. The most beloved creature is the milk-drinking beast. What an odd name. Li Qie was stunned and muttered to himself.
This title isn't a big deal.
You can come up with one for yourself later, like Imperial Tutor.
Li Fan laughed, and as he spoke, he stood up and prepared to walk out. The Imperial Tutor? Poof.
Li Qie heard this and sucked in a breath of cold air.
He was no longer an innocent teenager. After following Li Fan for 3 days, he had seen many things. The emperor was the supreme ruler, and the title of emperor's teacher was quite. In an instant, his eyes lit up. This title perfectly matched the high and mighty image his unreliable master had described. Master, where are you going?
Li Qie froze for a moment before noticing that Li Fan was heading toward the exit, unable to help but ask.
Going to join the crowd. Li Fan grinned.
At the east gate, the crowd was densely packed, a sea of black figures. At that moment, the crowd was bustling with activity, with everyone gazing toward the city gates. Some even climbed to the rooftops to get a better view, while cultivators soared through the air on rainbow-colored beams, hovering above to watch the battle unfold.
Hey, why are you all human-shaped? I want non-human creatures.
A voice with a hint of a baby's cry rang out. A little girl of about 10 years old was waving her fists and shouting at a group of privileged children lying on the ground in front of her. Watching the little kid take down a group of teenagers, laughter echoed outside the city walls, especially at the sight of the child's adorable expression, which was simply too cute to resist.
You're all trash. One of you can't handle it, so you bring a whole bunch. You're not even big enough. The little guy said arrogantly. Suddenly,
a thunderous sound erupted. The sky rumbled, and a divine rainbow streaked across the heavens, its light as sharp as swords and as straight as paths, intertwined with mist and clouds.
Where did this child come from? Such a lack of manners. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. 2 middle-aged men emerged from the city gates. As they walked, they resembled 2 rain gods, like the rain deities of mythology, their arrival bringing a light drizzle that fell from the sky, making the air feel damp. As they approached, the cultivators gathered at the city gates all paled in fear. 2 great cultivators at the dragon transformation realm. What is the Rain Clan doing? Do they really need to intervene to deal with a mere child?
Some were astonished, their faces betraying their surprise.
Hee, they're scared.
This little kid is only a few years old and already defeated the proud sons of these noble families. He must have a mysterious background, and there's probably someone protecting him. Those 2 were testing him and trying to restore their clan's lost honor. At that moment, someone laughed derisively, his eyes brimming with contempt, clearly unimpressed by these noble families.
Oh, you hit the young one, now the old one is coming. The little one is making such a fuss, he said.
However, despite his words, he showed no signs of fear, his eyes darting around restlessly, giving the impression that he had nothing to fear. Without another word, he immediately turned and ran off.
Put. Many people burst into laughter.
They had thought this little guy must have some kind of backing, but who would have expected the situation to take a sudden turn? Even as he fled, he didn't forget to kick the fallen prodigy twice on his way out.
How dare you! How dare you! Two cultivators from the Rain clan at the Dragon Transformation Realm were enraged.
They had only manifested their illusory forms, and their true bodies had just arrived.
As they approached, they immediately reached out a palm.
In an instant, the rain transformed into a palm, crushing downwards. The aura shook the void, and the deafening roar echoed through the air.
At that very moment,
the rainwater-soaked palm exploded, sending a shower of rain droplets into the sky. The droplets were crystal clear, as if they had been blocked by something, and in an instant, they turned into a shower of light.
Who dares to obstruct the affairs of my Rain clan?
The middle-aged man from the Dragon Transformation Realm furrowed his brows and growled softly. At that moment, a figure seemed to emerge from another dimension, slowly appearing beside the little one.
Not one, but two.
Behind the figure that stepped forward first, another young figure stood respectfully behind the white-clad figure.
Who are you?
As they watched the eerie figure appear, the two Rain clan experts at the Dragon Transformation Realm were shaken to their core and spoke up to ask. This move was completely silent, causing them to grow wary and on guard. The figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Li Fan, while the young man was Li Qianya.
Li Fan grinned.
Who I am doesn't matter, but bullying the weak is not good.
Exactly, that's truly shameful.
The little one, upon seeing Li Fan suddenly appear, flashed his jet-black eyes and immediately stopped running. He stood behind Li Fan, hands on his hips, supporting him, looking as though he were a senior scolding the younger generation, as if he were the true elder reprimanding the two younger members of the Yu clan.
You.
The cultivator from the Rain clan who had reached the Dragon Transformation Realm was furious and wanted to smack the little brat to death with a single palm strike. However, before he could act, he was pulled back by his companions, who restrained him and prevented him from speaking to Li Fan. Esteemed Taoist, please grant the Rain clan this favor and show us some consideration.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan raised an eyebrow. Are you the Rain clan that claims to have produced a rain god in ancient times? Chapter 153, you are destined to become the king of bullies. That's right, it's us. The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy, and he nodded proudly. Li Fan's strength surpassed theirs, and without any backup plans, they were unwilling to risk their lives. Naturally, they hoped to resolve the matter peacefully. However, less than a second after the middle-aged man's joy peaked, his face immediately fell. Since it's that Rain clan, I can't give them face.
Li Fan shook his head.
Do you have a grudge against our Rain clan?
The middle-aged man's face darkened as he frantically searched his mind for any Rain clan enemies who might resemble the man before him. No, it's just that your Rain clan is shameless.
I don't like you very much.
Li Fan shook his head again.
You.
This time, even the middle-aged man, who was well-mannered, was deeply angered by Li Fan.
What nonsense was this? What kind of shameless behavior was this from the Rain clan? They didn't even give any reason and just slandered him without mercy. Dong dong.
Suddenly, the city was filled with the sound of bells ringing.
Ha!
The sound of the bell interrupted everyone, and they all looked toward the sky outside the city. They reacted this way because the bell tolled whenever a noble presence arrived, a gesture of respect from the Stone Kingdom toward the powerful. Another important figure has arrived. This time, the recruitment for the Heavenly Academy is being held in our Stone Kingdom, and several influential figures who have shaken the 3,000 states have already arrived.
I wonder who the important figure is this time. It's the Rain King.
At that moment, everyone saw a tall and imposing figure in the distance. They recognized him immediately, the Rain King of the Stone Rain clan, the one who had severed the path of the king. Boom! The mountains trembled, and the entire sky grew dark.
A divine bird soared across the sky, its massive form obscuring the sun. The divine might it emanated left Su Shua's men speechless with fear, none daring to look upon it.
This was a mount, of the same rank as the Rain King, yet it had been reduced to a mount. The person riding it was incredibly powerful, and his identity was clearly no ordinary one.
Rain King.
The middle-aged members of the Rain clan were overjoyed at the sight and hurried forward to pay their respects.
Your Majesty, we.
When the middle-aged man saw the Rain King and this important figure arrive, he pointed at Li Fan. He was about to explain the matter involving Li Fan.
Hey, isn't that the old man? I didn't expect to see you again.
Just as the middle-aged man was about to finish speaking, a light-hearted voice, as if greeting an old friend, rang out.
Oh my God.
Hearing those words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. They saw Li Fan smiling broadly as he looked at a figure on the flying bird. This prominent figure who had arrived was none other than the former patriarch of the Jietian sect, who had once chatted and grilled meat with Li Fan.
Wow! The old patriarch cursed under his breath. He never expected to see this ancestor again. Upon seeing Li Fan, he nearly knelt down and cried out, "Ancestor, what are you doing here? Senior Li, we truly have a deep connection, we've met again. Senior Li, we really are meant to meet again."
The old master smiled gently. Li Fan's terror left him unable to muster even a hint of a smile.
Senior Li? The middle-aged man looked completely bewildered, staring at Li Fan with a dazed expression. To have a half-saint level being call him senior, what kind of existence was that? A saint?
Did you disturb the senior? The old master couldn't possibly have failed to notice the middle-aged man's earlier actions and his current expression. He spoke up.
What's going on? Rain King's expression darkened. His heart raced with fear. What had happened in the few days since he left the Rain clan? How had they managed to provoke someone who seemed to be a saint?
At the same time, the old patriarch quietly asked Li Fan if the Rain clan had done something to him. No, I just mentioned that the people of the Rain clan have some character issues. Li Fan said softly.
Is there something wrong with the character of the Rain clan?
The old patriarch's expression suddenly darkened. The friendly look he had been giving the Rain King vanished instantly, changing faster than the pages of a book.
This is bad.
The Rain King turned pale at the sight.
What the hell is going on here?
However, at this moment, both middle-aged men were stunned, clearly unable to withstand the shock of such a scene.
Old man, if you have something to do, go ahead.
I have some things to take care of.
We'll catch up another time. Li Fan waved his hand, not wanting to get into any more trouble.
In his eyes, the Rain clan posed no threat whatsoever, not even enough to warrant mentioning them as enemies. He had only intervened because of the little one. There were some matters he needed to inquire about.
All right, then.
This old man will go back to his own business. The old master was like a well-behaved child, nodding repeatedly. Then his gaze turned cold as he looked at the Rain King.
I will report this matter to the Stone Emperor. The Rain clan has issues with their character.
After speaking, he headed off into the distance, leaving the Rain King standing there in a daze. The Rain King opened his mouth to say something, but the old patriarch had already ignored him and entered the Stone Kingdom. By the time the Rain King reacted and tried to find Li Fan had already vanished outside the city gates, leaving only a crowd of dazed and confused people behind.
Is there anyone in the 3,000 states with the surname Li who could be addressed as senior by the old patriarch of the Jietian sect? No, could it be someone from a great clan that came from the 9 heavens? It's highly likely.
The Heavenly God Academy has come to the 3,000 states to select disciples. There might be a celestial being from the 9 heavens neighboring our 3,000 states, and the great clan from there has sent their offspring here to compete with us for those spots. Whispers echoed through the air, leaving only the Rain King standing there, his face ashen, unable to hold back tears.
What the hell is going on here?
The Rain King screamed in his heart. At that moment, in a mountain range beyond the borders of Shurgwa, a ripple rippled through the space, and the figures of Li Fan, Li Chia, and Xia Budian appeared.
Wow, that's amazing.
The little one blinked her eyes and exclaimed excitedly.
Li Fan saw this and couldn't help but laugh.
This was exactly like the little one he remembered from his memories, a real little rascal.
Master. Just then, Li Qianya spoke up. What's wrong?
Upon hearing this, Li Fan glanced sideways and asked. Seeing Li Fan's gaze, Li Qianya looked serious and spoke solemnly.
Master, was that just now what you've been telling me about acting cool all along?
Listening to Li Qianya's words, Li Fan was almost speechless.
He then spoke earnestly.
That's right, you must also strive toward this direction in the future.
You are destined to become a master of pressure. Do not disappoint your teacher.
Master, please take me as your disciple as well. Just then, a soft voice rang in Li Fan's ears. Moments later, Li Fan felt something on his arm. The little creature jumped up and immediately wrapped both arms and legs around Li Fan's arm, blinking its eyes, as if to say, if you won't take me as your disciple, I won't let go.
Chapter 154, Perplexed.
Li Fan shook his arms vigorously, but the little guy clung to him like a piece of dogskin plaster, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Li Fan was speechless.
This brat.
As he gazed at the little one's eyes, which were darting around and sparkling with a brilliant glow, it was clear that this mischievous little rascal was once again displaying his naughty nature. Little one isn't stupid, on the contrary, he's very smart and knows right from wrong better than most people. Li Fan's behavior outside the city gates clearly gave off the aura of an enlightened master.
How could he not seize the opportunity to climb the ladder and beg Li Fan to take him as a disciple?
As long as he could become the disciple of someone as powerful as Li Fan, he would have access to abundant resources and his cultivation would improve rapidly.
That was the youngster's thinking. Most importantly, the little guy doesn't think Li Fan is a bad person.
Li Fan waved his arms a few more times, only to find that the little guy was clinging to him as if he were part of his own body, and he couldn't help but chuckle. I won't come down unless you take me in as your disciple. The moment I saw you, I knew you were the master I've been searching for all my life.
You must take me in.
The little one clung to Li Fan, refusing to let go, his little face held high, taking shamelessness to the extreme.
You're shameless, but I admire you. You can become my second disciple.
Li Fan couldn't help but laugh at the sight, waving the little guy hanging from his arm as he spoke.
Greetings, master.
The little guy climbed up the pole without hesitation, but he didn't seem to want to come down.
Instead, he continued to cling to it. Master, when taking on disciples, it is customary to give them a gift. What will you give me?
After saying this, the little one looked up at Li Fan with a face full of innocence.
You little brat, you dare to extort money from me.
Li Fan tapped the little guy on the forehead teasingly. Seeming to know when to stop, the little guy climbed down, giggled, and looked very innocent, a complete contrast to his earlier behavior.
This scene left Li Qianye speechless. What kind of people does he know?
A master who doesn't make any sense, and now he's got a troublesome younger disciple to boot.
Li Qianye covered his face in agony.
That's just how the cultivation world works, isn't it?
Master, is there anything you want to ask? Hurry up and ask. I'm waiting for your gift upon meeting you.
The little one's face was still full of childlike innocence, blinking his dark eyes, which shone like two stars, bright and crystal clear. Even now, he hasn't forgotten Li Fan's parting gift and has mentioned it multiple times.
Tell me, is there a willow tree in your village? Li Fan smiled broadly and said. As soon as he spoke,
the little boy's face turned pale, and he stared at Li Fan in shock. The secret of the willow spirit was known only to the villagers, yet here stood this master who had taken advantage of him, and he knew it. For a moment, his mind raced. The willow spirit was an exalted being in Stone Village, or perhaps a divine entity that truly inspired reverence. Its immense power had long protected the village's growth and shielded it from the ferocious beasts of the Great Wasteland. Compared to any other benefits, the little one is more inclined toward the willow spirit. Rest assured, there's no need to worry. I have no ill intentions toward your Stone Village or your spirit guardian. If I were truly going to act, I wouldn't have asked you, I would have simply searched your soul directly. Li Fan laughed, able to see through the little one's thoughts at a glance. Upon hearing this, the little guy paused for a moment. He then looked at Li Fan with a serious expression, no longer displaying the traits of a mischievous child. This left Li Qianye, who was standing nearby, staring in astonishment, almost thinking that the second disciple had suddenly been possessed by someone else.
What are you doing looking for the willow spirit?
I have long admired her, and her fame echoes throughout the universe.
Well, I just want to meet her and ask her a question.
Li Fan ranted on before finally saying.
Oh, I see.
The little guy muttered, then lifted his head and grinned, revealing his little fangs.
I'll take you back. Let's go. Don't. Ouch. I'm not calling you, I'm calling the master. Aren't you supposed to be my disciple? The Great Wasteland is a region where ferocious beasts roam freely, a paradise for demons. However, not all inhabitants are demons. Humans also live there, though they hold a much lower status.
The vast mountain range is covered with ancient trees, fragrant grasses, and rugged rocks. And in this ancient land, there is a village nestled at the foot of the mountains, bathed in the morning sunlight, casting a vast golden glow.
Grandpa, the village chief, I'm back.
After arriving at Linger village, the little one truly regained his childlike innocence and ran toward the village with a skip in his step.
The little one is back. Wow, little one is back.
The sound immediately startled the villagers of Shurtsuan who were out for their morning exercises. They all turned to look outside the city walls, and upon seeing the small figure, the simple-hearted villagers of Shurtsuan all broke into smiles. At that moment, however, the old village chief turned his gaze to the other side, noticing Li Fan and Li Qianye. It wasn't just the old village chief who noticed, all the adults in the village turned to look as well. Village chief, they're here to find the willow spirit. The man in white is my master whom I studied under outside the village. Even a half-saint refers to him as senior. The little one looked up at the village chief and explained everything in detail, introducing Li Fan and the others.
Upon hearing this,
the old village chief and the elders of the village paled. The title half-saint referred to a being of unimaginable power. Upon learning that Li Fan was a prominent figure and the master of the youngster, the people of Shurtsuan village wished to entertain him, but their offer was quickly declined by Li Fan. He smiled and said there was no need for such formalities, then walked straight toward the willow tree at the village entrance. Half a piece of lightning-struck wood, entirely black, with a willow branch growing from it, swaying in the wind, lush and green. Standing there, it exuded a sense of universal loneliness and stillness. Through the ages, it remained unchanged. Li Fan walked over and looked at the willow tree before him. Buzz. The lone willow branch swayed in the wind, and mysterious ripples spread through the void, like water rippling across the sky. Each willow leaf emitted a luminous green glow, beautiful and dreamlike, as if it should no longer exist in this world.
A different path after so many years, someone has finally chosen to walk another way.
A soft sound echoes, emerald green radiance cascades down, tender branches sway gently in the breeze, their melody carrying a sacred quality that cleanses the hearts of the world, bringing peace to the soul. The willow spirit spoke. Hearing these words, Shurtsuan trembled. Everyone was filled with horror. In Shurtsuan, aside from the little one, no one else could awaken the willow spirit. Yet now, another person had awakened it, and this person was even more powerful than the little one. His appearance had caused the willow spirit to awaken on its own. Meanwhile, the little one opened his mouth slightly, his face filled with astonishment. Li Qianye, on the other hand, looked curious and respectful. He had only just begun his cultivation journey and couldn't gauge the depth of the willow spirit. The only thing he knew was that this willow spirit was very important to his master, and he had always wanted to ask him a question.
Chapter 155, The Long-Standing Question.
You are very powerful, more terrifying than anyone I have ever seen. The willow spirit spoke softly, its voice carrying a sacred aura that calmed the soul. Li Fan stared intently at the willow spirit, not blinking once. After a moment, Li Fan smiled and said with a smile, "Thank you for your evaluation. I've always wanted to ask you a question. Would you be willing to meet me in person?" Boom boom. Boom. Listening to Li Fan's words, the villagers of Schertsuan couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. The might of the willow spirit was undeniable. He was the deity revered by the people of Schertsuan. Now that he was about to reveal himself, it sent shivers down their spines. Would they truly be able to see the true form of the deity they had worshipped all their lives? "Why must I meet you?" Lucian spoke softly. "I have a question that has been troubling me for a long time." Li Fan answers. "Do you know me?" "Yes, I know you, Lucian. The ancient sacrificial spirit has survived for 10,000 years, a true immortal, the first sacrificial spirit in the world, worshipped by the 3,000 ancient nations, with incense smoke rising, capable of shattering the heavens and splitting the earth, a true giant before the chaos of the ancient times." "You know so much. You're not from this world. Where do you come from?" "A person who appeared here by accident." "I underestimated you. You possess a different path, transcending all precedents, and you know my secrets. Do you come from the fall of the empire, or even earlier?" The praise of the willow spirit is indeed beautiful, but I am not what you imagine. However, what surprises me is that you do not seem to be your true form. You are a spiritual body that has been entrusted with a mission. Are you not in this realm, but in the legendary realm beyond? Why is there someone like you in this realm? You actually saw through it. The two were conversing, sharing words that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Some of the words were incomprehensible, while others sent a chill down one's spine upon hearing them. It was terrifying, touching upon an age-old mystery. In the end, the willow spirit was utterly shocked. She never imagined that Li Fan would uncover her true circumstances. Who was she? An immortal divine king who had existed for countless ages. Even though her cultivation had declined due to severe injuries, she was still far beyond the comprehension of anyone in this realm. Only one group of beings could see through her true form: those who stood atop the river of history, at the source of time itself, gazing down upon the cosmos from on high. "As you wish." For simple words, yet they left one with a sense of impending doom. In the next moment, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, a slender figure stepped out from among the willow trees, stunning the ages and shaking the heavens, gazing down upon the heavens with disdain, and looking down upon the 9 underworlds with arrogance. In that instant, the willow spirit vanished from everyone's sight. They felt as though what they had just seen was a dream, not reality at all. However, the scene remained etched in everyone's memory. This figure was so ethereal and flawless, but what was most shocking was that around the willow god, there were flickering illusory flames. Within each cluster of divine flames, there seemed to be a shadowy figure resembling an ancient deity, paying homage to the willow god. What kind of might was that? It shook the ages, startled the ages, and was unparalleled in its splendor. The figure of the willow spirit lingered in everyone's minds, yet the more they thought about it, the more blurred it became, as if it were about to vanish. Only the luminous, ethereal form of its physical body remained etched deeply in their hearts, impossible to forget. What kind of power was this? Li Qiye's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. What he had seen today had deeply moved him. He was shocked. What kind of being could possess such immense power that even their true form could not be remembered, causing others to willingly erase them from their own minds? Could it be because of the supreme divine form, which the world cannot desecrate, cannot be contained within the hearts of mortals? It is not just him. In the young boy's heart, waves were also rising. At such a young age, he had already achieved fame, and his resolve was stronger than that of ordinary people. He had endured countless trials, yet now he found it difficult to calm his emotions. And in that moment when everyone was lost in thought, Li Fan stared straight ahead. Others couldn't see the figure of the willow spirit, but he could. He could smell a faint fragrance, very subtle, like sandalwood, yet not quite the same, an indescribable scent. The willow spirit stood there, surrounded by clusters of sacred flames that floated in the void. Each cluster resembled a world, with countless beings bowing in worship before her. This was an astonishing sight, as if 3,000 realms were swirling around her, making her the sole being in the heavens and earth, eternal and immortal. What question do you wish to ask? Lucian quietly watched Li Fan, her words light and ethereal, a voice that did not belong to this world, a melody from the heavens. I wanted to ask you whether you were male or female. That was the most perplexing question for me. The words were spoken seriously by Li Fan. Li Fan's expression was serious, as if he wasn't joking. Even Li Qianye noticed that this cheap master was being very serious at that moment. However, Li Fan's seriousness was one thing, and how others interpreted it was another matter entirely. Quiet, very quiet. The sound was like a magical melody that silenced the entire world. Li Qiye covered his face, the little one's eyes widened, the old village chief was stunned, and the stone village elder was speechless. No one was unaffected by Li Fan's words, or rather, they were all left speechless. What the hell is that supposed to mean? The question that's been bothering you for so long is whether she's a man or a woman? Everyone was in a state of confusion, even the little ones were stunned, their lips twitching.
This master seems to be completely off the mark. At that moment,
In Li Fan's eyes, the willow spirit's blurry features seemed to freeze in place.
what did you say? Even the legendary Lucian, who shook the ancient world and suppressed the ages, couldn't help but doubt his own ears.
However, the willow spirit had not heard incorrectly. The man she believed to be beyond her expectations, exuding an air of mystery, was asking her whether she was male or female, a very ordinary human thought.
I just wanted to ask if you were male or female.
Now that I've seen your appearance, I know you're female, and you're very beautiful.
Li Fan didn't care about the shock and astonishment around him. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said, it wasn't him being mischievous, nor was he doing it on purpose. It was truly the question that had been troubling him for a long time, whether the willow spirit was male or female. The willow spirit is very mysterious, and in the end, no one knows whether she is male or female. I underestimated you. You are very special. Lucian looked deeply at Li Fan and spoke these words, deliberately emphasizing the word special twice.
Li Fan was truly the first person in all her years who had ever piqued her interest. At that moment, Li Fan seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint smile on the peerless beauty of the willow spirit's face.
I suddenly had another question.
Li Fan spoke up abruptly, his eyes flashing with an unusual light as he stared at the beautiful figure of the willow spirit.
What?
Lucian did not refuse.
Why did you come to this world?
Li Fan blinked his eyes and smiled slightly.
Chapter 156, Conversation with the Immortal. Why did you come to this world?
The calm words came from Li Fan's mouth, leaving the peerless existence known as the willow spirit speechless. Lucian remained silent, her eyes flickering with an unusual glow, bearing the marks of time. Space and time seemed to reverse, and certain things began to emerge.
She was reminiscing about the ancient past.
Finally, her eyes grew clear, and she looked at Li Fan with a pure gaze.
Her words, sacred and ethereal, echoed in the air.
Experience a different path of heaven, take the final step. This step may be but an instant, or it may span eternal ages. As he spoke these words, the willow spirit turned to Li Fan, his face bearing an enigmatic expression.
Your path has inspired me. I had thought that I would never have another chance in this lifetime, yet now. The willow spirit did not clarify the full meaning of his words and fell silent once more. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded. He wasn't asking a question.
Lucian's explanation was simple, she merely wanted to experience different paths of cultivation, to advance her cultivation to the next level. For those who truly stood at the pinnacle of the immortal realm, that next step might very well be eternal.
As night fell, the sunset disappeared.
A campfire crackles in the village center, occasionally sparks flying, and the sound of laughter echoes from the stone village. At that moment, Li Qiye had already blended into the crowd of Shurtsuan village. To be honest, his background was similar to Xiao Budian's. Both were children from farming families. However, compared to Xiao Budian, his memories of rural life were much fainter, as he had grown up in a truly ordinary, mundane place. Amidst the laughter, Li Qiye raised his eyes to look beyond the village. There was a white figure sitting casually on the ground, contrasting with the pitch-black lightning-struck wood.
Senior brother, what level of power does our master possess? The little one was carrying a steaming ceramic jar filled with beast milk, walking over happily.
Listening to little one's words, Li Qiye shook his head and smiled wryly.
I've only been with my master for a few days. I don't understand.
Upon hearing this, the little one nodded and looked toward the village entrance. The willow spirit remained silent, only occasionally exchanging a few words with me. Yet the master had been talking with the willow spirit all afternoon.
Could it be that the master is also an immortal like the willow spirit?
The little one muttered to himself. His eyes sparkled with wonder.
What kind of being was a divine being? He couldn't even begin to imagine.
The only thing he could imagine was that a divine being was similar to the legendary Great Emperor, and yet he had unknowingly taken a Great Emperor as his master. At the thought of this, a blush spread across the young boy's face. It was excitement. At that moment, the little guy looked as though he had drunk too much wine, his face flushed red. At the same time, he felt a mix of emotions, wondering how he had ended up with such a powerful master and yet was still alive and well. I was truly destined to become a great man. The little one thought to himself with great pride.
At that moment, Li Fan conversed with the willow spirit for the entire afternoon, exchanging many words. They weren't discussing any nonsense about immortals or the like, but rather sharing strange tales and anecdotes.
Pangdu, who created the heavens and earth, and Hongjun, who spread the supreme doctrine, along with the 3,000 gods and demons.
The willow spirit murmured.
Li Fan saw the willow spirit's dazed expression and grinned. They exchanged stories of what they had seen and heard. He translated the ancient legends into a version suitable for this world and told them to Lucian, leaving Lucian somewhat dazed. However, the Lucian soon snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with an inexplicable sorrow. The sage plays chess, and all things in the world are but ants. Through one cycle of reincarnation, one great calamity, we are no more than this. In the end, her gaze fell upon Li Fan, her eyes shining brightly. Seeing this, Li Fan was taken aback.
You've asked me so many questions. Can you agree to do one thing for me?
Lucian spoke softly, her voice as light and delicate as the fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley.
It depends on what the matter is. Li Fan didn't blindly agree, raising his eyebrows as he spoke.
I want to follow you, watch every step of your journey, see you step into the divine realm and ascend to the heavens. I am curious and eager to see what that vast land will be like when you finally set foot there.
The light and ethereal words drift into my ears.
At that moment, ripples spread across the sacred countenance of the willow spirit, and a divine radiance shimmered in its eyes.
Follow me?
Li Fan furrowed his brows. At that moment, the willow spirit spoke again. She stood there in her white robe, radiating unparalleled beauty.
You need not worry that I will have any influence on you. I will not harm you. Staying by your side, I can tell you things you do not know and occasionally answer your questions. However, I will not intervene to help you in any way.
At most, I can offer guidance, but I won't take any action. It's only beneficial for you, with no drawbacks.
Wait.
Li Fan waved his hand to interrupt Lucian's words and immediately spoke up.
Lucian, you misunderstood me.
I furrowed my brows not because I was worried you would harm me. At this point, Li Fan spoke without hesitation.
But I was thinking, if you're always by my side, what if one day I go to take a shower? You'll see everything. Put.
A distant sound of spitting echoed, and a shadowy figure of a young thief and a teenage boy could be seen hiding behind a rock nearby. As the saying goes, after a meal, one thinks of silver. The little one and Lichenya, after eating their fill, felt bored and decided to come over to eavesdrop on their master and Lucian's conversation. What a coincidence! Just as they arrived, they heard the words and were stunned. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucian, who was sitting across from Li Fan, had a stunningly beautiful face that suddenly froze. Upon realizing that Li Fan's expression was not one of jest, the willow spirit was once again lost in thought. Even as the divine being looked down upon all living beings, standing at the pinnacle of time and having lived for countless years, he had never imagined such a thing.
How could an unparalleled powerhouse standing at the apex of the world be contemplating such a topic? I would never do such a thing.
Finally, after a moment of silence, Lucian spoke up. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if she wanted to see through Li Fan and understand what kind of person he was.
However, she couldn't see through him, just as always. This man was shrouded in a thick fog.
Then there's no problem. Upon hearing this, Li Fan smiled.
Oh, I have a question. Oh, just asking a question. Do you have a boyfriend, Lucian?
At that moment, Li Fan, captivated by Lucian's breathtaking beauty, couldn't help but wonder.
Boyfriend? Lucian was stunned.
She realized that her expression had been disrupted time and again today.
Boyfriend.
According to your terms, that would be Dao companion, husband, or beloved, among others.
Li Fan said seriously. Chapter 157, let me tell you a story, a Huang. No.
After hearing Li Fan's explanation to her boyfriend, Lucian paused for a moment before uttering those two words. At that moment, Lucian really wanted to pry open Li Fan's brain to find out how his thought processes worked.
Why are you asking this question? Finally, Lucian uttered these words, and she couldn't help but feel curious as well. It's simple. We're a man and a woman alone together, and it's inevitable that there will be some inconveniences. I was thinking that if you don't have a boyfriend, or a spiritual partner, I wouldn't mind being your spiritual partner. That way, we wouldn't feel awkward being together.
Li Fan grinned, his pearly white teeth glistening in the moonlight, making them appear even brighter.
Wow! The little one shouted excitedly. At that moment, he was utterly amazed by his master, his dark eyes sparkling with admiration.
Clearly, he had been genuinely shocked and impressed by Li Fan's bold words and fully agreed with his approach. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lichenya held his head in his hands, feeling utterly exasperated. He was 13 years old, no longer a naive teenager. At his age, there were already children in their village who had married and started families. At that moment, Lichenya was speechless. His master was so irresponsible, and his way of expressing himself was too simple and direct.
The master is so cool.
Senior disciple, we must learn from the master. The little one's excited face turned red. His mischievous nature made him find this incredibly amusing.
Seeing this scene, Li Qiya was confused and even had a moment of confusion. Is this really how life is supposed to be?
For a moment, he recalled the words his master had once spoken.
One must learn to act cool. Being the king of cool is your path. A bold life needs no explanation. Do people really have to be so simple and brutal? Li Qianya murmured softly. At that moment, his mind even envisioned his own future, a future where everyone else moved with such speed that the wind swirled around them, a celestial phenomenon caused by the outward projection of their inner energy. When he stood atop the clouds, towering above all others. When he encountered some celestial maidens and sought to subdue them, he spoke thus, I offer you the opportunity to become my handmaids. The opportunity is yours, the choice is yours. Similar scenes echoed in his mind, and he fell into deep contemplation. Similar scenes echoed in his mind as he fell into deep thought. At the same time, Lucian couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
Unconsciously, her beautiful red lips curved into a slight smile. It had been so many years since she had felt this amused, this happy and carefree.
You're truly unpredictable.
I'm increasingly looking forward to seeing what other delightful surprises await me by your side. Lucian expressed his anticipation.
So you're rejecting me?
What a pity, what a pity. Li Fan shook his head, looking disappointed. Lucian was a woman, and for such a supreme being, no man would refuse to be her companion. Upon hearing this, the willow spirit smiled lightly. I didn't refuse, it's just that at my level, I no longer dwell on such matters. Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. With a smile on his face, he spoke again.
Oh, I see. Let's change the subject then. Let's continue talking about strange tales and anecdotes. This time, I'll tell you a story about the extraordinary woman Huang.
She was the second daughter of Emperor Yao and the second consort of Emperor Shun, known as the Lady of Xiang. When the emperor died, the two consorts wept, and their tears stained the bamboo, leaving it spotted. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a supreme being among the human race, a great emperor named Shun. The campfire crackled, sparks flying.
The moonlight tonight is beautiful, pure, and silver, with twinkling stars.
Under the night sky, by the edge of a vast mountain range, there is a small village. Outside the village stands a willow tree, and a man in white is speaking. His voice rings out clearly, and the surroundings are very quiet, with only the chirping of crickets.
The next day,
under the gaze of the villagers of Shichen, Li Fan, Li Chia, and Xia, a beauty slowly disappeared over the horizon. At the village entrance, the lightning-struck tree that had protected Shurtsuan village for decades vanished. The withered tree, entirely black and having grown a single willow branch, disappeared. The willow spirit had departed, leaving alongside Li Fan.
Village chief grandfather, wait for me to return. I will take you all to the immortal realm when I come back. The little one kept shouting, and finally disappeared amidst the laughter of the villagers in Stone Village.
In the capital city of the Stone Kingdom, the streets were bustling with activity. In the sky, warriors soar freely, while war chariots pulled by nine-headed beasts slice through the air, their thunderous roars shaking the heavens, and crowds gather in a chaotic throng.
At that moment, 3 figures appeared at the western city gate. Master, why do you want us to go to the Heavenly Academy? We're fine staying by your side. The little one pouted, her dark eyes darting around. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was hit with a sharp slap. The master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual, you know. Li Fan said with disappointment. Immediately, he disappeared from the city gate with the little one and Li Chia, reappearing at the peak of a tall building. Watching Li Fan's actions, the little one and Li Chenya looked at him in confusion, their eyes filled with puzzlement. Yesterday, I gave you some treasures. That was my gift to you as your master. Li Fan looked very serious, his expression solemn. The solemn words echoed through the sky, causing the little one and Li Chia to pause in surprise. Yesterday, Li Fan had indeed given them something. Though it was not considered precious by the peerless experts of the entire city, it was highly practical for them and most beneficial for laying a solid foundation. Today, I will give you something as well. Li Fan's expression turned serious, and his eyes grew deep. Seeing this, the little one and Li Chia also fell silent. Look ahead. Li Fan whispered. HM? Xiaobian and Li Qi were confused. What was that? After looking left and right for a while, they realized there was nothing there. The two of them were even more confused and couldn't figure it out. At that moment, Li Fan looked serious, spread his hands wide, and spoke confidently. Do you see this prosperous world before you? It is the final gift your master has given you. After the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it will be yours to roam freely. When the day comes that you can stand tall among the clouds, that will be the day you have mastered your craft. Xiaodang was speechless, and Li Chia was speechless. At that moment, Li Fan's loud voice drew the attention of some people inside the building. Though they couldn't see Li Fan, they could hear his voice. What the hell? Is there such a shameless master? A young man was so shocked that he couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Chapter 158, Can I exchange this gift for something else? You don't know what you're talking about. In an instant, the young man was struck by a violent blow, and an elderly man with the demeanor of a sage stood beside him, constantly stroking his beard. Indeed, this gift is excellent. I must learn from this. Sometimes excessive indulgence can lead to failure. Master, please don't go. You're so kind. There were several young men and women around the old man, all of them stunned. The Heavenly God Academy had come to this region to recruit students. Shurgwa was one of the 3 major recruitment sites in the 3,000 states, naturally attracting countless sects and factions to bring their outstanding disciples here. No, I must go and exchange insights with this fellow cultivator. The elderly man with the air of a sage ignored his disciples' cries and walked out of the building. Besides the old man, others also emerged from the building, some out of curiosity to see who it was, others with similar intentions to the old man. However, they were destined to be disappointed, as the building was already deserted. At that very moment, on another street,
The street, wide enough to accommodate more than 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side, was bustling with people and felt somewhat crowded.
Master, can I exchange the gift? The world is too vast and precious.
Let's choose something smaller, like an extreme path imperial weapon. The little one blinked his eyes innocently, looking up at Li Fan with a pure expression. However, what greeted him was a sharp slap from Li Fan. Listening to the little one's words, everyone around him couldn't help but twitch their lips. Who was this child?
An extreme path emperor's weapon? Wasn't that the weapon from the Wheelsea secret realm? In an instant, many people turned to look. This person looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? A cultivator bearing a divine sword, his face filled with confusion, murmured softly. Just as the cultivator's voice faded, his companion shouted out. You fool! That's just a brat. That man is the mysterious powerful being who appeared at the East City Gate not long ago, a being of saintly caliber. What?
The cultivator bearing the divine sword glared with wide eyes.
A sage. That was an existence even the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom would treat with utmost respect. Where did he go? He kept scanning the area, trying to find them. However, the crowd was so large that he soon lost sight of Li Fan. I just walked side by side with a sage. The cultivator bearing the divine sword wore a dazed expression, muttering to himself. The bustling crowd soon began to show signs of something unusual. It wasn't the crowd growing restless, but rather the crowd growing quiet. That was because ahead lay a square, the recruitment site of the Heavenly God Academy. In the crowded square, 3 figures stood in the sky. These 3 figures appeared in the sky above, looking quite odd, but everyone who saw them glanced away immediately, as if they didn't exist at all. Sure, how? Go stand in line. With your qualifications, you should have no trouble getting selected. Remember not to disgrace your master. Li Fan said to the little guy, then didn't give him a chance to speak. With a slight flick of his sleeve, the little guy's figure had already appeared in the distant queue. Spatial ripples spread out, and the little figure had already appeared at the center of the examination hall. This move sent the exam hall into a frenzy. The mysterious appearance of the little one left many in awe and stunned the people of the Heavenly Academy. Among them, the admissions officer, a towering man clad in golden armor, had his eyes widened in astonishment. Wow! The little one appeared and started shouting loudly, attracting everyone's attention. What a little rascal! Damn it, it's that damn brat! How did he end up there? How did he appear? There were no divine energy fluctuations. What a terrifying technique! That brat who made all the tribes of the Stone Kingdom grind their teeth in anger has finally arrived. In an instant, ripples of commotion spread along the edges of the once quiet square, with people whispering to one another. The name of the little bear was well known throughout the Stone Kingdom and even the surrounding regions, causing headaches and uncontrollable laughter whenever mentioned. I know how he appeared. This move is identical to that of the white-clad man from back then, the man who has left the Rain Clan in disarray to this day, the legendary sage-level existence. Exactly, just like back then, no fluctuations, appearing mysteriously out of nowhere. The little one and that mysterious white-clad figure are indeed connected. He is a sage revered by the old patriarch of the Jietian sect as a senior predecessor. The buzz grew even louder. Little One's sudden appearance finally reminded everyone of Li Fan, who had recently appeared at the East City Gate, causing even more people to exclaim in astonishment. As everyone knew, due to Li Fan's actions, the Rain Clan was currently facing significant difficulties in the Stone Kingdom. No faction is unaware that the Rain Clan has offended a saint, and to make matters worse, they have also crossed paths with the former patriarch of the Heaven-Shattering sect, a half-saint and a saint. Such a clan would be shunned by anyone, even the Stone Emperor has begun to disregard them. It can be said that the Rain Clan is in a predicament where they cannot speak of their hardships. Listening to the murmurs around him, the man in golden armor's eyes grew even brighter. A sage-level existence even within the Heavenly God Academy, such beings were elders of the highest rank, utterly supreme. What is your name? The man in golden armor stepped forward and asked the little one. At the same moment, powerful divine thoughts swept across the sky above the square, and a terrifying aura engulfed the entire area. Those were none other than half-saint level beings. Those of lower cultivation trembled all over, their legs shaking uncontrollably. The recruitment drive at the Heavenly God Academy had stirred up many sects and factions, with several half-saint level beings among them. Each of these had been invited by the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom to stay as guests in the Imperial Palace. The square was not far from the Imperial Palace, and those beings were constantly keeping an eye on this area. The sudden appearance of the little one immediately caught their attention, or rather, it was Li Fan who had caught their attention. In a palace far away from the square, the Stone Emperor of the Stone Kingdom sat majestically at the center of the hall, with several figures seated on either side. These were the patriarchs of the major sects, none of whom were below the half-saint realm. Among them was a figure that Li Fan recognized, the former patriarch of the Jietian sect. He had arrived. The old sect leader's lips twitched involuntarily, and his eyes held an odd expression. Even now, he couldn't forget the feelings he had experienced spending a day with Li Fan, which left a lasting impression on him. Old man, what's wrong with you?
At that moment, an old friend of the old sect leader spoke up. At the same moment, another half-saint spoke up, clearly on good terms with the old sect master, addressing him by name.
The elder has arrived. Should we go and meet him? By the way, Jetungwu, you still refuse to tell us how powerful that elder is? Chapter 159, Disaster Approaching? Don't go disturb seniorly. Without his permission, showing up unannounced could bring disaster upon us.
The old sect leader snapped back to his senses, startled by his old friend's words, and hurriedly spoke, his expression panicked. He had never revealed Li Fan's identity or background, nor his true strength.
He dared not.
Because Li Fan had not given permission to disclose such information, he dared not speak, fearing that doing so might offend Li Fan. A being of at least quasi-emperor level power acting rashly and angering him would bring disaster upon oneself. He wasn't lying, and since it involved Li Fan, even the old sect master was cautious. He clearly remembered how Li Fan had crushed a quasi-emperor level beast with a single slap.
Disaster is imminent? Old man, are you joking?
Hearing those 4 words, the old master's old friend was stunned. Those who had become half-saints all had formidable forces backing them, and there were even terrifying entities lurking behind them. This statement was clearly directed at everyone present, including the old sect master himself.
This statement left many people skeptical.
As early as a few days ago, many present had inquired about Li Fan, but the old sect master remained tight-lipped, leaving many speechless.
Now, the old sect master has finally revealed some details about Li Fan.
The 4-character phrase "disaster is imminent" caused some to sneer. If you don't want us to associate with that wandering sage, just say so.
Stop spreading alarmist rumors.
There were those who mocked him on the spot. At that moment, even the old patriarch's old friend couldn't help but feel puzzled, and even agreed to some extent.
A sage is indeed terrifying.
However, to truly make everyone present tremble with fear is something he cannot achieve, let alone bring about a great disaster. The mere status of the old sect master is not something an ordinary sage can compare to. Behind the Jietian sect lies the Jietian Dao. The Jietian Dao is an extreme powerhouse that once produced an emperor, terrifying beyond measure.
Such a powerhouse's subordinate factions would never allow their disaster to befall them. Even the 4 holy demon maidens who vanished from the Zhangtian plateau years ago couldn't do it. Then go pay them a visit. The old patriarch, mocked in this way, couldn't help but retort with a cold laugh. This cold laugh caused those present to hesitate. Because the old patriarch's expression was utterly sincere. Now that he had spoken so bluntly, how could these overly suspicious individuals not begin to harbor doubts? Are you telling the truth? If we provoke him, any of us present will face disaster? The old friend of the Zhaotian sect's old sect master furrowed his brows and asked quietly. Upon hearing this, the old sect master sighed wryly. Even the power behind me would have to bow down to that elder. Old friend, I can only say so much. Don't blame me for not warning you.
These words reached the old friend's ears, causing his expression to change drastically.
What lies behind the Jietian sect? The Jietian Dao, the ultimate power? What kind of person could make the ultimate power bow down? For a moment.
His breathing stalled, his expression changed 3 times, and he finally fell silent. Although his expression changed quickly, others might not have noticed. However, none of those present were weaklings. Reading people's expressions was a basic skill. Even his old friend, who had been shaken by the old sect master's information, couldn't control his expression and was noticed by them. In an instant, everyone present fell silent, their eyes darting around as no one spoke a word. The Stone Emperor sat there motionless, silent from start to finish. No one knew what he was thinking, but at that moment, his consciousness was focused on the outside world. Although everyone in the hall was engaged in conversation, they had also split off portions of their spiritual awareness to keep a constant watch on the square.
What is your name? The man in golden armor asked the little boy. My name is Little Stone.
Little Stone is like a well-behaved baby who answers every question. The man in golden armor asked the little one some basic information to be recorded. He had also heard of the little one's reputation. It wasn't for nothing the Heavenly God Academy was established to recruit prodigies, and a young prodigy like the little one was bound to attract attention. Suddenly, his expression grew enigmatic, and he spoke again. How did you get here?
My master just tossed me over here.
Poor me, an abandoned child. I'm only 10 years old. Upon hearing this, the little one's face twisted in pain, looking as though he were truly pitiful and abandoned, pouring out his sorrows as if he were truly the one who had been abandoned.
However, those who knew the little guy's personality couldn't help but roll their eyes. Here comes the little troublemaker again. Is your master that man in white?
Yes, my master is very powerful. With just a wave of his hand, I appeared here. The little one nodded, and his face instantly changed. This scene left the golden-armored man speechless. The little face had changed too quickly. Soon, the man in golden armor began to ponder deeply. While it was true that the Heavenly God Academy did not arbitrarily accept disciples, they certainly did not do so carelessly either. They must thoroughly investigate one's background before making such a decision.
Casually. Alright, I understand. Go ahead and test it now. You guys come over and test it for him. The man in golden armor said sternly. In the next instant, the square trembled, and not only the square but also the palace within it was shaken by ripples. What a promising talent! How could we have missed someone like this? The half-saint was stunned. The terror emanating from the little one was enough to send shivers down one's spine. He resembled a small, ferocious beast in human form, his chi and blood erupting like a storm, shattering the limits of cultivation. His innate talent was sufficient to rival the heavens and earth. On the square, the stern face of the man in golden armor lit up with joy. Such a prodigy is among the top in the 3,000 states, more than capable of passing all the selection processes and directly entering the Heavenly God Academy. Excellent! The man in golden armor said repeatedly. At that moment, Li Fan stood tall in the sky, his eyes unflinching, showing no signs of surprise. As for Li Qianye by his side, he was deeply shocked, but he did not show any joy on his face. For since the day he went to Shurtsuan village, he had deeply remembered that one must always be enigmatic and maintain a sense of dignity. He looked up at Li Fan. Master, my junior brother is unmatched in talent, and his cultivation is among the best in the younger generation. I only started cultivating at 13. Even if you were to purify my essence and refine my marrow, I would still be a step behind others. Can I pass the test of the Heavenly God Academy? Li Qianye was puzzled and asked with a confused expression. Upon hearing this, Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and patted Li Qianye on the shoulder. Don't worry, you can definitely do it. Really? Li Qianye was overjoyed, thinking that Li Fan was praising him for how his hard work would ensure he wouldn't fall behind others. However, he soon found himself grimacing. Tonight, I'll take you to meet the person in charge of the 3,000 states at the Heavenly Book Academy. You can go in without worry. Li Fan patted Li Qianye on the shoulder and spoke calmly. Going to see the head of the 3,000 states at night, this is clearly a bribery mission. Li Qianye was speechless. He had thought Li Fan was just saying he could handle it, but it turned out he was actually planning to bribe someone at night. This left him speechless. Chapter 160, Their legacy remains, but the people are gone. Seeing Li Qianye's speechlessness, Li Fan patted Li Qianye on the shoulder. Don't lose heart. You're one in a million. You're destined for greatness. I have high hopes for you. Don't give up. Upon hearing this, Li Qianye was even more speechless. If he hadn't said that, it would have been better. Now, Li Qianye felt even more certain that Li Fan was just trying to comfort himself. However, Li Fan wasn't comforting him, he was stating the facts. As the king of pressure and the protagonist of a king of pressure novel, Li Qianye would never be a weakling. Some might argue that his strength likely stems from the accumulation of time over the years. After all, countless eras have passed, even a pig could become invincible. But is that really the case? Li Fan didn't think so. The existence of the Yin Crow was too unique, it couldn't cultivate at all, existing only as consciousness. And during those countless years, the Yin Crow hadn't gone unnoticed. Despite enduring endless research and torture, Li Qianye remained mentally alert and even able to joke around. This proves that Li Qianye's mental faculties are far beyond those of an ordinary person. Though he is a mortal with an ordinary body, his mind is undoubtedly among the most brilliant. Given the proper foundation, Li Qianye's intellect ensures that he will never be outmatched in the future. After all, mental prowess is the true measure of strength. Otherwise, why was the crown prince, despite his unparalleled potential, ultimately killed? Time passed slowly. Li Fan watched the changes in the square. At this moment, the little one had already been selected and was receiving special attention. Master, should we leave now? Li Qianye asked after a moment of silence. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fan's voice rang out. He raised the corners of his mouth in a smile and chuckled lightly. We'll have to wait a bit longer. We need someone to show up first, otherwise, things won't go smoothly. Upon hearing this, Li Qianye's face showed confusion, but this time he didn't ask and instead waited quietly. Half an hour later. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the blue horizon, the sound of thunder. The sound was deafening, causing the imperial city of the Stone Kingdom to tremble. People in the square felt a ringing in their ears, and many nearly fell to the ground. There was a brilliant light emanating from the area, vast and overwhelming, forming a sea of light. They shone like seawater, crashing against the sky with a thunderous roar, as if a multitude of stars were colliding. Oh my God, what is that? The crowd in the square was filled with gasps, their souls trembling. A massive chariot appeared, sweeping across the heavens, leaving a golden ocean in its wake, like a vast scroll of the Milky Way, striking fear into all 8 corners of the world. A great figure is approaching. Seeing that vehicle, many people knew what was happening. At the same moment, the elder of the Heavenly Book Academy arrived, and we failed to greet him properly. A majestic voice echoed from the depths of the Imperial Palace, it sounded like thunder rolling across the sky, shaking the very foundations of the Stone Kingdom's imperial city. This was the divine might of a true sage. Every half-saint seated in the Imperial Palace of the Stone Kingdom was startled. There is a saint in the Stone Kingdom. The heritage of the Stone Kingdom is no less than that of my Heavenly God Academy. It is indeed true.
A voice emanated from the chariot, followed by a burst of golden light that shone brightly, like a golden sun filling the distant sky.
Another sage had appeared.
From one of the most terrifying forces in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Heavenly God Academy. At that very moment, Che Luan had arrived at the imperial city of the Stone Kingdom. The palace shone brightly, and the sound of bells ringing echoed through the air. The sound was melodious, echoing through the heavens and earth for a long time, spreading for 100 miles and causing countless people to tremble.
A towering figure appeared.
It was a man stepping out of the chariot, yet his sudden appearance caused the world to momentarily see a giant taller than mountains, standing tall against the blue sky, terrifying beyond words, with an aura that left everyone in awe. This was an existence so formidable that even among the sages, he was among the very few who could rival him. The fact that a top elder from the Heavenly God Academy has descended upon the Stone Kingdom is truly astonishing. Indeed, among the 3 recruitment sites chosen by the Heavenly God Academy across the 3,000 states, the Stone Kingdom is the most enigmatic and also the most prudent choice.
This ancient land harbors true secrets.
A half-saint's eyes flickered as he thought to himself.
The elder from the Heavenly God Academy arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly.
He was the overall supervisor of the 3 nearby regions and had come specifically to pay a visit to the Stone Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from everyone's sight. The rumors were true. A true great figure from the Heavenly God Academy was indeed descending upon our Stone Kingdom. A commoner from the Stone Kingdom spoke excitedly, his voice trembling. The Stone Kingdom stood tall on the earth, having endured countless ages.
It was indeed truly terrifying. What were the elders of the Heavenly God Academy coming here to do?
An old cultivator looked up at the golden sea gradually fading away, murmuring to himself.
Let's go back for dinner. Li Fan slapped Li Qianye's shocked face.
It was the first time he had ever seen someone so terrifying. He had been by Li Fan's side the entire time, yet neither Li Fan nor Lucian had ever released their true aura. Everything remained calm and still, leaving Li Qianye completely unaware of what the true might of a powerful individual truly entailed. Now he had finally witnessed it, the majesty of a sage, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth, looking down upon the 9 heavens with disdain.
But in an instant, Li Qianye's expression froze.
He stared blankly at Li Fan, who had vanished from the spot along with him. Li Qianye was shocked to discover that his master, whom he had taken for granted, was terrifying. He had finally caught a glimpse of his master's icy demeanor. From start to finish, the sage never even glanced at Li Fan. Even when he walked right past Li Fan, it was as though he hadn't seen him at all, as if no one had ever been there. It was as though the sage and Li Fan existed in a different dimension, invisible to outsiders. The sage's might was so overwhelming, yet despite his power, he was completely unaware of Li Fan's presence. Li Qianye's heart remained restless for a long time. That night, the stars and moon shone brightly, and the imperial city was lit up like a festival. After a day of exams and selections, the imperial city shows no signs of calming down. Instead, it grows even more bustling, with countless people walking the streets. Meanwhile, the imperial palace of the Stone Kingdom was as bright and dazzling as daytime. This pristine land, the mysterious ancient realm, welcomed 2 figures. Li Fan and Li Qie appeared in the imperial palace of the Stone Kingdom, moving through the palace complex like ghostly figures.
Just like the Fire Kingdom, indeed. A gasp of astonishment rang out.
Li Fan stood in a corner of the palace, his eyes gazing into the distance at the depths of the imperial palace.
He sensed an aura, one that was very similar to Han Yu's, an ancient, timeless aura that seemed to transcend the passage of time.
At the same moment, the elegant willow-woven bracelet on Li Fan's left hand grew slightly cool. Their legacy lives on, but alas, the person is no longer with us. A soft sigh echoed from within, carrying a sorrow that seemed out of place in this world of endless cycles, a sorrow that did not belong to this world, this time, and space. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's expression froze. He remained silent, gazing into the depths of the Stone Kingdom.
Should I take that stone?
Li Fan raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself. That was the inheritance of the immortals, priceless in value. While it wasn't entirely useless to Li Fan, it at least had some practical applications.
Master, are we really going to bribe them? Just then, Li Qianye's voice rang out. Chapter 161, in a hurry to leave, didn't bring any good wine or liquor. Bribery? Who said we were going to bribe anyone?
Li Fan heard this, stopped in his tracks, and turned to look at Li Qianye with a puzzled expression.
Ah! Master, aren't we going to bribe someone?
Facing Li Fan's words, Li Qianye's expression turned stunned, his eyes flickering with confusion. Seeing this, Li Fan's expression froze for a moment. He quickly understood Li Qianye's meaning and reached out to pat Li Qianye on the shoulder. Apprentice, do you remember what I told you? As the king of demanding, how could I possibly bribe someone? We're here just to pay a visit.
After saying that,
Li Fan took a step and walked toward the distance. As they walked, the two moved like ghosts, passing by the rows of palace guards on patrol as if they were invisible. This was the place.
Li Fan soon arrived at an incredibly luxurious palace.
This was the imperial palace where distinguished guests were entertained, and the elders of the Heavenly Scriptures Academy resided in such palaces.
Master, I'll go knock on the door. Li Qianye also knew how to behave as a disciple.
After realizing it was a visit, he spoke up and went to knock on the door. However, as soon as he took a step forward, his shoulders suddenly sank as he was pulled back by Li Fan.
Jia, today I am teaching you a lesson. As a person with ambition, you should avoid knocking on doors.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Fan kicked open the palace doors under Li Qianye's stunned gaze.
Robbery? Pfft, it's just Li coming to pay a visit. Li Fan's loud words echoed throughout the palace. At that moment,
the elder of the Heavenly God Academy, Jin Yang, was seated in the palace hall. By his side stood a man in golden armor, speaking clearly and reporting on today's recruitment of disciples, as well as whether any prodigies had emerged during the process that could truly make the Tianshan Academy take notice. Senior Golden Yang, a total of 300 disciples were admitted today. They may proceed to the Heavenly God Academy for further testing. Among them, there is a young boy named Xiao Oyu who may be directly admitted into the Heavenly God Academy.
The man in golden armor spoke.
Beside him, the Golden Sun Elder sat upright on his master's chair. Though he was called an elder, his physique showed no signs of age. He was tall and muscular, resembling an old lion. His white hair flowed down to his waist, and his face was stern and upright. At first glance, he resembled a golden mountain standing tall, exuding a majestic aura that seemed to shatter the heavens.
Boom!
A loud kick on the door suddenly interrupted the golden armored man's words. At the same moment, the golden tiger eyes of the man with the golden armor flashed with a brilliant light, like two great suns. His body tensed up suddenly, and the aura of a sage surged upward, growing stronger with each passing moment, pressing down on the man in golden armor until he could barely breathe.
The incoming figure was terrifying. These 4 words flashed through Elder Jin Yang's mind.
From start to finish, he had not noticed anyone outside until the door was kicked open. Such a bold move left no room for Elder Jin Yang, a sage-level existence, to relax his guard.
You are.
In an instant, Elder Jin Yang and the man in golden armor both turned their gaze toward the entrance. 2 figures appeared before their eyes in an instant, clad in white, handsome, and ethereal.
That was their first thought.
A young man wore a smile on his face, and his eyes were impossible to look away from.
What kind of eyes were those? Did they look down on the world with indifference, or with a sense of superiority? They were as still as a well, exuding calmness and tranquility.
Another figure, a young boy, followed behind, his hands covering his face, head bowed, and expressionless.
It's you! The man in golden armor immediately reacted and cried out in surprise.
When he was investigating the small stone, he naturally saw the description of Li Fan, which even included Li Fan's self-portrait. Given the existence of this mysterious sage, Li Fan, he couldn't help but take notice.
He then quickly sent a secret message to inform Elder Jin Yang.
A sage?
Are you kidding me?
Senior Jin Yang's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he mocked him immediately.
He was an elder of the Heavenly God Academy.
Among the saints, he was one of the most prominent figures, a 9th-ranked saint. Upon seeing Li Fan for the first time, he knew that the person before him, though claimed to be a saint, was nothing more than a mortal with ignorant eyes. This man was far from being a simple saint.
Elder, what brings you here?
Senior Jin Yang took a deep breath and stood up to bow in the presence of the golden armored man, whose eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, the golden armored man was stunned. Elder Jin Yang was his uncle, and his power was terrifying. He was also extremely domineering in nature. From the moment he appeared, it was clear that his actions and demeanor were all about dominance and relentless forward momentum. It was precisely because of his style and temperament that he had always firmly believed in his path, charging forward without hesitation, eventually reaching the realm of a sage, ascending to the 9th heaven, and taking his seat as an elder of the Heavenly God Academy, holding a position of great power and prestige, respected by all. However, now, seeing his own uncle bowing respectfully to someone he had never met before, it was no wonder he was shocked. Even other elders of the Heavenly Scriptures Academy would have been amazed. At that moment, only Jin Yang knew why he had done so. The terror of the approaching figure exceeded his expectations. If this were anywhere else, it would be one thing, but this was the imperial palace of the Stone Kingdom. The historical heritage of the Stone Kingdom is no less impressive than that of the Heavenly God Academy. Such an immortal lineage should not be allowed to be disrupted by a man who appears so openly and without hiding his tracks, yet no one has noticed him until now. To possess such power, only the supreme elders of the Tianshan Academy are capable of it. Each of these beings is a timeless immortal capable of shaking the heavens and earth, their cultivation so profound that it has been sealed away since ancient times.
In the blink of an eye, Jin Yang's eyes caught a glimpse of the scene outside. Boom! In an instant, his scalp tingled. Everything was too bizarre. There were guards moving around outside, yet after glancing in this direction, they immediately turned their heads away, as if nothing had changed. This was what truly sent a chill down Jin Yang's spine. There were clearly 2 living people standing right in front of him, and they had even kicked open the palace gates, yet no one else could see them.
This feat, Jin Yang dared to ask, was either impossible to achieve or, if possible, could not be done so silently. After all, this was the imperial palace of the Fire Kingdom, where even the slightest sound could alert higher beings. Li Fan walked in and sat directly at the front of a square table. Li Fan walked in and sat directly at the head of a square table.
I have come here to ask you for a favor.
As he spoke, Li Fan took 2 jade cups from his hands and placed them on the table. He then took out an ancient, simple gourd and poured into it a strange liquid of 3 colors. The water had 3 colors: gold, silver, and transparent, intertwining with one another, emanating a mysterious power.
I was in a hurry when I left and didn't bring any good wine to visit you. Please don't mind. This will have to do for now.
Li Fan smiled, pointing to the jade cup on the table as an invitation.
Chapter 162, Old Man, my name is Li Qianya.
I left the house too late and didn't bring any good wine or liquor to visit you.
Please don't mind. This will have to do for now.
The soft, casual tone of the words, as if chatting about everyday matters, drifted into the ears of Elder Jin Yang. After observing the 3-colored strange water, Elder Jin Yang felt as though his head had exploded, with a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. Soul essence, soul essence.
A dazed murmur escaped from Jin Yang's mouth. This is the Emperor's exclusive possession, one of the legendary curses of immortality.
As he watched Li Fan's actions, which seemed to say, "Please, don't be polite, I'll treat you," Jin Yang's heart nearly stopped beating, and his lips twitched.
Chow and I ma. He cursed inwardly, are you trying to kill me?
The divine soul elixir, that's a divine substance so powerful that even the great sage could meet his end if he were careless.
Even the small cup would be enough to send Jin Yang to the afterlife. Drinking it might mean his soul would be reincarnated.
Meanwhile, the golden armored figure had already gone mad. As an attendant of the Heavenly God Academy, his knowledge was far from shallow. The soul-shattering elixir was said to be a relic left behind by the Emperor in his quest for immortality, and it was utterly toxic to the soul.
Why not drink it?
It tastes pretty good, doesn't it?
Why not drink it?
It tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Li Fan said with a smile. As he spoke, Li Fan picked up a cup of soul-stirring liquid, drank it in one gulp, and a smile spread across his face. It was the expression of an old drunkard who had tasted fine wine, or a gourmet who had savored a delicacy.
Gulp. Watching Li Fan's actions, watching his Adam's apple bob, Jin Yang felt his mouth go dry. He drank it, he really drank it.
Jin Yang's eyes widened in shock, all traces of his former authority and dominance vanished, leaving him with an expression as if he had seen the ghost emperor himself.
After finishing his drink, Li Fan gently wiped his mouth. You should drink too.
Although this is our first meeting, I feel we have a connection, so I specially brought this out to treat you.
No, I'll pass. Jin Yang's lips twitched, and he noticed sweat trickling down his forehead without realizing it.
The brief encounter with Li Fan left him feeling as though he had just engaged in a fierce battle with an ancient demon, his entire body drenched in sweat.
This man was definitely someone of the Dean's caliber or even more terrifying. He shouted inwardly, drinking the divine soul elixir directly? What kind of monster could possibly do that?
That's the divine elixir created by the Emperor. Elder, what brings you here? Please tell me, and I will do whatever I can to assist you. Jin Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead. His back was soaked through with sweat. By the end of his sentence, he had begun to use honorifics instinctively. Li Fan's sudden visit and the strange manner he had adopted left Jin Yang, even as a sage, feeling utterly flustered. As the saying goes, the more one knows, the more troubles one has, and Jin Yang was precisely in such a situation. 7 knights, come here. Upon hearing this, Li Fan said nothing more, smiling as he waved to Li Qianya standing behind him. He then patted Li Qianya on the shoulder and turned to look at Jin Yang. Actually, I came here to pull some strings and get Qianya admitted into your Heavenly God Academy. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? After Li Fan finished speaking, he looked at Jin Yang with a half-smile. Listening to Li Fan's words, Jin Yang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He then had ace-check Li Qianya's qualifications. Upon doing so, his lips twitched, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. What kind of potential was this? It was so poor it could be called the worst possible. An ordinary person with an ordinary body, in his own words, what use would he be? But now, Jin Yang's expression betrayed his admiration. He stroked his gray-white beard and nodded repeatedly as he watched Li Qianya. This young man has exceptional potential, with clear features, bright eyes, and a steady, powerful presence. He truly is a promising talent. I agree. The golden-armored man standing nearby was completely dumbfounded. He had finally seen what it meant to speak nonsense with one's eyes wide open. Even if he was only at the dragon transformation realm in terms of cultivation, he could still tell at a glance that Li Qianya had the most ordinary mortal physique. Even though his cultivation was only at the dragon transformation realm, he could still instantly discern Li Qianya's potential, the most ordinary of mortal physiques. At that moment, the golden-armored man's perception of his uncle was completely overturned. The once domineering uncle was, in fact, so shameless. In response, Jin Yang had already sensed the strange gaze of his younger relative, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. However, for the sake of his life, he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was an elder of the Heavenly God Academy, and as such, he did indeed hold a spot that could allow his disciple to attend the academy. At that moment, he had already decided to use that spot to admit Li Qianya into the Heavenly God Academy.
This matter is not difficult.
Jin Yang spoke up, his expression calm as he had already formulated a plan. He had already made a rough assessment of Li Fan's terrifying abilities. Since Li Fan had come to ask for his help, he naturally had to assist him. Being entrusted with such a task by a senior figure and fulfilling it was not a bad thing. He comforted himself with these thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Fan nodded.
In that case, I will entrust 7 knights to you. Please take good care of my 2 disciples in the future. Li Fan spoke with a solemn expression, resembling an elder blessing their children as they set off for school. Ha! 2?
Jin Yang was taken aback by the words. Instinctively, he looked at Li Qianya, then glanced outside, only to find that there was no one else there. However, just as he was about to ask Li Fan had already vanished. Li Fan's words echoed throughout the grand hall. 7 knights, my final lesson has come to an end.
Have you learned anything?
Li Fan's words echoed, but the person had already vanished without a trace, leaving only his voice behind, with no sign of his whereabouts.
Upon witnessing this scene, Jin Yang's expression changed once again. This elusive technique sent a chill down his spine. There was no trace of divine power fluctuations. It seemed there was no place in this world that Li Fan couldn't go. Meanwhile, as Jin Yang's expression changed, Li Qianya stood there blankly, staring at the front door, with Li Fan's words echoing in his mind. Li Qianya, you are destined to become the king of the underworld. Xia, when it comes to being a person, you must exude confidence and be enigmatic. However, these qualities should only be displayed when you have the confidence to back them up, otherwise, they'll just make you look foolish. One must charge forward fearlessly, looking down on all others. The weak are only bullied, do you understand? When you walk, let your footsteps create a breeze, and when you meet strangers, look down on them with pride. Every word echoed in Li Qianya's mind. At that moment, Li Qianya froze, his expression growing solemn. Moments later, Jin Yang's voice reached Li Qianya's ears. What's your name? At that moment, Jin Yang had already understood what the 2 disciples meant from the words of the man in golden armor. He then looked at Li Qianya, noticing his dazed expression but not giving it much thought, dismissing it as the typical behavior of a child separated from their loved ones. As he listened to Jin Yang's questions, Li Qianya's expression froze. In that instant, Li Qianya's demeanor changed. He became as calm as water, like a clear pond, with eyes that seemed to look down on the world, as if everyone else was an ant and he was the emperor, the greatest in the world. His words were spoken in a calm and composed tone. Old man, my name is Li Qianya. Chapter 163, The Hill of the Immortals. Li Qianya's words echoed throughout the grand hall. This caused Jin Yang's expression to freeze. This indifferent and arrogant attitude was one he had seen many times before. It was the attitude of the most elite and privileged few. However, even among that group, few would dare to treat him this way. What kind of mindset is required to cultivate such a disposition? For a moment, Jin Yang was speechless. He couldn't help but start to study Li Qianya, and the more he looked, the more he felt that Li Qianya had changed. Being by someone like that, being his disciple probably isn't that simple. After observing for a moment, Jin Yang couldn't help but admire him in his heart. At the same time, he pondered deeply within his heart. This matter must be reported to the dean and others. Li Fan's identity is mysterious, and his actions may have ulterior motives. A meeting must be convened immediately. At the same time, the moonlight became hazy, and a dark cloud drifted by. Under the night sky, the imperial city still glowed with brilliant lights. At some unknown hour, a figure stood tall on a peak near the capital of the Stone Kingdom, his white robe fluttering in the wind, rustling softly. Li Fan gazed into the hazy night, surveying the distant city walls, silent and pensive. Why did you send your disciples away? They would be much better off staying by your side than at the Heavenly God Academy. Just then, the voice of the willow spirit rang out, and the willow vine bracelet on Li Fan's left hand began to glow faintly. A stunning figure appeared beside Li Fan, standing tall and proud, radiating unparalleled beauty that left both ancient and modern worlds in awe. Upon hearing this, Li Fan paused for a moment. Then he smiled broadly and chuckled lightly. Because I don't know how to teach others, and I know nothing about martial arts cultivation. Listening to Li Fan's words, Lucian froze, her beautiful eyes flickering as she stared at Li Fan. Finally, the corners of her lips curled upward slightly, a smile that was incredibly beautiful. Time flies like a white horse, and the sun's rays fade away. Before we knew it, 5 years had passed. In the realm of cultivation, the concept of time is very vague. 5 years might just be the time it takes to enter a higher realm, or to achieve enlightenment. Within a vast metropolis, Li Fan's white figure, like a passerby in the mortal world, vanished silently at the end of the street. Feeling the hustle and bustle of the world around him, Li Fan's expression grew distant.
He had been away from this world for 5 years, wandering through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. During those 5 years, he rarely ventured into the mortal world, instead traversing the great mountains and rivers. He explored ancient ruins, delved into abandoned tombs, and ventured into restricted zones. It could be said that his entire 5 years were spent in places where few humans set foot. However, Li Fan was unaware of his mysterious whereabouts, which had drawn the attention of many over the past 5 years. The world is truly a place that evokes deep reflection. Li Fan, as always, remained calm and composed, smiling softly. The mission began, and they set off to find Xianxiu. Just then, a familiar icy voice echoed in his mind. Hearing those words, Li Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. Over the past few years, Li Fan had been constantly exploring ancient sites and venturing into remote, uninhabited areas, all because of the system. 5 years ago, the system had assigned him a task to explore ancient ruins and investigate abandoned graves. It can be said that this mission set the course for Li Fan's actions over the next 5 years. He discovered that when he felt truly powerful and unmatched in the world, he sometimes found life incredibly boring. Occasionally, Li Fan continued to explore his own path, but in other matters, he found himself with nothing to do. To find something to do, traveling became boring after a while, so Li Fan began to explore ancient ruins in mysterious places. He spent most of the next 5 years in these locations. From time to time, the system would assign tasks, and Li Fan would use completing these tasks as a way to pass the time, while also obtaining some valuable items in the process.
Do you have a new goal now?
A light, sacred voice rang out. The willow spirit spoke. Over the past 5 years, every time Li Fan showed this smile, it was for a specific purpose.
Yes, this time, my goal is to go and take a look at Xianxiu. Li Fan smiled lightly and answered the question. Xianxiu, that name was quite unusual. The willow spirit laughed. Over the past few years, she had spoken a great deal, and while Li Fan had been passing the time, she had gained much inspiration, leading to a significant breakthrough in her final step. Following Li Fan, she had seen many things she had never encountered before. In fact, she even obtained an item that caused her spiritual body's strength to skyrocket. An item capable of influencing her immortal king's spiritual body, it healed her injuries. This item, of course, was granted by the system, though its effect was minor. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to astonish the willow spirit. Li Fan's mystery grew even deeper, and at times, even the true form of the willow spirit in the upper realm couldn't resist descending to the lower realm to have a real encounter with Li Fan. Though referred to as a spiritual form, all consciousness ultimately originates from Lu Shun. While in the upper realm, Lu Shun is in a state of cultivation but is not truly in a state of ignorance or chaos. If she were to unleash her full power, she could summon her true form to descend and overturn this mortal world. The two are the same entity, merely existing in different vessels. It seems we can't stay here much longer. Let's continue on our way. Li Fan smiled and immediately took out a jade token. It was a jade token as clear as jade. To reach the immortal hill, one must follow the guidance of the jade token. Only this jade token could lead one to the immortal hill. It was said that those who possessed such a token were ancient beings from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Each of them was a figure capable of shocking the mortal world and shaking the heavens. These individuals stand atop the world, wielding immense power, towering above the clouds, and looking down upon the mortal realm. Li Fan obtained this token by sheer coincidence, finding it in an ancient ruin. As it happens, the region of Xianxiu is quite close to a place Li Fan is familiar with, the Zhangtian Plain. In the vast wasteland thousands of miles away from the Zhangtian Plain, Xianxiu is located there. Chirp, chirp. Birds soared overhead, and the roars of beasts echoed through the air. This was a vast river valley, stretching endlessly in every direction. Following the Jade Plaque's guidance, Li Fan arrived at his destination. Before him stretched an endless range of towering peaks, soaring into the sky and piercing the clouds, their majestic grandeur awe-inspiring. Engraved upon them were 2 large characters, Immortal Hill. This mountain stands out remarkably. However, one must not assume that this means one can simply walk up to it. Without a jade token, even if the mountain is right before one's eyes, it cannot be seen, and one could even walk right past it as if the mountain had vanished entirely. There are traces of immortals here. The willow spirit spoke, its voice echoing in Li Fan's mind. Immortals? It seems that this world is indeed home to many immortals. Li Fan heard this and muttered to himself. This universe, a shattered realm, is a desolate wasteland, once a battlefield where, long ago, there was a period of glory, and the number of immortals reached a terrifying count. However, it was eventually ravaged by war and slaughter. As the sound faded, the willow spirit spoke again, its voice faint and indistinct, as if it had lingered from the ancient times before the post-primordial era. Before Li Fan lay an ancient scroll, spread out before him. Magnificent mountains and rivers stretched out before him, vast beyond measure. A single mountain could rival a realm of the heavens and earth, while the heavens themselves were as vast as the cosmos. In the dark, icy expanse of space, true immortals soared through the void. Chapter 164, The Suspended Temple, Li Fan's Name. Chapter 164, The Suspended Temple, Li Fan's Name.
Xianxiu, a true peak soaring 10,000 feet into the heavens, piercing the clouds, with its summit standing in the ninth heaven. According to legend, within this towering peak lies a temple known as the Suspended Temple. Only by entering the temple can one truly enter the realm of Xianxiu, for it is there, and not the mountain itself, that Xianxiu truly resides. Within the mountain, there are steps leading to the summit, each step being 10 feet high. As one climbs the steps, one feels a pressure, as if being pressed down by an invisible mountain of the Tao. However, this pressure was as good as nothing to Li Fan. Though it was called Fairy Hill, it was not truly uninhabited. There were people climbing to the summit. Those who come here are all people with powerful connections. Gazing at the towering peaks, Li Fan shook his head, took a step forward, and vanished from the spot in the next instant, leaving no trace behind. This scene. When a young man saw it, his eyes widened suddenly, and he rubbed them. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, standing halfway up the mountain, his face filled with disbelief, staring blankly at the surroundings. Was it an illusion? What's wrong with you? Hurry up and leave. The Heavenly Academy, the Holy Academy, the Immortal Academy, Feng, and the Jin Changxing family are all up there. Our Wang family can't fall behind. Just then, several young men ahead of him began to urge him on. I just thought I saw someone fly by, but no, they just took a step and vanished, as if they had reached the summit in an instant. The young man spoke up. You haven't been driven mad by the pressure, have you? There's no such person. If there really were, they'd be legendary immortals. Stop talking and let's go. You must have seen someone else. There's no one here. The young man ahead muttered in dissatisfaction, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and continued on his way. Is it an illusion? The man scratched his head, looked around in confusion, and realized there was no one else around. Regarding all of this, Li Fan was unaware that, at the very moment he vanished, he had appeared atop the mountain peak. Dawn! As soon as he appeared, Li Fan heard the sound of evening bells and morning drums, echoing and reverberating, deafening and awakening. This single toll of the bell gave one a sudden jolt of clarity, as if one had been awakened from a deep sleep, leaving the body and mind feeling refreshed and invigorated, as though one were about to ascend to heaven. In the distance, there stands a suspended temple, its golden bricks and tiles exuding an air of peace and tranquility. Li Fan gazed at the temple, his brows slightly furrowed. The imprint of those who came before. The words murmured from Li Fan's mouth. On the brick path in front of the temple, there were several figures sitting cross-legged, deep in meditation. Among them were people of all ages, some with bone hairpins in their hair, others with bare upper bodies wearing animal skin pants, resembling primitives, while others wore divine golden armor, radiating a flowing aura of the Tao, appearing like warriors from the divine realm at first glance. Every one of them was extraordinary, emanating an overwhelming aura that inspired awe and a desire to kneel in reverence. Regardless of age, their eyes betray the weight of their experiences, and they carry various weapons on their backs: long swords, giant bows, battle spears, and divine swords, each one resembling an invincible warrior spirit. The ancient people of the divine ancient era, alas. A faint sigh emanated from the willow ring in Li Fan's hand, accompanied by flickering emerald light. Someone else was approaching. Just then, voices could be heard in the distance. Li Fan was not alone here. There were also several young women sitting upright, as well as some elderly people with white hair. Their divine power fluctuated, as vast as the sea, revealing their extraordinary nature. They are not from our Heavenly God Academy, nor are they from the Immortal Academy or the Holy Academy. Just then, a young girl spoke up. She stood there with a charming appearance and an elegant demeanor. Strangely, he seemed vaguely familiar. Had he seen him somewhere before? At the same moment, an old figure spoke up. His motionless body suddenly stirred, gazing at Li Fan with eyes that flickered with silver light. Li Fan's appearance naturally caught the attention of others and startled some of the elders. It was him, the mysterious man who had appeared at major ancient sites around the world over the past 5 years. A startled cry suddenly erupted from the mouth of the ancient figure. This cry immediately caused a commotion. That man, who had been wandering among the ancient ruins, seemingly immortal, like a ghost in white, had actually come here. A young man dressed in the robes of the Holy Academy suddenly stiffened, his expression filled with horror. To become a disciple of the Holy Academy, one must be a true prodigy of the age. Yet now, such a figure was showing fear, and it wasn't just him. Around him, the old masters of the Holy Academy and the Immortal Academy, those ancient figures, all trembled in their expressions. 5 years. In these 5 years, many things have happened in this world. Great prodigies have emerged from all corners, competing with the strongest of the previous generation to challenge the world. Many dark horses have emerged, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, over the past 5 years, there is one event that has captured everyone's attention. It is also the thing that people most want to explore yet dare not touch upon. Over the past 5 years, a mysterious man in white has frequently appeared at various ancient sites and tombs, gradually drawing the attention of some people. It was during the opening of a massive ancient cave complex that Li Fan's mysterious presence sent shivers down the spines of everyone present, leaving them utterly terrified. He moved like a ghost, appearing without a sound, never interacting with anyone or speaking a word. It was as though he did not exist in this time or belong to this space, his eyes holding a profound indifference toward the heavens and earth.
It was terrifying.
He could enter and exit ancient ruins and dangerous places with ease, always emerging unscathed, his body untouched by dust, pure and spotless. It was as though he had no physical form, and nothing could touch him. Even once, people witnessed him entering a forbidden zone. As always, he appeared silently, walking into the restricted area under the gaze of the world. At that moment, many old monsters were shaken. The restricted area, the forbidden place, he had entered it. After half a month, many who had waited patiently noticed that the forbidden zone remained completely still, and he did not reappear before the eyes of the world. Many believed that Li Fan was dead. However, just as the world was spreading rumors that this man had died in the forbidden zone, within a cave that had emerged from the ground in the great crimson heaven, a sage-level ancient king spotted Li Fan. He was seated in the deepest part of the cave, holding an ancient jade in his hand. After glancing at the ancient queen once more, he vanished again. That single glance caused the ancient king's body to break out in a cold sweat, his heart racing and trembling, nearly causing him to lose control. It was precisely at that moment that Li Fan revealed his true terror to the world. A single glance could send a saint-level ancient king into a cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. What kind of existence could inspire such dread? Chapter 165, Master of Evil Intentions? Over the past 5 years, reports of Li Fan's whereabouts have surfaced repeatedly. His mystery has only deepened the world's understanding of him, and each new revelation has made people more aware of Li Fan's terrifying nature. He is like a white demon from the underworld, moving silently and leaving no trace behind. It wasn't until the incident where Li Fan entered the forbidden zone and mysteriously reappeared in the ancient cave of the great crimson heaven half a month later, causing an ancient king to stand frozen in fear, that the world truly understood the horror of Li Fan. Could he be the divine incarnation of the emperor, immortal and eternal, searching for something? An elderly sage spoke these words. And in an instant, many who heard it were startled. The weight of those words was overwhelming, like a mountain crushing down, leaving one gasping for breath, on the verge of suffocation. The divine will, that is evil. Those who attain enlightenment often give birth to another existence similar to themselves due to certain circumstances. Such beings are terrifying beyond imagination, akin to living emperors or ancient rulers, and their every appearance brings chaos and darkness. Li Fan has consistently appeared in ancient ruins and haunted graves, and he can even enter restricted zones without dying. This has led many to suspect that Li Fan might be the divine manifestation of an emperor, an immortal malevolent spirit. Such claims have struck fear into the hearts of all beings across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, some say that Li Fan is not evil. He is the divine manifestation of an enlightened being. If he were truly evil, this world would have been overturned long ago, let alone still exist today. He has never killed a single person in his life. Perhaps he is the divine essence of a benevolent deity. Some say that this is another case. However, others claim that this is not the will of a deity. He is a supreme being, likely sealed within the divine source, and has now awakened possibly a deity from ancient history. Such cases are not unheard of. The path of immortals is about to open, the path of emperors is about to open, and a prosperous golden age is on the horizon. It can be said that many terrifying figures have survived to the present day, so it is hard not to believe. Most importantly, this information originated from the Heavenly God Academy. It was conveyed by a venerable elder of the Heavenly God Academy. Information about Li Fan has been circulating among the major factions for quite some time. Many people are eager to find him, and some have even gone so far as to pore over ancient histories in search of someone similar to Li Fan. This search was no small matter, as someone actually discovered an existence that bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Fan. It was a terrifying figure from long ago, his hands drenched in blood that could fill an entire province, clad in white robes that seemed to defy the dust, a demonic being from the underworld living among humans. These words were carved on an ancient stele and recorded in writing. They belong to a time long ago, far beyond the ancient era, far beyond the era of the emperor, and even earlier than the chaotic ancient times. At the thought of this, Li Fan, the white-robed blood demon, caused many people to weep, and children began to cry. At that time, the world was on the brink of an unforeseeable catastrophe. He arrived at the suspended temple. An elderly member of the Longshan clan paled and stood up abruptly. It wasn't just him, many others were secretly protecting their own children and disciples. This mysterious presence was something that couldn't be ignored. As he looked at the expressions in the eyes of those around him, Li Fan's eyes remained unchanged. He had seen such gazes countless times over the past 5 years. Many people treated him as if he were a deity, some even terrified to the point of losing control of their bladder. Most of them viewed him with the same fear and reverence as if he were an ancient demon. Without paying attention to the stares of the crowd, Li Fan walked toward the distance. He walked past the steps, past the imprints left by the ancient immortals, without any obstruction, his expression calm and composed. He walked past, leaving no trace. Those were war gods from millions of years ago. My goodness, he couldn't possibly be the divine incarnation of some ancient emperor, reincarnated in the mortal world. Many who witnessed the scene could not believe their eyes. As the saying goes, hearsay is no substitute for first-hand experience. Li Fan's strength had been passed down through word of mouth, but there were very few accounts of his actual achievements. When it comes to true strength, it is often shrouded in mystery and legend. Yet what stands before them now truly causes many hearts to race and blood to surge. Regardless of who he is undoubtedly a figure of the caliber of the Dean of the Celestial Academy. The senior elder leading the group thought to himself, focusing his attention on the figure before him. He could not discern the depth of his abilities, and a sense of awe rose within him. This was undoubtedly a living god. His power was likely on par with the Tiger Clan warrior who had appeared alongside the Underworld River's ghost ship, possibly a member of the White Tiger Clan, a race of ancient beasts said to have descended from true dragons and divine phoenixes. Someone sighed softly, their eyes flickering with emotion. At that moment, Li Fan finally vanished and entered the suspended temple. Seeing this, many people sighed in relief. Li Fan's mystery and terror loomed over everyone like an ancient demon, suffocating many with a sense of oppression. However, while some were afraid, others were not. Li Fan's disappearance immediately caused many to rise to their feet. These were the true old monsters, who harbored an instinctive longing for the strong, eager to explore and observe. For a moment, many voices rang out. Our training with the War God's Mark is nearly complete. We will cross the Void Bridge to Xianqiu and take a look at that mysterious figure. Perhaps this time we will have the honor of catching a glimpse of his true power. An old sage from the Immortal Academy spoke up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Even he couldn't get close to the War God's Mark, let alone walk into the suspended temple on foot. In this world, there wasn't a single person who could do it, not even the head of the Immortal Academy or the senior elders. This fact is even clearer to these old monsters than to those inexperienced young people. The mark that has endured to this day is a great miracle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a truly supreme object. Even among the ancient emperors, few could achieve such a feat, let alone endure for billions of years. Soon, many people entered the Divine Hill through a small path beside the suspended temple and crossed a divine bridge. Xianqiu was shrouded in white mist, with clouds and mist swirling around, resembling a fairyland. It's him! Similar exclamations echoed across the fairy-like hills. There were also people inside, all standing before a mysterious mountain gate in the distance. It was 2 stone mountains, standing there like giant gatekeepers. As Li Fan's figure appeared, many people broke out in cold sweat, their sweat pouring down like rain. Ding! Mission completed. Proceed to Xianqiu and obtain 1,000 pieces of enlightenment tea. As Li Fan stepped inside, a voice rang out in his ears. It was the system notification, announcing the task reward. Chapter 166, The Summit of the Giant Peak of the Jade Rabbit Immortal Hill. On a stretch of rolling hills, 2 stone mountains stood side by side, resembling 2 ancient giants guarding the gateway to the deepest part of the Immortal Hill. The gap between them is not very large, or perhaps quite narrow. Around it, dense bamboo groves stretch out, each bamboo stalk shimmering with a crystalline luster, more resembling jade green stone bamboo than ordinary bamboo, as if they were the most exquisite stone carvings. Li Fan's arrival caused many to turn their heads and sparked countless ripples of astonishment. He emerged from a mysterious place where no one had ever set foot before, for it was the suspended temple. Throughout history, no one has ever managed to reach the sacred hill by landing at the suspended temple. All have come via the path of the void. The living fossil of the Holy Court's pupils suddenly contracted, startling him into standing up. At the same moment, figures struggled to emerge from the void bridge. They were the group who had recently gained enlightenment in overcoming the imprint in the outside world, now converging with those here. Li Fan wore a white robe, his thick black hair tied back with a jade crown, each strand emitting a luminous glow that could reflect one's image. His long hair flowed freely down to his chest and back. His figure was tall and slender, with a natural luster flowing beneath his skin. He was as graceful as jade, exuding an otherworldly aura reminiscent of a celestial being. As Li Fan arrived, the hills fell silent. Everyone held their breath, watching Li Fan, their eyes darting around in astonishment, curiosity, and fear. Li Fan walked straight toward the entrance, which was more like a narrow passage between 2 towering stone mountains. The path was narrow, and everyone on it had flushed faces. There was a massive field of energy there, warping space itself, as if it were about to tear apart anyone who entered. There, everyone struggles with every step, as if trapped in quicksand. Make way. The words spoken by Li Fan were plain and simple, yet his voice carried an immense authority that resonated deeply, like the weight of Mount Tai pressing down, shaking the hearts of everyone present. 3 words, as if possessed by a spell, caused everyone's bodies to tremble. He spoke. A young man from the Immortal Academy was startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Li Fan had appeared in the mortal realm 5 years ago, yet to this day, not a single person had ever heard him speak. He was like a white demon walking in broad daylight, a being from another dimension, someone from the 9 hells who could not communicate with those of this world. And now, Li Fan has spoken. At that moment, the living fossils of the 3 great academies all opened their eyes wide, emitting boundless light, their old faces filled with shock. He could speak calmly. Could he not be a divine being? Xindin Yan has always been in a special state of confusion, which is common knowledge. Of course, there are exceptions. The divine essence is, after all, another form of existence for true beings of power. When they encounter something that can awaken their divine consciousness, they may very well revive. To put it simply, it's a case of being moved by the surroundings. Such things are not unheard of. Many divine essences that were destroyed often awaken their true memories in the end, and there are also many who were destroyed through this method. When it comes to a direct confrontation, anyone below the level of an emperor is no match, unless they are a truly awakened imperial soldier or an ancient imperial soldier. Could he really be the ancient powerhouse sealed away for ages as the elders claimed? But he looks so young, his eyes lack the weariness of time, and his voice is so pleasant it truly makes one doubt whether he is an ancient powerhouse. A cute little girl with a delicate face murmured to herself. Her eyes were bright and dark, and she held a small beast in her arms, which was making soft, whimpering sounds. The creature had the head of a lion, the antlers of a deer, the eyes of a tiger, the body of a deer, the scales of a dragon, and the tail of a cow, resembling the legendary mythical beast, the Qilin. Hearing these words, many people's faces turned red with embarrassment. Only she dared to speak so boldly. Some people, upon seeing this little girl, felt a chill run down their spines. It's not that the little girl herself is terrifying, but the small beast on her body is what makes people wary. The Taiyin Yutu clan is currently cultivating at the Heavenly God Academy. When it comes to the Taiyin Jade Rabbit, many may not know what it is, but when mentioning an ancient demon emperor, many would be familiar with the demon emperor Shui Wuqing. It is said that demon emperor Shui Wuqing emerged from this clan, and was the most ordinary member of the clan. Throughout ancient history, this clan has always had members in every era. Though their numbers are few in each era, despite their seemingly cute and fragile appearance, they all stand at the pinnacle of the human world, truly the ancient demon clan of the ancient emperors. At that moment, Li Fan raised his eyes and looked over. This made the living fossils of the Heavenly Book Academy tense up, fearing that the little rabbit might anger this terrifying being. Qilin. 2 more calm words came out of Li Fan's mouth. In that instant, many people felt a chill run down their spines. The living fossils of the Heavenly God Academy had sweat palms, and their hearts were already prepared to respond at any moment to Li Fan's sudden move to capture the Qilin. It was sealed. Li Fan's eyes were deep and serene as he gazed at the young Qilin in the little rabbit's arms. This was a true Qilin, an immortal beast from the ancient times of the immortals, whose bloodline had been tampered with and sealed, preventing others from seeing its true form, causing it to believe itself to be a collateral branch of the Qilin lineage. Listening to Li Fan's words, many people's expressions turned pale. Sealed? What did that mean? As they listened to Li Fan's words, many people's faces betrayed shock. Sealed? What does that mean? However, after saying this, Li Fan turned around and continued walking toward the end. He wasn't thinking about investigating the Qilin right now, he wanted to go inside the immortal hill to take a look. The willow spirit had just told him that there were immortals inside. At the end of the path, there was a golden light, like a barrier separating the two places. Boom! The road suddenly shook violently. A purple glow erupted from Li Fan's body, resembling primordial purple mist, engulfing the entire world. A terrifying aura spread out from Li Fan, surging like a raging ocean. Put! At that moment, everyone on the divine hill retreated, and some even spat blood. The purple light was not aimed at them, yet it injured them. Within that light lay an overwhelming force, an invincible force that suppressed everything. With a loud boom, the golden barrier dissolved naturally, and Li Fan stepped inside. The scenery at the end of the chamber instantly came into view. The golden light did not reappear, and the rosy glow had not yet gathered. Had the gate been violently shattered? An elder of the immortal clan exclaimed in shock. The portal will reappear, but it will be a slow process. It was destroyed by an overwhelming force, and it will take some time for it to recover. At this moment, an ancient immortal from the Immortal Academy stepped forward with gleaming eyes and spoke softly. As soon as his words fell, many people sucked in their breath in shock. What immense power must it take to achieve such a feat? As one's cultivation grows, so does the rank of one's gate. This is an immutable truth that has been etched into the hearts of all beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Has it exceeded the limits of the portal? An old man from the holy hall muttered, his old face filled with shock and horror. Chapter 167, The Ancient Great Ones. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The elderly masters kept muttering to themselves, their old faces filled with shock. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned toward the barrier. Many people were unable to break through it, as there was only one way to enter, possessing the imperial aura. It represents the future. Your achievements could very well bring you within a hair's breadth of becoming a quasi-emperor. This gateway seems to be a test portal. Only true powerhouses can enter it, and in the future, they will be able to challenge the quasi-emperor level powerhouses of the mortal world. Look, there's movement inside. Someone exclaimed. Inside, it was vast and boundless, like a new world, filled with a sacred aura and bathed in divine light. A loud cry. Li Fan had barely entered the place when a strange bird swooped down from a stone mountain, terrifying and powerful, its roar shaking the void and warping space.
There were also spirits similar to those on the void bridge inside. Seeing this scene, many people present understood. In truth, this wasn't a secret. Those who could come here all had powerful backgrounds, their ancestors had been here before, and the scenery inside wasn't unfamiliar to them. Ah! As the strange bird charged halfway, it suddenly let out a piercing screech. Upon catching sight of Li Fan's eyes, the once mindless spirit felt an instinctive fear, causing its diving posture to freeze instantly. It turned around and fled. What's going on? This scene left many people confused. Is this really the spirit they know? At the same time, an old farmer walked out in front of Li Fan, holding a medicine shovel. Seeing this scene, the living fossils of the three great academies and the ancient elders of the Qingshan clan all trembled. This man was terrifying, having dwelled in the depths of the immortal hill for ages. He was a spirit from a painting, a living being born from a painting that had gained sentience and had been guarding the immortal hill for ages. No one knew how long this old farmer had lived. He had been there in the primordial era, the ancient era, and even traces of him could be found in the emperor's era. He was a primordial being who had spanned multiple eras, a truly ancient creature. Even though he possesses no martial arts prowess, the great emperor himself must address him with the utmost respect, referring to him as senior. Why would someone of your stature come here? The old farmer looked at Li Fan with astonishment and spoke. His words were spoken without any hesitation, like a torrential flood, striking everyone's hearts. The spirit that had traversed multiple eras in the painting referred to the mysterious man as a great figure, as if it knew his true identity. Many people's breathing became heavy and rapid. This simple statement carries a weight heavy enough to crush the heavens. Jin Yang was not mistaken. This person was likely a being from the ancient past, possibly even from before the Chaos era. The living fossil of the Heavenly God Academy shuddered violently, exhaling heavy breaths that caused his white beard to tremble constantly. Is he even older than the spirit in the painting? The supreme elder of an immortal family was so startled by this statement that he took several steps back. No one had expected the old farmer to utter such words, which carried the weight of a mountain, pressed down on the sky, and split the sea. No one knew why the old farmer had spoken such words. He was once a painting carved into a stone wall, a spirit with a touch of sentience. He had keen insight, having witnessed countless eras and encountered figures revered in the outside world as the ancient emperor and the primordial sovereign. However, no one could evoke the same sense of awe and trembling in him as Li Fan did. This feeling he had only experienced in the depths of the divine hill, where the spirits who shaped this land resided. It was an aura shared by those who created him and perhaps even stronger. Though he was a self-born being, that did not mean he was unaware. In this region, there were countless ancient spirits who had once guarded this universe. Over the ages, he seemed to have been entrusted with a mission, gaining knowledge of some of the true history. This universe was once an ancient battlefield, shattered beyond recognition. The true great beings have long since departed from this world, occasionally taking in extraordinary individuals from within. Yet now, he has witnessed a living great being. How should I address you? The old farmer quickly regained his composure and spoke respectfully to Li Fan. This was a true great figure, someone he had already identified as a living immortal, worthy of his utmost respect. For such individuals, none were younger than him. They were all immortal beings who had survived across eras. You may call me Li Fan. Li Fan's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke softly. He knew the old man in front of him better than most. He understood his mission and responsibilities more clearly than anyone else. Li Fan. Upon hearing this, the old farmer fell into a moment of deep thought. He tried to search his memory, hoping to recall anything related to Li Fan, but in the end, he realized he couldn't remember a single thing about him. However, he didn't give up. He was the spirit of the painting, entrusted with a responsibility and granted memories, but they were incomplete. Many ancient events remained unknown to him. At the same time, those outside were silent, lost in their own thoughts. Do you remember anything about this man named Li Fan? An ancient immortal from the Qingshan clan. Upon hearing this, many shook their heads. The living fossils of the three great clans all furrowed their brows, as there were no records of such a thing. Could he be one of the celestial lords who founded the 9 secrets? An ancient ancestral king spoke up. Hearing these words, many ancient beings were stunned. Dressed in white, with a noble and handsome appearance, he did resemble some descriptions of the celestial lord. Indeed, several of the celestial lords were indeed dressed in white. Sir, what brings you here? The old farmer was puzzled. I'm here to get some bamboo shoots to make soup. Li Fan didn't hide his intentions and stated his purpose. This statement left the old farmer speechless, and it also left outsiders speechless. At that very moment, Li Fan spoke again. There's also someone else I need to see. Li Fan spoke up, his deep eyes fixed intently on the distance. Upon finishing his words, everyone present trembled. Look at people? Look at whom? Is Xianqiu also a restricted area, with multiple supreme beings inside? Many hearts raced wildly, and they speculated in secret. Boom!
Suddenly, a chaotic thunderclap erupted in the distance, surrounding a tree that was entirely emerald green.
A tree? No, it's bamboo, a bamboo stalk soaring into the sky like a mountain. Many people exclaimed in astonishment.
It had actually appeared the oldest of the demon-repelling divine bamboos. The old farmer was astonished, his words betraying his surprise.
Sir, that is the oldest evil-repelling bamboo. If you are looking for bamboo shoots, they should be found along its edges.
The old farmer then spoke to Li Fan with a mix of respect and oddness.
Chapter 168, the scene reenacted. Deep within Xianxiu, a bamboo plant as tall as a sacred mountain, translucent and white as jade, stood erect.
A dazzling glow radiated in all directions, auspicious clouds soared to the heavens, and chaotic lightning bolts obscured the entire sky, a sight unparalleled in its magnificence. At this sight, many people held their breath in awe.
What kind of bamboo was that, appearing as if it had emerged from the primordial chaos?
At the same time, many people were greedy, wanting to enter it. It was the oldest evil-repelling divine bamboo, and if one could obtain it, they might be able to cultivate a physique immune to all evils.
I understand.
Li Fan nodded, his eyes fixed on the bamboo plant. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. He had already decided what delicious dish he would prepare with the bamboo shoots and the meat of the fierce beast once he returned home.
The next moment, he took a step forward.
Li Fan's figure turned into a shadowy form, drifting forward like a celestial being descended from the heavens, transcendent and otherworldly.
Boom! Whoosh! Roar! Howl!
From all directions, countless heroic spirits appeared, their forms varied greatly, representing countless races. Some wielded icy weapons that sliced through the air, and without exception, they all carried the intent to kill, charging toward Li Fan. Tens of thousands of spirits, their combined killing intent was enough to make one's heart tremble, and their souls seemed to be frozen in place. In just a moment, those witnessing this scene from the outside felt their scalps tingle with fear.
Countless spirits, densely packed, like countless vengeful ghosts wailing, engulfed the land, overwhelming everything in sight.
Various lights erupted simultaneously, revealing terrifying creatures such as Paixio, humanoid beings with 12 golden wings, Taotai, and wild bulls, all charging toward Li Fan in a relentless assault.
However, as everyone looked ahead, their bodies trembled and their souls quivered.
The reason for this was that Li Fan had made his move. He had transcended the ordinary and reached a level beyond comprehension. All that could be seen was Li Fan's body emitting a silver-white glow, radiating a sacred and dazzling brilliance.
At that moment,
on the hills, regardless of age or gender, whether they were young prodigies or elderly veterans, everyone stood motionless, their expressions frozen in shock. The scene before them was simply too overwhelming. The silver moonlight glow condensed into countless living beings, enveloping the entire sky. Giant apes as tall as mountains pounded their chests, their beats echoing like war drums. 9-headed lions roared to the heavens, while massive divine birds soared through the sky, their feathers flashing with icy brilliance, tearing apart the void. Xianqi, a monstrous beast of unimaginable size, threatens to crush the heavens. Silver moon frost wolves howl to the sky, while dragon horses charge upward, soaring 9,000 miles high and striking down countless stars. On both sides, countless silver-clad beings collide with the spirits of this land. People seem to have returned to the chaotic ancient times, back to the true age of darkness, where all beings fought fiercely, battling against the heavens and earth, shattering the stars. Some beings stood on the ground and roared so loudly that they caused the sun and moon to fall from the sky. The starry realm sank and grew dim, and the sun and moon lost their luster.
This sacred land seems to have entered an ancient era, returning to its origins. A dense swarm of beings fills the sky, obscuring the boundless heavens.
They are all ancient, powerful beings from legends and myths. Gazing at this scene, many trembled, unable to tear their eyes away. They could not forget what they had witnessed today.
Many trembled like sieves, their bodies retreating backward. What kind of supernatural ability is this? What kind of power is required to achieve such a feat? Many old-timers and ancient sages stood there in awe, wondering what kind of power it would take to summon countless spirits in an instant. The earth trembled, and mountains and seas erupted. Yet amidst this chaos, there is an anomaly, a figure in the sky that stands out starkly against the chaos below. Li Fan walked, his robes fluttering in the wind, his white clothes spotless, as if he were the master of destiny. He seemed like a divine being or a celestial being, walking through the dusty world of mortals, untouched by any trace of evil or darkness. Every time a heroic spirit attempts to attack Li Fan, an immortal being of supreme power tears it away, biting off half of the heroic spirit's body, revealing its fierce aura. Countless people sucked in their breath in horror. In no time, everyone could barely see Li Fan's figure anymore. He had grown very small and had reached the summit of the mountain, standing before the bamboo. The bamboo towered into the sky, its entire body as translucent as jade, emitting a gentle glow. As one approached, a sacred aura enveloped them. This was the most noble plant in the world. It can ward off curses and destroy all evil. Quick, quick, cast the divine spell. You must watch. Some of the old-timers grew anxious.
Li Fan was already barely visible, but as they came into contact with him and witnessed the scenes unfolding before their eyes, many couldn't resist their curiosity and grew even more eager to see what happened next.
At that moment,
The immortal elders of the Changsheng clan, the three great clans, the Ancient Clan, and the Demon Clan all joined forces and unleashed their divine arts. Finally, under the power of their divine arts, they could vaguely make out the scenes within.
what is that? Dark divine gold beings?
At the moment the image appeared, many people felt a chill run down their spines.
The scene was simply breathtaking.
A figure made of divine metal was walking toward Li Fan.
Is that the Holy Spirit?
An old man's Adam's apple bobbed as he opened his mouth, as if he had exhausted all his strength to utter those words. After speaking, he felt parched and weak, barely able to breathe. The entire body was made of divine metal, moving like a human being, reminding many people of a certain race.
Holy spirits. All living beings are born of heaven and earth.
Legend has it that the fully realized Holy Spirit can shake the very foundations of the empire.
This is a fact.
That race is unmatched in the world, one of the true strongest races.
How vast is the universe? Every living being possesses an unmatched aura.
These divine beings possess a unique trait: they are all sentient beings born from various celestial and terrestrial spiritual entities. They could be flames, stones, or even divine metals. Among them, the most terrifying is divine metal, as it is said to be impossible for divine metal to attain sentience. Because such an existence is far too taboo, it is likely that the lowest level is already that of an immortal, and it may even be higher, reaching the true realm of an immortal king. A stone spirit with even a sesame seed-sized piece of immortal gold is enough to roam the universe freely. If the entire immortal gold were to give birth to a spirit, that would be unimaginable. It would be a true immortal.
How many years have passed? I never imagined there was still someone like you in this world.
The immortal spoke, his icy eyes devoid of any emotion, hollow and void of any spiritual essence. His voice was harsh and piercing.
If it can speak, could it truly be the divine spirit of Xianjin?
Hearing these words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, their blood seemed to stop flowing, and they couldn't help but tremble slightly.
Chapter 169, The Proud Little Rooster.
Just as the outside world saw the Xianjin people speak and then freeze in shock, Li Fan, however, was already engaged in conversation with the Xianjin people.
You don't seem to be a puppet anymore.
Looking at the divine golden figure before him, Li Fan raised an eyebrow. In his memory, this dark divine metal should have been an immortal being of the highest order, later having its divine consciousness erased and turned into a puppet, one of the immortal treasures of a foreign realm. However, upon hearing the divine metal being speak without pause, its voice sounding like that of a human, he was taken aback. At the same moment, he looked at the divine metal's body and saw that many of the puppet formations had already been shattered. You have broken free from your bonds, shattered the restrictions, and after countless years, you have once again become a new being.
Li Fan exclaimed in astonishment.
Though my divine consciousness was annihilated back then, it was here that the deepest resentment within me was awakened. After thousands of years of struggle, I succeeded. I gave birth to a new spiritual consciousness and shattered the immortal restrictions. The divine metal gave birth to a being whose eyes shone with a brilliant light. Oh, so you've become the guardian of this place.
Are you here to stop me?
Li Fan raised his eyebrows slightly, his face bearing an odd expression as he looked at this divine metal creature with interest. This was the first time he had ever seen a divine spirit, and calling this divine metal a divine spirit was not an exaggeration.
No, I won't stop you. I can't defeat you.
The Xianjin man shook his head and replied bluntly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan was taken aback and felt quite surprised.
In Li Fan's understanding, the Holy Spirit should despise all things, regard everything as worthless, and consider themselves superior to all others.
According to Li Fan, the Holy Spirit race was a group of arrogant little chickens, always holding their heads high. It was unexpected that the Holy Spirit would be so straightforward and blunt. However, upon reflecting on the manner of this Holy Spirit's creation, Li Fan understood. To put it simply, this Holy Spirit possesses three sets of memories: the initial Holy Spirit's memories, the second set of puppet memories, and the third set, which are the current memories. With 3 lifetimes of memories, it would be strange if it couldn't adapt.
Then why did you come out? Li Fan spoke up.
As he listened to Li Fan's words, the Xianjin man's vacant eyes suddenly brightened, and his voice rang out like the beating of drums.
I have a question for you.
Oh?
Ask me a question.
Upon hearing this, Li Fan looked at the Xianjin man with great interest. He could tell that this Xianjin figure had broken free from the constraints that had turned him into a puppet, resulting in some imperfections. He now existed at a level between an emperor and a mortal immortal, surpassing emperors but falling short of mortal immortals, yet possessing the ability of immortality. I want to ascend further. I want to become truly immortal. The immortal golden man's eyes blazed with an overwhelming aura of imperial might, sweeping across the 9 heavens and surging toward the heavens.
Are you asking me to help you repair your broken form?
Li Fan looked at the dark divine metal that had transformed into a sacred spirit, his eyes sparkling. This divine metal had flaws. Although it had broken free from its constraints, it had paid a tremendous price. The techniques of the immortal beings were not so easy to escape from. Immediately, Li Fan glanced at the divine metal and smiled lightly.
If I tell you how to fix it, what can you give me in return?
Li Fan's words left the Xianjin people speechless. He immediately fell silent. Time passed slowly, and those outside grew increasingly anxious. They were restless, for this was a true divine spirit, one that might even rival a great emperor. If it were to be granted a better path, the future.
Many people would desperately want to stop this from happening.
Time passed slowly, and the divine being finally raised its head. His gaze was as bright as the sun, with two fiery flames hanging high in the clear sky.
Boom!
The Xianjin people moved, catching everyone off guard. Accompanied by the most ruthless killing intent, a vast divine glow erupted, along with a malevolent aura that made everything tremble.
Kill you, devour your memories, and I will know the way.
He roared in a deep, ominous voice, like an ancient demon god, utterly brutal and ruthless. The sudden transformation was too swift for many to react in time. Many people turned pale, completely unprepared for such a situation.
This is bad.
His attack was terrifying, even from a great distance, and despite being shielded by the rules of the Divine Hill, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. However, this sense of dread lasted only a moment, less than 2 seconds.
Everything returned to normal.
In the Xianguang mirror, Li Fan's white-clad figure stood there calmly, still wearing a faint smile on his face. His arm extended, directly grasping the neck of the surging divine metal figure. The divine metal being struggled, but he found himself completely immobilized. A force as vast as the heavens held him in place, leaving him utterly unable to move. Indeed, in this world and this era, the divine beings that were born were all proud little roosters. Li Fan smiled as he looked at the divine metal figure in his hand, speaking with a faint smile. The immortal wanted to speak, but couldn't utter a word. In the next instant, his life force vanished, and the energy flowing across the surface of the Xianjin disappeared. His limbs drooped naturally, and there was no sign of life left in him. A divine spirit of immortal gold, existing between the realm of a great emperor and immortality, was casually slain by Li Fan. Witnessing this scene, many felt a sense of unreality. The divine spirit of Xianjin was slain. Many young prodigies cannot forget what they saw and heard today. At the same moment, the few living legends of the Divine Academy, the Holy Academy, and the Heavenly Academy all stared wide-eyed. Impossible. That aura was definitely at least that of a great sage, or even a quasi-emperor, or perhaps even higher. How could he have killed it so easily, as if it were a mere chick? There must be something wrong here. Yes, that Holy Spirit must have a flaw. That's probably why it was so easily slain. An ancient ancestral king spoke tremulously. His words were not without basis, as Li Fan and the Divine Gold Spirit had hinted at it. The Divine Gold Spirit had flaws, and the rules of the Divine Hill suppressed them, meaning they could not truly feel that imperial might. The overwhelming majority of the pressure had already been blocked. Otherwise, they would not be standing here unscathed now, they would have been reduced to dust. The pressure of an emperor is something these people can endure. That's correct. It's likely because that divine spirit was incomplete that it was so easily killed. Otherwise, even an ancient emperor would have had to expend considerable effort to defeat a divine spirit of that caliber. Another ancient king agreed. Hey, are you jealous that we humans have such an esteemed elder? At that moment, an elder from the Longshan clan, who stood behind the ancient imperial dynasty, sneered. You. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of the two ancient kings changed. They never expected their true intentions to be exposed so bluntly. In the vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, where countless races coexisted, the ancient tribes still stood at the forefront, boasting countless ancient imperial clans and an endless supply of ancient imperial soldiers. However, the sudden appearance of Li Fan had left these proud ancient clans feeling restless, especially his boastful remark about being a proud little rooster, which made them feel slightly uneasy. Chapter 170, The Mistake That Needs to Be Atoned For. The screen went black. What's going on? Just then, a scream interrupted everyone's thoughts. Suddenly, the scene of the Xianguang realm, which had been conjured by all the elderly masters present, vanished instantly, leaving nothing behind. Seeing this, many old fogies frowned. An emaciated old man with white hair from the Immortal Academy immediately investigated, his face revealing shock. An all-powerful being had obscured the heavenly mechanisms, rendering everything inside imperceptible. At the same moment, everyone instinctively looked toward the end of the doorway. Golden light, visible to the naked eye, solidified once again at the end, and the scene inside vanished, just as before. What exactly happened inside? The heir of an immortal family, one of the strongest supreme beings of the younger generation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, spoke up. His face was filled with astonishment and wonder. Go inform the supreme elder and the clan leader, have them come to the Divine Hill. At the same time, these old fools have all issued orders to summon more people here. Li Fan's mystery and power are worthy of the true high-ranking officials from the 9 heavens and 10 earths to come personally. Seeing this, many young prodigies were shaken. They had completely failed to anticipate such a scene. It seemed that in the near future, Xianxiu would become bustling with activity, welcoming beings capable of subduing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was a forbidden entity from ancient history that had stirred up Xianxiu, warranting the attention of some old acquaintances. Looking at the shock on the faces of his disciples, an old man from the Immortal Academy stroked his beard and smiled softly. Indeed, Xianxiu is the sacred land of all races in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now that it has stirred, it is not just our factions that have been alerted, but also some special beings.
A towering elder from the Holy Academy spoke up.
His eyes were weathered, gazing into the vast sky. The death of a single divine spirit made of sacred metal was sufficient to alarm even the abbot himself.
At this moment,
Xianxiu became bustling, and messages were sent out one after another. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were no longer quiet. Huge warships appeared out of nowhere, directly breaking through a void wormhole and disappearing from the eyes of the world. Today, the cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 earths were filled with awe. They discovered that some ancient, powerful factions had begun to stir, with divine light piercing the heavens and shaking the land for miles around. One after another, figures that were beyond imagination and impossible to look at directly emerged from the strongholds of the Longshan clan, the ancient imperial dynasty, and the primordial imperial clan. They emanated a putrid aura that shook the mortal world. The borders of the great crimson heaven.
Its vast expanse of land is devoid of life, a desolate wasteland.
At its center, there are constant thunderstorms and dark clouds.
This is a region that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear of it, a forbidden zone spanning 9 heavens and 10 earths, the boundary marker land. There, chaos and grey haze prevail, and faintly visible is a colossal monument standing 10,000 zhang tall, extraordinarily majestic, as if it had existed since time immemorial, eternal and indestructible. However, from the outside, the massive stone monument appeared to be nothing but empty space. The massive stone monument was pitch black, with some bloodstains that were shocking to behold. No matter how much time passed, the blood never dried, emitting a fluorescent glow, as red as fresh blood, translucent and shimmering. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance from the massive stele. He took out a golden piece of paper, wrote a few words on it, and then began to mutter to himself in front of the monument, as if paying respects to his ancestors or worshipping a deity. The next moment, the golden paper slowly vanished. In the instant it vanished, the words on it could be seen. The divine hill undergoes a sudden transformation, and figures from ancient history appear. After completing all this, the figure vanished like a ghost, disappearing from the spot and heading toward the distance. Such words have also been heard in the various forbidden zones across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Mysterious beings have appeared at the edge of a certain forbidden zone, dressed in ancient attire, with icy expressions, resembling stone golems. At first glance, one might mistake them for zombies. It quickly soared into the sky and vanished into the distance. Similar scenes unfolded across this ancient land, the only region in the entire universe where divine traces had ever appeared in such abundance. Within the immortal hills.
Finally, an ancient immortal with profound cultivation appeared, riding a chariot pulled by sacred beasts made of corpses. Not only him, but also a Taoist temple soaring into the sky, lotus flowers floating in the world, and divine swords piercing the air. All these were magical weapons.
At the same time,
after killing the Xianjin person, Li Fan immediately stored the Xianjin person in his bag. This was a large piece of Xianjin, and it was once a piece of Xianjin that had developed sentience. You are neither a powerful being from the divine ancient era nor a powerful being from that land. An ancient voice suddenly rang out, echoing across the land. I am only in my early 30s. I am not one of those fossils. Li Fan smiled broadly upon hearing this. At the same moment, his body began to move. The rules of this land seemed unable to bind him, and he appeared atop a stone forest. The stone forest, rugged and chaotic in times of turmoil, some resembling divine swords standing tall between heaven and earth, drifting through the mortal world, others like sleeping dragons, ready to awaken at any moment and unleash earth-shaking power, and still others with the form of a kuanping, spreading their wings to soar 9,000 miles into the sky. A wisp of white mist drifts through the air. This is the true essence of divine power. There are countless heroic spirits here, standing in the forest, too numerous to count, as if listening to the teachings of the Tao and the words of the gods. At the very front, in the deepest part, there are several golden spirits, unlike any seen before.
They are different from the broken spirits. They are complete spirits, free from any trace of death, emanating an ethereal aura. You have arrived.
The source of that ancient voice was none other than one of the heroic spirits. At that moment, the old farmer was also present, standing respectfully at a distance, his face filled with devotion. The battle of Xiangu, the chaos of the ancient world, and the complete despair. Yet now, this land has finally given birth to a glimmer of hope. The ancient voice continues to echo, filled with sorrow.
Alas!
At the same time, a sigh escaped Li Fan's lips, carrying the loneliness of the entire world.
A stunning figure in white appeared beside Li Fan. Have you still not forgotten?
Lu Xun's eyes flickered, his expression filled with an inexplicable expression.
How could one forget? How could one ever forget the pain of the divine ancient era and the sorrow of the chaos ancient era? Ultimately, everything must be settled.
That ancient voice continued to echo, emanating from the mouth of another heroic spirit. Though his tone was calm, Li Fan heard a rage that had been brewing for eons, a grief so profound it pierced the heart. This realm has been shattered, and the oaths made back then were all lies. How utterly ridiculous. The first voice rang out, cold and ruthless. Ah! Another sigh, filled with an ancient sorrow so heavy it felt suffocating. The willow spirit's eyes flickered with sadness. We have never hated you, nor have we ever complained about you. You could have rested in peace, we would have taken care of everything. No, we refuse to accept this. The promises made to us were broken. The vengeance owed to our generation must be sought. The ancestral rites are our heartfelt wish, and though it is our fault, it must be rectified. The one who had spoken those words of anger spoke again, his voice heavy with emotion. Chapter 171, The True Horror. The bitter cry of resentment echoed deep within the divine hill, sounding so desolate. Li Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, standing quietly as if he were a passerby, listening to the conversation between the willow spirit and the immortals. One day, we will settle the score and clear the debts of this realm. After saying those words, the voice grew calm. At the same moment, Li Fan felt several pairs of eyes staring at him. They were gentle and comforting, filled with genuine emotion that was hard to put into words. Lucian, that day should not be far off. We are merely regaining a sliver of our divine essence and cannot perceive much. However, you and he have given us hope. We will continue to slumber, continue to be sealed away, and await your call. That day is not far off, not far off. A sense of exhaustion seeps through the voice, leaving one feeling deeply saddened. The final sound fades away slowly, like a sleepy person drifting off into a drowsy slumber, murmuring in their sleep. At that moment, the old farmer's expression was filled with sorrow. He was like a figure painted on a stone wall, a being born with the duty to protect and the responsibility to care, capable of feeling many different emotions and clearly sensing the eternal waiting of those heroic spirits. Master, please follow me. The old farmer bowed respectfully. His figure rose higher into the sky, appearing on the other side of the stone mountain. On the other side of the stone mountain, there was a piece of paper. The paper was yellowed and looked very old, having withstood the elements over the years, yet it remained intact. The yellowed paper fluttered slightly in the wind, clinging to the mountain. On it are ancient characters, which are the script of the immortals. Sealed. It has suppressed the spirits of this sacred hill. With it, no one can cross the boundaries of this sacred hill. With it, the sacred hill will endure forever. If one day the day arrives, when you, my lord, must go to war, you may come here to break this seal. When the seal is broken, you may lead the boundless spirits into battle. The terror slumbering beneath this ancient land will awaken and follow you into battle, reclaiming everything even if only a fragment. The eternal anger of the spirits will finally find peace, their souls returning to the heavens and earth. The old farmer spoke the instructions he had just received, then bowed respectfully to Li Fan. His task was complete, and he would return to the stone wall to wait for the next person who came here to retrieve the demon-repelling bamboo, repeating the cycle until this land no longer existed. What is the true nature of this world? Li Fan's face showed curiosity and suspicion as he looked at the willow spirit. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have touched upon the ancient secrets of the past, the divine ancient era and age unknown to the world, where many things had been buried. Regarding the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Li Fan now had a clear understanding. In this universe, aside from the Big Dipper, no other star domain can rival this one. It is shrouded in mystery and sanctity, having buried countless treasures. Even the Big Dipper itself may not possess the same level of mystique as this land. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, this ancient star holds the true immortals. In the beginning, this world was as pristine as a celestial realm, with complete laws and a perfect world. It was truly flawless. However, that fateful day arrived, shattering this world, and the immortals perished, their bodies falling like snowflakes. The sacred and ethereal words echoed in the mouth of the willow spirit, reverberating across this ancient land. The true historical scrolls were unfolded. What should have been allies, who once swore an oath together, they backed down in the end, leaving us on the front lines, only to have everything come to naught. The eyes of the willow spirit were deep and mysterious, with the rise and fall of the sun and moon, and chaos swirling within. Li Fan sensed a cold, murderous intent, powerful enough to subdue any ancient emperor. In the future, you will also come to know this. When you finally embark on that path, we will inevitably meet. The will to kill from the willow spirit came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, she did not speak another word. After uttering her final words, she vanished. The willow bracelet once again fell silent, its ancient simplicity tinged with a sense of timelessness. Upon hearing this, Li Fan was speechless. He knew this would happen. Couldn't the willow spirit just give me a little hint to satisfy my curiosity? However, in response to Li Fan's words, the willow spirit remained silent. Seeing this, Li Fan couldn't help but become curious. Having finally obtained some secrets, his curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't resist delving deeper. He continued to ask questions relentlessly. Finally, he glanced at the ancient paper, made no attempt to look back, and as he asked the willow spirit about the place, he thoroughly looted the area, taking everything of value, including the evil repelling bamboo and the yellow springs fruit, leaving nothing behind.
Outside the gate,
a chilling aura swirled, as chaotic chi, purple mist, and divine rainbows of light illuminated the divine hill. The stench of decay wafts from the hills, as ancient undead beings emerge from their seclusion. The divine hill is overcrowded with people from all races and sects. Various chariots soar through the sky, surrounded by divine auras, all belonging to powerful figures, causing the sword cutters to flee in fear. The heavenly kingdom has arrived, the legendary assassins of the underworld. Blood-red war chariots soar through the sky, emanating a relentless aura of slaughter. The chariot walls are stained with blood, and an endless tide of blood energy surges forth.
Amidst the chaos, the faint cries of countless souls can be heard. A slaying saint. An elderly man from an ancient imperial dynasty paled at the sight of it. Heavenly Kingdom, the most powerful assassin force in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, with no equal. Over the ages, it has produced countless killing saints, and they have even assassinated some forbidden figures, striking fear into the hearts of many. Legend has it that Heavenly Kingdom is the ancestral origin of the 3 great assassin dynasties of the Big Dipper star domain. The founding of these 3 dynasties traces back to this realm, and this is not mere hearsay but rooted in historical evidence. Boom!
A magnificent golden temple broke through the sky, releasing chaotic energy, as if the palace of a divine king had descended from heaven to the mortal realm, leaving many people speechless with awe. The members of the Jin family of the Changshin clan have arrived. The Jin family is one of the few families with a female emperor. She attained enlightenment in her later years and was revered by the world as the Golden Empress. No one knows when she attained enlightenment, and many initially doubted her, with rumors suggesting she had stolen someone else's enlightenment fruit.
Shu, keep quiet. Do you want to cause trouble?
At this moment, many powerful warlords and royal families from the 9 heavens and 10 earths had already arrived. Even the ancient imperial clan had sent representatives, and members of the human race, demon race, and even the divine race had arrived. At the same time we emerged, we heard that someone also emerged from the Forbidden Zone.
Have any of you heard of this?
At that very moment, a voice of unparalleled authority echoed from within a purple-gold palanquin.
A figure emerged from within, shrouded in a hazy, chaotic aura. Above him, divine phoenixes soared in a celestial display, the ancient imperial clan, the Purple Phoenix clan's great sage. At the boundary marker site, the massive boundary marker flickered with ancient script, as if a true inhabitant of the Forbidden Zone was emerging from within, seemingly arriving here as well. The great sage of the Purple Phoenix clan gazed around with eyes that shone with a profound light, his expression dark and mysterious. The Forbidden Zone has emerged so early?
Upon hearing this, the leader of a major sect's expression darkened, and unease filled his heart. The emergence of the Forbidden Zone had been foretold long ago. A great sage renowned throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths had once prophesied that when the Golden Age arrived, an emperor would emerge, and the Forbidden Zone would be revealed. These 6 simple words unsettled many, even the immortal clans and the immortal lineages were no exception. The term Dark Chaos does not refer to a single star domain but to the entire universe, the darkness of all races and the crisis facing all stars in the cosmos.
Chapter 172, The First Son of the Royal Family.
At the fallen immortal ridge, I witnessed a zombie-like creature emerge with my own eyes. At that very moment, a snow-white deer spoke. Its entire body exuded an ancient aura, its fur was completely white, and its 2 antlers were jagged and pointed skyward. Its body hung in mid-air, resembling the mythical celestial deer. Everyone's hearts trembled. This white deer was the oldest creature of the demon clan, possessing the most noble bloodline. It was said to be connected to the celestial court of the Emperor's era, a true living fossil, a great demon spirit that had fallen from the realm of the great sage to that of the Sage King. No one dares to disregard its words. Once, a powerful being who had ascended to the great sage realm, full of arrogance and ambition, attempted to slay this fallen Saint King-level demon beast, only to be directly crushed by it, its body pierced through the sky in a single strike. Its words caused many saint-level powerhouses to narrow their pupils in shock.
Where did that zombie creature go? Those with the oldest lineage couldn't help but ask.
I don't know, but the direction he disappeared in was toward here. The snow-white deer opened its mouth, its eyes revealing a sense of world weariness. Yunxian Ridge is said to have once been home to immortals, and it is said to have slain the legendary ethereal immortals. The Immortal Hill, also known as the Immortal Hill, has a single character for immortal, and the two may be in opposition to one another. The near future promises to be intriguing.
A figure emerged from the heavens, shadowy and ghostly, its form flickering between reality and illusion.
Its voice was hoarse and raspy, as if it had rarely spoken, yet its words sent a chill down the spine of everyone present.
What's so interesting about that?
There are living creatures within the Immortal Hill, controlled by human hands. This is the first time humanity has ever known such a thing, and it suggests that the Immortal Hill is likely a special forbidden zone. A clash between forbidden zones will erupt, engulfing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, spreading across all major star domains. At that time, cannibalism will run rampant, creatures will devour one another, and all life will wither away. These will be the most ordinary sights, a blood-soaked landscape that frequently unfolds. Hearing the words of the heavenly kingdom's saint of slaughter, many felt their hair stand on end. Such scenes could only be enjoyed by the saint of slaughter, who devours humans without mercy. Otherwise, this is a great era, and eventually an emperor will emerge to suppress the 9 heavens, just as the wise have foretold. When the emperor appears, the forbidden zone will manifest, and the former's emergence will be superior to the latter's. An old man with a bare upper body and golden skin spoke. He looked as though he had been cast from gold, with a majestic and solemn appearance, and was the leader of the Western sect. What is the point of discussing so much? Instead of fearing the chaos, why not strive to survive in this turbulent age? Throughout history, which emperor achieved greatness by living in comfort? None of them did. Their paths were paved with the bones of the fallen, and their blood flowed like rivers. At that moment, a woman stepped out of a silver war chariot. Her expression was calm. She wore golden armor, resembling a valkyrie, standing proudly above the world. The female warrior goddess of the Yao family, standing behind the ancient imperial dynasty. At the sight of this woman, some could not remain calm. The Yao family, even among the immortal clans, stood alone at the pinnacle of power. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only a handful of families could rival them. Some even referred to them as the imperial clan. This is a sign of respect and acknowledgement of the strength and prosperity of their clan. Fighting and killing ultimately leads to a disgraceful end. Just then, a cold voice rang out. A figure appeared from the distance, walking on air. He was very old, with white hair reaching the ground, wearing a golden robe, and had the face of a child despite his age. The first dragon of the Wang family. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd gathered at Xianqiu Hill, leaving many in awe. Even the living fossils were startled, revealing expressions of disbelief. You're still alive. The Valkyrie of the invited clan's eyes flickered, her expression as cold as ice. The Wang family, the immortal clan. A truly formidable powerhouse, this clan has produced both emperors and near-emperors, striking fear into all who dare to challenge them. Their origins trace back to the era of the celestial sovereigns. Wang Changshan, the emperor of the Wang clan, is a name that sends a chill down the spine of anyone who hears it. Who dares to take such a name? Even the emperor himself wouldn't dare to take such a name. It takes immense courage. The origins of the great emperor of the Wang clan are now lost to history, buried in the annals of time. Today, among the 9 heavens and 10 earths, several immortal disasters are said to have originated from his hands. He is the true supreme emperor, who once declared that Wang Changshan was the reincarnation of an immortal, and that his name was chosen to validate his own path. His grand vision leaves many, even those of this generation, speechless with awe. Wang Changshan had 9 sons, known as the 9 dragons. The first dragon was the eldest, and the 9th was the youngest. The younger the dragon, the stronger their cultivation. It was said that the 9th dragon had the potential to attain the title of Great Emperor, bringing dual emperors to the Wang clan. The first dragon was none other than Wang Changshan's eldest son, an immortal who lived during the era of the celestial sovereign. If the first dragon is still alive, doesn't that mean the others are still alive too? The leader of a major sect's expression changed drastically as he thought of a terrifying possibility. I am, of course, still alive. Wang Jia's large eyes flickered, his hands behind his back, standing in the air above the divine hill, surrounded by mist, like a divine being from legend. Well, I suppose I'll have to see for myself if you're as powerful as the legends claim. Inviting the female warrior goddess, her aura of the great sage surged forth like a tidal wave, causing many to pale in fear. The Wang family and the Yao family have always been at odds, renowned as sworn enemies. Recently, rumors spread that the Wang family's pride and joy had been schemed and killed by the Yao family's princess and 2 mysterious women, which could be said to have completely tarnished the Wang family's reputation. Now, Wang Jialong has emerged and immediately blamed the Yao family's female warrior for the incident, suggesting that there may be some underlying tensions at play. Gentlemen, we have come here to meet that being. There is no need for this. Disrupting Xianqiu will not benefit anyone. A hoarse voice rang out, stepping in to mediate. It was an ancient tree, its roots anchored in the void, its leaves blooming in shades of purple and gray, exhaling purple mist, shrouded in a hazy glow. At the same moment, someone spoke. The Wang and Yao clans were engaged in a fierce battle, and the terror would spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the end, the Golden Age might very well turn into a chaotic era, with constant warfare and no opportunity for any prodigies to emerge. Many people did not want to see this happen. Look! There's movement! There's movement over there! Just then, a young prodigy suddenly shouted, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, everyone looked up toward the gate. He emerged. The body of the leader of a great sect suddenly trembled. Between the 2 stone mountains, the narrow passageway glowed brightly at its end. A tall figure emerged from within, his expression calm and composed. Chapter 173, Just a Passing Stranger. What was once a bustling immortal hill was now eerily quiet. At the end of the gate, a majestic aura burst forth, like a volcanic eruption shaking the 4 corners of the world. A massive light shone brightly, as if an invincible being was emerging from within.
This. Gazing at that slender figure, the patriarchs of the great sects trembled. In that instant, what they saw was not a person, but a colossal true dragon, stretching endlessly like mountain ranges, spanning the heavens and earth, its overwhelming divine might permeating the entire cosmos. An aura even more powerful than my father's. The first dragon of the Wang family trembled, his body involuntarily retreating. He was the true imperial prince, having spent years by the side of the enlightened one, and was extremely familiar with the majesty of an emperor. Even after all this time, he still remembered. This aura, even just a faint trace of it, made him clearly sense that this person was stronger than his father, the ancient celestial sovereign, Wang Changsheng, the emperor, stronger, not weaker. What? An aura stronger than that of the eternal emperor? In that instant, everyone standing on the divine hill froze like statues, staring blankly at Li Fan. Among those present, if anyone were to describe how powerful Li Fan's aura was at that moment, they might not be considered an authority. However, the words spoken by the first dragon of the Wang family were absolute authority. Because he was the imperial prince, Wang Changsheng, the son of the great emperor of eternal life. Any imperial prince would naturally revere his father. Yet now, the first dragon of the Wang clan had unconsciously uttered such words, and the credibility of his voice spoke for itself. The tide is turning. A living emperor, an emperor whose origins cannot be traced through history. Some felt their heads spinning, their bodies swaying like a small boat in the rain, nearly losing their balance. At that moment, at the end of the gateway, the void split apart due to Li Fan's arrival, parting to either side like a raging sea. No one realized that this was not Li Fan's aura, it was a portion of the divine aura. The dialogue between the willow spirit and the heroic spirits had stirred a portion of their power, causing the space within to enter a state of chaotic turmoil. What they sensed was merely a tiny fraction of it, the majority remained sealed within. However, due to Li Fan's arrival, this portion of energy leaked out, causing the heavens and earth to change color, the void to turn into a sea, and the sky to split into two halves. One who has witnessed the ancient great emperor. This moment. No one knew who spoke first, but in an instant, as if rehearsed, the group of old monsters all bowed in unison. The scene before them was truly awe-inspiring. The 9 heavens and 10 earths, representing the most elite group of individuals in this star domain, all bowed in unison toward a young man, their hearts filled with a sense of pilgrimage. This scene left the young prodigies present trembling with awe. What an extraordinary sight it was. As the saying goes, an emperor knows no bounds and is revered by all under heaven. Everything that exists now is no more than this. The sound was vast and resounding, exploding at the peak of the divine hill. Clouds stretching for thousands of miles were shattered, and the echoes of ancient voices, as if from pilgrims of yore, reverberated across the land for hundreds of miles, reaching distant places and causing many cultivators to pale with fear. The upheaval of the divine ancient era, the immortal regret, the obsession with immortality, how tragic and lamentable. A faint sigh echoed softly, emanating from the lips of Li Fan as he stepped out of the gate, reverberating across the entire immortal hill and causing every heart to tremble with a profound stir. What were those words? Such a thought flashed through everyone's minds. Those 12 words alone caused many of the old-timers to tremble in their hearts. Li Fan emerged from the portal. He had learned some things from the mouth of the willow spirit, and his heart was filled with emotion. At the same moment, he realized that there might be some secrets to be found elsewhere. At the same moment, noticing the gazes around him and hearing that majestic sound, Li Fan paused in surprise. "Are you calling me?" Upon hearing Li Fan's words, many people were stunned. No one had expected Li Fan to respond in such a manner. "Yes, we are addressing you, but we simply do not know how to address you, so we can only use the terminology of the modern era to address you." The white deer spoke, and its aged voice resolved everyone's doubts. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Indeed, this was a living ancient emperor. A true ancient emperor. And the title given to the great emperor varies with each era. Some eras refer to him as the heavenly sovereign, others as the ancient emperor, the human emperor, or the holy emperor. In recent times, over the past few 100,000 years, he has been referred to as the ancient great emperor. How should we address the ancient great emperor? An old immortal from the Immortal Academy spoke up. The more he interacted with Li Fan, the more he felt that the person before him was unfathomable, like an abyss dark and pitch black, with no bottom in sight. Upon hearing this, Li Fan immediately realized the reason behind everything. They regarded themselves as an ancient emperor, and Li Fan had heard of this before. When he arrived at Xianqiu, he had overheard some whispers, and now, with all these great saints and holy kings standing before him, addressing him with reverence, he finally understood. At that moment, Li Fan furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, others might have enjoyed such treatment, but Li Fan was a man who preferred peace and quiet, and he didn't particularly like this situation. If Li Fan had enjoyed such a situation, he wouldn't have had to seclude himself in the mountains of Beidou back then. Instead, he could have established a palace in the outside world and begun his own path to dominance. However, this scene led many people to misunderstand, leaving them with a sinking feeling in their hearts. Even some of the great sages trembled slightly. Could it be that they inadvertently angered the ancient emperor?
At the thought of this, many people's breathing slowed down.
I am just a passerby, we will never cross paths. I still have questions that need answers.
Li Fan shook his head and spoke softly.
He had no interest in talking to these people.
He wanted to go to a place where he might find some traces of the past, of the changes that had occurred in the ancient realm. Those dark eyes grew deep and intense. After speaking those words, he took a step forward and walked away without looking back.
Emperor!
All the saints cried out in unison, their faces filled with shock, as they never expected Li Fan to give them a chance to speak. However, Li Fan showed no reaction to their calls, vanishing from the spot in a flash and transforming into a streak of light. The heavens trembled as Li Fan broke through the sky, soaring like a divine being. His speed was so immense that time itself seemed to reverse, causing the flow of time to become chaotic. It was as though Li Fan had never existed at all.
Where has the emperor gone? Where is he heading? What answers is he seeking? Gazing at Li Fan's tall, slender figure, many felt a void in their hearts. From start to finish, Li Fan never once glanced at them. They were incredibly powerful, capable of shaking the entire star domain, yet Li Fan, this ancient emperor, had never once spared them a second glance. Chapter 174, even the greatest sages of old could not achieve this.
Li Fan's presence vanished. Xianqiu returned to tranquility, and the peerless, invincible energy dissipated along with it. No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. After a long time, someone finally came to their senses, and then this fairy-like hill became turbulent.
This must be an ancient emperor, without a doubt. An old man dressed in coarse cloth trembled at the Immortal Academy, his voice trembling with excitement.
This old man, who looked like a neighbor, was no stranger to the people of the Immortal Academy. He was the gatekeeper who swept the courtyard, but today, many disciples of the Immortal Academy finally realized who this old man truly was, a great sage who had attained enlightenment in this lifetime.
How powerful he must be.
Yet now, he trembles uncontrollably, overcome with emotion.
No one could remain calm, everyone was restless. No one could remain calm, everyone was restless. The Golden Age is a time when one can witness a living emperor, and this is of utmost importance to them.
Being able to experience the emperor's vitality and spirit firsthand brings benefits that cannot be put into words.
He is indeed an emperor, but which ancient emperor is he exactly?
At this moment, someone voiced their doubts. Upon hearing this, the saints looked at each other, all seeing the same confusion in one another's eyes. The gourd hanging from his waist reminded me of an existence that shook the ancient world. At that moment, the great sage of the Purple Phoenix clan spoke up. With a swish, everyone turned to look at the great sage of the Purple Phoenix clan.
Yuan Huang, that is the ancient imperial weapon of the primordial lake, the divine gourd.
A deep voice echoed across the immortal hill, sending a chill down many spines.
Could he be the ancient emperor, the Yuan Huang? That's right, that's the divine gourd from the primordial lake of the ancient imperial clan. I once witnessed its divine might. At that moment, an ancient royal sage spoke.
His face was wrinkled like a dried plum, yet no one dared to look down on him. He was once a great sage who had once roamed the heavens and earth, and his words carried great weight.
Could he be the Yuan emperor? An ancestral king exclaimed in shock.
However, the great sage of the imperial clan quickly shook his head.
Absolutely not.
The words came out of his mouth with certainty.
The Yuan emperor was not him. Throughout history, emperors and emperors had never hidden their true appearances or altered their features. He bore no resemblance to the Yuan emperor whatsoever. Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. The imperial sage spoke the truth. The arrogance of emperors and kings would never allow them to conceal their true appearance even after attaining enlightenment. To do so would weaken their invincible hearts. If it's not the Yuan emperor, then who could it be? Could it be one of the celestial sovereigns? Someone asked.
Faced with this statement, none of the saints present could answer, and all remained silent.
This day was destined to be unforgettable for many.
Many prodigies from Xianqiu heard numerous names today, names of distant emperors and ancient kings, involving all the races of the universe. Among them were those who had attained the status of Holy Emperor and those who had achieved the rank of Divine Emperor within the divine race. Too many emperors were mentioned by these ancient beings, but every single one was dismissed.
None of them could match Li Fan.
It wasn't until much later that the first great dragon of the Wang family revealed a secret. Xian Gu, these two words had been on the mind of the Wang family's great dragon. He had heard his father mention them before. It referred to an era before the chaos, a time when true immortals roamed freely, an era speculated upon by the Emperor of Eternal Life.
Some also expressed their confusion. Was Li Fan truly an emperor? Why could he endure forever?
Throughout history, countless emperors and kings had sought immortality, only to end up as fleeting dust in the mortal world. The bitterness of that fate was an eternal sorrow.
An emperor cannot be measured, never dare to speculate.
The white deer spoke these words directly, then vanished. It refused to speculate about such an ancient emperor, for it was a demonic creature from the emperor's era, whose ancestors had once been divine beasts of the celestial court. In that era, there were not just one emperor, but the emperor himself ruled over an entire age. Even emperors have their strengths and weaknesses. The thought of an emperor who had survived to the present day sent shivers down its spine. Boom! Suddenly, amidst the chaos of the saints who could not remain calm, as if convening a meeting to discuss Li Fan, a deafening sound erupted from a distant realm, sweeping across the entire ancient star. In the next instant, a divine thought as majestic as a ruler of the universe shot into the heavens, crushing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. SSSHH. Countless people gasped in shock, and the saints were stunned. Who is this person? This divine consciousness is something even an unparalleled great sage couldn't achieve. The purple phoenix great sage spoke in a low voice, his eyes flickering with horror. Could it be him? Just then, a demon saint speculated. Everyone knew who he was. It was none other than Li Fan, the ancient emperor everyone had been discussing. He said he was seeking answers. Has he found them? Was that divine consciousness he unleashed? That direction is the boundary marker of the great red heaven. Has the ancient emperor collided with the forbidden zone? A person sucked in a cold breath and murmured softly, "Let's go." In response to this person's words, the saints remained silent, uttering only a single word. The terrifying chariot soared into the sky, with the chariot and the temple rising into the heavens. The 9 heavens and 10 earths contain numerous forbidden zones, more than even the Big Dipper. The boundary marker region is a forbidden zone that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear of it. Spanning thousands of miles in all directions, it is shrouded in mystery. Anyone who dares to enter vanishes without a trace, and no one knows what lies within. Yet, after countless ages, its secrets were finally uncovered. There stands a stone monument. A massive stele. Rising skyward, 10,000 feet high, standing firm since time immemorial, immortal and indestructible. Once, an ancient emperor dared to challenge this monument, only to meet his end in a bloody battle. This is a monument so formidable that even an emperor cannot shake it. No one knows when it came into existence, what its purpose is, or why it exists. It is one of the divine relics of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Now, this mysterious land is no longer at peace. A tall figure descended from the vast sky, clad in white robes, with a serene expression and eyes as calm as a deep spring. Li Fan stepped directly onto this land. As soon as he appeared, he disrupted the magnetic field of the land, mysteriously breaking through its defenses. The massive monument that had been invisible to the world was revealed in an instant. The massive monument of the boundary marker revealed itself. It's not manifested, it's been damaged, revealing its outer layer of mystery. Who could this be, to be so powerful? All the creatures of the great crimson heaven and the azure moon heaven trembled. They stared in the direction of the boundary marker, watching everything there, feeling a sense of dread. The boundary marker site erupted into chaos, causing the ancient powers of this land to tremble with fear. They were afraid, for the appearance of the forbidden zone signified nothing but ill omen. Chapter 175, I just came to take a look at the monument. Chapter 175, I just came to take a look at the stele. That divine consciousness was not the divine consciousness of a deity, it was the aura of the boundary marker. A surge of true divine and demonic energy erupted, spreading throughout the ancient star domain in an instant. The boundary marker was terrifying beyond compare, its aura emanating naturally without any deliberate effort, shaking the heavens and the earth. The boundary markers. What are they doing? Are they about to unleash a dark chaos? Someone has broken the law of the boundary marker site. Why do such people exist in this world? Who is he, daring to break the law of the boundary stone land with a single gesture? The Emperor? How has he managed to survive until now? Immediately, the forbidden zones of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the fallen immortal ridge, the burning heaven sea, the stone forest, and the ancient land of heavenly corpses were all stirred by the disturbance, emitting a series of puzzled yet authoritative sounds. Throughout all of history, no one has ever matched his appearance. He is not a figure from ancient records. He is the ruler of that sacred hill. We sent envoys to invite him, and he is indeed an emperor. He is absolutely not the current emperor. The mandate of heaven has not vanished and is not uncontrolled. How has he managed to survive until now? Could he be older than us? That's impossible. This is unfair. How can he be immortal and indestructible? He should have perished in the river of time. Why does he still exist? Within the forbidden land, countless ancient beings were stunned. They couldn't believe that someone had broken the law of the boundary marker. Such a feat was only possible for the most powerful emperors. For a moment, they felt as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Pairs of eyes, ancient and weathered, emitted faint threads of divine light. They wanted to see who this person truly was. All the forbidden zones trembled, and rumbling sounds echoed from the depths. Today, it is destined to be recorded in the annals of history. First, the immortal lineages and immortal families emerged, followed by tremors in the forbidden zones, causing people to believe that a dark and chaotic era was approaching, leaving them trembling in fear. Beneath the colossal monument, a vast aura of supreme power surged upward, divine light piercing the heavens, illuminating all directions. The sun and moon trembled, and the starry sky paled in comparison. "Who are you?" A sudden voice rang out, echoing throughout the vast red sky and reverberating through the heavens and earth, as if it had been torn from the ancient void itself. The great crimson heaven and the azure moon heaven trembled, the vast earth shook, auspicious clouds soared, golden springs gushed forth from the ground, and extraordinary phenomena shook the heavens.
"My name is Li Fan."
The words came out softly from Li Fan's mouth. As soon as the words left his mouth, the heavens trembled, and the 10 directions shook.
Numerous sages and ancient beings trembled.
This was a dialogue between two true supreme beings, true mythical beings from ancient legends. However, Li Fan's words made it feel like a conversation between ordinary mortals of the mortal world. A sense of indescribable calmness and ordinary humanity filled the air, yet it left many trembling in awe.
No one dares to underestimate it. This is the dialogue of emperors. Li Fan?
At this moment, the existence of all major restricted zones trembled, revealing expressions of confusion.
No one could recall such a figure in ancient history. I've never heard of him. Could he be a contemporary emperor rather than one from ancient history? You're wrong. He's definitely not a contemporary emperor. Have you all lost your minds? The mandate of heaven hasn't been secured yet. There can't be a new emperor. We don't know his fate.
There's only one possibility: he exists in the distant past, far upstream in the river of time. Whispers echoed through the forbidden zones of every living being, recounting the topic that sent shockwaves through the world. People from all the forbidden zones were shaken to their core, their eyes filled with awe. Their eyes, which had been glowing with divine light, grew even more intense, like a series of divine moons, terrifying beyond belief.
Why did you break the law of my boundary marker? Why did you break the law of my boundary marker?
A tremendous pressure emanated from the boundary marker, and a vague, towering figure appeared, blurry yet towering 10,000 jung high, matching the height of the giant steel.
As soon as it appeared, the monument seemed to come to life, reawakening.
Chaotic mist poured out from the stone tablet, emitting an immortal glow. Divine sounds drifted out, echoing endlessly, resembling the ancient rituals of our ancestors, vast and majestic, resonating throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, shaking the very heavens.
They block my view of the steel.
Still speaking in that calm tone, Li Fan remained composed as he gazed at the towering figure standing 10,000 jung tall. Though his voice was calm, it sent shivers down the spines of many.
Countless people gasped in astonishment. What kind of courage does it take to do something like that? It's terrifying.
Though his words seemed calm, they carried an irresistible authority, as if killing someone was simply the truth.
At this moment,
everyone looked at Li Fan, as if they were seeing an ancient emperor from a bygone era, seated high above on the 9th heaven, looking down upon the mortal world.
You are powerful, and we cannot fathom your true strength, but do you truly believe you are invincible in this world?
A voice burst forth from within the boundary marker. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura capable of dominating the heavens and earth. Another supreme being, who ruled over the world, swallowed mountains and rivers, and looked down upon the heavens, appeared, causing hearts to tremble with fear.
Everyone was stunned, trembling in their boots.
The supreme being, the true unmatched ruler of the world, suddenly appeared in 2 forms. The heavens and earth trembled, and the ground shook. The aura of the 2 supreme beings was as vast and boundless as the starry sky. I merely came to inspect the stone tablet. If you dare to obstruct me, you shall perish. Li Fan's black hair flowed down his back, his eyes deep and piercing, standing in the heavens, calmly observing the 2 supreme beings.
At that moment,
the world trembled, even the eyes of those within the forbidden zones, which had been radiating divine light, narrowed slightly.
He's too powerful. Is he issuing a warning?
I seem to see the human emperor of old, facing anything, even ancient emperors or sacred spirits exuding absolute authority.
The slightest misstep would result in instant annihilation. An old human, bare-chested, and wearing animal skins, his body trembling with excitement.
His cloudy eyes flickered with silver light, and within them, ancient scenes seemed to flicker and dance.
The era of the human emperor. During the ancient times, the human emperor ushered in a truly glorious era of prosperity, overwhelming the ancient tribes and establishing absolute dominance over heaven and earth.
He challenged the gods above and subdued the 9 depths below. Today, you wish to view the boundary marker. We may grant you permission to glimpse it, but by uttering those words, you have already sealed your fate for this day. A figure 10,000 feet tall spoke, its voice like thunder, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. At that moment, the heavens and earth fell silent. The boundless heavens, the great crimson heaven, the azure moon heaven, the 3,000 states, and all the other realms trembled as the ancient star shook.
An overwhelming imperial might swept across the cosmos.
As the sound echoed, all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths turned pale with fear.
Chapter 176, A Battle That Shook the Ages. Chapter 176, A Battle That Shakes the Ancient and Modern Worlds.
The heavens and earth trembled as winds and clouds swirled.
At this moment, all the major life-forbidden zones erupted with divine-like energy.
Streams of divine energy pierced through the void, traversing billions of miles, focusing their attention on this location from afar.
You are nothing but squatters in someone else's nest.
Li Fan remained indifferent, standing tall and graceful, unmatched in the world. His voice sent shivers through the hearts of countless living beings. Who in the world dared to utter such words, referring to the ancient supreme being as a cuckoo? Facing Li Fan's words, the world had expected the two ancient supreme beings of the boundary marker land to become enraged. However, the truth was far from it. They remained calm and composed. Then let's fight. Let's destroy this ancient star domain and shatter this blue sky. Throughout the ages, no one has ever spoken to me this way. Today, there can only be one outcome: someone must perish. Kill. Two words shook the heavens and earth. A peerless aura erupted from beneath the boundary marker, shaking the heavens and the earth, sweeping across billions of miles. From beneath the boundary marker emerged a living being. His entire body was shrouded in a brilliant glow, obscuring his true form. His vast vital energy surpassed all under heaven, thick and dense, yet with a faint thread escaping that instantly shattered this vast wasteland. Everything was utterly terrifying. He was undoubtedly the unmatched master of the mortal realm. The divine radiance emanating from his skull pierced the heavens, stirring the cosmos. At the same moment, the 10,000 zhang tall illusory figure vanished. In its place came the wails of ghosts and the howls of demons. The heavens and earth trembled, and the world seemed to have been startled, with various astonishing phenomena appearing. A torrential downpour of blood fell, with golden lotuses blooming amidst the bloodlight, and beautiful, crystalline snowflakes drifting down. This scene was utterly bizarre and eerie. Amidst these scenes, another living being appeared silently, causing all living creatures within a radius of millions of miles to tremble in fear. Two ancient supreme beings have awoken and appeared in the mortal realm. Every move they make causes the heavens and earth to tremble, and the great Tao resounds with thunderous roars. These two supreme beings had visions of the collapse of the heavens, the opening of chaos, and the birth of all beings in their eyes. Their gaze was profound, causing one's heart to race and their soul to tremble. Kill. At that moment, two more beings appeared below the boundary marker. They were quasi-emperors. The two of them summoned a spear, its divine radiance shimmering in countless threads, as if it had flown out from the celestial realms, tearing through the void, and heading straight toward Li Fan. Before the battle between the supreme beings began, the two quasi-emperors of the boundary markers suddenly made their move. This was a test. The quasi-emperor won't do. Li Fan's eyes remained calm. Without any visible movement from Li Fan, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! The air shattered the void, and boundless divine might erupted, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Roll! Li Fan spoke softly, his voice faint yet as thunderous as a bolt from the blue, causing the vast heavens to tremble. Puff! That divine might was merely a single thread, yet two quasi-emperors were instantly crushed into fragments and turned into flying ash. Too powerful. Unmatched in the world. Countless beings stand frozen in awe. Is this the supreme being? Even a quasi-emperor would fall before such power. Li Fan was like a primordial god or demon, resembling an emperor of the divine realm, causing countless living beings to tremble, their bodies as fragile as sieve flour. In the blink of an eye, the two ancient supreme beings have made their move. A supreme-level battle that shook the ancient world and dazzled the present age erupted, surpassing everyone's expectations. Their eyes held visions of the destruction of the heavens and the creation of the earth, terrifying and awe-inspiring. Dawn! The overwhelming might of the supreme being engulfed the heavens and earth, sweeping across the cosmos. All the stars trembled in fear. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled, and this ancient star domain, which had existed since time immemorial, seemed on the verge of shattering. The colossal imperial might erupted, directly shattering the ancient star into 4 pieces. And this was only the beginning. However, at that very moment, the earth was filled with an even more terrifying aura, and all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths knelt on the ground. Even the great sages were no exception, and fierce birds fell from the sky. The deepest recesses of this ancient star are erupting with the most mysterious power. The ancient boundary marker, which had remained motionless for ages, began to glow. The heavens and earth, which were about to collapse, returned to their original state. All of this shook the mortal realm to its core. This ancient star is far more mysterious than the Big Dipper. Li Fan's eyes were deep and piercing as he gazed out at the illusory land, murmuring to himself. You dare to distract yourself from the supreme battle. A cold voice emanated from one of the supreme warriors. Although the 9 heavens and 10 earths did not collapse, the lives of beings within a radius of billions of miles were lost. Bloody flowers bloomed one after another, a sight both beautiful and eerie. Only the true immortal lineage of this land managed to survive, clinging to life by a thread. The mournful cries echoed across this ancient star, revealing the wails of sorrow. The ancient supreme beings regarded all living beings as mere grass. With a thunderous crash, the waves of the supreme beings' battle on this land were transmitted by a mysterious force into the void, spreading beyond the known realms. Countless stars were shattered, and the heavens and earth were torn apart. Clang! Clang! Another ancient supreme void appeared, wielding a sword, and struck directly at Li Fan. The sword sliced through eternity, brilliant and dazzling. It resembled the sword of a legendary immortal, emanating divine light so bright that one could not open their eyes. Beyond the realm, beautiful star rivers shatter, and massive stars, like bubbles, all break apart. The supreme battle. It is the collision of rules in the way, the ultimate clash of human willpower, all driven by an unshakable belief in invincibility. Li Fan moved. Facing the two supreme beings, he stepped forward instead of retreating, advancing directly toward them. This scene was shocking, leaving countless beings speechless. These were true supreme beings, the former Tao Emperor and Tao Emperor, each of whom had once suppressed the heavens and roamed the universe unchallenged. This scene was shocking, leaving countless beings in awe. These were true supreme beings, the former Emperor of Enlightenment and the Emperor of Enlightenment, each of whom had once suppressed the heavens and roamed the universe with unmatched power. Yet now, there is a single individual standing face to face with the two supreme beings. Li Fan clenched his fist in the air. Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to vanish, and everything in the heavens and on earth withered away. Regardless of the distance between them, all beings knelt down, heads bowed, as if paying homage to a divine being. Pop! A crisp sound rang out, making one's scalp tingle. Countless faces turned pale with horror. The attacks of the two supreme beings vanished as if they had never existed, shattered into dust by an invisible hand. How is this possible? Shocking words echoed through the depths of the major life forbidden zones. Such an easy defeat, the clash between two supreme beings. If it were them, they would admit they couldn't do it either. This situation was actually very familiar to them. It was the true oppression of the higher-ups over the lower-ranking beings. But is such a possibility even conceivable? At the thought of this situation, their eyes burst with golden light, unwilling to miss a single detail. This was too terrifying. They felt their lives were in danger. Throughout history, the Supreme has always represented true invincibility and ironclad rule. Is this rule now to be broken? This is a different path. This individual is even more formidable than the primordial, the celestial sovereign, the immortal emperor, and the imperial sovereign. A thunderous voice echoed from a forbidden zone. Chapter 177, The Near Immortal Realm. I am the emperor from 1,000,000 years ago, immortal and indestructible. Li Fan's tactics left countless people in awe, and even these two supreme beings were deeply shocked. Their ruthless actions left no room for mercy. Such ruthless slaughter could easily shatter several star domains like the 9 heavens and 10 earths, yet it was shattered so effortlessly. The supreme being let out a mighty roar, his blood energy surging to the heavens, shaking the entire universe. In his hand was a great sword, its blade splitting the heavens. With a single swing, the most terrifying fissure and apocalyptic light erupted, sweeping across the 8 directions. Explode! Today, there is no me, and there is no you. Another supreme being directly broke the seal, completely catching everyone off guard. His aura changed once more, radiating divine light from every pore, resembling a god who had split the heavens and created the earth. A single strand of his hair could sever mountains, and his breath could boil the seas, his brilliance reaching its peak. The divine sword in his hand rang out with a metallic clang. It was a true imperial weapon. Clanging. As the divine sword passed by, a series of mystical symbols appeared in the void, blazing with intense brilliance. These were the imprints of the Tao, representing an understanding of the rules that had reached an incomprehensible level of manifestation, embodying the pinnacle of power and complexity. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. The earth, which had been bound, cracked open at that moment. The entire expanse of land turned into dust, a sight of unimaginable horror. The earth split open, and countless living beings were filled with terror. Is the 9 heavens and 10 earths of today about to be reduced to cosmic dust? Li Fan's hand, which had been grasping the void, suddenly pulled downward. Boom! In that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to invert, and the mortal realm appeared to retreat. This battle, which shook the ages, reached an unimaginable climax. It is destined to be recorded in the annals of history in the most prominent manner. Boom! The boundary marker hummed and trembled, as if it had been struck by some great terror. Its pitch-black surface erupted with divine light, and strange characters began to appear. Divine script. It was divine script. Pairs of eyes pierced through the void, shooting out from the forbidden zone, causing the ancient beings deep within to tremble with awe. He had stirred something. There were actually words on the boundary marker. At that moment, many people trembled. However, the next scene. It would leave them with memories that would last a lifetime, destined to become one of the most extraordinary imperial battles in ancient history. With the boundary markers destroyed, the vast expanse of land within 1,000,000 miles was completely obliterated under Li Fan's relentless assault. Whether it was a quasi-emperor or a supreme being, the boundary marker that had been passed down through countless eras had vanished. 2 terrifying supreme beings shattered like mirrors, as if an immortal king had crossed the river of time, slaying them from another dimension, piercing through heaven and earth, and disrupting the cosmic order. This is impossible. A trembling voice erupted across all the forbidden zones. In the ancient lands of the gods, the fallen immortal ridge, and other depths of the forbidden zones, boundless light surged upward. Unwittingly, those ancient beings all sought to break free from their seals. As emperors and kings, each believed themselves invincible. A clash between 2 such beings was destined to end in mutual destruction. There was no other outcome. Yet now, one faced two, and the victor could not be the lone individual. Such a scenario had never existed in the past, did not exist in the present, and would never exist in the future. Because in ancient times, the supreme rulers could revive and awaken, unleashing their true supreme power, even at the cost of their own lives. At that moment, they were the true emperors. When three emperors clashed, 2 against 1, it was an unbreakable bond. Yet now, their understanding has been shattered. A true monster has emerged, a freak of nature that will shake the world. His overwhelming power and unparalleled beauty leave the world feeling dazed and unreal, as if he were beyond reach. Facing 2 emperors or kings, Li Fan's expression remained unchanged, as if he were doing something simple, his eyes showing no sign of emotion. How is this possible? How could this be? For a moment, the ancient supreme beings of the forbidden zone of life were dazed. They couldn't remember the last time they had been dazed, whether it was before or after they attained enlightenment. Another path, he controlled another path, ethereal and graceful. Was it the path of the ancient immortals? 2 paths, 2 different sparks colliding, ending with the demise of the current path. Could the methods we practice be wrong? Some remained silent, while others pondered deeply. And at that very moment, the gazes of those in the forbidden zone trembled. They sensed a tangible gaze that had crossed millions of realms and entered their very location. Li Fan looked over, causing them to tremble. In an instant, these forbidden beings with invincible hearts all retreated, their gazes withdrawing. As they did so, every pair of eyes flickered with an unusual brilliance. No one could fathom what these beings were thinking. However, in the future, the world will come to know that someone has emerged from the forbidden zone, appearing silently in the shadows and walking through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. These individuals are not ancient sovereigns, but rather beings of the utmost mystery. Some are celestial prodigies, some are sages, some are great saints, and there are even quasi-emperor level beings. The list goes on, all of them powerful enough to send shivers down one's spine. Too powerful today is destined to be recorded in the annals of history, becoming a grand chapter in the annals, to be revered and read by future generations. A great sage trembled and spoke. Li Fan withdrew his gaze, staring at the 10,000 jung tall monument and the shattered landscape stretching for billions of miles. He looked up into the void, gazing toward the ancient darkness and icy expanse beyond the known world. Then his figure vanished and headed toward the boundary marker. On that day, Li Fan vanished from the sight of all humanity. However, this did not mean that Li Fan's exploits had come to an end. Over the next month, the world witnessed what true divinity truly entailed, the extraordinary abilities possessed only by a true deity. Boom! A massive sound of air friction echoed, with stars from beyond the domain entering this ancient star at regular intervals. The stars shattered, transforming into earth, water, fire, and wind, then into the 5 elements, forming chaos. This chaos gave rise to yin and yang, and the vast land spanning billions of miles was repaired, with every detail restored to its original state. Majestic mountains and rivers emerged once more. The boundary marker stands tall as ever, with no attempt to hide it, visible from miles away, a massive black stone monument towering into the sky. Time passed slowly, one moment at a time. The 9 heavens and 10 earths have returned to their usual state, with the only change being that a forbidden zone in the 9 heavens and 10 earths has been removed. This was something that was thought to be impossible, yet it had been accomplished. Li Fan's name circulates throughout the world, and whenever it is mentioned, people are filled with excitement and awe. The boundary marker has become a relic of history, yet no one dares to approach it, for a far more terrifying presence now resides within Li Fan. He was a man who had once killed 2 supreme beings. Many people were speculating about who Li Fan really was and where he came from, but no one could say for certain. He is a divine being, or at the very least, an invincible being who has 1 foot in the realm of the divine. These words echoed throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and many people agreed, as if some unseen hand were guiding this conclusion. Countless people were spreading the tale of the immortal among mortals. Chapter 178. 5 years later, the boundary marker disappears. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. Before we know it, 5 years have passed. The sound of thunder rolls. A thunderous clap of thunder split the night sky, startling the human realm. On that night, many were awakened, all turning their gaze toward the distant frontier, that land that had lain dormant for 5 years. Lightning flashed across the sky, and torrential rain poured down like a waterfall, sweeping across the land. The raging storm tore open the vast wilderness, splitting the mountains in 2, and mountain floods surged like a sea, engulfing the entire region. The earth trembled, and the ancient monument began to move. Clouds transformed into a sea of thunder, and lightning bolts as thick as mountains raced across the sky, continuously striking down and entering the boundary marker area. Countless runes rise up, and lightning bolts, like chains of divine order, pierce the entire sky, swirling around this land. Every living being that witnessed this scene that night would recall it with a pounding heart, for it was the legendary thunder tribulation, as if immortals had descended from the heavens and divine beings were unleashing their wrath, a manifestation of the overwhelming might of the heavens. What else had happened? The creatures of the great crimson heaven collectively gazed toward the boundary marker, their faces filled with horror. However, they could not perceive anything. Everything was as shrouded in thick fog.
It wasn't until the next day that some brave souls ventured to the boundary marker to take a look.
However, standing there from afar, he looked dazed. The massive stone tablet had vanished without a trace. The heavens and earth trembled as the monument that had stood for countless ages vanished into thin air.
In an instant, many people rushed to the scene.
The ground was pitch black, as if scorched by something, but there was no sign of anyone near the boundary marker.
The giant monument had truly vanished. Where was the half-immortal? Where was that supreme being? Some were shocked and looked around in disbelief.
On this day, many creatures arrived at the boundary marker.
Gone, everything was truly gone.
An ancient ancestral king stood there, his expression filled with horror as he gazed down at the earth. There was no trace of his presence left behind, and the only thing visible was a deep, vast abyss on the ground.
Everything else had vanished, leaving the area completely desolate. Has that being ascended to immortality? Someone exclaimed in shock, their voice trembling with fear.
Upon hearing this, everyone froze, looking at each other in disbelief. On that very day, a quasi-emperor appeared, emanating boundless divine might, descending upon this land. His form resembled that of a zombie, his skin a dark blue, his eyes pitch black like ink. Standing there, he exuded a bone-chilling aura that froze the very core of one's being. He resembled a zombie king, standing there for a long time before vanishing from the spot.
Yunxian Ridge. He had gone to Yunxian Ridge. This quasi-emperor hailed from the Forbidden Zone.
Many trembled, their faces filled with horror. At that moment, they were so close to death that it sent a chill down one's spine. And on that very day, several strange beings appeared, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call them strange creatures. At the very moment they were seen, even the mighty great sage felt every hair on his body stand on end.
They were quasi-emperors.
The profound foundation of an immortal lineage. The ancient immortal trembled at the mention of it.